Changsheng was abruptly summoned by a massive truck and found himself traversing into the realm of the Xuantian Sword Sect as an elder. Unexpectedly awakening to a passive enhancement system, he discovered that whenever he encountered a foe of greater strength, he would gain a cultivation level surpassing theirs by an entire realm. Not only that, but the pets rewarded by the system could also trigger a symbiotic relationship. As his own realm ascended, so too did that of his pets. Thus, he and his companions could grow stronger merely through combat. Beneath the realms, I am invincible above them. I wield cheats. Are you an ancient hermit? My pets are stronger than you. Are you the master of a sacred land? Close the door and unleash the hounds. Are you a sage from antiquity? I shall knock you down with a single slap. Are you a sovereign? Everyone, charge forth with your weapons. Changsheng commanded, and a throng of beasts surged out, ready to challenge the sovereign. Chapter 1. The end approaches. The system commands me to engage in battle. In the eastern wilderness domain, on Changsheng Island, the Xuantian Sword Sect, the might of the massive truck is truly terrifying. A voice, tinged with resignation and lamentation, echoed within a humble wooden cabin. Changsheng sat dazed on the edge of his bed, disbelief painted across his features. He had traversed realms. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that merely indulging in skewered delicacies at a roadside stall would lead to being swept away by a runaway truck, resulting in such a melodramatic fate. Gazing into the bronze mirror and seeing his aged visage, Changsheng felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. It was utterly unjust. Why is it that others who traverse realms become either holy sons or young masters of noble families, while I have transmigrated as an old man? Changsheng seethed with frustration. From the memories that resided within him, he learned that this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. His current identity was that of an elder within the Xuantian Sword Sect. Although he bore the title of elder, his own talent for cultivation was rather dismal, even inferior to some of the disciples. However, while his martial skills left much to be desired, his aptitude for alchemy was remarkably impressive. From a young age, he had been assigned to the medicinal peak by the sect, serving as a medicine boy. Over the years, he had leveraged his remarkable alchemical talent to attain the position of an ordinary elder. Yet, none of this was particularly important. What truly mattered was that Changsheng discovered from his memories that this body was already 129 years old. A mortal's lifespan is but a century. Although this body possessed some minor cultivation, it was hardly commendable, and having lived this long, he was practically buried in the earth. Having just traversed, I surely cannot be on the brink of demise, can I? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind as he remembered something and shouted into the air, "System, are you there? Big brother system? Sister system?" Silence reigned out. Changsheng then removed the jade pendant from his waist and whispered, "Predecessor, are you inside?" Still, no response. He then retrieved a long sword. "Master, are you inside?" Once again, silence. "Must I shed blood?" Changsheng furrowed his brows, glancing at the sword in his hand. "Here goes nothing." Gritting his teeth, he drew the sword across his palm, and blood immediately flowed forth, dripping onto the sword's surface. 1 drop, 2 drops. The crimson liquid trickled down the sword, pooling on the ground. Yet the sword exhibited no signs of change. Changsheng attempted the jade pendant, the ring. However, besides the blood pooling on the ground, no elder appeared. Finally, he even dripped blood on the landscape painting on the wall, and even the vase and chamber pot received their share of his blood. "I can't go on like this. I can feel a bit dizzy." Changsheng leaned against the table, his complexion pale and his strength waning, nearly leading him to an untimely end. Just as he was resigning himself to the belief that the system and the elder were mere figments of his imagination, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in the air. "Ding! Host's intense desire for strength detected. System activating. Binding in progress. 1, 2, 99. Binding complete." System? There truly is a system? Changsheng's eyes widened in excitement. "Ding! The system is never late, nor does it ever go absent." Never late? Changsheng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing the system had likely waited until he bled out before making its grand entrance. Casting a glance at the several pools of blood on the ground, he estimated it must amount to a few pounds. He wondered how many chickens he would need to consume to replenish his vitality. Nevertheless, Even amidst such concerns, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of exhilaration when compared to the system. A mere few pounds of blood was but a trifle. As he pondered where to seek combat, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Elder Yi, this is your disciple Yanxi, here to request medicine." Yi Changsheng looked up to see a young disciple clad in green, standing respectfully at the door. "Ah, just as I was hoping, here stands a ready-made guinea pig. If I engage him in battle, I could ensure my survival." In an instant, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Yi Changsheng's eyes as he exclaimed, "Come here, lad. I have treats for you. Medicinal pills." Yanxi felt an inexplicable chill and instinctively stepped back. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the ground, he was gripped by an even greater sense of dread. He recalled a certain detail. Elder Yi had been intent on refining a pill to extend his lifespan. "That I merely came to request a pill, Elder. Yi wouldn't want to refine me, would he?" A shiver ran down his spine as Yanxi hastily declared, "Elder Yi, I just remember my master is celebrating a grand birthday today, so I must take my leave." Having said that, he did not wait for Yi Changsheng's response and swiftly retreated, taking to the skies to flee from the medicinal peak. Now it was Yi Changsheng's turn to panic. Why was he running away? He hurriedly dashed out of the wooden cabin, summoning a spirit crane to pursue Yanxi. The spirit crane, a mode of transport tended to by Yi Changsheng, had been tamed and thus posed no threat to its master. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. "Stop right there, you little rascal." Only a fool would heed that command. Yanxi not only disregarded the request, but hastened his pace instead. As Yanxi appeared on the verge of vanishing from sight, Yi Changsheng hastily retrieved a handful of elixirs from his robe, disregarding their effects, and unceremoniously fed them into the beak of the spirit crane beneath him. "Shall I quickly pursue him? I shall find you a mate in the future." Caw. The lonely Xiao Bai, having spent a century in solitude, let out a cry filled with newfound vigor, and in an instant, its speed surged several-fold, swiftly materializing before Yan Shi, blocking his path. Chapter 2. The Ascendant Skill. One palm overthrows the second elder. Elder Yi, what do you intend to do?" Yanxi gazed anxiously at the figure and the crane blocking his path. Despair washed over him. Who would have thought that merely seeking a pill would put his life at stake? Boy, hurry, strike me." Yi Changsheng wasted no time and spoke directly. "What?" Yanxi's expression froze. After all this trouble to catch up, was he being asked to hit him? This was the first time in his life he had encountered such an outrageous request. "Elder Yi, please don't jest with your disciple. If I lay a hand on you, my master will surely flay me alive." Yanxi lamented, his face a mask of sorrow. He truly dared not act, considering Yi Changsheng's elderly appearance. If he inadvertently caused harm, the consequences would be dire, perhaps even resulting in a more gruesome fate. "Enough of your prattle. If I command you to strike, then strike." Yi Changsheng was exasperated. Why was this unfortunate lad so verbose? If he didn't act soon, he might very well meet his demise. As he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to make the first move, a towering figure suddenly materialized from thin air. The newcomer, with flowing crimson hair and a rugged visage, resembled a massive bear standing upright. It was none other than the second elder of the sect, Wang Lai, who was also Yanxi's master. Upon seeing Wang Lai, Yanxi felt as if he had encountered a savior. "Master, save me. Elder Yi seems to have gone mad," he cried out. Wang Lai ignored Yanxi, furrowing his brow as he turned to Yi Changsheng. "Yi Changsheng, what madness has possessed you?" Interrupted mid-action, Yi Changsheng nearly spat blood in frustration. "I merely wished for a simple brawl. What wrong have I committed?" At that moment, a voice resonated within him. "Ding. Warm reminder. Host has 15 minutes of life remaining." What in the world? This is dire. Yi Changsheng thought. "Shall I attack him? Those who stand in my way shall perish." His eyes instantly turned crimson, and his demeanor grew fierce as he charged at Wang Lai, accompanied by the crane. The intensity of his approach suggested that he harbored a profound grudge against his opponent. Wang Lai found himself bewildered. He had only uttered a few words, yet it seemed as if he had become a sworn enemy. However, Yi Changsheng's fearsome appearance instinctively prompted Wang Lai to unleash a palm strike. In an instant, a gigantic, fiery hand materialized in the sky, descending upon Yi Changsheng. The terrifying heat distorted the very fabric of space around them. This is bad. As soon as he struck, Wang Lai regretted his action. He had only intended to subdue Yi Changsheng, yet had inadvertently unleashed his full power. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the soul realm, a full-force strike could easily overwhelm not just Yi Changsheng, but even some of the more formidable elders within the sect. However, it was too late to retract his attack. He could only watch helplessly as the fiery hand descended. Yi Changsheng, exhilarated yet anxious, prayed inwardly, "Please, dear system, do not fail me." Boom. The fiery hand crashed down, exploding upon contact with Yi Changsheng and transforming into a massive cloud of flames that enveloped him. For a moment, everyone's vision was obscured, and all that could be seen was a fragrant roasted crane plummeting from the sky. This is it. The crane is charred to perfection. Elder Yi must have been vaporized. Wang Lai thought in panic. Had he truly slain Elder Yi? This was a grave situation. The disciples, drawn by the commotion, gazed at the fiery cloud and the falling crane with expressions of shock and disbelief. Master, have you killed Elder Yi? Yanxi exclaimed, his face pale as he stared at Wang Lai. If Yi Changsheng was truly dead, even Wang Lai, as the second elder of the sect, would not escape unscathed. Wang Lai remained silent, his expression a mix of suspicion and concern as he stared at the swirling flames, sensing a formidable presence emerging from within. This aura was not only powerful, but rivaled his own. Meanwhile, within the fire cloud, Yi Changsheng was enveloped in a layer of dark azure energy that shielded him from the searing heat. His once wrinkled and aged visage began to transform. The wrinkles faded. Skin tightened. Although he retained the appearance of an elderly man, the aura of senescence dissipated, giving him an ethereal presence. Ding! Host has encountered an attack from the 9th level of the Soul Realm, triggering a passive ability, granting ascendance to the 9th level of the Celestial Realm. It worked, Yi Changsheng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wait, the 9th level of the Celestial Realm? According to the continent's classification of cultivation realms, Spirit Realm, Mountain Moving Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Cave Void Realm, Soul Realm, Celestial Realm, Path Seeking Realm, Saint, Saint King, Great Saint, Quasi-Emperor, Emperor. Wasn't this a significant leap? Ding! Does the host look down upon me? The system clearly states it is a promotion by an entire major realm. A mere minor realm would only make others think I am incapable. Yi Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, merely giving a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. The Celestial Realm could be considered a powerful force in its own right, and even the Xuantian Sword Sect, the overlord of Qingzhou, would struggle to find many like him. More importantly, Celestial Realm cultivators enjoyed exceptionally long lifespans. With this thought, Yi Changsheng summoned his information panel. Host, Yi Changsheng. Identity, ordinary elder of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Age, 129, remaining 2,871 years. Cultivation, 9th level of the Celestial Realm. Indeed, the age section had changed. It no longer indicated just 1 hour remaining, but had transformed into over 2,000 years. Yi Changsheng exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Grandma, there's no need for you to come for me. Having achieved his objective, Yi Changsheng waved his hand to disperse the surrounding fire cloud, reappearing before the onlookers. Is that Elder Yi? He is not dead? They thought, astonished. I must be hallucinating. I should see less of my junior sister. My mind is playing tricks on me. Despite some changes to his appearance, the disciples quickly recognized him. Sensing the powerful energy coursing through his body, Yi Changsheng felt an overwhelming urge to test his newfound strength. He extended his palm towards Wang Lai, summoning a dark azure hand above his head, prepared to unleash his might. The Celestial Realm? Wang Lai gazed at the descending hand, feeling the terrifying energy within. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly conjured a shield to protect himself. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued, dust and debris swirling around as Wang Lai, along with his shield, was sent hurtling into the void. When the dust settled, a massive palm imprint marred the ground, and in the center lay Wang Lai. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene before them. My goodness, this has escalated. Yi Changsheng's expression mirrored their shock. Fortunately, he had only exerted a fraction of his power. Wang Lai should be unharmed. After a prolonged moment of silence, it was Yanxi who snapped back to reality, rushing to Wang Lai's side, exclaiming, Master, are you all right? Cough, cough, ugh. Wang Lai coughed twice, expelling the dirt from his mouth, and rose from the pit, sustaining no injuries. His gaze fell upon a shield nearby, revealing an expression of profound sorrow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous fine cracks marring its surface. Damn it, this was a half-step celestial artifact. I had scrimped and saved for this one excellent defensive tool, and it was utterly ruined with a single slap. The thought sent a shiver of dread through him, instilling a hint of fear in his glance towards Yi Changsheng. If that had struck him, he would have surely perished. A mighty being of the Celestial Realm had disguised himself as a mere practitioner of the Spirit Realm. What a ruse. Yi Changsheng, feeling the weight of Wang Lai's stare, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it was his fault. He could only hope to make amends in the future. I just remembered. The fire for alchemy in my cave hasn't been extinguished. I must take my leave. Changsheng awkwardly declared, landing on solid ground. He gazed at the half-cooked little white on the ground, inhaled deeply, and sighed. Ah, little white, you smell so delectable. Cough, may you have a safe journey. When you are reincarnated, I shall surely find you a mate. Chapter 3. System Task, Self-Castration for Failure? Once Changsheng had completely departed, a flurry of discussions erupted around him. How terrifying. He actually sent Elder Wang flying with a single slap. Isn't Elder Wang just a small fry of the spirit realm? What is going on? Could it be that Elder Wang's true identity is that of a powerful figure, and his previous appearances were merely a fade? On a distant peak, the Master and the Grand Elder of the Xuantian Sword Sect observed the direction Changsheng had taken, their expressions peculiar. Grand Elder, what do you make of this? Master Xianxiaaudiobooks asked nonchalantly. From the aura that erupted moments ago, it is clear that Changsheng has reached the celestial realm. Yet, I do not understand why a genius like him would choose to disguise himself as a lowly practitioner of the spirit realm, the Grand Elder pondered. It seems that our Elder Yi is not as simple as he appears, Xianxiaaudiobooks mused thoughtfully. However, as long as he does not commit any acts detrimental to the sect, we shall let him be. A celestial being over 100 years old is not something even the most esteemed sacred grounds could easily produce. If he fully matures, he could certainly lead our Xuantian Sword Sect to greater heights, perhaps even establish a sacred cultivation ground. With this thought, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. Unbeknownst to Changsheng, two formidable figures were covertly observing him as he cradled Little White and returned to the Medicine Peak. He found a sight blessed by the winds and laid the creature to rest with tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. As he looked at the small mound of earth before him, he burned several paper cranes in tribute. Little White, I'll burn a few brides for you. Do use them sparingly, as my craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. Ding. Host, if you are this sorrowful, would you like to adopt another one? The system's voice suddenly chimed in, as cold as ever. What? Adopt another one? Changsheng was taken aback, bewildered by the system's peculiar reasoning. Forget it. I do not wish to experience the loss of another white-haired companion. Shaking his head, he rejected the system's proposal. Ding. System has issued a task. To alleviate the host's emotions, please recruit a suitable disciple to accompany you within 1 month. Completing the task will yield generous rewards. Ultimately, the system bore the brunt of it all, fearing the host's overwhelming sorrow, thus issuing the task. Changsheng's expression turned astonished. System, you are quite humane. Accepting the task joyfully, he mused that with his current cultivation, it would be a mere trifle to recruit a disciple. A month later, where am I supposed to find a disciple with great fortune for you? In a void 1,000 miles from the Xuantian Sword Sect, Changsheng exclaimed in frustration. He initially thought that recruiting a disciple with good talent would suffice, but the system had insisted that the disciple must possess great fortune, or they would not be worthy. A month passed, and he had tirelessly searched without a moment's rest, even appearing somewhat haggard from prolonged use of his divine sense. Ding. The host has misunderstood. The system specified a suitable disciple. Reminder. The host has half a day remaining. If such a simple task cannot be completed, please self-castrate as an act of contrition. This was outright revenge. Could the phrase self-castrate be tossed around so casually? Changsheng's face darkened, feeling certain that the system was retaliating for his earlier refusal of its suggestion. Cursing under his breath, he tore through the void before him and vanished. Tianhua City. This bustling metropolis lay 100,000 miles from the Xuantian Sword Sect, teeming with cultivators. At this moment, a diminutive figure stood outside a tavern, clad in tattered clothing. With only one shoe adorning his feet, the other lost to the winds of fate. Gurgle a sound emanated from his stomach. An MOU timidly peered inside at the patrons, specifically at the food upon their tables. After what felt like an eternity, a table finally cleared, leaving behind a half-eaten chicken leg. Hesitation flickered across MOU's face. Gurgle, his stomach rumbled anew, and he cast aside his doubts, sprinting into the tavern. Yet, just as he grasped the chicken leg, a hand seized him, snatching the leg away. What kind of little beggar are you? Is this place for you? The tavern attendant sneered, looking at the small beggar with disdain. Let me go, let me go? MOU struggled in midair. Haha, wanna eat? The attendant chuckled wickedly, tossing both the chicken leg and the boy out into the street. Ouch! MOU groaned as he struggled to rise, ignoring the pain in his hands and feet as he searched the ground for something. Just then, the ground trembled, accompanied by shrieks, as if some terrifying calamity had befallen the area. Boom. Help, help. No. MOU turned to behold a massive crocodile spirit beast charging toward him. On its back stood a haughty youth, wielding a long whip, mercilessly striking the passers-by. Those caught in the street, unable to evade, were either flung aside or cruelly devoured. Ha ha ha, you lowly commoners dare to block my path. The young master laughed arrogantly. As the favored scion of the Wu family in Tianhua City, he reveled in commanding his spirit pet to torment the common folk. To him, the lives of these commoners held no value whatsoever. Just as the crocodile opened its foul maw, poised to consume the small boy, a figure materialized from thin air, standing protectively in front of Mou. Yi Changsheng regarded the gaping maw of the beast with calm demeanor, extending his right hand and grasping the air. Bang! The spirit crocodile, merely at the Purple Mansion realm, along with its arrogant rider, erupted in an instant, leaving behind a cloud of blood mist that filled the air. Silence. The entire street fell utterly still, with not a sound to be heard, as all present stared in shock at the scene, oblivious to the splattering blood that rained down upon them. Just moments ago, the ferocious spirit crocodile met its demise, leaving behind no trace, not even a corpse. Ugh, ugh. After a while, some individuals who had regained their senses hurriedly stepped aside, bending over to vomit. Yi Changsheng paid them no mind. Instead, he turned to scrutinize the little creature behind him. Just as he passed through Tianhua City, the system had suddenly informed him that there were individuals of significance within the city, leading to the earlier spectacle. Are you certain this little one is the destined child of great fortune? Yi Changsheng regarded the filthy child before him with skepticism. Is it possible that the chosen ones of this era have fallen so low? Chapter 4. The Solar Sacred Body. Wu family seeks revenge. Ding. Please do not doubt the system's judgment, host. As the system's voice faded, an interface materialized in Yi Changsheng's mind. Name, Mou. Age, 6 years. Cultivation realm, mortal. Cultivation aptitude, Solar Sacred Body, awakening pending, reincarnated ancient sage. Solar Sacred Body. By heavens. Yi Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the little being. More than the reincarnation of a sage, what captivated him were the words Solar Sacred Body. In antiquity, the progenitor of the human race, the Solar Sacred Emperor, possessed this very physique. During that era, numerous ancient clans dominated the land, while humanity was weak, often reduced to mere livestock for the other races. The Solar Sacred Emperor rose amidst such adversity, founding the Solar Immortal Scripture to protect his kin, leaving an indelible mark on history. It was through his efforts that humanity seized the opportunity to rise, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the realm. This little creature before him, sharing the same constitution as the Solar Sacred Emperor, must be accepted. Even if he resisted, he would forcibly take the child away. Mou did not comprehend why the elderly man was staring intently at him, but he understood that the man had just saved him, so he felt no fear. Little one, are you hungry? Let me take you to eat something. Yi Changsheng smiled, recalling how he had seen the child scavenge a chicken leg in the tavern moments ago. Aye. Mou looked uncertainly at the tavern, evidently recalling how he had been unceremoniously thrown out by the waiter. Observing this, Yi Changsheng chuckled, taking his hand and leading him toward the tavern. Senior, you have stirred up great trouble. It would be wise to leave quickly, an elderly gentleman interjected urgently, his expression fraught with concern. Indeed, you have slain the young master of the Wu family. They will not let this go. You must depart at once, or it will be too late, others chimed in. In their eyes, the Wu family was the most powerful cultivation clan in Tianhua City, with countless strong warriors and formidable cultivators at the Void Realm. Although this elder appeared formidable, he could not possibly contend with the Wu family. The Wu family? So they have backing, Yi Changsheng mused, gleaning from the surrounding voices that the youth he had crushed was of notable lineage. Yet, what did that matter? A mere Void Realm cultivator could be easily dispatched by him. Even against more powerful foes, with the system as his boon, he felt no trepidation. Given the brazen behavior of the young master on the streets, it was likely that the Wu family was not as noble as they seemed. It might be for the best. Should they come seeking vengeance, he might find an opportunity to eradicate this tumor. Thanking the elderly gentleman for his concern, Yi Changsheng led Mou straight into the tavern. Alas, what a shame, such a good person, the old man sighed, sensing that Yi Changsheng would not be long for this world. Inside the tavern, the waiter, upon seeing the two enter, quickly retreated to a corner, fear evident in his gaze. The bloody scene from earlier had left a profound impact on him, especially since he had been the one to toss Mou out. He feared that Yi Changsheng might do the same to him. Humph. Yi Changsheng merely snorted coldly, making no further moves. Unexpectedly, even this minimal response caused the waiter to faint, a puddle of liquid pooling beneath him. Yi Changsheng was at a loss for words. Was this man truly so cowardly? After enjoying a delightful meal in the tavern, Yi Changsheng regarded Mou and asked, Little one, would you like to follow this old man from now on? Mou's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Yi Changsheng. Why should I follow you? My grandfather told me not to go with strangers. Because following me means you'll have meat to eat. Surely you don't want to go hungry again, do you? Yi Changsheng coaxed, resembling a cunning trickster attempting to persuade a child. Okay. Mou's eyes sparkled. Without a trace of hesitation, instantly discarding his grandfather's admonitions. Excellent. From now on, you shall be my most esteemed disciple, Changsheng exclaimed joyfully. Taking on a disciple wasn't so challenging after all. Children were, indeed, obedient. Ding. Host has completed the disciple acceptance task. Rewards include the sacred scripture of the Green Lotus Sword. Reward, Eye of Insight. Reward, a packet of enlightenment tea. Reward, Heavenly Realm Artifact. The Green Flood Dragon Sword. Hiss. As the system's notifications rang out consecutively, Changsheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Was the system always this generous? The Green Lotus Sword scripture, said to be left behind by the ancient sage Li Tai, promised that upon reaching its zenith, one could transform into myriad swords of green lotus, wielding unparalleled combat prowess. The Eye of Insight revealed all information about foes, including their cultivation and realm. Enlightenment tea was a treasure for cultivation. It was well known that once cultivators reached the soul realm, further advancement required not only the accumulation of spiritual energy, but also the attainment of insight, and enlightenment tea facilitated rapid entry into a state of understanding, even leading to epiphanies. Merely these few rewards made Changsheng feel that the arduous days of travel were worth it. As for the Heavenly Realm Artifact, it was perfectly suited for his current needs. With a thought, a dark azure long sword materialized in his hand. Roar! An ethereal dragon's cry resonated, and a fierce sword aura surged forth, with nearby ornamental plants visibly wilting at an alarming rate, as if their life force was being siphoned away. Fortunately, Changsheng swiftly contained it, preventing any harm to Mou beside him. The Green Flood Dragon, such a formidable sword aura, Changsheng marveled at the withered potted plants. Just a Heavenly Realm Artifact, and its leaked sword aura could obliterate the vitality of the plants. What might the scene be like with an artifact of the Dao realm, or even a holy weapon? Suddenly, Changsheng's brow furrowed, his expression turning icy as he grasped Mou and vanished from the tavern. In the next moment, boom, the tavern collapsed in an instant, reduced to ruins. Thankfully, all the patrons had fled before Changsheng entered. Otherwise, it would have been a senseless loss of life. High above, the ancestor of the Wu family gazed down at the dust-shrouded ruins, slowly retracting his hand. With his strength at the 5th level of the Void Realm, coupled with a surprise attack, it was certain that none within the tavern had survived. Those who dare to kill my Wu family shall pay 1,000-fold. The Wu ancestor's face twisted with malice. His most cherished descendant had been brutally killed for slaying a few commoners, even leaving no remains behind. When he had received the news, he nearly fainted from rage, and a tide of murderous intent surged within him. Even if he were to kill the perpetrator now, it would not quell his fury. His cold gaze shifted to the surrounding civilians. His descendant was dead, yet these commoners continued to live unharmed. A crimson glint of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the Wu family patriarch as he cruelly declared, "I want them all to pay with their lives." Upon hearing these words, the disciples trailing behind him revealed a bloodthirsty expression. "Yes, ancestor. Kill." Several young members of the Wu clan scattered like wraiths, rushing towards the defenseless civilians below, as though the harbingers of death had descended upon them. "No, please, save me. Don't kill me. Why? Why must you slay us?" The terrified cries of the masses erupted, and chaos ensued in the streets, filled with wails and pleas for mercy. Some questioned the rationale behind their impending doom, bewildered as to why they were being targeted when they had done no wrong. "Heh, a bunch of ants. It is your weakness that seals your fate," sneered one of the Wu disciples. To them, these commoners were akin to livestock, to be slaughtered at will. Aside from the fool buried beneath the rubble, who would dare to offend the Wu family over a handful of lowly peasants? In Tianhua City, the Wu clan reigned supreme, just as despair engulfed the crowd, and they felt their doom was inevitable. A chilling voice emerged from the billowing dust of the ruins. "Is that so? To you, they are mere ants. Similarly, you are but larger ants in my eyes." Chapter 5. The Annihilation of the Wu Family Patriarch. Who is there? Several Wu disciples shouted fiercely, their gazes fixated below, oblivious to the impending arrival of death. As the dust settled, Changsheng released Mou and slowly raised one hand, fingers outstretched, unleashing a barrage of sword chi from his fingertips. "Kill." The disciples barely had time to react before they were pierced, blood holes the size of fingers appearing in their skulls, their lifeless bodies plummeting from the sky. First, the clan's disciples unleashed their savage beasts, and now they even vented their wrath upon mortals. They deserve to die. "It's him. He is alive. Wonderful, we are saved." Yet, could he truly contend with the Wu family patriarch? Some rejoiced at Changsheng's survival and his assistance in dispatching the descending Wu disciples, while others doubted his ability to overcome the patriarch. After all, in their minds, the patriarch was the ancestral figure of a powerful lineage, not someone easily defeated. seeking death. The Wu Patriarch's eyes blazed with intense fury at the audacity of someone daring to slay his kin before him, especially one who had previously killed his descendants. Without hesitation, he raised a hand to strike Yi Changsheng, the force of his palm howling through the air with an overwhelming might. In response to this formidable attack, Yi Changsheng merely waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, effortlessly dissipating the assault. This is impossible. The Wu Patriarch's face contorted in horror. To so easily neutralize his strike, one would need to be at the peak of the Void Realm. Yet, looking at Yi Changsheng, the Patriarch found it hard to believe his opponent could possess such prowess, having spent centuries cultivating to reach merely the 5th level of the Void Realm. Could it be that age had rendered him feeble? You are far too weak. Yi Changsheng appeared behind the Wu Patriarch, his hand gently resting upon the latter's nape. What? The Patriarch's body went cold with dread. He was utterly unaware of when Yi Changsheng had arrived at his back. He attempted to resist, only to be horrified to find himself completely immobilized, as if bound by ethereal chains. Binding the void, the soul realm? The Patriarch was struck with terror. To bind the void required mastery beyond the soul realm. This old man was a being of the soul realm? How could such an ancient entity be present in Tianhua City? He dared not contemplate further. For merely being in the soul realm was enough for him to be crushed effortlessly. In that moment, the Wu Patriarch was enveloped by profound fear. Senior, please spare my life. At that juncture, notions of vengeance and dignity became trivial. He could only think of preserving his existence. Spare you? Yi Changsheng snorted coldly, casting a glance at the ruins that were once a tavern. You regard them as ants, unaware that you too are merely a slightly larger ant. However, I can grant you a chance. If you can escape my line of sight within 3 breaths, I shall spare your life. Yi Changsheng released his binding and took a step back, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The Wu Patriarch, freed from his confinement, immediately retreated 100 meters. His face a mask of terror as he gazed at Yi Changsheng, desperate to plead for mercy. Senior, now you shall experience what it feels like to be an ant. The game has begun, Yi Changsheng interrupted. One breath. Seeing that Yi Changsheng was resolute in his intent to kill, the Wu Patriarch's expression hardened, and he unleashed his agility to flee into the distance. 2 breaths. The Patriarch, filled with dread, struck his chest forcefully, expelling 3 mouthfuls of blood that coalesced into runes, transforming him into a beam of crimson light that raced several miles away in the blink of an eye. I shall pay the price of 30 years of lifespan to execute the blood escape secret technique, even if you are truly a being of the soul realm. You cannot catch me in the short term. His face twisted with malice as he vowed that once he grew stronger, he would return to annihilate everyone. Just as he believed he had evaded death, Yi Changsheng, miles away, slowly raised his hand, fingers aligned. 3 breaths. Qinglian Sword Scripture. Let me see the extent of your power. A delicate azure lotus flower coalesced, slicing through the air and striking the fleeing Wu Patriarch. Instantly, the lotus erupted, transforming into countless strands of sword chi that shredded him into oblivion. Not bad. Yi Changsheng regarded the vanishing figure of the Wu Patriarch with a measure of satisfaction for the power of that strike. Incredible. He effortlessly dispatched the Patriarch of the Wu clan. Could this venerable elder be a hidden powerhouse? Wonderful. We are saved. Witnessing Yi Changsheng's triumph over the Wu Patriarch, the crowd erupted in cheers, their gazes toward him now imbued with reverence. In the Wu family estate, within the council hall, the family head sat broodingly at the helm, a thick aura of malevolence surrounding him. Below, several elders dared not utter a word, the atmosphere in the hall oppressive. They awaited the Patriarch's return with the head of the murderer, intending to eradicate both him and the family in retribution. This was the consequence of inciting the wrath of the Wu clan. Suddenly, a panicked disciple burst into the hall, kneeling and crying out, "Family head, ancestor. The ancestor's soul lamp has extinguished." With a collective gasp, everyone in the hall rose to their feet, exclaiming, "What?" The family head, Wu Yong, darted forward. Confronting the disciple with a thunderous voice, "Repeat that. What has happened to the ancestor?" "Just now, the ancestor's soul lamp has gone out." The disciple stammered, bewildered. "Impossible." Wu Yong bellowed, kicking the disciple away, his figure vanishing from the council hall. Following closely, several elders rushed towards the ancestral hall. However, before they could arrive, a desperate scream erupted from the direction of the hall. "Ancestor!" Upon hearing that voice, the elders froze, knowing that the ancestor had indeed fallen. At that moment, as if the heavens themselves were shifting, a colossal vortex appeared above the ancestral hall. Subsequently, a gigantic hand emerged from within, descending upon the Wu family, who were all rendered aghast. The earth trembled violently, and in an instant, the ancestral hall, along with Wu Yong, was erased from existence. All that remained was a massive palm imprint, with the lines of the fingers distinctly etched. Was this the result of a formidable power striking from afar? Several elders stood aghast, their bodies rigid with fear, too terrified to make a single move. For the first time in their lives, they were grateful for their sluggishness. At the same time, they realized that the one who had struck was likely the very person who had slain their ancestor. The Wu family had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Meanwhile, Changsheng smiled faintly, choosing not to obliterate the Wu family entirely at once. Such an insipid demise would be far too lenient for them. Given the Wu family's disposition, it was certain they had numerous enemies. With the loss of both their ancestor and patriarch, it was likely that they would not have to wait until dawn. Their adversaries would come knocking by nightfall. Let them perish in terror. After all, Tianhua City was a veritable treasure trove. Vengeance and resource acquisition would serve a dual purpose. His gaze scanned the crowd and landed on the innkeeper. Changsheng offered him a small pouch of spirit stones as compensation for the inn. In worldly terms, a single low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 400 taels of gold, enough to establish 10 more inns. Chapter 6. Returning to the sect. The dilemma of the sacred body's training. Changsheng took Mou under his wing and set off towards the direction of the Xuantian Sword Sect. The disciples had been gathered, and troubles resolved. It was time to return to the sect. High above, Mou gazed wide-eyed at the earth below, her small face alight with excitement, devoid of any fear. "Grandpa, where are we going?" "Home," Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. "You can't call me Grandpa anymore. You'll refer to me as Master." "Master? What is a master?" Mou asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with innocent naivety. "A master is not just any object. A master is indeed something to be revered." Changsheng chuckled lightly. With a swift motion, he playfully rapped Mou on the head. "Why did you hit me, Grandpa?" She pouted, feeling aggrieved. Another playful tap followed. In such a jovial atmosphere, the two quickly returned to the entrance of the mountain gate. The entrance to the Xuantian Sword Sect was guarded by a prohibitive array, forbidding flight. Anyone wishing to enter must pass through the gate on foot. This was a sect rule, a testament to the sect's authority. Upon seeing Changsheng, a guarding elder hurried forward to pay his respects. "Greetings, Elder Yi." Yunshan discreetly observed Changsheng, his expression tinged with respect. The tale of Changsheng's single-handedly sending the second elder flying had spread throughout the sect in recent days. Now, everyone knew that the elder they had perceived as merely a spirit realm practitioner was, in fact, an extraordinary being, a power above the heavens. "Elder Yi, this is..." Yunshan suddenly noticed the small figure accompanying Changsheng. "This is my disciple, Mou. Greet your uncle master." "Hello, Uncle Master," Mou said timidly. "Oh, yes, Yunshan stammered, taken aback. He was just an ordinary elder at the cave void realm and never expected such courtesy from Changsheng. Producing a jade pendant, he handed it to Mou. "I don't have much to offer, but please accept this jade pendant as a token of our meeting." Changsheng quickly discerned that this was a passive defensive artifact. Judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it should withstand attacks from those below the 5th level of the cave void realm. Such an artifact was indeed a precious treasure for someone as young as Mou. Mou looked to Changsheng, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she reached out to accept the jade pendant. "Thank you, Uncle Master." Changsheng smiled and turned to Yunshan. "My young disciple is still quite small and may need someone to attend to her daily needs. Would Elder Yun be able to arrange for a suitable caretaker? He was usually alone at Yaofeng, and with a child now in his care. It was just right to have someone to look after her." "Of course, I'll make arrangements immediately," Yunshan replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Who was Changsheng? Being in the company of such a powerful figure meant that any casual guidance would be immensely beneficial. Coincidentally, he had a granddaughter who could assist. After bidding farewell to Yunshan, Changsheng returned to the small courtyard at Yaofeng with Mou. While it was termed a small courtyard, it was merely a modest wooden cabin. The former occupant had solely focused on concocting longevity pills and had little regard for his living conditions. "Master, is this our home?" Mou asked gleefully, gazing at the quaint courtyard. Though it paled in comparison to the grand palaces they had seen along the way, it was a vast improvement over her previous life of sleeping on the streets. Changsheng surveyed the spirit energy-deficient courtyard and frowned. The former occupant had been lacking in talent. Residing here as a lowly spirit realm practitioner was one thing, but now that was no longer acceptable. If Mou was to cultivate here, considerable renovations were necessary to enhance the density of spiritual energy. "Indeed, you will stay here for now, but in a few days, I shall provide you with a better place," Changsheng assured her. He then produced a wooden tub nearly as tall as Mou herself and summoned a stream of spiritual spring water to fill it. "What are you doing, Master?" Mou asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Preparing your bath," he said, swiftly removing her soiled garments. "Ah!" Mou shrieked, hastily covering herself, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Oh, Look at you, shy little one. Your master has seen far more than this. Yi Changsheng chuckled, his expression mischievous. As he playfully flicked her hand away, she gasped, nearly losing her breath. Master you. Mo protested, indignant. She was 6 years old, not a mere toddler. All right, no more games, Yi Changsheng relented. Quickly lifting her and tossing her into the tub. Watching her flounder in the tub, he set down a set of clean clothes and made his way to a nearby recliner. Lying back, he pondered how to instruct Mo in her cultivation. Awakening her solar sacred body would be a simple task for him, but determining the appropriate cultivation method posed a significant challenge. Ordinarily, the ideal course would be to cultivate the solar immortal sutra created by the Holy Emperor. However, this sacred scripture had long been lost to the annals of time. Not even the Xuantian Sword Sect or the undying sacred land could locate it. If she were to practice another method, it would fail to unlock the full potential of her solar sacred body. After much contemplation, he could not devise a suitable plan. It truly was a headache. It seemed that being a master was no easy feat. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Yi Changsheng found solace in the fact that Mo was still young. They could lay a solid foundation for her, and there was still time to consider her cultivation methods. If all else failed, he could simply opt for an alternative approach. Elder Yi, I am Xianxian, seeking an audience, a melodious voice called from outside the courtyard, interrupting Yi Changsheng's thoughts. Rising to his feet, he looked up to see a tall, delicately featured young woman standing just beyond the threshold. Come in and speak, Yi Changsheng gestured, taking in the details of the young woman. Name, Xian. Age, 20. Status, inner disciple of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Cultivation level, 8th level of the mountain shifting realm. As Xian entered the courtyard and sensed the thin spiritual energy, she was taken aback. How could this be? The energy here was even weaker than that of her own dwelling. How had Elder Yi managed to cultivate in such conditions? Was this the distinction between a prodigy and an ordinary person? As these thoughts swirled within, his countenance betrayed not a hint of emotion. Instead, he bowed respectfully and declared, Disciple has been summoned. Please, Elder Yi, give your instructions. He believed Elder Yun had already briefed him on the matter at hand. Are you aware of the circumstances? Yi Changsheng inquired. I am aware, the disciple replied. Excellent. Yi Changsheng gestured toward the side, where the freshly bathed Mo awaited. Simply attend to this little one's daily needs, and during the remainder of your time, you may cultivate at your leisure. Yes, I understand, the disciple affirmed. Xian nodded and turned her gaze toward Mo, her eyes sparkling with delight. The little one had donned clean garments, with his clear, bright eyes and delicate features. He appeared exceedingly endearing, shedding the guise of a small beggar he once bore. Sister, hello, Mo timidly uttered, still adjusting to the presence of strangers. The spiritual energy here is quite sparse, yet the resources within will aid your cultivation, Yi Changsheng remarked, handing Xian a storage ring. Previously acquired from vanquishing the Wu family patriarch. He had little use for its contents, and it served as a fitting reward for Xian's assistance. After all, in order to enlist someone's aid, one must offer some form of incentive. Little one, master must step out for a while. You are to listen attentively to your senior sister. Otherwise, Yi Changsheng glanced at Mo and made a snapping gesture with his fingers. Mo's face instantly flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over him. Yi Changsheng chuckled softly, his figure vanishing from sight. He was rather impoverished and intended to visit other elders to procure some resources to assist the little one in establishing his foundation. Chapter 7. The Enlightenment Tea. The second elder nearly misses a great opportunity. Xian gazed at the vanishing figure of Yi Changsheng and then at the storage ring in her hand. Her expression one of bewilderment. The resources within, surely abundant enough to fill the ring, were being given to her so readily? She probed her consciousness into the ring. In the next moment, a look of astonishment enveloped Xian's face, her disbelief palpable. The sheer quantity of resources was staggering. At first glance, the low-grade spirit stones stacked therein reached half her height, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. There were hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones, and even in a corner, she spotted several high-grade spirit stones. Additionally, various spirit herbs and cultivation manuals lay within. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a long sword. The blade shimmered with a silvery sheen, emanating a formidable chill that threatened to freeze her spiritual sense. Is this of the? Xian gasped, astonished that such a powerful artifact existed. How extravagant. When I arrived, my grandfather spoke of this as a significant opportunity. I must seize it. She had not anticipated receiving such an abundance of resources upon her arrival. Even as the mountain guardian elder, Yunshan, she had never encountered such treasures. With this storage ring, she would not only reach the but could certainly attain the late stage of the. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Yi Changsheng arrived at a peak. The Xuantian Sword Sect was renowned for its 5 peaks and 12 halls, each main peak guarded by a core elder, effectively a master of that peak. Before him lay the Qian Peak, overseen by the second elder. The entire Qian Peak was adorned with fire-attributed spirit trees, resembling a mountain perpetually ablaze. Even from a distance, one could feel the heat waves radiating towards them. At the foot of the mountain stood 2 disciples on guard, one of whom was a familiar face. "Yi, Elder Yi," Yan Shi exclaimed upon seeing Yi Changsheng's sudden appearance, his expression one of dismay. For he had been severely affected by Yi Changsheng's previous actions. "Ah, little Yin, your Qian Peak is rather unique. A distinguished elder's direct disciple is stationed here as a gatekeeper?" Yi Changsheng remarked, somewhat surprised. He did not recall this being a tradition of Qian Peak. Hearing this, Yan Shi's face fell. He thought to himself, "Am I here guarding the gate because of you?" Ever since the second elder had been sent flying by a single palm strike, he had been blamed for provoking Yi Changsheng, leading to his own misfortune. Consequently, he had been punished and forced to guard the gate, under the guise of facilitating introspection. However, even so, he dared not voice his grievances, fully aware of the terrifying strength of the man before him, and could only cast a resentful glance at Yi Changsheng, saying, "Elder Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Changsheng felt somewhat awkward under the scrutiny and surmised that the lad must have been reprimanded by the second elder. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and replied, "I seek the second elder, please guide me." Each main peak was imbued with numerous formations from the summit to the base, and without an entry token. Ordinary individuals could not enter. While he could force his way through due to his cultivation, it was unnecessary. Yan Shi took a cautious step back, eyeing Yi Changsheng with apprehension. Is he here to cause trouble? If my master were to be reprimanded again, I would suffer the consequences. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Elder Yi, your purpose in seeking my master is?" Yi Changsheng, exasperated, wondered why he needed to tread so carefully. "I am not here to cause trouble. Now, lead the way," he said, slightly displeased. "Why yes," Yan Shi stammered, startled, and quickly relayed a few instructions to another disciple before retrieving the entry token and leading the way. "Rest assured, I shall vindicate you." Yi Changsheng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Yan Shi trembled slightly, hoping fervently that Yi Changsheng would not exhibit the same erratic behavior as before. With the entry token in hand, the two moved unhindered and soon reached the peak. "Elder Yi, I must return to my post," Yan Shi said hastily upon arriving at the summit, well aware of his master's fiery temperament and feeling that staying would be unsafe. With that, he dashed down the mountain. Yi Changsheng found the situation amusing. It seemed the prior incident had left a lasting impression on the lad. Just then, a loud voice rang out. "Yi Lao Lu, what brings you to my Qian Peak?" Wang Lai appeared in midair, his expression one of anger directed at Yi Changsheng. This old fellow had shattered his centuries of dignity with a single slap, rendering him too ashamed to step outside for days, fearing the gossip surrounding him. Halfway up the mountain, Yan Shi shuddered, silently grateful for his swift departure. Yi Changsheng regarded Wang Lai with a faint smile and replied, "I have been rather idle lately, and merely wish to enjoy a cup of tea with the second elder and discuss the Tao." "Get lost. I have no interest in tea or discussions of the Tao. If you linger too long, do not blame me for activating the great formation to suppress you." Wang Lai waved his hand impatiently, eager to dismiss Yi Changsheng. "Very well, if the second elder does not welcome me, I shall take my leave," Yi Changsheng said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, preparing to turn away. "Wait, what is that?" Wang Lai's gaze fixed intently on Yi Changsheng's outstretched palm, where 2 translucent leaves emitted a faint Taoist aura. Enlightenment tea. Wang Lai's heart raced. He had only seen such treasures in ancient tomes, never expecting to encounter them in person. Could it be that when he spoke of tea, he meant enlightenment tea? How careless of me, Wang Lai thought, realizing he had nearly missed a significant opportunity due to his temper. Swiftly, he rushed forward to grasp Yi Changsheng's departing form. "Well, this elder happens to feel a bit parched, so I shall make an exception and accompany you for a cup of tea." With that, without waiting for Yi Changsheng's response, he seized him and dashed away. The swiftness of his movement was truly remarkable. Before Yi Changsheng could comprehend the situation, he found himself in a courtyard. Wang Lai expertly retrieved the tea set from his storage ring and fixed his gaze directly on Yi Changsheng, with a clear implication, "Present it to me." Yi Changsheng smiled faintly and handed over the Tao Enlightenment tea leaves. Wang Lai accepted the leaves, placed them into the teapot, and summoned a stream of spiritual spring water to pour into the pot. In no time, a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, awakening clarity within both their minds. Truly, it was Tao Enlightenment tea. The mere fragrance instilled in me an overwhelming desire for enlightenment. Wang Lai's eyes sparkled as he intently stared at the teapot. Soon, the tea was ready, and Wang Lai eagerly poured out 2 cups. "Elder Yi, let us drink tea." He first pushed 1 cup in front of Yi Changsheng, then raised the other cup himself, showing no concern for its temperature, and downed it in one gulp. Changsheng watched, astonished. What a display of unrefined exuberance. Shaking his head, he too lifted the cup before him, and, tilting his head back, consumed it in a single swig. After 1 cup of Tao Enlightenment tea, Changsheng felt a slight sweetness from the tea but did not experience the anticipated state of enlightenment. System, why do I not feel any inclination towards enlightenment? Surely you haven't provided me with a counterfeit? Changsheng summoned inwardly. Ding! Adhering to the principles of honesty and integrity, this system never provides counterfeit goods. Then what is going on? Changsheng inquired skeptically. Could it be that his constitution was so lacking that even Tao Enlightenment tea had no effect on him? Ding! Does the host look down upon me? Is it necessary to personally attain enlightenment when possessing the ability to grow stronger passively? Tao Enlightenment tea, for the host, is merely a thirst-quenching beverage. Such logic was irrefutable. Changsheng found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Wang Lai also emerged from his meditative state, smacking his lips with an expression of lingering satisfaction. What a treasure! Just this 1 cup has already made me feel the barrier to the celestial realm stirring within me. Yet it seems insufficient. Merely 2 leaves, Wang Lai lamented. After pouring himself another cup, he swiftly stored the remaining half pot of tea into his storage space. Wow! Changsheng could only stare, utterly dumbfounded. For a bit of Tao Enlightenment tea, he seemed willing to sacrifice his dignity. Such a fluid motion was indeed commendable. Elder Yi, excessive consumption of this tea can lead to insomnia. But this elder is unperturbed, so I shall drink on your behalf, Wang Lai said, his face betraying no shame. Changsheng twitched at the corner of his eye, but decided not to dwell on it. After all, this tea was of no use to him. Besides, he had a considerable supply in his space ring. Elder Second, I actually came here to discuss a matter. Changsheng began. A discussion? Wang Lai's heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, I have heard that Elder Second possesses a vial of 10,000 years spiritual essence. And I wish. Changsheng replied with a faint smile. Although he had reached a high level of cultivation, he lacked any truly valuable treasures, especially those meant for reinforcing the solar sacred body. The 10,000 years spiritual essence, cultivated from the depths of the spiritual vein for over 10 millennia, held a value that rivaled even the entire vein itself. It was the ideal substance for purging impurities from the solar sacred body. When Wang Lai first acquired this vial of essence, he had boasted about it before all the elders. 10,000 years spiritual essence. Wang Lai's expression froze. It dawned on him that Changsheng had not invited him for tea without reason. This was the true agenda. This essence was something he had painstakingly obtained, intended for use after breaking through to the celestial realm to enhance his spiritual power. Reluctantly, he found himself at a loss. Refusing would not be wise, for Changsheng's cultivation surpassed his own. What if that old six turned mad again? Elder Yi, Elder Second, your virtue, your belongings have fallen. Wang Lai's words were abruptly interrupted by Changsheng. Something has fallen? Wang Lai looked down in confusion. On the ground lay a half-open jade box, containing several translucent leaves, Tao Enlightenment tea leaves. Elder Second, did you drop these? Changsheng inquired with a smile, clearly not intending to obtain the 10,000 years spiritual essence for free. Wang Lai glanced between the leaves and Changsheng. This was a blatant insult. Was he truly the kind of man who would compromise over a few leaves of Tao Enlightenment tea? To be honest, he was. Indeed, they are mine. Wang Lai chuckled as he picked up the jade box. By the way, you mentioned wanting to discuss something with me? I have heard that Elder Second possesses 10,000 years spiritual essence. I hope you will part with it, Changsheng said, maintaining his cooperative demeanor. Merely a vial of 10,000 years spiritual essence? If Elder Yi desires it, take it without hesitation. Wang Lai waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a flash of white light, a jade vial appeared in his hand, which he extended toward Changsheng. The vial was semi-transparent, revealing a milky white liquid within. At the foot of the scarlet flame peak, Xianxia occasionally cast worried glances toward the peak's summit. It had been 2 hours. Why had Elder Yi not descended yet? Brother Yan, in just 2 short hours, you have looked up 1,238 times, a fellow disciple teased, observing Xianxi's anxiousness. Do you think Elder Yi is still up there? What if they got into a fight? Xianxi voiced his unease. Why not go up and see for yourself? The disciple encouraged, relishing the prospect of excitement. Go up? I dare not, Xianxi replied. If a fight truly broke out, his master would surely be at a disadvantage. Wouldn't that be akin to offering himself as a punching bag? He could discern which option was less favorable, enduring a beating now or later. Perhaps I should just step out for a while? Xianxi mused, contemplating whether to hide for a few days until the storm passed. The memory of the recent beating still lingered painfully in his mind. Glancing up at the peak one last time, he prepared to make his escape. However, this last glance left him frozen in place, his expression one of disbelief. Ah, this. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Yi Changsheng and Wang Lai were walking down, engaged in jovial conversation, appearing as amicable as brothers. Elder Yi, take care. Elder Second, wait. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Changsheng prepared to depart. Ding, ding, ding. A series of urgent bells resonated throughout the Xuantian Sword Sect, causing Yi Changsheng's expression to shift slightly as he halted his steps. Wang Lai also grew serious, and they exchanged glances before vanishing from sight. An incident was unfolding within the sect. Yan Shi stared in shock as the two figures disappeared, realizing it was the emergency summons bell. 3 chimes signifying a matter of grave importance that could shake the very foundations of the sect. Xiantian Hall. When the two arrived, the place was already thronged with people. The sect leader, Xian Wujia, along with the 10 core elders, had all gathered. In the midst of the crowd, on a bed lay a figure, blood-soaked and unconscious, missing an arm. At this moment, Xian Wujia was administering healing to him. This is the 9th elder? Yi Changsheng's expression grew slightly grave. The 9th elder had long been stationed outside, safeguarding the sect's critical stronghold. How could he have suddenly sustained such severe injuries? Could it be that the stronghold was attacked? Just then, Xian Wujia paused his treatment, standing up to scan the crowd. Before falling unconscious, the 9th elder had uttered only 2 words: enemy attack. Xian Wujia's expression darkened. As the sovereign of Qingzhou, the sect's resource stronghold had actually been assaulted. Moreover, the 9th elder and the 10th elder were guarding the sect's sole superior spiritual stone vein. This not only tarnished the prestige of the Xuantian Sword Sect, but also undermined the very foundation of the sect. What? Seeking death, daring to be so bold? It seems the sect has been too low-key, and some have already forgotten who the true ruler of Qingzhou is. Those damned individuals shall pay. I will personally take their heads. Chapter 9. Crisis of the Sect. Yi Changsheng ambushed. Indeed, let me crush them. The crowd erupted in furious shouts, with the hot-tempered Wang Lai even declaring he would crush their very essence. Xian Wujia nodded slightly. Although the assailants had likely already fled, they still needed to investigate. Furthermore, only the 9th elder had returned, and the fate of the 10th elder, who was supposed to be guarding alongside him, remained uncertain. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Yi Changsheng. Elder Yi, I must trouble you to take a trip. Xian Wujia's eyes were icy, his voice laced with murderous intent. The 9th elder was at the 7th level of the Divine Soul Realm. Those who could injure him thus were at least peak Divine Soul Realm, if not at the Celestial Realm. Among those present, only he, the Grand Elder, and Yi Changsheng were at the Celestial Realm. The Grand Elder was merely at the 1st level of the Celestial Realm, which was not sufficiently secure. Although he could not discern Yi Changsheng's true level, he was certain that he was at least at mid-tier Celestial Realm. Sending Yi Changsheng was indeed fitting. It would also serve to gauge his loyalty to the sect. Very well, I shall depart at once. Yi Changsheng voiced no objections, agreeing that it was the most suitable course of action. After assimilating the memories of his predecessor, he felt a sense of belonging to the sect. At the very least, the atmosphere was pleasant here, devoid of the intrigues often found elsewhere. Elder Yi, do exercise caution. Be sure to crush every last one of those rogues. Yes, crush them completely. As Yi Changsheng departed, the elders behind him called out once more. While they were not entirely clear on Yi Changsheng's strength, they knew he was certainly stronger than they were. In this regard, Wang Lai had the most authority to speak. After leaving the Grand Hall, Yi Changsheng appeared at the mountain gate, tearing open the fabric of space with a wave of his hand, vanishing from sight. He had already learned the location of the vein from Xian Wujia and now needed only to head directly there, somewhere within the Lingzhou mountain range. The stronghold of the Xuantian Sword Sect lay. Once heavily fortified, the area now lay in disarray, strewn with bodies in disarray, the ground soaked in blood. At the center, a gray-haired elder was trapped within a cage, bloodied and motionless, uncertain of whether he was dead or alive. Within a concealed formation, several powerful presences lurked, their cold gazes fixated on the cage. Ancestor, will the Xuantian Sword Sect truly come? A shadowy middle-aged man inquired of the gaunt elder leading them. Humph. This superior spiritual stone vein is the most vital resource for the Xuantian Sword Sect. They cannot afford not to come. Moreover, we have a bait here. The gaunt elder responded coldly. He was the ancestor of the second strongest force in Qingzhou, the Jiuyu sect, known as Luo Jiuyu. In recent years, the Jiuyu sect had grown increasingly powerful, consistently seeking to dethrone the Xuantian Sword Sect and claim the position of sovereign over Qingzhou. A month prior, the Jiuyu ancestor had unexpectedly discovered this spiritual vein, leading to the current predicament. What if their forces are too strong? The shadowy middle-aged man expressed unease. After all, The Xuantian Sword Sect was the overlord of Qingzhou, possessing formidable strength. This spiritual mind was of such significance to them that they could not rule out the possibility of summoning powers greater than that of the ancestor. I deliberately let that 7th-level divine soul escape to mislead them, making them believe the attacker's strength would not be too great. The Jiuyu ancestor's eyes gleamed coldly. With his 6th-level celestial realm strength, combined with the traps he had set in advance, any adversary who was not high-tier celestial realm would surely meet their demise. Even if the Xuantian Sword Sect was the overlord of Qingzhou, how many celestial realm experts could they possibly dispatch? In this way, as strengths were exchanged, it would become significantly easier for the Jiuyu sect to ascend to the position of Qingzhou's sovereign. Contemplating this, the Jiuyu ancestor could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Wise ancestor. The shadowy middle-aged man displayed admiration, recognizing the ancestor's cunning. At this moment, above the mountain range, a rift in space opened, and Yi Changsheng's figure emerged, standing in the void. His gaze swept over the lush forests below, and he frowned slightly, expanding his powerful divine sense to encompass the entire mountain range. Found it. His figure vanished, reappearing at the sight of the vein. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, a chilling, killing intent flickered in his eyes. The 10th Elder? Yi Changsheng's gaze fell upon the unconscious figure within the cage, surprise crossing his features. Upon arriving, he had assumed the 10th Elder would be in dire straits, yet unexpectedly, he was still alive. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that while the 10th Elder was gravely injured, a faint breath still lingered. Just as he prepared to approach, an unforeseen event occurred. Is there no one from the Xuantian Sword Sect? They actually sent only one person to his death. A cold voice echoed as a massive, pale skull appeared in midair, hurtling toward him. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, fissures appearing. Humph! A bunch of rats, finally showing themselves? Yi Changsheng snorted coldly, raising his hand to crush the skull. His gaze fell upon the figures that had materialized in the distance, absorbing their information in its entirety. Name: Luo Jiuyu, ancestor of the Jiuyu sect. Age: 1. 880 years. Cultivation: 6th level of the celestial realm. Name: Zhaohan. Age: 1. 500 years. Cultivation: 2nd level of the celestial realm. The Jiuyu sect. 6th level of the celestial realm. Yi Changsheng regarded the Jiuyu ancestor, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. It was fortunate he had come. If the Grand Elder had arrived, he would likely have met a grim fate. At this moment, he also surmised that the 9th Elder had been deliberately allowed to escape, intended to mislead them. Otherwise, how could a 7th-level divine soul have possibly escaped? However, a mere 6th-level celestial realm thinks to challenge the position of the Xuantian Sword Sect? Yi Changsheng scoffed. A power capable of becoming an overlord was not so easily toppled. Surely, the depths of the sect concealed an abundance of strength. Meanwhile, upon witnessing his attack so easily neutralized, the Jiuyu ancestor's heart skipped a beat, beginning to regard the elder before him with newfound seriousness. Although he exerted merely 30% of his strength, it was still equivalent to the 2nd level of the celestial realm. Elder Zhao, go retrieve his head. The gaze of the 9th Nether ancestor flickered as he directed his attention to the shadowy middle-aged figure beside him. Ancestor Zhaohan was not foolish. He understood that this task would lead him into peril. With this ancestor overseeing, what do you have to fear? The demeanor of the 9th Nether ancestor turned frigid. Yes, ancestor. Zhaohan hastily acquiesced. Given his understanding of the 9th Nether ancestor, he realized that should he hesitate further, he would undoubtedly be sacrificed as a flag. Old fellow. Perish. The soul refinement banner. He flipped his hand and produced a dark blue banner, enlarging it in midair. Instantly, a chilling wind howled, and the sky darkened ominously as ghastly shadows emerged from the colossal banner, lunging towards Yi Changsheng. Chapter 10. Dismantling a component from the blood ancestor. Seeking death. Yi Changsheng regarded the multitude of approaching specters with a frosty expression. Their strengths varied, ranging from the mountain-moving realm to the soul realm, and even included a ghost king at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. Each bore a grotesque countenance, suffused with overwhelming resentment. My soul refinement banner has been cultivated for a millennium, having devoured untold souls. Today, I shall use you to raise my flag. As Yi Changsheng was enveloped by the specters, Zhaohan erupted in laughter, his initial concern dissipating entirely upon witnessing the engulfment. With this soul refinement banner, he could annihilate those at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. However, just as he believed Yi Changsheng was doomed, a soft voice resonated. You rejoiced too soon. Enveloped in a protective shield, Yi Changsheng remained untouched, while the specters could only surround him in futile rage. How tragic, to die and become vengeful souls, unable to reincarnate. Today, I shall grant you liberation. With a resolute gaze, he summoned a massive azure sword lotus beneath him, enveloping the vengeful souls. After a series of mournful wails, the vengeful spirits were obliterated by countless sword energies, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that dissipated. Impossible, how can you? Zhao Hun's expression turned to one of horror, unable to believe that his ultimate move had been so easily nullified. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Ancestor, save me. Thinking of escaping? You might as well join them in reincarnation. Yi Changsheng instantaneously appeared behind him, gripping his neck. Seeking death, the Nine Nether Ancestor bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into a massive gray-white fist, striking with tremendous force towards Yi Changsheng. In that moment, the full might of the 6th level of the celestial realm was unleashed. Unperturbed by the seemingly terrifying assault, Yi Changsheng casually tossed Zhao Hun upwards. No, please don't. Zhao Hun's spirit wavered, his face paling to a ghostly white. He struggled to evade, but all his spiritual power had been sealed, rendering him incapable of flight. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Hun's voice was abruptly silenced, his entire being disintegrating into a mist of blood. You. The Nine Nether Ancestor's complexion turned ashen. A look of disbelief etched upon his features. Simultaneously, he was filled with suspicion, realizing he could not discern Yi Changsheng's cultivation level. Nevertheless, the ability to so effortlessly subdue Zhao Hun, a 2nd-level celestial realm practitioner, indicated that Yi Changsheng was at least of mid-tier celestial realm. Observing the Nine Nether Ancestor's grim countenance, Yi Changsheng innocently spread his hands. This is not my doing. You were the one who killed him. The Nine Nether Ancestor nearly spat blood. If you hadn't thrown him up, would he have died? He glared at Yi Changsheng with icy disdain. Old fellow, do not think that a bit of strength allows you to act with impunity. Act with impunity? Yi Changsheng's gaze turned cold. These individuals had assaulted the sacred grounds of the Xuantian Sword Sect and slaughtered so many disciples, yet now they accused him of recklessness? In that case, a harmless smile graced his face as he raised his hand, sending forth several strands of sword energy from his fingertips. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and several practitioners of the soul realm following the Nine Nether Ancestor were instantly reduced to clouds of blood. The acrid scent of blood swiftly permeated the entire valley with a chilling intensity. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The Nine Nether Ancestor stood frozen, unable to react as the individuals behind him were obliterated. Had the earlier attack been aimed at him, could he have withstood it? The answer was no. Realizing this, his hair stood on end, and fear clouded his gaze as he regarded Yi Changsheng. I've hooked a big fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee into the distance. Do you think you can escape? With a thought, Yi Changsheng summoned a dark azure sword shadow that transformed into a 100-foot-long dragon in midair. Roar! The dragon bellowed mightily, charging towards the Nine Nether Ancestor with overwhelming force. Uft! Before contact, the mere sound wave forced the Nine Nether Ancestor to spit blood. Damn it! My lord, save me! The Nine Nether Ancestor's heart sank, and he hastily crushed a talisman for help, calling out desperately. The next instant, boom! The fabric of reality cracked open, and a blood-red hand emerged, repelling the dragon. It then seized the Nine Nether Ancestor, preparing to depart. Yi Changsheng was somewhat taken aback, sensing an aura of equal strength emanating from the blood hand, at the peak of the 9th level of the celestial realm. It was no wonder they dared to assault the sacred grounds of the Xuantian Sword Sect. They possessed such a formidable backup. However, to attempt to depart without a word? Wasn't he that somewhat presumptuous? Yi Changsheng remarked coldly. At that moment, the long-absent voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! The Blood Ancestor is attempting to rescue someone from the host. The system issues a quest. Defeat the Blood Ancestor and dismantle a component from him. Completing the quest will yield generous rewards. Upon hearing the system's task, Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, internally remarking on the system's audacity. Nevertheless, he found it quite agreeable. Thus, he shouted, if you wish to leave, first leave behind a piece of your component for me. He formed a sword seal, causing the dragon in the air to swell to several hundred feet in size, crashing into the still-healing rift in space. Bang! Boom! The entire void rapidly fractured and collapsed, a powerful storm sweeping in all directions. Yi Changsheng waved his hand to dissipate the tempest, his gaze settling on the epicenter of the explosion. At that moment, a muffled groan resonated from the depths of the void. A dark azure sword shot forth, landing steadily in his hand, emitting a series of dragon-like cries. Meanwhile, in a secret realm of the eastern wilderness, within a mountain cave, the void tore open, and the figure of the Nine Nether Ancestor tumbled out. Yet at this moment, he was in tatters, missing limbs, reduced to a mere corpse. In a blood pool, a figure shrouded in blood mist suddenly opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon the corpse of the Nine Nether Ancestor with an expression of rage. Damn it, you thwarted my grand plans and cost me an arm. Once I emerge from this confinement, I shall drain every drop of your blood. making you a part of me. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed throughout the cave. Had it not been for the previous injuries inflicted by the forces of the Holy Land, he would not have fallen to a mere junior at the celestial realm. Gazing at his empty right arm, a frigid, murderous intent burst forth from the cave, permeating the entire secret realm. Throughout the secret realm, the formidable beasts that usually roamed with impunity now displayed expressions of sheer terror, one by one exploding into torrents of blood that surged toward the cave. Lingzhou Mountain Range. Yi Changsheng gazed at the gradually calming void, uncertain whether he had completed his task, for he had not witnessed any parts drop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task requirements by severing a part from Blood Ancestor and slaying the 9 Nether Ancestor. Reward, Celestial Mount, Qingwang. Reward, 1 ton of life water. Chapter 11. The Qingwang Mount astounded Elder 10 for an entire year. Life water, formed from the dew that drips from the tree of life, it embodies potent vitality. Capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh and bones, now stored in the host's spatial storage. Qingwang, a close kin of the Phoenix clan, capable of attaining a sacred realm cultivation upon maturity. First use, simply summon in one's heart. The life water and Qingwang, a reward from the system, as opulent as ever. Yi Changsheng's eyes sparkled with delight. However, this was not the moment for celebration. His gaze shifted toward the former cage, where Elder 10 lay peacefully inside. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the cage and swiftly infused him with a pure stream of spiritual energy. Thankfully, he had not perished. Upon receiving the energy, Elder 10's fingers twitched slightly. Yet, due to his severe injuries, he did not awaken. Observing this, Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. They had come this far. He could not afford to lose him at the final moment. He recalled the reward just granted by the system. The life water would be perfect for this situation. Within his spatial storage, a white jade basin brimmed with life water, exuding a rich aura of vitality. Without hesitation, Yi Changsheng poured a bowl and administered it to Elder 10. Gulp, gulp. After a series of muffled sounds, most of the life water entered Elder 10's stomach, while some trickled down the corners of his mouth onto the ground. The bloodstained earth, upon contact with the life water, surprisingly sprouted delicate green shoots. Elder 10's complexion visibly brightened. Moments later, he let out a muffled groan and slowly opened his eyes. Yi, Elder Yi? Confusion flickered across Elder 10's face before alarm overtook him as he suddenly recalled something. Not good. We must flee. There's an ambush, he exclaimed, leaping to his feet and grasping Yi Changsheng to escape. His speed and agility bore no resemblance to the near-death state he had just been in. Yi Changsheng was left astonished. Had this been his previous life, it would have been a medical miracle. Truly, the so-called holy water that resurrects the dead and restores flesh was undeniably effective. Holding back the now energetic Elder 10, Yi Changsheng smiled gently. Elder 10, the assailants have already been slain by me. You? Elder 10 halted, staring incredulously at Yi Changsheng. However, the signs around them indeed suggested that a fierce battle had recently taken place. Yet, he could not believe that it was Yi Changsheng who had accomplished this. In the entire Xuantian Sword Sect, who did not know that Yi Changsheng was merely at the spiritual energy realm. Now he claimed to have slain those assailants? Elder Yi, do not jest. Was it the sect master or an elder who intervened? Quickly tell me where they are. He presumed that it must have been the sect master or a senior elder who had acted. Do you see anyone else here aside from me? Yi Changsheng replied helplessly. Elder 10 spread out his senses and indeed discovered that, apart from them, there was not a single living being in sight. He regarded Yi Changsheng with skepticism. Is this truly your doing? But you are. Let us discuss this later, Yi Changsheng interjected, knowing what he was about to ask. For now, let us check on the status of the mine. With that, he turned and made his way toward a distant cave. Along the way, he collected several fallen storage rings into his palm. Elder 10 observed this scene and couldn't help but start to believe Yi Changsheng's words. At the very least, he could now affirm that Yi Changsheng was not merely at the spiritual energy realm. Upon entering the mine, Yi Changsheng immediately felt a concentration of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world. As he ventured deeper, he began to discern some translucent white crystals embedded in the cave walls, exuding an exceptionally pure and violent spiritual energy. Even low-level cultivators who attempted to absorb it risked being violently overwhelmed and perishing. Just then, Elder 10 also entered. Gazing at the intact mine and the premium spirit stones visible on the walls, he let out a long sigh. Fortunately, the mine has not been damaged. Otherwise, I would be the center of the sect. Yi Changsheng nodded. The 9 Nether sect likely intended to lure us in first before seizing the mine. They never anticipated that the Xuantian Sword Sect would send me, and instead of capturing us, they ended up losing their lives. Since the mine is intact, we should return to the sect, Yi Changsheng stated calmly. Elder Yi, the protective formation has been compromised. What if some nefarious individuals infiltrate while we are leaving? Elder Tin hesitated. He did not suggest that they directly take the mind, as doing so would damage the spiritual veins deep within, rendering them unable to absorb the world's spiritual energy and produce new spirit stones. No need to worry, Changsheng waved his hand, his figure flickering as he appeared above the cave. A surge of terrifying spiritual power coursed through him as he effortlessly laid down a formidable formation. In an instant, a vast area was enveloped by a massive protective barrier. As the barrier shimmered and then faded, the area it shielded vanished from their view, replaced by a lush forest. What? Elder Tin was left in shock, watching the entirety of the mine disappear before his eyes. His powerful consciousness surged forth, sweeping over the forest below, searching painstakingly inch by inch for any signs of the previous presence. However, no matter how meticulously he searched, he could not uncover any traces. It was as if this place had always been as it appeared. Such formidable means. He looked at Changsheng, disbelief filling his eyes. When did this fellow become so powerful? Even the formation he set up casually leaves no trace behind. Only then did Elder Tin fully believe that the sect had sent Changsheng alone. Heh, just a minor trick, Changsheng chuckled, with this illusion formation in place. As long as one's cultivation does not exceed mine, it is utterly impossible for them to discover the location of the spiritual mine. Elder Tin suppressed his astonishment and bowed respectfully to Changsheng. Elder Yi, you are too modest. This minor trick is beyond my reach. Since this is the case, let us return to the sect. Indeed, Changsheng nodded, inwardly calling upon the name of Qing Wang. He had not forgotten about this reward from the system and was eager to experience the sensation of riding a mount. Caw! A resounding bird call echoed. Deep within the Lingzhou mountain range, a colossal figure soared into the air, charging toward Changsheng. A powerful aura radiated forth, silencing all the insect and bird noises in the mountains, plunging the entire range into an eerie quietude. What manner of beast is this? The 10th Elder's expression shifted dramatically. This mountain range had already been purged by the sect, with all formidable beasts either expelled or subdued. How could there still be as the monstrous creature approached? The 10th Elder finally discerned its form. It was a colossal divine bird, measuring dozens of zhang in length. Its appearance bore resemblance to that of a phoenix, adorned with a cerulean crown and feathers enveloped in azure flames, trailing a lengthy tail behind it. Good heavens, could it be the azure phoenix? The 10th Elder's eyes widened in fright, his complexion turning pale as he grabbed Changsheng and fled. The azure phoenix was a sacred beast, reaching the saintly realm in adulthood. Although this one did not appear fully grown, it was far beyond what the two of them could confront. Stay calm. Changsheng firmly restrained the 10th Elder once more. Oh dear, Elder Yi, if we delay any longer, we might end up as bird droppings. The 10th Elder exclaimed anxiously, almost choking with exasperation at being held back when every instinct urged him to flee. This is my steed, Changsheng suddenly declared. What? The 10th Elder turned around, bewildered. Chapter 12. The Campaign Against the Nine Nether Sect. This azure phoenix is your mount? The 10th Elder scoffed in disbelief, convinced Changsheng had lost his senses during his training. Such a sacred beast was a rarity even in the immortal Holy Land, let alone in their humble Qingzhou. Seeing the 10th Elder's skepticism, Changsheng sighed and waved toward the azure phoenix. Chirp! The piercing cry of the azure phoenix resonated once more, its speed exponentially increasing. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them, its enormous eyes fixated on the duo. It's over. The 10th Elder felt a wave of despair wash over him as he gazed at the towering beast so near. The overwhelming aura it emanated was undoubtedly that of a high-level being within the celestial realm. There was no escaping now. In contrast, Changsheng regarded the magnificent bird with awe. Azure Phoenix, a close relative of the phoenix. Cultivation level, 9th layer of the celestial realm, subadult. Upon maturity, it can directly attain the saint realm. Truly, the azure phoenix was a sacred beast, possessing the 9th layer of the celestial realm even in its juvenile state. Riding it would undoubtedly elevate one's prestige to unprecedented heights. With a single step forward, Changsheng soared toward the azure phoenix, eliciting a horrified shout from the 10th Elder. Elder Yi, no? Yet, in the next moment, he was left speechless. The azure phoenix not only refrained from attacking Changsheng, but also retracted its azure flames, allowing him to land gracefully upon its back. This unexpected turn of events left the 10th Elder rooted in place, utterly at a loss for words. Elder 10th, aren't you coming up? Changsheng smiled lightly. On the back of the azure phoenix, the 10th Elder gazed at Changsheng in astonishment. Could it be true that this azure phoenix was genuinely his mount? What a hidden depth he had concealed, presenting himself as a mere mortal in the spirit realm. He was secretly a practitioner of the celestial realm and had even nurtured a sacred beast as a steed. Moreover, He was only in his early hundreds. Wait, over 100? The 10th elder suddenly recalled Changsheng's age, staring at him in disbelief. He remembered records on the continent detailing the youngest celestial realm practitioner as an ancient emperor from 1,000,000 years ago, who had stepped into that realm at the tender age of 150. But that was a legendary emperor who ruled for 10,000 years. Now, he had seemingly broken that record. Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine, unease creeping in as he sensed the 10th elder's piercing gaze. What if this old man had some peculiar interests? Shuddering, he instinctively distanced himself slightly. At the Xuantian Sword Sect, the Xiantian Hall housed the sect leader Xian Wujia and numerous elders who had yet to depart, awaiting Changsheng's return. Sect leader, it has been quite a while. Could something have gone awry with Elder Yi? One elder remarked, concern etched on his face. Impossible. Elder Yi is a powerful figure in the celestial realm. Even a casual strike from him could topple someone at the peak of the soul realm. Even if he encounters a formidable adversary, he is sure to return unscathed. Another countered, believing there was no danger for Changsheng given his strength. Meanwhile, Wang Lai's expression darkened visibly. Toppling someone at the peak of the soul realm? You might as well just name me. Xian Wujia's brow furrowed, concern creeping into his demeanor. Under normal circumstances, with Changsheng's cultivation level, he should have returned by now. Could something truly have gone wrong? Sect leader, should I go check on him? The Grand Elder, Tianxing suggested. No need. I shall personally investigate. Xian Wujia waved his hand. Given Changsheng's abilities, if he were indeed in peril, sending the Grand Elder would only result in more casualties. As a 6th-layer celestial realm practitioner, he possessed a teleportation talisman to ensure his safety in any dire situation. Just then, a sound akin to a thunderclap echoed through the air. Chirp. Xian Wujia's expression shifted as he sensed an immense aura rapidly approaching the sect. In a flash, he vanished from the hall, reappearing above the mountain gate. Could it be the sacred beast Azure Phoenix? Several elders who followed closely behind stared in awe at the colossal beast appearing on the horizon. How could a sacred beast manifest within the Xuantian Sword Sect? Quickly, activate the protective array. One elder exclaimed in a flurry. Wait. Xian Wujia intercepted him. Though the Azure Phoenix radiated immense power, it had not yet reached the Saint Realm. Moreover, he had spotted the 2 figures on its back. On the other hand, Changsheng, noticing the crowd gathered at the mountain gate, quipped. How did the sect leader know I was back? Did he come out specifically to greet me? The 10th elder's eyelid twitched slightly. Was this a welcome? They had nearly activated the protective array. Cough, cough. Elder Yi, let us make haste. Indeed. Changsheng nodded. The 2 leaped from the Azure Phoenix's back and traversed the air, landing before the gathered crowd. After they departed, the Azure Phoenix transformed, shrinking into a small azure bird no larger than a palm, perching on Changsheng's shoulder. Elder Yi. Your bird. The onlookers gazed with envy at the Azure Phoenix perched on Changsheng's shoulder, their eyes glimmering with longing. If not for their rationality, they might have been tempted to snatch it away. Particularly Wang Lai, who had been seeking a fire attribute mount to complement his cultivation, now stood before a sacred beast. Although the sect leader had mentioned that this Azure Phoenix was still immature and only at the celestial realm, it remained a sacred beast, and upon maturation, it would undoubtedly ascend to the Saint Realm. Let us return and discuss this further. Xian Wujia, the first to regain composure, reminded them of the pressing matter at hand. The group returned to the Xiantian Hall. Changsheng recounted every detail of the events that transpired in the Lingjiu mountain range, omitting all mention of the system. The 9 Nether sect is courting death, daring to covet our Xuantian Sword Sect? They must be eradicated. Indeed, I have long found that group of scoundrels intolerable. The elder's eyes glinted with ferocity, clamoring to annihilate the 9 Nether sect. 9th Nether sect. Xian Wujia's gaze turned icy. The 9 Nether sect, relying on its status as the 2nd most powerful force in Qingzhou, has long acted with arrogance and tyranny, a fact not lost on others. However, it had never commanded his attention until now, as it dared to extend its hand towards the Xiantian Sword Sect, seeking to hunt down the formidable warriors of his own sect. One cannot allow others to slumber peacefully beside one's own couch. They must be eliminated. A voice heavy with murderous intent emanated from Xian Wujia as he gazed coldly at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, summon all disciples above the mountain-moving realm. In 1 hour, we shall obliterate the 9 Nether sect. Yes, Sect Master. The Grand Elder turned and exited the Xiantian Hall, feeling that it was high time to reveal their fangs to Qingzhou. As the Grand Elder departed, Xian Wujia followed suit, striding towards the ancestral ground of the sect. Chapter 13. The Xuantian Sword Sect mobilizes. Changsheng did not leave, but instead made his way to a nearby side hall. For there was another matter that required his attention. Elder Yi, do you truly believe you can restore my arm? The 9th elder's gaze was fixed intently on Changsheng as he spoke in a grave tone. His right arm had been severed during the Nine Nether Sect's ambush, leaving him a one-armed man. The process of regrowth could only be achieved by a sage, and given his talent, it seemed unlikely he would ever reach such heights in this lifetime. Yi Changsheng, even boasting has its limits. Do you intend to claim that you have already attained sagehood? Wang Lai looked at Yi Changsheng with disbelief, mocking him. Attaining sagehood? Since the fall of the Emperor era, the world has changed drastically, making cultivation increasingly arduous, with a sage being a rarity among millions. If Yi Changsheng were to become a sage at over 100 years of age, what would that make Wang Lai, who had barely reached the soul realm at several hundred years? The other elders, though silent, wore expressions of skepticism. They acknowledged Yi Changsheng's formidable strength, but doubted he could achieve the miraculous feat of limb regrowth. Only the 10th elder, devoid of doubt, wore a countenance of regret, having already surmised the method Yi Changsheng would employ. After all, he had partaken of an entire bowl of it before. The thought made his heart ache. How foolish of me to have been unconscious then, oblivious to the flavor of such a precious concoction. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly, producing a jade basin filled with the prepared life spring water. Instantly, a powerful vitality filled the room. In that moment, even inhaling a breath felt invigorating and immensely pleasurable. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed as everyone stared greedily at the jade basin in Yi Changsheng's hands, their expressions akin to that of a solitary man of 80 suddenly encountering a beautiful maiden unclad. Is that truly the life spring water? Wang Lai hesitated, casting a glance at Yi Changsheng. What do you think, second elder? Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. It truly is the life spring water. Observing Yi Changsheng's calm demeanor, Wang Lai's heart raced, his eyes wide like copper bells. Admitting that he had spoken too loudly before, Yi Changsheng approached the bedside and offered the jade basin to the 9th elder. Elder Yi, this is too. The 9th elder hesitated, gazing at the life spring water so close at hand, recognizing its extraordinary value. 9th elder, no matter how precious something may be, its true significance lies in its utilization. Yi Changsheng smiled gently as he set down the life spring water. Seeing this, the 9th elder no longer hesitated, for he did not wish to remain a one-armed cultivator. He gestured, and the life spring water transformed into a fine stream, flowing into his mouth. In an instant, under the potent vitality of the life spring water, flesh began to pulse and grow at the severed arm's site, visibly regenerating. Before long, a brand new arm had fully formed. I am whole again. The 9th elder flexed his restored arm, his face alight with exhilaration. Elders, the disciples are assembled. Let us march forth together and eradicate the 9 Nether Sect. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears. It was Sect Master Xian Wujia. Exchanging glances, the elders' eyes flashed with a murderous glint. They exited the grand hall and arrived at a vast plaza, which was already teeming with a throng of disciples, over 10,000. By rough estimate, this included outer sect, inner sect, core, and true disciples. In essence, every disciple present in the sect was gathered there. Each disciple's gaze was icy, brimming with lethal intent. Fellow disciples, the 9 Nether Sect has slain our elders and aims to overthrow our sword sect. What shall we do? Xian Wujia hovered in the air, addressing the multitude of disciples below with an authoritative tone. Kill, kill, kill. The disciples roared in unison, the 3 words reverberating throughout the Xuantian Sword Sect. A terrifying aura of slaughter surged upwards, parting the clouds above, even forming a phantom of a killing deity above their heads. The weight of the murderous intent left even Yi Changsheng feeling a chill run down his spine. Very well, let us depart. Flatten the 9 Nether Sect. Xian Wujia nodded, his right hand waving as a colossal void vessel materialized in the sky. Witnessing this, all disciples soared into the air, boarding the vessel. The protective array of the sect opened wide, allowing the vessel to glide out of the sect. Following closely, numerous elders also summoned their artifacts and took to the skies. With a resounding call, the Qinhuang transformed into its true form, a divine bird of considerable size, swiftly carrying Yi Changsheng as it pursued the vessel. This time, the Xuantian Sword Sect truly mobilized in full force, leaving only a few elders behind to manage daily affairs. While the visible sect members comprised primarily of newly initiated spirit realm disciples, Elder Ye's mount is truly imposing. Indeed, it exudes an air of grandeur. I admit, I am envious. The elders watched Yi Changsheng standing atop Qinhuang, his garments fluttering elegantly, their expressions betraying a mix of envy and resentment. Xian Wujia gazed at the immense form of Qinhuang, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He had already informed the ancestors in the ancestral grounds about Qinhuang, receiving a response to nurture it with all available resources, though it would require an immense amount of resources for Qinhuang to reach maturity. The strength it would possess in adulthood would be well worth the investment. At that time, the Xuantian Sword Sect would undoubtedly grow stronger, securing greater resources on the continent. As they traversed towards the Nine Nether Sect, they passed through several cities, the enormous void vessel casting a vast shadow over them, instantly attracting the attention of all within. Is this the Xuantian Sword Sect? They even deployed a void vessel. What grand endeavor are they undertaking? Are they waging war? Quick, notify the family. Something monumental is about to unfold. Someone discerned that this was the Xuantian Sword Sect making a journey. As the dominant power in Qingzhou, the Xuantian Sword Sect had only once made such a grand departure in history, thousands of years ago, during the battle that solidified their position of supremacy. That battle saw several prominent sects in Qingzhou eradicated, leaving the land awash in blood. Now, after millennia, the Xuantian Sword Sect was embarking on its second expedition. At present, a number of astute individuals swiftly conveyed messages to their clans, heralding the imminent occurrence of significant events in Qingzhou. Simultaneously, some formidable entities, wielding magical artifacts, trailed far behind the Xuantian Sword Sect. As the void vessel progressed, passing through an increasing number of cities, the throng of followers grew ever larger. Gradually, the number of those following reached nearly 1,000, creating the illusion that the void vessel was dragging a lengthy tail behind it. Chapter 14. The Retreat of the Jiuyou Sect Master. Should we drive away those following us? The Grand Elder, Tianxing, glanced at the burgeoning crowd behind the void vessel, his brow furrowing with concern. There's no need. Su Wujing waved his hand dismissively. Let them spread the news. It will serve to enhance our deterrent effect. The procession continued, and shortly thereafter, a range of shadowy mountains emerged before their eyes. Is this the Jiuyou mountain range? ISNT at the stronghold of the Jiuyou sect? Is the Xuantian Sword Sect preparing for war against them? Surely not. Although the Xuantian Sword Sect reigns supreme in Qingzhou, the Jiuyou sect is not to be underestimated. Murmured some in the rear, their voices tinged with disbelief. Could there be matters transpiring between the two sects that we are unaware of? Among the onlookers, astonishment spread as they beheld the mountains below. The Jiuyou sect, as the second most prominent sect in Qingzhou, had always conducted its affairs with great fanfare and, in recent years, had grown increasingly powerful, seemingly qualifying to stand alongside the Xuantian Sword Sect. The prospect of a confrontation between these two colossal forces left many incredulous. Yet, some perceptive individuals discerned enormous opportunities within this conflict. Regardless of which sect fell, a vacancy would arise, potentially allowing their own clans to ascend and garner greater benefits. After all, with limited resources in Qingzhou, the fewer competitors there were, the larger share they could claim. As the void vessel entered the Jiuyou mountain range, it soon hovered above the Jiuyou sect. At that moment, dozens of figures surged forth from within the sect, each radiating immense power, led by a somber-faced middle-aged man. Heh! Su Wujing, what an ostentatious display. Do you intend to wage war against the Jiuyou sect? The grim-faced leader, the master of the Jiuyou sect, confronted Su Wujing with a fierce demand. What the Jiuyou sect has done, you are likely more aware than I. Words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise. Su Wujing, unperturbed, launched a single palm strike. In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, forming a colossal hand aimed directly at the Jiuyou sect's master. Good heavens! The Jiuyou sect's master's eyes widened as he hastily attempted to defend himself. He never anticipated that Su Wujing would bypass pleasantries and engage in combat so abruptly. Charge! Slay these bastards! In the rear, witnessing their sect leader's assault, the hot-headed Wang Lai bellowed, rushing towards the Jiuyou sect's elders. Kill them! Annihilate them! The Xuantian Sword Sect's elders surged forth, encircling the Jiuyou sect. The scene reminiscent of bandits storming a village. Wang Lai, at the forefront, unleashed the full extent of his peak soul realm prowess, effortlessly sending his opponent flying with a single strike. The Grand Elder, Tianxing, faced an opponent at the first heaven realm and displayed remarkable ease, casually dispatching attacks that left the adversary struggling to defend. The remaining elders swiftly engaged their opponents, and the two sects clashed in an explosive frenzy, unleashing a torrent of spells that caused the very atmosphere to roil. It seems the second disciple will soon advance to the heaven realm. Tianxing remarked with a hint of a smile as he observed Wang Lai's prowess. Only Changsheng remained on the back of Qing Huang, motionless, even instructing Qing Huang to suppress its aura, reducing its form to a few feet in size. He scrutinized the Jiuyou sect, sensing something amiss. Logically, with the Xuantian Sword Sect making such a grand display, the Jiuyou sect should have received word, yet they had neither activated their protective formations nor fortified their defenses, choosing instead to confront them head-on. This was exceedingly peculiar. At that moment, a formidable man from the Jiuyou sect was sent flying, hurtling towards Changsheng. He old fool, daring to divide your attention amidst battle? Go to hell. The brute unleashed a palm strike, intent on claiming Yi Changsheng's life. Without needing to intervene, Qing Huang merely inhaled, and the man vanished from the battlefield. Burp. Qing Huang let out a small belch, its massive, beastly eyes scanning the nearby Jiuyou sect elders, who promptly abandoned their adversaries to flee in terror. Poof. On the other side, the Jiuyou sect's master took Su Wujing's palm strike head-on, resulting in a violent clash that sent him reeling back, blood spewing forth. As a 4th Heaven Realm practitioner, enduring against Su Wujing, a 6th Heaven Realm master, was already a testament to his resilience. Observing the one-sided battlefield, the Jiuyou sect's master's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the Xuantian Sword Sect to possess such overwhelming strength. Retreat. Back to the sect, he bellowed, fleeing towards his stronghold. The Jiuyou sect elders, weary from battle, felt relief wash over them. They could no longer withstand the onslaught. Stop them. Wang Lai and the others, sensing their overwhelming advantage, could not allow the enemy to escape unscathed. However, they underestimated the tenacity of those cornered. Most of the Jiuyou sect elders had already repelled their opponents and returned to safety before their arrival. Only a few, slower ones, were left behind. In an instant, all surged forward, encircling the unfortunate few. Among them was Wang Lai's opponent, a peak Soul Realm expert. Boss, your performance leaves much to be desired, Wang Lai quipped, glancing at the Grand Elder with a teasing grin. Yi Tianxing's expression darkened. He had momentarily let his guard down and permitted his adversary to escape, much to Wang Lai's amusement. With a glint of mischief, Yi Tianxing turned to Su Wujing and exclaimed, "Second disciple, the master has also allowed his opponent to flee. Are you implying the master is lacking as well? Well done." The surrounding elders stifled applause, most of them having let their own foes escape. "Old cur, do not spread such rumors," Wang Lai retorted, caught off guard by Yi Tianxing's cunning ploy. Su Wujing's lips twitched. As the leader of a sect, it was indeed disgraceful to have allowed an opponent to slip away while being 2 realms above them. Casting a fierce glare at Wang Lai, he struck out with a palm. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as blood mist erupted. The unfortunate Jiuyou sect members met their demise, becoming the sacrificial lambs to Wang Lai's brashness. Wang Lai, witnessing the gruesome scene, recoiled slightly. He realized then that the sect leader was, in fact, the most temperamental among them. Hee. Yi Tianxing chuckled at Wang Lai's discomposure. After the brief interlude, Su Wujing turned his gaze towards the gates of the Jiuyou sect, his expression growing grave. It was time to mount a formal assault on their gates. The Jiuyou sect, as the second most powerful faction in Qingzhou, had endured for millennia. One could not dismiss the possibility of formidable formations within. Just then, the surrounding space began to warp, the previously clear sky darkened, and crimson mist began to rise ominously from the mountain forests below. In but a fleeting moment, everyone, including the void vessel, found themselves enveloped in a sanguine expanse. Chapter 15. The Blood Spirit Formation. Qing Huang takes action. What is happening? This is dire. We may have fallen into a formation. No wonder the people from the Jiuyou sect fled so hastily. They had long since laid this trap. Damn it. The sudden turn of events caused all to change countenance, hastily erecting a protective barrier of spiritual energy around themselves. Little did they anticipate that upon their arrival, they would unwittingly stumble into the adversary's snare. Yi Changsheng gazed at the swirling blood mist overhead, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed something peculiar about the blood mist, as if it possessed a life of its own. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from behind. Moments later, several more cries of anguish followed, accompanied by pleas for help. Help! Yi Changsheng and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they vanished from sight, reappearing at the rear. Among the throngs that had followed behind, several individuals lay lifeless, their bodies withered, their blood completely drained. This is, Xian Wujie surveyed the gruesome state of the corpses, then glanced around at the blood fog that enveloped the space, his expression shifting to one of grave alarm. Everyone, be cautious. This is the Blood Spirit Formation. Quickly, board the void vessel. The Blood Spirit Formation. Every cultivator slain by this array has their blood, along with their spiritual power, siphoned away, becoming part of the formation itself. This implies that the more lives it claims, the stronger it grows. Our only recourse is to shelter those of lesser strength within the void vessel, relying on its defensive array to safeguard their lives, preventing them from becoming sustenance for the formation. Ha ha ha. And now you think to flee? Don't you find it a tad too late? Xian Wujie, today marks the end of your Xuantian Sword Sect. The voice of the Jiuyou sect master echoed through the space, dripping with arrogance. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless bloodlines coalesced from the surrounding mist. Some weaker cultivators, unable to react in time, were pierced through, their life essence drained, leaving behind only desiccated husks. In that instant, those who had trailed behind to witness the spectacle were nearly annihilated. Only a handful of powerful beings, Over a dozen in number remained, their faces painted with horror as they stood frozen in place. Their strength had spared them from being pierced by the bloodlines due to their protective barriers. However, these bloodlines melded seamlessly with the surrounding fog, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Thus, they were compelled to maintain their external barriers at all times, leading to significant consumption of their own energy. As time wore on, some who had just entered the Dongshu realm could no longer endure the drain and fell victim to the formation, becoming its nourishment. Damn! Witnessing this scene, Xianxia's expression darkened considerably. With so many nutrients, the power of the blood spirit formation would only amplify. Fortunately, the disciples of the Xuantian Sword Sect, being of lower cultivation, were currently safe within the void vessel, shielded by the array, and had not suffered any harm. Otherwise, this would have shaken the very foundations of the sect. Humph, diabolical sorcery. Just wait until I smash you to pieces. At that moment, among the survivors, a middle-aged man snorted coldly, brandishing a massive halberd, imbued with tremendous force, aimed at the edge of the formation. Nearby, several others also stirred, eager to attack the formation. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as weapon met formation, rippling waves emanating from the point of impact. Just when the middle-aged man believed his assault had succeeded, an anomaly occurred. A bloodline, several times thicker than usual, materialized from thin air, piercing through his protective barrier before his disbelieving eyes. Thud bang! His lifeless form plummeted from the heights, only to be pierced again by another bloodline, disintegrating into a fine powder on the spot. Hiss! The others who had intended to attack the formation gasped in shock at the middle-aged man's gruesome fate, hastily retracting their steps. Gulp! They swallowed hard, their hearts racing with trepidation. Thankfully, they were a moment too late. Otherwise, they would have followed him into the cycle of reincarnation. It was worth noting that the middle-aged man was among the strongest of the survivors, at the 5th level of the soul realm. If he could be so easily dispatched, what fate awaited them, being mere cultivators of the Dongshu and the 1st or 2nd level of the soul realm? Only then did they fully grasp the terrifying nature of this formation. Xian, Sect Master, you are a mighty being of the Tongtian realm. Surely you possess a means to breach this accursed formation? Some turned their anxious gazes towards Xianxiaaudiobooks, cautiously inquiring. They had merely come to observe the spectacle and did not wish to forfeit their lives here. Xianxiaaudiobooks scrutinized the blood mist-shrouded space, his expression grave. The blood spirit formation had absorbed so much life force. Even he was not confident in breaking through it now. It might be time to resort to his trump card. With that thought, he cast a fleeting glance towards a particular point in the void. Master, allow me to take action. Changsheng, having noticed Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze, spoke up immediately. He understood that Xianxiaaudiobooks had prepared a contingency, but it felt inappropriate to employ such measures before even breaching the enemy's defenses. You, Elder Yi, are you certain? Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated. If possible, he too would prefer not to reveal his trump card so soon. The few pleading for help expressed dissatisfaction. In their view, Xianxiaaudiobooks was the strongest here, and it was safest for him to take action. However, they dared not voice their complaints too loudly, as they still relied on the Xuantian Sword Sect for survival. Rest assured, Changsheng offered Xianxiaaudiobooks a reassuring glance. Ding, a mission has been issued by the system. The host must take action to dismantle the blood spirit formation. Completion of the mission will yield substantial rewards. The system's voice echoed suddenly, announcing a new task. Oh, you're quite considerate. Changsheng was taken aback. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a free task. One must admit, the system could be rather thoughtful at times. Ding, as long as the host cooperates, the benefits will be substantial. Changsheng smiled slightly. As long as the task was reasonable, he would certainly cooperate. Otherwise, there would be a price to pay. Accepting the mission, he scanned the crimson expanse and spoke calmly. Xiaoqing, it's time to work. As his words fell, a cry rang out. Caw! Flames erupted around Qing Huang, and it twisted its body, nearly flinging Changsheng away. Goodness, it's so hot. Changsheng hurriedly ascended, distancing himself from Qing Huang. Observing Changsheng's flustered demeanor, Qing Huang's eyes gleamed with pride, refusing to accept the name Xiaoqing. You rascal, showing defiance. Changsheng was incensed. Was it attempting to devour its master? It seemed the system's gift was not so safe after all. Ignoring its master, Qing Huang fixed its colossal eyes upon the swirling blood mist within the formation, exuding an icy demeanor. With vigorous flaps of its wings, the blue flames surrounding it surged forth, transforming into a colossal wave that swept toward the encircling blood mist. Sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the blood mist within the formation was incinerated by more than half, becoming significantly thinner. Seeking death, a fierce shout resounded as countless bloodlines coalesced, merging into a thick blood beam that hurtled towards Qing Huang. Chapter 16. When the ancestor was out and about, you were still in diaper pants. Caw! Qing Huang emitted a piercing cry and unleashed a breath of violet-blue flames, its innate fire. The violet-blue flames transformed into a miniature version of the Azure Phoenix, colliding headlong with the sanguine light. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void as both the bloodlight and the fiery avian erupted simultaneously, unleashing two formidable surges of energy that soared into the sky. In the next instant, the blood spirit formation was torn asunder, and everyone reappeared above the 9 nether mountains. With a splatter, a chorus of coughing up blood resonated as the elders of the 9 nether sect who had been maintaining the formation collapsed to the ground, their expressions wan and feeble. Clearly, the formation's breach had inflicted significant harm upon them. It truly has been breached. Such a terrifying beast. We must flee, we must flee. Observing the dissipating crimson expanse, the unfortunate souls who had followed closely behind cast reverent glances toward Changsheng. Subsequently, they all retreated several miles, distancing themselves from this place of peril. Merely spectators, they had nearly lost their lives here. Indeed, it is a divine beast, possessing such strength even before reaching maturity. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the Azure Phoenix, his expression one of astonishment. Truly remarkable. I am genuinely envious. Tianxing and Wang Lai also wore expressions of envy. Well done, little Qing. Changsheng alighted once again upon the back of the Azure Phoenix, gently stroking its feathers. Boom. The flames enveloping the Azure Phoenix surged dramatically, momentarily engulfing Changsheng. However, this time, he had prepared in advance, casting a layer of spiritual power shield to ward off the Phoenix's flames. I never anticipated that upon venturing out, I would encounter a juvenile divine beast. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out as a blood-red figure materialized out of thin air. The newcomer was a young man clad in blood-red attire, exuding an aura of malevolence. Upon his arrival, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure, particularly the elders of the spirit realm, who struggled to remain upright, needing to channel all their spiritual energy to avoid collapsing. A Tao-seeking realm powerhouse. Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback, surprised that the 9 nether sect indeed harbored a strong figure of the Tao-seeking realm. Fortunately, he had been prepared, otherwise, he might have faced a counterattack. At that moment, the sect master of the 9 nether sect reappeared, slightly lagging behind the young man in blood attire. His gaze towards the Azure Phoenix radiated fervor. Having changed its form, he had previously failed to recognize it as a divine beast. Amidst the shifting expressions, he turned to the blood-clad youth and said, "Indeed, my lord. You are blessed with great fortune. This divine beast seems to have been destined for you, for none but you are worthy of possessing it." "Indeed. I find it quite appealing," the blood-clad youth replied nonchalantly, disregarding the presence of those from the Xuantian Sword Sect. Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the blood-clad youth's information. Name, Lin Shui. Age, 1900 years. Cultivation level, 2nd layer of the Tao-seeking realm. Cultivation technique, Blood God S Meridian, simplified version. 2nd layer of the Tao-seeking realm. Splendid, splendid indeed. Heh. Changsheng regarded Lin Shui as if he were a walking repository of experience. A mere 9th layer of the celestial realm. Having a divine beast at your disposal is a gross misuse. It should rather be entrusted to me for safekeeping. Lin Shui's eyes gleamed with greed as he conjured a blood-colored hand, reaching for the Azure Phoenix beneath Changsheng. Arrogance invites disaster. Changsheng chuckled. As a fortunate transmigrator, he dared not be so brazen. He was ready to step forward and seize the opportunity for experience, intending to show the other party just how vibrant the flowers truly are. However, at that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Hold! As the voice fell, an elder clad in gray appeared within the line of sight of everyone. With a mere casual gesture, the blood-colored hand exploded into a mist of crimson, dissipating into nothingness. Following this, the elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a transcendent being. Xuanhe, the elder ancestor. Wang Lai and the others were filled with astonishment. The elder was indeed an ancestor of the Xuantian Sword Sect, a contingency that Xianxiaaudiobooks had prepared. 3rd layer of the Tao-seeking realm. You old ghost, who are you within the Xuantian Sword Sect? Lin Shui demanded, his expression wary. He had been sent to secretly control the 9 nether sect, intending to use it as a foundation to devour the entirety of Qingzhou. He had assumed that Qingzhou would harbor no formidable opponents, but unexpectedly, he had provoked a significant threat right from the outset. It is known that as one progresses in cultivation, the disparity between realms grows increasingly vast. Upon reaching the Tao-seeking realm, even a minor difference in tiers can feel as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Junior, did your elders not teach you to respect your seniors? The elder ancestor retorted coldly, recalling that during his youth, he had been renowned as one of the most handsome men in Qingzhou. Now being referred to as an old ghost? With a wave of his hand, ripples spread through the space. Boom. Lin Shui was struck by an invisible force, hurtling backward for 100 yards, spitting blood. Impressive, so terrifying. The sect master of the Nine Nether sect trembled, a surge of intense dread rising within him. He had always believed that the Xuantian Sword Sect, no matter how powerful, would not surpass the Nine Nether sect by much. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. With this person alone, the Xuantian Sword Sect could annihilate the Nine Nether sect. At this point, only Lin Shui held any hope of salvation, considering his unique status. He was unlikely to be without trump cards. Realizing this, he hurriedly approached Lin Shui, inquiring, "My lord, are you unharmed?" Cough, cough. Damn it. Lin Shui coughed a couple of times, spitting out a mouthful of blood, glaring furiously at the elder ancestor. "Young man, you seem rather discontent." The elder ancestor expressed disdain, feeling that he could easily take on 10 of Lin Shui. "Old ghost, do you truly believe I am no match for you?" Lin Shui suddenly calmed, though his gaze turned icy. "Oh, still holding back a trump card?" The elder ancestor regarded Lin Shui with keen interest. "I knew my lord would not falter." A trace of joy surfaced on the sect master's face. This esteemed individual indeed had a hidden card. "I do possess a hidden card capable of eliminating this old ghost, but it requires the sect master's assistance." Lin Shui's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he looked at the Nine Nether sect master. "What does my lord require?" "Just say the word puffed." The sect master hadn't finished speaking when a hand pierced through his body. He gazed at Lin Shui in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would be killed, as they were supposed to be allies. "Thank you for your generous gift, sect master. I shall avenge you." Lin Shui grinned wickedly, consuming the sect master's essence, including his cultivation and even his soul, entirely. "Do you think this will defeat me?" The elder ancestor's expression remained placid, showing no inclination to intervene. Insufficient, certainly insufficient." Lin Shui licked his lips, his gaze sweeping downward, filled with bloodlust. With fingers clawing, he grasped at the void. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted as the elders of the Nine Nether sect who had presided over the blood spirit formation uncontrollably exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Their souls and essence transformed into the purest energy, surging into Lin Shui's body. Chapter 17. Crushing Lin Shui, the annihilation of the Nine Nether sect. After devouring the sect master and the assembly of elders, Lin Shui's aura visibly surged. Second layer of the Tao-seeking realm pinnacle. Third layer of the Tao-seeking realm, and finally arriving at the fourth layer of the Tao-seeking realm, where he ultimately stabilized. What a powerful sensation. Lin Shui was enveloped in a faint mist of blood, and as he clenched his fist, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him. Although this strength was but ephemeral, he now harbored the confidence to effortlessly crush the old specter before him. A ruthless individual indeed. The expression on Ancestor Xuanha's face was peculiar. This fellow was indeed formidable, swallowing the upper echelons of the Jiuyo sect without so much as a blink. However, this was advantageous, sparing him the need to intervene later. "Old man, can a fourth realm of the Tao be slain?" Lin Shui wore a bloodthirsty grin as he gazed at Ancestor Xuanha. The fourth realm of the Tao was undeniably powerful. Ancestor Xuanha nodded in deep agreement. "In that case, you shall meet your demise," Lin Shui bellowed, his hands weaving through the air, igniting the laws of blood into a frenzy, coalescing into a massive, blood-red scythe that swept menacingly toward Ancestor Xuanha. As it passed, the very fabric of space tore open, leaving gaping black fissures in its wake. In the face of Lin Shui's dramatically enhanced power, Ancestor Xuanha remained remarkably composed. He merely took a step forward, raising his hand to casually point. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted. A finger, several times larger than the scythe, pierced through space, appearing before the scythe in the blink of an eye. Bang! The blood-red scythe shattered instantaneously, while the finger continued its inexorable descent toward Lin Shui. "No. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. You are but a third realm of the Tao?" Lin Shui's face was a mask of horror against a third realm of the Tao. His attack could not withstand even for a heartbeat. Only then did he comprehend that his opponent had concealed his true realm from the outset, toying with him. He sought to flee, yet discovered that his body was utterly immobilized, unable to even cry out for help. "No, wait." Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out as the eminent practitioner of the Tao was crushed by a mere fingertip, his very soul unable to escape. At the very moment Lin Shui was annihilated, in a distant secret realm, a furious voice reverberated, cursing, "Damn it! Who has slain this Holy One's disciple? Qingzhou, once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall turn your entire Qingzhou into a purgatory." The terrifying voice caused the entire secret realm to tremble. Back at Geo Mountain, With Lin Xue's demise, the conflict between the two sects reached a conclusion. Xian Wujia and others hurried to pay their respects to Ancestor Xuanha. Ancestor, your might is unparalleled. Long live our ancestor. Yi Changsheng stood aside, astonished, noting the distinctiveness of their greetings. Indeed, Ancestor Xuanha nodded appreciatively. Yet, in the next moment, his brows furrowed as he unleashed a torrent of scathing rebukes upon Wang Lai and the others. You wretched lot, you have utterly shamed our sect. You nearly faced total annihilation before even crossing the threshold of their gate. Xian Wujia and his companions fell silent, obediently accepting the reprimand, fearing that any utterance might lead to further punishment. After chastising them, Ancestor Xuanha turned his gaze toward Yi Changsheng, instantly adopting a friendlier demeanor. Ah, young lad, you must be Yi Changsheng, as my little Wujia has mentioned. Ancestor Xuanha amiably draped an arm over Yi Changsheng's shoulder, as if they were longtime acquaintances. Both Yi Changsheng and Xian Wujia were taken aback. This little fellow is quite impressive, brimming with potential. Ancestor Xuanha remarked with a meaningful glance at the Qun Guing beneath Yi Changsheng. With his cultivation, he could easily discern that Yi Changsheng was at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the celestial path. A youth just over 100 years old at the pinnacle of the celestial path, coupled with a young sacred beast. It would not be long before their Xuantian Sword Sect produced two powerhouses above the saint level. These were future saints indeed. Ancestor Xuanha's eyes glimmered with a radiant blue light. Yi Changsheng discreetly took a step back, extricating himself from Ancestor Xuanha's grasp. Had it not been for this old man's sudden appearance, he would have already reaped the benefits of Lin Xue's demise. By now, he might have ascended to the saint level. However, with Lin Xue gone, was there not an even larger target? Yi Changsheng regarded Ancestor Xuanha's information, feeling a surge of excitement. Ancestor Xuanha, second patriarch of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Age, 2,300 years, with a lifespan of 5,000 years at the Dao realm. Cultivation, 9th realm of the Dao. This old man possessed the extraordinary cultivation of the 9th realm of the Dao, making him a pinnacle force in the continent, especially in the absence of saints. If he could engage in combat with him, would he not ascend to the apex of sainthood? Yi Changsheng felt a stirring within, yet found himself at a loss for an excuse to provoke a confrontation. It would be absurd to strike at one who greeted him with kindness. Never mind. There would always be time to grow stronger. There was no need for haste. After careful consideration, he ultimately dismissed the enticing notion. Well then, since matters are settled, I shall take my leave, Ancestor Xuanha declared, casting a glance at Xian Wujia and the others before tearing through space and departing for the sect. Safe travels, Ancestor. The others hurriedly exclaimed. A muffled groan echoed through the void. Elder, with the Jiuyo sect's experts essentially annihilated, it is time for our disciples to venture forth and gain experience, Xian Wujia remarked coldly, surveying the Jiuyo sect as stronghold. Indeed, Sectmaster. Yi Tianxing piloted the void vessel, descending into the Jiuyo sect and activating the formation. The disciples of the Jiuyo sect, shaken by the deaths of their sect leader and elders, were in a state of panic, only thinking of escape. At that moment, the disciples of the Xuantian Sword Sect surged forth like tigers among sheep, charging into the flock of Jiuyo sect disciples. Kill them, annihilate them. The grandsons of Jiuyo sect. Your grandfather has arrived. Junior brothers, exercise caution. Do not damage the treasures here. These are the resources of the sect. Some disciples, while engaging in battle, reminded their comrades not to damage the spiritual herbs and other treasures. Soon, the sounds of conflict subsided, and the disciples of Jiuyo sect had been entirely eradicated. Occasionally, one or two stragglers attempted to flee, only to be hunted down and slain by the elders hovering above. Thus, the Jiuyo sect faced complete obliteration. Yi Changsheng observed the massacre with an unperturbed heart. The principle of eradicating the roots of a problem was one he had grasped in his past life. Xian Wujia stood suspended in the air, hands clasped behind his back, calmly instructing, clear the battlefield and take away all valuable items. Understood. Everyone, search diligently. Wang Lai responded, joining several elders in relocating all vital resources from the Jiuyo sect's treasury, scripture repository, and medicinal gardens. Following this battle, not only did the Xuantian Sword Sect obliterate the Jiuyo sect, but they also amassed a substantial cache of resources, sufficient to nurture many more talented disciples in the future. Chapter 18. The Millennial Fire Pear Tree, a sect's cheating device. After the Xuantian Sword Sect's departure, more cultivators flocked to the Jiuyo sect, drawn by news of the aftermath. These were the small families or sect forces from nearby regions who had hastened to the scene. Though the bulk of resources had been seized by the Xuantian Sword Sect, even the tiniest morsels would suffice to drive them into a frenzy. Brothers, charge. Loot. All of it is mine. These individuals descended upon the remnants like locusts, gleefully sweeping away the spiritual herbs and medicines left behind by the Xuantian Sword Sect. Even the Grand Hall of the Joyo sect was dismantled for materials. They pried up the jade tiles that adorned the hall's floor, taking everything in their wake. Wherever they passed, the sky seemed to lower 3 feet. On this day, Qingzhou experienced a cataclysmic earthquake. Not only did it witness the obliteration of the Nine Nether sect, but it was also astounded by the formidable prowess displayed by the Xuantian Sword Sect. In a mere half-day, the Nine Nether sect, second only to itself, was utterly eradicated. Investigate. I want everyone dispersed. By sunset, I must know precisely what transpired. Why did the Xuantian Sword Sect go to such lengths as to annihilate the Nine Nether sect? Furthermore, during this period, maintain a low profile. Until the situation is clarified, no one is to provoke trouble. In an instant, the prominent factions in Qingzhou were engulfed in panic. After all, they were oblivious to the motivations behind the Xuantian Sword Sect's ruthless extermination of the Nine Nether sect. Fearing that they too might become collateral damage in the frenzy, the Xuantian Sword Sect, not far from the Medicine Peak, what was once a valley now boasted a newly formed mountain peak. Towering majestically into the clouds, it possessed a richness of spiritual energy that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Medicine Peak. Atop the peak lay a quaint courtyard and several wooden houses. Master, is this our new home? Mou gazed up at Changsheng. Beside her, Xianxia's face was a portrait of astonishment, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she looked at Changsheng. Moments ago, she had witnessed him effortlessly uproot a mountain and place it here. Such a spectacle was a first for her. The phrase moving mountains and filling seas paled in comparison. Indeed, you shall cultivate here from now on. Do you like it? Changsheng smiled gently. The newly named star-picking peak having originally been the main peak of the Nine Nether sect, which he had casually reclaimed. It was an ideal residence, with sufficient spiritual energy to support Mou's future cultivation. I love it. Mou exclaimed with delight. That's splendid. Changsheng ruffled her hair. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to claim a system reward. System, what about my task reward? Changsheng inquired. Ding, the host has completed the task of breaking the Blood Spirit Great Formation and has received a Millennia Fire Pear Tree. Millennia Fire Pear Tree blooms in 3,000 years, fruits in another 3,000, reaches maturity in yet another 3,000. A single fire pear contains pure spiritual energy comparable to 100 top-grade spirit stones. A mere bite could cause a mortal to explode. It allows cultivators in the Void Realm to ascend a level, while those in the Purple Mansion realm may elevate by 2 to 3 levels. Note, each realm can only consume one. What an extraordinary boon for the sect. Changsheng marveled at the description of the fire pear tree, astonished that it could enable cultivators to ascend levels without any side effects. Alas, the maturation period was excessively long. He lamented that from bloom to fruition, it would take nearly 10,000 years. Most would likely never see a single fruit in their lifetime. Finding a spacious area at the peak, he reached out and summoned a towering spiritual tree that stood 100 feet tall. The tree was resplendent in fiery red, its vast canopy casting a shadow over a 1-mile radius. As soon as it was planted, the spiritual energy within the sect began to converge towards it. One could distinctly feel the spiritual energy concentration of the entire spiritual peak gradually increasing. Excellent. Changsheng discovered that this fire pear tree had already borne fruit, and upon scanning with his divine sense, he found exactly 3,000 pears. He plucked 2 and handed one to Xianxia. This, Elder Yi. Xianxia stood momentarily stunned, accepting the fire pear with a dazed expression. First, they had relocated a spiritual peak, and now a miraculous spiritual tree appeared. It looked exceptionally extraordinary. The taste is delightful. Changsheng took a bite. The fire pear was sweet, transforming into a stream of pure spiritual energy that was absorbed by his body. However, for him, a 9th-level cultivator of the celestial realm, this surge of spiritual power was of little consequence. What's wrong? Do you not like it? Changsheng glanced at Xianxia, who remained in a daze. Oh. Thank you, Elder Yi, she stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she took a gentle bite of the fire pear. The next moment, a gasp escaped her lips. Her aura surged, and it felt as though she had broken through a certain barrier, a far more potent energy emanating from her being. I have broken through? Xianxia stared incredulously at the fire pear in her hand. She had only taken a bite, and yet she had ascended? Realizing this, she promptly bowed to Changsheng, exclaiming, Disciple is eternally grateful for Elder Ye's generosity. Indeed, observing Xianxia now at the 9th level of the mountain-moving realm, Changsheng nodded approvingly. She had indeed broken through, confirming that the system had not deceived him. Hurry and consume the rest. Otherwise, the spiritual energy will dissipate. Yes, I understand. Xianxia quickly moved aside and finished the fire pear, beginning her cultivation. Master, I want one too. Mou looked longingly at Yi Changsheng. Haha, not suitable for you just yet. I have something even better. Yi Changsheng produced a large wooden tub and began filling it with water. Master, what are you doing? Mou retreated a few steps in trepidation, recalling an unpleasant memory associated with the tub. Yi Changsheng merely chuckled. He intended to cleanse this little one of impurities and awaken the sun's sacred body. Seizing Mou and ignoring his indignant glare, he swiftly stripped him and tossed him into the tub. Gulp, gulp, spit. Mou expelled the water he had swallowed. His small face flushed with fury as he glared at Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng disregarded him, instead retrieving a jade vial containing milky white millennia spirit essence. Little one, consume this. Mou, puzzled, accepted the vial, inhaling the fragrant aroma and swallowing hard. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the millennia spirit essence whole. Instantly, a surge of powerful and pure spiritual energy erupted within him, causing his face to flush crimson. Gradually, black impurities began to seep from his skin. Seeing this, Yi Changsheng produced some life spring water for Mou to consume. The life spring water radiated a rich green light, enveloping Mou. Half an hour later, the green light dissipated, and tranquility returned. Mou's physique had undergone a profound transformation. His skin was as fair as jade, as tender as that of a newborn, and he had grown half a head taller than before. Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Now, it is time to awaken your sacred body. Chapter 19, 10 Days of Ascendance. The Imperial Tomb emerges. With a wave of his hand, Yi Changsheng transported the meditating xianxian to the foot of the mountain. After completing this, he turned his gaze toward Mou, anticipation evident in his expression. I shall assist you in awakening your sacred body. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Changsheng, his Taoist techniques manifesting as he pointed a finger at Mou's forehead. Simultaneously, a resplendent sun descended from the heavens, showering Mou in its essence. He radiated a faint golden light, surrounded by 10 luminous orbs that formed a massive circle, slowly rising behind him. It appeared as if 10 miniature suns had coalesced into one grand sun. The sun's sacred body had re-emerged on the continent after 1,000,000 years. On the borders of Qingzhou, as Mou awakened his sun's sacred body, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A nearby hill suddenly split apart, revealing a terrifying spectacle. Billions of golden rays surged forth from the crevice, the sound of the Tao resonating, and the overwhelming vibrations rapidly spread across Qingzhou and the entire eastern wasteland. The earth crumbled, with the hills as its epicenter, instantly transforming a 100-mile radius into a vast sinkhole, within which faint outlines of a palace could be discerned. Above, the heavens were illuminated by 10 radiant suns, casting an ethereal glow that enveloped the expanse. Atop the main peak of the Tianji Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in white robes stood suspended in the void, his gaze fixed intently towards the direction of Qingzhou, his expression profoundly shaken. The 10 suns hung in the sky, heralding the emergence of an imperial tomb. Chaos was imminent in the eastern wilderness. The master of Tianji Pavilion wore a grave countenance. A century prior, before the passing of the venerable Tianji ancestor, through divine perception, it had been foretold that an imperial tomb would soon manifest. The imperial mausoleum was likely to conceal extraordinary legacies, perhaps even imperial weapons, both of which could incite madness among all factions on the continent. A Holy Land war could even erupt. Though the Tianji Pavilion held a preeminent status across the land, it was not an extreme power, and the emergence of the imperial tomb represented both an opportunity and a calamity for them. Suddenly, a voice, frail yet resonant, echoed in his ear. The Tianji Pavilion could observe for the time being, waiting for the right moment to act. Should the situation prove untenable, they must refrain from meddling with the imperial tomb. The master of Tianji Pavilion's expression shifted, and he looked towards the forbidden area. Yes, master, your disciple understands. Meanwhile, within the eastern wilderness, the sacred land of the heavenly sword, the demon god sect of the southern barbarians, the endless sea to the west, and the sacred land of the nether in the north, numerous ancient figures turned their attention towards Qingzhou. Soon after, voices arose, commanding the dispatch of individuals to Qingzhou to ascertain the cause of the extraordinary phenomena. In Qingzhou, at the Xuantian Sword Sect, the manifestations behind Mou dissipated as the solar saint body awoke completely. At this moment, he emanated a faint golden aura, exuding an extraordinary presence despite his tender age. Name, Mou. Age, 6 years. Cultivation, peak of the spirit chi realm, 9th level. Physique, solar saint body, awakened. Truly, as the solar saint body, even in mere awakening, he possessed the peak cultivation of the spirit chi realm. Yi Changsheng absorbed his information with satisfaction. At that moment, ripples in the void heralded the sudden arrival of Xian Wujia and several elders, drawn by MOU's recent phenomenon, radiating golden light, such formidable vitality. The peak of the spirit chi realm? The moment they appeared, their gazes fixed firmly on MOU, their expressions revealing astonishment. Elder Yi, who is this? Xian Wujia inquired, looking towards Yi Changsheng. This is my newly accepted disciple, MOU. Yi Changsheng replied with a subtle smile. Ah, so he is Elder Ye's disciple. Congratulations, Elder Yi. Xian Wujia then turned his gaze back to MOU, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. I observed that when this child awakened, the phenomenon was astonishing. What physique does he possess? Xian Wujia questioned again, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the earlier spectacle, as though he had encountered it in ancient texts, yet unable to recall specifics. Furthermore, this child, upon awakening, already possessed peak cultivation in the spirit chi realm, with an extraordinarily robust vitality. He must be exceptionally gifted. The solar saint body, Yi Changsheng replied candidly. There was no need for concealment, as MOU's physique had awakened, and revealing it could garner the sect's attention, ensuring MOU's safety in his absence. The solar saint body? Xian Wujia's heart quivered as memories of the solar saint emperor from ancient texts surged forth. The 10 suns in the sky were indeed the manifestation of the solar saint body. His gaze upon MOU now sparkled with renewed intensity. Gulp. A sound of swallowed breaths echoed as Yi Tianxing and Wang Lai, standing behind, felt their eyes redden with envy. Especially Wang Lai, who felt a twinge of insecurity. First, he had unexpectedly attained the cultivation of the celestial realm, then acquired a Qinghuang mount, and now there was a disciple with the solar saint body. Just how many secrets did Yi Changsheng possess? Were it not for the fear of being unable to contend with him, he would have been tempted to seize MOU for himself. Such a disciple, why had he never encountered one? Haha, everyone need not be so concerned. He is not only my disciple, but also a disciple of the sect, Yi Changsheng interjected, sensing the unsettling atmosphere. Indeed. The others quickly regained their composure, suppressing their envious gazes. Since they could not overpower him, they might as well join forces. One by one, they produced treasures, smiling as they offered them to MOU. This is a small token of affection from my uncle. MOU hesitated, looking towards Yi Changsheng for guidance. Yi Changsheng nodded, approvingly observing the items presented. The jade token from Xian Wujia allowed for unobstructed travel within the sect, even granting access to certain restricted areas. Yi Tianxing's pendant would activate upon attack, capable of withstanding strikes from the first level of the celestial realm. Wang Lai's was a small booklet containing techniques from the soul realm. Once activated, it could unleash an assault from that realm. Thank you, uncle. MOU accepted the gifts with both hands, bowing in gratitude. Having learned much from Xianxian in recent days, including the importance of respecting one's teachers and understanding the world around him. Ha ha ha, splendid. Laughter erupted among Wang Lai and the others. Having accepted their gifts, they felt like one big family. Just then, a grand sound of Tao echoed throughout the Xuantian Sword Sect, from the most venerable ancestors to the newly initiated disciples in the spirit chi realm. All fell into a trance. After a brief moment of bewilderment, everyone gazed in astonishment towards the source of the sound, where 10 suns hung in the sky, casting down a myriad of Tao light. What is this? 10 suns in the sky, a heavenly anomaly? The voice was terrifying, capable of causing them to lose consciousness in an instant. Wang Lai and the others were filled with dread, realizing this voice had breached the sect's protective formations and rendered them briefly senseless. Yi Changsheng's expression turned solemn as he observed the celestial phenomenon, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Was this not the manifestation of MOU's solar saint body, merely magnified manifold? MOU radiated a soft golden light. A flicker of authority, uncharacteristic for his age, shone in his eyes. Master, someone is calling me from over there. The authority faded, replaced by an innocent demeanor as he gazed towards the suns, bewilderment in his eyes. Chapter 20. The winds of change are rising. Yi Changsheng turned to MOU. You say someone is calling you from that direction? Yes, they are asking me to find them, MOU replied, still in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, a commanding voice had resonated in his heart, indicating that the caller had been waiting for a long time and urged him to seek them out. Yi Changsheng fell deep into contemplation, connecting MOU's recent awakening of the solar saint body to a bold hypothesis. Could it be related to the solar saint emperor? Elder, immediately dispatch powerful sect members to investigate the location of the anomaly. Xian Wujia, as the sect leader, was the first to regain his composure and make a decisive command. Understood, sect leader, Yi Tianxing replied, turning to exit the star-picking peak, casting one last glance at MOU. Evidently recognizing the resemblance between the celestial anomaly and MOU's earlier manifestation. The following day, the eastern wilderness trembled. Conversations abounded regarding the previous day's anomaly. And after strong individuals ventured to investigate, combining their findings with ancient records, they arrived at a staggering conclusion. It was indeed an imperial tomb, likely the resting place of the Solar Saint Emperor from the ancient era. The emergence of the imperial tomb might very well be a fortuitous opportunity for the sect. From the depths of an ancient family, a formidable figure emerged from the forbidden grounds, casting his gaze upon the 10 radiant suns in the sky. His withered form erupted with a terrifying might. Having lingered in the semi-holy realm for far too long, his lifespan was dwindling. The emergence of the imperial tomb might be his final opportunity. Such a scene unfolded within the numerous forbidden zones of various factions, awakening those whose lifespans were nearly exhausted, unwilling to embrace death, and striving to carve out a future. In an instant, whether among the great powers, smaller factions, or even wandering cultivators, all flocked towards the borders of Qingzhou. Some sought to partake in this grand festivity, while others were merely curious onlookers. At the Xuantian Sword Sect, in the Grand Hall, Ancestor Xuanhe and Xian Wujia sat at the forefront, while the 10 core elders of the sect occupied the left and right sides below them. Changsheng was prominently present. Given his current strength, no one would regard him as an ordinary elder. What are your thoughts on the emergence of the imperial tomb? How should our Xuantian Sword Sect respond? Xian Wujia inquired, his gaze calm as he surveyed the gathering. Master, the commotion surrounding the imperial tomb is immense. It won't be long before a holy land descends. Given our sect's strength, we may not be able to intervene, the Grand Elder Tianxing remarked, his brow furrowed. He had dispatched powerful cultivators the previous day to ascertain the situation surrounding the great tomb. It was enveloped in extraordinary phenomena, with imperial might pervading a radius of 10,000 miles, making it impossible to approach in the short term. To wait for the phenomena to dissipate and the imperial might to weaken would take at least a month. By that time, the powerful figures from the Holy Lands would have already arrived, and our Xuantian Sword Sect would stand no chance against them. An opportunity of such magnitude within Qingzhou, are we truly to abandon it? Wang Lai expressed his dissatisfaction, having initially thought that proximity would grant them an advantage, only to find the area shrouded in imperial might, thwarting his aspirations. Indeed, we cannot let this chance slip away. Precisely. The emergence of the imperial tomb will surely attract more than one holy land. When they clash, perhaps we can seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, the 6th elder suggested. The elders within the hall voiced their agreement, all unwilling to squander this opportunity. Even if it meant navigating through treachery, they were determined to gain some benefit. Xian Wujia, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Yi Changsheng. Elder Yi, what is your perspective? Yi Changsheng, upon hearing his name, looked towards Xian Wujia. Pausing momentarily in contemplation, he felt compelled to attend. Given the information at hand, it was highly likely that it was the imperial mausoleum of the Sun Holy Emperor, which might house the Sun Immortal Scripture. With Mo having awakened his physique, he was in dire need of an appropriate cultivation technique. This opportunity could not be missed. After a moment of reflection, he stated, since the great tomb has chosen to manifest in Qingzhou, we must not let it pass us by. However, for the sake of the sect's legacy, I propose that we send only a select few Dao-seeking experts. This way, even if we encounter great peril, we can mitigate the sect's losses. Indeed, I second Elder Ye's proposal. We can have the ancestors lie in wait along the path of departure, seizing any opportunity to partake. The 6th elder enthusiastically concurred with Yi Changsheng's suggestion. Xian Wujia nodded in agreement, finding merit in Yi Changsheng's idea. As for the 6th elder's suggestion of ambushing, that required further consideration. Very well, it is settled. I shall lead a few Dao-seeking elders to the site. Suddenly, Ancestor Xuanhe, who had been in deep meditation, spoke up, decisively concluding the matter. Yes, Ancestor. Yes, Ancestor. The core elders rose in unison to acknowledge. After the discussions concluded, they turned to leave. Little Yi, you stay behind. Ancestor Xuanhe suddenly interjected. Little Yi. Yi Changsheng's lips twitched. It seemed he was the only one with the surname Yi present. He halted, casting a puzzled glance at Ancestor Xuanhe. Is there something you need, Ancestor? Xian Wujia mentioned you took on a disciple, the Sun Holy Body? Ancestor Xuanhe asked directly. Without preamble. Indeed, my little disciple is the Sun Holy Body, and he awakened his physique just yesterday, Yi Changsheng replied. Xian Wujia nodded in affirmation, having thoroughly reviewed the ancient texts afterward to confirm that it was indeed the Sun Holy Body. Remarkable. Ancestor Xuanhe's eyes shone with intense brilliance. In an instant, many thoughts surged through his mind. The Sun Holy Body had just awakened, and now the imperial mausoleum of the Sun Holy Emperor was emerging. On the day the imperial tomb opens, take the holy body with you. Ancestor Xuanhe felt this was no mere coincidence. Bringing the holy body along might yield unexpected results. Yi Changsheng nodded. He had already intended to bring Mou along. Regardless, even if they encountered formidable opponents from the Holy Lands, with the passive protection of the system, he could ensure his safety. Haha, little Yi, you are quite impressive. Ancestor Xuanhe laughed heartily, commending Yi Changsheng not only for his own talent, but also for having taken on a disciple of even greater potential. All right, the matter is settled. You two may leave now. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, and his figure vanished from the hall. As the space twisted, when he reappeared, he found himself within the ancestral grounds. The Xuantian Sword Sect's ancestral land was rich with spiritual energy, forming clouds and mists, with spiritual birds soaring and vast fields of precious herbs flourishing, resembling a celestial paradise. With a tranquil expression, Ancestor Xuanhe ventured deeper into the ancestral grounds. Along the way, he passed by numerous thatched cottages, each exuding a powerful aura. Before long, he arrived at a small courtyard at the innermost part. Outside the courtyard, an elderly figure in green was diligently tending to the medicinal fields. Great Ancestor. Ancestor Xuanhe bowed respectfully to the elder. The elderly figure looked up at Ancestor Xuanhe. Oh, little Xuanzi, you've come. Little Xuanzi. Ancestor Xuanhe's mouth twitched, feeling a pang of embarrassment as he glanced back to ensure no one was eavesdropping before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Great Ancestor. I am over 2,000 years old now. Could you refrain from calling me little Xuanzi? If outsiders heard that, I would lose all my dignity. In that moment, he completely forgot that he had previously addressed others in the same manner. When I was carving my path in the cultivation world, you were still in diapers. What? Have you grown wings now? The great ancestor raised his brows, mockingly retorting. Ancestor Xuanhe found himself momentarily speechless, quickly adopting a conciliatory smile. I wouldn't dare, great ancestor. You may call me as you wish. Despite being over 2,000 years old and the highest-ranking member of the sect, he knew all too well that the one before him was the true master of the Xuantian Sword Sect, whose age remained a mystery even to him. Since he became aware of the world, the elder had already been the sect's great ancestor. Ah, now that's more like it. Come inside and let's talk. The great ancestor nodded with satisfaction, inviting Ancestor Xuanhe into the courtyard. As Ancestor Xuanhe passed by, the elder's mud-streaked hands discreetly brushed against his robes. Ancestor Xuanhe was at a loss for words. His long robe was woven from a rare fabric of a millennium-old ice silkworm. However, he dared not voice his discontent, fearing retribution. Great Ancestor, we have identified the cause of yesterday's phenomenon. Oh, do share, the great ancestor said, clapping his hands together, appearing leisurely. The imperial tomb is emerging in Qingzhou, suspected to be the mausoleum of the Sun Holy Emperor. Moreover, our sect has produced a Sun Holy body, Ancestor Xuanhe stated gravely. Boom. Just moments ago, the seemingly tranquil elder, exuding an air of casualness, was suddenly transformed into a figure of terrifying grandeur. The Grand Ancestor's gaze was fixed intently upon the ancient river ancestor, an aura of holy majesty subtly radiating from his being. Is this truly the case? The ancient river ancestor, feeling a rigidness enveloping him, sensed as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. The Grand Ancestor's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. In a mere instant, he had unraveled the intricate web of causality and its ensuing consequences. After a prolonged silence, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, I understand. I shall intervene when the time comes. In the eastern wilderness, within the sacred burial grounds of a prominent sect, a figure clad in a Taoist robe, rotund in stature, emerged from a grand tomb. The portly Taoist clutched an ancient lamp emitting a ghostly azure light, his robe adorned with myriad runes, subtly exuding a saintly aura. Adorned with numerous pendants, necklaces, and bracelets, he radiated the essence of a local landowner. Casting a glance at the grand tomb behind him, a look of profound discontent marred his features. Paupers, a bunch of impoverished wretches, lacking even a single worthy treasure. The portly Taoist lamented inwardly, having ventured into perilous depths in search of artifacts. To his dismay, after excavating over a dozen grand tombs, he had procured not a single useful item, leaving him utterly exhausted. With a thud, he hurled his shovel to the ground, producing a dull clang. By my ancestors, I have traversed the cultivation realm for 3 millennia and witnessed many grand tombs, yet I have never encountered such destitution. How dare they claim to be a great sect of the eastern wilderness? Spitting once more in disdain, he invoked his Taoist arts to disrupt the cosmic secrets of this space. Having completed his task, he made his way toward a large opening at the edge of the forbidden area, which served as his passage in and out. As he walked, the pendants and other adornments jingled melodiously against one another. Shortly after his departure, an aged figure descended, surveying the numerous excavation holes that marred the forbidden grounds. His eyes bulged in fury, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Who dares? Who is responsible for this? I shall have your life, annihilate your very soul. The figure, consumed by rage, radiated an overwhelming holy majesty, causing the entire forbidden area to tremble violently. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. Yet news of an imperial tomb's emergence in the eastern wilderness reached him, and now he found the ancestral burial grounds desecrated. Achoo! Meanwhile, 100 miles away, the portly Taoist, just emerging from the void, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? He mused, rubbing his nose and gazing skyward. The next moment, he was dumbfounded. What on earth? Why are there so many suns in the sky? Above, 10 radiant suns illuminated the heavens, casting down myriad threads of faint golden Tao light. No, 10 suns. This resembles the celestial phenomena of the sun's sovereign from ancient history. The portly Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. Having spent 3 millennia in the cultivation realm delving into the secrets of ancient history, he instantly connected the dots to the legendary sun sovereign. Could it be that the imperial tomb of the sovereign has emerged? He trembled with excitement, having long dreamt of exploring such a tomb. I must first consult the divination. Producing several ancient turtle shells, he cast them into the air, a drop of his blood mingling with them. The shells glowed faintly red in midair, spinning a few times before plummeting to the ground with a soft thud. Crack! The fallen turtle shell emitted a gentle sound as it rapidly cracked open. Hiss! The portly Taoist inhaled sharply, an ominous sign. In the next instant, his eyes blazed with fervor. This truly could be a great opportunity. The turtle shell bore only a crack and had not shattered completely, indicating a glimmer of hope. With the life-saving techniques he had honed over 3 millennia of tomb raiding, he believed he could emerge unscathed. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. He tore through the void, hastening toward the source of the celestial phenomenon. Simultaneously, across the eastern wilderness and the entire continent, powerful auras surged toward the heavens. Whether riding chariots or commanding exotic beasts, a grand procession made its way toward the azure continent. Occasionally, solitary figures tore through space, their holy might inciting waves of awe. In this fervent atmosphere, over half a month swiftly passed. At the borders of the azure continent, miles from the imperial tomb, countless factions congregated. The 4 great sacred lands, Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, Netherworld Sacred Ground, Demon God Sect, and the Endless Sea, each held dominion over a portion of the area. Additionally, several reclusive ancient clans and solitary wanderers joined the throngs. Yet, the majority comprised practitioners from smaller sects and families, each fantasizing about obtaining ultimate legacies and soaring to greatness. The confluence of such diverse energies stirred a tempest in the skies. Had it not been for the celestial phenomena surrounding the imperial tomb, these throngs would have rushed in long ago. Patriarch, so many people. Even the 4 great sacred lands have arrived. Can we still obtain treasures? A disciple from a minor clan looked up at his patriarch, his face filled with concern. What do you know? Once the phenomena dissipate, the people from the 4 great sacred lands will surely be the first to rush in. They will feast on the meat, and we shall follow behind. Collecting the broth, it will be more than sufficient. This way, we avoid the unknown dangers within the imperial tomb. The middle-aged man, referred to as the patriarch, replied. His expression wise patriarch. Several disciples immediately grasped the implication, their faces alight with admiration. At the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, a young man clad in white surveyed the scene, a faint smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Pathetic. Some mere ants dare to covet the imperial tomb? The white-clad youth's demeanor was cold, his aura warping the surrounding space. In a nondescript corner, 2 figures, one tall and one small, stood in stark contrast. Yi Changsheng and Mo Yu were the sole inhabitants of this space, the rest of the Xuantian Sword Sect having been taken elsewhere by the ancient river ancestor. Yi Changsheng's gaze was fixed upon the direction of the 4 great sacred lands, where he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, far surpassing even that of the ancient river ancestor. A saint? A glint of determination ignited in his eyes. As long as he did not encounter a saint wielding an imperial weapon, he felt no fear, thanks to his system. Boom. At that moment, the imperial tomb quaked, and the celestial lights above intensified, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Bang! Bang! Some cultivators near the boundaries of the aura barely had time to react before their bodies exploded, turning into a mist of blood. What is happening? Why is there suddenly such pressure from the imperial tomb? The surrounding survivors were filled with dread, retreating hastily, fearful that they would be next. Those from the 4 great sacred lands, however, wore expressions of excitement as they gazed toward the imperial tomb. The imperial tomb is about to open. Indeed, as the celestial phenomena erupted, they began to slowly fade, the pressure receding like a tide. Look, the phenomena are dissipating. The pressure from the imperial tomb is weakening. Someone exclaimed as they noticed the dimming celestial lights and the diminishing pressure around the tomb. allowing the stronger practitioners to withstand the pressure and approach within a mile. We can enter the Imperial Tomb. Everyone charge. In that moment, a voice rang out, igniting the crowd. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the crowd as the powerful individuals unfurled their magical artifacts, surging towards the abyss where the Imperial Tomb lay hidden. Just as they approached the chasm, a figure abruptly materialized out of thin air, blocking their path. Seeking death? Step aside, roared a burly man at the forefront, raising his hand to strike. The figure remained indifferent, for since he ascended to the exalted position of the Supreme Elder of the Netherworld's sacred land, no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Without any visible motion, he merely cast a glance at the man, who instantly exploded into a mist of crimson. Such a gruesome spectacle immediately chilled the fervent crowd, halting them in their tracks. Fear etched on their faces as they gazed upon the figure ahead. That burly man was a formidable presence at the Daoasking realm, and to be so effortlessly obliterated by a mere gaze instilled terror in their hearts. Xuantian Saint, what are you doing? The white-clad youth from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land glared coldly at the figure at the edge of the chasm. Do you intend to monopolize the opportunities of the Imperial Tomb? I merely wish to resolve a minor inconvenience before entering the tomb, replied the Xuantian Saint casually. Resolve an inconvenience? The white-clad youth furrowed his brow. The illustrious Netherworld's sacred land, with its base far in the northern domain, should have no troubles to address in his eastern wilderness domain. However, with the tomb entrance imminent, he preferred not to confront the other party prematurely. Hurry and resolve it. Do not delay my entry into the tomb. The Xuantian Saint paid no heed to the youth's attitude, his gaze turning icy as he surveyed the crowd. Who here belongs to the Xuantian Sword Sect? Step forward. At this declaration, the crowd stirred restlessly. Xuantian Sword Sect? Is that not the foremost sect of Changsheng? What is happening? Have they offended the Netherworld's sacred land? This is going to be entertaining. Some who had initially feared the Netherworld's sacred land now relaxed, realizing the confrontation was directed at the Xuantian Sword Sect, and they stood aside, wearing expressions of spectatorship. Others instinctively turned their gazes towards Changsheng. They had seen him on the day the Juyo sect was annihilated and recognized him as a member of the Xuantian Sword Sect. The Xuantian Saint's eyes followed their gaze, landing upon Changsheng. Only two individuals, and one of them is but a child? Though he regarded the so-called foremost sect of Qingzhou as trivial, he found it peculiar that only two had arrived. Are you from the Xuantian Sword Sect? In response to the inquiry, Changsheng maintained his composure, replying simply, indeed. Yet he too was perplexed. The Xuantian Sword Sect and the Netherworld's sacred land appeared to have no prior entanglements. Why did it seem they were specifically seeking him out? Since you acknowledge it, then kneel and apologize, commanded the Xuantian Saint, his demeanor cold and authoritative. Changsheng was taken aback. Kneel and apologize? What nonsense is this? Do I even know you? The Xuantian Sword Sect has not offended the Netherworld's sacred land, so why must I apologize? His calm words stirred waves of astonishment. Is this person mad? He dares to speak so to a saint? Indeed, the Xuantian Sword Sect is doomed. He could have simply knelt and apologized, but now, having offended a saint, annihilation may be imminent. The crowd regarded Changsheng with pity, and those nearby retreated as if from a viper, fearing the saint's wrath might encompass them. This is amusing. The white-clad youth from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land chuckled lightly, his expression one of amusement. Elder, the Xuantian Sword Sect is a force within our eastern wilderness domain. Should we intervene? A mere small sect, the white-clad youth dismissed with a wave of his hand. The inheritance of the Imperial Tomb is of utmost importance. It is not worth inciting discord with the Netherworld's sacred land over them. Understood, Elder. The gray-clad Elder stepped back, casting a regretful glance at Changsheng. I once owed a favor to the ancestor of the Juyo sect. Do you understand now? The Xuantian Saint's voice dripped with disdain. Since you are unwilling to apologize yourself, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will kill you first, and once the tomb affair is settled, I shall eradicate the Xuantian Sword Sect. His cold gaze bore down upon Changsheng as he raised his palm, preparing to strike. Unfazed, Changsheng stepped forward. System, it is your turn to perform. At that moment, a figure clad in green appeared before Changsheng, intercepting the attack. Boom. The terrifying clash of saintly laws shattered the void, sending spiderweb-like cracks spiraling outward. Those who had not retreated far enough were instantly silenced by the residual force. Changsheng remained unscathed, staring in disbelief at the elderly figure who had suddenly appeared before him, his frustration boiling. Who is this old man, meddling in my affairs? Why is it that every time a crucial moment arises, someone appears to shield me? I appreciate your good intentions, but I truly do not require assistance. Young one, do not be so agitated. I am your grand ancestor, the figure in green replied, revealing himself as the revered elder of the Xuantian Sword Sect. who had been lurking nearby and intervened only when he sensed Yi Changsheng was in danger. Grand Ancestor? Yi Changsheng scrutinized the old man before him, recalling the words of Ancestor Xuanha, who had indeed mentioned sending someone to protect him so that he need not worry. Chapter 23. The Xuantian Sword Sect has two saints? Saint Realm? Who are you to interfere in the affairs of the Netherworld's sacred land? The Yuqian saint's gaze turned frigid as he faced the Grand Ancestor. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to intervene, and not even a member of the four great sacred lands. You intend to annihilate my sect, yet you inquire about my identity? The Grand Ancestor's expression grew grave. He and the Yuqian saint were both at the first level of the Saint Realm. While he did not fear the other, the presence of the Netherworld's sacred land behind him was a significant concern. Who would have thought that a mere small sect from Qingzhou could produce a saint? The Yuqian saint regarded the Grand Ancestor, his eyes darkening ominously. He was astonished that this insignificant sect contained such power. However, do you truly believe you can contend with the Netherworld's sacred land? Just right. I am in need of a soul for the sacred artifact I am refining, and your divine soul will serve perfectly. The Yuqian saint materialized before the Grand Ancestor, striking with a palm. Come at me. The Grand Ancestor's eyes narrowed, his hand morphing into a claw as he retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Boom. The terrifying collision of sacred might caused the void to rupture and heal in a relentless cycle. This is becoming increasingly interesting. The white-clad youth from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land crossed his arms, watching the battlefield with a mocking gaze. I never expected that besides the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, other saints would emerge from the Eastern Wilderness domain. If we can deplete the strength of the Netherworld's sacred land, perhaps we will face one less opponent in our quest for the Imperial Tomb. The formidable figures from the Endless Sea and the Demon God cult wore expressions of spectatorship, for regardless of who lost in this dispute, it would ultimately benefit them. Damn it! The Yuqian saint, unable to break through, summoned a massive black seal, its sacred might surging towards the Grand Ancestor. Before it could fully descend, the ground beneath them caved in, forming a deep chasm. Is that all you have in terms of weaponry? Allow me to introduce you to my Grand Ancestor's great sword. The Grand Ancestor brandished a sword resembling a door panel, wide as a gate, and with a mighty swing, unleashed a surge of sacred might. Bang! The great seal clashed with the door panel, unleashing a terrifying energy that scattered throughout the space, causing it to collapse. And the surrounding area within 1,000 zhang was instantly obliterated, devoid of life. Following this confrontation, the two figures retreated to their respective sides. Suddenly, a ripple emerged from the space behind the Great Ancestor, as a gaunt silhouette silently materialized, thrusting a long sword towards his head. The air tore apart beneath the blade, rending the fabric of reality. A surprise attack. The Great Ancestor had no time to ponder. In a moment of desperation, he raised the door panel sword to defend himself. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound, he felt his hand go numb, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Damn it, this is bad. The Great Ancestor cursed inwardly, astonished to discover that the underworld's sacred land harbored a second saint. Moreover, it was a cunning old trickster adept at concealment, which heralded significant trouble. Cackling. The underworld saint would not let such a golden opportunity slip away, directing the Great Seal toward the Great Ancestor. Immediately, the seal expanded in the air to the size of a small mountain, bearing down with overwhelming force. Should this strike land, the Great Ancestor would not only be reduced to a meat pie, but would at the very least suffer severe injuries. Damn. Two saints have arrived from the underworld's sacred land? I wonder if they brought any Imperial weapons? What a clever scheme. The expressions of the powerful figures from the other three sacred lands darkened. They had only sent one saint each. The previously balanced situation now tilted in favor of the underworld's sacred land, exposing their overwhelming strength over the three factions. In this way, they found themselves at a disadvantage in the contest for the Imperial Tomb. The powerful figures from the three sacred lands exchanged glances, all regarding the underworld's sacred land as their foremost enemy. This is bad. Yi Changsheng anxiously observed the scene. With his current celestial realm strength, he could not rush to the rescue in time. Ding, it's your turn to perform, host. The system has issued a task. Save the Great Ancestor and defeat the saint of the underworld's sacred land. Completion of this task will yield substantial rewards. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and before Yi Changsheng could comprehend, a mysterious force transported him beneath the Great Seal. System. You always come through at crucial moments. Yi Changsheng's eyes gleamed as he looked at the descending seal. Now it's my time to shine. Kid, what are you doing here? Get out of the way. The Great Ancestor finally stabilized himself and was preparing to fully resist the opponent's formidable strike when he noticed Yi Changsheng had unexpectedly appeared beneath the Great Seal, instantly causing his heart to plummet. Even the powerful figures from the three sacred lands, who had been merely spectators, were taken aback. Their gazes had never left the battlefield. Yet they hadn't noticed how Yi Changsheng had materialized. Could it be that he is a power beyond the saints? The powerful figures from the three sacred lands were astonished. This would explain how he had eluded their watchful eyes and appeared in the fray out of nowhere. Moreover, if he were not a saint, who would willingly court death? In an instant, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Changsheng was oblivious to their thoughts. From the moment he appeared beneath the Great Seal, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Host detected to be under attack by a powerful foe. Attack intensity is that of a first-level saint. The system passively activates, granting the host first-level Saint King cultivation. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming aura of sanctity radiated from Yi Changsheng, causing the surrounding space to fracture under the immense pressure. Even the great ancestor, who stood not far behind, staggered backward several miles, unable to withstand the force. The Saint King realm, such formidable power. A faint golden light enveloped Yi Changsheng, his eyes exuding authority. He glanced at the descending seal, raised his right hand, and clenched it in the void. Boom! The pitch-black seal exploded in midair, unleashing a torrent of energy that transformed into a rain of light, reminiscent of fireworks. Yet, like fleeting fireworks, the light rain dissipated, and the great seal vanished from the sky. A powerful sacred artifact was thus obliterated by Yi Changsheng's single hand. This. The great ancestor stared in astonishment, feeling his resolve waver. This is the person that the Xiankong kid wanted him to protect? Such an unparalleled powerhouse still needed safeguarding? A high-level saint? This is impossible. How could a mere Xuantian Sword Sect possess a high-level saint? The underworld saint was horrified. To crush his sacred weapon with a single hand, one would at least have to be a high-level saint. Yet, such power was scarce even among the sacred lands. How could a common sect from the eastern wasteland possess such strength? The figures from the Endless Sea and the demon god cult turned their gazes toward the heavenly sword sacred land. Yi Changsheng was unexpectedly formidable, a revelation they had not anticipated. It seemed that the strength of the eastern wasteland surpassed that of the other three domains. Just a mere sect from one region, and it already housed two saints. The eyes of the heavenly sword sacred land's powers glimmered with a cold light. If the Xuantian Sword Sect had only one saint, they could accept it. After all, the eastern wasteland was vast, and it was not unusual for certain sects to conceal one or two saints, posing no significant threat to their dominion. However, the sudden emergence of two saints from the Xuantian Sword Sect was quite alarming. There were overtly two. Who could say how many lay hidden behind the scenes? As the sole sacred land of the eastern wasteland, the discovery of such a formidable force on their turf was not news the heavenly sword sacred land wished to hear. Chapter 24, with Saint King cultivation, subduing the underworld sacred land. Nothing is impossible, Yi Changsheng said nonchalantly, casually waving his hand to send the underworld saint flying. At that moment, the second saint from the underworld sacred land appeared silently, aiming a sword strike at Yi Changsheng's neck. Seeking death. A chilling glint flashed in Yi Changsheng's eyes as he extended his right hand, pinching the incoming long sword between two fingers and giving it a slight twist. Bang! The sword shattered, slicing through the gaunt saint's neck, and a head rolled away. One of the saints from the underworld sacred land was decapitated. Ah! The gaunt saint let out a chilling scream, grasping his severed head in his hands as he fled for his life. Yi Changsheng, however, chose not to pursue, opting instead to await another opportunity to discreetly deal with him. After all, the other party was backed by a sacred land, protected by an imperial weapon. In this crowded setting, if he were to kill openly, it might provoke the underworld sacred land to summon imperial weapons. While he himself was unafraid, the Xuantian Sword Sect could face annihilation. Meanwhile, the gaunt saint had returned to the stronghold of the underworld's sacred land, reattaching his head to his neck. However, his aura appeared significantly weakened. His already emaciated form had become even more desiccated, clearly suffering severe injuries. He cast a fearful glance at Yi Changsheng, a hint of trepidation evident in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had truly sensed the breath of death. At this time, the underworld saint appeared beside him, and they exchanged glances, both bearing grim expressions. Particularly the underworld saint, who had merely intended to eliminate a minor inconvenience to resolve the matter with the old ancestor of the Nine Nether. Unexpectedly, the Xuantian Sword Sect turned out to be so powerful, effortlessly producing two saints who could easily overpower him. Had it not been for the caution of the other party regarding the underworld's sacred land behind him, he might not even be standing intact at this moment. How terrifying! The Xuantian Sword Sect actually possesses two saints, one of whom is a high-level saint. Indeed, they had concealed themselves too well. Such strength could be deemed one of the most formidable forces beneath a sacred land. In the event that the imperial relics reveal imperial weapons, should they fall into the wrong hands, it is not inconceivable that a new sacred ground may emerge. The retreating cultivators, witnessing this potential turn of events, were expressions of sheer astonishment. What a tumultuous series of events it has been, from the initial outburst of the Saint of the Abyssal Spring, to the intervention of the Grand Ancestor, followed by the stealthy strike of a concealed saint from the Netherworld's sacred land, culminating in Yi Changsheng's powerful suppression of the emaciated saint. Could it truly be that this conflict will conclude with the triumph of the Xuantian Sword Sect? Youngster, speak frankly, what is your realm? Are you truly a high-level saint? The Grand Ancestor inquired curiously, leaning on his grand sword beside Yi Changsheng. After 6 millennia of cultivation, he had barely attained the first level of sainthood. The sudden emergence of a high-level saint junior was difficult for him to fathom. Well, sort of. Yi Changsheng chuckled softly, as he had indeed only exerted the strength of a high-level saint. Uncertain whether the 4 great sacred lands had brought forth imperial weapons or possessed other formidable means, it was prudent to retain some strength. Boom. At that moment, the 10 suns in the sky erupted with blinding brilliance, dissipating entirely. All oppressive forces within 1,000 miles vanished, leaving the imperial relics unimpeded. Let us proceed into the imperial relics, declared the indifferent youth from the heavenly sword sacred land, unwilling to squander any more time. Yes, ancestor, replied the accompanying powerful beings from the sacred lands, soaring into the air towards the abyss where the imperial relics lay. Simultaneously, the formidable forces from the Endless Sea and the Demon God Sect also sprang into action. Damn it, we must move as well. We cannot allow them to get ahead. The Saint of the Abyssal Spring cursed under his breath, exchanging a glance with the emaciated saint before they too took flight towards the imperial relics. Given the current situation, the significance of the imperial relics was undeniable. Grand Ancestor, let us enter as well. Yi Changsheng urged Wuyo, taking to the skies towards the imperial relics on his sword. The Grand Ancestor nodded, stepping onto the enormous sword that resembled a door plank, following closely behind. Initially harboring little hope for the legacies within the imperial relics, a glimmer of determination now appeared on his face. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, a sinister-looking young man clad in blood-red attire fixated his gaze on Yi Changsheng's retreating figure, a trace of malevolent intent glinting in his eyes. A high-level saint, huh? Hee. When the Grand Ancestor's cultivation is restored, that will be the day you become nourishment. Just before everyone could enter the imperial relics, within the relics themselves, a rotund Taoist emerged from the void. You all take your time. I shall seek treasures first, he proclaimed, turning to glance back at the spatial passage with a hint of smugness. This passage had taken him over half a month to establish, crafted to evade the eyes of outsiders and stealthily access the imperial relics to amass wealth quietly. Haha, dear Taoist, do not let me down after all this toil, he murmured, surveying his surroundings before producing a small cage containing a radiant little beast. The treasure-seeking mouse, a naturally gifted creature with an extraordinary aptitude for locating treasures. It could uncover valuables even amidst restrictions or formations. This creature was his greatest ally in archaeology. Upon opening the cage, the treasure-seeking mouse eagerly leaped out and darted toward a distant direction. Treasures, here I come. The rotund Taoist chuckled lecherously, trailing closely behind the mouse. Before long, the duo arrived before a stone door. The Taoist's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out, eager to push it open. His face flushed crimson as the stone door remained steadfastly shut. Frowning, he concentrated his entire strength for a forceful attempt. Open for me, he commanded. With a series of cracking sounds, the door began to yield slightly under his exertion. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant light flooded through the crack, revealing a wealth of treasures within. Instantly invigorated, the rotund Taoist flung the door open, stepping into the stone chamber without hindrance. By the heavens, this is so many treasures. So many treasures. His eyes widened in disbelief at the array of items displayed within the chamber: swords, spears, staves, and various magical artifacts emanating sacred might. Additionally, shelves lined with ancient tomes and jade tablets caught his eye. Mine, all mine, he exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with greed as he waved his hands, collecting every item in the chamber into his inner realm. In the blink of an eye, the stone chamber was left barren save for its 4 walls. Even the stone door was stripped bare. Next, with treasures in hand, he fed a spirit stone to the treasure-seeking mouse and urged it onward to lead him to the next target, lest he be left with mere scraps when the forces of the 4 great sacred lands arrived. Chapter 25. The imperial relics have been burgled. Oddly, there were no restrictions within the imperial relics. The rotund Taoist wandered through the relics with ease, encountering no barriers, which left him somewhat bewildered. However, considering that the Sun Saint Emperor spent his life protecting humanity, it was perhaps his intention not to leave behind traps to harm his kin after his passing. The absence of restrictions was fortuitous, enabling him to scour without restraint. Infinite. Oh, the celestial. He chanted reverently, his eyes gleaming with greed as he resumed his treasure hunt. With the help of the treasure-seeking mouse, he swiftly explored every treasure-laden location within the imperial relics, collecting every item encountered, regardless of its quality or rank. As he often said, how could there be any rubbish in the imperial relics? Even a chair once sat upon by an emperor, or a floor they trod, once imbued with imperial energy, is a treasure. If it is a treasure, it must all be taken. The rotund Taoist cradled the treasure-seeking mouse in his hands, his eyes filled with adoration. Haha, what a fine little creature. Suddenly, the mouse erupted in a vibrant array of colors, leaping from his palm and scurrying around him in a frenzy. What has it discovered? The Taoist's eyes lit up with overwhelming excitement as he observed the mouse's exuberance. This display indicated it had unearthed something extraordinary. The last time the mouse emitted tricolored light, he had acquired a significant holy weapon. This time, with the seven-colored glow. Could it be even rarer? Could it be an imperial weapon? The rotund Taoist trembled with excitement, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Just then, after a flurry of chaotic movements, the treasure-seeking mouse darted in a specific direction. Observing this, the Taoist hastened to follow, navigating a winding path until he and the mouse delved deeper into the imperial relics. Ultimately, they arrived at the innermost sanctum, halting before a towering stone door, excitement evident in the mouse's eyes. Are you saying the treasure lies within? The Taoist's face lit up with anticipation as he gazed at the closed door. The mouse stood on its hind legs, crossing its front paws in an almost human gesture, nodding affirmatively. Haha, treasure, I am coming. The rotund Taoist's excitement surged upon receiving the confirmation. In a precautionary measure, he first stowed away the treasure-seeking mouse, then raised his hand to summon several defensive artifacts, enveloping himself in a cocoon of protection. Simultaneously, the numerous ornaments adorning his body began to glow in succession. Having completed these preparations, he summoned the entirety of his cultivation, a thread of sacred might emanating from him, and directed it forcefully towards the stone door. Boom! Without encountering the slightest resistance, the stone door shattered upon impact, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Alas! The rotund Taoist emitted a cry of despair, having exerted himself excessively and unexpectedly tumbling to the ground. Cough, cough, phew. This is utterly illogical. Previously, he had to exert every ounce of his strength to open the stone door, yet this one crumbled at a mere touch. Clumsily rising to his feet, the Taoist surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, he was shaken to his core, his complexion paling visibly. At the very center before the stone temple, an elderly man clad in green sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, his eyes vacant and fixed intently upon him. Although the old man emitted no discernible aura, the space around his body was continuously collapsing, as if worlds were being annihilated and reborn. Hiss! The Taoist gasped, a chill running down his spine. Merely sitting there, he caused the surrounding space to disintegrate. What level of cultivation could this be? At the very least, a saint, perhaps even a saint king, could not achieve such a feat. With no time to ponder further, the glow of his protective talismans intensified, maximizing his defenses as he cautiously regarded the green-clad elder. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned something peculiar. Despite the terrifying appearance of this elder, he was not a living being. To be precise, he was merely a phantom. The mere presence of such a specter could evoke such a terrifying scene. Could it be the residual shadow of the Sun Sovereign? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. However, if that were indeed the case, perhaps this phantom held an ultimate legacy. After 3 millennia of archaeological pursuits, the Taoist had finally encountered a significant opportunity. Once he ascertained that the phantom posed no threat to him, he summoned his courage and slowly advanced forward. Closer, closer. This ultimate legacy would belong to him. As the distance diminished, the Taoist's hand gradually reached for the phantom of the elder. Just as his palm made contact, the previously tranquil and unresponsive apparition suddenly erupted in a blaze of golden light, instantly propelling him away. Bang! Uft! The Taoist crashed heavily against the wall, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. The multitude of defensive artifacts he wore disintegrated into powder, including several sacred weapons. Meanwhile, outside the imperial tomb, the powerful beings from the 4 great sacred lands had only just entered. At first, they were filled with enthusiasm, eagerly preparing to loot treasures. However, after probing several stone chambers, their expressions darkened. What the hell is going on? Empty, empty, all empty. Has the imperial tomb been robbed? These stone chambers were devoid of anything, not even a strand of hair. Yet, the traces within clearly indicated that items had previously been stored here. It was evident that someone had entered before them and plundered all the treasures. The white-clad saint of the heavenly sword's sacred land suddenly turned his gaze toward the elder of the abyss, his voice icy as he spoke. old ghost of the abyss. Did you deliberately keep us outside the tomb, perhaps sending someone in to collect all the treasures within? The conjecture of the young man was not without merit. In his eyes, how could the illustrious abyss sacred land harbor enmity against a mere minor sect from the Qingzhou region? As for the elder of the abyss claiming to owe a favor to an ancestor of the Nine Nether sect, was that even plausible? Could a dignified saint owe a favor to a mere celestial realm individual? Indeed, Abyss, what explanation do you have for this? The Endless Sea and the demon god cult nodded in agreement, all casting their gazes toward the elder of the abyss. Regardless of whether the abyss sacred land was behind this, the blame would inevitably fall upon them. Only then could the three factions justifiably unite to expel the abyss sacred land from the imperial tomb. I would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. The abyss sacred land acts with integrity. Do not slander us. The elder of the abyss's expression was cold, yet inwardly, he seethed with rage. How could he not see that these three factions were conspiring to eliminate the abyss sacred land? While he contemplated such a scheme, achieving stealthy entry into the imperial tomb without detection was beyond his capabilities. Unless, of course, he possessed strength far exceeding that of the saints from the four great sacred lands. With that thought, he suddenly scanned the crowd. It seemed a few individuals were missing. Chapter 26, The Remnant of the Sun Sovereign. The elder of the abyss cast his gaze around, seeking the figure of Changsheng among the crowd. However, after a thorough sweep, he found not a trace of him. Meanwhile, under the cover of his concealed aura, Changsheng and his companions had already quietly advanced ahead of the four great sacred lands. Unlike the others, Changsheng was not interested in any of the other treasures. His sole purpose for this expedition was the legacy of the Sun Sovereign within the imperial tomb. "Mou, do you sense anything?" Changsheng inquired of the little one beside him, who had previously mentioned hearing a call from the direction of the tomb. Now that they had arrived, he had displayed no signs of change. "Master, it seems to be coming from that direction. It is calling to me," Mou replied, somewhat bewildered. Pointing towards the depths of the imperial tomb, he felt that the voice in his mind originated from there. "From the innermost depths, is it? Young Changsheng, let us hurry," the grand ancestor urged, his expression anxious as he wished to locate the legacy before the four great sacred lands arrived. Despite Changsheng's earlier display of formidable strength, the arrival of the four great sacred lands would undoubtedly lead to countless complications. After all, their forces were substantial, and should they present a powerful treasure, they could easily overwhelm him. If they brought an imperial weapon, it would be utterly hopeless. "All right," Changsheng nodded, sharing the concern that the others might possess an imperial weapon. Even if he were at the Saint King level, he might not stand a chance against a saint wielding such a weapon. Grabbing Mou, he and the grand ancestor swiftly made their way deeper into the imperial tomb. Along the way, they discovered several stone chambers, all of which were found to be ajar, and upon scanning with their spiritual consciousness, they were empty. Could it be that someone got there first? A sense of foreboding flooded their minds. "Young Changsheng, we must move faster," the grand ancestor urged. Changsheng remained silent, thinking that if not for having to wait for this burden, he could indeed move faster. Nonetheless, he quickened his pace slightly. As long as the grand ancestor could keep up, he was more than willing to accommodate. As they delved deeper, they encountered more open stone chambers, each one devoid of any contents. Now, they were increasingly convinced that the imperial tomb had been plundered, and a sense of urgency gripped their hearts. In this state, they soon arrived at the entrance of the stone temple at the heart of the imperial tomb. The temple had no door, only a thick layer of stone powder on the ground. "Master, it is right inside," Mou exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the temple. Changsheng and the grand ancestor exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. How brazen. They even dismantled the door. "Let us go." The grand ancestor's expression was grim as he stepped forward toward the temple. Changsheng followed closely behind Mou. However, as soon as they stepped into the stone hall, they were taken aback by the scene before them. In the central area of the stone hall, an old man clad in green sat cross-legged, his gaze vacant, as the space around him continuously crumbled and reformed. Nearby, 3 paces away, a rotund Taoist priest was slumped on the ground, his expression equally hollow, murmuring incoherently to himself. As they approached, they could discern his words. "Treasures, the treasures of the Taoist master. Gone, all gone. Woe is me." The plump priest was filled with despair. In his attempts to draw closer to the ethereal figure of the emperor, he had tried numerous times, only to be repelled each time. While he sustained no serious injuries from these encounters, he had nonetheless lost several sacred weapons in the process. In the span of such a short time, he had squandered more than half of the sacred weapons he had borrowed over thousands of years of wandering through the great tomb. And still, he had yet to even graze the edges of the ethereal figure. At that moment, upon seeing newcomers, he hastily rose, disregarding his sorrow. "Who might you be? What brings you here?" He inquired of Yi Changsheng, his demeanor calm, betraying none of his earlier distress. The speed of his emotional transformation was truly remarkable. Yi Changsheng silently gave him a thumbs up in admiration while taking note of his information. Name: Wu Dao, Treasure Taoist. Age: 3001 years. Cultivation: 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Identity: Occupation: Archaeologist, grave robber, in the Great Tomb, a seeker of hidden treasures. My word, this individual is actually a grave robber? Indeed, the Imperial Tomb has fallen prey to thieves, and a grave robber at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, no less. Yi Changsheng was momentarily dumbfounded. Reflecting on the empty stone chambers encountered thus far, his gaze towards the Taoist grew increasingly peculiar. This means that this fellow must possess quite a few treasures. However, what truly mattered at this moment was the inheritance. The plump man could be dealt with later. Hey, lad, answer this Taoist question quickly. The treasure Taoist, noticing Yi Changsheng's silence and his unwavering gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He could not discern Yi Changsheng's cultivation level, but he could see that the formidable ancestor behind him was at the 1st level of the Saint Realm. This suggested that Yi Changsheng's cultivation was likely even higher, given that the 1st level saint was obediently following him. I have appeared here for him. Yi Changsheng pointed towards the cross-legged old man in green, instantly recognizing him as an ethereal figure. He also surmised that this was likely the shadow left behind by the solar sacred emperor. The treasure Taoist's heart trembled. Indeed, it was an inheritance of the Imperial Tomb. Could it be that the newcomers hailed from one of the 4 great sacred lands? Yet, in the next moment, he felt a wave of schadenfreude. The Taoist had sacrificed so many sacred weapons for the inheritance. It was only fair that they too experienced this heartache. It wouldn't do for the Taoist to suffer alone. Indeed, the inheritance within the Imperial Tomb resides with the ethereal figure. If you have the capability, then take it. The treasure Taoist wore an indifferent expression, feigning magnanimity. Yi Changsheng regarded him skeptically. This rotund grave robber had thoroughly cleaned out the stone chambers above. Could he possibly have no interest in the Imperial Tomb's inheritance? Were there traps involved? Recalling the scene of the plump man weeping on the ground upon their entry, Yi Changsheng grew increasingly convinced. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a questioning artifact and directed it towards the cross-legged green-clad ethereal figure. Boom! The moment the artifact drew near, it exploded without warning, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Yi Changsheng's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze directed at Wu Dao. Haha, the treasure Taoist chuckled awkwardly. Damn it. This lad isn't easily deceived. Master, he seems to be beckoning me over. At that moment, Mou tugged at Yi Changsheng's sleeve, pointing towards the green-clad ethereal figure. The ethereal figure was summoning Mou? Yi Changsheng glanced at Mou and then at the ethereal figure, his expression tinged with hesitation. From what he had observed earlier, this green-clad shadow did not seem as harmless as it appeared. However, this moment of indecision lasted but an instant, as he soon made up his mind. Very well. Master shall accompany you. He took Mou's hand, and together they slowly approached the ethereal figure. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Inheritance. Be cautious, Changsheng, the great ancestor, who had been silently observing since their entry into the stone chamber, finally spoke up. He was aware that Mou was the solar sacred body, and this journey presented her with the greatest opportunity to obtain the inheritance. The treasure Taoist opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He was curious to see what the other party intended to do. It was a pity for that little girl, possessing only a cultivation level of the spiritual energy realm. Encountering an ethereal figure would surely lead to her demise. Alas, the boundless celestial sovereign. He pretended to call out a Taoist title, mourning for the little girl. Yi Changsheng, with Mou in tow, cautiously approached the ethereal figure, his expression grave. He himself was not afraid, but Mou could not afford to be in danger. He had to ensure her safety at all costs. As they drew near the ethereal figure, the previously motionless shadow seated on the stone platform suddenly exhibited a glimmer of life in its vacant eyes. The once ethereal form solidified in an instant, resembling a being come to life, no longer the dull specter it had been. An overwhelming imperial aura emanated from its body, making the few individuals within the stone chamber feel as insignificant as ants standing before a towering giant. This is bad. Yi Changsheng was struck with shock. Had the sacred emperor awakened? He quickly pulled Mou behind him, shielding her. The great ancestor and the treasure Taoist also turned pale, their lips trembling. Particularly the treasure Taoist, who could barely stand, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. He had essentially emptied the entire imperial tomb. Should the sacred emperor truly awaken, what fate awaited him? It was over. After 3,000 years of dominance in the grave-robbing world, this singular venture into the imperial tomb had led to such a disastrous outcome. Taoist, I'm finished. The treasure Taoist lamented inwardly, his face ashen. He had no thoughts of fleeing. If the sacred emperor truly awakened, could he possibly escape? Yet, the anticipated horror did not unfold. The green-clad old man remained seated on the stone platform, showing no signs of movement. After a lengthy pause, the imperial aura dissipated, followed by a soft sigh that carried a sense of antiquity, nostalgia, and a hint of resignation. After countless millennia, I never expected this fragment of memory to have a chance at revival. The old man turned his gaze towards Changsheng, revealing a faint smile. Young friend, do not be alarmed. I am but a remnant of my former self and shall not cause you any harm. The sacred emperor truly awakens. Changsheng observed the serene-faced old man, who appeared as an ordinary person, and bowed respectfully. I am a junior of the human race, paying my respects to the sacred emperor. The figure before him was deserving of such a bow. I pay my respects to the sacred emperor. I pay my respects to the sacred emperor. The great ancestor and the treasure Taoist also hurriedly bowed in reverence. Sacred emperor? I am merely a remnant of my former self, not the true solar sacred emperor. The solar sacred emperor waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Changsheng and inquired, what is the state of the human race today? Changsheng's heart trembled. Even as a remnant, the first question upon awakening was a concern for the state of humanity. He gazed at the remnant earnestly and replied, in today's world, the human race is at the forefront, with countless cultivators. Since ancient times, several great emperors have emerged, each suppressing an era. In the end, although he has transcended, he has left behind an extraordinary legacy to safeguard a domain. The protagonist of the world, splendid, indeed. The remnant of the Saint Emperor revealed a glimmer of enlightenment, and after a moment of silence, his gaze fell upon Mou, who stood behind Changsheng. With a flick of his hand, Mou was instantly transported before him. Little one, it is you who has awakened me, is it not? The solar saint body. Who would have thought that millions of years later, such a physique could still emerge? The remnant gazed at Mou, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Had it not been for the awakening aura of the solar saint body, he might have faded into oblivion over the span of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Now awakened, though unable to alter the inevitable dissolution, he at least had the chance to behold this world once more. Greetings, esteemed elder, Mou said, somewhat bashfully. Despite his tender years, he understood that the venerable figure before him was indeed formidable. Haha, the remnant chuckled, ruffling Mou's hair. He then shifted his focus back to Changsheng. Speaking in a calm tone, I am aware of your purpose for coming here. Indeed, a portion of the Solar Saint Emperor's legacy resides within me. This legacy can also be bestowed upon this young one. Then, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Saint Emperor, Changsheng replied, taken aback by the remnant's forthrightness. The Grand Ancestor's face also lit up with joy. With this legacy, barring unforeseen circumstances, Mou's future achievements would at least reach that of a quasi-emperor. In fact, attaining the status of an emperor was not beyond the realm of possibility. At that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just then, a voice filled with sorrow broke the moment. Woo, esteemed Saint Emperor, please consider allowing this humble disciple, this little disciple, to obtain some of the legacy. I assure you, I will propagate your great Tao with vigor. The Taoist Duo, with tears streaming down his face, threw himself before the remnant, his demeanor utterly pitiable. Yet, this was not unfounded. He had expended numerous sacred weapons in his attempts to approach the remnant's ethereal form, yet it gained nothing. Now, to see the imperial legacy handed over to another, how could he bear it? This legacy is not suited for you, the remnant replied with a dismissive glance. Shaking his head lightly, his gaze returned to Changsheng. Take good care of this child. After speaking, he cast a lingering glance around the stone chamber, and in an instant, his corporeal form shattered into a cascade of golden light. Within that brilliance, fragments of Tao texts emerged, twisting and transforming until they coalesced into a mysterious scripture, the solar immortal scripture. The Taoist Duobao's eyes reddened, and a terrifying aura of sanctity erupted from him as he lunged toward the scripture suspended in the air. Bang! Stay put, Changsheng admonished without hesitation, delivering a resounding slap that pinned him to the ground. His gaze turned toward the shifting scripture above, a sense of wonder washing over him. Even an emperor, endowed with formidable powers and capable of overcoming countless terrifying foes, ultimately could not withstand the passage of time. On the ground, the imprisoned Taoist Duobao seethed with fury. Unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the solar immortal scripture merged with Mou's mind. How unfortunate am I? He lamented, his eyes losing their luster, embodying a visage of despair. Soon, the scripture fully integrated, and all radiance dissipated. The little one, overwhelmed by the influx of information, temporarily succumbed to unconsciousness. As the remnant of the Saint Emperor faded away and Mou assumed the legacy, in a shattered space billions of miles away, a phantom figure. Holding a grand banner and exuding an aura of imperial might, caused the already fragmented space to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. His gaze pierced through countless realms, glimpsing the untamed continent. The wheels of fate turned, heralding the onset of another cycle. Saint Emperor, after millions of years, your successor has finally emerged. In this lifetime, I shall follow him, battling the heavens to fulfill the aspirations you left unaccomplished. The illusory figure vanished, becoming a streak of golden light that merged with the grand banner. Young Changsheng, since the legacy has been acquired, let us depart swiftly, the grand ancestor urged, eager to avoid confrontation with the four great sacred lands. Depart? First, we must secure the Saint Emperor's legacy. A cold scoff echoed as a spatial passage opened within the stone chamber. Several imposing figures stepped forth, radiating powerful auras. Chapter 28. Changsheng's Strength and the Alliance of the Four Great Sacred Lands. The expressions of the powerful beings from the four sacred lands turned icy, their formidable presences bearing down upon Changsheng and his companions. They had scoured the stone chambers outside, finding nothing but emptiness. Had it not been for the astonishing aura of the Saint Emperor's remnant, reverberating throughout the imperial tomb, they might still be wandering aimlessly outside. Surrender the imperial scripture legacy, and you may leave unharmed, one of them demanded. Indeed, how dare a mere small sect covet the legacy? Another scoffed. The imperial scripture is beyond your grasp. Do not overestimate yourselves. Open your inner realm for our inspection, and relinquish all treasures belonging to the imperial tomb. They offered no opportunity for Changsheng to respond, immediately insisting he hand over the imperial scripture. Some even demanded an entry into his inner realm for inspection, suspecting that he and his companions had pilfered the treasures. The inner realm, accessible only after reaching the sage realm, is a personal dimension for storing items, far superior to storage rings. The Grand Ancestor, cradling the unconscious MOU, assumed a stance of utmost vigilance. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Taoist Duobao exhibited signs of panic, his complexion paling as if he harbored a guilty conscience. He attempted to retreat, avoiding detection by the four sacred lands, but was immobilized, unable to budge an inch. Changsheng furrowed his brow, surprised by the timely arrival of the four sacred lands. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation was at hand. However, he hoped these individuals bore no imperial weapons. He regarded them with an expressionless demeanor, stating, "The legacy has already found its master. If you wish for me to relinquish it, you must demonstrate your strength." What audacity! The countenances of those from the four sacred lands darkened. They had not anticipated Changsheng's prompt refusal, nor his bold provocation. While Changsheng indeed possessed greater strength, they would not have dared to speak had they lacked confidence. "Everyone, let us eliminate this individual first. Then, the legacy shall be up for grabs," one of them bellowed, seizing the opportunity to strike now that they had cornered him. Alongside another sage from the Netherworld's sacred land, they summoned sacred artifacts to suppress Changsheng. The white-clad sage from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land cast a fierce glare, without a hint of hesitation, unleashing a torrent of sword light, joining forces with the other two to attempt to eradicate Changsheng. The display of strength from the Xuantian Sword Sect had already begun to threaten the position of the Heavenly Sword sacred land. The remaining Endless Sea and Demon God cult remained silent, seemingly hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Facing the onslaught of the three sages, Changsheng did not dare to underestimate them. He recognized that each wielded formidable sacred weapons. "Grand Ancestor, protect MOU," he instructed without looking back, sending the Grand Ancestor and Taoist Duobao to a distance of 10,000 miles with a wave of his hand. Stepping forward, a colossal azure sword lotus materialized beneath his feet. The terrifying swordsmanship laws surged forth, with a mere gesture conjuring an immense sword that cleaved through the air, striking against the descending sacred artifact. Simultaneously, a lotus of swords, shimmering with a cerulean light, manifested beneath his feet, appearing before the sword light unleashed by the white-clad sage. Boom! Crash! Two resounding explosions echoed as the sacred artifact was sent hurtling away, and the sword light was shredded into fragments. The void cracked under the aftermath of the collision, collapsing into a spatial black hole, bereft of the protective power of the Saint Emperor's lingering will. The imperial tomb was abruptly upheaved, and all present found themselves once more beneath the open sky. Changsheng's expression remained serene, yet inwardly he could not help but marvel. Truly, it was a holy land. With profound heritage, each great sage possessed a sacred weapon. Unlike himself, who, despite having the cultivation of a saint king, lacked even a single reliable weapon. Although the others were merely first-level saints, bolstered by their mighty sacred artifacts, their strength was already imperceptibly nearing the pinnacle of sainthood. In stark contrast to Changsheng's calm demeanor, The faces of the three from the Yukon Holy Land appeared markedly grim, though wielding great sage weapons. They could not fully unleash their power, yet it was still equivalent to that of a peak saint, and it had been so easily thwarted. The Saint King realm. Beyond this, they could conceive of no other explanation. Even the formidable beings from the Endless Sea and the demon god cult found themselves unable to maintain their composure. Everyone has seen it. To attain the Emperor's legacy, we must first eliminate him. The Yukon Saint's expression turned frigid. A vendetta had been established, and without resolving Changsheng, he would find no peace in emerging from the Yuming Holy Land. Indeed, this individual was likely at the Saint King level, without neutralizing him. None of us can hope to grasp the imperial scriptures. The white-clad sage of the Tiandao Holy Land nodded, his gaze gleaming with murderous intent. Very well, I concur. The warriors from the Endless Sea and the demon god cult also nodded in agreement. The saints from the four great holy lands stood united, preparing to collectively eliminate Changsheng. Since it has come to this, let us all reveal our true strengths without reservation. Mere great sage weapons will not suffice to slay him. Upon uttering this, the Yukon Saint produced a palm-sized mirror that exuded a terrifying aura. Is that the Emperor's Inyang mirror? The white-clad sage's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze intently upon the mirror. It is merely a counterfeit of an imperial weapon. Its might pales in comparison to a true Emperor's artifact, the Yukon Saint explained, seemingly modest but with pride evident in his eyes. The white-clad sage scrutinized the Inyang mirror and found indeed that it lacked the essence of a genuine imperial weapon. The Yuming Holy Land possesses quite the means. He chuckled, producing a small jade sword, its aura no less formidable than that of the Inyang mirror imitation. A quasi-imperial weapon. The other two holy lands, not to be outdone, promptly summoned their own quasi-imperial artifacts. In an instant, for quasi-imperial weapons materialized, their overwhelming auras saturating the air above the imperial tomb, causing the clouds in the sky to evaporate instantaneously. In the distance, those cultivators who had just escaped the imperial tomb, lacking the strength of a saint, were all forced to the ground by the immense pressure. How terrifying! Is that an imperial weapon? Just the aura alone is too much for us to bear. The sage from the Xuantian Sword Sect realized his doom. Even as a Saint King, he would find no second outcome when facing four saints wielding imperial weapons. Alas, the path to becoming a Saint King is fraught with time. He was on the brink of demise. What a pity, others lamented. While some believed he had brought this upon himself by daring to challenge the four great holy lands and covet the imperial tomb's legacy. The Grand Ancestor raised a protective barrier to shield Mou and Duo Bao Daoist, his expression laden with concern as he gazed towards Changsheng. Young Changsheng, if you cannot withstand this, I shall take Mou and retreat. Changsheng felt a pang of envy as he sensed the auras emanating from the four quasi-imperial weapons. Indeed, one must acknowledge the importance of power in this world. Just look at them. They had not only wielded great sage weapons earlier, but were now brandishing quasi-imperial weapons as well. And what of him? He felt too embarrassed to even bring forth the Qingtiao sword, a transcendent artifact. Scanning his surroundings, he prepared to flee at any moment. Though he held no fear for the four quasi-imperial weapons with his current first-level Saint King cultivation, engaging in battle would likely jeopardize the Grand Ancestor's safety. Should these individuals act unscrupulously, leaving one free to harm the Grand Ancestor, he would feel utterly remorseful towards his sect. Ding, host, do not be timid. These are merely quasi-imperial weapons. Just engage them. Chapter 29. The emergence of the imperial weapon, pressuring the four great holy lands. Mere quasi-imperial weapons? What gives you the audacity to speak so boldly? Changsheng nearly choked on the system's words. He currently possessed not even a single ordinary sacred weapon. Ding, host possesses an imperial weapon. Thus, the presence of quasi-imperial weapons is inconsequential. Changsheng was taken aback by this sudden revelation. He possessed an imperial weapon? How could he have been unaware of this? System, have you caught a virus? Where would I even acquire an imperial weapon? Ding, host has completed the task of defeating the Yuming Holy Land, receiving the reward of the imperial weapon, the Great Desolation Halberd. The imperial weapon has been stored in the host's inner world and can be utilized at any time. Changsheng's expression shifted as he recalled the existence of task rewards. He could hardly believe that this reward was, in fact, an imperial weapon. As his consciousness entered the inner space, he indeed beheld a massive halberd standing within. The halberd was predominantly a dark hue, nearing 3 meters in length. Resembling a Fangtian Huaji from his previous life, with a shaft as thick as an arm, engraved with mysterious inscriptions that lent it an even more imposing presence. Perhaps due to the system's influence, he did not sense any terrifying aura emanating from it. Ding, as this item is a system reward. The imperial weapon has automatically recognized its master and will not exhibit its imperial might in the presence of the host unless activated. I see. Yi Changsheng comprehended. Withdrawing his consciousness from the inner world and gazing at the formidable beings from the four great holy lands, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Heh, quasi-imperial weapons, is it? You intend to eliminate me, then? The tides of battle have shifted. Humph, even at death's door, you can still muster a smile. Do you truly believe that with your Saint King cultivation, you can escape unscathed beneath for quasi-imperial weapons? Rest assured soon, the entire Xuantian Sword Sect will accompany you to the afterlife. The Yuquan Saint gazed at Yi Changsheng with a morbid fixation, having failed to slay him multiple times, driving him into a frenzy. The white-clad sage of the Tiandao Holy Land frowned slightly. After all, the Xuantian Sword Sect was part of his eastern wilderness domain, and the Yuquan Saint's actions were somewhat excessive. Even he merely sought to eliminate Yi Changsheng and the Grand Ancestor, not intending to annihilate the entire Xuantian Sword Sect. Boy, prepare to meet your end. The Yuquan Saint disregarded everything else, joining forces with another saint from the Yuming Holy Land to invoke their quasi-imperial artifacts and launch a lethal assault. A terrifying aura surged forth as the imitation yin-yang mirror transformed into a disc, a ghostly light shooting forth, imbued with strands of imperial might, directly aimed at Yi Changsheng. Wherever it passed, the space itself dissolved into nothingness. Heavenly sword slay. The white-clad sage formed a sword seal, and the white jade sword soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal heavenly sword that descended with a mighty slash. The power of the quasi-imperial weapon surged forth, and even before the sword arrived, the earth was cleaved asunder by the laws of swordsmanship. The other two holy lands also unleashed their quasi-imperial artifacts in succession, and in that moment, the might of the quasi-imperial weapons enveloped the battlefield. The once clear sky has been shrouded in darkness, thunder rumbling ominously as the very fabric of the world seems to convulse. The crowd of onlookers, situated thousands of miles away, feels an overwhelming dread. Even those of saintly cultivation struggling to breathe under the weight of this oppressive atmosphere. Weaker individuals, unable to withstand the immense pressure, explode into clouds of blood mist. What of the Holy King? Before our sacred ground, even a holy king must submit, lest they meet their demise. The Saint of the Abyss couldn't help but laugh as he beheld Yi Changsheng, on the brink of being engulfed by a quasi-imperial weapon. Oh, will you still be laughing shortly? Yi Changsheng remained unperturbed. With an imperial weapon in hand, he felt invincible. Though he lacked the backing of a sacred ground, he possessed the authority that rivaled all sacred lands. Raising his right hand, he grasped the void. Boom! The space before him rent asunder. An unparalleled imperial might pouring forth from the fissure. The auras of the four quasi-imperial weapons were instantly dispersed. The imperial weapon awakens, grasping the great wilderness halberd. Yi Changsheng struck fiercely at the four quasi-imperial weapons. Bang! Boom! The dark sky was torn apart, and the four quasi-imperial weapons were sent flying. A narrow crack appeared on the foremost yin-yang mirror, nearly cleaved in two, its power rendered null. Yi Changsheng, wielding the halberd, stood majestically in the void, embodying the essence of a war god, the might of a holy king on full display. The saints of the four sacred grounds spewed forth blood, hastily recalling their respective quasi-imperial weapons. Impossible. Is that an imperial weapon? How could you possess an imperial weapon? The Xuantian Sword Sect is merely a sect less than 10,000 years old. How could it possibly have an imperial weapon? The expressions of the saints morphed into disbelief as they gazed at Yi Changsheng's halberd. Imperial weapons possess sentience. The quasi-imperial weapons in their hands were incapable of even awakening before the halberd. The Saint of the Abyss trembled as he clutched the decommissioned imitation yin-yang mirror. It was over for him. This was a quasi-imperial weapon. The sacred ground had expended immeasurable resources, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, peerless immortal rarities, painstakingly forged over thousands of years to create this supreme treasure. He had brought it along as a deterrent against the other three sacred grounds, only to see it rendered useless with a single strike. How would he explain this to his sacred ground? Yet, the thought of confronting Yi Changsheng filled him with dread. Even without the imperial weapon, he was no match. After all, his quasi-imperial weapon was also ruined. With mere first-level saint cultivation, charging forth might result in him being obliterated with a single slap. We must depart. The white-clad saint's expression fluctuated as he regarded Yi Changsheng for a prolonged moment before leading the experts of the heavenly sword's sacred ground away. With Yi Changsheng wielding an imperial weapon, remaining would yield no benefit. This contest for the imperial tomb had ended in complete failure. They had come to wage war, but left empty-handed. Fortunately, although they had gained nothing, they had also suffered no losses, as their quasi-imperial weapon had remained unscathed during the recent clash. The white-clad saint sensed that Yi Changsheng had no desire to become enemies with the heavenly sword sacred ground, as evidenced by the lack of damage to their quasi-imperial weapon while the others were obliterated. As the heavenly sword sacred ground departed, the saints of the Endless Sea and the Demon God Sect also tore through the void, taking their own experts with them. They understood that the situation was settled. The opportunity of the imperial tomb now belonged to the Xuantian Sword Sect. Not only that, but it was likely that another sacred ground would emerge on the barbaric continent. They needed to relay this news swiftly. You all. The Saint of the Abyss looked upon the retreating 3 sacred grounds, his expression darkening significantly. Abyss, let us depart as well. Beside him, the emaciated saint spoke in a hoarse voice, his demeanor cold and detached. The Saint of the Abyss, realizing the tide had turned, cast a venomous glare at Yi Changsheng and coldly commanded, "Return to the sacred ground." Rending the space, he prepared to leave with the people of the Netherworld's sacred ground. He didn't dare utter a single harsh word, fearing Yi Changsheng's impulsive retaliation might lead to his demise. "Depart? Did I ever say you could leave?" Yi Changsheng's voice echoed as he casually flicked out a powerful sword aura, shattering the spatial passage. Chapter 30. Suppressing the Saint of the Abyss. What will you do? Do you intend to keep the saint here? With the spatial passage destroyed, the expression of the Saint of the Abyss turned icy as he turned his gaze toward Yi Changsheng. He could not believe that the other dared to kill him, given that he stood behind the colossal force of the Netherworld's sacred ground. As long as a great saint could be summoned with an imperial weapon, even if Yi Changsheng possessed one, he would still meet his end. "Hey, what do you think?" Yi Changsheng replied with a cold smile, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "This old fool has repeatedly threatened the Xuantian Sword Sect. How could he possibly allow him to escape?" He had refrained from killing him before out of consideration for the Netherworld's sacred ground. Now, with the imperial weapon in hand, he no longer had any reservations. After all, an imperial weapon equated to the embodiment of a great emperor. Its power, once fully awakened, was unimaginable. With this, coupled with the passive abilities of the system, the outcome of a true confrontation between him and the Netherworld's sacred ground was uncertain. If he didn't kill him now, would he let him linger with thoughts of the Xuantian Sword Sect? "Are you not afraid of the Netherworld's sacred ground? You dare to kill." The Saint of the Abyss sensed the killing intent in Yi Changsheng's eyes. His face paled, and he attempted to tear through space to escape once more. "Too late," Yi Changsheng said calmly, extending his hand to point, as powerful sword principles coalesced beneath the Saint of the Abyss's feet into a sword lotus. In the astonished gaze of the latter, the lotus closed, and boundless sword energy shredded his body and soul into azure smoke. Having completed this, Yi Changsheng turned his gaze toward the emaciated saint of the Netherworld's sacred ground. "You dare to kill the Abyss, and now you shall await the sacred ground's retribution." Boom. The emaciated saint cast a venomous glare at Yi Changsheng, then without hesitation, self-destructed. With a deafening roar, a massive energy storm surged outward. The first to bear the brunt were the experts of the Netherworld's sacred ground, who didn't even have time to utter a sound before being vaporized by the terrifying energy storm. Truly, one could not underestimate an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. He had chosen such a method to escape. Yi Changsheng observed the oncoming energy storm with a hint of admiration. With his current insight, he could discern that the explosion had only destroyed the saint's physical form. Meanwhile, the soul had escaped beneath the cover of the explosion's energy. He chose not to pursue, for the immediate priority was to contain this explosive energy. Otherwise, within a radius of 10,000 miles around the imperial tomb, no life would remain. Even a great ancestor at the saint level would not withstand the power of a self-detonation at the same realm. Unleashing the power of the Holy King realm, terrifying principles poured forth, distorting the void to form a massive barrier that enveloped the energy storm. No matter how it raged, it could not break through. As Yi Changsheng tightened his palm, the barrier gradually shrank and vanished. Along with it, the energy storm dissipated. Having resolved the troublesome issue, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the great ancestor. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng's sudden appearance, the great ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had been astonished to learn that the other possessed saint-level cultivation, but now he was utterly bewildered to find him transformed into a holy king. Not only that, but he also wielded an imperial weapon? Where did he acquire it? He did not recall any imperial weapons being present within the imperial tomb. "Young Changsheng, where did you procure such imperial weaponry? Quickly reveal it so that the grand ancestor may behold." The grand ancestor's eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with anticipation to closely examine the imperial treasure. Yi Changsheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. We'll discuss this later. He casually dismissed the grand ancestor's eagerness and turned his gaze toward the imprisoned Daobao Daoist. Gulp. Lying on the ground and feigning death, Daobao Daoist discreetly swallowed hard. scarcely daring to breathe. Who is this formidable individual, capable of slaying even the denizens of the netherworld with an imperial weapon? How could he possibly think of deceiving him within the imperial tomb? Dao Bao felt as though his life was hanging by a thread. Enough of this charade. Rise. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, dissolving the binding chains. Yet, even after being released, Dao Bao Daoist remained motionless, as if truly deceased. Is he truly dead? Yi Changsheng observed Dao Bao, muttering to himself, alas. If he has indeed passed, then his corporeal form need not linger in this world. I shall show compassion and return him to dust. With that, he prepared to reduce the body to ashes. Senior, I am not dead, not dead. I am still alive. Dao Bao Daoist sprang to his feet, wearing a face full of ingratiating smiles. Aha, weren't you just dead? The Grand Ancestor's face was a mask of mockery. This rotund fellow truly believed they were children. Ha 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 ha. Dao Bao Daoist chuckled awkwardly. Enough. Yi Changsheng interjected. Regarding Dao Bao Daoist, you acquired quite a number of benefits within the imperial tomb, did you not? He recalled the stone chambers that had been completely plundered within the tomb, and could not help but marvel at the talent of this chubby fellow. To have successfully looted an imperial tomb is no small feat had he not encountered Yi. He would likely have emerged as the greatest victor. Woe is me. As Dao Bao Daoist reflected on his experiences within the tomb, he could not suppress a wave of sorrow, bursting into tears. My sacred weapon, it's all lost within. Cease your pitiful display, if you wish to preserve your life. Obediently surrender your treasures. Before Yi Changsheng could speak, the Grand Ancestor hastily chimed in, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He discerned that the stone chambers within the tomb had been thoroughly emptied by this rotund individual. Dao Bao Daoist's expression darkened slightly. Under normal circumstances, a mere first-level sage would not dare to speak to him in such a manner, but upon seeing Yi Changsheng beside him, he swallowed his pride. Little chubby, do you dare to defy me? Come and strike me. Come and strike me. The Grand Ancestor wore an infuriatingly smug expression, emboldened by Yi Changsheng's presence, utterly unafraid. So what if you are at the third level of sagehood? You still must behave yourself. You. Dao Bao Daoist trembled with rage, pointing at the Grand Ancestor, his breath fluctuating violently, as if he were prepared to battle. Cough cough. Yi Changsheng could no longer bear to watch. Had the Grand Ancestor not been an ally, he might have been tempted to intervene. Surrender all your treasures. He was curious to see just how much this rotund fellow had amassed within the imperial tomb. Encountering a robber while attempting to rob, Dao Bao Daoist lamented inwardly, yet he had no choice but to comply, for his life was in another's hands. Compared to his life, all treasures were mere trifles. With a woeful countenance, he delved into his inner realm, extracting item after item. As he watched the treasures vanish into his inner realm, his heart bled. These were the fruits of thousands of years of toil, accumulated from countless grand tombs, now to be personally relinquished to another. The painstaking accumulation of millennia was being squandered in a single moment. While he felt disheartened, a thought quietly began to take root in his mind. Since robbing was so lucrative, why not develop a secondary profession? Tomb raiding and robbery, a dual approach to becoming the wealthiest in the wilderness, seemed within reach. Dao Bao Daoist could not help but applaud his own cleverness. Indeed, those who succeed in life often learn from their failures. He felt he was one of those individuals. Chapter 31. Dao Bao Daoist voluntarily joins the sect. As Dao Bao Daoist contemplated, he increasingly felt that the path of robbery held great promise and could serve as his second vocation. With this thought, his sorrow seemed to dissipate, and even his speed in retrieving treasures quickened. Before long, a veritable mountain of treasures began to accumulate before the group. Magical artifacts, spirit stones, shovels, and an array of peculiar treasures. Anything one could imagine could be found within. In fact, Yi Changsheng even discovered a coffin intricately carved from a millennium-old spirit wood, as well as several gravestones radiating with a resplendent glow. Goodness, it seems he's dismantled other people's graves. Surely he hasn't taken the grave owners along with him. Yi Changsheng's gaze toward Dao Bao Daoist shifted to one of incredulity. A talent. Truly an exceptional talent. At that moment, Dao Bao Daoist also halted his actions, for his inner realm had been completely emptied. Now, in his left hand, he clutched a green lantern, and in his right, a rope, his hands trembling slightly. These two items were his most prized possessions. This is it. I've struck gold. The Grand Ancestor gazed at the mountain of treasures, nearly drooling. The accumulation of nearly 10,000 years of the Xuantian Sword Sect could not compare to this bounty. With this haul, their foundation would double. Yi Changsheng, too, was taken aback as he beheld the treasures piled high like a mountain. Just how many graves must one rob to amass such wealth? However, he found little of worth among these items. Although there was an abundance, precious artifacts were scarce, with most being beneath the sage level. Moreover, There were only a paltry few sage-level magical artifacts, leading him to suspect that Daobao Daoist might still be holding back. His gaze fell upon the green lantern and rope in Daobao Daoist's hands. These two were the only items of notable value. Resonance Lantern, a grand sage-level sacred weapon. Its oil derived from the souls of sages, capable of subduing all malevolent spirits and serving as an invaluable tool for tomb raiding. Spirit Binding Rope, a grand sage-level sacred weapon, crafted from the tendons of a dragon of grand sage caliber, capable of binding any foe beneath the grand sage level. The Resonance Lantern suppresses evil spirits, preventing them from approaching. Should an impudent grave owner dare to appear, the Spirit Binding Rope would ensure they are thoroughly restrained. With these two treasures, one could guarantee unimpeded passage through grand tombs, free to act at will. Truly these are tailor-made artifacts for tomb raiding. It is no wonder this fellow could traverse various grand tombs with ease. However, one who frequents the riverbank is bound to get their feet wet. Such is the fate of encountering someone like me. Seeing Yi Changsheng's unwavering gaze fixed upon the treasures in his hands, Daobao Daoist's expression tightened, instinctively hiding the items behind him, obstructing the other's view. Senior, what are your intentions? These two treasures were his guarantees for entering grand tombs, and he could not afford to lose them. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to rely solely on the path of robbery. Fear not, these items hold no appeal for me. Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. He had a far superior idea in mind. Upon hearing Yi Changsheng's words, Daobao Daoist felt no sense of relief. Yi Changsheng's disinterest in these items seemed plausible. Given that he possessed imperial weaponry, finding these trifles beneath his notice was understandable. Yet, just because he found them worthless did not mean others would. The Grand Ancestor, standing nearby, was practically salivating with greed. Young Changsheng, if you have no use for them, then the Grand Ancestor shall not hold back. The Grand Ancestor, filled with exuberance, was about to open the inner world to seize this treasure mountain. The Daoist's precious possessions, accumulated over 3 millennia. The heart of the Daobao Daoist bled at the thought, his lips trembling, yearning to voice his concerns, yet hesitating to speak. Grand Ancestor, do not be hasty. In that critical moment, Yi Changsheng intervened. What are you doing, young man? You can't possibly wish to forego these treasures. The Grand Ancestor gazed earnestly at Yi Changsheng, fully aware of the immense value of these resources to the sect. Do you desire merely the treasures? Or do you wish to take both the treasures and the person with them? Yi Changsheng candidly articulated his thoughts to the Grand Ancestor, recognizing that their relationship with the underworld's sacred land had reached a point of no return. It was imperative to bolster the sect's strength, lest they find themselves besieged one day, vulnerable to manipulation by others. Furthermore, if they could deceive the Daobao Daoist into joining the sect, would they not have no cause for concern regarding his resources? The Grand Ancestor nodded in agreement, his expression turning serious. In his excitement over the treasures, he had nearly forgotten the matter of the underworld's sacred land. Daobao Daoist, overhearing their discourse, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. For heaven's sake, can you consider my feelings as the involved party? Must you plot against me in front of the victim? He slowly began to retreat, hoping to slip away unnoticed while the two were distracted. Trying to escape? Stay right there. The Grand Ancestor's sharp admonition rang out, and after hearing Yi Changsheng's analysis, there was no chance he would allow him to flee now. Since you have heard everything, it is time for you to make a decision. I am not one to oppress the weak. Should you join the sect, these treasures will remain entirely yours. As for refusal, I shall not make things difficult for you. Yi Changsheng spoke with an air of seniority. I refuse. Daobao Daoist hastily replied, incredulous. What kind of power is the underworld's sacred land? Can one expect to live peacefully after offending them? I do not wish to wade into such murky waters. Is that so? Are you certain of your choice? Yi Changsheng's expression remained impassive as he clenched his fists. Gulp. Daobao Daoist swallowed hard, recalling the earlier statement about not oppressing the weak. I misspoke. I will join. Oh, splendid. That is a wise choice, Yi Changsheng declared, thoroughly pleased. From now on, we shall be comrades. Let us gather these treasures. Of course, senior. Daobao Daoist's heart soared, his small eyes narrowing into slits of joy. He was genuinely willing to return these treasures to him. Fearing that Yi Changsheng might change his mind, he swiftly opened a spatial passage and cleared out all the treasures in a flash. His speed was incomparably faster than when he had been retrieving them. Alas, what a pity. The Grand Ancestor watched enviously, unable to seize the opportunity for himself, resigned to witness the treasure mountain vanish before his eyes. Well then, since our mission to the Imperial Tomb has concluded successfully, it is time to return to the sect, Yi Changsheng remarked, gesturing to open a spatial portal for Daobao Daoist and the Grand Ancestor. As the four entered, the passage gradually shrank and disappeared. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the mountains, a figure stood gazing toward the Imperial Tomb. Xuantian Sword Sect, await the arrival of the might of my sacred land. I shall ensure that your sect is left devoid of vitality. That imperial weapon shall become the foundation of my sacred land. The skeletal sage's face twisted with malice as he self-destructed his physical form, now existing only as a soul. His ethereal body seemed on the verge of dissipating at any moment. While the ultimate fate of the Xuantian Sword Sect was uncertain, one thing was clear: he would never return to the underworld's sacred land. A chilling voice echoed through the mountains as a blood-red figure appeared before him, gazing greedily at the skeletal sage. Blood ancestor, is it truly you? You are alive. The skeletal sage's countenance shifted dramatically at the sight of the suddenly materialized figure. How can this be? Wasn't he slain by the sect's ancestors? Underworld's sacred land. Did you truly think I was dead? The blood ancestor's voice dripped with a frenzied hatred. Once a formidable patriarch of an ancient clan, he had unwittingly offended the underworld's sacred land, leading to the annihilation of his entire lineage. Out of a family of over 80,000 souls, he alone had escaped. Yet, fate had intertwined, and he had unexpectedly acquired the inheritance of a quasi-emperor within a secret realm. Blood divine technique. This technique enabled him to enhance his cultivation through the consumption of the blood and souls of the powerful. Fueled by this scripture, he embarked on a relentless path of cultivation and slaughter. Any innocent life standing in his way would meet with his merciless blade if it meant augmenting his power. With no inhibitions, his cultivation surged at a terrifying pace. 3 centuries prior, he had lain in wait outside the underworld's sacred land, eliminating numerous elders who ventured out, including an ancient sage at the peak of the Saint King realm. Ultimately, he had provoked a living fossil of the great saint realm, who subdued him beyond the sacred land. However, he had left behind a blood divine seed in a hidden place, containing a fragment of his soul. With the unique properties of the blood divine technique and that fragment of soul, he managed to resurrect himself, albeit at a significantly reduced cultivation level, having only regained the strength of a second-level sage after 3 centuries. Humph, since you are not dead, you should have remained hidden like a rat. Dare you appear on the continent? Do you not fear that my sacred land's experts will obliterate your very soul? The skeletal sage's heart raced as he feigned bravado. With only a soul remaining, his combat prowess had drastically diminished, rendering him no match for even a single sage, let alone the blood ancestor, who was a second-level sage. How I conduct myself is not for you to advise. Rather, you should concern yourself with your own affairs. A glint of malice flickered in the blood ancestor's eyes, and without further ado, he unleashed a barrage of bloodlines that pierced toward the skeletal sage. Damn it! The skeletal sage felt a chill run down his spine, turning to flee as he sensed the scent of death emanating from those bloodlines. Yet, with only a soul remaining, escape was futile. The moment he turned, several bloodlines ensnared him, binding him tightly. Though a soul, he felt as though he were in corporeal chains. With a mere gesture, the tightly bound skeletal sage was drawn closer to the blood ancestor. Blood ancestor, do you truly wish to wage an unending war against my underworld's sacred land? The skeletal sage's heart quaked, his eyes reddening with fear, as he felt his body inching closer. He attempted to invoke the might of the underworld's sacred land to intimidate his foe. I have long since declared an unending feud with the underworld's sacred land. The blood ancestor regarded the skeletal sage as one would a fool. Did the skeletal sage truly believe there was room for reconciliation? In the eyes of the terrified soul, the blood ancestor opened his mouth and devoured it completely. A subtle shift in his aura indicated a slight enhancement in his power. With a wave of his hand, he disrupted the heavenly secrets of the area to prevent prying eyes from uncovering the truth. After completing these tasks, he did not rush to leave but instead cast a lingering gaze toward the direction of the imperial tomb. Xuantian Sword Sect, Changsheng. I witnessed the confrontation between Changsheng and the 4 sacred lands, clearly recognizing him as the young man who thwarted my plans in the Lingzhou Mountains. Originally, I intended to support the rise of the Jiuyou sect, using it to ignite a series of wars, secretly feeding on the blood of the powerful. Who could have foreseen that my plans would be nipped in the bud? He vividly recalled that the other party had been merely at the 9th level of the celestial realm. How could it be that after only a few months of absence, they had ascended to the status of a Saint King? Moreover, they had wielded an imperial weapon to drive away the 4 great sacred lands. He had initially harbored intentions of eliminating that so-called Xuantian Sword Sect during this outing. Thankfully, he had refrained from revealing himself, for otherwise, given his current cultivation level, it would have been as simple as a single slap. A glimmer of coldness flickered across his face as he muttered to himself. Given the character of the underworld's sacred land, having lost 2 saints, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance. At that time, regardless of who emerges victorious, I shall have the opportunity to profit from it. A chilling laughter escaped his lips as the figure of the blood ancestor faded and dispersed with the wind, leaving the forest behind. With the conclusion of the Imperial Tomb incident, news of the events swiftly spread across the entire continent overnight. Whether among the great sacred lands, the reclusive ancient clans, or even the obscure minor factions, all were left reeling in shock. No one had anticipated that the ultimate victor in this struggle would not be the four sacred lands, but rather a sect from Qingzhou, the Xuantian Sword Sect. This sect, which usually kept a low profile, had concealed such immense power. Not only had they produced a Saint King-level powerhouse, but they also possessed an imperial weapon exclusive to the supreme sacred lands. It seemed likely that the wild continent would soon witness the emergence of a fifth sacred land. With their current strength, the Xuantian Sword Sect could already be considered a minor sacred land. However, while the Xuantian Sword Sect was indeed formidable and possessed an imperial weapon, they had slain members of the Underworld Sacred Land. Do you truly believe that the Underworld Sacred Land would let them off the hook? Indeed. Based solely on the visible presence of a single Saint King, even with an imperial weapon in hand, they would not stand a chance against the Underworld Sacred Land. Furthermore, aside from the Underworld Sacred Land, do you think the other three sacred lands would not covet the imperial weapon and scriptures? Some speculate that the Xuantian Sword Sect has acquired a legacy and will soon become the fifth great sacred land. Yet, the prevailing sentiment is that the Xuantian Sword Sect will ultimately face annihilation, with their legacy being divided among the four great sacred lands. A greater tempest was quietly brewing. In the North Underworld domain, within the Underworld Sacred Land, the Hall of Yama, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat prominently in the Grand Hall, shrouded in mist, rendering his visage indistinguishable. Flanking him were powerful figures, their gazes respectfully fixed upon him. This middle-aged man was none other than the Lord of the Underworld Sacred Land, an unparalleled powerhouse at the Saint King level. Below him stood the elders of the Underworld Sacred Land, many of whom were saints. How dare this insignificant Xuantian Sword Sect kill our sacred land's elder? They are courting death, exclaimed one elder, suggesting that they summoned the ancestral elder of the sect, wielding the imperial weapon to utterly annihilate Qingzhou. The Lord of the Underworld Sacred Land did not rush to a decision, but instead turned his gaze toward an elderly figure among the crowd, whose expression was shadowed. Sensing the Lord's attention, the shadowy elder pondered for a moment before speaking. My lord, the Xuantian Sword Sect has only publicly revealed a single Saint King. We remain unaware of any hidden forces. I believe we should immediately summon a great saint-level ancestor, armed with the imperial weapon, to venture to Qingzhou. If they truly possess only one Saint King, then we shall first eliminate the Saint King and prioritize seizing the imperial weapon and scriptures. The shadowy elder's tone was cold and indifferent. Rather than eradicating the Xuantian Sword Sect, he was more concerned about the imperial weapon and scriptures. As for the Xuantian Sword Sect, once they obtained the imperial weapon, erasing them would be but a mere gesture. The Lord of the Underworld Sacred Land nodded. Compared to the death of the Yuquan Saint, the acquisition of the imperial weapon seemed far more significant. With this mysterious imperial weapon in their possession, the Underworld Sacred Land would then hold two imperial weapons and would become the foremost among the four great sacred lands. Conversely, should the other three sacred lands acquire it, the outcome would be the same. I have made my decision. The Lord of the Underworld Sacred Land's figure vanished from the Grand Hall, heading toward the resting place of the ancestral elder. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying presence tore through space, departing the sacred land from a hidden realm deep within. A similar scene unfolded within the other three great sacred lands. Chapter 33, Returning to the Sect, Strategies Against the Sacred Lands. At the Xuantian Sword Sect, Ancestor Xuanq stood at the mountain gate, accompanied by several elder men with graying hair, anxiously scanning the surroundings, their expressions shifting from frustration to excitement to urgency. The spectacle was indeed thrilling. They had not ventured to the Imperial Tomb, but had instead taken up positions along various routes, hoping to ambush the weaker individuals returning from the tomb, looking to extract a toll for their trouble. In truth, they had indeed managed to catch a few unfortunate souls. However, these were merely destitute individuals who, if anything, possessed no more than common items, let alone treasures imbued with imperial energy from the tomb. Ancestor Xuanq was so enraged that he berated them on the spot, delivering a thorough thrashing to the unfortunate victims. His month-long effort had been in vain. Ultimately, under their duress, the victims divulged the events that transpired within the imperial tomb. The legacy had been claimed by the Saint King of the Xuantian Sword Sect, and all members of the Underworld Sacred Land had been eliminated. At that moment, Ancestor Xuanq could no longer remain calm. Dismissing any further ambush plans, he hastily returned with the group of elders. Yet, even now, he harbored doubts. Was it truly their sect that had done this? Within their ranks, only the ancestral elder was at the saint level, and even then, merely at the first stage. Where could a Saint King have emerged from? Surely, It could not be some insidious ploy to tarnish their name. Ancestor, do you truly believe this was the doing of our sect? Inquired a burly elder, turning to Ancestor Xuanq. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders all directed their attention toward him, torn between hope and skepticism. The acquisition of the imperial weapon and the Sun Immortal Scriptures signified an opportunity for their rise. Perhaps in several millennia, they might even become a sacred land. Yet, given the allure of the imperial weapon to the 4 great sacred lands, they might not survive long enough to witness that day. What a dilemma. Why are all of you staring at me? The ancestral elder has yet to return. How would I know? Ancestor Xuanq replied, irked, delivering a hefty kick to the burly elder's rear, sending him flying 3 meters away. Had he known, he would not have waited so long. Haha oof, ouch. In a corner, Elder Yun, bruised and battered, could not help but laugh at the sight of the burly elder being sent flying, only to wince in pain as the laughter triggered his injuries. He had overheard Ancestor Xuanq and several elders discussing the matter of ambushing, and in a moment of jest, had laughed a few times. He assured them that there was no mockery intended. Yet, this very act led to him receiving a thorough beating from several significant figures, with the burly elder being the most ruthless. Now witnessing his misfortune, he could not contain his laughter. You, Yun Mountain, did you just laugh? The burly elder glared at Yun Mountain, his expression grim. And no, please don't hit me, elder. Yun Mountain cried out in alarm. At that moment, the space tore open. Changsheng emerged alongside several companions. They had finally returned. The ancestral elder gazed at the familiar sect, though only a month had passed. It felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Ancestor Gu. Ancestor Xuanq and the others immediately rushed forward to pay their respects upon seeing him. Meanwhile, Elder Yun Mountain, sporting a head resembling that of a pig, struggled to articulate his words. Ancestor, there are rumors circulating outside that. Let us return to the sect first. The ancestral elder waved his hand, silencing the eager inquiries of the elders as he led the way into the sect. Changsheng walked at the rear, casting a glance at Yun Mountain. Today, Yun Mountain's appearance was particularly distinctive. In the Cloud Mountain, sorrow hangs heavy without tears, a consequence of reckless words. Within the Xiantian Hall, a startling revelation unfolds. What? Little Leaf, Elder Yi has attained the Saint King realm? Upon hearing the Grand Ancestor's account of the Imperial Tomb, the recently seated Ancestor Xuanha and others were left astounded, rising in disbelief as they gazed at Yi Changsheng with incredulity. This must be a deception. Ancestor Xuanha expressed skepticism, recalling their last meeting when Yi had only reached the 9th level of the Celestial Realm. How could he return from a single journey transformed into a Saint King? Moreover, little Wujia had mentioned that Yi Changsheng was merely in his early hundreds. A Saint King at such a tender age? Never before had such a phenomenon graced the history of the Wild Continent. Even those emperors who dominated an era had not achieved such heights at merely over 100 years of age. What? Do you not believe it? Or do you think this old ancestor is jesting with you? The Grand Ancestor's countenance darkened, his voice elongated as he addressed Ancestor Xuanha and the others. We would never dare. Oh no, not at all. The elder men hurriedly denied it, their heads shaking fervently. They were well aware of the Grand Ancestor's temperament, having endured considerable punishment within the ancestral secret realm. Furthermore, upon sensing, they realized they truly could not discern Yi Changsheng's realm. A faint smile graced Yi Changsheng's lips as he deliberately released a sliver of his aura. Boom. An indescribable saintly might enveloped the entire Xiantian Hall. In that moment, regardless of their cultivation levels, everyone present felt as though an immense mountain had been placed upon their shoulders. The sensation was unbearable, their breaths labored. Fortunately, this oppressive presence lasted but a fleeting moment. As the saintly might dissipated, the hall returned to its previous ease. What a terrifying force. The gazes directed at Yi Changsheng transformed, the dread of the Saint Kings might palpable. Both Daobao Daoist and the Grand Ancestor appeared troubled, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. They, positioned closest, could better sense the overwhelming pressure. Young Changsheng, having slain those from the underworld's sacred land, you may find yourself in a predicament. The other 3 sacred lands might also act out of covetousness for the imperial armament. The Grand Ancestor suddenly remarked, his expression grave. Ancestor Xuanha and the others also turned serious, their eyes fixed on Yi Changsheng. Their concern was understandable. After all, the sacred lands possessed profound lineages and formidable imperial armaments. Should they decide to retaliate, their sect could be threatened. Trouble is inevitable, but it is manageable. Yi Changsheng's demeanor remained calm, for he had contemplated this matter long ago when he subdued the underworld saint. Allowing the Tianjian sacred land and the other factions to depart unscathed was a calculated move to avoid leaving them with a handle against him. These sacred lands, zealous in their self-righteousness, would find it difficult to justify an attack on the Xuantian Sword Sect. At the very least, they would not act openly. Consequently, the only immediate concern would be the underworld's sacred land, and he harbored no fear of them. I will enhance the sect's great formation to withstand attacks from those below the Saint King level. As for the sacred lands, should they dispatch any formidable figures above the Saint King, I shall be here to confront them. Esteemed senior, what if the four sacred lands disregard martial ethics and summon a great saint directly? What then? Daobao Daoist asked hesitantly, realizing he had unwittingly embarked on a perilous journey with the Xuantian Sword Sect. It was wise to clarify matters, as a misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for the sect, and he would not escape unscathed. A great saint? Should he dare to come? I assure you he shall not return. Yi Changsheng rose, his voice icy, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Now that he was a first-level Saint King, anyone below that rank was but a mere flick of his wrist away from demise. Those above this level, with his system's passive abilities, would also find themselves easily managed. Chapter 34, Wang Lai. I was once beaten by a Saint King. Is it possible that the esteemed senior has further hidden depths? Daobao Daoist trembled internally, observing the imposing presence of Yi Changsheng, suddenly feeling he had become an enigma. The Grand Ancestor and the Second Ancestor were also momentarily stunned, unable to process the implications. Could it be that the young Changsheng was actually a transcendent being above the great saints, with his current Saint King cultivation merely a fade? Chuckling softly, Yi Changsheng offered no further explanation. He turned his gaze to Daobao Daoist, stating, the renovation and upgrade of the sect's great formation will require your assistance, my friend. What do you mean, esteemed senior? Daobao Daoist was taken aback, surprised that assistance was being sought from him. While he prided himself on his prowess in tomb raiding and treasure hunting, his expertise in formations was limited by his cultivation, and he doubted he could create a formation capable of withstanding a Saint King's might. I possess the knowledge of formation crafting. All you need to do is provide the materials for the arrangement, Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. To establish a formation of Saint King caliber, the required materials must at least be of the saint level, resources that the Xuantian Sword Sect could not readily procure. Daobao Daoist's expression darkened. Though he had mentally prepared to contribute his treasures, the reality of the moment was still a painful realization. The feeling was akin to having his possessions confiscated outright. It would have been less agonizing than this drawn-out suffering. What? Are you unwilling? We are all part of the same family. Surely, you would not be so stingy. Yi Changsheng queried, noticing Daobao Daoist's silence. Of course, I am willing. Such trivial external possessions are of no consequence. Whatever you require, esteemed senior, just say the word. Daobao hastily replied, realizing the gravity of the situation. Excellent. Your understanding of righteousness is commendable. Yi Changsheng nodded, and together with Daobao Daoist, they set about enhancing the formation. Before departing, he informed the Grand Ancestor and the others about the functions of the millennial fire pear tree from the star-picking peak, agreeing that any disciple reaching the Purple Mansion or Dongshu realms could obtain a fire pear from the tree. The strength of the Xuantian Sword Sect was still too weak and needed urgent enhancement. Regrettably, the fire pear only benefited those of lower realms. For the ancestors and the supreme elders of the Tao-seeking realm, it would merely be a taste of its flavor. If a way could be found to elevate these individuals, the sect would soon gain several more saints. As Yi Changsheng departed with Daobao Daoist, Ancestor Xuanha immediately summoned Xianwujie to relay the news about the millennial fire pear tree. Concurrently, the news of Yi Changsheng's attainment of the Saint King realm began to spread within the sect. Wow, have you heard? The Imperial Tomb's legacy has indeed been acquired by our sect. Indeed, I never imagined Elder Yi would be a Saint King. It has truly opened my eyes. Do you think we might have the opportunity to cultivate the Imperial Scriptures? However, does that not mean we have offended a sacred land? Who cares? We have our own Imperial armament, and besides, we have Elder Yi to support us. Within the Xuantian Sword Sect, excitement permeated the air, with most disciples wearing expressions of exhilaration. However, a few began to plan their discreet escape from the sect under the cover of night, believing the Xuantian Sword Sect could not withstand the wrath of the underworld's sacred land. At Xian Peak, Master, great news, something monumental has occurred. Yanxi rushed to a cave, shouting exuberantly. After a moment, the cave's barrier opened, and Wang Lai emerged, his face grim as he glared at Yanxi, chastising him. Why the commotion? What decorum is this? I have always taught you that cultivation is about refining the heart. One must remain unperturbed even when the heavens themselves seem to collapse. But Master, something significant has transpired within the sect. Yanxi exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his body trembling slightly. What sort of significant matter? Is it related to that rumor? Wang Lai replied dismissively, having been in seclusion recently. He had just elevated his cultivation to the first level of the celestial realm and was largely unaware of the external gossip regarding the Xuantian Sword Sect acquiring the legacy of the Imperial Tomb. He harbored no belief whatsoever. How could he, as the second elder, be unaware of the immense capabilities of the sect? It was one thing to speak of a holy king. Even a sage was not guaranteed. In his mind, the illustrious Xuanha old ancestor, at the 9th level of the Tao realm, represented the pinnacle of the sect's cultivation. Master, Elder Yi has returned, Yanxi exclaimed urgently. Oh, Elder Yi has returned. What is the significance of this? Wang Lai frowned, feeling quite perturbed by his disciple's interruption over such a trivial matter. He was aware that Yi Changsheng had ventured to the imperial tomb, but he merely assumed that the latter was there to observe and gain some experience. Hush! Silence, master! Yanxi gasped in terror, hastily covering Wang Lai's mouth. Times have changed. Elder Yi is now a holy king. If you provoke him again, you may very well meet your demise. Preposterous! Are you attempting to deceive your master and obliterate your ancestors? Wang Lai retorted angrily, forcefully shaking off Yanxi's hand and rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach this rebellious disciple a lesson. Elder Yi is a holy king. Realizing he was about to be punished, Yanxi quickly divulged the crucial information. A holy king? I wouldn't even fear an emperor. What? Wang Lai's bravado faltered, and he abruptly halted, seizing Yanxi by his robe. What did you just say? Repeat that. A holy king? Yi Changsheng? The wind had picked up, and he felt he hadn't heard correctly. Master, it's true. Yanxi's face flushed as he hurriedly shared all the information he had. You're not deceiving me. Are you? Yi. Elder Yi truly has reached the holy king realm? Moreover, the sect possesses another holy realm ancestor? Wang Lai's legs felt weak, and he quickly corrected his address. Master, what has happened to you? Aren't you always teaching your disciples to remain unflinching even when the sky falls? Yanxi reveled inwardly while unable to suppress his teasing. Let you be arrogant. Get out of my sight. Wang Lai seethed, delivering a kick to Yanxi's backside. The revelation that Yi Changsheng had achieved holy king cultivation left him dizzy. He had thought that after his recent breakthrough, he would stand on equal footing with Yi, only to discover that Yi had merely visited the imperial tomb and returned with holy king prowess. Reflecting on the time he had been sent flying by Ye's slap, he now considered it a stroke of good fortune that he had survived. However, who could withstand a slap from a holy king, as this elder had, and remain unscathed? He chuckled to himself, inexplicably reveling in the absurdity of it all, leaving Yanxi utterly confounded. Surely, the shock had been too great, and he was losing his mind. Yanxi knew that ever since he had been sent flying by Elder Yi, Wang Lai had been eager to reclaim his honor. He had put in relentless effort into his cultivation during this time, even neglecting the momentous events surrounding the emergence of the imperial tomb. It was only natural that he would struggle to accept such news. Master, please calm down. Do not become overly agitated, Yanxi said, cradling his backside as he stepped forward to feign sympathy. Wang Lai pulled Yanxi close, his expression softening into a benevolent smile. Ahem, my dear disciple. If anyone ever brings up the incident of me being struck by Elder Yi, you must recount it truthfully. Say that I was in the soul realm and could withstand a holy king's slap without a scratch. Chapter 35. The system's accompanying function. Is the host merely a laborer? When Yi Changsheng completed the renovation of the sect's great formation and returned to Xianxia Peak, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. What on earth was happening? Beneath the expansive Xianxia Peak, throngs of individuals were seated in meditation, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. He even noticed that some had constructed wooden huts at the foot of the peak, as if intending to stay long-term. Were it not for the formation barrier, he imagined these people would have stormed the summit. What he was unaware of was that since the planting of the millennia-old fire pear tree, the spiritual energy at Xianxia Peak had become increasingly abundant, surpassing that of the sect's other main peaks. Of course, if it were merely this, it would not explain the sheer number of visitors. There was a modicum of shame involved. However, once Yi Changsheng's identity as a holy king became public knowledge, the influx of people surged dramatically. Even those who were hesitant to lower their pride, after receiving a heartfelt lecture from their elders, reluctantly came to claim their spot. After all, if fortune smiled upon them, and they were chosen by Elder Yi as disciples, it would be a monumental blessing. Yi Changsheng shook his head and directly tore through space to enter Xianxia Peak. At the summit, the vast canopy of the fire pear tree enveloped an area of a mile, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continually converging here. Within this covered range, the dense spiritual energy had even condensed into mist, periodically showering down as a rain of spiritual energy. Beneath the tree, a young girl sat with her eyes closed, immersed in her cultivation. It was evident that she was at a critical juncture, as her brows were slightly furrowed. Suddenly, her aura fluctuated, and she slowly opened her eyes. I've broken through. Second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Xianxian beamed with joy. A month prior, she had relied on the fire pear tree to reach the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and since then, she had continued her diligent practice. Unsurprisingly, in such a rich environment of spiritual energy, she had advanced to the second level of the Purple Mansion realm in just a month. This truly was a cultivation paradise. Looking at the surrounding mist-like spiritual energy, Xianxian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, and her curiosity about Yi Changsheng deepened. What kind of person was Elder Yi? He was evidently so formidable. Why had he previously disguised himself as a mere mortal? The more she pondered, the more mysterious Yi Changsheng became in her heart. At that moment, the space split open, and Yi Changsheng emerged, accompanied by Duo Bao and the slumbering Mayo. Yi, Elder Yi. Upon seeing him, Xianxian's complexion inexplicably flushed, and she quickly bowed in greeting, her heart racing with anxiety. What if he had overheard her? Second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Quite impressive. Yi Changsheng nodded with a smile. Advancing from the 8th level of the mountain-moving realm to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm in a month was commendable. Though the fire pear tree played a significant role. Is this the millennia-old fire pear tree? Duobao's gaze immediately fell upon the tree, and he spoke with a note of surprise as he sensed the rich spiritual energy in the air. He was well aware of the significance of the millennia-old fire pear tree to a sect. Not only could it directly elevate the disciples' realms, but long-term consumption would also enhance their physique and accelerate their cultivation speed. Plucking a fruit at random, he took a bite, and juice splattered everywhere. Delicious. Xian watched in dismay, thinking to herself, who is this glutton, so lacking in manners? Just then, a melodious bird call echoed. Caw! The Qinhuang soared from the fire pear tree and landed on Yi Changsheng's shoulder. During the past month, it had remained on Zhaixing Peak and even built a nest atop the fire pear tree. This is the Qinhuang? Duo Bao was once again astonished, his eyes filling with envy. He had long desired a flying sacred beast to facilitate hasty retreats when tomb raiding. It was well known that once these flying sacred beasts matured, their speed could outstrip that of fellow cultivators of the same realm. Unfortunately, he was only at the celestial realm, rendering it temporarily useless. Caw! The Qinhuang squawked, flames of azure dancing around it. It sensed the glutton's disdain for its low cultivation level, but the faint pressure emanating from the latter kept it from retaliating. In the end, it could only peck at Yi Changsheng a few times in frustration. You're quite the bully, aren't you? Yi Changsheng chuckled softly, flicking his finger to send Qinhuang flying. As the master, it was imperative for him to establish a certain aura of authority. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Qinhuang's realm was indeed rather low. Currently, he had reached the first level of the Saint King realm, and the adversaries he had recently faced were all above that, making Qinhuang's celestial realm feel somewhat inadequate. There was nothing he could do about it. Qinhuang, teetering as it flew back, as a mount awarded by the system, could somewhat sense Yi Changsheng's thoughts. Once brimming with pride and eager to return for revenge, it now resembled a defeated rooster, its entire demeanor drooping and lacking vitality. Ding! System companion function activated. Would the host like to use it? The system always appeared at the most opportune moments. Companion function? Yi Changsheng was perplexed. The companion function is a second ability granted to the host by the system. Aside from passive ones, once used, it allows the system-rewarded mount to synchronize its realm with the host. Note: this function is only applicable to system-rewarded mounts. This. Unbelievable. Yi Changsheng was stunned, his gaze toward Qinhuang turning envious. So, while I have to endure hardships to grow stronger, you, my mount, can simply share the results. Who is truly the master here? He felt as if he were merely a worker. Do not worry, little Qing. It's just a slight lag in cultivation. Once I guide you a bit, reaching the Saint Realm will be a breeze, he reassured, stroking Qinhuang's feathers. Chirp. Instantly, Qinhuang became lively again, even its voice changed. It was not overly concerned about its cultivation level. As long as Yi Changsheng did not abandon it, that was sufficient. Though it admitted to having a rebellious streak, its loyalty to Yi Changsheng was unwavering. What a bold claim. Daoist Duobao stared in disbelief, truly astonished by such audacity. Senior, there are better ways to deceive a bird, you know. He acknowledged that Qinhuang could indeed reach the Saint Realm upon maturity, but given its lengthy growth cycle, it would take at least several millennia to mature. How did it become so easily attainable in your words? What? You don't believe me? Yi Changsheng shot a glance at Duobao. I believe. If you say so, senior, then it must be true. Daoist Duobao replied without a second thought, though his expression clearly bore skepticism. Believe? I do believe you when pigs fly. Yi Changsheng didn't take offense if others spoke to him like that. He wouldn't believe them either. However, he was no ordinary person. He possessed a system. With a flick of his finger, he declared, Little Qing, I shall assist you in attaining the Saint Realm. Yet internally, he thought, system, activate the companion function. Boom. The heavens and earth reverberated, golden light filled the sky, and boundless principles descended, enveloping Qinhuang. Chapter 36, Enlightening Qinhuang. Duobao seeks to become my disciple. With a resonant cry that echoed for miles, Xinhuang soared into the sky, its body rapidly expanding. In no time, it regained its colossal form of several dozen zhang. Yet, this was not its final size. Xinhuang's body continued to swell, inflating like a balloon until it reached a staggering height of 1,000 zhang. A terrifying aura of sanctity emanated from it, its massive frame overshadowing the entirety of the star-picking peak. A mere flap of its wings would incite a tempest across the land. It glared down with eyes that shone like twin suns, surveying Taoist Duobao below. I can't believe this. Taoist Duobao stammered, nearly paralyzed with fear, tremblingly pointing at the colossal beast above, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Yun Xin, unable to withstand the overwhelming sanctity, fainted on the spot. Yi Changsheng shielded her from the divine pressure, allowing her to gradually regain consciousness. Suddenly, Xinhuang flapped its wings, unleashing a spectral azure flame towards Taoist Duobao. The space it traversed was incinerated. Clearly, this creature held a grudge. Now that it possessed power, it sought to teach Duobao a lesson first. I am doomed. Duobao's face turned pale. Under this force, he felt that even summoning a grand sacred artifact would require him to recuperate for months. Enough of this nonsense. Yi Changsheng naturally would not permit Xinhuang to act recklessly, waving his hand to disperse the azure flames. Chirp, chirp. Xinhuang shrank in size, transforming into a palm-sized creature that circled Yi Changsheng a few times before perching on his shoulder. Yi Changsheng looked at Xinhuang, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Xinhuang, a close relative of the Phoenix. Cultivation, first level of the Saint King realm. Innate divine ability, celestial azure flame. For beings of lower realms, once touched, it will not extinguish until their flesh or even soul is incinerated. Impressive, it has even awakened an innate divine ability. Yi Changsheng was quite pleased. Truly, a product of the system. Well done, system. I hope you continue to excel. Ding. Products of the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Senior, please take me as your disciple. Allow me to serve you. Taoist Duobao suddenly knelt upright before Yi Changsheng, clinging to his leg with fervor. He had lived for over 3,000 years. When had he ever witnessed such a scene? A mere flick of the hand had caused a celestial beast to ascend to the saint realm. Such prowess was likely beyond even the revival of an emperor. At that moment, Yi Changsheng appeared infinitely grand in his eyes, akin to a celestial deity. Take you in? You have already joined the sect. Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had been so reluctant to join before, and now he was suddenly eager to change his tune. Senior, please. Take me as your disciple. Taoist Duobao's face was sincere, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Yi Changsheng. What? Yi Changsheng was astonished. This fellow's thought process was utterly unconventional, wanting to be his disciple out of the blue. Was he somehow intimidated by the regal aura he inadvertently exuded? It must be. Yet, Yi Changsheng still intended to decline. After all, he was only over 100 years old, and accepting a disciple over 3,000 years old felt rather awkward. Just as he prepared to refuse, the system's voice chimed in at an inopportune moment. Ding! System issues a quest. Accepting Taoist Duobao as a disciple will grant substantial rewards. System, what are you up to now? Yi Changsheng was speechless. Was the system trying to stir trouble? The host can refuse, but doing so will forfeit the quest rewards. Friendly reminder. The rewards are quite substantial. System, you are being unreasonable. Am I the type to forsake my own will for a mere reward? Yi Changsheng was incensed. It was a great affront. He gazed at Taoist Duobao, his demeanor remarkably calm as he stated, I have observed the celestial signs. Indeed, there is a fated connection between us, so I shall make an exception and accept you. Taoist Duobao was overjoyed, quickly bowing his head. Disciple pays respects to master. All right, rise. Yi Changsheng was quite satisfied, waving his hand to lift him. Ding. Did the host not say that he would not go against his will for rewards? Did you not hear me say that I accepted you due to fate? Yi Changsheng retorted. Ding. Does this mean the host can forego the rewards? Try it. Ding. Disdainful. The host has completed the disciple acceptance quest. Reward. Imperial level formation map. Extermination of Immortals formation map. An Imperial level formation map. The extermination of Immortals formation map? Yi Changsheng was taken aback, utterly astonished. Could it be the very one he had envisioned? The legendary slaying Immortals formation from the ancient myths? Ding. Host, your brain appears to be malfunctioning. This is certainly not the same world. The system's unrelenting mockery interrupted Yi Changsheng's flights of fancy. What tone is that, system? Yi Changsheng's expression darkened as he summoned a beast skin formation diagram into his hand. Slaying Immortals formation, an Emperor-level formation. Designed to work in conjunction with the 4 slaying swords, slay Immortals, trap Immortals, exterminate Immortals, and obliterate immortals. It can establish the slaying immortals sword array, boasting unparalleled might capable of subduing even the supreme emperors. Goodness, how formidable. It can actually slay an emperor? One must understand that an emperor is the pinnacle of the wild continent. However, system, where are the swords? Changsheng inquired uneasily. The instructions clearly stated that the formation required the force-slaying swords to be set up, yet the system had not provided him with any swords. Ding! The force-slaying swords will be awarded randomly as the host completes future tasks. For now, the host may utilize other weapons to establish the killing array. Well, system, you certainly understand sales. If the system were human, Changsheng would undoubtedly give it a thumbs up, followed by a couple of slaps to the face. Master, what is this? The Taoist of treasures, seeing Changsheng lost in thought with the beast skin diagram, could not help but inquire out of curiosity. It's nothing. Just a trinket. Changsheng casually dismissed, gesturing towards the still sleeping Mou. From now on, this will be your senior brother. Yes, master. The Taoist of treasures bowed in response, harboring no discontent towards this small figure who would be his senior brother. After all, he had witnessed everything clearly within the imperial tomb. The latter possessed the solar sacred body and had received the inheritance of the solar sacred emperor, destined to become a formidable figure of at least quasi-emperor caliber in the future. Once the individual grew stronger, he would have an ally for tomb raiding and plundering. The solar sacred body, once sanctified, would wield incredible combat prowess. With him around, their heists would surely be much safer. He could already envision a bright future beckoning him. Yet, he wondered if Changsheng would immediately extinguish him upon discovering that he had plans to raid with his senior brother right after entering the sect. Suddenly, Changsheng glanced outside the star-picking peak and waved his hand to tear open a rift in the formation. In the next moment, several figures emerged through the opening and entered the star-picking peak. Changsheng, what just happened? Chapter 37. The Arrival of the Netherworld Great Saint. The figures of the ancestors appeared at the star-picking peak, looking at Changsheng with astonished expressions. Simultaneously, they cast furtive glances at the Azure Phoenix perched upon his shoulder. Although the Azure Phoenix had now diminished in size and concealed its aura, the ancestor recognized it at a glance as the colossal demon that had been in the sky moments ago. Its aura was 100-fold more terrifying than his own. The Xuanha ancestor, accompanying him, was astounded. Wasn't he this Azure Phoenix at the celestial realm? How could it, based on the aura it had just unleashed, clearly be a being above the sacred realm? Changsheng had ventured out and transitioned from the celestial realm to the sacred king realm. Now even the bird remaining in the sect had instantaneously reached the sacred level. He felt his steadfast Tao heart, which had remained unshaken for millennia, begin to waver. Tremblingly pointing at the Azure Phoenix, he asked, Changsheng, was it that? The Azure Phoenix, playful, had not anticipated startling the ancestors. Changsheng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying it. Its realm. The Xuanha ancestor hesitated. Little Xuanha, are you truly that dim-witted? Can't you see? This Azure Phoenix must have long since matured. Its cultivation is beyond the sacred realm, and its previous low realm was merely a facade. The ancestor gazed at the Xuanha ancestor with a look of incredulity, as if he were addressing a fool. Is that so? The Xuanha ancestor pondered. And it seemed this explanation was the only one that fit. He immediately expressed his admiration towards the ancestor. Great ancestor, you are indeed wise. Changsheng observed the ancestor's expression of sagacity and inwardly commended him. Before he had even pondered how to respond, the ancestor had preemptively spoken on his behalf. Only the Taoist of treasures wore a face full of disdain. Humph, a bunch of simpletons. Does the master's prowess truly require your mere mortals to decipher? At the eastern frontier of the wild, an elder clad in black stepped forth from a spatial passage. The elder's demeanor was cold and indifferent as he gazed towards the direction of Qingzhou, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As his killing intent rose, the surrounding flora and fauna swiftly withered, as if their life force had been abruptly severed. He was the great saint who had come from the netherworld's sacred land, intent on seizing the imperial weapon and the sacred texts of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Xuantian Sword Sect, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Just as he prepared to set forth towards the Xuantian Sword Sect, a rift in space opened, and an elder clad in white appeared, blocking his path. Netherworld friend, why have you ventured from the northern underworld to my eastern wild? The elder in white was a great saint of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Since the eastern wild was the territory of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, he naturally needed to ascertain the intentions of any external power. Heavenly Sword, do you truly believe you are unaware of my purpose for coming to the eastern wild? The netherworld great saint's expression remained impassive. He was not surprised by the appearance of the white-clad great saint. If he could brazenly enter the eastern wild without being detected by the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, then they would not be worthy of their title as a sacred land. Haha, the opportunities of the Imperial Tomb have already been claimed. Do you truly intend to shamelessly seize them? The Heavenly Sword Great Saint's face bore a mocking expression. He was well aware of the Netherworld Great Saint's intentions and was simply waiting to ridicule him. The four sacred lands each governed their own domains. Outwardly, they appeared harmonious, but secretly they wished for each other's demise and sought to occupy each other's territories. Humph. The Xuantian Sword Sect has slain 2 of my sacred land's saints. I have come solely to eliminate the murderer. The Netherworld Great Saint snorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the Heavenly Sword Great Saint. Do you wish to impede me? The Heavenly Sword Great Saint furrowed his brows, hesitating for a moment before saying, I hope you target only the Xuantian Sword Sect and do not involve others. The implication was clear. Let the Xuantian Sword Sect perish. But the other sects of Changzhou must remain unharmed. To this, the Netherworld Great Saint made no objection. Instead, he tore open the space and departed, implicitly agreeing. His objective was the Xuantian Sword Sect and the Imperial weapon. As for the others in Changzhou, they were mere ants, and their lives or deaths mattered little. After the Netherworld Great Saint departed, a strange expression surfaced on the Heavenly Sword Great Saint's face as he muttered, Old Netherworld, I hope you successfully acquire the Imperial weapon. In the void, the Netherworld Great Saint's expression remained tranquil. How could he not perceive the underlying issues? However, as long as he successfully obtained the Imperial weapon, who in this world could possibly restrain him? This was a testament to his immense confidence in his own strength. Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, I hope you will not regret allowing me to enter. As a great saint, his speed traversing the void was astonishing. And he soon arrived at Changzhou. His terrifying divine consciousness unfurled, enveloping the entirety of Changzhou, swiftly locating the Xuantian Sword Sect's whereabouts. In the next moment, the Netherworld Great Saint appeared above the Xuantian Sword Sect. A sacred king-level formation? A look of disdain crossed his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he directed his divine consciousness towards the interior of the Xuantian Sword Sect. The formation that Yi Changsheng had modified was utterly incapable of hindering him. Being penetrated in an instant, everything within the sect lay completely exposed before his eyes. 2 sacred beings, one a demonic sacred king, the other a human sacred king. Just as the sacred master had indicated, there were indeed hidden presences. Yet, with a mere sacred king, I could easily crush them with a flick of my hand. The Dark Saint's face radiated with joy. With such words, he could effortlessly acquire the Imperial weapon. Now that he was aware that the most formidable being of the Xuantian Sword Sect was merely a Saint King, he felt no further reservations. To kill, to seize treasures, and then return to the realm of the Dark Saints. He extended his hand, and the Tao laws coalesced into an immense hand that obscured the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the Xuantian Sword Sect. The protective barrier of the sect shattered beneath the colossal hand like fragile bubbles, proving utterly ineffective. This exemplified the sheer terror of a being at the saint level. TSK, the old ghost of the dark realm truly has a ruthless streak, launching an attack right off the bat. Yet, this was advantageous. Once the people of the Xuantian Sword Sect were annihilated, I would avenge them, and as a reward, the Imperial weapon would belong to my demon god sect. 1,000 miles away, a middle-aged man, adorned with twin horns and possessing an extraordinarily robust physique, concealed himself in a hidden space, holding a mirror that astonishingly reflected the figure of the Dark Saint. The middle-aged man wore an expression akin to a spectator at a theater, yet an aura around him resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, as if the next moment would bring cataclysmic upheaval. In another distant direction, the celestial sword saint stood in the void, creating an independent space around himself. With his aura concealed entirely, even if someone's consciousness swept over, they would find it impossible to detect another presence here. Before him, the scene of the Dark Saint's assault was similarly projected in the void. Merely a garment for others to wear. His aura subtly fluctuated. Once the Xuantian Sword Sect was eradicated, he would act in an instant to seize the Imperial weapon and the inheritance. Within the Xuantian Sword Sect, Yi Changsheng was the first to sense this terrifying power, and his expression darkened slightly. Such overwhelming strength was 1,000 times greater than his own. With a single strike, aside from himself, there would be no other survivors left in the Xuantian Sword Sect. Has the Dark Realm come? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the people of the Holy Land were worthy of their reputation, arriving with the intent to obliterate the sect, showing no regard for human life. After today, there will be no Xuantian Sword Sect in Changzhou. Above the sect, the Dark Saint's gaze was merciless as he observed the gigantic palm descending upon the Xuantian Sword Sect, devoid of any compassion. Chapter 38, the third level of the Semi-Emperor. The Great Ancestor and the Old Ancestor of the Xuanhe were horrified. staring at the colossal palm descending upon their sect, their faces turning an ashen hue. This power was beyond their capacity to withstand. Compared to a saint, it was 1,000 times stronger. Are we to perish? Elder Yi, where are you? Please take action. The other disciples within the sect felt their minds go blank. Looking at the now darkened sky, under the gigantic palm, they felt like ants, completely at the mercy of others. Only the Daobao Taoist, with his hands clasped behind his back, maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the attack of a saint. In fact, he even began to silently mourn for the dark saint. Truly, the saint seems to court death eagerly. After witnessing Yi Changsheng's ability to guide the Qing Wang, the opponent had already become a divine being in his eyes. With a mere wave, he had enabled a demon to shatter 3 major realms and ascend to the rank of Saint King. With such astonishing prowess, how could the Dark Realm dare to provoke him? Was this not a blatant invitation to demise? Yi Changsheng gazed at the overarching palm and the dark saint above, suddenly revealing an unusual smile. Is the Saint Realm truly that formidable? Without hesitation, he stepped into the air outside the star-picking peak, positioning himself beneath the colossal palm. Young Changsheng, be careful, the great ancestor exclaimed with concern. He understood that Yi Changsheng possessed an imperial weapon, which should allow him to withstand this blow. However, the opponent was a saint, and to act so arrogantly while knowing there was an imperial weapon present was incredibly audacious. It was highly likely that they had brought an imperial weapon from the Dark Realm. Ding! Host detected as under attack. Attack strength at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, triggering passive ability, gaining 3rd level semi-emperor cultivation. Endless Dao laws enveloped Yi Changsheng, his entire being glowing, with strands of imperial majesty swirling around him. Although he stood in the void, it felt as if he were non-existent in this space. With a mere exhale, the enormous palm above was effortlessly dispersed like leaves caught in a gale. The darkness dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity. What just happened? The great ancestor and others were left bewildered. Even if he had borrowed the power of an imperial weapon, it shouldn't have been this effortless. With the master's abilities, what is a mere saint? A wave of his hand could obliterate them. However, Daobao Taoist was not surprised. To him, this was the norm. Master? The great ancestor glanced at Daobao in astonishment, realizing that this plump fellow had just referred to young Changsheng as master. Did I miss something monumental? The dawn has arrived. Ha ha, we're not dead. Look, it's Elder Yi. Elder Yi has made his move. Elder Yi is magnificent. Let him have it. As they watched the palm that had just overshadowed the entire sect inexplicably vanish, all the disciples felt invigorated. Some noticed Yi Changsheng standing in midair, clad in white as snow, his long hair billowing, exuding an air of celestial grace. Wow, Elder Yi is so handsome. I want to bear his children. 10 of them, shouted a robust girl, towering at 8 feet tall, her voice piercing the air as she declared her intention to continue Yi Changsheng's lineage. The crowd promptly dispersed, casting incredulous looks at the muscular, formidable girl, all wearing expressions of shock. What the heck? That was a bold proclamation. In the air, Yi Changsheng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shuddering. There is a great terror. He scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the hidden presence. Now, as a being of the semi-emperor realm, he was a giant amongst men on the continent. Yet, someone was causing him to feel this icy dread even before making an appearance. Could it be an emperor? Yi Changsheng speculated internally. However, the path to the emperors had long been severed, and the wilderness continent hadn't seen an emperor for tens of thousands of years. Below, the brazen girl who had spoken of bearing Yi Changsheng's children now looked at him, who had just moments ago appeared godlike, suddenly appearing as if facing a formidable adversary. Worry etched across her face. What happened to Elder Yi? Is he encountering trouble? Outside the sect, the dark saint observed his attack dissipate inexplicably, and instead of surprise, a smile spread across his face. Have you activated the imperial weapon? Heh, it seems this is your final trump card. Just moments ago, he had sensed a trace of imperial aura and believed that Yi Changsheng had relied on the power of the imperial weapon to nullify his attack. At this moment, utilizing the imperial weapon indicated that they had no other means left. In this case, he would act without reservations. Just then, Yi Changsheng ascended above the sect and appeared before the dark saint. Gazing at the elder in black, he spoke with indifference. You are from the Dark Realm? Indeed. You are the one who killed Yu Quan, and the imperial weapon is in your possession. Those who dare to slay my kin from the Dark Realm, surrender the imperial weapon and inheritance, and I may grant you a more merciful death, the dark saint replied to Yi Changsheng with a cruel demeanor, wearing an expression of complete control. Old man, you truly overestimate yourself. How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? Do you believe I won't make you regret it in an instant? Daobao Taoist appeared from an unknown location, unleashing a torrent of words at the dark Taoist. During this period, I have endured an immense amount of grievances, and now that I have finally seized an opportunity, it is only natural that I vent my frustrations. After all, with my esteemed master shielding me, what is there to fear? Yi Changsheng cast a peculiar glance at Duobao, wondering if this fellow had always been so audacious, even daring to provoke the great sage. Could it be that he is a hidden gem? A mere saint dares to speak insolently to me. He is courting death. The great sage of the underworld, filled with wrath, extended his hand toward Duobao. The void instantaneously morphed into a prison, enveloping him, as an overwhelming pressure emerged from the folds of space, intending to crush him utterly. "Master, save me!" Duobao exclaimed in horror, his eyes pleadingly directed at Yi Changsheng. For heaven's sake! Yi Changsheng's expression darkened. It seemed Duobao had come here to incite animosity. With a wave of his sleeve, he shattered the great sage of the underworld's confinement, reversing the space and sending Duobao back to their sect. "Little fatty, you are quite brave." The ancestor gazed at the returned Duobao with admiration. To provoke the great sage at the third level of sainthood was truly audacious. It was a miracle he had not perished. His fate must be particularly resilient. Duobao, with a proud demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. As cultivators, it is essential to possess a fearless heart, daring to confront fear head-on. To me, that great sage is merely a stepping stone for honing my Tao heart. How shameless! The ancestor scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Were it not for his own status as a saint, he might have been deceived by Duobao's cries for help. Meanwhile, after sending Duobao away, Yi Changsheng turned his gaze toward the great sage of the underworld, speaking coolly. "Enough, old man. It is time we discuss our affairs. You have destroyed the grand protective formation I meticulously established. How do you intend to compensate for the damages?" Compensation? The great sage of the underworld's expression darkened. He had come to annihilate their sect, yet the other party audaciously demanded compensation? Indeed, this formation consumed numerous precious celestial materials. Do you expect to leave without recompense? Yi Changsheng sneered. He had been troubled by the lack of resources for the sect, and now this fellow had conveniently presented himself, ripe for plundering the underworld's sacred land. "You seek death." The great sage of the underworld bellowed, an aura of terror erupting as he thrust his palm forward, manifesting his Tao principles. A black storm surged through the void, hurtling toward Yi Changsheng. Soul-extinguishing black wind. This was a unique divine ability of the underworld's sacred land, capable of disregarding physical and magical defenses to target the soul directly. Should one's soul lack sufficient strength, death would be inevitable, leaving only a lifeless shell behind. Childish tricks. Yi Changsheng merely curled his lip. This maneuver might prove effective against others, but it held no sway over him. Now at the third level of quasi-empire, his soul was vastly superior to that of the great sage of the underworld. Without making a single move, he allowed himself to be engulfed by the soul-extinguishing black wind. "Humph, the youth seeks his own demise." The great sage of the underworld scoffed, observing Yi Changsheng's complete lack of resistance as he was engulfed. Under the black wind, no soul could survive. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the other party might utilize imperial artifacts to forge an escape, thereby evading his grasp. Meanwhile, a demon lord with twin horns, situated miles away, sensed the unfolding scene and felt his own aura becoming agitated. He waited for Yi Changsheng's demise, at which point the imperial artifact would be unclaimed, allowing him to instantaneously appear on the battlefield to claim it. In another dimension, the great sword sage also intently focused on the projection before him, his saintly aura barely contained, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Within the black storm, Yi Changsheng found himself somewhat bored. The oppressive winds, while somewhat irksome, posed no real threat. With a gentle grasp of his hand, the terrifying soul-extinguishing storm suddenly erupted. "The youth is dead, strike now. The imperial artifact belongs to me." A dual chorus of thunderous shouts erupted as the demon lord and the great sword sage tore through the fabric of space, appearing above the Xuantian Sword Sect in an instant. Their mighty presence thickened the air around them as they reached out toward the storm's epicenter, eager to seize the imperial artifact at the earliest opportunity. However, in the next moment, they were left utterly dumbfounded. As the storm dissipated, Yi Changsheng emerged unscathed before their eyes. "Damn it, we've been duped." Both turned their gazes toward the great sage of the underworld. "You deceived us." That grandiose attack was a ruse. Not only did he survive, but he suffered not a scratch. Yet at that moment, the great sage of the underworld wore a grim expression, directing his ire at the great sword sage and the demon lord. While he could tolerate the old ghost of the great sword sage hiding nearby, given that this was the territory of the sword's sacred land, he had not anticipated the demon god cult's involvement. Dear friends, what brings you to my Xuantian Sword Sect?" Yi Changsheng regarded the great sword sage and the demon lord with a teasing glint in his eye. The moment he reached the quasi-empire level, he had sensed the two lurking in the space around him. The reason he had refrained from immediately capturing them was to first settle matters with the great sage of the underworld before dealing with them. However, it seemed these two could not contain themselves and had emerged prematurely. I am merely passing through and will not intervene in your affairs with the underworld's sacred land. The great sword sage replied stoically, fading from view and retreating to a distance of 10,000 miles. His demeanor suggested he was merely a spectator, uninterested in their conflict. Yet when his gaze flickered toward the demon lord, an undercurrent of coldness surfaced. So, the beasts of the southern barbarian region have also arrived. Oh, so this esteemed friend is also merely passing through? Changsheng responded non-committally, shifting his gaze toward the demon lord. Indeed, I am also just passing through. The demon lord replied expressionlessly, retreating to the opposite side, in stark contrast to the great sword sage. It was a grave oversight to assume the youth was as good as dead without confirming the situation. And the old ghost of the sword's sacred land's presence indicated he too was likely drawn by the imperial artifact. Now, contending for the imperial artifact would not be as simple as anticipated. Changsheng shook his head, allowing the two to depart. With his newfound strength, he held no fear even if the three of them joined forces. Since they wished to play the role of the yellow bird, he, as the hunter, would not impede their path. Turning his attention back to the great sage of the underworld, he inquired, "Have you considered how you will compensate? Presumptuous. You, a mere Saint King, truly believe that relying on the imperial artifact allows you to belittle me?" The great sage of the underworld glared coldly at Changsheng, bellowing, "I shall extinguish your soul this very moment." With a flick of his right hand, a mirror radiating ethereal divine light appeared, intertwined with chains of order. A subtle wave emanated from it, seemingly capable of collapsing this realm. The Yin-Yang mirror, this imperial artifact, inherited from the underworld emperor, served as their greatest reliance in maintaining dominion over a domain and becoming an unparalleled sacred ground. No matter how powerful an imperial artifact, its efficacy ultimately depended on the strength of its wielder, and the great sage's cultivation far surpassed that of his opponent. To avoid protracted conflict, he intended to resolve matters swiftly using the imperial artifact, thereby claiming Changsheng's artifact as well. If he could not achieve this, then he might as well abandon his cultivation and descend to meet his ancestors. Now you shall meet your demise. It is time for me to act. Miles away, the demon lord's eyes glimmered with divine light as he cradled a blood jade qilin in his hands, eager to spring into action. The blood jade qilin, no larger than a palm, exuded an aura capable of shattering space itself. The imperial artifact, the blood jade qilin, was the supreme treasure of their demon god cult, said to have been infused with the essence of the Qilin Emperor at the moment of his demise. The heavenly sword great sage gazed solemnly towards the direction of the demon clan's great sage, sensing the presence of an imperial weapon. As expected, they come prepared. However, he harbored no fear, for he too had brought an imperial weapon from the heavenly sword's sacred land, and he stood as the mightiest among them. Being at the 5th level of the great sage realm, in the contest for the imperial weapon, his chances of success were the greatest. Had it not been for the higher-level ancestor whose lifespan was waning and thus could not awaken from slumber, he would not have been the one to come this time. Youth, prepare to meet your demise. The netherworld great sage sneered, dispensing with pleasantries as he summoned the imperial weapon, the Yin-Yang mirror. A massive divine light pierced through the void, hurtling towards Changsheng. The divine light stirred the heavens and the earth, unleashing a dreadful aura that echoed with myriad wails. He cast a disdainful glance at Changsheng, exerting all his effort to awaken the imperial weapon, as if seeking to obliterate this realm. Even though the opponent wielded an imperial weapon as well, under this single strike, they would inevitably fall in despair. An imperial weapon, you say? How fortuitous. I was just eager to test its might. Changsheng's palm gleamed like divine gold, runes swirling as he struck out to meet the incoming divine light. He refrained from using his imperial weapon, emboldened by his quasi-imperial cultivation. Although he was merely a quasi-imperial, the mere association with the imperial title rendered him incomparable to any great sage. Even if the adversary held an imperial weapon, it would merely be slightly revived, unable to unleash its full power. Chapter 40. The Revival of the Imperial Weapon Deity. Truly seeking death. The netherworld great sage scoffed at Changsheng's audacity to confront the imperial weapon directly. The surrounding laws surged, intent on annihilating both Changsheng and the Xuantian Sword Sect behind him. Boom. The collision of the divine golden palm and the divine light produced a sound that reverberated throughout the wild continent, akin to a cosmic explosion. The divine light shattered in an instant, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Everything around was instantly evaporated, vanishing into thin air. The space itself fractured, revealing the terrifying chaos of time and space within, threatening to pull individuals into the unknown. At the forefront stood the Xuantian Sword Sect, where all disciples turned pale, staring blankly at the silvery chaos swirling towards their sect. They were powerless, unable even to flee, seemingly resigned to await death's arrival. In this critical moment, a dark-colored halberd materialized, hovering protectively before the sect. The halberd exuded an aura that suppressed all, rendering the encroaching chaos incapable of approaching, all dissolving into nothingness. It was the imperial weapon belonging to Changsheng. The ancestor's face lit up with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Changsheng would leave the imperial weapon within the sect. Yet the next moment, his eyes widened in sheer horror. If Changsheng had left the imperial weapon here, it meant he had withstood the imperial strike solely with his own strength. Gasping, the ancestor felt his legs weaken. Needing to lean against Duo Bao to avoid collapsing. However, he noticed the nearby plump figure wearing an expression that suggested this was to be expected. Devoid of any shock or surprise, Duo Bao gazed at Changsheng with eyes full of admiration, simultaneously feeling fortunate to have Changsheng as his mentor. The Taoist truly was a person of great fortune. With such an exceptional teacher, the future was indeed bright. With this powerful ally, his archaeological endeavors would undoubtedly flourish. Gulp. A quasi-imperial. The Netherworld great sage watched as the imperial weapon's attack was effortlessly shattered, swallowing hard, his hand trembling as he pointed at Changsheng. For a fleeting moment, he had sensed a distinct imperial might emanating from the youth. Though faint, it was unmistakably the aura of a quasi-imperial. Impossible. How could you possibly be a quasi-imperial? His eyes bulged, becoming somewhat deranged, unable to accept the reality. The Xuantian Sword Sect was merely a small sect in the eastern wilderness. The emergence of a holy king was already against the odds. How could it possibly produce a quasi-imperial? The resources of a single continent could never cultivate such an existence. Even in the Netherworld's sacred land, there were only one or two, all of whom were ancient relics nearing their lifespans, long since sealed in slumber, hesitant to re-emerge. Yet Changsheng appeared to be in the prime of his youth, brimming with vigor, incomparable to those ancient beings. Why is it impossible? Old man, can we discuss compensation now? I find your imperial weapon quite appealing. Changsheng spoke nonchalantly, his words sending the Netherworld great sage into a state of alarm. You delude yourself. Even if you are a quasi-imperial powerhouse, dreaming of taking me and the imperial weapon is nothing but folly. The Netherworld great sage bellowed, forming seals with his hands to summon back the yin-yang mirror. At this juncture, he no longer harbored any illusions about the weapon. To leave safely was already a sign of the emperor's favor. Attempt to flee? Have you consulted me? Changsheng's expression turned icy. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased? His hand reached out, as runes swirled in his palm, as if countless spaces were being formed. Seize the sun and moon. The yin-yang mirror was held aloft by an immense force, an invisible hand drawing it towards Changsheng. Just as the yin-yang mirror was about to be pulled before him, an unparalleled imperial might erupted. Boom. The imperial might crush the ages, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the laws to collapse and the chains of order to recoil in fear. An unparalleled entity emerged from the yin-yang mirror. This being, towering and majestic, radiated an intent to suppress all. With a mere wave of its hand, it shattered Changsheng's divine abilities, seizing the yin-yang mirror. The imperial weapon had revived. Unlike previous awakenings, this time the imperial weapon sensed a crisis and revived autonomously. Even the slumbering deity awakened, stepping forth from the imperial weapon, stimulated by the yin-yang mirror. Within the Xuantian Sword Sect, the great wilderness halberd exuded an even greater imperial might, hinting at signs of revival. Miles away, the blood jade Qilin and the heavenly sword sacred land's heavenly sword stirred, yearning to awaken and engage in battle with the yin-yang mirror. Heavens! The imperial weapon is reviving. In the Qin continent, the imperial weapon is reviving. And with whom is it battling? It is said that the Xuantian Sword Sect possesses an imperial weapon. Is that the sacred land attacking the Xuantian Sword Sect? The complete revival and battle of imperial weapons had not occurred on the wild continent for countless millennia. At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness felt an unimaginable pressure. Countless cultivators' souls trembled, compelled to kneel towards the direction of the Qin continent. An instinctive reverence as if before a deity, eager to prostrate and worship. The deity of the yin-yang mirror surveyed the scene, casting a glance at the levitating great wilderness halberd and the two sacred lands miles away. Ultimately, its gaze fell upon Changsheng. Even as a deity of an imperial weapon, it could not help but display a look of astonishment. What a young quasi-imperial. After hundreds of thousands of years, with the revival of the great Tao, is a pathfinder about to emerge in this era? It had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, following the yin-yang emperor through battles on the heavenly road, yet had never encountered such a prodigy. Great Emperor, the Netherworld pays homage to the great Emperor. The netherworld great sage trembled, bowing in the void. He no longer harbored concerns, for the imperial weapon was regarded as the incarnation of the great emperor, and the awakening of the deity was sufficient to unleash its full might. Although it would not last long, it was enough for him to depart unscathed. The deity paid no heed to the netherworld great sage, maintaining its focus on Yi Changsheng. Junior, you are remarkably strong, standing at the pinnacle. However, you are still incapable of suppressing me. Cease this folly, lest I be forced to act and scatter your entire cultivation. Its eyes regained tranquility, as if it had everything under control. Regarded with utter disdain, Yi Changsheng was disregarded entirely, even in the face of his quasi-emperor status. Though his state of revival could not endure for long, its departure was inevitable, and none could impede it. The spectral figure of the netherworld great sage, coiling and twisting in the void, clashed with the yin-yang mirror, striving to return to the sacred land of the netherworld. Ding! Such arrogance. Even this system can hardly contain itself. Host, can you still endure? If you can't contain yourself, why not come out and confront him yourself? Yi Changsheng rolled his eyes, his initial eagerness to act quelled by the system's interjection. Hey, if you insist on speaking thus, this system shall be displeased. Ding! A task is now issued. Host must suppress the yin-yang mirror. Complete the task to receive substantial rewards. Friendly reminder. This reward includes one of the 4 swords of extermination. So, do you still want this system to intervene personally? Yi Changsheng's eyes lit up, filtering out the system's taunts. A mere reprimand had prompted the issuance of a task. How naive, unable to withstand provocation. His gaze turned cold as he regarded the approaching yin-yang mirror, dismissing it as just a weapon, foolishly believing itself an emperor. It was better left for him. His form vanished, appearing instantaneously before the spatial conduit. A hand radiating with myriad golden rays reached forth to seize the yin-yang mirror. Chapter 41. Suppressing the emperor's weapon. You seek death. The eyes of the netherworld great sage gleamed with excitement. A turning point had arrived. Should the deity grow furious and eliminate Yi Changsheng, there remained a glimmer of hope for him to claim that emperor's weapon. Such arrogance, such hubris. The heavenly sword great sage and the demonic sage exchanged astonished glances, sensing a flicker of hope. Initially, upon witnessing Yi Changsheng unleash his quasi-emperor prowess, they had been rendered speechless, believing the outcome to be sealed. But who could have anticipated such greed, as he sought to suppress the emperor's weapon of the sacred land of the netherworld? Had the weapon not revived, there might have been a chance. Yet now, with the emperor's weapon's deity awakened, capable of unleashing its utmost might, even a quasi-emperor could not hope to retain it, and might instead suffer grievously. Humph, Junior, how audacious. The deity coldly huffed, its previously tranquil visage darkening, sensing Yi Changsheng's disdain. An emperor must not be insulted, even if it were merely a weapon. Grasping the yin-yang mirror, the deity unleashed an overwhelming imperial aura, shattering the void, with myriad wails echoing, as a silvery river flickered around it. In that moment, it resembled a true emperor, treading the river of time and space. The yin-yang mirror glowed fiercely, hurtling towards Yi Changsheng, intent on annihilating him. Boom! The void trembled, the sound reverberating for miles, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently. An earthquake shook the entire eastern wasteland, terrifying fissures slicing through the void for thousands of miles. Yi Changsheng, his palm enveloped in a mysterious beast hide, clutched the yin-yang mirror tenaciously, employing the quasi-emperor's Tao to suppress it, with runes manifesting to prevent its escape. The beast hide was the extermination array diagram awarded by the system earlier. Though it lacked the 4 killing swords and could not unleash the full might of an emperor's realm, it was at least comparable to a half-emperor weapon, capable of withstanding the true weapon's assault without damage and mitigating its harm. The yin-yang mirror thrashed violently, the terrifying imperial Tao rules oscillating. Even with the array diagram as a barrier, Yi Changsheng's arms still shattered, as fragile as porcelain, on the verge of breaking. Quasi-emperor blood spilled, collapsing the mountains below, transforming the area into a sea of blood amidst the searing heat. Overreaching, the netherworld great sage, enveloped by the power of the yin-yang mirror, gazed at Yi Changsheng's shattered arm, a fleeting glimmer of covetousness flashing in his eyes. Quasi-emperor blood. It contained immense vitality and power. Along with the quasi-emperor's comprehension of the Tao, should he obtain and refine it, the benefits to his cultivation would be unimaginable. It might even propel him to a higher realm, breaking the stagnation of millennia and advancing to the 4th layer of the great sage realm. Yi Changsheng remained unfazed. Unperturbed by the injury to his arm, he extended his left hand, shouting, "Come forth, halberd!" Within the sect, the great desolation halberd trembled, ripping through space to appear in his grasp. Behave yourself. Yi Changsheng, wielding the great desolation halberd, unleashed the quasi-emperor's Tao, cleaving directly toward the deity of the yin-yang mirror. You dare, Junior. The deity's eyes flared with rage as it unleashed a rainbow arc to intercept the great desolation halberd. A mix of sorrow and helplessness crossed its features. The presence of the extermination array diagram, a treasure capable of severing the Emperor's aura, had thwarted its lethal intent. Instead of annihilating Yi Changsheng, it had inadvertently summoned the Emperor's weapon. Though it had revived and could unleash the weapon's power, it was ultimately just a rootless weed, lacking the sustaining force needed for continued might. Struggling to deflect the great desolation halberd's assault, it clearly sensed its waning strength. Dare I? Have you not already tested that? Yi Changsheng scoffed, urging the great desolation halberd downward. Chains of ordered divinity emerged, inscribed with the runes of the Tao, ensnaring the yin-yang mirror. This time, the deity of the yin-yang mirror did not resist. It understood that even if it unleashed its full power, escape was impossible. It would only squander the accumulated strength of hundreds of thousands of years. Casting a deep glance at Yi Changsheng, it faded away, slipping into the yin-yang mirror. In the next moment, the yin-yang mirror fell silent, no longer radiating the aura of the Tao. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changsheng first enveloped it with the extermination array diagram, then bound it with the rune chains of the great desolation halberd, thoroughly sealing it away. How is this possible? The Netherworld Great Sage stood in a stupor, watching helplessly as his Emperor's weapon was subdued, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon regaining his senses, he hastily summoned a stone talisman, seeking to flee. A quasi-Emperor-level spatial displacement talisman. This was a treasured possession he had safeguarded for 10,000 years. His assurance against the heavenly sword sacred land. His body began to fade, on the verge of being teleported away. Still attempting to escape, Yi Changsheng cast a glance, his hand grasping, completely severing the space around him. The Netherworld Great Sage's dissolving form solidified once more and became immobilized in the air. What do you intend to do? Do you truly believe you can forever suppress my sacred land's Emperor's weapon? The Netherworld Great Sage, realizing escape was impossible, forced a semblance of calm and spoke. If the esteemed elder is willing to release the seal on the Emperor's weapon, we can treat this matter as if it never occurred. The sacred land of the Netherworld guarantees it will no longer disturb the elder. Otherwise, we too have a quasi-emperor in slumber, and should he awaken, it will be a matter of life and death. Are you threatening me? Yi Changsheng's gaze turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing. He understood that he could not maintain the suppression of the yin-yang mirror indefinitely. He was merely managing to do so through the extermination array diagram and the great desolation halberd. If he were to withdraw either, the yin-yang mirror would undoubtedly break free and flee. However, it was out of the question to let him release it willingly. The sacred land of the Netherworld must pay a heavy price. Aye. The Netherworld Great Sage felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendered speechless. He sensed the killing intent, fearing that one more word might send him to reincarnation. Yi Changsheng paid him no further heed, instead directing his gaze toward the other two great sacred lands miles away. Elder, I merely pass by. I shall take my leave. The heavenly sword Great Sage trembled internally, the previous calm shattered, hastily speaking. Without waiting for Yi Changsheng's reply, he tore open the space and departed. Damn it, the old ghost of the heavenly sword is truly swift. The demonic sage silently cursed, quickly bowing to Yi Changsheng. Elder, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not disturb you further. Upon uttering the same words, the space fractured and he departed, fearing that any delay might leave him behind. After all, it is evident to anyone not lacking in intelligence that they are aware of the purpose behind their arrival here. The Xuantian Sword Sect has surprisingly acquired a quasi-emperor, and even the Netherworld's sacred land has fallen, with their imperial weapons subdued by this formidable individual. If he were to lag even slightly, as a creature of the demonic kind, he might find himself captured and turned into a stew. It is wise of you to recognize the situation. Yi Changsheng did not hinder their departure, allowing them to leave. With a wave of his hand, he summoned two semi-imperial weapons and the Netherworld Great Saint, returning them to the sect's domain. On star-picking peak, within the barrier space formed by Yi Changsheng at the quasi-emperor level, he addressed the Netherworld Great Saint. So, you have two choices. Submit to me and serve my interests, or face death. Chapter 42. The Netherworld Great Saint becomes an undercover agent. Yi Changsheng regarded the Netherworld Great Saint, awaiting his response. Submit? I can kill, but I will not be humiliated. I have roamed the wilds for 10,000 years. What storms have I not weathered? I shall never bow to you. The Netherworld Great Saint laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. As a venerable figure of the Netherworld's sacred land, revered within its confines and a mentor to the Netherworld sovereign, how could he possibly be asked to become another's servant? Such a notion was utterly impossible. Moreover, The other party might not even dare to kill him. While slaying a mere holy person might be acceptable, to kill a great saint, an embodiment of the Netherworld's sacred land's foundation, would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire sect. Oh, you fear not for your life? Yi Changsheng inquired, surprised at the sudden fortitude displayed by this individual. Humph, to expect me to become your servant is a folly. The Netherworld great saint snorted, convinced that his opponent feared the repercussions from the Netherworld's sacred land and would not dare to kill him. Otherwise, with the opponent's quasi-emperor cultivation, he could easily crush him without a second thought. So why waste time on words? Is it that you believe I am afraid to kill you? Yi Changsheng's smile turned cold as he clenched his fist. Boom. An arm exploded, transforming into a mist of blood, a sacred might swirling about. The Netherworld great saint let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly as he stared at the remnants of his vanished arm, a flicker of dread crossing his mind. Could it be that he had misjudged? This ruthless individual truly would kill him. As Yi Changsheng observed the sacred blood dispersing in the air, a sudden, peculiar thought crossed his mind. He beckoned with his hand, gathering the blood mist, condensing it into several drops of pale golden blood, rich with pure energy. This is a valuable resource. It must not go to waste. He turned to the Netherworld great saint, a strange smile spreading across his face. What are you planning? Do you truly dare to kill me? The Netherworld great saint felt an ominous premonition as he regarded the smile at the corner of Yi Changsheng's lips, sensing impending calamity. Nothing much. I simply find it a pity to kill you. I have a notion to raise you. To provide sacred blood for my sect daily. Would that not be of greater worth? With the longevity of a great saint lasting 30,000 years, given your current lifespan, you could supply my sect with sacred blood for another 20,000 years. You, the Netherworld great saint felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Cruel. Too cruel. This was worse than being treated like livestock. The mere thought of enduring such a life for 2 decades sent shivers down his spine. Better to die outright. Fear not. Merely 20,000 years. It will pass swiftly, Yi Changsheng reassured him, noticing the terror etched upon his face. With that, he severed the other arm and extracted several drops of essence blood. This time, the Netherworld great saint let out a cry of agony, unable to determine whether it was due to the unbearable pain or sheer terror, or perhaps a combination of both. His face turned as pale as death, panic evident in his eyes as he exclaimed, Senior, I am willing to submit and serve you. Oh, now you are willing? Yi Changsheng taunted, observing the shift in his demeanor. Indeed, I am willing, the Netherworld great saint hastily affirmed. Yi Changsheng scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, while the Netherworld great saint dared not meet his gaze, averting his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he released the binding. A golden light coalesced at the center of the Netherworld great saint's brow, floating in the air. The light was encircled by runes, exuding an immensely powerful aura of the divine soul. Open your mind and accept it into your soul. The seed of consciousness. The Netherworld great saint's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the floating golden light. Should this entity take root within his divine soul, he would become a complete slave to Yi Changsheng. Every thought and action would be under his control, and should he exhibit the slightest hint of treachery, a mere thought could lead to his soul's obliteration. In that moment, he would truly be trapped in a life-or-death predicament. Do you truly believe that a simple utterance would persuade me to let you go? Yi Changsheng scoffed. After living for 10 millennia, one would expect him not to be so naive. The Netherworld great saint's expression fluctuated between shadow and light. Initially, he had intended to feign submission and later find an opportunity to escape back to the sacred land, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. His gaze oscillated between Yi Changsheng and the seed of consciousness for an extended moment before he finally dejectedly declared, I am willing to accept it into my soul. Faced with the choice between being raised and becoming a servant, he ultimately chose the latter. The thought of being confined and drained of blood for 2 decades filled him with dread. Compared to that, being a servant seemed somewhat more palatable. At least, on the surface, he would still appear to be the exalted great saint. He opened his mind and absorbed the golden seed of consciousness into his soul. In the next instant, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and an involuntary sensation surged within his heart. This feeling lasted only a moment before dissipating, and he returned to normal. Yi Changsheng's eyes gleamed with insight as the seed of consciousness took root, allowing him to perceive every thought within the Netherworld great saint's mind. Henceforth, no matter where the latter might be, with a mere thought, Yi Changsheng could detonate the seed of consciousness, obliterating his very essence. Indeed, this individual still harbored thoughts of escape. With a flicker of his mind, the Netherworld great saint's face drained of color as he fell to the ground, clutching his head and screaming in terror. Please, Senior, spare me. The intense sensation of his soul being torn apart rendered him nearly insensible. Suppress any ill thoughts, or I will ensure your demise next time, Changsheng warned coldly. Yes, yes, senior. The netherworld great saint ceased his cries, drenched in sweat, his formidable physique succumbing to the strain as if he were an ordinary mortal. Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, reimposing the bindings upon the netherworld great saint. Senior, what is this? The netherworld great saint panicked. He had already submitted, and the seed of consciousness had been implanted. What was happening now? Ha ha. In a few days, I shall have the netherworld's sacred land redeem you. In the future, I will have use for you. Changsheng smiled lightly, having decided to plant a bomb for future endeavors to prevent being caught off guard. The netherworld great saint's eyes widened. Was he to return as an undercover agent? Given his understanding of the old monsters within the sacred land, if discovered, he would surely be subjected to a fate worse than death. Senior, I fear not. As long as you perform well, I shall grant you your freedom after a millennium. Changsheng interrupted the words of the netherworld great sage, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The netherworld great sage gazed at Changsheng, his eyes flickering with intrigue. 1,000 years of freedom? The temptation was immense. After all, no one wishes to live perpetually under the dominion of another, especially not a being of his stature, a great sage standing nearly at the pinnacle of existence. Furthermore, a mere 1,000 years is but a trifle compared to his remaining lifespan of 20,000 years. Contemplating this, he felt the deal was advantageous. He hoped that the elder would keep his promise and restore his freedom after the millennium had passed. Chapter 43, The Endless Sea, Great Sage of the Overturned Sea. I place great importance on promises. After 1,000 years, I shall certainly lift your restrictions, Changsheng stated calmly. While a millennium may seem insignificant to the netherworld great sage, it loomed long for Changsheng himself, who in total had lived just over a century across 2 lifetimes. Thank you, esteemed elder. The netherworld great sage, immobilized and unable to move, could only express his gratitude verbally. He did not harbor lofty hopes. Even if Changsheng failed to fulfill his promise in 1,000 years, he would have no recourse. Yet, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Changsheng nodded and cast a glance at the netherworld great sage. The arm he had lost had already regenerated upon the release of his restraints, though his countenance appeared somewhat wan. Once he confirmed that there were no significant issues, he waved his hand to disperse the spatial barrier, and the 2 figures reappeared before the eyes of the ancestor and others. Master is magnificent, reigning for eternity and unifying the wilds. Upon seeing Changsheng, Duo Bao immediately showered him with flattery. Reigning for eternity and unifying the wilds? Changsheng paused, recognizing the familiarity of the phrase. Get out of the way, you fat fool. The ancestor swatted Duo Bao aside and turned to Changsheng, hesitantly asking, Changsheng, you must tell me honestly, what is your current cultivation level? Are you, perchance, a quasi-emperor? At this revelation, the surrounding crowd fixed their gazes on Changsheng, holding their breath, and an instant silence enveloped the atmosphere. Didn't you all already suspect? Changsheng did not deny it. With his ability to suppress emperor weapons and effortlessly restrain a great sage, he could hardly conceal the truth. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Though they had their suspicions, hearing it confirmed from Changsheng's lips was still somewhat incredulous. The revelation was utterly staggering. Aside from the ancestor and Duo Bao, who were saints, the others seldom encountered saints, let alone a quasi-emperor emerging from their sect, making them feel as though they were in a dream. The ancestor was the first to recover, his eyes sparkling with intense brilliance as he looked at Changsheng with a glint of avarice. A quasi-emperor, he stood at the zenith of the barbaric continent. In an era devoid of emperors, he was the true sovereign. What was there to fear from the 4 great sacred lands? Their Xuantian Sword Sect could ascend to become the 5th sacred land. Are you all right, ancestor? Changsheng felt somewhat uneasy under the ancestor's intense scrutiny. Cough, cough. The ancestor coughed twice to mask his embarrassment and suddenly pointed at the restrained netherworld great sage. Changsheng, shall we eliminate him? Huh. Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Eliminate him? That was not an option at present. The netherworld great sage's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there truly no one benevolent here? He had already submitted. Yet upon their first encounter, they were discussing his demise. He longed to shout, I am one of you. This cannot happen. It cannot. Changsheng quickly interjected as the ancestor retrieved a massive sword that resembled a door panel. He rushed to intervene, fearing that if the ancestor proceeded with the execution, all his efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse of the eastern wilderness, a great sage of the Yao clan emerged from a spatial passage. Glancing apprehensively towards the direction of Qingzhou, there was no movement. That terrifying quasi-emperor had not attacked him. Old Neo had narrowly escaped with his life. Yet, he wondered if the old ghost of the netherworld had already been reincarnated. In his view, The Netherworld Great Sage's brazen attempt to annihilate the Xuantian Sword Sect, now subdued by that quasi-emperor, left him with no hope of survival. Perhaps he had already been extinguished, sent back to the cycle of reincarnation. Thankfully, old Neo had merely been a bystander, having not yet made his move. A hint of relief washed over his face. Had he acted, he too might have been subdued by the quasi-emperor, becoming a roasted whole cow. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he looked towards the western horizon. A figure tore through the fabric of space, manifesting just 100 yards before him. It was an elderly man clad in a pale blue holy robe, exuding an aura of benevolence, his presence rivaling that of the great sage of the Yao clan. This blue-robed elder was none other than the great sage of the overturned sea, who had arrived late from the endless sea. Due to the distance from the eastern wilderness, it had taken him considerable time to receive the news and make his way here. The endless sea? What brings this fellow from the west to our domain? The great sage of the Yao clan pondered, a realization dawning upon him. Could it be the Yao divine cult? The great sage of the overturned sea's expression shifted slightly before a smile crossed his face. My friend, do you know what has transpired in Qingzhou? Just moments ago, while traversing the void, he had sensed a tremendous imperial might erupting from the direction of Qingzhou, signaling the revival of emperor weapons engaged in battle. Shortly thereafter, he encountered the great sage of the Yao clan, leading him to believe that the conflict he sensed earlier involved the latter, who had acquired emperor weapons and imperial scriptures. I am unaware, the great sage of the Yao clan replied, eager to depart and return to the Yao divine cult. Oh, are you perhaps in possession of emperor weapons and wish to leave? The great sage of the overturned sea swiftly blocked his path. By your grandmother, step aside, or I shall not hold back. The great sage of the Yao clan nearly exploded. Did this old coot wish to end his life? He needed to flee. What if that quasi-emperor changed his mind and pursued him? It would be utterly disastrous. Yao Bull, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? The great sage of the overturned sea was enraged. This beast dared to insult him. The great sage of the Yao clan glared at the obstinately blocking figure of the great sage of the overturned sea, his eyes turning crimson. Yet, in the next moment, he oddly calmed, adopting a despondent expression as he spoke. Old man, I'll not conceal it from you. The Netherworld's sacred land has brought emperor weapons and is on the verge of subduing that Saint King. If you are not afraid of death, you may contest it. The great sage of the overturned sea was momentarily taken aback, his rage swiftly dissipating. The Netherworld's sacred land had brought emperor weapons and was about to subdue that Saint King? He scrutinized the great sage of the Yao clan, discerning that the latter's demeanor was serene, devoid of the aftermath of battle, and he instantly believed him 9 parts out of 10. Connecting the dots, it dawned on him that the Yao clan's urgency to leave might stem from their failure to bring emperor weapons, now seeking to return to their sacred land to fetch them. Foolish indeed, he thought, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. Apologies for the interruption, my friend. The great sage of the overturned sea managed a forced smile before hastily departing. The Yao Bull had not brought emperor weapons, while he himself had brought the inherited emperor weapons of the endless sea. Watching the retreating figure, the great sage of the Yao clan wore a triumphant expression. I hope you will not meet your end. He was no longer in a hurry to leave, eager to witness the expression of this blue-robed elder upon encountering the quasi-emperor. He wondered if he would be in peril, chuckling to himself. Chapter 44. The unfortunate great sage of the ocean. The great sage of the ocean traversed the void, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. He was determined to reach Qingzhou as swiftly as possible. According to the words of that demon bull, the underworld's sacred land had likely subdued the holy king of the Xuantian Sword Sect. If he arrived in time, he might still have a chance to contend for the opportunity. Moreover, should that demon bull return to the demon god sect to summon imperial weapons, the situation would undoubtedly descend into greater chaos. The great sage's velocity was terrifying. Within mere moments, he arrived at Qingzhou. Under the influence of his divine consciousness, he easily pinpointed the location of the Xuantian Sword Sect. The area was rife with chaotic spiritual energy, mountains had collapsed, and the scene resembled a battlefield that had just endured a fierce conflict. His divine consciousness penetrated the Xuantian Sword Sect, sweeping through the sect. Indeed, the demon bull had not deceived him. He sensed the presence of a great sage within. The expression of the great sage of the ocean suddenly turned grave. Should the underworld's sacred land acquire imperial weapons, they would dominate the other 3 sacred lands. The delicate balance maintained for hundreds of thousands of years among the 4 sacred lands would be shattered. However, in the next moment, his somber countenance shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. What was happening? The images conveyed by his divine consciousness revealed a great sage bound in place, sitting despondently upon the ground. Beside him were 2 entities at the saint level and a demon at the holy king level. Additionally, There was a white-clad youth whose realm he could not discern. Suddenly, the white-clad youth raised his head and gazed in his direction, as if piercing through space to see his true form. A chill ran down the spine of the great sage of the ocean, an overwhelming sense of fear surging within him. There was great terror. Before he could react, the void ahead split open, and a colossal finger descended from the heavens, crashing through space toward him. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled, and the very fabric of space collapsed. The great sage of the ocean was sent flying in an instant, his body fracturing, blood scattering across the sky. It was not until he was several thousand miles away that he barely stabilized his form. Cough, cough. A quasi-emperor. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, staring in horror toward the direction of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Had it not been for the imperial weapon on his person mitigating some of the damage, he would have suffered far worse. It was likely he would have exploded on the spot. Even if he managed to reform his body, he would need a millennium to recuperate. Damn that demon bull, you have brought me to ruin. Only now did he comprehend why the demon bull of the demon god sect had been so eager to depart. It was not as he had assumed, to return and summon imperial weapons, but rather to flee for its life. Thus, knowing full well that a quasi-emperor resided here, it had still deceived him into coming. How infuriating! The great sage's eyes turned crimson, feeling immensely aggrieved. He had been played by a mere bull, not daring to linger. He hastily tore through the fabric of space to make his escape, fearing that the quasi-emperor might strike again. This time, he had journeyed millions of miles from the west, only to arrive in Changsheng and receive a brutal beating. It would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. On the distant frontier, the great sage of the demon race sensed the immense disturbance emanating from Changsheng and could not help but tremble. A smile crept onto his lips. "Heh, old fellow, now you too shall experience the terror of a quasi-emperor." After indulging in his mirth, he cast one last lingering glance at Changsheng before turning to depart. He intended to relay this news back to the sacred land. The wild heavens were about to change. Henceforth, the dominance of the 4 sacred lands would likely be challenged by the Xuantian Sword Sect. Even though its foundation was not yet on par with the 4 sacred lands, its prowess in high-level combat was by no means inferior. Within the Xuantian Sword Sect, Changsheng slowly retracted his hand, gazing towards the horizon with a faint smile playing on his lips. Surely, no one would come again. He surmised that the blue-robed elder from earlier was likely from the endless sea among the 4 sacred lands. Now that all had come and gone, peace should finally prevail. Although the great sage of the underworld was bound, he too sensed the divine consciousness that had swept past. A look of delight crossed his features as he observed Changsheng's actions from afar, wondering if that unfortunate fellow had met his demise. "Changsheng, are you all right?" the great ancestor inquired with concern. Though he had not sensed the divine consciousness himself, he could infer from Changsheng's actions that another enemy had approached. "It's nothing. Merely someone who inadvertently passed by. I have already sent him on his way." Changsheng casually waved his hand. His gaze then turned to the silent figure of Ancestor Xuanha beside him. "Ancestor, I see you have reached the pinnacle of the Asking Dao realm. Here are some small treasures that may assist you in breaking through to the realm of saints." As he spoke, he revealed 10 drops of golden, radiant blood in his palm. The blood exuded an unusual fragrance and faintly pulsed with a holy majesty. This is holy blood?" Ancestor Xuanha trembled, gazing at the 10 drops, sensing the immense energy emanating from them. The mere aroma made him restless, feeling the constraints of his realm loosening. "Just small trinkets. Nothing of consequence," Changsheng replied nonchalantly, tossing the drops toward Ancestor Xuanha. "Ah, be careful, be careful." Ancestor Xuanha hastily waved his hands to catch them, retrieving a jade vial to carefully store the 10 drops of blood. With these drops, he was confident he could breach the doors of the saint realm in a short time. The realm of saints was something he had dreamt of achieving. He couldn't help but break into a foolish grin, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Behind him, several elders who had also emerged from the ancestral land looked on with envy. All were in the Asking Dao realm, albeit not at its peak. Only the great ancestor cast a glance at the great sage of the underworld, whose pale complexion stirred a hint of sympathy within him. Could that holy blood possibly belong to this fellow? The great sage of the underworld's lips twitched. That was indeed his blood, worth at least 2 arms. It would take him a century of recovery to replenish what he had lost. "Changsheng, how shall we deal with this fellow?" the great ancestor asked, looking at the great sage of the underworld. He wished to slay him, but Changsheng would not allow it. Keeping him alive, did that mean they would have to nurture him? Upon hearing this, Changsheng cast a glance at the great sage of the underworld, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. "Great ancestor, spread the word that we have acquired the imperial weapon of the underworld's sacred land, along with a self-proclaimed great sage of the underworld. Let them come with treasures to redeem him. As for how many treasures, that shall depend on how much they value these 2 items." At this declaration, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Duo Bao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What? What is this? A ransom? This seems inappropriate. The great ancestor hesitated to ask. Yet, excitement flickered in his eyes, a palpable sense of eagerness emerging. Clearly, the great ancestor had not always been the paragon of propriety in his youth. In the past, when he was the sole saint in the sect, he had to tread carefully in all matters, remaining vigilant, even after becoming a saint, rarely venturing beyond the sect's confines. He feared that one misstep could lead to his demise, leaving the sect bereft of a saint's protection. But now, times had changed, with Yi Changsheng, a quasi-emperor, at the helm. He could finally unleash his true self. Chapter 45. The Extermination Sword and the 10 Spiritual Veins. Changsheng. What if the underworld's sacred land goes completely insane and disregards everything to attack? Can you withstand it? The Grand Ancestor gazed at Yi Changsheng, seeking a final confirmation. They dare not. Yi Changsheng's tone was serene, yet exuded unwavering confidence. The moment he implanted the seed of consciousness into the soul of the underworld great sage, he had already grasped the general situation of the underworld's sacred land. Indeed, there existed 1 or 2 quasi-emperors within the underworld's sacred land. But they were mere relics of time, with their lifespans nearly expired, lying dormant in the deepest recesses of the sacred site, serving as a final reserve, not easily awakened. For once awakened, they would find it challenging to seal themselves again, experiencing but a fleeting glory before their complete downfall. Thus, until the very last moment, the underworld's sacred land would refrain from rousing them. The cost was too great. They could not afford such a loss. Moreover, even if these quasi-emperors were awakened, Yi Changsheng held no fear. In light of this, the Grand Ancestor would proceed to spread rumors, disseminate information. The Grand Ancestor's face brightened, harboring no doubt regarding Yi Changsheng's words. What further doubts could there be? Having been shocked too many times recently, he felt somewhat numb. Old man, I shall accompany you. Duo Bao chimed in, eager to follow the Grand Ancestor. Such endeavors delighted him immensely. The Grand Ancestor turned, regarding Duo Bao with a peculiar gaze. What did you just call me, little fatty? What do you mean by that? Duo Bao appeared somewhat bewildered. You refer to Changsheng as master, and Changsheng refers to me as Grand Ancestor. How do you address me? The Grand Ancestor's expression was one of mischief. I. Duo Bao stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Little fatty, you must think carefully before you answer. The Xuantian Sword Sect holds great importance to respect for one's teachers, the Grand Ancestor teased. Great Grand Ancestor. Duo Bao blurted out, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could slap himself twice. How foolish of him to seek attention in such a manner. Oh, good. The Grand Ancestor elongated his tone, responding with satisfaction. Observing Duo Bao's flustered demeanor, he felt a profound sense of gratification regarding the latter's wealth. With all your treasures, you should share some with this old man. Behind them, Xuantian Ancestor and a group of elders emerging from the ancestral land gazed at Duo Bao's figure with glimmering eyes, revealing intentions far from innocent. They chuckled softly and hastened to catch up with the two. Yi Changsheng watched in silent amusement, internally mourning for Duo Bao. Alas, may he possess enough fortitude not to be overwhelmed by anger. After these individuals departed, he turned to the now-awakened Mou, a faint smile gracing his features as he ruffled the child's hair. Little one, from now on, you must diligently cultivate and ensure that the renown of that esteemed predecessor is not tarnished. Having integrated the inheritance, the child naturally broke through to the first level of the mountain-moving realm. At this moment, he had yet to turn 7. Yes, I will be as formidable as master in the future, Mou declared, his gaze resolute. Yi Changsheng merely chuckled. You must surpass master in strength. At that time, we can engage in a friendly spar. All right, Yunxin, please take him to cultivate. At this moment, Yunxin, who had been in a daze, snapped back to reality upon hearing Yi Changsheng's words and quickly bowed her head, responding, Yes, Elder Yi. Stealing a glance at Yi Changsheng, she was filled with profound reverence. The Elder Yi was indeed a quasi-emperor, a legendary figure now standing before her. She could scarcely believe it. But the terrifying battle scene in the void earlier confirmed its truth. The mere act of space shattering, temporal storms raging, and even spilled blood collapsing mountains into a sea of crimson. Such terrifying phenomena could only be accomplished by those legendary powerhouses. Is there something else? Yi Changsheng noticed that Yunxin did not leave, but continued to stare at him intently, prompting his inquiry. And no. Yunxin exclaimed, quickly lowering her head, grasping Mou's hand, and hastily departing. Perhaps too flustered, she stumbled as she took her first step, nearly falling to the ground. It's over. This was the only thought in Yunxin's mind at that moment. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Yi Changsheng waved his hand, a surge of spiritual energy catching her. Watching her panic-stricken state, he found it somewhat amusing. You need not be so nervous. Things remain as they were. Why yes, Elder Yi. Yunxin replied, nodding repeatedly. Observing Yi Changsheng's approachable demeanor, her anxiety diminished considerably, though her reverence remained intact. Afterward, she hurriedly led Mou toward their small residence. From a distance, a voice echoed faintly. Sister, are you afraid of Master? You are still young and do not understand. This is called reverence, respect for the powerful. Yi Changsheng shook his head. When a person suddenly reveals an overwhelmingly powerful capability, regardless of their intentions, the perception of those around them inevitably transforms. Yunxin felt this way, as did the Grand Ancestor and the others. Previously, they referred to him as Changsheng the Lad. Now, the term lad had been omitted. However, such changes were not overly significant. Once the atmosphere settled, he called upon the system in his mind. System, where is my reward? Ding. Host has not inquired for so long that this system thought you no longer desired your rewards. Are you implying that if I do not ask, you will not provide them? Yi Changsheng chuckled in annoyance, surprised by the system's cunning. Ding. Theoretically, that is correct. Enough of this nonsense. Promptly deliver my rewards. Yi Changsheng retorted, unwilling to engage further. Ding. Host has suppressed the imperial weapon and completed the task, receiving the reward. Extermination sword. Acquired reward, 10 spirit crystal veins. In addition to the previously mentioned extermination sword, he had unexpectedly received 10 spirit veins. Moreover, they were spirit crystal veins. Spirit crystals are superior to spirit stones. Even the lowest grade spirit crystals contain 100 times more spiritual energy than the highest grade spirit stones. Once one reaches the sage realm, spirit stones no longer suffice for cultivation needs. Only spirit crystals can facilitate a more rapid cultivation pace. As his consciousness entered the inner world, 10 brilliant white dragons sprawled across the space, dense spiritual energy suffusing the atmosphere. It had even begun to condense into liquid, forming a puddle on the ground. Such rich spiritual energy, indeed worthy of spirit crystal veins. These 10 spirit crystal veins were undoubtedly invaluable resources for cultivation. Most of these treasures were controlled by sacred lands and ancient clans. The Xuantian Sword Sect had never encountered them before. To think that the system had bestowed upon him 10 at once. With these, the elders within the ancestral land would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the path of inquiry in the shortest time possible. At that point, he could procure additional treasures or sacred blood for them, and the sect would boast several more sages. However, a reasonable distribution was essential to maximize their efficacy. Contemplating briefly, he transformed his consciousness into a large hand, reaching for the 10 spirit veins. Chapter 46. The surge of spiritual energy. The star-picking peak is overcrowded. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire summit of star-picking peak in a veil of white mist. 5 colossal spirit veins manifested above the peak, emitting a series of ethereal dragon roars. Without hesitation, Yi Changsheng directed all 10 spirit veins beneath the ancient fire pear tree, sealing them within the earth. With a deft hand seal, he established a colossal gathering formation at the base of the star-picking peak, utilizing 5 spiritual veins as focal points. Thunderous roars echoed through the void as the formation activated, and the atmosphere trembled violently. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was instantaneously siphoned away, while even more distant energies began to converge towards the Xuantian Sword Sect, filling the void left behind. What is happening? The spiritual energy has become so dense. Is it fog? No, that's not it. It's actually spiritual mist formed from the concentrated energy. At the foot of the star-picking peak, a throng of Xuantian Sword Sect disciples had gathered, filling the area to capacity. As they beheld the dramatic transformation around them, their mouths gaped in astonishment. Initially, only a handful of disciples had occupied this space for cultivation, but after Yi Changsheng subdued the underworld great sage and the imperial weapon, an influx of people had arrived, nearly comprising more than half of the sect's members. They surrounded the star-picking peak densely, with heads bobbing for miles around. I feel like I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Me too. Beneath such an abundance of spiritual energy, many disciples who had been facing bottlenecks suddenly sensed an opportunity for advancement. They promptly seated themselves on the ground, commencing their breakthroughs. Soon after, resonant sounds echoed from their bodies as powerful auras began to rise. Haha, I have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. A young man clad in black laughed heartily, having been stuck at the peak of the mountain-moving realm for months, and was now finally liberated. I am at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. I have reached the 5th level of the Void realm. Voices echoed as, in that fleeting moment, hundreds achieved breakthroughs. Even more remarkably, several peak Void realm elders from the outer sect condensed their souls and ascended to the Soul realm. Truly, Elder Yi is a divine being. This must be the manifestation of his extraordinary powers. In that instant, every gaze turned towards the summit of star-picking peak, brimming with profound admiration. Indeed, Elder Yi is so formidable, such exceptional genes must be passed on. I want to bear his children. A tall, robust young woman blushed, her resolve to bear Elder Yi's progeny only strengthening. Hiss. The surrounding disciples inhaled sharply, quietly stepping back a pace, hoping that Elder Yi would take notice. I have decided. I shall settle here from now on. A disciple who had just broken through to the mountain-moving realm, feeling a surge of power within him, made a silent vow. The others nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Some astute individuals even turned their attention to the wooden houses that had been constructed earlier. Most of these wooden dwellings were situated at the foot of the mountain, in the most favorable positions. The nearer one was to the base. The denser the spiritual energy became. Brother, I will offer 10 mid-grade spirit stones to rent a room from you. Someone approached a homeowner, eager to share the wooden house. 10 mid-grade spirit stones? Do you take me for a fool? I'll offer 20. 50. Those who had come to their senses rushed forward, extravagantly tossing spirit stones, all vying for a position near the mountain's base. If it weren't for their good relationships, a brawl might have ensued. If only I could cultivate at the peak. On a slope close to the mountain's foot, Xianxia gazed longingly at the summit of star-picking peak, filled with envy. Behind him stood a finely crafted wooden house, one he had constructed some time ago. Reflecting on it now, he couldn't help but silently applaud his own cleverness. Kid, feeling envious, are we? A voice called from behind him. Indeed. If only my master were as formidable as Elder Yi. Xianxia replied without hesitation. In the next moment, he widened his eyes. Turning around abruptly, Wang Lai loomed over him, his imposing figure resembling that of a towering bear. Beside him stood the Grand Elder Yi Tianxing, wearing a teasing smile as he observed Xianxia. Master, when did you arrive? Xianxia's face broke into a sycophantic grin, though internally, he cursed his misfortune. As expected, Wang Lai's expression darkened swiftly. Get lost. Were you just belittling your master? Oh, master. What I meant was to wish you rapid advancement in your cultivation, to become as powerful as Elder Yi. Xianxia quickly clutched Wang Lai's leg, fervently explaining. Is that so? You believe I can reach such heights? Wang Lai regarded Xianxia with skepticism, though the flattery seemed to soften his demeanor. I swear, if I speak falsely, may I? Xianxia hastily began to make an oath. Enough, I believe you. Wang Lai interrupted him, reminding that one must not make oaths lightly in the cultivation world, for it could lead to unforeseen consequences. In the ancient annals of the wild, there were tales of sages who recklessly vowed, only to be met with divine retribution, obliterated by thunderous calamity. Yi Tianxing stood behind, utterly speechless. One speaks boldly, and the other believes wholeheartedly. Wang Lai's cultivation was at least at the great sage level, while they might only aspire to reach the path-seeking level in their lifetimes. The great sage realm was but a dream. Even if they were to encounter extraordinary fortune and achieve sagehood, it would be akin to their ancestors rising from the grave. He cast his gaze towards the towering summit, a flicker of envy and longing in his eyes. What could it possibly feel like to be in such a realm? Perhaps I should find a spot up there to build a cave dwelling? As he pondered, a sudden thought sparked in Yi Tianxing's mind. If I were to construct a cave dwelling, surely Elder Yi would not object. Recently, Wang Lai had broken through to the celestial realm, catching up to him. As the Grand Elder, how could he remain at the same level as the Second Elder? With the current density of spiritual energy at star-picking peak, if he could cultivate there, he would undoubtedly break through quickly and surpass his rival once again. He chuckled to himself. Wang Lai turned, puzzled. What was his senior brother chuckling about? However, upon noticing the somewhat lewd expression on Yi Tianxing's face and glancing towards star-picking peak, he instantly comprehended his companion's intentions. The two had been competitors since their days as disciples and had now become core elders. With just a glance, he could discern Yi Tianxing's thoughts. My senior brother has quite the scheme, but I can do it too. The suddenly strange atmosphere left Xianxia bewildered. Observing the peculiar expressions on his master and the Grand Elder's faces, he discreetly covered his backside and took a few steps back. On the star-picking peak, Yi Changsheng utilized the spiritual veins to establish a massive gathering formation. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy multiplying 100-fold, he appeared quite satisfied. His gaze fell upon the Millennium Fire Pear tree, which was emanating a faintly scorching aura, drawing in the surrounding storm of spiritual energy. Under the sudden influx of spiritual energy, the color of the fire pears hanging from the tree grew increasingly vivid, imbued with even greater spiritual power. In such a rich environment, the time for the fire pear tree to bear fruit should be significantly reduced. He had chosen to position the heart of the gathering formation beneath the tree to expedite its growth. Having completed this, Yi Changsheng waved his hand, summoning a long sword that radiated an aura of overwhelming slaughter. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its hue a dark crimson. as if stained with the blood of countless foes. The horrifying aura of slaughter transformed into strands of black mist, causing the very space around it to fracture, while the surrounding spiritual herbs withered instantaneously, turning to ash. With a resounding crash, the ancient fire pear tree shook violently, as if sensing an immense peril. The sword of extermination, such a heavy killing intent, now solidified. As he gazed at the black mist emanating from the long sword, a look of astonishment filled his eyes. TSK, what a remarkable imperial weapon. Yi Changsheng clicked his tongue, waving his hand to disperse the murderous aura. Ding! The 4 extermination swords, each a singular imperial weapon, when united, can unleash power surpassing that of an apex emperor's weapon. When combined with the formation diagram to establish the extermination killing array, it can even subdue an emperor in a short time, claiming invincibility in the imperial realm. After such lengthy discourse, it is unlikely you would present me with all 4 swords. Yi Changsheng could not help but covet the might of the extermination killing array. Silence. It seemed the system was taken aback by Yi Changsheng's words, taking a considerable time to respond. Ding. Host, do not overreach. I am a system, not a benevolent hall. As long as the host completes subsequent tasks, the remaining killing swords will be acquired. Ahem, system, remain calm, I was merely jesting. Yi Changsheng did not anticipate such a strong reaction from the system. Chirp, chirp. The Azure Phoenix descended, landing on Yi Changsheng's shoulder, nuzzling him with an anxious demeanor. Yi Changsheng understood its meaning. It simply wished for him to utilize the system's companion function to elevate it to the quasi-emperor realm. He chuckled, all right. I shall assist you in reaching that realm. He smiled wryly, recalling that after the last use, the Azure Phoenix had also grasped the function's purpose. System, I wish to elevate the Azure Phoenix to the quasi-emperor realm. Is there a way to conceal its anomalies and aura? He did not want others to discern the Azure Phoenix's true power. Should the underworld's sacred land decide to act unpredictably, it would be a delightful surprise for them. Ding, that can be arranged. Does the host confirm the elevation of the Azure Phoenix's realm now? Confirmed. Yi Changsheng nodded, reassured by the system's ability to hide the transformation. Ding, activating the system's companion function. The Mount Azure Phoenix's cultivation is elevated to the 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor. The host's ascension anomalies and Quasi-Emperor aura have been concealed. Caw! The Azure Phoenix emitted an excited cry, soaring and spiraling above the star-picking peak. After several circles, it returned to perch on Yi Changsheng's shoulder. Outwardly, aside from its feathers becoming more vibrant, there seemed to be little change. However, in Yi Changsheng's eyes, the transformation was monumental. Azure Phoenix Clan, Sacred Beast. Cultivation level, 3rd level of Quasi-Emperor. Innate divine powers, Celestial Flame of Annihilation, Azure Feather Sword. Previously, it had merely been classified as a close relative of the Phoenix. Now it stood as a distinct lineage. Indeed, upon becoming a quasi-emperor, its genealogy would begin anew. Moreover, it had gained an additional innate divine ability. Azure Feather Sword. The Azure Phoenix sheds its feathers, transforming them into swords that strike down. Each sword is equivalent to a full force attack. Both divine abilities are quite impressive. Yi Changsheng was immensely satisfied, particularly with the second divine ability, the Azure Feather Sword. Each sword represented a full force strike. Against a quasi-emperor of the same realm lacking extraordinary means, they would be nearly invincible. After marveling at this, his gaze shifted to the despondent figure of the imprisoned underworld great saint. Now, it remained to be seen how the underworld's sacred land would respond. 3 days after the suppression of the underworld great saint, a massive earthquake shook the eastern wasteland. Whether among the ancient clans guarded by saints, obscure small factions, or wandering cultivators, all were abuzz with discussions of an event that shattered their perceptions. A rumor spread from unknown origins. Had the Xuantian Sword Sect stumbled upon the underworld's sacred land's imperial weapon? And had they also captured a great saint? Were they demanding a ransom from the underworld's sacred land? What the hell, is this a joke? An imperial weapon can be found just lying around? And a great saint? Can that also be caught? Which fool spread this news? It's simply absurd. Indeed, the imperial weapons of the 4 great sacred lands are all housed within their respective sanctuaries, guarded by unparalleled saints. How could they possibly be lost? Even if an imperial weapon could be misplaced, how could a living great saint be lost? This is ridiculous. In a tavern within an ancient city, several individuals erupted in curses, wholly disbelieving the information. Brothers, you are mistaken. This could very well be true. A gaunt, shifty middle-aged man at a nearby table suddenly interjected. Oh, how so? Do you possess insider knowledge? The previously vociferous men turned to look at the thin middle-aged man. Simultaneously, the other patrons in the tavern also directed their gazes toward him. The middle-aged man glanced around cautiously before speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Do you recall the revival of the Imperial weapon a few days ago? Who doesn't? The terrifying pressure. One could never forget it in this lifetime. Under that pressure, I felt like an ant. Indeed, the might of an Imperial weapon is fearsome. Some great powers speculate that the Sacred Land was attacking the Xuantian Sword Sect, seeking to claim the inheritance of the previous Imperial mausoleum. Could these two matters be connected? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, those around him began to inquire eagerly. They felt as though they had stumbled upon a juicy secret. Indeed, my third uncle's second cousin's brother-in-law resides in Changsheng. He is a powerful soul realm cultivator. According to him, 3 days ago, the great saint of the underworld's sacred land wielding an imperial weapon attacked the Xuantian Sword Sect to avenge the fallen saint of the Azure Spring. And guess what happened next? The gaunt middle-aged man paused dramatically, surveying the crowd. What happened? The audience eagerly prompted. The middle-aged man suddenly wore an expression of awe, his face growing extremely grave. The Xuantian Sword Sect actually unleashed a terrifying powerhouse who swiftly subdued the great saint. In fact, even the imperial weapon could not escape, as it was ensnared by thunderous means. As he spoke, his body trembled involuntarily, as though he were experiencing that terror firsthand. Hiss! The onlookers regarded him with incredulous expressions. If this were true, the implications would be monumental. They were reluctant to believe it, yet considering the revival of the imperial weapon just days prior, it was plausible that this was indeed the truth. The underworld's sacred land, coming with an imperial weapon, not only failed but had their weapons seized and the great saint captured. Now they were expected to ransom them, regardless of the outcome. The underworld's sacred land's centuries of prestige had been utterly obliterated. Moreover, the Xuantian Sword Sect's ability to subdue an imperial weapon was the most shocking revelation. In a corner of the tavern, a youth with blood-red hair listened intently to the middle-aged man's account, his eyes gleaming with delight, a strange smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 48. The Sealed Mysterious Powerhouse. They actually subdued the underworld's sacred land's imperial weapon. Could it be a quasi-emperor? The blood-haired youth's eyes flickered with tremors of excitement. He was none other than the Blood Ancestor, who had been hiding in this ancient city within the Eastern Wasteland, waiting for the Xuantian Sword Sect and the underworld's sacred land to weaken each other before seizing the opportunity. He never anticipated that he would hear this news. He had sensed the revival of the imperial weapon a few days prior and confirmed that one belonged to the Xuantian Sword Sect. However, being cautious as always, he refrained from approaching, fearing detection by either party that could lead to his own suppression. Nonetheless, a quasi-emperor would be even better. Such a presence could stand against the underworld's sacred land. Strike! Strike! A glimmer of hatred flickered in the eyes of the Blood Ancestor. The ethereal sacred land had slaughtered his entire clan, and his sole purpose for the remainder of his life was vengeance. As long as the ethereal sacred land endured suffering, he would find solace. He let out a chilling laugh, and with that, he vanished within the tavern. In the instant of his disappearance, a faint mist of blood wafted forth, enveloping the tavern in an instant. The once raucous establishment fell silent, and all who had encountered the blood dance widened their eyes in shock. In a wave of terror, their life essence was drained, flesh dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind only a flayed visage that drifted down. High above in the skies, tendrils of blood mist emerged from the void, drawn into the Blood Ancestor's being. My cultivation remains too feeble, he mused, his expression turning somber as he absorbed the blood mist. During these past days, he had not been idle in the eastern wilderness, clandestinely hunting numerous formidable foes. His cultivation had now returned to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. This rate of progress, though remarkably swift by ordinary standards, was still far from sufficient for him. In light of recent events, the ethereal sacred land would likely awaken a quasi-emperor from its slumber, releasing them from confinement. Even if he were to fully restore his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, he would still be powerless against such a colossal entity. Only a quasi-emperor's prowess could stand a chance. Quasi-emperor, the Blood Ancestor murmured, a tone of helplessness and a hint of hesitation lacing his words. With the blood divine art, he was confident he could eventually attain the great saint level. Yet, the path to quasi-emperor was fraught with peril. It required not only extraordinary talent, but also unparalleled opportunities. He considered his aptitude to be commendable, yet how elusive were the chances that fate would bestow. He could not afford to wait for so long, as the anguished spirits of his slain kin haunted him relentlessly. With this thought, an unwavering resolve gleamed in his eyes, as if he had made a momentous decision. In the next instant, he tore through the fabric of space, stepping into the void and vanishing completely. Half a day later, in a remote mountain range of the eastern wilderness, the void split open, and the Blood Ancestor emerged from the spatial passage. Gazing down at the familiar mountains, a grave expression crossed his face. With a single step, he materialized in the heart of the mountains, standing before a black, bottomless abyss. Taking a deep breath, he formed a hand seal and unleashed a beam of blood light into the depths of the chasm. With a tremendous roar, the waters of the abyss surged, creating a massive whirlpool from which a spatial portal emerged. Without hesitation, he entered the passage. In a flash, a vast secret realm unfolded before him. The sky overhead was shrouded in darkness, exuding a heavy, oppressive aura. He did not linger, proceeding directly into the depths of the realm. Soon, a boundless sea of crimson appeared before him, the pungent stench of blood saturating the entire expanse. On the land before the blood sea stood a colossal tomb, its gravestone inscribed with flowing characters that glimmered with blood light. The tomb of the Wind Clan. The blood ancestor's gaze lingered on the gravestone. It was the resting place he had erected for the 180,000 members of his clan. Ethereal sacred land. A faint voice escaped his lips. Imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, his spiritual energy surged erratically, hinting at impending chaos. The aura of a saint radiated from him, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically, stirring up monstrous waves within the blood sea. After some time, he finally managed to quell the fury within, shifting his focus from the gravestone to the vast blood sea. At that moment, the tumultuous sea suddenly calmed, and a figure composed of blood materialized from its depths. It regarded the blood ancestor, and a chilling voice emanated from its featureless head. You have returned. What is it? Have you reconsidered? If you shatter the seal and assist this emperor in breaking free, I promise to aid you in attaining the status of quasi-emperor. I can even personally annihilate that human sacred land for you. The voice of the blood figure dripped with temptation, claiming it could help the blood ancestor obliterate the ethereal sacred land. I can assist you in breaking free, but how can you guarantee that you will help me become a quasi-emperor? The blood ancestor's voice was icy and composed. Though he had already made a decision in his heart, he refrained from acting immediately. Regarding the blood shadow, all he knew was that it was likely a powerful quasi-emperor. But beyond that, he possessed no further knowledge. Ha ha ha. The blood shadow erupted into frenzied laughter, its voice reverberating throughout the secret realm. This emperor possesses unparalleled cultivation, unyielding even after being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. Who in this world could achieve such a feat? A mere quasi-emperor realm, with my assistance. You will easily attain it. Moreover, the blood divine art you practice is but a fragmented scripture. Once I am freed, I can provide you with the true and perfect text. Hundreds of thousands of years. The blood ancestor's face displayed a look of disdain. In the wilderness, even an emperor capable of suppressing all formidable foes and possessing supreme mastery could only reign for a mere 10,000 years. Now, this blood shadow claimed to have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. What a jest. However, the revelation that the blood divine art was incomplete did astonish him. Merely a fragment had allowed him to reach the Saint King level. How terrifying must the complete scripture be? Could it possibly be the Emperor's scripture? Have you made up your mind? Shatter the seal and assist this Emperor in breaking free. The blood shadow pressed, its voice tinged with urgency. Having been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years, the seal drained his essence with every passing moment, driving him to the brink of madness. Furthermore, with so much time elapsed, his lifespan was nearing its end. If he could not break free, he would be consumed by the seal's relentless drain. The blood ancestor furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while before speaking. What must I do to shatter the seal? Come down first, and I shall reveal to you the method to break the seal, the blood shadow replied, its voice trembling slightly. As it spoke, the blood shadow disintegrated, reforming into a torrent of blood. The vast sea of blood split apart, revealing a vacuum path leading directly to the ocean floor. In the distance, a colossal altar could be faintly discerned standing within. Having made his decision, the blood ancestor no longer hesitated. With a determined stride, he approached the blood sea. Chapter 49. The Ethereal Sacred Land calls upon the quasi-emperor ancestor. In the Ethereal Sacred Land, when news of the suppression of the emperor's weapon and the hostage situation involving the ethereal great saint reached them, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the entire sacred land. The audacity of the Xuantian Sword Sect to insult us so! A thunderous roar echoed. Within the hall of Yama, the sovereign of the ethereal sacred land emanated an aura of unfathomable terror. The overwhelming killing intent threatened to overturn the hall of Yama itself, as the void trembled with the sound of thunder and flashes of black lightning. The majesty of the saint was oppressive. Suddenly, his expression shifted between shades of blue and red, and with a cough, the esteemed Saint King, the master of the ethereal sacred land, was actually driven to vomit blood in rage. Sovereign, please quell your fury. An elder of the inquiry realm gasped in shock at the sight of the sovereign spitting blood. Begone! The sovereign of the ethereal sacred land thrust out a palm, sending the elder hurtling away, crashing through the grand entrance of the hall of Yama, blood spewing forth. Witnessing the elder's plight, The remaining elders fell into a hushed silence. Thankfully, the sovereign had not entirely lost his reason. Otherwise, the consequences for the elder would have been far graver than mere bloodshed. After an indeterminate amount of time, he managed to regain some semblance of composure. Taking a deep breath, his cold gaze seemed to pierce through the void, locking onto the Xuantian Sword Sect. After a long pause, he withdrew his gaze and vanished from the Hall of Yama. The matter at hand is of monumental significance. The Imperial weapon and the formidable Great Sage are two treasures they cannot afford to lose. Although the opposing party has suggested that they could exchange treasures to recover the Imperial weapon and the Great Sage of the Underworld, such an action would undoubtedly bring disgrace to the Underworld Sanctuary. Even as the sovereign, he dares not make such a decision. Moreover, what treasure could possibly equate to an Imperial weapon and a Great Sage? It would likely require the complete depletion of the Underworld Sanctuary's resources. Even with such an abundance of treasures, he would hesitate to make the exchange. After all, the opponent is a quasi-emperor. What if, while he foolishly presents his treasures, the adversary demands both his treasures and his life? Would that not result in a total loss? Hence, he resolves to summon an ancestor of quasi-emperor caliber, so that he may engage in a dialogue of equals. Soon, he arrives at the innermost sanctum of the Underworld Sanctuary. Within this sacred ground, a dense white spiritual mist pervades, and the ground is dotted with numerous lakes formed from spiritual liquid. He does not linger at the periphery, but ventures directly towards the heart of the sanctuary. Ultimately, he halts before two colossal tombs. Stay your steps, sovereign. This is the resting place of the ancestor. It must not be disturbed. A figure, with hair as white as snow and a gaunt frame, materializes before the sovereign of the underworld. He is a black dragon, transformed and embodying the great sage realm, entrusted for generations with the guardianship of the ancestor's tomb. Black Dragon, I have urgent matters to discuss with the ancestor, the sovereign of the underworld states gravely. You should be aware of the sanctuary's ancestral decree. Disturbances to the ancestor's slumber are prohibited unless the sanctuary faces a life or death crisis. The Black Dragon's icy gaze pierces the sovereign. Since the previous Black Dragon's demise, he has stood vigil here for 3,000 years. This is the first time he has encountered the sovereign in this place. Could it be that the sanctuary is indeed in peril? Yet, as one of the most powerful forces in the wilderness, who could possibly pose a threat? I am fully aware, the sovereign of the underworld replies in a low tone. The Black Dragon's gaze narrows. Eventually, he takes a step back. Sovereign, please. The sovereign of the underworld takes a deep breath and approaches the two towering tombs. Kneeling directly before them, I, the 38th sovereign of the underworld sanctuary, pay my respects to the ancestor. My inadequacy has brought shame upon the sanctuary. We face a formidable enemy of quasi-emperor rank. Our imperial weapon is ensnared, and my master, the great sage of the underworld, has been subdued. I beseech the ancestor for assistance. What? The Black Dragon's eyes widen in shock, his expression betraying his astonishment. Overwhelmed, his aura becomes chaotic. He does not doubt the sovereign's words. After all, he has come to seek the ancestor. Would he dare deceive the ancestor? Yet, this only heightens the sense of unease. He is aware that the great sage of the underworld departed with the imperial weapon a few days prior, but he never imagined it was to confront a quasi-emperor. Clearly, even with the imperial weapon, the ancient sage could not withstand the opponent. Not only that, but both the sage and the weapon have been captured. The sovereign of the underworld disregards the Black Dragon's astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on the tombs, hoping for a response. As time passes, the tombs remain utterly silent. His countenance darkens, pondering whether the ancestor is displeased with him, hence the lack of response. Beside him, the Black Dragon's gaunt form grows rigid, and an absurd thought surfaces in his mind. These two ancestors have slumbered for millennia. Could it be that their lifespans have come to an end, and they have quietly passed away? A chill runs through him at this realization. Just as his mind spirals into anxiety, a cold snort reverberates through the space. Humph. In the next instant, one of the tombs trembles and splits open. Within the sarcophagus crafted from supreme spiritual crystals, a slumbering youth awakens, his eyes snapping open. The spiritual coffin erupts, unleashing a torrent of pure and formidable spiritual energy that infuses the youth's being. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor of the Yellow Springs. The sovereign of the underworld and the Black Dragon tremble, hastily bowing before the youth. The Black Dragon inwardly exhales in relief. He is still alive. The ancestor of the Yellow Springs casts a peculiar glance at the Black Dragon, as if sensing something. Alarmed, the Black Dragon quickly suppresses his thoughts, not daring to entertain further musings. What you have just stated, is it true? The quasi-emperor, is it one of those three families? The ancestor of the Yellow Springs inquires indifferently, his gaze fixed upon the sovereign of the underworld. The three families he refers to undoubtedly denote the other three great sanctuaries. In his mind, only their four great sanctuaries could harbor quasi-emperor level figures. I am but an incompetent disciple, and I have brought shame upon the sanctuary. The sovereign of the underworld's expression is one of distress. As the sovereign, allowing the imperial weapon to be seized is a disgrace. He promptly recounts the entire situation. Upon hearing the sovereign's account, the ancestor of the Yellow Springs remains impassive. After a lengthy pause, he finally waves his hand. Enough. This matter is no longer your concern. It shall be handled by me. I wish to see which quasi-emperor dares to humiliate my underworld sanctuary. As he speaks, the tone of the ancestor's voice resembles that of ice, as if the very fabric of space might freeze. Without granting the two an opportunity to speak, he takes a step forward and vanishes. In a brief moment, his figure materializes in the eastern wilderness. His gaze shifts towards Qingzhou, and he furrows his brow. In that direction, he senses an aura as terrifying as an abyss, one that rivals his own. Such an entity should not remain obscure. Why have I never heard of them? The expression on the ancestor's face turns grave. Those who cultivate to the level of quasi-emperor are the pinnacle of existence in the wilderness. How could he have never heard of such an individual? Is this person merely a sudden emergence? After a moment of silence, he opts not to immediately descend upon Qingzhou. Instead, he moves towards another direction, where another colossal force resides, the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Chapter 50. The Quasi-Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Upon the ancient holy mountain, spiritual energy coalesces into clouds and mist, with islands of ethereal peaks floating in midair, adorned with countless magnificent palaces. Celestial cranes soar, and white-clad cultivators ride swords across the skies. This is the dominion of the eastern wilderness, the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Suddenly, the void outside the sanctuary is torn asunder, and a youth steps forth, his gaze brazenly sweeping over the ancient sanctuary below. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, the ancestor of the Yellow Springs, murmurs to himself, his eyes reflecting a sense of indifference. He releases a hint of his aura, causing the void to rumble ominously. As he emanates his energy, the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary trembles, and a powerful sacred might ascends. In the next moment, a figure of an elderly man clad in white appears, hovering 100 feet before the ancestor of the Yellow Springs. It is the great sage of the Heavenly Sword, who had hastened back from Qingzhou. The great sage of the Heavenly Sword wears a grave expression. The youth before him exudes an overwhelming sense of danger, an aura he had recently encountered in Qingzhou. That terrifying quasi-emperor. Could it be? Hiss. He inhales sharply. Could it be that the era has shifted, and now two quasi-emperors have emerged in succession? Predecessor, what brings you to my Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? He struggles to maintain a calm demeanor, despite the tumult within. Bring forth the ancestor Qingmu to meet me. The ancestor of the Yellow Springs responds coldly, regarding the great sage with utter disregard. Ancestor Qingmu? The great sage of the Heavenly Sword's eyes widen in astonishment. This seemingly quasi-emperor youth knows of their sanctuary's ancestor. However, in the next moment, his expression gradually darkened. The venerable Aoki, a quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, was being referred to as an old ghost by the person before him. Moreover, due to concerns regarding his lifespan, the venerable Aoki had been in slumber within the forbidden grounds. How could he be easily awakened? Yet, constrained by the formidable cultivation of the other party, he refrained from exhibiting anger and calmly replied, "The venerable Aoki is currently in slumber and is likely not available to meet with you, esteemed elder." Heh! The old ghost Aoki still fears death, sneered the venerable Huangquan, a cold smile plastered across his face. At his age, even with seals to prolong his life, he cannot last much longer. What do you mean, esteemed elder? The Heavenly Sword Great Sage's countenance darkened. Are you here to provoke? Even if you are a quasi-emperor, daring to stir trouble in the Heavenly Sword's sacred land will lead to dire consequences. Ignoring the warning, the venerable Huangquan bellowed downwards at the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Aoki, old friend, why do you not come out to greet your visitor? An ethereal imperial might surged forth, permeating the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Boom. The void surrounding the Heavenly Sword's sacred land trembled, erupting with a cataclysmic brilliance of sword light, as a colossal barrier composed entirely of sword energy enveloped the sacred ground. The defensive array had been activated. What the hell? The Heavenly Sword Great Sage stared at the impenetrable barrier enclosing the sacred land, momentarily dumbfounded. I haven't even entered yet. Inside the sacred land, the middle-aged Heavenly Sword Sovereign radiated an exceedingly sharp aura as he personally directed the grand formation. He gazed at the unfamiliar youth in the sky, his face laden with gravity. A quasi-emperor, undoubtedly a quasi-emperor. Is it that one from Qingzhou? Just days prior, the Heavenly Sword Great Sage had warned him that a quasi-emperor resided in Qingzhou, advising him to cease his interest in the imperial weapon and inheritance. Now, with the quasi-emperor appearing at his doorstep in such a menacing manner, he suspected that this youth was indeed the quasi-emperor from Qingzhou. Trouble has come knocking. Sovereign, should we summon the imperial weapon? An elder from the inquiry realm suggested. The heavenly sword sovereign glanced at the elder, but remained silent. The imperial weapon was currently with the heavenly sword great sage, who had taken it to Qingzhou days ago and had yet to return it to the forbidden grounds. Now, it was fortuitously his life-saving trump card. What exactly do you intend to do? Do not presume that just because you are a quasi-emperor, you can disregard the heavenly sword's sacred land. The heavenly sword great sage's expression turned frigid as he fixed his gaze on the venerable Xuantian. Raising his hand, an ancient sword materialized, its length exceeding 4 feet, appearing almost stone-like, engraved with intricate patterns. Though it bore no visible blade, an aura capable of rending the heavens emanated from it. Once revived, it would bring about cataclysmic upheaval. Oh, the imperial weapon, the heavenly sword? The venerable Xuantian's eyes narrowed as he beheld the ancient sword in the other's hand, but he quickly erupted into laughter. Heh, if that old ghost Aoki were wielding the heavenly sword, I might still harbor some trepidation. But you, a mere great sage, think you can contend with me merely by relying on an imperial weapon? The esteemed elder may certainly give it a try. The heavenly sword great sage replied in a grave tone, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the grand formation below. Seeking death. A flicker of rage flashed in the eyes of the venerable Xuantian. As a quasi-emperor, when had he ever allowed anyone outside his realm to speak to him in such a manner? He was prepared to teach this insolent youth a lesson. Old ghost Aoki, why don't you give it a try? At that moment, a powerful roar echoed from deep within the heavenly sword's sacred land. Then, amidst a tremendous cacophony, a sword beam soared into the heavens, as if to cleave the very fabric of the world in two. Everyone present felt a stinging sensation upon their skin, as though a lethal sword hung above them, poised to strike. As the sword light dissipated, a figure emerged in the void, an imposing elder standing a full 8 feet tall, radiating an extraordinary presence. With measured steps, he advanced towards the venerable Xuantian, as if treading upon solid ground. Aoki the old ghost. A glimmer of trepidation flickered in the eyes of the venerable Xuantian. The venerable Aoki, the heavenly sword great sage, was taken aback. The elder had actually awakened from his slumber. Below, the protective formation of the sacred land retracted, and the heavenly sword sovereign along with a cadre of elders soared into the sky. Salutations, venerable elder. Everyone knelt in reverence, their faces reflecting fervent respect. Some among them had only seen the elder's portrait, never expecting to encounter him in the flesh. Yet, both the heavenly sword great sage and the sovereign wore expressions of dismay. This is disastrous. The elder's lifespan was already limited, relying on self-imposed seals to stave off the passage of time. Now, with his awakening, it is likely, should the elder fall, it would spell calamity for the sacred land, their strength diminishing by half in an instant. Enough, enough, all of you disperse. And you, little sword, why the long face? The elder is not dead yet, so be gone. The venerable Aoki waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of impatience as he urged everyone to leave. Particularly upon seeing the heavenly sword great sage's troubled visage, he unleashed a torrent of scorn, his temper exceedingly volatile. What? The elders of the sacred land exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly their elder? Why did he appear more like a ruffian from the streets? The heavenly sword great sage, however, maintained his composure, evidently accustomed to such behavior. Internally, he sighed in resignation, for the elder's temper had not changed a bit. Once the crowd had departed, only the two quasi-emperors stood facing each other in the skies. Old ghost Xuantian, why do you not remain peacefully in your coffin? What brings you to my heavenly sword's sacred land? Do you not fear I might suppress you beneath the latrine? The venerable Aoki raised the imperial weapon in his hand, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The venerable Xuantian's expression darkened, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. He did not doubt the sincerity of the other's threat. To speak thus was to indicate he truly possessed such intentions. After all, in his youth, the other had been known as a reckless fool in the cultivation world, a headstrong individual who had committed countless outrageous acts. Old ghost Aoki, I disdain to engage in combat with a brute like you. I have come seeking your assistance. Of course, with a commensurate price. The venerable Xuantian spoke solemnly. Chapter 51. The two emperors unite, descending upon the Xuantian Sword Sect. Assistance? The venerable Aoki fixed his gaze intently on the venerable Xuantian, speaking without a hint of compassion. Old ghost, do you think your time has come, leading you to speak such nonsense? What is it that you cannot accomplish on your own, requiring my help? You. The venerable Xuantian nearly erupted. This brute not only had a foul temper, but also spoke rather ungraciously. Left with no option, He recounted the events that had transpired in Qingzhou and elucidated his purpose for coming. I seek your aid to travel to Qingzhou together, combining our strengths to suppress that quasi-emperor. In doing so, we can jointly seize the imperial weapon and the sun immortal scripture held by him. With that, he turned his gaze towards the venerable Aoki, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, the venerable Aoki's expression shifted slightly. Though he had been sealed in slumber, he retained a fragment of awareness, having sensed the resurgence of imperial might days prior. Initially, he had thought it merely the various sacred lands engaging in their perennial struggles, paying little heed to it. After all, conflicts among the four sacred lands were commonplace over countless years. He never anticipated such a significant event would unfold. The imperial tombs had stirred, the imperial weapon was being contested, and a quasi-emperor had inexplicably emerged. Most critically, the imperial weapon of the underworld sacred land had been subdued and captured. He scrutinized the venerable Xuantian with intrigue. So, you currently possess no imperial weapon? Strangely, a desire to subdue the other welled up within him once more. Damn it. Observing the expression of the venerable Aoki, the esteemed Xuantian could almost instantaneously deduce his counterpart's intentions. He spoke in a low, grave tone. Old ghost, do you dare to make a move against me? What? Is that out of the question? I possess an imperial weapon. Aoki once again raised the heavenly sword in his hand, eager for a confrontation. How shameless. Huangquan's countenance darkened slightly. After a moment of silence, he retorted, your lifespan is running low, isn't it? Humph. Whether my lifespan is short or long has no bearing on your suppression, Aoki replied, fully aware that his days were indeed numbered. A quasi-emperor typically possesses a lifespan of 50,000 years. He had already lived for over 40,000 years, subsequently sealing himself and slumbering until now. Even though his slumber significantly slowed the passage of time, the end of his life was drawing near. Moreover, he had just broken his seal. In 25 years, the life forbidden zone will open. If we join forces, we can split the life source seeds we obtain, 40-60. Xuantian continued to present his bargaining chips, which were substantial enough to render Aoki unable to refuse. Indeed, as soon as Xuantian's words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Aoki. The principles of swordsmanship surged, and the void was instantaneously sliced apart. His agitation was understandable, for this news was of paramount importance concerning his very existence. The wilderness continent is fraught with perilous terrains, some of which harbor immortal elixirs. The life forbidden zone is one such place. Legends speak of a divine tree of life, a rare treasure of the heavens and earth. The life source seeds nurtured by this divine tree can extend the lifespan of cultivators, even benefiting quasi-emperors. Should one obtain a sufficient quantity of these seeds, it is even possible to live a second life. However, the life forbidden zone typically drifts through the fabric of time and space, only manifesting when it chooses to open. His revival was initially intended as a means to explore these forbidden zones when his life neared its end. Little did he expect to hear such fortuitous news immediately upon awakening. Venturing into other forbidden zones may yield success, yet they do not guarantee the presence of immortal elixirs. The life forbidden zone, however, is certain to contain them. Yet, these zones are not easily traversed. Even a quasi-emperor risks perishing within. Therefore, should they join forces, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Aoki took a step forward, unleashing a piercing aura upon Xuantian. Is what you say true? The life forbidden zone will indeed open? I have no need to deceive you. And do you think I would have broken my seal otherwise? Xuantian replied coolly. His situation was akin to Aoki's. He too had emerged from his seal at this juncture because the life forbidden zone was on the verge of opening, eager to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, even with his imperial weapon sealed away, he might not have awakened. He understood that once the imperial weapon amassed enough power, it would naturally break free and return to the underworld's sacred land. The underworld's sacred land would suffer no losses beyond mere embarrassment. Oh, I would lose a great sage of the underworld. So what say you? If you agree, follow me to Qingzhou. A 30-70 split. I demand 70%. Aoki fell silent for a moment, making a bold demand. Impossible. Xuantian categorically rejected the offer. Conceding even a fraction was his utmost compromise. After all, he had his own needs. Old ghost, do not be greedy. Suppressing that quasi-emperor will also benefit your heavenly sword's sacred land. With a quasi-emperor wielding an imperial weapon appearing on your territory, I cannot believe you would feel at ease. At that time, resources from the eastern wilderness might need to be shared. Xuantian continued to argue. Fine, it's a deal. Aoki nodded. Xuantian was indeed correct. He could not feel secure. Then let us depart. Upon hearing this, Xuantian inwardly sighed in relief. This old ghost, despite appearing rough, was unexpectedly tenacious. With terms agreed upon, the two did not linger but directly tore open a spatial passageway to set off for Qingzhou. Aoki left without even a word of explanation. leaving the elders within the sacred land in a state of bewilderment. In the Xuantian Sword Sect, atop the star-picking peak, Changsheng leisurely brewed tea beneath the ancient fire pear tree. The tea was Tao enlightenment tea, the water sourced from the spring of life. And even the teapot was a sacred vessel. Sip, sip. Beside him, Duobao and the Grand Ancestor inhaled deeply, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Once the tea was brewed, a rich Tao essence wafted through the air, and the two promptly offered their teacups. Changsheng smiled, pouring tea for the two, and then fetched 2 more cups for Qingwang. Chirp, chirp. Qingwang jumped from Changsheng's shoulder to the tea table, joyfully drinking. Changsheng lifted his cup and drank it all at once. To be frank, while the Tao enlightenment tea had no effect on him, it served well to quench his thirst. The Grand Ancestor and Duobao watched with gritted teeth, cautiously lifting their cups to gaze at the jade green tea within. How extravagant! They exclaimed in unison, tilting their heads back to gulp it down. After a considerable time, the Grand Ancestor smacked his lips, seemingly still savoring the taste. Suddenly, he turned to Changsheng and said, Changsheng, it has been several days since the news was released. Why has there been no movement from the underworld's sacred land? Duobao also turned to Changsheng, his expression filled with eager anticipation. Changsheng furrowed his brow, placing his cup down, and gazed into the distant void. They have already arrived. Chapter 52. The battle begins as Changsheng's gaze fell upon the horizon. The sky above Qingzhou split open, and 2 figures stepped forth. Boom. Upon their emergence, Huangquan unleashed his full aura, the terrifying imperial might instantly enveloping Qingzhou. The air crackled with the sound of thunder, black lightning striking down, causing the space to ripple. He scanned the surroundings, swiftly locking onto the location of the Xuantian Sword Sect. I have arrived, my friend. Will you not come out to greet me? His voice resonated clearly throughout every corner of Qingzhou. Who is it? How terrifying. Such a formidable aura. Even more fearsome than the last great sage. Could it be a quasi-emperor? This is never-ending. Why is it again Qingzhou? The people of Qingzhou all looked up in terror. Their faces pale. Many felt a sense of frustration. Why did powerful beings frequently come to Qingzhou to exert their pressure? This left them on edge, fearing that a single misstep could cost them their lives. Some small families and factions even contemplated relocating. Within the Xuantian Sword Sect, Changsheng stood up, his expression calm as he murmured, the newcomers do not bring good intentions. It seems we must engage in battle before we can negotiate. Chirp, chirp. Qinghuang flapped her wings, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Today shall be the day of my glorious debut in battle. Changsheng, will there be any issues? The Grand Ancestor inquired, feeling the oppressive might emanating from the sky. Duobao, however, appeared completely unconcerned, quietly sipping his Tao enlightenment tea. No significant problems. Changsheng replied nonchalantly, stepping forward, his figure fading and disappearing from sight. High above Qingzhou, several hundred zhang away from Huangquan, Changsheng's form solidified. He glanced at the 2 figures opposite him, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Huangquan, a living fossil of the underworld's sacred land, slumbering for tens of thousands of years. Age, 48,700 years. Cultivation, 2nd level of quasi-emperor. Aoki, the venerable ancestor of the heavenly sword's sacred land, another living fossil. Age, 48,710 years. Cultivation level, peak of 2nd stage, semi-emperor. It appears there is also a faction from the heavenly sword sacred land. Changsheng's expression remained impassive within the sect. He had sensed that 2 individuals had arrived, initially suspecting that the underworld's sacred land had gone mad, summoning all its resources. Little did he expect they sought external assistance. And one could only wonder at the cost incurred. With such a treasure at their disposal, why not keep it for themselves? He would guarantee their release upon receipt of the treasure. At that moment, as Changsheng materialized, the 2 figures opposite him felt a slight constriction in their pupils. They sensed an elusive pressure emanating from him, and their expressions grew serious. A 3rd stage, semi-emperor, a realm they had toiled for millennia to transcend. However, with the advantage of their numbers and the imperial weapon from the heavenly sword's sacred land, they felt reassured. Although their opponent's cultivation was superior, they were 2 against 1, surely a decisive advantage? Fellow Taoist, have you detained the imperial weapon and our strong cultivators? The ancestor of Huangquan inquired in a grave tone. Indeed. Changsheng affirmed with a nod. Return the imperial weapon and release my sect's powerful cultivators, and I shall take my leave. The ancestor of Huangquan's voice turned frigid. He preferred a peaceful resolution, but was prepared for conflict if necessary. Release them, but we demand the treasure. Your sacred land attacked me without provocation. Do you think you can leave without consequence? Changsheng scoffed. Dream on. So, you wish to settle this with a contest of might? The ancestor of Huangquan's countenance darkened, refusing to yield the treasure for the sake of their pride. I shall await you in the starry expanse. Yi Changsheng wasted no breath. Since they sought to exploit him, he would first settle the score. After all, might is truth. With that, he vanished, heading into the void beyond the barbaric continent. The ancestor of Xuanquan exchanged glances with his companion and nodded. Onward. In the vast cosmos, Yi Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A cerulean bird perched upon his shoulder. Suddenly, the starry fabric before him tore open, and the figures of the ancestor of Xuanquan emerged. Without hesitation, Yi Changsheng swung his hand, delivering a powerful blow towards the two. Boom! The cosmos trembled as an enormous hand materialized, adorned with intricate runes, descending upon the unsuspecting duo. What the hell? An ambush! They exclaimed in shock, caught off guard as a colossal palm came crashing down. Get lost! The ancestor of Qingshan bellowed, his already formidable physique swelling further, resembling a small giant. Unleashing his semi-emperor aura, he hurled a fist the size of a cauldron against the descending hand. Rumbling. It was as though two ancient mountains had collided, and amidst the deafening roar, the cosmos fractured under the strain. A violent tempest erupted, sweeping outward. Ugh! The ancestor of Qingshan grunted, forced back by the impact, while Yi Changsheng remained unfazed, his robes billowing as he stood his ground. Such formidable strength. No wonder you are a third-stage semi-emperor. The ancestor of Qingshan regained his footing, shaking his fist as he glared at Yi Changsheng. How despicable to ambush. Especially for one of your status. Yi Changsheng remained silent, thinking, he who strikes first holds the advantage. Well said, Ancestor Xuanquan. Let us overwhelm him. The ancestor of Qingshan agreed emphatically, eager for action. With that, he conjured a massive star from the distant cosmic river, hurling it at Yi Changsheng. In tandem, the ancestor of Xuanquan unleashed a spectral river that surged forth from the void, its murky waters swirling with ghostly apparitions, creating chaos as it splashed about, eroding reality itself. Such attacks from a second-stage semi-emperor will have little effect on me, Yi Changsheng declared, observing the incoming celestial body and river with calm. He extended his palm, fingers splayed, as terrifying sword principles radiated from him. In an instant, a colossal azure sword lotus blossomed in the cosmos, its myriad sword energies cleaving the void into fragments. The lotus enveloped the massive star, and an explosion of sword energy reduced it to dust in mere moments. Begone, Yi Changsheng commanded, directing the sword lotus towards the approaching river. Boom! The void erupted as the river was met with a cataclysmic wave. The sword lotus disintegrated, transforming into countless fine sword energies that mercilessly shredded the river. After a prolonged silence, tranquility returned, leaving behind a gaping black hole in the starry expanse. How formidable! The ancestor of Qingshan marveled, shaken by Yi Changsheng's effortless defense against their combined assault. Indeed, a third-stage semi-emperor was not to be trifled with. However, he still had a powerful artifact yet to be unleashed. With a flourish, he summoned an ancient great sword into his grasp, its sharpness radiating a piercing brilliance. Chapter 53. Two third-stage semi-emperors. The ancestor of Qingshan is terrified. Oh, an imperial weapon? Yi Changsheng observed the great sword with mild surprise. It was reasonable for a semi-emperor of a sacred land to carry their imperial weapon during a mission. Are you afraid now? The ancestor of Qingshan taunted, brandishing the sword with pride. It now appeared as large as a door, complementing his nearly 3-meter stature, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. According to the ancestor Xuanquan, their opponent's imperial weapon was meant to suppress the yin-yang mirror and should not be employed lightly. He was determined to prove that wielding an imperial weapon would not guarantee victory. Are you up to the task, Ancestor Xuanquan? The ancestor of Xuanquan inquired. Have you not already tested my capabilities? The ancestor of Qingshan puffed out his chest, exuding confidence, though it was evident that he was indeed formidable, his size rivaling that of two ancestors of Xuanquan. Silence. Ancestor Xuanquan barked, his expression one of frustration. This was a wound he would carry eternally, a disgrace that no amount of celestial water could wash away. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would never have summoned this ancestor of Qingshan to collaborate. Humph. The ancestor of Qingshan scoffed, unconcerned. Yi Changsheng, listening closely, felt a twinge of sympathy for the ancestor of Xuanquan. Who would have thought he harbored such a tragic past? Yet, now was not the time for contemplation. His gaze fell upon the ancestor of Qingshan. Old man, show me just how formidable you are with that imperial weapon. Humph. Ignorant fool. Since you are so eager, I shall oblige. The ancestor of Qingshan exuded confidence. Prepare to taste my great sword. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Reappearing before Yi Changsheng, the heavenly sword raised high, ready to cleave downward with the might of the heavens. Sizzle. In the midst of unparalleled brilliance, the void was torn asunder like a ragged cloth. Clang. At a critical moment, the sound of a sword resonated. Immediately thereafter, A palpable killing intent surged skyward, colliding with the descending heavenly sword. Boom! The terrifying might of the Emperor erupted, shaking the void, as everything within a myriad of miles was instantaneously obliterated into nothingness. Waves of shock rippled outward into the depths of the cosmos, causing great stars to tremble and fall. Changsheng held the sword in his right hand, positioning the heavenly sword above his head. This was an imperial weapon, the sword of extermination. He had only recently acquired it from the system. Is this truly an imperial weapon? The old ancestor of Aoki gaped, retreating thousands of feet in alarm. Hadn't the old ghost of Yellow Springs claimed that the opponent's imperial weapon was suppressing the yin-yang mirror? What then was this? Or was it that he had been deceived? With this thought, he suddenly cast a glance towards the old ghost of Yellow Springs. Meanwhile, the old ghost of Yellow Springs was equally astonished, gazing at the imperial sword in Yi Changsheng's hand with disbelief. Had the opponent lifted the suppression on the imperial weapon? Yet, the yin-yang mirror had not returned. Reciting incantations, he exuded a faint aura of Taoism, with vague runes swirling around him. He was chanting the imperial scriptures of the Netherworld, the sacred text of the Netherworld Great Emperor, intending to summon back the yin-yang mirror. However, after a considerable time passed, there was not a whisper of movement, and the anticipated return of the imperial weapon had yet to manifest. Yi Changsheng frowned slightly, sensing a disturbance from the yin-yang mirror trapped within the inner realm. It seemed to be attempting to break free from its suppression and soar into the void. Humph! With a cold snort in his heart, he divided a portion of his power to thoroughly suppress the agitated imperial weapon. Impossible! Where's the imperial weapon? The old ancestor of Yellow Springs fixed his gaze on Yi Changsheng, coldly inquiring. I have long stated that as long as you pay the price, you may redeem the imperial weapon, and that great sage as well. Yi Changsheng's gaze remained calm. It was impossible to obtain something for nothing. The individuals and imperial weapon I painstakingly captured cannot simply be taken without some cost. Such a notion is but a dream. Were it not for the sentience of the imperial weapon, which he could not wield, even the Netherworld sacred land could not redeem it regardless of the price offered. The old ancestor of Aoki's eyes turned icy as he glared at Yi Changsheng, warning, do not be too presumptuous. Even if you are at the third level of quasi-emperor, the two of us, at the second level, together wielding the imperial weapon, are not necessarily afraid of you. Oh, are you comparing numbers with me? Yi Changsheng chuckled, a sudden thought rising within him as he looked at the old ancestor of Yellow Springs. Wouldn't the Netherworld great sage be too lonely by himself? Should I? Ha ha ha, what? Are you implying that your Xuantian Sword Sect has other quasi-emperors? The old ancestor of Yellow Springs burst into wild laughter, utterly dismissive. If the Xuantian Sword Sect had a second quasi-emperor, he would read the characters for Yellow Springs backward. The old ancestor of Aoki also wore a disdainful expression, scoffing at the absurdity. His heavenly sword sacred land had a legacy of several 100,000 years, yet only possessed two quasi-emperors. The Xuantian Sword Sect? How could that be? Hee. Yi Changsheng laughed as well, a somewhat sinister smile gracing his lips. He turned his gaze to the inconspicuous Qing Huang perched on his shoulder. Little Qing, it is your time to perform. Go after him. Caw. Qing Huang emitted a resounding cry, excitement illuminating its eyes. It spread its wings, transforming in the starry sky into its true size, a colossal form spanning 100,000 feet that eclipsed the heavens. A terrifying aura instantly filled the space, causing the myriad stars to tremble and extinguish. Lowering its massive head, its enormous beastly eyes glowed like twin suns, fixating on the old ancestor of Yellow Springs and his companion. Gulp. How is this possible? Is this a quasi-emperor level beast? The two stared at the gigantic creature above them, swallowing hard. They had long noticed the bird on Yi Changsheng's shoulder, previously sensing it to be merely at the Saint King level, and had not taken it seriously, assuming it was merely a mount. They had not expected it to be concealing its true power, which was at least above the third level of quasi-emperor. The Xuantian Sword Sect truly possessed two quasi-emperors. Aoki's old ancestor felt a wave of frustration. He had been thoroughly betrayed by the old ghost of Yellow Springs. Now, there was no thought of suppressing the opponent. It was a matter of not being suppressed himself. With this in mind, he quietly retreated behind the old ancestor of Yellow Springs. His inner aura rapidly diminished, then erupted violently, breaking through to the quasi-emperor third level in an instant. Is he truly prepared to risk it all? Yi Changsheng regarded the old ancestor of Aoki with some surprise. He could tell that the other was likely relying on burning his lifespan to elevate his realm. A hint of admiration flickered in the old ghost of Yellow Springs' eyes. It seemed that although this old ghost was generally unpleasant, he was reliable in critical moments. However, just as this thought formed, he saw the old ancestor of Aoki had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was at the edge of the starry sky, fleeing toward the wild continent as if his life depended on it. He is running away, without a trace of hesitation, even burning his lifespan in the process. Chapter 54. Neither can escape. The old ghost of Yellow Springs stood frozen in place, watching the rapidly disappearing figure of the old ancestor of Aoki. For a moment, he was taken aback, failing to react. After a moment, he shook himself awake, shivering in rage as he bellowed, "Old ghost of Aoki, you have betrayed me." The pain and fury in his voice were indescribable. It was utterly infuriating. He was fleeing without so much as a word, even burning his lifespan to escape. After his outburst, he channeled his Taoist magic, a surge of blood light erupting from him as he vanished from his original location, pursuing the old ancestor of Aoki. A dead comrade is better than a living Taoist. Old ghost of Yellow Springs, you had better pray for your own fortune. I shall take my leave first. Having reached the edge of the starry sky, the old ancestor of Aoki heard the voice from behind and accelerated again, not daring to linger. With a single hand, he tore open the fabric of space, stepping through and disappearing within. Although he was currently relying on burning his lifespan to briefly reach the Quasi-Emperor 3rd level, this state was fleeting. Should he be intercepted and his realm fall, he might very well be suppressed by the opponent. He had merely come to assist. Now, to the extent of having to burn his lifespan to escape, he was utterly infuriated at the old ghost of Yellow Springs. Having come this far, he could not simply leave without leaving something behind. Yi Changsheng's lips curled into a smile as he observed the two fleeing. "Little Qing, I shall take the large one, and you can have the smaller one. Deal with him. Be careful not to let him escape." With that, his figure faded, merging into the void. "Caw!" Qing Huang screeched excitedly, its beastly eyes narrowing with ferocity. Like a colossal pillar of heaven, its enormous claws reached out, grasping towards the fleeing old ancestor of Yellow Springs. Meanwhile, the old ancestor of Aoki's silhouette appeared above the eastern wilderness. Gazing at the familiar terrain, he inwardly sighed in relief. Not daring to linger for even a moment, he tore through space once more, preparing to descend upon the heavenly sword's sacred land. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if he could not return home. However, just as the space began to tear, he was met with an astonishing chill. Before his eyes lay a scene of deep crimson and black. A beam of celestial sword light burst forth from the void, aimed directly at him. The Imperial might accompanied a horrifying aura of slaughter that surged forth. Damn it! The old ancestor of Aoki's hair stood on end, his expression shifting in alarm. Such speed! He had exerted his utmost effort, yet was still being pursued. With no time to think, he hastily summoned the heavenly sword, raising it before him as a shield. Boom! The eastern wilderness quaked. The point of impact causing the very fabric of space to collapse, with massive fissures spreading out for miles. The venerable Aoki was sent hurtling backwards, cleaved back into the starry expanse by a radiant sword light. Yi Changsheng emerged from the void, casting a glance at the retreating Aoki before his figure faded once more. In the eastern wilderness, and throughout the entirety of the wild continent, all formidable beings turned their gazes toward the horizon. In the depths of the forbidden land of the demon god sect and the endless sea, slumbering figures opened their eyes. In the boundless cosmos, Aoki, wielding the heavenly sword, observed Yi Changsheng's silhouette, which was gradually solidifying from a distance of 10,000 zhang, with a grave expression. "What will you do?" he inquired in a deep voice. "Do? I merely desire for you to stay," Yi Changsheng replied with a faint smile. "Humph, as a third-tier quasi-emperor, are you certain you can keep me here?" Aoki's countenance turned frigid as he fixed his gaze on Yi Changsheng. "Heh, a third-tier quasi-emperor? Merely a transient state attained by burning one's lifespan. How long can it be sustained?" Yi Changsheng scoffed, dismissing the notion that a status gained through the sacrifice of one's longevity could compare to his own extraordinary prowess. Just a counterfeit third-tier quasi-emperor. Aoki's face darkened, struck at a sensitive point. His lifespan was already limited. He had just expended 100 years in a brief moment. And if he continued, he might last only another quarter of an hour. Yet without relying on this enhancement to his realm, his second-tier quasi-emperor status would stand no chance against Yi Changsheng. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cosmos, accompanied by the cries of colossal beasts and the furious shouts of the Yellow Spring ancestor. The surging energies battered the void, causing the stars to tremble and rippling out for miles. Has the Yellow Spring old ghost already engaged in battle with that demon-class quasi-emperor? Aoki pondered, his expression suddenly turning remarkably tranquil. In his youth, he had been a lawless figure in the cultivation world. How had he become so indecisive after a period of slumber? Since escape is not an option, let us fight it out. Whether I survive or not will depend on my own abilities. He cast a fierce glance at Yi Changsheng, his fighting spirit igniting, and his aura began to swell. The imperial weapon, the heavenly sword, erupted with a formidable imperial might. Not preparing to flee, are you? Yi Changsheng observed Aoki's stance, realizing that the latter was ready to fight to the death. Yet, he knew it would all amount to futile resistance. With a sweep of his Xuantian sword, a thick beam of sword light sliced through the void, aimed directly at Aoki. The sword light was entwined with layers of runes, covered by quasi-emperor Dao principles, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Take this sword. Humph. Aoki replied coldly, his momentum surging to its peak as he raised the heavenly sword to strike downward. Boom. The starry expanse seemed to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion as the two imperial swords collided, unleashing a terrifying imperial might that reverberated through the cosmos. Aoki was forced back, each step leaving a profound indentation in the void. Once more, Yi Changsheng pressed the attack, the Xuantian sword radiating boundless sword light, manifesting the principles of sword Dao. Concurrently, his palm glowed like divine gold, pressing forward. The sword light and colossal palm converged upon Aoki. Step by step, Aoki was forced to retreat, unable to counterattack, and could only passively defend against Yi Changsheng's relentless onslaught. Ultimately, he sustained a palm strike to create some distance, allowing him a brief moment to breathe. Yi Changsheng stood with his sword, gazing at the disheveled Aoki. You have lost. Lost. Not necessarily. Aoki retorted, his expression steady. I still possess one final strike. A strike containing millennia of cultivation. He no longer harbored hopes of leaving this place. However, it was impossible for him to simply yield. With that, his aura intensified, nearly consuming all of his remaining lifespan. This would be his most potent strike. The heavenly sword erupted with an unprecedented imperial might, as if a hazy silhouette was attempting to emerge from within the blade. Yi Changsheng remained unfazed, merely allowing the imperial sword in his hand to shine as he prepared to meet the descent of the heavenly sword head-on. Boom! The void fractured, experiencing a tremendous upheaval, with ripples radiating deep into the cosmos. The stars encountered along the way were reduced to mere dust. Even the battlefield in the depths of the starry sky was disturbed. Time became indiscernible as the battlefield settled. Yi Changsheng retreated a few steps, leaving profound footprints in the void. Aoki, on the other hand, knelt half-heartedly in the void, his once mighty form resembling that of a hunchback, wrinkles etched across his visage. An aura of decay emanated from him as he lifted his head. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng had only taken a few steps back and remained unscathed, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Not even a scratch? Heh, are you disappointed? Yi Changsheng advanced, looking down upon the figure below him. If you wish to kill, then do so. Death is inevitable, and if I were to blink, I would no longer be a man. Aoki's gaze remained calm. Even if he were allowed to leave now, he could not survive. His lifespan was depleted, and he was on the verge of sitting down to eternal rest. How ironic that he awoke from slumber seeking a chance at life, only to find himself in such a predicament. Impressive. Yi Changsheng nodded, acknowledging Aoki's calm acceptance of death as a mark of character. Thus, he did not hesitate, lifting his right hand to deliver a decisive strike. Chapter 55. The Fall of a Quasi-Emperor. Under the weight of the palm infused with quasi-emperor Dao principles, Aoki was rendered defenseless, dissipating into azure smoke. As Aoki fell, the heavenly sword trembled, emitting a series of resonant sword cries, releasing imperial might. Yet, it ultimately did not fully revive, opting instead to break through the space and flee. Yi Changsheng allowed the imperial weapon to escape without interference, knowing that a weapon with spirit would not obey him even if subdued. His gaze fell upon the two items floating in his palm. The first was a dozen or so golden droplets of blood, exuding a faint imperial might. These were what he had extracted from Aoki, who, having already exhausted his lifespan, had nonetheless managed to yield these few precious drops. The second was a transparent orb containing items that Yi Changsheng had seized from Aoki's inner realm. Unfortunately, aside from a few sacred weapons and one quasi-emperor weapon, there were no other valuable treasures or spiritual herbs. Perhaps Aoki had consumed them all in a desperate bid to prolong his life. Alas, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, all that remained were a handful of quasi-emperor blood and weaponry. Yi Changsheng shook his head, feigning a sigh of regret. He stored the two items away and directed his gaze towards the depths of the cosmos. The tumultuous battle fluctuations gradually diminished, ultimately settling into silence with a piercing cry that resonated through the starry sky. Has it ended? Yi Changsheng mused, sensing a shift in the aura from the depths of the cosmos. Just as his words fell, the void before him rippled, and a palm-sized azure bird emerged from within. It was none other than the now miniaturized Qingyuan. At this moment, its aura not only lacked the disarray typical after battle, but even seemed to possess a hint of newfound strength. Chirp, chirp. The Qingyuan landed on Yi Changsheng's shoulder, chirping excitedly. Little Qing, what of the quasi-emperor? Is he gone? Yi Changsheng inquired, turning his head. Chirp, chirp, burp. The Qing Huang called out a few times before letting out a contented burp. Oh. Upon hearing the burp, Yi Changsheng's expression darkened, and he tentatively asked, "And what of the treasures he possessed?" "Chirp, burp. You wasteful little creature," Yi Changsheng exclaimed, grabbing the Qing Huang with exasperation, his eyes filled with disappointment. How could this foolish bird not think to extract the treasures before eliminating the opponent? Now that the individuals have perished, the inner realm has undoubtedly merged into this expanse. Its whereabouts unknown. Perhaps, many years hence, it will be discovered by some young lad. Qiu, the innocent Qing Huang gazed at Yi Changsheng. "I, the esteemed Qing Huang, have aided you in vanquishing an adversary, and this is how you treat your benefactor?" At the moment of the demise of the two quasi-emperors, the heavens above the wild continent suddenly resonated with thunderous roars. All inhabitants of the land sensed an unusual aura, one that seemed tinged with sorrow, yet also resignation, reminiscent of a once great hero in the twilight of their strength. They stood frozen in place, gazing skyward. After a quarter of an hour, as the aura dissipated, they regained their senses. In the heavenly sword sacred land and the netherworld sacred land, some individuals touched their faces, only to find tears streaming down. The powerful beings above the saint realm were struck with terror, their souls shaken. A singular thought emerged in their minds. A quasi-emperor had fallen. Previously, they had sensed a clash in the skies above the eastern wasteland, followed by the departure of two powerful auras into the cosmos. Little did they anticipate that, so soon thereafter, another quasi-emperor would meet their end. Such figures are rare, even among the four great sacred lands, where one might not emerge for millennia. Within the heavenly sword sacred land, the heavenly sword saint, in a frenzy, dashed into the depths of the forbidden zone, arriving at a grand hall. Passing through numerous restrictions, a small altar came into view, upon which rested two soul lamps. One flickered with a faint flame, while the other had extinguished completely, devoid of even a wisp of smoke. Beside it, an elderly man clad in green sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant as he muttered, "The ancestor. The ancestor has perished." The heavenly sword saint trembled, unable to fathom the extinguished soul lamp. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from him, his saintly might overwhelming. The elder guarding the soul lamps could not withstand the pressure, spitting blood and retreating. What transpired after the ancestor and that quasi-emperor departed? How could he have clashed with the one from Qingzhou? Was it possible that the Qingzhou figure had slain him? No, that cannot be. The ancestor wielded an imperial weapon and was not alone. It was inconceivable that he could have been defeated. The heavenly sword saint's eyes blazed crimson, filled with a dreadful killing intent. He was certain that the two auras engaged in battle above the eastern wasteland belonged to his own ancestor and the one from Qingzhou. At that moment, the figure of the heavenly sword master appeared through the restrictions, his complexion as pale as a sheet. "It is over. Half of the sacred land has collapsed. Master, from this day forth, the sacred land shall be sealed, and a protective formation activated. No one shall enter or exit." The heavenly sword saint endeavored to compose himself, his voice hoarse as he addressed the heavenly sword master. Regardless of how the venerable ancestor fell, they could not confront this foe. He did not even dare to investigate. Unless he could summon the last vestiges of the sacred land's power, which was evidently impossible. Once that final power emerged, no matter the outcome, it would vanish in 3 days. At that point, their sacred land would truly be doomed. Thus, he chose to withdraw, remaining hidden so long as that entity did not seek out the heavenly sword sacred land. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded in the netherworld's sacred land. The protective formation activated, enveloping the entire sacred land in impenetrable secrecy. In the starry skies, Yi Changsheng wielded the extermination sword, unleashing a formidable imperial aura that eradicated the essence of Qing Huang from this celestial expanse. As for his own presence, it was of little consequence. The skirmish above the eastern wasteland had likely alerted others to his aura. Having completed this task, he then set forth towards the wild continent. With but a few strides, he had reached the edge of the cosmos. Xuantian Sword Sect. On the peak of star-picking, the Grand Ancestor gazed anxiously towards the horizon, having sensed the earlier anomaly in the heavens. With the fall of a quasi-emperor and Yi Changsheng's prolonged absence, unease gnawed at his heart. Surely, it cannot be Changsheng. Old man, fear not. Even if you were to perish, Master would remain unscathed, Duo Bao reassured from the side. Yet, despite his words, his peripheral vision frequently darted outside. Just then, Yi Changsheng's figure flickered and appeared atop the star-picking peak. "Changsheng, Master." Upon seeing Yi Changsheng, both the Grand Ancestor and Duo Bao promptly rose, silently exhaling a breath of relief. Yi Changsheng smiled, prepared to speak, when suddenly his brow furrowed, his gaze penetrating the void as he focused on a certain location in the eastern wasteland. He sensed an ominous aura rising from that direction. For reasons unknown, He felt an instinctive aversion towards this presence. Chapter 56. Dividing the blood of the quasi-emperors. Yi Changsheng's gaze was resolute. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Appearing above Qingzhou, a terrifying divine consciousness enveloped the area he had just sensed, searching thoroughly inch by inch. However, after several rounds of searching, his brow tightened in concern. It had vanished. That chilling, malevolent aura had inexplicably dissipated, leaving no trace even for his quasi-emperor third-level consciousness. It was as if what he had sensed moments ago had been an illusion. Peculiar. Yi Changsheng shook his head, setting aside his doubts as he descended once more towards the Xuantian Sword Sect. When Yi Changsheng reappeared on Star-Picking Peak, the Grand Ancestor and Duo Bao immediately surrounded him. Changsheng, what has happened? Is there something amiss? The Grand Ancestor inquired with evident anxiety. So much had transpired recently, and with trouble arising frequently, he had grown increasingly paranoid. Nothing to worry about. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, moving to sit beside the millennia-old fire pear tree. The powerful beings of the Netherworld's sacred land, could it be? The Grand Ancestor hesitated before questioning. Yi Changsheng remained silent, instead waving his hand to reveal 6 drops of golden blood that floated in the air. Instantly, a faint imperial aura enveloped the area, causing both to instinctively retreat in shock. This was blood he had refined. Otherwise, its imperial aura would be 100-fold more terrifying. Is this imperial blood? Quasi-emperor blood? The two widened their eyes, gazing at the floating golden droplets, their auras fluctuating with excitement. There was a glimmer of longing in their eyes. Indeed. Yi Changsheng nodded. With a mere thought, the quasi-emperor blood divided into 3 drops each, floating towards them. He had refined a total of 16 drops, keeping 10 for MOU to enhance his sacred body in the future. Gulp. Master, Changsheng, this. The two looked at the golden blood hovering before them. Uncertainty etched on their faces as they glanced at Yi Changsheng. Accept it. It is for you. Yi Changsheng smiled, noting that, like the Enlightenment tea, the quasi-emperor blood held little value to him. Disciple, thank you, master. Duo Bao bowed in gratitude, sincerity shining in his eyes as he accepted the 3 drops of imperial blood. Quasi-emperor blood. He had excavated for 3,000 years without ever encountering such treasures. Beside him, the Grand Ancestor also bowed deeply to Yi Changsheng, having been trapped at the first level of the Saint Realm for centuries. Possessing this quasi-emperor blood would undoubtedly elevate him to a higher realm. Watching both accept their gifts, Yi Changsheng waved his hand. Go now. Refine it as soon as possible. Yes, master. Duo Bao nodded, excitement evident in his demeanor. The two hurriedly departed, returning to their respective abodes. Once they vanished, Yi Changsheng's figure faded, appearing in a small courtyard. Within the courtyard, 2 figures, one large and one small, were seated cross-legged in meditation. Are they about to break through to the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm? Yi Changsheng gazed at MOU, who was immersed in cultivation, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. This little fellow had only reached the 1st level of the mountain-moving realm upon awakening from his slumber, and yet, in such a short span of time, he had managed to break through 4 minor levels. Truly worthy of the sun-sacred body. Yi Changsheng marveled, though he was aware that this was largely due to the exceptional cultivation environment here, with the most significant factor being the inheritance of the sun-sacred emperor. At that moment, MOU trembled, his aura surging as he slowly opened his eyes. He had broken through to the 5th level of the mountain-moving realm. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng standing before him, he promptly rose and exclaimed, Master. Very good. Yi Changsheng nodded approvingly. Master Yi. At this juncture, Xianxian also awakened from her cultivation and approached respectfully. Oh. Yi Changsheng produced a storage ring and handed it to Xianxian. You may descend the peak and deliver this to Elder Yun. Elder Yi, this is. Xianxian received the storage ring with great astonishment, wondering if it was meant for her grandfather. Could it be that her grandfather had such an honor? Although she was unaware of its contents, anything gifted by someone as formidable as Elder Yi would undoubtedly be of great value. Noticing the puzzled look in Xianxian's eyes, Yi Changsheng offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for her to take her leave with a smile. Previously, Yunshan had gifted MOU a welcoming present, and this could be considered a reciprocation. The contents were not of substantial worth. They were merely items left behind after slaying a celestial realm beast in the Lingzhou mountain range. Understood, Elder Yi. Xianxian bowed her head, retreating a few steps before turning to depart. She possessed a token for the star-picking peak, allowing her unrestricted access. Before long, she reached the foot of the peak. However, she was instantly taken aback by the sight before her. The formerly desolate star-picking peak was now adorned with wooden houses of varying sizes. Each dwelling emanated a distinct aura, indicating individuals deep in cultivation. Several disciples even sat directly on the ground, practicing openly in the fresh air. At this moment, The disciples gazed at Yun Xian descending from the peak with expressions of envy. Junior Sister Yun. Senior Sister Yun. Sister Yun. Several disciples who recognized her rushed forward to greet her, their faces radiating enthusiasm. Yun Xian found herself somewhat flustered by this scene. Among these disciples were outer sect, inner sect, and even core disciples with whom she had little prior interaction. While the relationships among disciples in the sect were generally amicable, this level of warmth was unprecedented. It was likely all due to Elder Yi. Clever as she was, she quickly grasped the reason behind it. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but marvel at her grandfather's cunning, having secured a connection with Elder Yi and thereby elevating her status at the star-picking peak. With a smile gracing her lips, she addressed the assembly. Yun Xian pays her respects to all the esteemed brothers and sisters. Where is Junior Sister Yun headed? A curious disciple inquired, puzzled as to why she would descend from the peak to wander about, when they themselves could not access it. Elder Yi has tasked Junior Sister with running an errand. Tasked with Elder Yi's business? The surrounding disciples were taken aback. Some quick-witted ones promptly suggested. Since it concerns Elder Yi, Junior Sister Yun should hurry along, lest she delay. This scene was not lost on Yi Changsheng atop the peak, and he contemplated finding a suitable time to set up another grand spirit gathering array within the sect. Returning to the present, he turned his gaze to Mou and said, Master has something special for you. Something special? Mou instantly became tense, cautiously stepping back and clutching his garments. He clearly remembered what transpired the last time his master uttered such words. What do you mean by that? Yi Changsheng's expression darkened. Was Mou's retreating action sincere? Mou remained silent, merely regarding his master with vigilance. Humph. Yi Changsheng snorted, revealing 10 droplets of golden blood in his palm. Does master still deceive you? The 10 droplets of quasi-emperor blood exuded a rich fragrance, gently hovering in his palm. These droplets had been refined by him, purging all traces of quasi-emperor essence, leaving only the most pristine energy. Mou's eyes widened at the sight of the 10 droplets of golden blood. It smells so good. Sit cross-legged. Master will seal them within your body. Yi Changsheng's expression turned serious. Understood, master. Mou obediently settled into a cross-legged position, gazing at Yi Changsheng's stern visage. Very well. Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Although Mou's realm remained at the 5th level of the mountain moving stage, his aura was significantly more formidable than before. After leaving the courtyard, Yi Changsheng made his way back to the ancient fire pear tree. With a swift motion, he summoned a figure before him. The figure, immobilized, was casually tossed onto the ground. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, dispelling the immobilization. The great saint of the underworld immediately rose, his demeanor a blend of reverence and trepidation. He bowed deeply. Senior. Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly, observing the figure in silence. Originally, he had intended for this individual to infiltrate the underworld's sacred land as an undercover agent, but it seemed unnecessary now. It felt like an exercise in futility. With the fall of the quasi-emperor Huangquan, the underworld's sacred land, if wise, would choose to retreat into seclusion. Of course, if they dared to come forth again, he would not hesitate to eliminate another. Since it was no longer required, how should he deal with this individual? To eliminate him? That seemed a waste. Senior. The great saint of the underworld felt a wave of unease as Yi Changsheng's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon him. Surely, he mused, the senior wasn't contemplating how to dispose of him? The earlier fall of the quasi-emperor had sent ripples through the realm, and with his millennia of experience, he could surmise the situation. It was likely that his sacred land had not come to redeem him, but had instead summoned the ancestor, only to be vanquished by this formidable figure before him. With this thought, he felt a bitter pang. Why had he chosen to provoke such a terrifying individual? If one were to trace it back, it was all the fault of that despicable Yuquan. You seem to have clarity. Yi Changsheng suddenly spoke, his voice a gentle yet firm echo in the heart of the great saint of the underworld. He could hear every thought that crossed the other's mind with crystal clarity. Senior, the great saint of the underworld was taken aback, hastily suppressing his thoughts, unwilling to delve further. Very well. You need not return to the underworld's sacred land. The Xuantian Sword Sect is in need of a gatekeeper. You shall remain there for the time being. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, cutting off the other's words and declaring his decision. After all, this individual could not escape, and keeping him as a guardian would ensure there was some measure of defense in his absence. Gatekeeper? The expression of the infernal sage froze momentarily. How could a dignified sage be reduced to standing guard at the gate? Although he was spared from death, this humiliation was more unbearable than death itself. It was a method that inflicted minimal damage, yet bore an intensely derogatory undertone. What? Are you unwilling? Observing the infernal sage's reaction, Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. I am willing. Yes, I am willing. The infernal sage quickly replied. He was now merely a fish on the chopping board, with no say in the matter. Excellent. Take this. Changsheng produced an object and tossed it to the infernal sage. It was an ancient mirror, a divine weapon, the Yin-Yang mirror. This item was beyond his use. Keeping it would only waste a half-emperor weapon for suppression, a thankless task. It would be far better to return it to its rightful owner, where it could serve its greatest purpose. Thank you, Senior. The infernal sage exclaimed in delight, hastily accepting the Yin-Yang mirror. He had not anticipated the chance to reclaim this divine weapon. The mirror quivered slightly in his grasp before settling down. Now off you go. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, dismissing him. Yes. The infernal sage bowed in acknowledgement and turned to exit the star-picking peak. In the next moment, he appeared before the mountain gate. Who on earth? Elder Yinshan was lost in thought, staring at a storage ring, when a sudden figure startled him. He quickly concealed the ring behind him. However, upon recognizing the figure's face, he recoiled in shock, his expression one of horror. Wasn't he this the person who had recently caused trouble and was subdued by Elder Yi? How could he possibly be here? The senior asked me to guard the mountain gate. The infernal sage spoke in a low voice. What? What is happening? Elder Yi sent you here to guard the mountain gate. Elder Yunshan's eyes widened with disbelief. What was going on? Was this not their enemy? Yet he was obeying Elder Yi's orders? Had he truly been subdued by Elder Yi? In that moment, Elder Yunshan's admiration for Yi Changsheng deepened. Witnessing Elder Yunshan's expression, the infernal sage felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, instantly aware of the thoughts racing in the elder's mind. He couldn't help but regret his earlier excitement over reclaiming the Yin-Yang mirror, as he had forgotten to conceal his form. With a huff, he faded from view, hiding himself within the void. In the eastern wilds, since the news of the fall of a quasi-emperor spread, the entire region had plunged into turmoil. Although no one specified which quasi-emperor had fallen, some astute individuals noticed the unusual activities surrounding the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and the Infernal Holy Land. Whispers of conjecture began to circulate. The identity of the deceased remained uncertain, but some powerful figures could vaguely guess who had dealt the fatal blow. After all, many had witnessed the brief confrontation that had unfolded above the eastern wilds. In this atmosphere, families and factions with ulterior motives began to gather their treasured artifacts and set forth on journeys to pay homage to this newly risen overlord of the wilds. In Sunyan Prefecture, one of the prominent regions in the eastern wilds, a powerful ancient clan, the Bai family, with a legacy spanning nearly 20,000 years and a peak sage ancestor, held dominion over Sunyan. At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Bai family, an elderly man clad in blue, exuding an air of authority, fixed his gaze upon the family head, Bai Zheng. Prepare yourself, Bai Zheng. I must journey to Qingzhou. Yes, ancestor. Bai Zheng nodded and exited the ancestral hall. The elder's gaze drifted towards the horizon as he murmured to himself, the Xuantian Sword Sect. Perhaps it should be called the Xiantian Holy Land now. Not long after, a colossal beast soared through the skies, heading towards Qingzhou. Chapter 58, Tributes from All Clans. The Sage Calamity of the Xuanha Ancestor. On this day, the skies above Qingzhou were alive with figures traversing the air, some commanding powerful beasts, others steering war chariots, while radiant rainbows spanned the heavens. Throughout the eastern wilds, every notable faction sent forth their elite to pay tribute. The Quasi-Emperor Titans, a rarity emerging once in thousands of years, stood as the pinnacle of existence in this era devoid of emperors. Furthermore, the individual in Qingzhou had ruthlessly slain a living fossil of the same realm, resulting in the most significant bloodshed in the wilds in over 100,000 years. Even among quasi-emperors, he was an exceptionally formidable presence. With him at the helm, the Xuantian Sword Sect was destined to become a new holy land, potentially eclipsing the original overlords of the eastern wilds. For any family or faction able to align themselves with such a figure, it would spell monumental benefits. Even if they could not forge a direct relationship, leaving a good impression was essential. At the borders of Qingzhou, a magnificent demon bird soared through the air, its formidable aura warping the surrounding space. Upon its back stood the Bai family ancestor, hands clasped behind his back, a hint of anticipation in his expression. His visit to Qingzhou was not solely for tribute. He had ulterior motives as well. Sunyan Prefecture lay at the intersection of the eastern wilds and the southern barbarians. Recently, the Bai family had discovered a vein of spirit crystal ore along the borders of Sunyan. Initially, this was a tremendous boon, for even the most inferior spirit crystals held a value 100-fold that of premium spirit stones. This vein was sufficient to cultivate more formidable warriors for their clan. However, barely days into their mining, news had inexplicably leaked, attracting the covetous eyes of numerous powerful clans. Yet, as the tyrants of Sunyan, the Bai family was not to be trifled with. Their peak sage could suppress all opposition. However, among these powerful clans was a faction from the southern barbarian domain, allied with the monstrous demon god cult, which left him deeply unsettled. Relinquishing the spirit crystal mine without a fight was out of the question. He had initially intended to seek assistance from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, but following the incident of the fallen quasi-emperor, the Holy Land had sealed off its territory entirely. Now, he could only place his hopes on the newly risen overlord of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Even if he had to surrender the spirit crystals to them, he would rather not give an advantage to those barbarous demons. Perhaps this could also foster a good relationship with the Xuantian Sword Sect. Xuantian Sword Sect. Fengzhou. The Chen family arrived to pay their respects. Yunyan Prefecture. The Mu family arrived to pay their respects. Lan Prefecture. The Shui family arrived to pay their respects. Outside the mountain gate, voices echoed as figures continually emerged from below. These figures radiated a unique aura of the Tao, evidently possessing impressive realms, powerful individuals from ancient clans, even ancestors among them. At the mountain gate, the guard had long since been replaced from Elder Yunshan to the Infernal Sage. After all, Elder Yunshan's cultivation was merely at the Void Realm, which was somewhat insufficient. The Infernal Sage sat cross-legged in the void, concealing his visage, though his aura was restrained. A tremendous pressure still emanated from him. The ancient clan warriors arriving to pay homage felt the weight of his presence and displayed respectful expressions. Their reverence for the Xuantian Sword Sect deepening. They were soon led into the sect by an elder assigned for welcoming. The Infernal Sage maintained a placid countenance, his eyes closed in meditation, indifferent to everything occurring around him. He had resigned himself to this fate. If he was to be humiliated, then so be it. At that moment, a voice echoed once more from below. The Bai family from Yunyan Prefecture has come to pay their respects. The Bai family ancestor ascended from below, each step measured as he approached the mountain gate. Despite being a peak sage, he dared not ascend directly into the air before the Xuantian Sword Sect. Is that a sage king? Or something else? Standing before the mountain gate, he gazed at the ethereal figure of the netherworld sage seated in midair. A flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. Despite his peak saintly status, he felt an unexpected pressure emanating from this individual. Such a formidable being would be akin to an ancestral figure among their ancient clans. Were the Bai family to possess such a powerhouse, he would undoubtedly be revered. Yet here, this person merely served as a gatekeeper. In an instant, the status of the Xuantian Sword Sect soared within his mind. He realized that even the four great sacred lands would not assign a being of such might to guard a mere entrance. Esteemed senior, please follow me. At that moment, an elder responsible for reception spoke, gesturing with his right hand to indicate the way inside. Within the grand hall, specifically constructed to welcome guests, several figures sat in meditation. A variety of spiritual fruits and beast meats laid out before them. Duo Bao, with his rotund form, occupied the central seat, contemplating how to expedite the departure of these visitors. He could scarcely recall how many groups had come that day. Initially, he had intended to refine some quasi-emperor blood, but the sect summoned him to attend to these powerful figures from various ancient clans seeking to pay their respects to his master. Fellow cultivators, might I inquire if that esteemed elder is present in the sect? A black-clad elder posed the question, his tone laced with caution and reverence. He was the ancestor of the Mu family from Yunyan Prefecture, a formidable sage of the second level. As his words echoed, the gazes of those in the hall turned towards Duo Bao, all eager to ascertain whether they might meet the venerable elder. My master sustained minor injuries during the last battle and is currently in seclusion for recuperation. It is unlikely he can meet with you all. Duo Bao fabricated a convenient excuse. However, the ancient clan's powerhouses below showed no signs of skepticism towards his statement. After all, it was only natural for someone to be injured when single-handedly battling two quasi-emperors. Yet, this meant they would not have the opportunity to meet the esteemed elder. Surely, they could not expect someone wounded to appear before them. They were not so significant as to warrant such an honor. The Bai family ancestor felt no disappointment. His primary objective for this visit was still the spiritual crystal mine. Just as he prepared to speak, a sudden frown crossed his brow as he sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the heavens and the earth. Boom! Thunder roared, and the Xuantian Sword Sect was suddenly shrouded in darkness as ominous clouds gathered above, with faint flashes of lightning darting within. A terrifying celestial pressure descended, causing all present to perceive an ominous aura, as if some great horror had fixed its gaze upon them. Is this the thunder tribulation? The Bai family ancestor gasped in shock. He recognized this aura and scene, having encountered it before. Someone was about to undergo a tribulation. Ha ha, I have succeeded. A voice of exuberance erupted as Ancestor Xuank broke free from his seclusion, soaring into the sky. His aura surged, hinting at the emergence of saintly might. With the 10 drops of great sage blood gifted by Yi Changsheng, he was finally poised to step into the realm of saints. It is Xuank. He is about to undergo tribulation? Gasped those witnessing the event. A saintly tribulation? Does this mean the ancestor is on the verge of becoming a saint? Excitement coursed through the elders of the Xuantian Sword Sect as they beheld Ancestor Xuanq, realizing the sect's power was on the rise. High above, Ancestor Xuanq composed himself. Staring at the colossal tribulation clouds swirling above, his expression grave. The crucial moment was at hand. Overcoming this tribulation would allow him to attain sainthood. Failure, however, would reduce him to ash. With a determined step, he exited the Xuantian Sword Sect, arriving in a desolate mountain range of Qingzhou. Chapter 59, Attaining Sainthood. In the heavens, the dense black clouds coalesced into a vast vortex, at the center of which an eye appeared to open. Under the weight of its terrifying pressure, even from thousands of miles away, one could sense a heavy aura that made breathing laborious. The saintly tribulation. This was a manifestation of the heavens' restraint upon powerful beings. Or perhaps a test. Surviving it would lead to immediate sainthood, allowing one to revel for a millennium. Failing would result in a return to the void. Boom. The tribulation struck, and from the vortex, a massive lightning pillar, hundreds of feet wide, hurtled towards Ancestor Xuanq. Come forth. Ancestor Xuanq bellowed, raising his palm as his formidable spiritual power surged, faint hints of saintly might emanating from him. Enormous hands formed in the air, striking down upon the incoming lightning pillar. Boom. The clash shattered the lightning pillar, scattering energy that ravaged the surrounding wilderness. Ancestor Xuanq grunted, violently pushed back by the recoil, plummeting from the sky. He stared at the tribulation clouds above, his heart filled with astonishment. This first wave of tribulation was far more potent than he had anticipated. Contrasting sharply with what he had been told, the initial force of a saintly tribulation should only exceed that of a peak Tao-seeking realm by a fraction. Yet, he had nearly been overwhelmed despite being on the brink of the saintly realm. Was there something he had done to invoke such wrath? In a flash, he mentally recounted his life, realizing that aside from occasionally peeking at his senior sister while she bathed in his youth, he had not committed any egregious acts. Of course, the lives he had taken along the way did not count. After all, who among the powerful had not blood on their hands? Why was his tribulation so formidable? Boom. At that moment, the second wave of the tribulation descended, no longer mere lightning pillars, but transformed into blades, cleaving towards Ancestor Xuanq. Humph. Do they think the old ancestor is easy to bully? Ancestor Xuanq retorted coldly, stepping forth to ascend once more, wielding a brilliantly shining long sword that cleaved through the descending lightning blades. Above the Xuantian Sword Sect, several ancient clan ancestors hovered in the void, their gazes piercing through the fabric of space towards Ancestor Xuanq's tribulation site. The commotion was far greater than anything they had witnessed in the past. A glint of excitement flickered in the bi-family ancestors' eyes. Such a scenario, if not indicative of excessive karmic burdens on the tribulation bearer, suggested that this individual possessed extraordinary potential. Thus, the heavens had unleashed an even more formidable tribulation. On star-picking peak, Yi Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor. Having expended 10 drops of great sage blood, if the tribulation were merely akin to that faced by ordinary saints, the blood would indeed lose its value. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening. This was a trial, a rite of passage. Only by personally enduring the tribulation could one attain true sainthood. Otherwise, relying on external forces would yield a weaker saintly state. He sensed that while Ancestor Xuanq's path through the tribulation would be arduous, he should ultimately prevail. Should it come to a dire situation, he would intervene to preserve his life. As time elapsed, waves of tribulation descended, leaving Ancestor Xuanq battered and bloodied. His complexion paled as he stood in the void, teetering on the brink of collapse, wisps of azure smoke billowing from him. Yet, the aura of the saintly realm intensified around him, signaling his imminent entry into that hallowed domain. It must be nearing its conclusion. Goodness. He felt as though he would be thoroughly fried. At that moment, the tribulation clouds above began to contract, darkening to a pitch-black hue. The oppressive pressure grew heavier, rendering the air nearly viscous. In the next instant, the clouds split open, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Amidst the tumultuous sea of lightning, faint golden bolts flickered ominously. The final tribulation had arrived. The voice of the venerable Xuanhao was hoarse, his expression gravely serious. He sensed the chilling breath of death emanating from the tempest. The intermittent flashes of golden lightning instilling profound terror within him. The elders of the Bai clan, who had been observing from a distance, wore expressions of astonishment. This lightning tribulation was far more terrifying than any they had encountered in their past experiences, 100-fold more so. Had he lost his sanity? What was he attempting to achieve? Suddenly, an elder from the Mu clan exclaimed in disbelief. The tempest descended, and with a fierce countenance, Xuanhao plunged headlong into the maelstrom. He sat cross-legged within the storm, placing his sword upon his knees, seeking to harness the lightning to refine his body and irrevocably ascend to the sage realm. Crackling sounds erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in darkness, his entire being charred, smoke billowing from his form. He felt as though his flesh were on the verge of melting away. The elder from the Mu clan inhaled sharply. The Tempest's might was nearly on par with a pinnacle sage. To charge in so recklessly, would he survive? He was tempted to suggest that everyone disperse and prepare for a feast, but considering the location was the Xuantian Sword Sect, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. The storm raged for half an hour before finally dissipating, leaving behind a withered, charred silhouette that seemed devoid of life. In midair, a colossal hand suddenly appeared. Seizing the ashen figure and retracting it back to the Xuantian Sword Sect, the elders of the Bai clan exchanged glances. Had he succeeded, or had he perished? Fear not. Everyone, let us return. Duobao's expression was calm as he addressed the others. Since the master had intervened at the last moment, it signified that all was well. Success was assured. On the way back, the elder of the Bai clan seized the opportunity to mention the matter of the spirit crystal mine, candidly expressing his intention to bestow the vein upon the Xuantian Sword Sect. He did not conceal the fact that it might involve the demon god sect from the southern regions. Upon hearing this, Duobao immediately discerned the elder's intentions. However, despite his intrigue, he did not provide an immediate affirmation. Involving the demon god sect required the master's consent. Upon the peak of Changsheng, Changsheng surveyed the charred remains before him, knitting his brows. Elder, cease your pretense of death and rise. No sooner had he spoken than the carbon-like mass emitted a series of cracking noises, splitting open to reveal the pristine, newly formed skin within. A faint aura of sanctity radiated from it. Cough, cough, Changsheng, kindly turn your back, came the elder's weak voice. Changsheng paused, momentarily taken aback, a fleeting expression of exasperation crossing his face. Nonetheless, he complied and turned away. Just as he did so, the blackened remnants exploded, and Xuanha sprang forth, his body adorned with a robe conjured from intricate runes. Changsheng turned to behold the elder, a sage at the first level. Yet he appeared significantly more formidable than an ordinary sage of the same realm, his visage seemingly rejuvenated. Haha, what do you think? Has the elder become more handsome? Xuanha struck a pose, his words making Changsheng groan at his shamelessness. Chapter 60, Striking from Afar, Subduing the Demon Race Sage. A figure emerged from the base of Changsheng, approaching Changsheng. Master, Duobao greeted respectfully, casting a sidelong glance at the still posturing Xuanha. Indeed, the elder had successfully navigated the tribulation and attained sagehood. Have those individuals departed? Changsheng inquired, nodding. He had instructed Duobao to entertain the ancient clan's powerful figures. If they were still present, he should not have appeared here. Most have left, but one remains within the sect, Duobao replied. Is there a matter at hand? Changsheng queried, surprised, but soon deduced that there must be some pressing issue. Indeed, Duobao affirmed, then relayed the elder Bai's proposal. How intriguing. A vein of spirit crystals? Changsheng's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Such resources were of paramount importance. The Xuantian Sword Sect possessed merely 10 veins here at Changsheng, and that was a reward from a system task. Now, someone was offering one to him. As for the demon god sect mentioned by the elder Bai, he no longer feared them. Coincidentally, he had been contemplating setting up another spirit gathering array. Convey to elder Bai that the Xuantian Sword Sect graciously accepts his goodwill and further request the precise location of the vein. Yes, master. Master. Should arrangements be made for guardianship or extraction? Duobao inquired. That is of no concern to you. I have my own plans. Changsheng waved his hand, signaling Duobao to take his leave. Once Duobao departed, Xuanha, who had been listening intently, eagerly asked, Changsheng, how do you intend to proceed? Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Such a vital resource is best kept within the sect. Kept within the sect? Xuanha questioned, perplexed. Are you suggesting we extract it all at once? But if we deplete the vein entirely, it will be exhausted. Extracting slowly would allow it to continue absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, thus forming new spirit crystals. It seems rather imprudent. Changsheng merely smiled. Extraction? It seems unnecessary. In Tsungyan Prefecture, beneath a lush mountain range, 2 figures stood suspended in the air, locked in confrontation. One figure was tall and robust, with striking azure vertical pupils, clearly not of human descent. The other was a frail old man. Old fool, if you wish to avoid demise, it would be wise to leave, the azure-eyed figure declared coldly, an aura of sanctity emanating from him, revealing him to be a demon sage. Humph, demon barbarian, we are both at the 5th level of sagehood. It is premature to declare who will fall, the gaunt elder retorted icily. Let us not forget, this is the eastern wasteland, not your southern barbarian lands. This spirit crystal mine is located in Tsangzhou, discovered first by my Bai clan, and thus belongs to us. You are the one who should depart. The gaunt elder One of the two sages of the Bai clan had indeed discovered the spirit crystal vein, but unfortunately, word had leaked shortly after its discovery, attracting unwanted attention. While other factions dared not harbor ill intentions under the watchful eyes of the two sages from the Bai clan, this demon barbarian, though not particularly formidable, had the audacity to approach them, demanding the surrender of the crystal mine under the auspices of the demon god sect. Yet the Bai clan genuinely feared the demon god sect behind him. After all, it was a holy ground for the demon race, and a sage king emerging from there was beyond their capacity to confront. Nevertheless, to relinquish it without a fight was utterly unacceptable, especially considering this demon had already slain numerous formidable members of the Bai clan. Refuse to leave? Then prepare to perish, the demon sage bellowed, his towering form quaking as the laws of sagehood manifested, transforming into a massive black hand that lunged toward the gaunt elder. Seeking death? Do you truly believe I am without defense? The gaunt elder retorted fearlessly, boldly confronting the attack. Both were at the 5th level of sagehood, and for a time, they battled fiercely, the surrounding void vibrating with the reverberations of their clash, the laws of sagehood echoing miles away. Unintentionally, they fought while gradually distancing themselves from the mountain range, wary of inadvertently destroying the spirit crystal vein in their fierce exchange. Just as they moved further away, the clouds above the mountain range suddenly swirled ominously, coalescing into a colossal, indistinct visage in the sky. The visage appeared to be in search of something. In the next moment, a colossal hand emerged from the void, descending directly upon the verdant mountains. Boldly, it was the spiritual vein of the demon god sect. Do you dare to claim it? At this juncture, the two combatants halted simultaneously, the imposing demon clan sage letting out a furious bellow. How audacious for someone to attempt to seize an opportunity. His form transformed and surged towards the mountains in an instant. The emaciated elder followed closely. However, just as he began to move, he was rendered immobile. Gazing at the descending hand, astonishment washed over his features. Esteemed friend, this spiritual vein belongs to the demon god sect. Are you truly willing to make an enemy of them? The demon sage thundered, invoking the name of the demon god sect once more. He had pledged to offer a spiritual crystal mine to a certain great sage of the sect. How could he allow someone to snatch it away right under his nose? The hand remained unperturbed, continuing its descent, seizing the entire mountain range where the mine lay hidden. Throughout this process, the mountains gradually diminished in size. Originally stretching for hundreds of miles, they ultimately shrank to mere hundreds of feet, ensnared within the grasp of the colossal hand, retreating back into the heavens above. The demon sage's countenance darkened. He attempted to act several times, yet feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the hand, he ultimately restrained himself. As the hand vanished from sight, he let out a cold snort. The demon god sect will not let this go unpunished, no matter who you are. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the heavens split apart. The previous colossal hand reemerged, bearing down upon him with terrifying might. The demon sage was struck with dread, witnessing a hand far more fearsome than the last, and he turned to flee. Yet, it seemed that the hand was imbued with the essence of the Tao. No matter how he attempted to escape, he remained within its ominous shadow. Following a deafening crash, the demon sage was obliterated, silenced forever. A small wisp of pale golden blood was captured by the hand, vanishing into the void. Subsequently, a faint voice echoed. The spiritual crystal mine is claimed by the Xuantian Sword Sect. Should the demon god sect desire it, let them come seek me. As the voice faded, a jade white orb descended from the sky. The emaciated elder, stunned, reached out to catch the orb. His gaze then shifted to the spot where the demon sage had vanished, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Had it not been for a secret method transmitted by another ancestor in his clan, he too might have rushed in recklessly. He revered the orb as a treasure, uncertain of its purpose, yet understanding it could signify a fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, in another remote direction of Xuanyan Prefecture, within a desolate mountain range, an unfathomable sea of blood split open within a secret realm. An ominous figure slowly emerged from its depths. He, after several 100,000 years, I, the Emperor, have finally broken free from this accursed seal. Chapter 61. The Unusual Blood Ancestor, The Feast. Within the secret realm, the Blood Ancestor stood suspended in the void, laughing maniacally. His chilling laughter resonated throughout the entire secret space. Within this realm, all beings, regardless of their strength, erupted into a torrent of blood that converged upon him, melding into his form. The taste of blood is exquisite. The Blood Ancestor closed his eyes momentarily, a look of ecstasy gracing his features. After a time, he opened his eyes, stretching his arms as if reacquainting himself with his own body. Truly pathetic. After cultivating under my blood divine path for so many years, they have only reached the 5th level of sagehood. Had it not been for my physical form being obliterated by the grand array, I would not have been reduced to such a state. Now, let me make good use of this body. At this moment, he appeared unchanged on the outside, yet an ominous aura radiated from him, with dark wisps occasionally flickering in his eyes. Though his visage remained the same, he emanated an eerily unfamiliar presence. Yingming Sacred Land, Xuantian Sword Sect, I shall come to find you soon. It has been far too long since I have savored the blood of an almost emperor. I eagerly anticipate it. A chilling voice escaped his lips, laden with intense longing. This was also the blood ancestor's fervent obsession. With a single step, his figure dissipated, and countless spatial rifts erupted, unleashing terrifying temporal chaos as the secret realm began to collapse. Outside, the blood ancestor stood in the void, gazing into the distance, seemingly attempting to pierce through space to a particular location. After a while, he retracted his gaze and chose a direction to depart. In Lin Prefecture, the Shui clan, as a prominent sage family in Lin Prefecture, held immense prestige throughout the region. Today marked the day of their ancestor's 9,000th birthday. Influential powers from across Lin Prefecture sent forth their strongest to attend. The Shui clan hosted a grand banquet, the entire family bustling with activity. However, most attendees could only feast in the courtyard, unable to meet the clan's ancestor. Only those of the sage realm were granted the honor of a personal reception by the ancestor. Within a grand hall, the Shui ancestor sat regally at the head. At either side of him sat an individual. At this moment, one spoke. Dao friend Shui, I have heard that you recently ventured to Qing Prefecture. Did you happen to encounter that esteemed figure? Upon utterance of this inquiry, the other individual also turned their gaze toward the Shui ancestor at the head. Both had traveled to Qing Prefecture, yet neither had the fortune of meeting that quasi-emperor. To be candid with both of you, I too did not have the pleasure of such an audience. Such figures are not for ordinary mortals to behold. The Shui ancestor replied with a hint of resignation, shaking his head. The two sages nodded in understanding. The three then shifted their discussion to the insights of their cultivation. Outside in the courtyard, the banquet attendees were divided into several groups based on their strengths. Each individual reveled within their own circle, conversing freely. Unbeknownst to them, a faint blood mist had begun to drift into the air above. As the blood mist thickened and gradually descended, it was finally noticed by a young man among the crowd. However, rather than alerting others immediately, he reached out to touch it. The instant his hand made contact, the blood mist seemed to possess a will of its own, slithering into the young man's body through his palm. In the next moment, the youth's eyes widened in horror. Freezing in place. Zhaoan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and eat. Such exquisite spiritual fruits and spirit beast meat are not available every day. A companion, noticing the young man in a stupor, nudged him. The next instant, the young man crumpled, turning into a mere human skin that lay upon the ground. A vibrant wisp of blood mist rose from the remains, merging into the air. The companion's eyes widened in terror, his body quaking violently. Aya! A scream laden with sheer dread erupted, plunging the Shui clan into an eerie silence. Nearby, several cultivators who had witnessed the scene turned ashen. At that moment, the blood mist began to disperse toward the crowd. Anyone it touched met with the same grim fate. Panic ensued, with some attempting to take flight in a desperate bid for escape. However, as they ascended, they collided with the void, only to be engulfed by the encroaching blood mist, leaving behind only their skins to drift down. A massive blood-red barrier materialized in the void, enveloping the entire Shui clan. With no escape in sight, all turned their terrified gazes skyward. Some formidable beings of the Dao realm, relying on their strength, attempted to shatter the barrier, yet it proved futile, and they too were consumed by the descending blood mist, succumbing to reincarnation in an instant. The tremendous commotion in the square inevitably drew the attention of the three revered sages within. In an instant, the patriarch of the Shui clan materialized in the plaza, his gaze fixated on the nearly overwhelming expanse of human skin that blanketed the ground, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and his aura surged violently, as if on the verge of erupting. Most of these were his own disciples, seeking death. A thunderous shout erupted as the patriarch unleashed a terrifying holy might from his frail form. He struck upwards towards the heavens, the laws of the sage vibrating, seemingly intending to pierce through the void. Boom! The crimson barrier quivered violently, yet ultimately did not shatter as anticipated. How could this be? The patriarch was taken aback. He was, after all, at the 8th level of sage cultivation, and yet his full force strike merely caused this barrier to ripple. Above in the void, a youth with blood-red hair and an ominous countenance stood with arms crossed, observing the infernal scene below with keen interest. Wisps of blood mist continuously seeped from his body, merging into the ether. In the next moment, The figure of the Blood Emperor flickered and appeared directly within the Shui clan's domain. Who are you and why do this? The Shui patriarch gazed at the emerging figure, his expression one of madness. The Shui clan was doomed. Most of the clan's disciples and even elders had already lost their lives. After over 10,000 years of lineage, he never expected such a conclusion. The crux was that he did not recognize the blood-haired youth before him, unable to comprehend why this individual sought the annihilation of his clan. Hell, why? Because it suits me, and you happen to be the right fit, the Blood Emperor replied indifferently. This emperor, the patriarch and the other two sages narrowed their eyes at the term. However, in their perception, this individual was merely at the 5th level of sage cultivation. A madman. He must be a madman. At the 5th level of sage, he dares to call himself an emperor? Does he not fear the consequences? Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. His killing intent was already overwhelming. You beast, may your disciples of the Shui clan accompany you to the grave. The Shui patriarch exuded a chilling murderous intent, wielding a sacred whip that resembled a coiling dragon, aimed at the Blood Emperor. Upon witnessing this, a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in the Blood Emperor's eyes, and a terrifyingly potent divine will surged forth, piercing toward the Shui patriarch. Chapter 62, The Continent Faces Evil. The Phoenix transforms. An unparalleled and terrifying divine will erupted, saturating the space with a heavy pressure. As if burdened by countless mountains, the Shui patriarch and his companions found themselves kneeling under the oppressive divine will. Even the sacred weapon they summoned was frozen mid-air, its radiance dimmed. This is impossible. You are merely at the 5th level of sage. How could you possess such terrifying soul power? The patriarch struggled to lift his head. His gaze fixed on the blood-haired youth, terror etched across his features. Such a formidable divine will could not possibly belong to someone at the 5th level of sage, nor even to a sage king. As for the other two esteemed elders who had come to pay their respects, they were merely at the 3rd and 4th levels of sage, and under the weight of the divine will, they could barely utter a word. You need not concern yourself with that. Now, contribute a bit to my restoration of power. The Blood Emperor sneered coldly. His soul was vastly different from this physical body. Even after enduring centuries of imprisonment, and even having his corporeal form eroded, his soul remained formidable. After all, the pride of his clan lay in their mastery over the soul. Reaching out, he pulled the Shui patriarch before him, crimson mist billowing from his fingers, enveloping the patriarch. Cough. The patriarch's body shriveled at a visible rate. He trembled violently, initially emitting screams of anguish. But soon the sounds dwindled to mere gasps. In no time, the human skin fell away, and this venerable sage, aged 9,000 years, finally perished on the very day of his grand celebration. The entire clan met a similar fate. The other two sages, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. When they first emerged, the sight of scattered human skin had not impacted them so deeply. But witnessing the tragic end of the Shui patriarch was an experience far more bitter. However, the Blood Emperor paid no heed to their terror and swiftly replicated his method, soon transforming the two into his nourishment as well. Thus, the once vibrant domain of the Shui clan fell into a profound silence. Yet, it was still insufficient. As the Blood Emperor sensed the enhancement of his aura, a hint of dissatisfaction crept onto his face. The entire populace of the Shui clan had transformed into sustenance. Yet it had only elevated him to the 7th level of sage. With a sweep of his divine will, he located the Shui clan's treasure vault and secured it, no longer lingering, his form dissipating into blood mist as he departed. He required even greater resources to elevate this physical form to its zenith. Days later, a powerful being passed by and discovered the horrific scene. In the ensuing months, similar occurrences transpired across the eastern wilderness and northern underworld regions. Ultimately, even some ancient clans with sage kings at their helm vanished overnight. Hey, have you heard? There seems to be a malevolent force stirring on the continent. Are you all right? This news is common knowledge throughout the eastern wilderness. Indeed, even my 4-year-old cousin knows. I heard many ancient clans disappeared overnight, leaving only skin behind. According to powerful beings, someone is cultivating an evil technique that requires the consumption of vast amounts of blood essence. Within a grand tavern, cultivators whispered among themselves, their expressions betraying their unease. That malevolent force could eliminate ancient clans at will. What chance would these minor cultivators stand against it? The Xuantian Sword Sect, upon hearing of such grave events, also received the news. Some disciples conversed in hushed tones as they walked. However, despite the terror of the news, there was not a trace of fear on their faces. The reason was simple. Their sect was protected by formidable beings. On the peak of the star-picking mountain, beneath the ancient fire pear tree that had stood for millennia, a pot of hot tea and a platter of spiritual fruits rested on the table. Yi Changsheng and the Phoenix, one man and one bird, sat together in conviviality. Oh no, the Phoenix was perched atop the table. It's truly rare to have such leisure, Yi Changsheng remarked, sipping his tea. Recently, he had brought back the spiritual crystal mine mentioned by the Bai clan of Xuantian Prefecture and had settled it within the sect, resulting in a significant enhancement of spiritual energy. Since then, he had remained on the star-picking peak, with little to do aside from instructing Mou in her cultivation, making his days remarkably tranquil. No one had come to seek trouble either. Chirp, chirp. The Phoenix, standing on the table, voraciously inhaled the tea from its cup, finishing with a satisfied expression and smacking its beak. Observing this, Yi Changsheng suddenly furrowed his brow. System, now that the Phoenix has reached the threshold of a quasi-emperor, can it not transform? Dang. Although the Phoenix is not a naturally birthed being, it can transform upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm. Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Had he misheard? It could transform upon reaching quasi-emperor? He looked at the Phoenix on the table, no larger than a palm, and if it did not emit any aura, it appeared just like an ordinary small bird. If it could transform, why did it still maintain its original form? System, you are not deceiving me, are you? Yi Changsheng confirmed. Dang, if this system were to lie, it would become an orphan. Yi Changsheng's lips twitched. Become an orphan? Is the system referring to relatives and elders? Could it possibly mean itself? He shook his head and turned his gaze towards Qing Wang. Ahem, little Qing. The boss has a question for you. Chirp. Qing Wang looked at Yi Changsheng, puzzled by his inquiry. Upon hearing Qing Wang's call, Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, after discovering that Qing Wang could transform, the sound now struck him with a profound sense of mockery. Ahem, little Qing, I ask you, can you in fact transform? Chirp. Qing Wang displayed a look of confusion, still pretending to be coy, but I already know the truth. Yi Changsheng's anger flared as he extended his hand towards Qing Wang, insisting, are you still trying to feign ignorance? Chirp. Qing Wang leaped into the air, hovering before Yi Changsheng, staring intently at him. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped her, and in the next moment, she transformed into a human figure. Before him stood a young girl of modest stature, her features exquisitely delicate, with cascading azure hair that flowed gracefully down her back. She landed on the ground, casting a proud glance at Yi Changsheng. Wow, no way. You've truly transformed. Yi Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Qing Wang. This creature had clearly possessed the ability to transform all along, yet she had kept it a secret from him while comfortably residing on his shoulder. Old man, what kind of gaze is that? Have you been captivated by Lady Qing Wang's beauty? She taunted, hands on her hips, tilting her head in a self-satisfied manner. You little rascal. Yi Changsheng was nearly infuriated to the point of laughter, rolling up his sleeves with the intent to educate Qing Wang on who was truly the master here. But just then, Qing Wang fell silent, her expression contemplative as she looked at Yi Changsheng and asked, Old man, if I transform, does that mean I can no longer perch on your shoulder? Chapter 63, The Premature Arrival of the Forbidden Zone of Life. Yi Changsheng paused at Qing Wang's words, caught off guard. He stood still, observing the suddenly quiet Qing Wang, finding it somewhat amusing. Could it be that her reluctance to transform stemmed from this very reason? He scrutinized Qing Wang's transformed figure, picturing a full-sized individual perched upon his shoulder. Hiss, does she truly consider me her mount? Yi Changsheng pondered, realizing he needed to remind her of her place. Qing Wang's demeanor shifted. Her spirits dampened as she realized this was precisely what she had feared, since she had first settled on Yi Changsheng's shoulder. Reveling in the sensation of being carried by her master, she had begun to feel as though she were the one in charge, with Yi Changsheng as her steed. Thus, she had secretly resolved that shoulder would be her domain. Even upon reaching a quasi-emperor realm and achieving the ability to transform, she had never taken on a human form. Yet, it seemed that her secret had been uncovered sooner than expected. My dream of becoming the master has vanished, she lamented. From now on, I shall simply follow my big brother and refrain from indulging in fanciful notions. Noticing Qing Wang's dejected appearance, Yi Changsheng assumed a stern expression and feigned seriousness, saying, Oh, is that so? Understood. Qing Wang elongated her response, reluctantly acquiescing. Yi Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Just as he was about to say more, a sudden disturbance erupted. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated, and he sensed the very space around him trembling. It seemed as though a colossal entity had collided with the wilderness. An unusual wave of energy surged through the heavens and the earth. Yi Changsheng's gaze shifted towards the horizon, where the northern underworld domain was experiencing a terrifying upheaval of spiritual energy. Could it be that a treasure was emerging? He discerned a faint hint of an ancient aura long sealed away. This sensation was akin to the release of energy from a space that had been confined for countless years. After contemplating for a moment, he tore open a spatial passage and stepped inside. Wait for me. Xinguang called out, following closely before the passage sealed itself. She wore a glum expression, lamenting the consequences of her transformation. To keep pace with her master, she needed to be more agile. Standing on his shoulder had its advantages. Wherever he went, she followed. In the northern underworld domain, above the Million Mountains, what was once a tranquil void now revealed a spatial fissure stretching several miles long and a few yards wide. Spanning the heavens, a terrifying tempest swept through, uprooting ancient trees and vast tracts of land. Yet before they could approach the fissure, they were reduced to dust by the overwhelming storm. The spatial rift continued to expand gradually, sparking fierce friction against the void. Through the rift, a glimpse of another world became visible, dominated by a towering divine tree. The tree, resembling jade, gleamed with a radiant green light, exuding an aura of vitality. At that moment, two figures, one large and one small, emerged in the void. Changsheng regarded the expansive fissure, astonished. However, upon peering through the space, he discerned the world within and the magnificent divine tree. Indeed, a long-sealed secret realm was opening. What manner of tree is that? He wondered, for even from a distance, he could sense a profound vitality emanating from the divine tree. This life force bore a striking resemblance to something he possessed. In the next moment, he flipped his palm, revealing a sphere of life essence that floated above his hand. The aura it radiated was indeed similar. Changsheng deliberated, recognizing that while the essence was not identical to that of the divine tree, it was at least 6 or 7 parts alike. Alas, the current instability of this space rendered it impossible to claim the tree just yet. His keen insight revealed that this connecting passage had not yet fully formed. Forcing entry could risk its collapse. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Forbidden Zone of Life has been activated. The system issues a mission, retrieve the life divine tree, and substantial rewards await upon completion. The system's voice rang out, announcing a long-awaited mission. What did you say, system? Life divine tree? Changsheng seized upon the crucial information. Indeed, what you see is the spiritual root birthed by heaven and earth, the life divine tree. Like the world divine tree, it stands as one of the 2 greatest spiritual roots in existence. The life divine tree can nurture life source seeds, and the vitality it harbors surpasses that of life essence by hundreds of times. Using it to nourish the world source seeds of the world divine tree can give rise to a complete, living world. Hiss! It can generate a complete world? Changsheng was shaken by the system's revelations. It was well known that even emperors could create stars at will and annihilate entire star systems. Yet none could forge a world capable of autonomously birthing life. The convergence of these 2 divine tree source seeds could yield a complete world. In a sense, this surpassed the capabilities of an emperor. If he were to acquire this life divine tree, even without the world divine tree, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. Then I shall wait here. Once the space stabilizes, I will extract the life divine tree. Changsheng mused, constructing a spatial rift with a wave of his hand, sitting cross-legged within to conceal his presence. At that moment, within the forbidden space housing the life divine tree, as one gazes into the distance, this place resembles a complete world, with the tree of life standing majestically at the heart of the forbidden space, radiating a vibrant aura of vitality. However, contrary to the perceptions of the outside world, this realm harbors more than just a singular divine tree. Deep within the confines of this sacred space, another tree, even more colossal than the tree of life, towers above, resembling a pillar that supports the entirety of the forbidden domain. Beneath the roots of this divine tree, a vast cavern lies hidden. At the center of the cavern stands a gigantic altar, upon which rests a 3-zhang black coffin. Seated cross-legged atop the coffin is an unparalleled figure, her eyes tightly shut, exuding an imposing presence capable of compressing the heavens. Yet, this figure appears devoid of life, having long since perished, leaving behind only an incorruptible physical form. The black coffin beneath her is inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a potent sealing force, as if suppressing something within. Yet, the luminescence of the runes flickers intermittently, suggesting imminent obliteration, accompanied by a cacophony of maniacal laughter emanating from within. Spirit Emperor, you cannot subdue me. No matter your extraordinary grace or impending enlightenment, you will ultimately fall before me. Had you allied with my kin back then, you would not have met such a fate, just a handful of ants, and yet you willingly sacrificed yourself for them. How utterly laughable. The mysterious voice cackles madly, seemingly venting suppressed grievances and exulting in the prospect of rebirth. In Chapter 64, titled Reactions from the 2 Great Sacred Lands, The Emergence of Supreme Foundations, the cavern reverberates with this frenzied laughter, causing the black coffin to tremble, its inscriptions dimming further. After a prolonged moment, the enigmatic voice dissipates, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. However, What once brimmed with life and vitality now appears somewhat ominous and eerie. In the outside world, within the concealed void where Changsheng lurks, he seems to sense something, directing his gaze toward the spatial rift in the heavens. Old man, I just felt an incredibly terrifying aura beginning to awaken. Qingwang, seated beside him, shifts from her previously bored demeanor to one of grave seriousness. She senses that she may not be a match for the owner of that aura. Yet, as a formidable figure at the third level of quasi-emperor, could it be that yet another ancient being is about to emerge? Contemplating this, an unexpected glimmer of anticipation flashes in Qingwang's eyes. What is there to fear? With this old man present, all shall be well. Changsheng chuckles as he affectionately ruffles Qingwang's hair, his gaze sparkling with a hint of brilliance as he looks upon the rift. Is there truly great terror within? Such a significant disturbance in the North Underworld domain could not possibly elude Changsheng's notice. As the sovereign of this vast domain, the Yuming's sacred land, while having sealed its gates, remains acutely aware of all occurrences within its territory. Moreover, given the magnitude of the spatial rift's disturbance, if Changsheng in the eastern wilderness can sense it, they are no exception. At this moment, within the Yuming's sacred land, the Yuming sovereign stares blankly at the horizon beyond the sacred ground. His expression fluctuates between fury, frustration, and fleeting dread. He realizes that a momentous event is unfolding in the North Underworld domain, but dares not venture outside. Fear grips him. Never had he imagined that the illustrious master of the Yuming sacred land would one day be compelled to cower within its confines. Yet, he cannot bring himself to step outside. Months prior, the ancestor of the Yellow Springs departed with the intent of retrieving imperial weapons and the great saint of Yuming. What was the outcome? Within a day, he had perished beyond those gates, even without venturing forth to investigate. The Yuming sovereign understands that this must be linked to the individual from Qingzhou. Although months have passed without any visitation from the other party, who can guarantee that he would not encounter them upon departure? Should that happen, a mere slap could extinguish his existence. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. At that moment, an ancient voice resounds. The Yuming sovereign's body trembles, and he gazes toward the depths of the sacred land, disbelief washing over him. In an instant, he vanishes from his location, appearing deep within the sacred land. Upon his arrival, he witnesses a scene that shakes him to his core. In the depths of the forbidden area, the two great tombs, one of which was previously exited by the ancestor of the Yellow Springs, now reveals its counterpart cracking open. An emaciated elder clad in gray emerges from within. The elder's stooped figure and sagging skin exude an overwhelming aura of decay. T2 Supreme Ancestor, the Yuming sovereign kneels, his face a mask of excitement and dread. Nearby, the black dragon tasked with guarding the two tombs mirrors his terror. The last vestiges of the Yuming sacred land's foundation have awakened. Supreme Ancestor, the ancestor of the Yellow Springs, he has fallen. The Yuming sovereign, trembling, addresses the elder before him. The Yuming Supreme Ancestor remains silent, casting his gaze toward the tomb from which the ancestor of the Yellow Springs emerged. After a prolonged silence, he speaks. I am now aware. This was a calamity destined for the ancestor of the Yellow Springs. The last time the ancestor of the Yellow Springs emerged, he had briefly awakened. He had foreseen that a great disaster awaited him, yet he had not anticipated his immediate demise. However, to dare to slay a quasi-emperor of the Yuming sacred land, this is a path to death. The Yuming Supreme Ancestor's voice is frigid, and as his words fall, a chilling wind sweeps through the depths of the forbidden area, as if seeking to freeze the very souls of those present. But, Supreme Ancestor, your body. The Yuming sovereign hesitates, a note of concern in his inquiry. The ancestors of the sacred land have been sealed for tens of thousands of years, surviving through the means left by their forebears. How many days can they endure after emerging from their seals? Do not worry, I have my plans. The Yuming Supreme Ancestor waves his hand dismissively. His emergence is not a quest for self-destruction. His lifespan is nearing its end. Even if he continued to slumber in the great tomb, he could only last another 20 years before merging with the void. Now, having broken free from his seal, although he has but a month left, it is sufficient. His gaze pierces the void, as if he can see through the fabric of space to the rift. The early arrival of the life-forbidden land presents him with hope. As long as he can gain something, he may yet live on. Should he encounter the quasi-emperor responsible for the ancestor of the Yellow Springs' demise, he would not hesitate to crush them. Even if they do not arrive, he will seek them out afterward to obliterate them. Meanwhile, the Tianjin sacred land, which has also retreated into seclusion, has yet to reveal its foundations. From the depths of the forbidden area, a voice laden with decay echoes, reaching the ears of the Tianjin sovereign. The Tianjin sacred land shall reopen its gates in 1 month. The Tianjin sovereign, deep in meditation, suddenly opens his eyes wide, fixating on the direction of the forbidden area. In the next moment, he directly enters the forbidden space. Within a jade coffin constructed of countless spirit crystals lies a youth clad in green. The boy's appearance is unremarkable. His eyes closed in slumber within the coffin. Though he appears young, a profound aura of death emanates from him, far stronger than that of the Yuming supreme ancestor. Qingcang ancestor, the Tianjin sovereign kneels in reverence. The life-forbidden land has descended. The youth within the jade coffin remains asleep, yet a flicker of divine consciousness emanates forth. The life-forbidden land. The Tianjin sovereign gasps in astonishment, fully aware of what such a place entails as the master of the sacred land. Moments ago, he had sensed a disturbance in space, but given the unique circumstances of the sacred land, he had refrained from sending anyone to investigate. Could it be that the disturbance was indeed the result of the life-forbidden land's arrival? After the initial shock, he wore a look of joy as he gazed upon the jade coffin. Ancestor, I shall lead the powerful warriors of the Holy Land to the life-forbidden zone to procure the life elixir for you. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword could no longer harbor fear of the quasi-emperor from Qingzhou, for he understood that the venerable ancestor Qingcang was on the brink of passing away. With the arrival of the life-forbidden zone, if they could obtain the life elixir within, it would grant this esteemed ancestor a chance at renewed life. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land had already lost the venerable ancestor Chimu. Now, only this final vestige of power remained. That will not be necessary. 1 month from now, when the life-forbidden zone is fully opened, I shall personally venture forth. Should I fail, I will also take that quasi-emperor from Qingzhou with me. In the meantime, you should ensure the Holy Land recuperates well. The voice of the youth within the jade coffin echoed once more, and a palpable aura of death emanated from him. Chapter 65. Gathered. The Forbidden Zone will open. It has been over half a month since the rift to the life-forbidden zone manifested in the wild expanse. This duration has allowed every faction in the wilderness to become aware of the occurrence. Consequently, shadows began to flit through the void above the North Sea domain, each exuding an aura of immense power. Learning from the previous lessons at the Imperial Tomb, this time, no low-level cultivators would dare to partake in the frivolities. Those aware of the treasures hidden within the life-forbidden zone understood that it would be a feast for the strongest. Particularly, those ancient beings nearing the end of their lifespans regarded this as an opportunity for a second life. Everyone yearned for the life elixir to prolong their existence. But with many seeking it, and few available, conflict was inevitable, leading to a life-or-death struggle. Without the cultivation of a sage, one would be crushed in an instant. At this moment, within the expanse above the million mountains of the North Sea domain, the spatial entrance had expanded from its initial few miles to a staggering length of 100 miles and a breadth of several hundred zhang. The massive rift loomed in the void like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, eager to devour those who dared approach. Surrounding the entrance, powerful figures stood vigilant. A significant number of them were elderly, exuding an aura of death. They regarded one another with caution. Here, beyond oneself, all were adversaries. Faced with the allure of survival that the life-forbidden zone promised, even the closest of friends or kin could not guarantee that a dagger would not be plunged into their back. Old man, the spatial entrance should be stable now. Can we not enter and seize the treasures? In the ethereal void, Qing Huang looked at the now stabilized space with palpable excitement. Having lingered in this realm for nearly a month, her patience had worn thin. Yi Changsheng observed the lengthy rift in the sky and replied calmly, "Soon, it should be today." He paid no heed to the powerful beings gathering outside. They were merely saints and saint-kings. What truly warranted attention were those from the 4 great holy lands. He hoped they would not sneak in unnoticed. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced towards several locations in the void where indistinct figures concealed themselves. Each of these figures radiated a terrifying aura, seated within the spatial fractures. Judging solely by their presence, they were evidently stronger than him. Had it not been for his system-granted ability to see through, he might not have even noticed them. Supreme of the Netherworld, Supreme Ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land. The pinnacle of power. Cultivation level, Quasi-Emperor, 6th layer. Age, 49,991 years, excluding time spent in slumber. Ice Ancestor, Ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor of the Endless Sea. Cultivation level, Quasi-Emperor, 5th layer. Age, 49,920 years. Blood Qilin Ancestor, Ancestor of the Quasi-Emperor of the Demon God Cult. Cultivation level, Quasi-Emperor, 6th layer. Age, 49,000 years. Though the 3 formidable quasi-emperors had their eyes closed, their terrifying consciousness remained alert to the movements of the spatial entrance. The moment entry became possible, they would undoubtedly emerge at once to vie for the opportunities within the life-forbidden zone. How can there be quasi-emperors of the 5th layer and above? Yet one is missing? Although Yi Changsheng was astonished by the might of these individuals, he felt no significant dread. However, He found it curious that none from the heavenly sword Holy Land were present. As this thought crossed his mind, within the forbidden ground of the heavenly sword Holy Land, the youth clad in green slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, the void seemed to crackle with lightning. Crack, crack, boom. The jade coffin, constructed from countless spirit crystals, emitted a series of cracking sounds before shattering into pieces. Ancestor Changsheng inhaled deeply, and the fragments of the coffin melted away, transforming into rich spiritual energy that was drawn into his body. Completing this act, he extended his right hand and summoned the void. With a whoosh, a sword radiating a faint imperial aura pierced through the space, landing in his grasp. It was the imperial weapon, the heavenly sword, which had previously flown from Yi Changsheng's hands. Gently caressing the sword's body, a fierce sword intent capable of rending the heavens surged from him. He gazed toward the North Sea domain and took a step forward, vanishing from his location. In that instant, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword looked toward the forbidden ground, his eyes filled with concern. Ancestor, please do not fail. Meanwhile, in the North Sea domain, as the spatial entrance steadily stabilized, the crowd began to grow restless, their auras threatening to erupt. Yet, none dared to be the first to act. Firstly, there was the fear of unknown dangers within. After all, to be deemed a forbidden zone, one would be foolish to believe it posed no risk. Secondly, there was the apprehension that, upon making a move, those behind would strike from the shadows. As for the quasi-emperors hidden within the space, they remained patient, waiting for the spatial passage to become capable of accommodating their entry. The saints and saint kings could certainly enter. However, what would it matter if they did? If they obtained the life elixir, could they truly escape? Even if they consumed the elixir, they could refine the properties anew. Since none of my fellow Taoists wish to venture in first, I shall take on this role. An elderly woman, stooped with age, stepped forward, her eyes filled with intense longing as she gazed upon the world beyond the spatial entrance. She could hardly contain herself, as the aura of death nearly enveloped her, seemingly on the verge of passing away. With a surge of power, she unleashed her overwhelming sacred might, brandishing a shield-like sacred weapon as she charged toward the rift. Behind her, the remaining powerful figures fixed their gazes upon her, poised to follow her lead the moment she crossed the threshold. However, a few individuals bore cold expressions, their sacred weapons glowing with intent, ready to strike if she successfully entered. Yi Changsheng observed this scene with clarity, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of human hearts. Old man, should we eliminate her? If she enters, she might claim all the treasures. Qing Huang, watching the old woman, gathered a surge of energy in her hands. There's no need for us to intervene. Her fate is already sealed. Yi Changsheng shook his head. The flickering golden lightning within the spatial entrance was far from simple. Even an ordinary saint king would perish upon contact. This elderly woman was merely at the peak of the saint realm. Indeed, just as the old woman charged into the spatial entrance, poised to cross into the world beyond, a golden lightning bolt streaked across the sky, striking the sacred shield. In the next instant, both the shield and the old woman vanished into thin air. Hiss! Behind them, several powerful figures who had intended to follow trembled, their eyes filled with dread. Such terrifying golden lightning. This old woman was at the pinnacle of the saint realm, yet she dissipated without a trace. This level of power must surely be at the advanced stage of the saint king. In that moment, despair etched itself onto the faces of these individuals. Most of them were merely at the saint level, with only a handful surpassing into the realm of saint kings. Chapter 66. Yi Changsheng, the tree of life belongs to me. A group of saints and saint kings gazed at the rift in the void, their expressions grim. Having witnessed the fate of the old woman, even the ancient saint kings hesitated to take action. However, the entrance appeared stable. Could they afford to linger any longer? Some began to subtly scan the surrounding void, aware that powerful figures from the four great sacred lands must be present. Entering sooner might allow them to seize some opportunity. Delay would only lead to working for others. In one corner of the void, 5 figures stood, exuding formidable auras, the strongest among them. Esteemed companions, why don't we join forces and enter the secret realm together? Proposed a tall, robust elder. All 5 possessed the cultivation of saint kings, and their combined efforts would offer the best chance of success. Upon hearing this, the other 4 hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. They were reluctant to wait any longer. With their collective strength at the 5th or 6th level of Saint King, they should be able to break through together. Without delay, the 5 summoned their respective sacred weapons and charged towards the entrance in unison. In an instant, a majestic aura surged forth. The protective barrier formed by their 5 sacred weapons was able to withstand even the ferocious golden lightning. We did it. The 5 Saint Kings rejoiced, confident that as long as the golden lightning could not breach their defenses, they would be able to enter unharmed. Yet, in the next moment, A more brilliant flash of gold erupted from deep within the entrance. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered, and a dense fog of blood billowed forth. The 5 Saint Kings perished. The thick blood mist seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, drifting through the entrance and into the forbidden zone. Hee. Almost there. Just a little more. A faint voice echoed from the depths. We can enter now. Changsheng observed the entrance, sensing that it had stabilized completely. Rising to his full height, he stepped through the spatial rift, emerging into the realm of reality. Simultaneously, the quasi-emperors from the other 3 sacred lands revealed themselves. With 5 quasi-emperors manifesting in this space, an overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the area. Hiss! Such a terrifying presence. Quasi-emperors. 1, 2, 5 quasi-emperors. The onlooking saints were struck with astonishment. They had anticipated the arrival of powerful figures from the 4 great sacred lands, but had not expected all of them to be quasi-emperors. Even the one from Qingzhou had come. Those who had previously encountered Yi Changsheng felt a tremor in their hearts, for he was known to have slain quasi-emperors. You must be the quasi-emperor from Qingzhou, the supreme elder of the Yuming sacred land remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on Yi Changsheng. As his words fell, the quasi-emperors from the Endless Sea and the demon god cult turned their attention toward the two, their eyes gleaming with mockery and schadenfreude. The old ghost from Yuming had fallen, and they had reveled in it for days. Yi Changsheng met the supreme elder's gaze, his expression calm as he took a step forward. Indeed, it is I. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Come, let us engage. The supreme elder's eyes turned icier at Yi Changsheng's action. Was this a provocation? Yet, he seemed to hold some reservations. Casting a glance at the other 2 quasi-emperors before refraining from making a move. Both Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang were at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. Suppressing them would not be difficult for him, but the most pressing matter remained the secret realm of life. Without hesitation, he cast a deep glance at Yi Changsheng before stepping forward, heading toward the entrance. This old ghost truly had the patience. The 2 quasi-emperors from the Endless Sea and the demon god cult secretly lamented, quickly following toward the entrance. They sought to seize the opportunity while the supreme elder was preoccupied with Yi Changsheng. Before departing, the quasi-emperor from the demon god cult cast a furtive glance at Qing Huang. With his cultivation, he could discern at a glance that she was a quasi-emperor of the demon race. On the wild continent, aside from their own demon god cult, there were actually other quasi-emperors of the demon race. Moreover, the life energy radiating from her was strikingly youthful, a stark contrast to his own decaying essence. If such a quasi-emperor of the demon race could be brought back to the demon god cult, their power would surge immensely. Why the haste? This place is a fortuitous opportunity for me, but not for you. Little Qing, let us proceed. Yi Changsheng was not particularly surprised by the actions of the others, and called out to Qing Huang as they stepped into the secret realm of the life forbidden zone. Not long after they entered, a spatial passage opened above them, and the ancestor of the heavenly sword's sacred land, Qing Tsong, emerged. He surveyed the saints present before also stepping into the entrance. Within the life forbidden zone, Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang stood at the edge of the entrance, their gazes sweeping over the secret realm. At the center stood the Tree of Life, alongside another colossal divine tree that dwarfed even the Tree of Life. The massive trunk of this divine tree resembled the walls of an ancient god city, its crown piercing the heavens, seemingly without end. Master, why are there 2 trees? A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. 2 trees of life. However, he did not sense the same essence of life emanating from the larger divine tree. Ding! The tree deep within the forbidden zone is the world tree. The host has obtained the seed of both trees and can cultivate a complete world. So it is the world tree? Yi Changsheng stared in astonishment at the divine tree in the depths of the secret realm. What a remarkable coincidence. The Tree of Life and the World Tree. The supreme elder of Yuming and the others were equally awestruck by the sight of the 2 divine trees. Suddenly, the 3 quasi-emperors launched simultaneous attacks, invoking terrifying quasi-emperor principles as they reached for the Tree of Life. Although both trees were celestial roots, they understood better what they truly desired. 3 enormous hands descended from the space, seemingly attempting to uproot the Tree of Life. Yi Changsheng observed this scene without haste. For in his eyes, the Tree of Life was far from ordinary. Tree of Life, celestial root. Possessing the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 8th level, currently limited to the 7th level due to certain reasons. Its power was not inferior to that of these 3 quasi-emperors. Indeed, just as the 3 hands were about to grasp it, an ancient human face emerged upon the massive trunk of the Tree of Life. Humans, you dare to be reckless. The face glared coldly, erupting with an angry roar as 3 pillar-like branches swung forth, effortlessly shattering the 3 hands. We merely wish to borrow some seeds of life from the tree. The quasi-emperors from the Endless Sea and the demon god cult declared coldly, having summoned their imperial weapons. If you willingly surrender them, we have no desire to harm you. Seeing their attack thwarted, the Supreme Elder of Yuming also produced a yin-yang mirror, emanating imperial might. This was a relic he had summoned back using secret methods after his revival. Do you seek the source of life? That is utterly impossible. The visage of the divine tree of life manifested a countenance of extreme fury. This source of life was cultivated from its own essence, and losing it would inflict profound harm upon itself. Nevertheless, despite its ire, it refrained from making any further moves, wary of the imperial weapons wielded by the few individuals before it. With their possession of imperial weapons and their formidable cultivation at the 5th and 6th layers of the semi-emperor realm, it feared they might pose a challenge. Then do not blame us, they shouted in unison, their imperial weapons radiating terrifying power, poised to seize the divine tree of life. However, just as they readied their attack, a faint voice interrupted. Hey, have you forgotten there are still 2 of us here? Excluding us from the fight for the divine tree seems rather improper. Does it not? Changsheng fixed his gaze upon the trio, determined to protect the divine tree from their destruction. Chapter 67. The Emperor Realm, a wave of the hand to annihilate the semi-emperors. As Changsheng's voice echoed, the 3 individuals paused, casting their eyes downward. Humph. Do you think with your mere 3rd layer of semi-emperor cultivation, you can lay claim to the divine tree of life? The Supreme of the Underworld spoke first, noting that if not for the other 2 semi-emperors present, he would have long since suppressed the intruder. Even with 2 others at his side, what could a mere 3rd layer accomplish? With his cultivation at the 6th layer of semi-emperor, he could easily suppress them with minimal effort. The other 2 semi-emperors also cast glances filled with cold light. The significance of the divine tree of life was self-evident, and with 1 more person in contention, their share would diminish further. The divine tree of life is fated to be mine, Changsheng proclaimed casually. Indeed, all treasures here are fated to us, Qing Wang chimed in, her gaze towards Changsheng filled with admiration. Look, the master is indeed the master, speaking of the contest for treasures in such a refreshing manner. Fated to you? Ha ha. I shall see what kind of fate you possess, the Supreme of the Underworld retorted angrily, then turned to the 2 other semi-emperors. My friends, let us first deal with this young one. Otherwise, if we are harmed in our pursuit of the divine tree, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. At these words, the 2 semi-emperors exchanged glances filled with icy resolve. The opportunity presented by the divine tree of life could not be jeopardized. Then let us strike together. The essence of this young semi-emperor can also provide our ancestor with some life energy. The 3 semi-emperors simultaneously summoned their imperial weapons, ready to eliminate Changsheng with a single blow. The yin-yang mirror of the underworld, the blood jade qilin of the demon god sect, and the sea-settling divine needle of the endless sea descended, unleashing a terrifying force that shook the very fabric of the secret realm, as if it could not withstand the impending destruction. Meanwhile, the visage of the divine tree of life flickered with a hint of trepidation, its roots quivering as if contemplating flight. It was astonished by the might displayed by the 3 imperial weapons, with 3 powerful semi-emperors above the 5th layer. Even its 7th layer of semi-emperor strength would struggle to contend. Here it comes. Changsheng faced the descending imperial weapons without panic, calmly shielding Qing Huang behind him. The next moment, a voice from the system resonated within him. Ding! Detecting that the host is under attack. The highest cultivation of the attackers is semi-emperor 6th layer. Passive trigger. Host gains cultivation at the 6th layer of the emperor realm. With the system's proclamation, a subtle humming filled the air, and an extraordinary aura surged from Changsheng. The profound principles of the emperor's way enveloped him, and golden lotuses manifested in the void. Is this the essence of the emperor? Changsheng clenched his fist, feeling as though he had undergone a transformation, an elevation of existence. A sensation of dominion over all things rose from within him. Raising his gaze to the 3 imperial weapons, he lifted his right hand and lightly pointed. There was no grand commotion, nor cataclysmic spectacle. Yet, in that instant, the 3 descending imperial weapons suddenly froze in midair, unable to descend a fraction further, as if an invisible hand was holding them aloft. Boom! The 3 imperial weapons, sensing peril, trembled violently, their inner deities beginning to awaken, shadowy figures emerging. These 3 figures stood atop the weapons, gazing intently at Changsheng, their presence reminiscent of the divine might they once served. However, in this fractured realm of principles, how could an emperor possibly emerge? What? Do you wish to challenge me? Changsheng's gaze emanated an air of authority, his calm tone sending tremors through the 3 divine beings above. They were but weapons, charged with countless years of energy. If the opponent were merely a semi-emperor, perhaps they could deliver a single blow upon revival. But to strike against an emperor? They would be courting annihilation. Salutations to the emperor. The 3 figures in the void bowed, not daring to show any disrespect. Suppression. Yi Changsheng uttered a single word, and with his command, the three divine figures were scattered, while the void descended with the symbols of the Great Path, sealing them away. The imperial weapons ceased their trembling, their radiance dimming. With a gesture, the three weapons floated before him, drawn into his inner space. After completing this, he finally turned his gaze toward the three semi-emperors of the sacred ground. Step, step, step. The three semi-emperors stood paralyzed by the earlier scene, still in shock. Now, upon meeting Yi Changsheng's gaze, they instinctively retreated several steps. Their faces were filled with horror. The pure imperial might they had just witnessed, combined with the words from the three divine beings, all told a terrifying truth. The opponent was an unparalleled emperor. How is this possible? Yet, the three imperial weapons, having accompanied an emperor through countless battles, would never mistake their recognition. Earlier, did you claim you would refine my imperial blood? Yi Changsheng spoke softly. I did not. The three, now terrified, wished to retort, yet the words failed to escape their lips. In the spirit of reciprocity, you shall receive a strike from me. If you survive, I shall let you go. Yi Changsheng extended his palm toward them. Boom. The void trembled, and before the three could react, the space beneath them collapsed instantaneously. We are the ancestors of the sacred ground. Our forebear was an emperor, and we have bestowed protection upon this realm. We beseech the emperor for mercy. No, spare us. In an instant, they were overwhelmed with terror, crying out for mercy. Yet, Yi Changsheng remained unmoved, closing his hand as the collapsing space was entirely obliterated. Along with it vanished the three semi-emperors, leaving only a small pool of golden blood floating in the void. This was the essence left behind by the three semi-emperors. Yi Changsheng waved his hand to collect the essence, stepping forward to stand before the divine tree of life, his gaze assessing the celestial root. However, as he scrutinized it, his brow furrowed in sudden concern. The divine tree of life, as a being of vitality, should radiate strength, yet it emanated a sense of frailty that unsettled him. Chapter 68. Subjugating the divine tree of life, a being suppressed beneath the world tree. Emperor. The little tree pays homage to the emperor. The tree of life trembled, its visage betraying a palpable fear as it beheld the terrifying presence before it. It vividly recalled the words of this emperor, who had previously declared an intention to divide it. Though it considered itself a titan of the world, capable of wielding the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 7th level, such power was utterly insignificant in the face of an emperor who could extinguish it with but a flick of a finger. Am I truly that formidable? Yi Changsheng pondered, observing the quaking tree of life with a furrowed brow. The tree, taken aback by the question, thought, not frightening? Just moments ago, you annihilated 3 quasi-emperor titans with a mere wave of your hand. They were quasi-emperors, not mere weeds by the roadside. Yet, despite its thoughts, it dared not voice them. As the tree of life, having lived for countless years, it had no desire to end its existence just yet. With an expression of reverence, it respectfully addressed, Great Emperor, as the supreme being of this realm, all spirits of the world must show you deference. Oh, is that so? Yi Changsheng replied, surprised that the tree of life possessed such flattery. Before the tree could continue, Yi Changsheng interrupted with a wave of his hand, fixing his gaze upon the visage formed by the tree. I ask you, as the tree of life, a spiritual root nurtured by the heavens, how is it that your vitality appears so feeble? Surely, you are not an impostor? Upon hearing this, the tree of life quivered, fear evident within its form. Great Emperor, there is a reason. Something is gnawing at my vitality, which has led to my current state. Something is devouring your vitality? Yi Changsheng paused, then unleashed a terrifying surge of divine consciousness that penetrated the tree of life's very being. Once inside, this consciousness manifested as Yi Changsheng himself. Before him lay a verdant expanse brimming with rich life force. A mere breath of it could extend a mortal's lifespan by a century. At the center of this space pulsed a massive green heart, the very source of this vitality, the heart of the tree of life. However, seated atop this heart was a blurred figure. Each breath it took siphoning away a considerable amount of life energy from the surroundings. Sensing an intruder, the indistinct figure opened its eyes, unleashing a tempest of divine consciousness that surged toward Yi Changsheng. Humph. With a mere cold snort, Yi Changsheng dispelled the oncoming storm effortlessly. The figure, sensing its imminent doom, flashed a look of fear and dissipated into wisps of smoke in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, before Yi Changsheng, it stood no chance. With a mere clench of his hand, the space around the figure transformed into a prison, ensnaring the smoke within. As the smoke coalesced once more, it materialized into the indistinct figure, now gazing at Yi Changsheng with palpable dread. Yi Changsheng scrutinized the imprisoned figure, a contemplative expression crossing his features. He sensed a trace of imperial energy emanating from it, stronger than that of a quasi-emperor, yet not reaching the level of an emperor. a remnant of a fallen emperor's consciousness. How intriguing. After ensuring no anomalies lingered in the surrounding space, he exited with the captured figure. Outside, the moment Yi Changsheng imprisoned the indistinct figure, a powerful aura erupted from the Tree of Life, freed from the relentless draining of the blurred entity. It would soon restore its strength to the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor, given its profound roots. Thank you, Great Emperor. The Tree of Life expressed its gratitude, its visage radiating respect towards Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, responding coolly, "Now that the threat has been eliminated, you shall accompany me henceforth." Accompany the Great Emperor? The Tree of Life was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, exclaiming respectfully, "I shall obey your command, Great Emperor. Being by your side is the highest honor." "Very well," Yi Changsheng replied, satisfied, glancing at the towering form of the Tree of Life. "Can you assume a humanoid form?" "Great Emperor, as a spiritual root nurtured by the heavens, I cannot take on a human shape unless I relinquish this form. However, I can minimize my size." The Tree of Life responded with reverence. A lush green light enveloped the tree, and in a flurry of transformation, its immense form swiftly shrank. Ultimately, a petite tree, only a meter tall and resembling a jade sculpture, stood before him. Its roots lifted from the earth, standing upright like a human. Observing this transformation, Yi Changsheng mused, "The heavens grant them extensive lifespans, yet strip them of the ability to take form. Truly, is the universe fair? Great Emperor, I have a request." The Tree of Life suddenly spoke. What is it?" Yi Changsheng inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Hey, little tree, do you not think you are being rather audacious?" Qing Huang interjected, her voice laced with hostility as she regarded the Tree of Life. "This creature cannot even assume a form. And yet it shrinks so much. Surely it does not intend to vie for my favor." She felt her status threatened. The Tree of Life glanced between Qing Huang and Yi Changsheng, momentarily at a loss for words. "Speak freely," Yi Changsheng encouraged, gesturing for Qing Huang to remain silent. "Great Emperor, do you see that tree deep within the forbidden area? That is the world tree. Beneath it lies a terrifying existence that I dare suggest you subdue. If possible, please also accept the world tree," the Tree of Life implored, pointing toward the depths of the forbidden area. Having been nurtured alongside the world tree, the Tree of Life shared a profound bond with it, having lived side by side for countless years. Now that it had aligned with the Great Emperor, it naturally hoped for Yi Changsheng to take the world tree as well. Qing Huang, overhearing this, felt an intense bitterness. This wooden creature even wished to bring its family along. Yi Changsheng, oblivious to Qing Huang's agitation, directed his gaze toward the world tree in the depths of the forbidden area, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. Even without the Tree of Life's request, he intended to claim the world tree, as he sought to cultivate a complete world. How could he possibly forego the source of the world tree? Yet, he had not anticipated that something horrifying lay suppressed beneath the world tree. Suddenly, he recalled the aura he sensed earlier while outside. "Let us see what lies beneath," he thought, a smile curving his lips as he addressed both the Tree of Life and Qing Huang. "Stay here, I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped forward, vanishing into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood before the world tree. The world tree was even grander and more powerful than the Tree of Life, emanating an aura that, in Yi Changsheng's eyes, possessed at least the strength of a peak quasi-emperor. The surrounding void, influenced by its presence, birthed and obliterated small worlds in a continuous cycle, embodying a profound understanding of the great principles of existence. Were an ordinary quasi-emperor to stumble into this, they might inadvertently perish alongside those miniature worlds. However, such a fate was of no concern to Yi Changsheng. As his divine consciousness swept through the area, he indeed discovered a cavern deep beneath the surface. With a single step, he traversed through the ephemeral realm surrounding him as if it were not. In the next moment, he found himself within a cavern. The altar, the obsidian coffin, and the figure seated upon it came into view. Chapter 69, The Past of the Spirit Emperor. A peak quasi-emperor, an alternative path to enlightenment? Yi Changsheng's gaze fell upon the figure meditating atop the black coffin, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. She was a celestial beauty clad in a simple robe, her features exquisitely crafted, yet lacking the typical softness of ordinary women, instead exuding a sense of heroic spirit. Even with her eyes tightly shut, she possessed an air of unparalleled confidence, as if she were destined to dominate the cosmos. Alas, she had already fallen. Yi Changsheng shook his head. He sensed no trace of vitality emanating from this quasi-emperor, clearly a victim of mortality. However, despite the absence of life, there seemed to linger a faint resonance within her skull. With a flick of his finger, a delicate golden light penetrated her forehead. Instantly, a series of images materialized, chronicling the life of this quasi-emperor. Her name was Ling Ju Tian, born 400,000 years ago, at a time when the heavens and earth had transformed. There were whispers that a great emperor traversing the path had breached some forbidden taboo, inciting the heavenly laws to impose punishment and sever the path of imperial ascension. This notion was widely accepted among the myriad factions of the continent, for historical records indicated that all who sought enlightenment in the wilderness mysteriously vanished upon attaining peak power. The whereabouts of these vanishing emperors remained unknown, and most never returned. Even those who did reappear in the wilderness soon succumbed to the cycle of transcendence. Since the last emperor's disappearance, no one had been able to achieve enlightenment again. Yet Ling Tian was a prodigious talent from birth. At the age of 3, she attracted spiritual energy into her body. By 4, she possessed the strength to move mountains. At 6, she attained the Purple Mansion realm, and by 11, she had pierced the void. Unmatched among her contemporaries, she was resolute in her quest for enlightenment, aspiring to become a supreme emperor and reign over the wilderness. In the span of 5 millennia, she ascended to the 9th tier of quasi-emperors, standing at the pinnacle of power. Such a record surpassed even some emperors. It was then that she faintly discerned the fate of the emperors, a blood-soaked heavenly road, one that even emperors had to tread with bloodshed. Though the reasons for the emperor's relentless pursuit remained unclear, she harbored the possibility of experiencing a similar fate. She continued her rigorous cultivation, yearning to break through that barrier and truly enter the realm of emperors. Sadly, the world had shifted, even with her perfected cultivation and peak combat prowess. She could not attract the imperial tribulation. Unyielding, she sought to walk the path trodden by the emperors, hoping to uncover the truth and seize the opportunity for imperial ascension. However, before she could embark, 2 figures emerged from that very path. They were 2 remnants of emperors, severed from the great Tao, exuding an aura foreign to this world. The moment the remnants appeared, they unleashed a boundless slaughter, sacrificing myriad spirits, seemingly intending to use their lifeblood to reclaim their former heights. In mere moments, countless beings perished. Hearing the anguished wails of the spirits, she emerged from her secluded retreat and engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 remnants. They attempted to persuade her to join their ranks, but she resolutely refused. She sought enlightenment, but not in such a manner. Yet, as merely a peak quasi-emperor, she was ill-equipped to confront them despite their severed paths. Ultimately, she ignited everything within her, her great Tao, her life. All that she was, allowing her to achieve an alternative path to enlightenment and suppress the 2 remnants. However, it was merely a suppression. Even with this alternative path, she could not eliminate them. As the vision concluded, Changsheng regarded the seated celestial maiden with a complex expression. The spirit emperor, even without having truly attained enlightenment, was worthy of the title. He extended his hand, summoning a glimmer of light to escape the spirit emperor's mind. The light transformed in midair into a spectral figure, resembling the spirit emperor. This was the last vestige of her true spirit. Her eyes, void of life, gazed blankly at her surroundings, as if she had lost all sentience. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the black coffin upon the altar, her previously vacant expression suddenly ignited with an unusual brilliance. An intruder, a slaughterer of myriad spirits. Suppress, suppress. The spectral figure, in a daze, approached the black coffin, murmuring incessantly the word suppress. It seemed to be an obsession ingrained in her very bones. Even in death, with only the last flicker of her true spirit remaining, and despite having lost her intellect, the mere sight of the black coffin instinctively compelled her to suppress it. Yet, at that moment, she was but a shadow, devoid of the might she once possessed. With each step, the apparition faded further, her last remnant of true spirit on the verge of dissipating. In the sealed underground space, a sound akin to wine began to echo. A wave of sorrow enveloped his heart, even affecting Changsheng. As he beheld the impending dissolution of this true spirit, he swiftly waved his right hand, gathering her essence along with her corporeal form. If nurtured properly, this true spirit might yet have a chance at reincarnation. Having accomplished this, his gaze fell upon the 3-zhong black coffin upon the altar, frigid as ice. An intruder, indeed. Within, he glimpsed a sea of crimson, the wails of myriad spirits rising in lamentation. An unfathomable aura of malevolence pervaded, as if it were the most sinister existence in the world. And now, with the spirit emperor's suppression absent, the Tao patterns inscribed upon the black coffin rapidly dimmed and vanished. A terrifying essence began to awaken within the coffin. Ha ha! This seat has finally been reborn. The spirit emperor, I wonder if you will regret having rejected me back then? The black coffin erupted, and a gaunt figure emerged, a frail old man clad in black robes, his white hair contrasting sharply as he laughed maniacally, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. However, his laughter soon ceased upon noticing Changsheng standing not far away. Who are you? Where is the spirit emperor? The black-robed old man surveyed his surroundings, his expression swiftly turning cold, an overwhelming pressure emanating toward Yi Changsheng. He had sensed the spirit emperor's aura dissipate and assumed she had perished completely. Yet it appeared that was not the case, for he did not see the imperial body of the spirit emperor. Even in death, the imperial body should remain. The only possibility was that this white-haired old man had taken her. Yet, as he scrutinized Yi Changsheng, he suddenly found himself unable to discern his realm. How is this possible? He is an emperor, even severed from the great Tao. He should have been able to see through anyone whose realm did not surpass his own too greatly. Could it be? A thought flickered in the black-robed old man's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. There could be no more emperors born in this world. Chapter 70. The Fall of the Black-Robed Remnant Emperor, the Terrifying Unknown Existence. Hee. Yi Changsheng chuckled softly. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for another emperor to arise in the wilderness. However, he was not bound by such limitations. Fixing his gaze upon the black-robed remnant emperor, his expression gradually grew colder. You are not of this world. From whence do you hail? The black-robed remnant emperor's complexion shifted slightly at these words. He had made every effort to conceal his aura, so how had he been discovered? Yet, in the next moment, he regained his composure. If the other truly was an emperor, then such insight was not surprising. From where this seed hails is not something a blood-soaked wretch like you can comprehend. The black-robed remnant emperor scoffed. Even suspecting that Yi Changsheng might be an emperor, he did not appear overly fearful. He still had his trump cards. A blood-soaked wretch? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the implications. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities with you. I intend to depart now, and you would do well not to obstruct me. The black-robed remnant emperor let out a cold snort, seemingly unwilling to linger on this matter. Depart? Huh? Do you truly believe you can leave here unscathed? Yi Changsheng scoffed at the sight of the other preparing to leave. He had come to suppress him. And after delving into the memories of the spirit emperor, it was now even more impossible for him to let go. You wish to keep me here? You may not possess the capability to do so. The black-robed remnant emperor scoffed coldly. What if the other party were an emperor? In this world, isolated from the great Tao, he was likely just a flawed emperor who had forcibly broken through, not significantly stronger than himself. Moreover, he had set up measures long ago when the seals began to weaken 10,000 years ago. Now that he was breaking free, it was time to reap the harvest. His thoughts stirred as he began to summon something within his mind. Yi Changsheng did not hinder him. Rather, he watched with keen interest as the other performed. Yet, after a brief moment, the surroundings remained unchanged, without the slightest alteration. The black-robed remnant emperor's expression turned grim. How could this be? Where's my separated avatar? Although the connection was severed due to the spirit emperor's suppression, he had left a contingency on his avatar. As long as he used a secret method to summon it, it would undoubtedly return, bringing him a wealth of vitality. Are you searching for him? In Yi Changsheng's hand appeared a confined space, within which lay a blurred figure, the very one he had extracted from the body of the Tree of Life. It's impossible. How could my avatar be in your possession? The black-robed remnant emperor's face changed drastically as he beheld the imprisoned shadow. Initially, he had hoped to recover to peak condition with the massive vitality brought back by his avatar, thus gaining the strength to counter Yi Changsheng. However, he never anticipated that his avatar had already been captured by the other. Flee. This single thought consumed his mind. Gathering all his imperial might, he struck out a palm towards Yi Changsheng, then shattered the space, vanishing in an instant. Can you truly escape? Yi Changsheng waved away the black-robed remnant emperor's attack, then reached out towards the direction he had fled. In the external world, as the black-robed remnant emperor's figure emerged into the space, he prepared to tear through the fabric of reality once more. However, at that moment, the void behind him shattered, and a terrifying dark azure hand extended forth, aiming directly at him. Insolence! Do you truly think you can suppress me with a mere wave of your hand? The black-robed remnant emperor's fury surged. Yi Changsheng had not pursued him, but instead attempted to suppress him from afar. After all, he had once been a great emperor. This was an utter humiliation. Yet, despite his rage, he dared not halt his flight, and chose instead to continue his escape. Having lost the vitality stored within his spiritual avatar, he was simply no match for his opponent. However, his desire to flee was thwarted by the azure hand that offered him no opportunity. No matter how he attempted to escape, whether by employing secret techniques to traverse time and space or harnessing the divine rainbow to traverse heaven and earth, he could not evade the grasp of the great hand. No, this is impossible. You are an unparalleled emperor. The black-robed remnant emperor gazed at the azure hand that overshadowed the entire sky, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The other party was not as he had presumed. Rather, he was an extraordinary emperor. How could this be? In the next moment, the great hand descended, capturing him within its grasp before withdrawing back into the space. Within the subterranean realm of the world tree, Changsheng retracted his palm, holding within it the imprisoned figure of the black-robed remnant emperor. You cannot kill me. The black-robed remnant emperor, struck with terror, looked at Changsheng and exclaimed, "Oh, pray tell me why." Changsheng replied coolly. Although he had already condemned the other to death in his heart, he was curious to hear how he might attempt to save himself. The black-robed remnant emperor, filled with elation as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, cried out, "I am a celestial sovereign." Boom. It seemed he had touched upon a taboo. Before he could finish his sentence, his entire being exploded, his imperial body and divine soul utterly obliterated, dying beyond any hope of revival. This. Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of power is this? Merely mentioning a name, and a dignified emperor perished in such a manner. He did not believe that the celestial sovereign the black-robed remnant emperor referred to was himself, but rather someone behind him. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Could it be related to the celestial path in the memories of the spirit emperor? Releasing his grip, the black-robed remnant emperor, now reduced to a handful of ashes, scattered upon the ground. With a swift motion, he obliterated the subterranean space entirely. Having completed these actions, he vanished, arriving before the world tree. I pay my respects to the emperor. A massive visage of an elder appeared upon the trunk of the world tree, now respectfully bowing to Changsheng. Changsheng waved his hand dismissively and stated directly, "Do you wish to accompany me? It is an immense honor for this small tree to follow the great emperor." The world tree responded promptly, its demeanor reflecting profound reverence. "Very well, then let us depart together." Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning towards the entrance of the space, deeming this expedition to be flawless. "Yes, great emperor," the world tree replied with utmost respect. Then, its trunk radiated a brilliant glow, gradually shrinking until it matched the size of the tree of life. "Let us go," Changsheng uttered, taking a step forward, disappearing from sight, and reappearing before the Qingyuan. Behind him, the world tree moved its two stout roots, following closely behind. The tree of life first bowed to Changsheng, then turned to the world tree behind and said, "World, you have arrived." The world tree surveyed the tree of life and suddenly remarked, "Life, the hidden dangers within you have dissipated." It was the great emperor who acted to eliminate the threat. The tree of life regarded Changsheng with reverence. This small tree thanks the great emperor for aiding in the removal of the peril. The world tree suddenly bowed towards Changsheng, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Having coexisted with the tree of life for countless years, their bond was profound. Now that Changsheng had eradicated the hidden danger within, it was only natural that it felt immense gratitude. "No need for thanks," Changsheng replied nonchalantly, as this matter had merely been a trivial act for him. Meanwhile, in the Million Mountains of the North Sea domain, the vicinity of the enormous spatial entrance was already devoid of life. The saints and holy kings who had arrived earlier had vanished without a trace. 100,000 miles away, a blood-colored figure stood, surrounded by a number of human skins on the ground. Upon closer inspection, these were unmistakably the skins of the aforementioned saints and holy kings. The blood ancestor cast his gaze towards the spatial entrance, his expression darkening. That black-robed fellow has actually fallen. Chapter 71, The Fall of the Blood Ancestor. The blood ancestor's gaze grew heavy. Over 300,000 years ago, he and the black-robed remnant emperor had ventured to the untamed continent, intending to refine the beings of the continent to achieve enlightenment once more. Who would have thought that this world could still produce a prodigy as stunning as the spirit emperor? With his peak quasi-emperor cultivation, he had subdued both of them. He had been sealed within the untamed continent, while that black-robed fellow was pulled into the forbidden zone of life. Unexpectedly, now that he had escaped, the black-robed fellow had met his demise. In the past, the spirit emperor's alternative path to enlightenment had only been able to suppress them, not annihilate them. Who could have killed him? A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, an ominous intuition hinting at impending calamity. Cursed be it. Could it be that a supreme being has emerged in this world? His countenance darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he tore open a rift in space, intent on fleeing the scene. Did he not think it a tad too late to contemplate escape now? Several figures materialized ahead, obstructing his path. Changsheng regarded the blood ancestor with indifference, effortlessly dismantling the rift he had created. "Who are you? Why do you impede my passage?" The blood ancestor retreated a few steps, eyeing the four figures that had appeared with trepidation. One human, one demon, and two ancient trees. His gaze lingered on Changsheng. Though his cultivation had only returned to the great sage realm, his soul exceeded that of a quasi-emperor. He could discern that 3 of the figures were quasi-emperors. Yet the human eluded his comprehension, emanating a tremendous pressure. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed in horror, it was you who killed the black robe? A glance at the life-divine tree trailing behind Changsheng solidified his suspicions. In an instant, he felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. The life-forbidden zone had descended. Rather than entering, he chose to lie and wait outside, hoping to ambush the quasi-emperors of the four great holy lands when they emerged alone. Little did he expect to encounter such a behemoth instead. The black robe had indeed been obliterated. Changsheng spoke calmly, his gaze on the blood ancestor revealing a hint of surprise. From the memories of the spirit emperor, he learned that two remnants of emperors had descended from beyond the heavens, both subdued by her. Now that the black robe remnant had perished, only one remained. He had intended to resolve the matter effortlessly, but to his astonishment, this creature had escaped confinement and made its way to the northern underworld domain. A glance at the human skin on the ground confirmed his thoughts. Evidently, the recent turmoil in the eastern wilderness and northern underworld had been instigated by this being. Just freed, and already consuming the blood of powerful beings, the audacity. Nonetheless, it was time to put an end to this. He extended his hand towards the blood ancestor, prepared to conclude the matter once and for all. Under his palm, the space began to peel away, entrapping the blood ancestor within. You cannot kill me. This is great karma that you cannot bear, the blood ancestor exclaimed in panic, his movements restricted, as the shadow of death loomed over him. In that moment, Changsheng sensed an undeniable imperial might emanating from his hand. This was a true emperor, an unblemished one. Karma? If this emperor were fearful of such things, he would not have slain the black robe. Changsheng's expression remained unfazed, unperturbed, as he continued to press downward. The peeling space began to collapse, destined for oblivion. Ha! You shall not have a favorable outcome. I shall await you in the cycle of reincarnation. Observing Changsheng's resoluteness, the blood ancestor realized his fate was sealed and ceased his struggles, instead erupting into maniacal laughter. Reincarnation? Humph! Changsheng scoffed disdainfully, his descending hand manifesting the laws of the emperor, obliterating the space along with the ensnared blood ancestor. His flesh was refined into pure blood, and his soul transformed into a liquid imbued with the essence of spirit. Reincarnation? Now he had no chance for that. How terrifying. Truly, he was an emperor. The two divine trees gazed in astonishment, recognizing that the blood-haired youth possessed an emperor-level soul, likely on par with the one suppressed in the Forbidden Zone. Yet, such an existence, under the might of the emperor, was rendered utterly incapable of resistance. Both his cultivation and imperial soul had been refined. Master, allow me to have this. The phoenix exclaimed, eyeing the soul liquid with envy, leaning in eagerly to consume it. The two divine trees behind also radiated a palpable desire. Who would not wish for the divine liquid born of an emperor-level soul? In comparison, mere blood was far inferior. Step aside, giving it to you would be a waste. Changsheng brusquely pushed the phoenix away, then collected the soul liquid along with the blood. So stingy. The phoenix pouted, retreating while muttering under its breath. This item is of no use to you. Return, and the master shall help you advance. Changsheng paid no heed to the phoenix's words, replying casually. Really? Ha! My master is so kind. The phoenix's demeanor transformed instantly, racing back to Changsheng's side, vigorously shaking his arm. All right, enough of this. Changsheng pushed the creature away without mercy. Shaking his arm, which ached slightly, he felt a surge of exasperation, suspecting that this little rascal was not merely being affectionate, but attempting to wrench his arm off. Once more, his gaze swept the surroundings, ensuring nothing was amiss before he waved his hand to construct a spatial passage, leading several individuals onward. However, the destination of this passage was not the Xuantian Sword Sect, but the colossal entity that loomed over the northern underworld domain, the Yuming Holy Land. At that moment, deep within the Forbidden Zone, the Lord of Yuming sat slumped on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, lacking the authority befitting a holy land's ruler. He cradled a shattered soul lamp in his hands, murmuring incessantly, "It's over, the Yuming Holy Land is finished." Beside him, the Black Dragon, tasked with guarding two grand graves, stood pale-faced and dazed. Not long ago, he had discovered that the soul lamp of his ancestral patriarch had shattered and had promptly informed the Lord to come at once. It was not merely extinguished. It was utterly destroyed. He understood what this signified in his heart. The patriarch had perished, completely dead. Even the soul lamp had been affected and shattered. This time, the Yuming Holy Land was truly finished. Its foundation obliterated. Even the emperor weapon had been lost. Even if Qingzhou did not come seeking them, the other three holy lands would strip them bare. Black Dragon, relay this message. All elders within the Holy Land must immediately relocate the disciples. The Yuming Holy Land is to be relocated. The Lord of Yuming spoke hoarsely, his voice strained. Chapter 72, The Flight from the Yuming Holy Land. Upon hearing the Lord of Yuming's words, The black dragon snapped back to reality from his stupor, his expression one of astonishment. "Yes, sir. Did you say what I think you said? The Holy Land is to be relocated?" His eyes brimmed with disbelief. The Yuming Holy Land had been established since the Emperor's founding, with generations having cultivated there for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now they were to uproot? Follow the Lord's orders. Do you wish for the Holy Land to perish? The Lord of Yuming's eyes turned crimson, his expression contorting into something fierce. He regarded the black dragon without concern for the latter's superior cultivation. The Yuming Holy Land still controlled a small world, a legacy left by the Emperor, complete with an imperial-grade defensive array. Within, there were no treasures, but it served as the Holy Land's last bastion, a safe haven in times of dire crisis. Little did he expect it would actually come to this. "Understood, my lord." The black dragon, disregarding the lord's demeanor, promptly affirmed and hurriedly set about making arrangements. His original duty was to guard the two ancestors, but with their demise, he was free to leave this place. After the black dragon departed, only the Lord of Yuming remained, sitting in silence on the ground, gazing at the fragments of the soul lamp in a daze. Ever since the emergence of the Sun Emperor's imperial tomb, the Yuming Holy Land had faced numerous calamities. Now, even the quasi-emperor ancestors, the very foundation of the Holy Land, had all perished. "I am the sinner of the Holy Land," the Lord of the Netherworld spoke in a hoarse voice, contemplating that perhaps if he had prevented the great sage of the Netherworld from venturing to Qingzhou, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. However, in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. The Netherworld's sacred land must not be destroyed under his watch, as long as they lay low. In the span of several tens of thousands of years, a quasi-emperor would undoubtedly rise again. At that time, they would still stand among the four great sacred lands. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward a forbidding area within the sacred land. Soon, he arrived before a colossal portal deep within the sacred land. The pale golden gate, forged from an unknown divine metal, was inscribed with numerous runes and formations, appearing utterly indestructible. This was the repository of the Netherworld's sacred land, containing the accumulation of several 100,000 years. At the entrance to the treasury, two elders of the Inquiry realm stood guard, their hidden auras radiating a sense of terrifying power. "Greetings, sacred lord." At that moment, the two elders on duty hastily approached to pay their respects upon seeing their lord. "Open the treasury," the Lord of the Netherworld commanded coldly, instructing the two to unlock the vault. "Yes, sacred lord." The elders exchanged a glance, each retrieving a token, which they then sent forth toward the grand entrance of the treasury. The moment the tokens made contact with the portal, two runes floated out and merged into the door. With a series of clicks, intricate patterns of Tao light illuminated the treasury door, which then began to open slowly. Upon witnessing this, the Lord of the Netherworld stepped past the elders and entered the treasury directly. The two elders exchanged glances, sensing that their lord was somewhat amiss today. The violent aura emanating from him made their hearts tremble. Inside the treasury, the space was immensely vast, akin to a miniature world. The ground, paved with spirit jade, was laden with countless shelves holding numerous jade boxes, elixirs, and spirit herbs. Additionally, an abundance of magical artifacts lay strewn about like refuse, alongside towering piles of spirit stones. The air was saturated with rich spiritual energy, continuously nourishing all the treasures within the vault. The Lord of the Netherworld paid no heed to these items, advancing straight toward the inner sanctum of the treasury. The treasures on the outer layer were mere trinkets beneath the rank of saints. It was the inner sanctum that housed the truly precious resources of the Netherworld's sacred land. Before long, he arrived at a smaller portal deep within the treasury. This portal, while similar to the grand entrance, was even sturdier, adorned with more intricate patterns and reinforced by the blessings of the sacred land's quasi-emperors. The Lord of the Netherworld took out his sacred lord token and infused it into the portal. After a flash of light, the portal opened, and he stepped inside. The inner sanctum was a smaller space, far from the vastness of the outer layer. Yet any single treasure within was worth more than all the resources in the outer layer combined. Here lay resources above the rank of saints, magical artifacts, sacred medicines, spirit crystals, and more. Remarkably, there were even two quasi-emperor weapons. Gazing at the wealth of treasures surrounding him, the Lord of the Netherworld wasted no time. Unleashing his inner world and commencing a tempestuous sweep, one by one, magical artifacts, sacred medicines, and mountains of spirit crystals were drawn into his inner world. Before long, the inner sanctum was entirely emptied. Subsequently, he returned to the outer layer of the treasury and repeated his actions, clearing away all the resources piled there as well. This scene left the two elders guarding the treasury utterly dumbfounded. "Sacred Lord, what is happening? Has he gone mad?" They were perplexed by the Lord of the Netherworld's actions, as they had not yet received news of the sacred land's relocation. However, Being the sacred lord, they could not stop him. Meanwhile, outside, the disciples of the sacred land were already in an uproar. What? The sacred land is relocating? How can this be? Why? They questioned, fearing that the sacred land was facing some great enemy. Impossible. The sacred land is protected by powerful beings, with numerous saintly leaders. How could anyone threaten it? Indeed, I heard a long time ago that an ancient clan foolishly offended the sacred land, and what happened? They were annihilated. Exactly. Summon the ancestors, just like last time. We can wipe them out. Yes, we shall not leave. In an instant, the disciples of the sacred land were embroiled in heated discussions, all failing to comprehend the decision to relocate. What a jest. This is the Netherworld's sacred land, one of the four mightiest forces of the wilderness, the legacy of emperors. How could they abandon their ancestral ground, appearing as if they were fleeing? Such a notion was unacceptable to those who prided themselves on their elevated status as disciples of the sacred land. Just the day before, they had been regarded as esteemed disciples in the eyes of the world. Now, they were to become like lost dogs. However, regardless of their willingness or reluctance, the relocation of the sacred land had become an irrevocable reality. Soon, all disciples of the Netherworld's sacred land were gathered, and with some displaying unwilling expressions, they entered the small world left behind by the emperor. Thus, the entire Netherworld's sacred land was left desolate. Not long after, a spatial passage opened in the void outside the sacred land, and the figures of Yi Changsheng and his companions emerged. He surveyed the site of the Netherworld's sacred land, furrowing his brow. It's empty? They fled quite swiftly. Under his gaze, the entire Netherworld's sacred land appeared deserted, aside from a few structures. Not a single ghost remained. Master, what are we doing here? Qing Huang inquired, scanning the vacant Netherworld's sacred land with confusion. All she desired was to return to the Xuantian Sword Sect and have her master assist her in advancing. The emperor, Lady Qing Huang too wished to experience the sensation of holding the vast world in her grasp. Yi Changsheng continued to gaze down at the desolate sacred land, speaking without turning his head, to settle a personal grudge. Personal grudge? The two obedient divine trees trailing behind him inhaled sharply, casting a glance at the Netherworld's sacred land with a hint of reverence. What kind of terrifying force could contest with an emperor? The world outside has become so perilous, hasn't it? Yi Changsheng was unaware of the thoughts in the minds of the two divine trees. He scrutinized the cold sacred land, unleashing an overwhelming, terrifying divine consciousness. Within the confines of the sacred land, not even a speck of dust could escape his keen perception. The terrifying might of a sixth-level emperor's divine consciousness revealed its prowess in mere moments, and a faint smile crept upon his face. I found it. Chapter 73, The Emperor's Projection, the Destruction of the Sacred Land. Within the small world of the Netherworld's sacred land, at its center stood a vast city enveloped in a gigantic light shield. The Lord of the Netherworld hovered above the great city, his expression fraught with worry. Sacred Lord, could it be that you are overthinking this? The ancestors' fall might just be an accident, the Black Dragon remarked uncertainly, standing nearby. Yet, judging by his expression, he likely did not even believe his own words. The Lord of the Netherworld remained silent, gazing intently at the sky above. He wished to believe it was merely an accident, but ever since the ancestors' demise, he had felt an overwhelming sense of impending crisis looming over them. Regardless of how the ancestor had fallen, the Netherworld's sacred land had lost all its quasi-emperor foundation and no longer possessed the strength of a dominant force in the wilderness. The other three factions would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. After all, 3 overlords were preferable to 4. Now, he could only hope that no one would discover this small world. Although it was protected by the grand array left behind by the emperor, he remained uneasy. The Lord of the Netherworld took a deep breath and addressed the Black Dragon. First, ensure the disciples are settled and increase the distribution of resources, enabling them to enhance their cultivation swiftly. Understood, Lord, the Black Dragon nodded. Since entering this small world, the Lord of the Netherworld had entrusted him with a considerable amount of resources to manage. Just as he turned to leave, the voice of the Lord of the Netherworld resonated once more. By the way, Elder Black Dragon, if provided with ample resources, do you possess the confidence to ascend to the threshold of the Emperor? The Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the Lord's intent. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. After cultivating for over 10,000 years, he had only reached the 6th level of the Great Sage. Ascending to the status of a quasi-emperor was no simple feat. Moreover, the title of emperor carried a weight of distinction, representing a chasm between it and the Great Sage, requiring extraordinary fortitude to attain. This was not something that could be achieved solely through the accumulation of resources. Observing the expression on the Black Dragon's face, the Lord of the Netherworld understood the answer. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, becoming a quasi-emperor was not an easy endeavor. Otherwise, The sacred land would not have seen only two such figures in hundreds of thousands of years. He waved his hand. You may leave now. The black dragon nodded and turned to depart once more. However, at that moment, a wind began to stir throughout the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the entire small world was shrouded in darkness. A colossal figure, towering as high as the heavens, materialized in the void, casting its gaze upon the entire small world. The massive city at the center of the small world appeared minuscule beneath this imposing presence. Boom! An overwhelming and terrifying aura descended, as if the very fabric of the heavens were collapsing, causing the small world to tremble violently. The pressure was palpable, and the protective barrier around the great city blazed with intensity, countless runes manifesting to envelop the city completely. An ominous imperial might radiated from above. This was indeed the imperial grand formation left by the emperor of the netherworld's sacred land. Yet, despite this, both the lord of the netherworld and the black dragon found themselves instantly crushed to the ground, utterly disheveled. Within the great city, those disciples of lower cultivation could not even stand, collapsing to the ground under the immense pressure, their faces tinged with purple. Cough, cough, what? What is this? So terrifying. Is the emperor awakening? Am I to perish? What of the ancestors of the sacred land? Hurry, take action. The disciples, sprawled upon the ground, struggled to raise their heads, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed upon the terrifying shadow that obscured the entire sky. Some even cried out for the ancestors of the sacred land to intervene and suppress the master of this shadow. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that their ancestors had already departed before them. The emperor, the lord of the netherworld's face, turned ashen. The mere aura of a projection in the void was more formidable than that of their own supreme ancestor. If this was not an emperor, then what was it? However, the world had not seen an emperor in countless years. From where did this emperor emerge? Had he slain their ancestor? In the heavens above, the gigantic projection of Changsheng surveyed the city with a peculiar expression as it gazed upon the inverted protective barrier. Truly, this sacred land, inheritor of the emperor's legacy, possessed profound foundations, evident in the existence of a complete imperial grand formation. However, did they believe such a measure could thwart him? Extending a colossal hand imbued with terrifying energy, it descended towards the great city below. Great Emperor, spare us. What grievance has the netherworld's sacred land caused you? I can repay you. The accumulated treasures of the sacred land over countless years can be offered to you. Please, show mercy. The lord of the netherworld cried out in horror, desperately activating the grand formation of the great city, hoping to withstand this impending strike. Emperor, the lord's voice echoed. And within the city, the disciples felt as though their hearts had ceased to beat. Their minds went blank, consumed by a singular thought. It was over. Spare us. Changsheng scoffed inwardly, thinking it rather too late to utter such words now. Moreover, even if the netherworld's sacred land were to be obliterated, those resources would still belong to him. The hand continued its descent, swiftly landing upon the great city. The protective barrier formed by the imperial grand formation could not withstand it. It shattered instantaneously. Boom. The earth split apart, revealing a terrifying abyss, through which an endless ocean of stars seemed visible. The entire small world was pierced through by a single hand, countless horrific fissures spreading towards the horizon. The great city was utterly obliterated, erased from existence. Changsheng retracted his hand, imprisoning two figures within it, the black dragon and the lord of the netherworld. Both were now in a state of stupor, their bodies trembling slightly. Gazing down into the abyss below, an indescribable sense of dread surged within them. They looked up at the colossal projection looming before them, yearning to speak, yet no sound escaped their lips. Changsheng afforded them no opportunity to speak further. With a tightening grip, both were extinguished, leaving only the inner worlds intact. Casting one last glance at the imminent collapse of the small world, the void projection faded, whisking away the two inner worlds. Soon after, the small world disintegrated, swept away by chaotic spatial currents, reducing everything to nothingness. Chapter 74, The Phoenix Demon Emperor. Acquiring two killing swords. Above the netherworld's sacred land, Changsheng cradled two small spaces in his hands, his gaze sweeping over them before he stored them away. Having completed this task, his attention shifted to the ancestral grounds of the netherworld's sacred land below, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The establishment of the netherworld's sacred land in this location was no coincidence. This place was undoubtedly extraordinary. Surrounding spiritual mountains and majestic peaks exuded a richness of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the Xuantian Sword Sect. However, with the netherworld's sacred land no longer in existence, these spiritual mountains would only serve as a waste. After a brief contemplation, he extended his hand towards the mountains below. A phantom hand delved into the spiritual mountains. An echo of dragon roars resonating faintly. In the next moment, a dozen enormous, translucent white dragons were extracted. Their bodies gleamed with crystalline clarity, radiating a dense spiritual aura, causing a swirl of spiritual mist to arise in the air. These were the spirit crystal veins buried within the spiritual mountains. Now, as he drew them forth, he intended to integrate them into his own world when he eventually nurtured it. Beside him, the two divine trees looked on with envy. If these spiritual veins were bestowed upon them, the rich spiritual energy would undoubtedly benefit them, even at their level of cultivation. Only the phoenix remained indifferent, for in her eyes, her master's possessions were inherently hers. If her master grew stronger, it was tantamount to her own enhancement. All right, let us return to the sect, Changsheng declared, stowing the spiritual veins away. Soon after, a spatial passageway materialized, and the group stepped inside, leaving behind a deserted sacred land. In this brief span of time, a colossal entity from the wild continent was erased from existence, completely obliterated. At the Xuantian Sword Sect, atop Changsheng Peak, the group emerged from the spatial realm, silently arriving at the peak. Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the Grand Ancestor and Duobao were in seclusion, refining the blood of the quasi-emperor, while even the little one, Mayo, was in the midst of cultivation. Reaching the 8th level of the mountain-moving realm, his gaze lingered on Moyo for a moment, revealing a hint of satisfaction. In just over a month, the little one had broken through 3 minor realms, which was commendable. Retracting his gaze, he addressed the 2 divine trees. You may wander freely for now. I shall seek you out shortly. Yes, great emperor. The 2 divine trees responded respectfully, then began to explore Changsheng Peak, their curiosity piqued by this place that had birthed an emperor. Once the 2 divine trees departed, the phoenix immediately gazed longingly at Changsheng. Master, isn't it time for me to ascend? Changsheng was taken aback. Did this fellow truly need to be so hasty? Nevertheless, he did not refuse, now that he had ascended to the 6th level of the emperor realm. Allowing Qinghuang to attain the same level would not consume much time. Thus, he called out in his heart, System? Ding. Please feel free to express your requests, host. There is no need for formalities with this system. Ah, quite commendable. This is precisely why I appreciate my system's efficiency. Changsheng offered a small compliment before continuing. Activate the system's companion function to elevate Qinghuang to the rank of Monster Emperor. Ensure that any unusual phenomena and auras are concealed. Ding. Understood, host. The companion function has been activated. Qinghuang's cultivation level will synchronize with that of the host, reaching the 6th level of the Emperor realm. A faint radiance flickered across Qinghuang's form, swiftly settling into tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, her eyes sparkled with immense delight, almost overflowing with joy. Ha ha, Lady Qinghuang, am now also a supreme being, she exclaimed with an exuberant laugh, her excitement palpable, tinged with a hint of pride. A surge of azure light enveloped her, as she prepared to leap into the skies to reveal her true form, eager for all to witness her newfound status as an emperor. Thud. Changsheng, with a scowl, brought his palm down, firmly grounding the exuberant Qinghuang. Stay put and contain your excitement. You are still too young. Such a trivial achievement should not provoke such fervor. If you were to reveal your cultivation level, would the disciples of the Xuantian Sword Sect even survive? Oh, Qinghuang's expression soured momentarily, but soon her smile returned as she gleefully scampered to the side, familiarizing herself with her capabilities. Hee hee. Changsheng observed her antics, a slight smile gracing his lips, and then inquired within his mind, System, what about the rewards for completing my task? You wouldn't dare to withhold my wages, would you? He had not forgotten the mission assigned by the system prior to entering the forbidden zone of life. With the divine tree of life now reclaimed, and an additional world tree acquired, it could be said that he had exceeded the task's requirements. Ding. Do not worry, rewards are being dispensed now. Host has completed the system task and is awarded the blade of immortal slaughter. Due to the host exceeding the task requirements, the system grants an additional reward, the blade of trapping immortals. 2 Emperor Swords? Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement, astonished that it had bestowed upon him not 1, but 2 Emperor Swords. With this, he believed he could soon gather 4 Emperor Swords and form the Slaughtering Immortals formation. Although he had already reached the 6th level of the Emperor realm, he still longed for the Slaughtering Immortals formation, which surpassed the pinnacle of Emperor weapons. With a flick of his wrist, the 2 swords manifested in his hand, instantly releasing a terrifying aura of slaughter, conjuring visions of an immense sea of blood in the void. Changsheng spread his palm to suppress the overwhelming murderous intent, which retreated back into the swords, dispelling the blood sea phenomenon. The 2 swords bore a striking resemblance to the previous blade of Slaughtering Immortals, their entirety dark red and exuding an astonishing murderous energy. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he stowed the blades away. Now, there remained one final matter, the most crucial one. System. You previously mentioned that the fusion of the World Tree and the Divine Tree of Life's source seeds could give birth to a complete world. How does one go about this? Ding. The host merely needs to obtain a perfect world source seed, and then utilize the life source seeds to nurture it, allowing it to gradually grow into a complete world. Note, a perfect world source seed is essential to cultivate a complete world. A perfect world source seed? Changsheng pondered briefly before extending his hand towards the void ahead. Suddenly, two figures were drawn from afar. The Divine Tree of Life and the World Tree appeared, their faces etched with panic as their branches and roots thrashed about in a frenzy. They had been wandering atop the star-picking peak, unaware they would be suddenly captured. Before long, the two divine trees were brought before him. Changsheng spoke with an air of authority. All right, I have summoned you. Upon recognizing Changsheng, the two trees calmed down, exhaling in relief, realizing that only he, an emperor, could have brought them here without resistance. Emperor, what are your commands? The two trees inquired in unison, their tone respectful. I seek a request from you both, the World Source Seed and the Life Source Seeds. Changsheng stated plainly, revealing his intent without unnecessary preamble. Requesting source seeds? The two divine trees exchanged glances, instantly comprehending Changsheng's ambition. He intended to cultivate a world. However, they did not refuse, nor did they dare to. The World Tree emitted a luminous glow as a silver-gray sphere floated out from within which lay a seed the size of a fist. The rich power of the world began to distort the very fabric of space, and around the sphere, countless miniature worlds flickered into existence and perished. As the sphere left its body, the World Tree's aura waned significantly. It had nurtured countless world source seeds, but this perfect one was unparalleled, capable of surpassing all others combined. Since it was the Emperor who sought to cultivate a world, it naturally did not dare to present anything less than perfect. Meanwhile, the Divine Tree of Life performed a similar action, but instead of one, thousands of life source seeds drifted forth from it. The vibrant green life source seeds, upon appearing, emitted a potent life force, causing the spiritual herbs in the vicinity to burgeon uncontrollably. The ancient fire pear tree swayed its branches, fervently absorbing the emanating vitality, its trunk growing increasingly crimson. After extracting so many source seeds, the Divine Tree of Life also grew feeble, having expended a considerable amount of its essence. Unlike the World Tree, the life source seeds it produced bore no rank. Each one contained an equal measure of vitality. However, to ensure the world source seed germinated and began to develop into a world, far more than a single life source seed was required, especially for a perfect world source seed. The quantity needed was astronomical. With what was provided, it might only facilitate the initial stages of world cultivation. To evolve into a boundless, complete world would require an extensive passage of time for nurturing. Changsheng regarded the two divine trees, waving his hand to summon two orbs of life essence that floated towards them, merging into their forms. Instantly, the two divine trees appeared revitalized, their drooping branches rising once more, especially the Divine Tree of Life, which, upon receiving the infusion, experienced an instantaneous rejuvenation of vitality. This is life essence. The two trees sensed the life force merging within them, astonished, though this was not of great rarity to them. The fact that the Emperor could bestow life essence upon them indicated that he did not regard them merely as slaves to be exploited. Initially, they had harbored concerns that the Emperor might treat them as mere tools, draining their value, but now, their apprehensions began to dissipate. Exchanging glances, the two divine trees suddenly spoke in unison. Emperor, we have a request. Please grant us this favor. Changsheng regarded them with curiosity, then replied, speak your request. If it is within my power, I shall grant it. The two divine trees exchanged delighted glances. The Divine Tree of Life eagerly articulated, once the small world is cultivated, please allow us to take root within it. Is that all? Changsheng was momentarily surprised, expecting a more significant request. I grant your request. Two divine trees gracefully bent their branches, respectfully requesting. This Emperor consents. Changsheng replied with a subtle nod, even without their spoken words. He had already planned to allow the two divine trees to take root within the nascent miniature world he intended to cultivate. Their presence would serve as a stabilizing force, ensuring the swift growth of this small realm. Thank you, great Emperor, the two divine trees exclaimed with great delight, bowing in gratitude. Once they took root in the miniature world, they would reap substantial benefits as it flourished. The previous life-restricting domain had been a small world nurtured by the Spirit Emperor, though it had not been fully realized before his untimely demise. Had the Spirit Emperor truly attained enlightenment and continued to nurture the small world, they would have gained immense advantages, potentially evolving into divine trees of imperial stature. Very well, You may withdraw now. Changsheng waved them off, preparing to embark on the creation of the small world. The thought of crafting a world was something he had never dared to imagine before, and a flicker of anticipation began to stir within him. After the two divine trees departed, his gaze turned toward the world seed and the life seed floating in midair. With a gesture, he summoned the silver-gray world seed into his hand, unfazed by the distorting space surrounding it. As he sensed the rich power of the world contained within, he could not help but marvel at the potential of such a small object to give birth to an entire world. In the next moment, Changsheng's expression sharpened, and he opened his inner realm, retrieving its contents before swallowing the world seed and life seed into it. He aimed to merge the small world he was about to cultivate with his inner realm, transforming the world into his own domain. The inner realm was the world, and the world was the inner realm. Within this inner realm, the world seed began to slowly absorb the life force from the life seed, preparing for its metamorphosis. This process is far too slow. Changsheng frowned as he observed, realizing that at this pace, it would take an eternity for the world seed to cultivate the small world. With a thought, he unleashed a terrifying force, disintegrating the life seed, allowing its abundant life force to engulf the world seed. In that moment, the world seed, as if starved for eons, devoured the vast life force, erupting in a blinding gray radiance. The formidable power of the world instantly consumed and assimilated the inner realm, continuing to expand outward. Countless strands of spiritual energy were drawn into it, aiding in the formation of the small world. To ensure that the spiritual energy was sufficient for the small world's development, Changsheng even extracted half of the spiritual veins obtained from the underworld's sacred land, shattering them and infusing them into the realm. Boom! A resounding sound echoed. The inner realm, which had originally spanned only 1,000 miles, expanded to tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye as it was consumed. The ground rose, transforming into mounds and mountains. Tender green shoots began to sprout, signifying the emergence of life. Ultimately, as the world reached a size of 100,000 miles, its transformation ceased. Inside this world, there were towering mountains and flowing rivers, small grasses and trees, all teeming with vitality. Apart from the absence of animals, it bore a striking resemblance to the outside world. Yet, this world was still too small, confined to a mere 100,000 miles. Changsheng gazed at the dramatically transformed inner realm. No, it could now be called the inner world. Although it spanned only 100,000 miles, he sensed that the inner world was still gradually expanding outward. One day, it would grow into a perfect world, though it would take an exceedingly long time. Of course, if it were to receive sufficient energy during this period, its growth could be accelerated. The space was still somewhat unstable. Noticing that the small world had only just formed and that the spatial barriers were not yet secure, Changsheng furrowed his brow and reached toward a certain point in the stargazing peak. In the next moment, two figures appeared. We greet the great emperor. This time, the two divine trees appeared considerably more composed, unlike their initial panic. They glanced at the entrance to the inner world in the void and congratulated Changsheng. Congratulations, great emperor, on successfully nurturing the small world. Indeed, a smile graced Changsheng's face as he nodded and said, the small world has just been birthed and is still quite unstable. I require the two of you to take root within it to help stabilize the space. Chapter 76. The completion of the inner world and the turmoil of the underworld's sacred land's destruction. The two divine trees regarded Changsheng, and as soon as he finished speaking, they responded without hesitation, Great Emperor, you are too kind. We shall exert ourselves to help the small world grow swiftly. Changsheng was thoroughly pleased with their response and nodded, saying, Then off you go. Yes, Great Emperor. The two divine trees replied, transforming into streaks of light and dashing into the inner world. Upon entering the inner world, they transformed into their true forms. The two towering divine trees manifested in the center of the inner world. Boom! With a tremendous roar, they firmly rooted themselves into the earth. The life tree exuded a rich aura of life, causing the surrounding flora to grow wildly, with blades of grass rapidly towering to the height of trees. The world tree emanated a powerful force of creation, rapidly stabilizing and solidifying the still unstable spatial barriers. Changsheng, witnessing the inner world stabilize, let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was his first attempt at world creation, and he feared any unforeseen mishaps. Now that the inner world had been initially birthed, he could only wait for it to grow gradually. Alternatively, he could seek out treasures infused with potent spiritual energy to accelerate its growth. With this thought in mind, he summoned a pool beside the two divine trees to hold the remaining life spring water. A platform materialized beside the pool, upon which he placed the imperial artifacts obtained from the three great sacred lands. Above, 3 imperial swords and a dark great halberd hung in the sky. Finally, He conjured several spiritual veins from his hands and cast them into the inner world. These veins had been extracted from the underworld's sacred land. He had used half of them during the cultivation of the small world, leaving him with these remnants. Roar! Roar! The spiritual veins transformed into colossal dragons, sealed within the mountains and rivers with their mighty roars. Instantly, wisps of spiritual mist began to rise from the earth, suffusing the entire inner world with a sense of spirituality. Thus, the inner world was, in essence, deemed fully nurtured. Changsheng believed that as it continued to grow, it would soon give rise to sentient beings. Meanwhile, in the North Sea domain, at the site of the underworld's sacred land, a robust middle-aged man soared through the skies from a distance of 10,000 miles. Suddenly, he halted mid-air, his gaze directed toward the underworld's sacred land, a look of confusion crossing his face. The burly middle-aged man was the clan leader of a nearby ancient clan. He recalled that every time he passed this area, he felt an immense pressure emanating from the protective formation of the underworld's sacred land. However, now he felt not a trace of that formidable aura. Has the gate of the underworld's sacred land opened? After a brief contemplation, he swiftly sped toward the underworld's sacred land. He had a good relationship with an elder there, and if the sacred land had reopened, it would be appropriate to pay a visit. Before long, he arrived at the sacred land's vicinity. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed something amiss with the spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy had shifted. This was not his first visit to the underworld's sacred land. The current density of spiritual energy was diminished by hundreds of times. What could have caused this? The middle-aged man was bewildered but suppressed his thoughts. Deciding he would resolve his curiosity after meeting the elder, he ascended steadily, approaching the mountain gate. The gate, which should have been guarded by elders, now stood deserted, devoid of any presence. Witnessing such an unusual scene, the middle-aged man's heart filled with suspicion, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Could something have befallen the sacred land of the netherworld? He shook his head, casting aside the absurd thought. Impossible. This was a sacred place. How could anything go awry? After a brief pause, he mustered his voice and called out towards the interior of the mountain gate. Patriarch Chun, here to pay respects to Elder Mu. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it was sufficient to penetrate the sanctum. However, as time slipped by, there was not a whisper of response from within. The middle-aged man refrained from probing with his spiritual sense, for such an act was a taboo among any force. He called again, Chen Hao, here to visit Elder Mu. Minute by minute passed, and still, there was no indication of acknowledgement from inside. Standing there, his gaze fixed on the sacred land, his expression wavered. The notion he had previously dismissed resurfaced. Should he venture inside to investigate? After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, he could no longer contain himself. Gathering his courage, he stepped into the sacred land of the netherworld. Inside, an eerie silence reigned. Aside from the palatial structures, there was not a soul in sight, not even a ghostly shadow. Confronted by such a bizarre and terrifying scene, the middle-aged man released his spiritual sense, embarking on a wide-ranging exploration. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in horror, his face reflecting sheer terror. It was empty, completely vacant, standing amidst the desolate expanse of the sacred land. He felt a chilling sensation surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Something sinister had transpired within the sacred land of the netherworld. Unbidden, he recalled the recent uproar that had stirred across the continent. The ancient clans had vanished, and now, had the sacred land met the same fate? In an instant, an overwhelming dread enveloped him, his face turning pale as a ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled from the sacred land, soaring into the sky, tearing through the fabric of space as he escaped. Half a day later, a colossal storm swept through the entire northern underworld region. The news spread rapidly among the major powers and ancient clans. Countless formidable beings hastened toward the sacred land of the netherworld. Yet upon their arrival, seeing the empty sanctum, expressions of profound terror etched across their faces. A place of such magnitude could simply vanish? Moreover, they sensed no signs of battle in the vicinity. What could possess the power to make an entire sacred land's populace disappear without a trace? It appeared they had no capacity to resist. What kind of terrifying entity could this be? Surely only an unparalleled emperor could orchestrate such a silent calamity. Quick, return to the clan. This place harbors great peril. After witnessing this scene, they hurriedly departed, fearful of attracting disaster. If even the sacred land had fallen silently, what might occur next? They could easily meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, spies from the other 3 major sacred lands relayed this news back to their respective sanctuaries. In the depths of the forbidden land of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, the great sage of the Heavenly Sword and the sacred lord knelt upon the ground, their faces etched with fear. Before them, upon an altar, sat a young man in a green robe, eyes closed in meditation. Though he appeared youthful, an intensely decayed aura emanated from him, suggesting he was far from a living being. Time passed unmeasured, until the young man finally opened his eyes, gazing down at the two figures. A flicker of helplessness and unyielding spirit crossed his gaze as he sighed. My time has come. I am about to transcend. The young man was none other than the revered ancestor of the heavenly sword sacred land. Upon first entering the spatial gateway of the life-forbidden zone, he had witnessed Yi Changsheng single-handedly suppressing 3 imperial artifacts. The pure imperial might radiating from the latter confirmed to him that he was indeed a true emperor, distinct from their ranks of quasi-emperors. That was the realm he had longed to attain in his dreams. He had wisely retreated from the spatial threshold, returning to the heavenly sword sacred land. To contend for treasures with an emperor? Unless he wished for immediate death. Ancestor. The faces of the great lord and the sacred lord were clouded with sorrow as they gazed up at the ancestor, desperately clinging to hope. Perhaps there is still a way. The sacred land has amassed countless resources over the millennia. Surely there is something. Yet before he could finish, the green-robed ancestor interrupted him. Do not waste resources. I have exhausted all avenues. Even if there were an elixir of immortality, it would be futile. It is impossible for me to live a second life. The tone of the ancestor was laden with deep regret. After tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, he had achieved the path of quasi-emperor, only to ultimately succumb to the ravages of time and return to the cosmos. Ancestor, the sacred lord exclaimed, if you transcend, the foundation of the sacred land will be lost. Enough. After I transcend, you must immediately go to Chizhou and seek repentance from that individual of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Whatever conditions they impose, you must comply, so that the sacred land may endure. The green-robed ancestor once more cut off the sacred lord, his expression turning grave. Ancestor, why? I do not comprehend your intention. The sacred lord was bewildered. Why must they go to Chizhou to seek repentance? Although the ancestor was on the brink of passing, the sacred land still possessed millennia of resources. If they were to fight to the bitter end, even a quasi-emperor would not emerge unscathed. Moreover, they had not been approached by that individual for a long time. It was unlikely they would come knocking again. To seek repentance would mean the obliteration of the sacred land's centuries of prestige. Foolishness. At such a juncture, you still cling to pride? Do you wish for the sacred land to face annihilation? The netherworld's sacred land serves as a cautionary tale. The green-robed ancestor snorted coldly, a terrifying aura pressing down upon the sacred lord. The people of the netherworld's sacred land had vanished without a trace, while others may have been oblivious. He had deduced the truth. Who else possessed such power besides that individual? Thus, in order for the heavenly sword's sacred land to continue its existence, this sin must be atoned for, even at great cost. Were it not for his imminent transcendence, he would have personally journeyed to Chizhou. Ancestor, what do you mean? The netherworld's sacred land was the doing of that individual from Chizhou? The sacred lord was left utterly stunned, realizing the implications of the ancestor's words. The downfall of the netherworld's sacred land was at the hands of that individual from Chizhou? Swallowing hard, he stared at the green-robed ancestor, his eyes wide with shock. The path of the great Tao had awakened, and the master of the wilderness was about to change. The green-robed ancestor sighed, his aura beginning to fade as faint light rain drifted from his form. He was commencing his transcendence, preparing to return to the cosmos. Ancestor. The sacred lord was stricken with terror, yet as he beheld the radiance dispersing from the ancestor, he dared not approach. Should he touch that light rain? Even as a sacred king, he would likely be assimilated, returning to the cosmos alongside the ancestor. The green-robed ancestor regarded the shimmering light surrounding him with an air of calm, as if he had come to terms with his fate. Turning to the sacred lord, he instructed, remember my words. The heavenly sword sacred land must not perish. With those final words, he closed his eyes, no longer paying heed to the world beyond. Ultimately, amidst the dazzling cascade of light, it was reduced to a pile of ashes, settling upon the altar. The ancestor is no more. The lord of the heavenly sword stood in a daze, gazing at the remnants upon the altar, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of despair. The heavenly sword sacred land, with a legacy spanning several 100,000 years, was now on the brink of extinction during his generation, its foundation utterly depleted. My lord, with the ancestor's fall, we should heed his words and proceed to the Azure continent, suggested the great sage of the heavenly sword, his expression also bearing the weight of hopelessness, yet not forgetting the ancestor's instructions. Upon hearing this, the lord of the heavenly sword forced himself to regain composure and turned to the great sage, asking, Elder, do you truly believe the ancestor's words hold merit? Regardless of their truth, our sacred land can no longer contend with the Azure continent. Are you willing to wager the entirety of our sacred land? The great sage's gaze darkened. They could not afford such a gamble. Setting aside the veracity of the ancestor's claims, The opponent's previously revealed quasi-emperor cultivation was more than sufficient to deal with their current sacred land. Whatever the case may be, the master of the eastern wilderness is no longer our heavenly sword's sacred land, stated the great sage resolutely. We must prepare swiftly. I shall accompany you to the Azure continent. As for the outcome, we shall act according to circumstances. Very well. After a prolonged silence, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword finally nodded in agreement. Moments later, a colossal dragon emerged from the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, exuding a terrifying aura of a holy king, tearing through the fabric of space as it soared towards the Azure continent. It is the sacred beast of our sacred land, Lord White Jiao, exclaimed a disciple. I have heard it said that Lord White Jiao possesses the strength of a holy king. What a magnificent sight. If only I could have the chance to ride it once, my life would be worth it, another disciple mused. Silence. That is Lord White Jiao. Do you wish to court death? In the Heavenly Sword's sacred land, certain disciples observed the immense figure tearing through space with eyes full of reverence. They were aware of the existence of a White Jiao within the sacred land, rumored to possess the strength of a holy king. Yet many were witnessing it for the first time. Only a select few elders exchanged glances of confusion. In their memories, this White Jiao had never left the sacred land, especially not with the Lord and the Great Elder together. Could there be some significant event underway? However, what could possibly necessitate the presence of both the Lord and the Great Elder? It was well known that the Great Elder was an unparalleled existence at the Great Sage level. Unable to fathom it, the elders eventually shook their heads. Regardless, this was the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. They had nothing to fear, even in the face of great calamity. On the back of the White Jiao, the Lord of the Heavenly Sword and the Great Sage stood with hands clasped behind their backs. Even in the face of the fierce winds, their garments remained undisturbed. Elder, given our sacred land's previous actions, this journey to the Azure continent may be fraught with peril. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword's gaze turned heavy as he looked towards the horizon. The Great Sage fell silent for a moment, his own gaze directed towards the Azure continent. He was well aware of the dangers that lay ahead. However, the ability of their opponents to silently obliterate the Netherworld's sacred land spoke volumes of their strength. Now, the Heavenly Sword's sacred land had no choice but to seek a thread of survival through submission. As time passed, a dragon's roar resonated through the skies above the Azure continent, with the immense white figure traversing the firmament. They had arrived at the Azure continent. Chapter 78. The Sacred Land Approaches. In the region of the Azure continent, countless powerful beings, upon hearing the dragon's roar, looked skyward, sensing an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Which formidable figure has descended upon us? Surely, they come seeking the Xuantian Sword Sect, murmured one of the powerful beings, their gaze instinctively drawn toward a particular direction, the location of the Xuantian Sword Sect. At this moment, all residents of the Azure continent understood that a transcendent power had taken residence at the Xuantian Sword Sect. Essentially, whenever a powerful entity appeared, it was invariably aimed at the Xuantian Sword Sect, either to pay homage or to seek trouble. The various factions on the Azure continent had long since grown accustomed to this, becoming numb to the phenomenon. The Great Sage of the Heavenly Sword stood upon the back of the White Jiao, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Unbidden, memories of his last visit flooded back to him. He had narrowly escaped with his life then. This time, he wondered if fortune would smile upon him once more. Elder, let us proceed to the Xuantian Sword Sect. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword's words broke the Great Sage's reverie. Very well, the Great Sage replied solemnly. Roar. The White Jiao beneath them let out a tremendous roar, vanishing from their original location. A great distance from the Xuantian Sword Sect, the immense White Jiao materialized. Yet it hesitated to advance any further, a palpable sense of unease evident in its vast eyes. White Jiao, you shall wait here. I and the Lord will proceed. The Great Sage said, attuned to the White Jiao's trepidation. With that, he turned to the Lord of the Heavenly Sword. My Lord, shall we? Indeed. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword stepped off the back of the White Jiao, making his way toward the distant sect. After they departed, the White Jiao diminished in size to 100 feet and concealed itself among the clouds. May the Lord and Elder remain safe, the White Jiao silently prayed. Watching their retreating figures, along the journey, it had gleaned the dangers that lay ahead from their conversation. However, being merely a holy king-level dragon, it dared not follow, fearing it might be cooked to enhance the strength of some terrifying being within. Boom. Just then, a claw of azure emerged from the void, seizing the White Jiao before it could react, pulling it into the depths of space. Roar. The White Jiao vanished, leaving only a resonating cry filled with boundless dread in the sky. Ahead, the Great Sage and the Lord of the Heavenly Sword were jolted, turning abruptly with expressions of alarm. The White Jiao was lost. Was this an indication of discontent? After a long moment, they composed themselves. The great sage took a deep breath, turning back towards the Xuantian Sword Sect's entrance. Now that they had come this far, it was too late to entertain thoughts of retreat. Moreover, the fact that their captor had merely taken the white jiao without turning its attention upon them suggested there might still be a chance for reprieve. Daring not to employ any divine abilities, they approached as mere mortals, slowly traversing the distance from the foot of the mountain to the sect's entrance. What would normally require a single step took them an entire hour to cover. As they finally arrived at the mountain gate, a figure seated in meditation midair came into view. The netherworld, old demon. The great sage's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the familiar form. This old demon had not perished? What brings you here, netherworld old demon? In contrast to the great sage's shock, the netherworld great sage appeared remarkably composed, having detected their presence long before they neared the sect. You old codger, what is the meaning of this? The great sage of the heavenly sword hesitated, bewildered. The old demon had been captured, yet not only had he survived, but it seemed he had also joined the Xuantian Sword Sect. Humph. This matter is of no concern to you, old ghost. If you do not reveal your intentions, do not blame me for taking action against you. The netherworld great sage scoffed, a terrifying aura emanating from him, bearing down upon the two. Humph, old ghost. I have come to pay my respects to that esteemed elder. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Be swift and announce my presence. The great sage of the heavenly sword retorted, dismissing the other's pressure with a wave of his hand. Announce? Your words cut deep, old fool. The netherworld great sage's countenance turned frostbitten at this remark. Here he was, a dignified great sage, reduced to standing guard for someone else, while his adversary remained free. Just as he was about to voice his disdain, a voice echoed beside him. Take them to Star-Picking Peak. The expression of the great sage of the underworld shifted slightly, and he respectfully addressed the direction of Star-Picking Peak. Yes, senior. He then turned to the two men, coldly commanding, follow me. With that, he led the way into the sect. Behind him, the two from the Heavenly Sword Sect wore solemn expressions, hastening to keep pace. Along the way, he glanced at the back of the great sage of the underworld and couldn't help but remark, old ghost, you might not be aware, but the underworld holy land has perished. Upon hearing this, the body of the great sage of the underworld shuddered momentarily before returning to normal as he continued onward. Observing his silent old rival, the great sage of the heavenly sword felt a flicker of surprise. He then pondered, had this old fellow not been captured back then? Would he have been obliterated alongside the underworld holy land by now? In a heavy atmosphere, the three soon arrived at the foot of Star-Picking Peak. The great sage of the underworld took out a token, allowing the two men to ascend the peak without hindrance. At the summit, Changsheng sat leisurely beneath a millennia-old fire pear tree. Beside him, Qinhuang was playfully toying with a small white snake, her interest piqued. As the three reached the peak, the great sage of the underworld approached Changsheng with utmost reverence, stating, Senior, I have brought them. Changsheng merely nodded, offering no further words. Noticing that Changsheng had fallen silent, the great sage of the underworld respectfully stood to the side. Meanwhile, the two from the Heavenly Sword Sect gazed at Changsheng, feeling as though he was an unfathomable abyss, impossible to discern. Their eyes then fell upon Qinhuang, and they were taken aback. The small creature she was playing with was none other than the white flood dragon that had just been captured. A dignified demon at the Sage King realm was now being held like a mere snake. At this moment, Changsheng turned his gaze to the two, casually remarking, Heavenly Sword Sect, you dare to come to my Xuantian Sword Sect? Are you not afraid that I shall obliterate you? His voice was not loud, even rather bland. Yet to the ears of the great sage of the heavenly sword and his companion, it was akin to thunderclaps. Humph. The two emitted muffled groans, instantly retreating several steps, their auras fluctuating as if injured by his mere words. How terrifying. A look of horror flashed in their eyes. The very sound of his voice was beyond their endurance. At that moment, they harbored no doubts about Changsheng's strength. The ancestor had spoken truly. He was indeed an unparalleled emperor. Had they inadvertently offended such a mighty figure? We pay our respects to the emperor. The two, suppressing their inner dread, stepped forward to kneel on the ground, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Emperor, observing the two kneeling before him, the great sage of the underworld's pupils constricted. Glancing again at Changsheng, he was filled with profound astonishment. Wasn't the senior merely a quasi-emperor? Why were they addressing him as an emperor? Yet, witnessing the genuine fear in the kneeling figures, he could not shake his confusion. In response to my inquiry, why have you come to the Xuantian Sword Sect? Changsheng regarded the kneeling duo, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 79, The Holy Land Surrenders, Yearly Tribute. Sensing the chill in Changsheng's words, the two were alarmed. Great Emperor, the Heavenly Sword Sect comes to plead for forgiveness. The Holy Land has previously offended the Great Emperor, and we are willing to pay the price, seeking your mercy." The great sage of the heavenly sword spoke sincerely, gazing at the supreme being seated before him. "Oh, pleading for forgiveness?" Yi Changsheng's expression showed a flicker of understanding. It seemed the demise of the underworld Holy Land had made an impact. However, he was somewhat surprised that the Heavenly Sword Sect had discerned so quickly that it was his doing, even though he had left no trace. As long as the great emperor can forgive us, the Heavenly Sword Sect is willing to offer any price. As the great sage of the Heavenly Sword spoke, he produced an ancient sword, lifting it with both hands and offering. The Heavenly Sword Sect master beside him widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the ancient sword in the hands of their elder. That was their sect's imperial weapon, the Heavenly Sword. The elder was about to offer the imperial weapon? After the transformation of their ancestor, the imperial weapon had been entrusted to the great sage of the Heavenly Sword, yet they had not anticipated him actually surrendering it. The sect master hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, but after a moment's deliberation, he chose not to act. If surrendering the imperial weapon could ensure the survival of the Heavenly Sword Sect, it was worth it. After all, if the Holy Land were to perish, what use would the imperial weapon be? Yi Changsheng regarded the imperial weapon being offered, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. It appeared that the Heavenly Sword Sect had indeed been frightened into submission, to the extent of relinquishing their imperial weapon. With a beckoning gesture, the heavenly sword floated upward and landed in his hand. He gently caressed the blade. Though it was a sword, its unique material imparted a sense of weightiness, akin to stone. Throughout the entire process, the heavenly sword trembled slightly, yet did not dare to resist. Even its imperial might was entirely restrained. A smile graced Yi Changsheng's face as he turned his gaze to the two from the Heavenly Sword Sect, speaking in a calm tone. "You of the Heavenly Sword Sect have repeatedly come to Changzhou, displaying your covetous intentions, and now you think to quell my wrath with a single imperial weapon? Furthermore, in my eyes, this imperial weapon is hardly anything remarkable." Upon finishing, he waved his hand, and the imperial weapons of the other three holy lands materialized within his inner world, floating in midair. The simultaneous appearance of three imperial weapons, though sealed and emitting no aura, struck the two as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. As senior members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, they were certainly familiar with these three imperial weapons. Not only had the underworld Holy Land fallen, but even the imperial weapons of the other two factions had been suppressed. Yet, inexplicably, after the initial shock, a sense of satisfaction arose in their hearts. It seemed this was not solely their misfortune. They could breathe a sigh of relief. It couldn't be that only the Heavenly Sword Sect faced calamity. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. If they could not appease the Emperor's wrath, the Heavenly Sword Sect might very well follow in the footsteps of the underworld Holy Land. A glance at the great sage of the underworld standing behind, Yi Changsheng revealed a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. But soon, that hesitation transformed into resolve. The great sage of the Heavenly Sword bowed low, respectfully proclaiming, "Great Emperor, the Heavenly Sword Sect is willing to submit and pledge loyalty to you." As soon as these words left his mouth, the Heavenly Sword Sect master trembled, incredulity flooding his eyes as he exclaimed, "Elder, no." He could not fathom that not only was the elder offering the imperial weapon, but now he was also offering the entire Holy Land. As the leader of the Holy Land, he had always held a position of superiority, making this difficult for him to accept. Silence. The expression of the great sage of the Heavenly Sword darkened, turning to reprimand him. At this moment, he could no longer afford to consider the sect master's feelings. Were they not aware of the gravity of the situation after controlling the Holy Land for so long? After admonishing the sect master, he cautiously glanced at Yi Changsheng, only relaxing slightly upon seeing no signs of displeasure. Submit? Pledge loyalty? Yi Changsheng regarded the great sage of the Heavenly Sword, realizing that this fellow had quite the scheme. By pledging their loyalty to him at this juncture, they not only averted disaster, but also aligned themselves with a formidable ally. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changsheng chose not to refuse. Firstly, the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land had already been vanquished, rendering the fate of the remaining individuals inconsequential to him. Secondly, the annihilation of a single netherworld sacred land was ample. He had no desire to indulge in further bloodshed. Of course, this was contingent upon the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land's delegation approaching him to seek forgiveness. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eradicate another Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. With a mere thought, two diminutive points of light floated forth, seamlessly integrating into the bodies of the two representatives of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, a seed of divine consciousness. Although, with his current cultivation, he no longer required such devices to exert control over others, it was still prudent to maintain appearances. Once this was accomplished, his voice resonated with an air of detachment. From this day forth, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land shall serve as a subordinate faction of the Xuantian Sword Sect, required to pay tribute every decade. At the moment the seed of divine consciousness entered their beings, the two figures of the Heavenly Sword Saint trembled involuntarily, a profound sense of helplessness rising from the depths of their hearts. Upon hearing Yi Changsheng's pronouncement, their sense of reverence intensified, and they hurriedly replied with utmost respect, "Yes. We shall abide by the decree of the great Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land." Regardless of the circumstances, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land had managed to preserve its existence, and the two rose respectfully to stand aside. Indeed, Yi Changsheng acknowledged with a subtle nod. He then extended his palm towards the void, summoning a figure before him. Who goes there? The figure was none other than the venerable ancestor Xuanha, who, upon landing, bellowed with authority, emanating the aura of a saint, his demeanor fraught with vigilance. Since his breakthrough to sainthood, he had been stationed at the Grand Ancestor's retreat, eagerly awaiting the moment to flaunt his accomplishments. Unexpectedly, amidst a whirlwind of chaos, he had been summoned against his will. However, upon recognizing Yi Changsheng seated before him, his expression rapidly calmed. The saintly aura surrounding him dissipated. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Ancestor Xuanha inquired softly, "Ahem, Changsheng, Elder Changsheng, was that you?" "Indeed." Yi Changsheng affirmed with a nod. "In the future, please utilize direct communication. I can come on my own." Ancestor Xuanha offered a modest suggestion. He then cast his gaze upon the three individuals standing nearby, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Changsheng, who are these individuals?" He recognized the Netherworld Saint, who was now tasked with guarding the gates of the Xuantian Sword Sect. However, he could not recall the other two, if memory served. One of them had previously caused some trouble. How had they resurfaced within the sect? "Ancestor, these are the leaders of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. However, they have now joined our sect, and you shall discuss the matter of tribute with them," Yi Changsheng stated directly, foregoing any unnecessary preamble. After all, he was not adept at managing sect affairs and wished to avoid wasting time. Thus, he had summoned Ancestor Xuanha to facilitate the transition with the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. His sole requirement was to secure control over the spiritual veins. "While what?" Ancestor Xuanha exclaimed in astonishment, glancing incredulously at Yi Changsheng. He even pinched his ear, questioning if he had misheard. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, a sacred domain, was to join their sect and offer tribute? Chapter 80. The Wild Sheikh, Meditating Amidst the Stars. Ancestor Xuanha surveyed Yi Changsheng, then shifted his gaze to the two representatives of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, still struggling to fathom the reality before him. It was hard to believe that the sovereign of the Eastern Wilds was to become a subordinate faction of their sect. Had anyone else uttered such a claim, he would have dismissed it with a resounding slap. Yet, when the words came from Yi Changsheng, the situation was markedly different. After all, he was a quasi-emperor. He would not summon him merely for jest. At that moment, Ancestor Xuanha remained unaware that the figure before him was not merely a quasi-emperor, but a great emperor reigning over the wilderness. "Esteemed friend, what the emperor has said holds true. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land will henceforth pay tribute to the main sect in a timely manner," the Heavenly Sword Saint interjected, affirming Yi Changsheng's statement. "Is that so?" Ancestor Xuanha's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Yet, given that the representatives of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land corroborated the claim, it must indeed be genuine. As for the title of emperor, he merely assumed it was a term of respect for Yi Changsheng, not contemplating the implications of true emperorhood. "Ancestor, please accompany them to finalize the tribute arrangements." Yi Changsheng gestured, signaling Ancestor Xuanha to proceed with the discussions. "Ah, yes, certainly," Ancestor Xuanha responded, coming to his senses. He turned to the two representatives of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He promptly led them down from the star-picking peak to the sect's grand hall for negotiations. En route, Yi Changsheng's voice echoed in Ancestor Xuanha's ear, outlining his need for the spiritual veins. He trusted that the representatives would know how to proceed. Several days later, a piece of news emerged, sending shockwaves throughout the Eastern Wilds. "Have you heard? The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land has actually pledged allegiance to the Xuantian Sword Sect." "Indeed, I have heard. But I wonder if it is true," responded another. "Surely not. They are a sacred land. Even with the presence of formidable beings at the Xuantian Sword Sect, how could the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land submit?" Countless powerhouses and factions engaged in fervent discussions, yet most remained skeptical. Some even speculated that it was mere fabrication, anticipating that the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land would swiftly silence the rumor-mongers. However, while they awaited a denial from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, a resounding proclamation echoed forth. "From this day forth, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land shall serve the Xuantian Sword Sect as its main sect, paying tribute annually." Upon the announcement, the entire Eastern Wilds fell into stunned silence. No one dared to believe that this was indeed reality. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land had genuinely submitted to the Xuantian Sword Sect. This revelation was nothing short of a paradigm shift for them, as in the annals of history on the wilderness continent. Only the emergence of an emperor could compel such sacred lands to bow. Yet, it had been tens of thousands of years since anyone had attained emperorhood. Could it be that the Xuantian Sword Sect had produced an emperor? Many remained unconvinced. However, as if sensing that this occurrence was not sufficiently shocking, shortly thereafter, an even more astounding revelation spread beyond the borders of the northern underworld. The netherworld's sacred land has been obliterated, with all its disciples vanishing without a trace. It appeared as though they had succumbed to some vile calamity or been annihilated by a terrifying force. In an instant, every faction of note on the continent dispatched their strongest members to the northern underworld to investigate and verify the claims. Some even pondered whether any treasures could be salvaged from the ruins of the netherworld's sacred land, given its former status as a sacred domain. Nevertheless, astute individuals began to connect the dots between the Heavenly Sword's sacred land's submission and the recent calamity befalling the netherworld's sacred land, a chilling realization dawning upon them. Could it be that the netherworld's sacred land was eradicated by the Xuantian Sword Sect? Those harboring such thoughts gasped in astonishment, their hearts stirred by the implications. If this were true, the actions of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land would begin to make a semblance of sense. Meanwhile, in the endless sea to the west, within the demon god sect of the southern barbarian region, the news of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land's submission reached the ears of the higher-ups of both sacred lands, plunging them into silence. As leaders of sacred lands, they had lived for millennia. They were well aware of the implications. It did not take long for them to surmise that the annihilation of the netherworld's sacred land was likely linked to the Xuantian Sword Sect. Recalling their own past endeavors to seize the emperor's legacy and artifacts from Changsheng, they felt a chill run down their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, the leaders of both sacred lands gathered their treasures and resources, hastening to Changsheng, fearing that he might arrive too late and that the other party would come seeking him. The two great sacred lands hastily made their way to Changsheng. Meanwhile, in a certain mysterious expanse of the starry sky, a pair of eyes gazed upon the wild continent. This was a realm of utter silence, filled with the remnants of shattered celestial bodies, severed limbs, and colossal fragments of weaponry drifting through the cosmos. Each fragment bore witness to the horrific battles that had once unfolded here. Upon one relatively intact star, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat cross-legged atop a high peak. He emanated a peculiar aura, distinct from the practitioners of the wild continent, suggesting a level of power far superior, belonging to an entirely different echelon. His expression was indifferent as he peered through the debris of the starry void, fixing his gaze on a distant point. There lay a vast continent, shrouded beneath a transparent membrane, its surface ensnared by countless chains of order, seemingly confining the entire land. The two figures in black robes had perished. It appeared that a prodigy had once again emerged among the descendants of the sinners. Were it not for the prohibition imposed by my lord, I alone could obliterate all life upon that continent, the black-clad man murmured, his voice laced with a chilling intensity, revealing his deep-seated loathing for the sinners he spoke of. Tasked with guarding this place, he was to prevent the sinners from breaking the seals and ascending to the heavenly realm. For millions of years, some extraordinary geniuses had cultivated to their zenith on the continent, breaching the seals and slaying the powerful guardians stationed before them. However, each time those individuals, having endured countless bloody battles, presented themselves before him, they all met their demise at his hands with unfailing ease. The remnants and severed limbs scattered throughout the starry sky served as testament to the rebellious ones who had come before. He recalled that the last appearance of a rebellious figure had been approximately 400,000 years ago. He had sent the two black-robed figures to eliminate them. And while the presence of the rebellious one had vanished, the two figures had not returned. Through celestial calculations, he discerned their sealing and anticipated their imminent release. To his astonishment, the energies of the two had now dissipated, indicating that another rebellious figure had emerged on that continent, one even more formidable than the last. Yet, with the demise of the two black-robed figures, he found himself without any others to dispatch. Nevertheless, even if my true form cannot enter, a small sacrifice to condense an avatar will suffice to ensure invincibility. The middle-aged man in black let out a cold snort, stepping forth from his meditative state. Manifesting a shadowy figure, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, sending forth an avatar to the wild continent to extinguish the rebellious one. Chapter 81. Yet another sacred land approaches within the Xuantian Sword Sect. Changsheng held a luminous orb of light above his palm, within which one could discern the forms of numerous small, pearlescent dragons. This was a spiritual vein recently bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, boasting as many as 12 veins. The quantity of 12 spiritual crystal veins was comparable to what he had acquired from the netherworld's sacred land. Yi Changsheng understood that this was certainly not the entirety of the spiritual veins possessed by the heavenly sword sacred land. A few must still remain. However, he did not dwell on this too long, as the amount he had obtained from the netherworld's sacred land was limited as well. Being one of the 4 great sacred lands, even if the heavenly sword sacred land had a greater number of spiritual veins, it would not be by a significant margin. Opening his inner world, the spiritual veins floated into it, transforming into 12 colossal dragons that burrowed into the mountains and earth. Consequently, the concentration of spiritual energy within his inner world surged at a terrifying rate, and its size expanded even more rapidly. Under the cover of his divine consciousness, the dimensions of his world had grown from its original size of 100,000 miles to an impressive 120,000 square miles. It could be asserted that his inner world was now the most spiritually enriched location across the entire wild continent. Although most of this spiritual energy was utilized for nurturing the world, cultivating within it would still rival any sacred land. 18 spiritual crystal veins were still too few, resulting in a sluggish nurturing speed. Yi Changsheng murmured to himself, feeling dissatisfaction with the current pace of development within his inner world. 120,000 miles, in the grand scheme of the wild continent, was but a mere speck within the vast universe. Even cultivators at the saint level could traverse this distance in the blink of an eye. Moreover, his ambitions transcended merely matching the size of the wild continent. He aspired to cultivate a world even grander than it. He needed to acquire more energy. As he pondered, a thought suddenly struck him, and his gaze shifted toward the west and south. There lay the resources he sought. Coincidentally, those 2 sacred lands had previously troubled the Xuantian Sword Sect, and it would not be unreasonable to collect a bit of interest now, would it? Just as his attention turned toward those 2 directions, his brow furrowed suddenly, revealing a hint of surprise. Ah, how fortuitous. It seems the information among these sacred lands is quite well informed. At that moment, above Qingzhou, 2 spatial passages opened, one behind the other, separated by 100 miles. From within emerged 2 figures exuding terrifying auras, 2 of whom were familiar to him. One was an elderly man clad in light blue sacred robes, appearing benevolent, while the other was a brawny figure with horns atop his head. The formidable bull demon saint from the Endless Sea and the ox-head saint from the demon god sect. These 2 had previously visited Qingzhou, seeking to seize the legacy from the Xuantian Sword Sect. The bull demon saint had suffered a significant setback last time, and it was unexpected to encounter them again in Qingzhou. It must be said that such coincidences do occur in this world. You wretched beast. How dare you deceive me last time? The bull demon saint glared at the imposing figure of the bull demon, his eyes ablaze with rage. Last time, he had nearly lost over 100 pounds in Qingzhou due to this trickster's machinations. The bull demon regarded the furious elder with a hint of astonishment. This old fellow had not perished? Truly, he was lucky. He had exerted effort to lead him to the Xuantian Sword Sect. However, despite such thoughts, he displayed no indication on his face, instead adopting an innocent demeanor. Old man, you chose to go there on your own accord. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, you seem to be just fine, don't you? Upon hearing this, the bull demon saint's fury intensified, an ominous aura swelling around him, warping the space itself. You wretched beast, let us settle this once and for all. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the bull demon saint unleashed a palm strike, and the terrifying might of the saint's Tao transformed into monstrous waves crashing toward his opponent. This overwhelming force even enveloped the demon god sect master, seemingly intent on annihilating both of them in one fell swoop. How audacious! Old man, you seek death. The bull demon saint, witnessing this, also bellowed in response, stepping forward and delivering a punch. Channeling his own saint-level techniques, a massive bull hoof coalesced from the void, aiming to strike down upon the bull demon saint. Boom! The void trembled and shattered, vast fissures radiating in all directions. The landscape below was left in ruin, mountains reduced to dust, and the ground annihilated. With one attack thwarted, the bull demon saint drew forth his saint weapon, preparing to continue his assault. At that moment, the saint of the Endless Sea intervened, advising, Elder, now is not the time for a clash of egos. Do not forget the purpose of our visit. Upon hearing this, the bull demon saint hesitated momentarily, and his tumultuous aura gradually subsided. Oomph! He snorted coldly, casting one last indifferent glance at the bull demon saint before sheathing his weapon. In that realm, upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities by the opposing side, the great sage of the demon clan also retracted his imposing aura. He had not forgotten the purpose of his arrival. My lord, let us depart. He addressed his sovereign before preparing to take his leave. However, at that moment, a calm voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Is it not rather presumptuous to engage in such reckless combat in the territory of Qingzhou, disregarding my authority? As the words resonated, the void shimmered, as if the very fabric of reality had been inverted, and under the influence of an enigmatic force, the group vanished without a trace. At the star-picking peak of the Xuantian Sword Sect, 4 figures materialized from the void, landing clumsily upon the ground. Their first instinct was to cautiously survey their surroundings, filled with trepidation over the fearsome entity that had so effortlessly brought them here against their will. Before them stood a colossal, fire-red spiritual tree, radiating a more potent aura than that of any sacred ground, alongside 2 figures seated beneath its boughs. As their gaze fell upon one of these individuals, both the great sage of the sea and the great sage of the demon clan felt a jolt of alarm. Was that not the quasi-emperor of the Xuantian Sword Sect? Yet, compared to their last encounter, the presence of this quasi-emperor had transformed, exuding an air of greater majesty and inviolability. Had he perhaps ascended to a higher realm? Was he the one who had summoned them here? This thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Ah, what great enthusiasm you possess, traversing countless miles to engage in conflict in Qingzhou, Yi Changsheng remarked, a note of mockery lacing his voice. Senior, we have come to Qingzhou expressly to pay our respects, the 4 hastily interjected, their faces betraying a mixture of reverence and apprehension. The ability of this being to so effortlessly ensnare them indicated that his power had grown far more formidable since their last visit to Qingzhou. Oh, here to pay your respects to me? Are you certain it is not the case that you covet the legacy I possess? Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming imperial might emanating from him, pressing down upon the 4 below. With a sound akin to thunder, the 4 were struck as if by lightning, blood spurting from their mouths, their faces draining of color. They gazed at Yi Changsheng in horror, disbelief etched upon their features. An emperor. Chapter 82. Intruders from beyond. The members of both sacred lands were visibly shaken, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. There was no mistaking that aura. Their adversary was indeed a supreme emperor. They finally comprehended why the Tianjin sacred land had chosen to submit to the Xuantian Sword Sect. It turned out the Xuantian Sword Sect had genuinely produced an emperor. To submit to the Xuantian Sword Sect may have seemed to strip them of their freedom, but in truth, it aligned them with a formidable ally. With this emperor at their helm, even if the Tianjin sacred land were merely a subordinate force, they would eclipse the other 2, establishing themselves as the preeminent power among the trio. Speak, what brings you to Qingzhou? Yi Changsheng inquired directly, discarding any pretense. We pay homage to the emperor. We come to apologize for our previous transgressions. The great sage of the sea, his mind racing, resolved to take a certain stance. The endless sea is willing to bear the consequences of our earlier actions and submit to the emperor. As his words echoed, the great sage of the demon clan shot him a sharp glare, swiftly turning to face the great sage of the sea. What a cunning old fox. Are you attempting to emulate the Tianjin sacred land? After a moment of silence, the great sage of the demon clan too lifted his gaze to Yi Changsheng. My lord, the demon god cult also seeks forgiveness and wishes to submit to the emperor. At this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce. With the other 2 factions backed by emperors, his demon god cult would surely be annihilated if they stood alone. Submit? Yi Changsheng regarded the group with intrigue, particularly the great sage of the sea, whose quick wit was commendable. Yet, this was advantageous. Having already claimed the Tianjin sacred land, he was not averse to accepting 2 more. Below, as the 4 sensed Yi Changsheng's silent scrutiny, a profound pressure began to envelop them, mingled with a hint of dread. They feared the emperor might disdain their 2 sacred lands and seek their annihilation instead. No, they reasoned, having already incorporated the Tianjin sacred land, their 2 factions were not inferior. Under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, their minds began to spiral into confusion. Very well, I grant my consent. Finally, Yi Changsheng's voice rang out, alleviating the burden upon them, allowing them to exhale in relief. Thus, the 3 sacred lands found themselves aligned once more, save for the unfortunate Yomi sacred land, which had long been obliterated. Thank you, Emperor. The 4 chorused, bowing in respect. Yi Changsheng, without uttering another word, proceeded to plant the seeds of divine consciousness and summon the ancestor of Xuanhe to guide the group to the Great Hall for the formalities. From this moment forth, the Xuantian Sword Sect would emerge as the unparalleled behemoth of the barbaric continent. Of course, this was contingent upon Yi Changsheng's presence. After all, without him, the current strength of the Xuantian Sword Sect was still woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, at that same moment, far beyond, in the depths of the endless sea, peculiar changes were unfolding. This was a forbidden zone, untouched even by the sacred lands. Thick mists permeated the area, capable of obscuring divine consciousness. Even sages could become lost within. Moreover, Countless terrifying formations and prohibitions filled the void, some intact, others in ruin. Their terrifying power was sufficient to slay great sages. Yet, within this desolate expanse, a phantasmal figure struggled to break free from the void. This figure was ethereal, lacking substance, seemingly existing in another realm. It fought against the constraints of space, emanating a dreadful aura as it sought to breach the confines and enter the barbaric continent. However, it appeared that the barbaric continent was repelling it. Fearsome heavenly punishment manifested in the void, with countless black lightning bolts imbued with destructive energy raining down upon the figure. Boom. The onslaught of heavenly punishment rendered the figure increasingly insubstantial, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Do you think that the will of the mortal realm can obstruct me? The figure bellowed, its presence growing exponentially more terrifying despite its fading form. One hand had already pierced the fabric of space, emerging into the tangible world. It struggled fiercely, and with its other hand, it aimed to tear open a passage, fully entering this realm. Boom. It seemed that this action had provoked some unseen entity, and an even more dreadful punishment descended upon it. Within the apocalyptic lightning, figures began to coalesce, brandishing weapons to strike down the encroaching specter. Humph, mere ants. While alive, I could crush you with ease. How much less a remnant of your essence? The figure scoffed, its disdain palpable. In its grasp, a dark, killing sword manifested, its terrifying murderous intent reaching through space to infiltrate the barbaric continent. With a swing of the sword, the figures born of the lightning were annihilated, and it forcefully cleaved at the space before it. Sizzle rip. The sound of tearing echoed as a rift several zhang long appeared, linking the barbaric continent with the realm of the phantasm. Boom. Around the rift, a ferocious storm of time and space erupted, threatening to obliterate the fissure. Fire of the heavens, I have arrived. The figure's eyes glinted with malice as it pressed both hands against the rift, fully stepping into this world. As the figure crossed the threshold, the rift began to close. After a brief moment, the space fell into tranquility, as though everything that had just transpired was mere illusion. This was my first foray into the untamed world. The phantom inhaled deeply, an unusual expression gracing his visage. Suddenly, a massive maw emerged from the mist, a terrifying suction drawing towards the phantom. The very void twisted. Vast expanses of fog and seawater vanishing in an instant. Even colossal islands crumbled, devoured by the gaping mouth. Seeking death, the phantom's gaze turned cold, extending his palm toward the maw and clasping it shut. Boom. A crimson mist erupted, and the hidden assailant perished. With a flick of his hand, the dispersing blood mist was drawn back, coalescing into the phantom's form. Subsequently, the phantom inhaled, and all the spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was consumed. After assimilating this energy, the phantom's body gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into a cold, middle-aged figure clad in black. The black-clad man gently clasped his hand in the void, causing the surrounding space to shatter and obliterate. Having expended considerable strength to enter this realm, the power of this incarnation now equated to that of the paramount emperor of this world. However, annihilating that rebellious one should pose no challenge. Humph, a descendant of sin and blood, to warrant my personal intervention is indeed a mark of your fortune. The black-clad middle-aged man stepped forth, vanishing into the mist. After his departure, a horrific storm of sword energy erupted in the area, obliterating all living beings within tens of thousands of miles into azure smoke. Chapter 83, The Catastrophe of the Endless Sea. In the sacred land of the Endless Sea, a middle-aged man in green stood in the void, his gaze piercing through space towards the mist-laden forbidden zone. He was one of the last two great sages remaining in the sacred land of the Endless Sea. The ocean sovereign and the holy master had journeyed to Changsheng, leaving him to guard the sacred land. Just moments ago, he keenly sensed terrifying fluctuations emanating from that zone, which even the sacred land feared. How could such a powerful disturbance suddenly arise from the forbidden zone? It felt as though a battle was unfolding. The green-clad sage's gaze reflected his astonishment. That forbidden area had never been fully traversed by the sacred land, only the outermost layer explored. They had previously dispatched powerful individuals to attempt an incursion into its depths. But those who entered never returned, perishing within moments. Even the holy kings were not spared. Since then, the misty forbidden zone had been classified as a no-go area by the sacred land, strictly prohibiting any approach. Now, the scent of conflict wafted from there, igniting both his curiosity and apprehension. After a moment's contemplation, the green-clad sage vanished from his position, regardless of the outcome. He felt compelled to investigate. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the edge of the misty forbidden zone. At that moment, the battle fluctuations within had ceased. The mist seems considerably lighter. Should I venture inside? Upon his appearance, The green-clad sage noted that the mist of the forbidden zone appeared less dense than before. Curiosity surged within him, an uncontrollable urge to enter. After all, the sacred land had suffered significant losses within, including that of a holy king. If he could ascertain the situation inside, it would fulfill a long-held desire of the sacred land. Moreover, perilous places often harbored great opportunities. Just as the middle-aged sage in green wrestled with his indecision, a terrifying aura erupted from within the forbidden zone once more, accompanied by the rise of sword Dao rules, slaughtering myriad beings. Such formidable power. The green-clad sage's body trembled. Instinctively retreating a half-step, his desire to investigate dissipating in an instant as he turned to flee. That force was incomparably more terrifying than anything the sacred land's former quasi-imperial ancestors had exhibited. A great terror lurked within. As he turned to leave and return to the sacred land, he suddenly noticed a figure clad in black standing behind him, less than a yard away. Startled, the green-clad sage's pupils constricted, and he retreated 100 yards in a panic, nearly plunging into the misty forbidden zone. He gazed at the person who had appeared out of thin air, his astonishment beyond description. The stranger had come so close, nearly face to face, that he had sensed nothing. It was well known that he was a great sage. Could this individual be a quasi-emperor? A fleeting thought surged in the green-clad sage's mind. Steeling himself, he cautiously inquired, "Esteemed friend, you..." Before he could finish, the black-clad middle-aged man interrupted, a disdainful expression crossing his face as he scoffed. "Friend? Huh, you are unworthy. Just in time. I require information about this world, and you shall serve that purpose." With that, the black-clad man extended a hand, reaching towards him. Having just entered the wild continent, he sought someone to glean information and locate that rebellious figure, and now someone had conveniently presented themselves. "How dare you?" The green-clad sage, though wary of the other, was unwilling to endure humiliation. Regardless, he was also a great sage, a pinnacle being of the wild continent. Moreover, the aura emanating from the opponent was not overwhelmingly potent, suggesting a lack of formidable strength. Without hesitation, he summoned the terrifying principles of the great sage, conjuring an ancient divine mountain in the void, pressing it down upon his adversary. Boom! Before the divine mountain even descended, the sea below collapsed, creating a vacuum, and the seabed fractured into a terrifying abyss. Ants shaking a mountain. The black-clad man merely glanced at the descending ancient mountain, his hand continuing its motion. Boom! A horrifying scene unfolded as the ancient mountain, as if confronted by an invisible barrier, halted mid-descent, unable to descend any further. In the next instant, countless terrifying sword lights materialized, and in an instant, the entire ancient mountain was reduced to dust, dissipating into the cosmos. With just a glance, he had obliterated the attack of a formidable sage. Gasp! The green-clad sage felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening in horror. Unmatchable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to flee. However, to his dismay, he discovered he was immobilized, bound by an overwhelming force. A cruel smile tugged at the lips of the black-clad middle-aged man as, witnessing the fear etched on the face of the green-clad sage, he slowly clenched his outstretched hand. Boom! With a violent explosion, the body of the green-clad sage shattered, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Observing the dispersing blood mist, the black-clad man wore a look of satisfaction as he beckoned, pulling forth an ethereal figure from the blood mist. "Senior, spare me. I am the supreme elder of the endless sea sacred land. Please, spare my life. The sacred land possesses boundless resources it can offer you." The expression of the green-clad sage's soul was one of sheer terror as he floated towards the black-clad man, desperately pleading for mercy. The black-clad man, however, paid him no heed, seizing the soul and unleashing his terrifying consciousness to invade it. Instantly, a series of images flashed before him, and streams of information were gleaned. Moments later, he withdrew his consciousness and effortlessly crushed the soul. A subtle gravitational force emanated from him, drawing in the dispersing blood mist and shattered soul into his being. His form became increasingly solid, appearing indistinguishable from that of a living man. "Eastern Wasteland, Qingzhou," the black-clad middle-aged man murmured, casting his gaze towards the direction of the Eastern Wasteland. Although he could not pinpoint the rebellious figure's exact whereabouts from the soul, he had nonetheless acquired valuable insights. In recent times, the world of the wildlands has witnessed a series of catastrophic falls of quasi-emperors, the annihilation of the underworld sacred land, and the subjugation of the heavenly sword sacred land. All these events point towards a singular location, Qingzhou, the Xuantian Sword Sect. Yet, within the recesses of his memory, he recalls only one quasi-emperor associated with the Xuantian Sword Sect. He scoffs at this notion. Can a mere quasi-emperor truly vanquish the two figures in black robes? Is there a hidden strength at play? After a moment of contemplation, The middle-aged man in black tears opens a spatial passage with a single hand and departs from that place. In the vast ocean, there exists an enormous island, its area constituting a third of a continent. Rather than an island, it resembles a small continent. This is the location of the endless sea sacred land. The island is dotted with celestial mountains, and at its heart lies the most concentrated aura of spiritual energy, where grand palaces tower, inhabited by numerous terrifying presences. Suddenly, a spatial passage tears open above the island. A dark figure steps forth, none other than the middle-aged man in black, who has just exited the misty forbidden zone. After searching for the soul of the great saint in green robes, he opts not to head directly to Changsheng, but rather to first visit this endless sea sacred land. His intention is to obliterate all these so-called sacred lands. This way, the likelihood of a defiant challenger emerging in the future would diminish significantly, and he would not have to frequently traverse this place. After all, each entry incurs a price. Originally, he could have waited for the defiant ones to break through the world, only to suppress them on their journey to the heavenly realm. He had always operated this way until millions of years ago, when a being known as the Sun Saint Emperor managed to ascend beyond the emperor level within this world. When the time came for that being to break through the world, he found himself nearly unable to subdue him. Since that incident, he understood that he must eliminate the defiant ones before they have the chance to grow. Thus, whenever such prodigious talents emerge in this world, he dispatches his subordinates to eradicate them. However, with the recent demise of those two figures in black robes, it seems he must now take matters into his own hands. Eliminating certain factions would likely not incur the wrath of his superiors. The middle-aged man in black mutters to himself, casting a cold gaze upon the sprawling palatial complex below. Chapter 84. Annihilation of the Sacred Land. As the middle-aged man in black looks down upon the sacred land, several figures rise into the air, confronting him. The sudden appearance of such a stranger in their sacred domain, audaciously gazing down upon it, was an affront to their sanctity. Who might you be, friend? What brings you to our sacred land? An elderly man clad in green inquires, his expression stern. He is the most powerful among the group, at the pinnacle of the saint level, while the others are merely in the inquiry realm. Merely a saint? You shall perish. The middle-aged man in black's gaze turns icy as he regards the group, unleashing a wave of terrifying intent. Boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupts, and in an instant, the figures are reduced to mere blood mist, obliterated by a single glance. This horrifying scene sends shockwaves throughout the endless sea sacred land. Every observer is left aghast, fear etched upon their faces as they stare at the middle-aged man in black suspended in the void. A saint has been slain with a mere look. What level of cultivation is this? A quasi-emperor? Or perhaps, as this thought crosses their minds, a surge of dread envelopes them. Quickly, activate the great defensive formation of the sacred land. One among them, recovering from the shock, urgently calls out, initiating the activation of the sacred land's protective array. At once, a colossal barrier envelopes the entire sacred land, emanating a faint imperial aura. As the formation activates, the inhabitants of the sacred land breathe a sigh of relief. This defensive array is an inheritance from their forebears, the emperors. Once activated, unless the energy is depleted, it cannot be breached by any being below the emperor level. Of course, if a quasi-emperor were to engage, it could hasten the energy's consumption. Quickly summon the Grand Elder. Also, use secret methods to notify the Sacred Lord that we are facing a grave threat. An elder overseeing the formation exclaims, his expression fraught with urgency. Yes, Elder. A powerful figure from the sacred land hastens to obey. Moments later, this figure returns, his countenance pale. Elder, the Grand Elder is missing. What? The Elder at the Saint King level is taken aback, exclaiming, how could the Grand Elder be missing? Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Elder had already perished earlier. What about the Sacred Lord? Have you contacted him? I have already sent a message to the Sacred Lord using secret methods. The Sacred Land figure responds, his expression equally anxious. Upon hearing this, the Saint King Elder exhales deeply, his gaze shifting to the middle-aged man in black above, his expression grave. If the opponent truly is a being above the quasi-emperor level, he wonders whether their defensive formation can withstand such might. Above, the middle-aged man in black surveys the protective array cloaking the sacred land, displaying a look of disdain. Just an imperial-level formation, he sneers, and one lacking a strong master to unleash its full potential. A terrifying aura emanates from him as he slices through the void with a single hand, unleashing a heavenly sword light that descends upon the sacred land below. Boom. The terrifying sword light rends the heavens and earth apart, and the sacred land's defensive formation proves utterly incapable of offering even a semblance of resistance, being torn asunder in an instant. As the sword light breaches the array, it continues its descent towards the earth, instantly forming a terrifying abyss that cleaves the entire island in twain. With the formation shattered, the practitioners maintaining it suffer a backlash. Their bodies exploding, including that Saint King. How fragile. The middle-aged man in black reveals a hint of derision, perceiving these individuals as mere ants, easily crushed at will. Were it not for the restraints imposed upon him, he would have annihilated the entire continent long ago, rather than remain stationed in the void for millions of years. With a single hand pressed downward, an unfathomable force of law converges into a colossal hand, casting a shadow over the sacred land below. All within the sacred land are paralyzed by fear, gazing up at the descending hand in terror. Some attempt to flee, but their bodies betray them, seemingly stripped of control. Boom. The vast earth trembles violently, the surrounding waters erupting in towering waves. At the center of the island, akin to a small continent, the sacred land vanishes, leaving behind only a massive handprint, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. In one fell swoop, the endless sea sacred land is obliterated. The middle-aged man in black draws in the remnants of the shattered spiritual veins, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body. With this influx of energy, his current incarnation can endure for a significantly longer duration. Having completed his task, he once again rends a spatial passage and steps into it, vanishing from sight. This time, his destination lies to the south, the eastern wilderness region, the Xuantian Sword Sect. In the council hall, the venerable ancestor Xuanxiaaudiobooks sits at the helm, flanked by representatives from the two great sacred lands. They had just concluded discussions regarding the tributes from the two sacred lands. Suddenly, the expression of the endless sea sacred lord shifts, as a jade talisman materializes in his grasp. In the next moment, the talisman bursts apart, and an anxious voice emanates from it. Sacred Lord, our sacred land is under siege by a formidable foe, suspected to be a quasi-emperor. Elder Zhao has been slain with a single glance. Upon hearing this, the endless sea sacred lord's expression shifts drastically, and he rises to his feet. Across from him, the representatives from the demon god sect also hear the voice, their faces paling slightly. The great saint from the endless sea wears a particularly grim expression, the aura of his saint level surging, on the verge of eruption. The sacred land is under attack? Moreover, by a being above the quasi-emperor level? How can this be? From whence does this quasi-emperor arise? Could it be from the other two sacred lands? Upon reaching this realization, his gaze locked onto the two members of the demon god sect seated opposite him. Old ghost of the oversea, do you suspect that my demon god sect is behind this? The expression of the great sage of the demon clan darkened as he rebuked. Truth be told, he secretly hoped that this calamity stemmed from his own sacred land. The problem was that his demon god sect possessed only one quasi-emperor, who had already fallen, leaving them without the strength to assault a sacred land. Elder Taishang, the most pressing matter is for us to return to the sacred land. The Lord of the Endless Sea spoke with a grim countenance. If it were merely a quasi-emperor, the sacred land's defensive array should still hold. However, if time were to stretch, the outcome would be uncertain. After speaking, he turned to the venerable Xuanha seated above. My friend, I wish to meet the emperor once more. Please convey my request. The Endless Sea now lacked the power to confront a quasi-emperor, and he sought the emperor's intervention to safeguard his Endless Sea. Chapter 85. The arrival of Yi Changsheng, the arrogant outsider. Within the council hall, Xuanha ancestor sat at the apex, his brow furrowing upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Endless Sea. Strictly speaking, the current Endless Sea sacred land had become a faction of his Xuantian Sword Sect. Naturally, they could not remain indifferent to this assault. Just as he prepared to return to the star-picking peak, a sudden space fluctuation erupted within the hall. Subsequently, two figures slowly solidified, Yi Changsheng and Qing Wang. Yi Changsheng surveyed the assembly within the hall, his expression unperturbed. This matter is already known to me. The souls of those from the two great sacred lands bore his soul seeds, allowing him to perceive all their thoughts and intentions. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng's arrival, the two from the Endless Sea hastily knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, we beseech you to save our sacred land. Changsheng, the Xuanha ancestor, quickly rose. Yi Changsheng uttered no further words. After nodding to Xuanha ancestor, he directly enveloped the four individuals and vanished from the hall. Master, I shall accompany you, Qing Wang called out, promptly following suit. In an instant, the grand hall was left with only Xuanha ancestor, standing solitary. He gazed at the departing figures, a glimmer of envy in his eyes, and could not help but indulge in a fleeting fantasy. If only he could possess the same level of cultivation as Elder Changsheng, he chuckled softly. In the western Endless Sea, above the sacred land, a spatial passage materialized, through which several figures emerged. Upon their appearance, the two from the Endless Sea immediately directed their gaze toward the sacred land. How could this be? Where is the sacred land? The sight before them left them in stunned disbelief. Once teeming with palatial structures, the sacred land now bore only a terrifying palm imprint. etched into the earth like a deep abyss, painfully glaring to behold. The figures swiftly descended, their divine senses frantically sweeping every inch of the area, desperate to locate any survivors. Yet, the entire sacred land had been obliterated. What survivors could possibly remain? After a prolonged silence, they collapsed to the ground, their eyes devoid of life. In the void, the two from the demon god sect observed this scene, their eyes reflecting pity. What a misfortune. They ventured out, only to return to find their home annihilated. How tragic, truly tragic. Though they were rivals among the four great sacred lands, witnessing this scene stirred a sense of introspection within them. However, had they possessed the capability to eradicate their adversaries, they certainly would not have hesitated for a moment. Master, could it be that this sacred land has offended some ancient being? Judging by the lingering aura, the assailant appears to be no weaker than you. Perhaps their cultivation even surpasses yours. Qing Wang speculated earnestly from the side. Yi Changsheng regarded the two seated below, absorbing the residual aura of the region, and began to form a clearer understanding. The assailant's power indeed did not pale in comparison to his own. However, he harbored no trepidation. If they were stronger than he, that would only heighten the intrigue. Extending his right hand, he drew forth a wisp of aura from the void. After a brief moment of sensing and deduction, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the southern barbarian domain. They do not even attempt to conceal their whereabouts. Do they believe themselves to be without rivals? With those words, Yi Changsheng's figure gradually faded away. This time, he brought only Qing Huang and the two from the demon god sect along, allowing the two below to collect themselves in peace. In the southern barbarian domain, here, great mountains and dense forests flourished, with towering trees that could be encircled by dozens of people, intermittently echoing the terrifying roars of beasts. At this moment, in the heart of the southern barbarian domain, an imposing divine mountain loomed, resembling a Qilin overseeing the southern barbarians, exuding an exceptional majesty. Within the divine mountain resided numerous formidable auras, akin to ancient behemoths, rendering the very spiritual essence of this realm exceedingly ferocious. The demon god sect, the ruling sacred land of the southern barbarian domain, was also the sacred land of the entire demon clan. Yet, this usually exalted sacred land, which looked down upon the southern barbarians, was now enveloped by a palpable air of panic. Within the sacred land, all the powerful beings bore expressions of dread, gazing up at the terrifying figure in the sky. Just moments ago, this figure had materialized above their divine mountain, when a saint-level elder stepped forward to inquire. He uttered merely a single sentence before being met with a fatal glare. How could such a terrifying presence appear within their sacred land? Was it the one from Qingzhou? However, the Lord and the Elder Taishang had gone to Qingzhou to apologize. Could it be that the negotiations had faltered? Did that individual intend to annihilate their sacred land? Some senior elders speculated that the figure in the sky might be a quasi-emperor from Qingzhou, come to destroy them. After all, they were aware of their lord's visit to Qingzhou, believing that negotiations had indeed fallen through. Above, the middle-aged man in black exuded a cold gaze, extending his palm, from which a terrifying aura began to rise. It's over, are we to perish? The demon god sect, with its countless years of legacy, was it to meet its end today? Within the divine mountain, countless powerful beings wore ashen faces, gazing at the hand raised by the man in black, their terror rendering them incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Just as the middle-aged man in black was about to obliterate the divine mountain, the powerful beings within, resigned to their fate, a voice of utmost authority resonated through heaven and earth. Preposterous. In an instant, the heavens trembled, the winds and clouds shifted, and a colossal vortex formed in the sky. Following that, a gigantic finger, akin to a heavenly pillar, pierced through the void, descending upon the middle-aged man in black. The overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding space to shatter, and ominous rifts rapidly spread into the distance. The middle-aged man in black furrowed his brow slightly, his lifted hand transformed, unleashing a terrifying sword light in response to the descending giant finger. Boom! The giant finger and the sword light erupted simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that caused the surrounding space to collapse into a black hole. The middle-aged man in black waved his hand, smoothing the turbulent void, his gaze fixed on the distant figures emerging from the sky. The sixth level of the Emperor? A defier? He chuckled coldly, realizing he had inadvertently drawn such attention. Perfect. It saves me the trouble of seeking him out. The middle-aged man in black observed the figures with a mixture of surprise followed by a chilling demeanor. In the distance, Yi Changsheng's gaze also fell upon the middle-aged man in black, a look of suspicion crossing his face. He discerned that this was merely an avatar, not the true entity. Judging by its aura, it seemed to be at the sixth level of the Emperor. An outsider? If an avatar possesses the same cultivation as himself, what level of power must the true form possess? Yi Changsheng was quick to notice the distinct aura emanating from the figure, one that diverged from their own. At that moment, the middle-aged man in black transformed, appearing instantaneously not far from Yi Changsheng and his companions. He gazed intently at Yi Changsheng, as if observing a corpse. His voice steeped in chilling indifference. I originally intended to eliminate these ants before seeking you out, but to my surprise, you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Since that is the case, I shall have no choice but to eradicate you first. As for those ants, let them linger for a few more moments. Chapter 86. The Outsider Erupts, approaching the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. The middle-aged man in black, although merely at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, exhibited no trepidation in the presence of Yi Changsheng, who was of the same level, even boasting that he would subdue him within mere moments. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. This individual was far too arrogant. You may be of the same realm as I, but should you be even slightly stronger, I could crush you in an instant. Such arrogance. Master, allow me to deal with him. Before Yi Changsheng could respond, Qing Huang, already seething with rage, had transformed her eyes into those of a beast. Icy and fixated on the man in black. Ding. Indeed, I can no longer tolerate this. From which corner of the world does this fool hail? To belittle those under my protection? Host, eliminate him first, and later we shall locate his true form to obliterate him into wisps of smoke. I shall reward you with treasures beyond your imagination. The system's voice resonated in Yi Changsheng's mind, incensed by the disdain shown to those it sheltered. Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, contemplating the fiery tempers of Qing Huang and the system. So impulsive, too impulsive, but I rather like it. Observing Qing Huang's eagerness, he declared, All right, little Qing. Go ahead and eliminate him for the master. Yes, master. A smile graced Qing Huang's face, only to swiftly transform into a frigid, ruthless intent. Since attaining the Emperor Realm, she had yet to unleash her power. Today, the world would learn of her fearsome might. Meanwhile, the two members of the Demon God Sect, who had accompanied him, were taken aback upon hearing Yi Changsheng's intention to send the young girl against the man in black. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and hesitation. From the man in black's earlier remarks, they had surmised that he was likely an unparalleled emperor, a revelation that left them utterly astounded. Now, Yi Changsheng was dispatching this girl to confront an emperor? Was this a jest? Although they could not discern her cultivation, judging by her innocent and youthful appearance, how formidable could she truly be? Do not play like this. Our sanctum is not yet secure. Emperor. The great saint of the demon race summoned his courage to speak, but upon meeting Yi Changsheng's gaze, he promptly sealed his lips. On the other side, Qing Huang paid no heed to the two men. With her master's approval, she stepped forward, charging toward the middle-aged man in black. Come, let me teach you how to behave. As her words fell, a terrifying surge enveloped her, radiating an aura capable of collapsing eternity, bearing down upon the man in black. In that instant, her concealed power was undeniably revealed. 6th level of the Emperor Realm? A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, as he had previously failed to detect her true strength. Yet, in response to Qing Huang's provocation, he coldly retorted, You seek death. Qing Huang struck first, conjuring a blood jade qilin the size of a grinding wheel, lifting it and hurling it towards the middle-aged man in black. This was an imperial weapon of the Demon God Sect, which she had acquired from Yi Changsheng not long ago. Now, as an emperor of the demons, wielding the blood jade qilin posed no challenge. The terrifying imperial might erupted, a golden qilin's phantom materializing, roaring as it descended upon the man in black alongside the imperial weapon. Seeing this, the middle-aged man conjured a celestial sword in his hand and slashed downward, tearing through space as if it were mere parchment. Boom. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze, then erupted into a cacophony, the void fracturing like a spider's web. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Yi Changsheng, witnessing this, felt a tremor beneath his feet. He contained the surging spiritual energy, dissipating it into the cosmos. In the void, the two combatants each retreated from their initial clash, leaving deep imprints in the air. Good heavens! Feel the might of your elder. Qing Huang bellowed, her imperial weapon expanding once more, resembling a small mountain, bearing down with an earth-shattering aura. This time, a layer of azure flames enveloped the surface of the imperial weapon, exuding a terrifying aura. The middle-aged man, facing the imperial weapon, raised his sword with both hands, unleashing a sword light that cleaved through the heavens, descending with lethal intent. Boom! A cataclysmic aura surged forth, and the blood jade qilin was sent flying, shattering space and vanishing. The middle-aged man regarded the direction in which the qilin had disappeared with disdain. Yet, in the next moment, he discovered that his celestial sword was engulfed in azure flames, burning relentlessly. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to shake off the flames. However, this was Qing Huang's innate divine ability. Extinguishing it was no simple feat. The azure flames dimmed slightly, only to blaze anew. In no time, a section of his sword was consumed, the flames spreading upward, threatening to incinerate everything they touched. Realizing the peril, the middle-aged man relinquished his sword, causing the azure flames to dissipate along with it. As the flames vanished, he turned his gaze toward Qing Huang, a hint of seriousness now reflected in his eyes. Clearly, he was taken aback by this innate divine ability. If he so desired, he could forcibly dispel the azure flames, but doing so would require a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. This body was merely an avatar, containing limited power. Excessive depletion could lead to a decline in his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Qing Huang recalled her imperial weapon, a hint of regret surfacing in her gaze. Had her azure flames touched him, it would have been enough to leave him in dire straits. Now that he was aware of their ferocity, igniting them upon him again would not be so simple. As predicted, the middle-aged man subsequently erected a barrier of spiritual energy around himself. Any contact with the azure flames would result in immediate dispersal. Yet even so, his spiritual energy continued to deplete rapidly. After a time of skirmishing, his aura had notably weakened, teetering on the brink of descending from the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Ha! How does it feel to taste my power? In the void, Qing Huang, wielding her imperial weapon, surveyed the significantly diminished middle-aged man with undeniable pride. She even cast a glance in Yi Changsheng's direction, her intention to flaunt her prowess evident. On the distant mountain, the members of the demon god sect were utterly dumbfounded, especially the bullhead great saint and the sect master. Their eyes filled with profound reverence as they beheld Qing Huang. They could never have imagined that this young girl, perpetually trailing behind the great Emperor Changsheng, was herself an emperor. Thus, the Xuantian Sword Sect now boasted 2 emperors. What a formidable force this was. In the void, faced with Qing Huang's provocation, the middle-aged man's expression remained impassive. Were it not for the excessive expenditure of spiritual energy upon entering this world, his avatar would not be limited to merely the 6th level of the Emperor realm. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the demon god sect stronghold. If he could absorb the spiritual veins there, he would no longer harbor any reservations. However, upon seeing Yi Changsheng standing resolutely before the divine mountain, he abandoned that thought. It appears that a swift resolution is imperative. What was once a desire to preserve this incarnation now seems destined for abandonment. With a firm decision in his heart, a strand of ethereal white light emanated from within his middle-aged form. Instantly, an aura of terrifying magnitude, foreign to the savage lands, exploded forth, and his own energy surged at an astonishing rate. He ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th emperor, then to the 7th, and finally to the 8th emperor realm, where his aura stabilized. He cast a glance at the azure phoenix, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. And now, I shall ensure your soul is utterly shattered. Chapter 87. The True Immortal. Feeling the overwhelming aura erupting from the middle-aged figure, the azure phoenix's complexion changed drastically. This power exceeded her capacity to contend with. The oppressive weight bore down upon her, causing her heart to race. This wretched creature, has he taken some sort of enhancement? Yet, she remained undeterred, refusing to immediately seek aid from Yi Changsheng. How could her inaugural battle at the emperor level end so abruptly? With a muttered curse, she transformed her essence amidst the void. With a resounding cry, a cerulean divine bird materialized in the skies, crowned in blue and enveloped in azure flames that distorted the very fabric of space. Though the azure bird only spanned several hundred feet, it radiated an imperial majesty, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Its enormous, frigid eyes fixated coldly upon the middle-aged man. The azure phoenix refrained from assuming her full form, knowing that to do so would render her an easy target. With a piercing screech, she shed her feathers, which transformed into a multitude of azure Dao swords, their terrifying auras cleaving the void into fragments. This was the divine power she acquired upon her ascension to quasi-emperor. Each sword represented a full-force strike. This ability was further enhanced upon reaching the emperor level, and now, unleashed with all her might. She felt that each Dao sword possessed the capability to obliterate an opponent of equal rank in an instant. Yet, she remained uncertain whether it would be effective against the middle-aged man, who stood 2 minor realms above her. Flash! With a thunderous roar, the 100 Dao swords tore through space, all aimed at the black-clad middle-aged figure. Humph! Utterly delusional. He scoffed disdainfully, extending his palm towards the descending swords. An invisible wave rippled through the air. At the moment the Dao swords were to make contact, they were inexplicably suspended in the void. The swords emitted a resonant hum, fiercely grinding against the space around them, producing sparks of light. The middle-aged man's gaze hardened as he grasped the air with his outstretched hand. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 100 Dao swords detonated violently, scattering into fine dust that rained down from the heavens. Hiss, that stings. The Azure Phoenix's eyes widened in shock as she reverted to her human form, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The brutal destruction of her Dao swords had inflicted a measure of backlash upon her. Die. The middle-aged man granted no respite, wielding his palm as a sword to unleash a terrifying beam of sword light directed at her. As the light sliced through the space, it cleaved a frightful chasm, as if dividing heaven and earth. Below, the powerful members of the demon god sect watched in despair at the sight of this cataclysmic sword light, their expressions pale with foreboding. They believed the Azure Phoenix was doomed. Initially, upon discovering that the Azure Phoenix had attained the Emperor realm, they had been filled with tremendous excitement. After all, as fellow demon kin, they hoped that this demon emperor would offer them some protection. Even if they were to submit to the Xuantian Sword Sect, they would still have a formidable ally. But now, it seemed that their hopes were dashed before they had even begun. Unbeknownst to them, as the transcendent sword light was unleashed, one of their number had vanished from their midst. In the void above, the Azure Phoenix did not flee nor attempt to defend herself against the incoming sword light. Instead, she cried out towards the sacred mountain, "Master, save me." Before her voice faded, a figure clad in white materialized before her. Changsheng regarded the oncoming sword light with calm indifference, merely extending a finger to meet it. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host is subjected to an attack surpassing their realm, with the attack being of the 8th Emperor level, triggering a passive system response, granting the host the cultivation of the true immortal at the 8th heaven level. In the next instant, boom, the sword light struck, but was halted by the tip of his finger, unable to descend further. The 8th heaven of the true immortal. This was the realm beyond the emperor. How astonishingly powerful. Changsheng felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, far surpassing his previous emperor state. If his former self stood before him now, he could likely reduce him to ashes with a mere flick of his wrist. With a gentle flick of his finger, he shattered the sword light, transforming it into a cascade of radiant particles that dissipated into the air. Wow, Master is magnificent. The Azure Phoenix, peeking from behind, gazed at Changsheng with awe, her eyes nearly sparkling with admiration. Haha, it seems Master has leveled up. Within the sacred mountain, the assembled strongmen of the demon god sect stood in stunned silence, as if paralyzed by an immobilization spell, their eyes fixed in bewilderment upon the celestial figure above. The white-robed presence resembled a fallen immortal, as unyielding as the ancient sacred peaks. It was not until a considerable time had passed that gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the mountain. Yet, the most shocked of all was the black-clad middle-aged man hovering in the void. He gazed at Changsheng, disbelief etched across his features, mingled with traces of horror. How could such a being exist in this world? Without the essence of the celestial spirits, no matter how prodigious a genius, it was impossible for one to ascend to immortality. Even the most monstrous of defiers from millions of years past, the Sun Saint Emperor, had only reached the Emperor realm, never attaining true immortality. This was inconceivable. The middle-aged man roared, his eyes bloodshot, the cold demeanor he had maintained transforming into a grotesque snarl. Impossible? Huh. Changsheng chuckled, fully aware of the man's thoughts. Indeed, without the system, he would never have achieved his current level of cultivation. Yet, the world is wondrous, granting him the system just as he teetered on the brink of death. Otherwise, he would have been nothing more than a memory, buried beneath 2 meters of grass. Now speak. How did you enter the savage lands? What does blood of sin mean? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swifter demise. Changsheng's voice carried a tone of indifference as he regarded the middle-aged man. Initially, the middle-aged man was taken aback by Changsheng's words, but soon erupted into laughter. Ha ha, it seems you know nothing at all. Ha ha, those marked by the blood of sin must perish. You are the scourge of your entire kin. Even if you manage to escape this prison, once you step into the outside world, powerful foes will hunt you down. His visage twisted further in malice, as he, an incarnation, seemed on the verge of shedding tears of blood. He glared at Changsheng, as if harboring an unfathomable grudge. Master, could this fellow be a madman? The Azure Phoenix whispered, feeling a chill at the middle-aged man's fierce demeanor. Changsheng's brow furrowed. He too felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, he considered himself a straightforward individual, having committed no grievous wrongs. However, gazing upon the countenance of his adversary, which radiated an overwhelming hatred, he felt as though he had been ensnared in a monumental event. It was highly probable that some formidable entity from the primal continent had committed a transgression, and now the entire realm was to bear the brunt of the repercussions. Yet, what concern was it of Changsheng? Should these individuals choose to misdirect their ire towards him, he would not hesitate to retaliate, eliminating 1, 2, or more without a second thought. A glint of indifference flickered in his eyes as he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man. Since you are unwilling to divulge the truth, I shall resort to my own means of inquiry. Upon concluding his statement, he pressed his palm downwards, the void transforming into an inescapable prison. Chapter 88. The Annihilation of the Avatar. As Yi Changsheng's palm descended, a shadow of death enveloped the middle-aged man clad in black. To him, it felt not like a mere hand, but rather a vast expanse of heaven and earth converging upon him, plunging his surroundings into utter darkness. A profound sense of helplessness surged from his core. I do not believe you are an immortal, the middle-aged man bellowed in anger, attempting to dispel the overwhelming sense of powerlessness. His corporeal form dimmed and became translucent, yet a more terrifying aura erupted forth. He ignited a wisp of his original celestial essence, sacrificing it to attain a formidable strength. Absolute pinnacle emperor. This was the zenith of power he could achieve through the perilous act of consuming all, risking the immediate dissolution of his avatar. Once more, a celestial sword materialized in the middle-aged man's grasp, slicing upward in a fierce counterattack, striving to cleave through the oppressive heavens. Humph, a mere death throes, he declared. In my domain, not only shall your avatar perish, but your true self shall also be hunted down and subdued. Yi Changsheng scoffed, disregarding the oncoming sword light as he continued to press down with his palm. With a resounding thud, the sword light was scattered by an immense force before it could ever draw near. In the next instant, the middle-aged man was seized and pulled before Yi Changsheng. Without hesitation, a terrifying divine consciousness surged towards the man's mind. Instantly, a series of images flickered before him. From the depths of the boundless sea, shrouded in mist, to the annihilation of sacred grounds, and ultimately to the southern barbarian domain. However, all these visions pertained solely to the middle-aged man's experiences after arriving at the primal continent. Devoid of any information regarding the so-called blood culprit, the man in black, confined by the colossal hand, was rendered immobile, his face a mask of shock and fury. He contemplated self-detonation to prevent Yi Changsheng from extracting his memories, yet alas, under such confinement, even death was beyond his grasp. From the depths of the boundless sea, you say? Yi Changsheng pondered, a look of contemplation crossing his features. He had never fathomed that a passage lay hidden in the vast expanse of that ocean. At that moment, he recalled the Spirit Emperor's memories, wherein ancient emperors ultimately embarked upon a celestial path. Could it be connected to this? Regrettably, the Spirit Emperor's recollections were fragmented, lacking any precise descriptions of the celestial path's location. Nevertheless, now that he was aware of a passage in the depths of the endless sea, it might be worth exploring in the future. How naive, the middle-aged man scoffed. You have no conception of the world beyond. Even if you attain the true immortal realm and reign supreme here, once you step outside, you will merely be relegated to the lower echelons. Countless formidable beings will come to eradicate you. As he witnessed his memories being probed, the middle-aged man ceased his struggles and sneered at Yi Changsheng. There is no need for your concern. Since you have become obsolete, it is time for you to perish. Yi Changsheng replied coolly, extinguishing the middle-aged man and completely refining even the remnants of his soul. As for the man's words, he remained indifferent. Those were mere, ordinary mortals. How could I, the emperor, be compared to such insignificant beings? I am one who possesses extraordinary gifts. Ah, the master is indeed a master. In a mere exchange of words, formidable foes are reduced to ashes. Upon the middle-aged man's demise, Qing Huang immediately showered him with flattery, her intentions exceedingly transparent. Having savored the benefits of successive upgrades, she no longer perceived Yi Changsheng solely as her master, but also as her benefactor. She felt compelled to be a worthy subordinate. Having significantly tempered her rebellious spirit, Yi Changsheng regarded the obsequious Qing Huang, fully aware of her thoughts. She merely wished to ascend alongside him now that he had grown stronger. He bore no aversion to this notion, yet the timing was not right. They must return to the sect first. Accompanied by Qing Huang, their figures vanished from the void, reappearing atop the divine mountain of the demon god sect. Salutations, Great Emperor Changsheng. Salutations, Demon Emperor. As soon as they materialized, the demon race's great sages and the sect leader prostrated themselves before them. Subsequently, within the entire divine mountain, countless powerful beings bowed low, their voices rising in a tumultuous chorus hailing the emperor. The deafening clamor resonated throughout the sacred mountain. As the great sage of the demon race knelt, Yi Changsheng stood before him, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the sage breathless, his reverence more intense than ever. He had witnessed the recent battle in the heavens. How fearsome was the man in black? Even the demon emperor had to retreat, not daring to confront him. Yet, such a terrifying existence was effortlessly crushed by the great Emperor Changsheng, his demeanor as nonchalant as if squashing an ant. Rise, Yi Changsheng instructed, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. He addressed the prostrate assembly, his voice soft yet resonant, echoing in the ears of every individual upon the vast divine mountain as though it were the voice of the heavens. "Yes, great emperor," they all exclaimed, rising. However, these once revered figures, accustomed to wielding authority within the sacred grounds, kept their heads bowed, not daring to meet the gaze of that majestic figure. It seemed that even direct eye contact was an affront. "The intruder has been vanquished by me. You may now focus on your cultivation in peace." Changsheng surveyed the crowd, speaking in a tranquil tone. He then turned his gaze to the great sage of the demon race. "Should any perilous matters arise, you may contact me through the divine consciousness seed." This divine consciousness seed served as an excellent means of communication, usable as long as one was not situated in a realm of unspeakable terror. Initially, he had contemplated relocating the entire demon god sect, but upon reflection, he discarded that notion. After all, the environment in the southern barbarian region was the most suitable for these demon races to thrive. Furthermore, he intended to have the Xuantian Sword Sect establish several teleportation arrays here, enabling the disciples of the sect to venture forth for training. Having spoken, he did not wait for a response, cleaving through the void and vanishing alongside Qing Huang. "Farewell, great emperor." The divine mountain resounded once more with jubilant cries. Beyond the primal continent, amidst the shattered starlit expanse, the middle-aged man in black seated among the stars abruptly opened his eyes. Two beams of terrifying sword light shot forth, cleaving a distant celestial body in twain. Rising from his meditative posture after countless millennia, as he stood, the star beneath him disintegrated into cosmic dust. His gaze pierced through the starry void, directed towards the primal continent. Just moments ago, he had sensed the obliteration of his avatar. To be precise, it had been utterly vanquished. Even a fragment of his divine consciousness had been extinguished, failing to relay substantial information. Has the defier of heaven truly become a force to be reckoned with? Chapter 89. The middle-aged man in black, lurking among the stars. In the starry expanse, the middle-aged man in black maintained a detached demeanor, yet his mind was deep in contemplation. Due to the obstruction of the boundary of the wild continent, he was unable to discern the events unfolding within. How did his avatar meet its demise? With the power of his avatar. Even if entering that world would incur some losses, it should still retain the might of a supreme emperor. Moreover, he had left a strand of primordial celestial energy within his avatar, which could unleash several-fold strength at a critical moment. Logically, such terrifying power should have been sufficient to easily subdue the nascent defier. Yet, in reality, it was his avatar that perished. Unless, of course, a monstrous talent had emerged in that world, akin to the Sun Sovereign from millions of years ago, who had ascended beyond the imperial realm. This world has a peculiar way of occasionally birthing one or two prodigies. The middle-aged man in black bore a slightly grim countenance. He had been dispatched to this desolate starry expanse, remaining there for millions of years, solely to guard the entry to that world, spending countless years in the same place. With only the occasional resources sent from above and devoid of any celestial essence to absorb and cultivate, had warped his mentality. What puzzled him was, if the higher-ups of his clan harbored such disdain for that world, why not allow its obliteration? After a prolonged period of contemplation, the middle-aged man in black emerged from his reverie, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in his eyes. "Ah, prodigies, my favorite pastime is to torment and slay such individuals. No matter how extraordinary your talents, you shall ultimately perish at my hands." A cruel smile crept upon his lips as his figure dissipated into thin air. Shortly thereafter, in the starry sky beyond the boundary of the wild continent, a silhouette gradually solidified. The middle-aged man gazed at the world barrier before him, choosing not to breach it, but instead locating a fragment of a star to sit upon. He was not recognized by the will of this world, and forcing his way in could potentially lead to its collapse. Thus, he resolved to lie in wait at this entry point, ready to strike down anyone who emerged from within. In the wild continent, at the eastern wild Xuantian Sword Sect, atop star-picking peak, Changsheng leisurely savored his tea beneath the fiery pear tree. Opposite him, Qing Huang held a cup, yet her thoughts were far removed from the moment. She gazed at her master with an expression that suggested she had something to say, but hesitated. Her master had returned some time ago. Had he perhaps forgotten something? "I say, Xiaoqing, if you have something on your mind, do speak up. No need to look as if you're constipated. You were never like this before," Changsheng remarked, casting a glance at Qing Huang. Her face fell at his words. Why did that sound so uncomfortable? "Master, have you forgotten something?" Changsheng paused momentarily, but in the next instant, he comprehended that she was eager for ascension. They had only just returned to star-picking peak, and he had barely settled down. Alas, today's youth are truly impatient. "All right, I understand, master," Changsheng said with resignation, beginning to call upon the system in his mind. "System, come forth." Ding, does the host have a matter to address? Indeed, there is a matter. You need to facilitate Qing Huang's ascension, Yi Changsheng stated directly, avoiding any unnecessary words. Understood, now activating the system's accompanying function for the host. As the words fell, a dense celestial light emanated from Qing Huang, and her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. She still appeared as the same youthful girl, yet a celestial energy enveloped her, making her resemble a fairy fallen from the celestial realm. Qing Huang, Celestial Beast. Cultivation level, True Immortal 8th Stage. Divine abilities, Burning Heaven Blue Flame. Enhanced Qingling Sword, Qing Huang Slash. Qing Huang Slash, a strike that condenses all celestial power. Capable of ignoring all enemy defenses and directly slaying foes. After this strike, the user is left without combat power. Known as a desperate divine ability where if the enemy does not perish, the user will perish instead. Yi Changsheng observed Qing Huang's information and noted that she had indeed acquired an additional divine ability upon her ascension. Qing Huang Slash. It had a rather appealing ring to it. What a fitting name. If the enemy does not die, I shall. Yi Changsheng silently praised this robust divine ability. Hey, master. Why are you staring at me so intently? Are you perhaps coveting my beauty? Let me tell you, I am not one to be trifled with. Qing Huang, having successfully ascended, immediately turned her back on him. Seeing her master gaze at her so fixedly, she planted one foot on the stone bench, hands on her hips, striking a pose that declared her as not to be trifled with. The appearance of the little fairy was abruptly shattered, transforming her into a rogue imbued with celestial energy. Yi Changsheng's face darkened, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Was this betrayal of their bond occurring far too swiftly? Before her ascension, her tone had been entirely different. What? Did I strike a nerve? Qing Huang, observing the twitching corners of Yi Changsheng's mouth, mistakenly believed she had hit the mark and instinctively took a half-step back. Damn it, Yi Changsheng was rendered speechless. System, can this creature be recalled? I no longer wish to keep this mount. Ding. System items, once extracted, are not subject to responsibility. To add, pets rewarded by the system initially have blank personalities and learn from those around them. Did I ask for such a disparagement? Yi Changsheng, upon hearing the system's reply, felt even more speechless. Was it implying that Qing Huang's personality was learned from him? Was he truly like this? No, it could also be attributed to the Grand Ancestor. After all, Qing Huang had also encountered the Grand Ancestor. It must have been the Grand Ancestor who misled Qing Huang. Yi Changsheng regarded Qing Huang, his expression suddenly turning serious as he beckoned her closer. Xiaoqing, come here. What is it? Master? Qing Huang, noticing the gravity in Yi Changsheng's demeanor, felt a twinge of trepidation. Oh no, was her master angry? Yet despite her fear, she cautiously stepped forward. Once Qing Huang was near, Yi Changsheng inquired, Xiaoqing, after your ascension, do you feel anything particularly special? Special feelings? I feel significantly stronger, as if I could suppress you. Master, ahem, I feel as though I could easily subdue my former self. Qing Huang paused mid-sentence, then feigned nonchalance as she continued. After speaking, she furtively glanced at Yi Changsheng. Gauging his reaction, 1,000 divine beasts galloped through Yi Changsheng's mind. What had he just heard? Was that truly her genuine thought? Shaking his head, he cast aside the errant thoughts. Aside from that, is there anything else? Seeing that her master did not react excessively, Qing Huang breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was puzzled. Anything else? She quieted her mind, focusing intently. In the next moment, her brow furrowed slowly. In her excitement during ascension, she had not thoroughly examined her condition, but now, as she familiarized herself, she suddenly uncovered a significant issue. It felt as if the entire world was repelling her, and her body was constantly under immense pressure. She looked at her master, her expression filled with disbelief. Master, what is happening? Yi Changsheng frowned, observing Qing Huang's expression. He had already gleaned the answer he sought. When he himself broke through to the true immortal realm, he had suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. A peculiar pressure emanated from the heavens, as if he had been shackled by invisible chains, constraining his cultivation and preventing him from unleashing his full potential. It seemed that his current power had surpassed the limits this world could bear. Should he exert himself to the utmost, it would lead to the cataclysmic collapse of the continent. This realm could no longer accommodate his existence. Chapter 90. The Suppression from the Wild Continent. Yi Changsheng gazed skyward, sensing the presence of unseen eyes observing him from above. He understood that after attaining the status of a true immortal, his formidable strength had instilled a sense of threat within the wild continent, hence the suppression he faced. If he wished to remain in this world, he would have to bear these chains and endure this pressure perpetually. Perhaps it was time for him to depart from the wilds. Yi Changsheng withdrew his gaze and let out a long sigh. Although this suppression inflicted no harm upon him, the sensation of being burdened by a divine mountain was undeniably uncomfortable. It was evident that the wild continent was eager for his departure. To linger any longer would be discourteous. He resolved to remain for a while longer, to settle affairs within the wild continent and ensure the stability of his sect before making his exit. As for the path of departure, it likely lay deep within the endless sea. After all, according to the memories of the middle-aged man in black, that was how he had arrived here. Master, are you all right? Qing Wang called out cautiously, noticing that Yi Changsheng had fallen into a daze and had not responded. I'm fine. Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, then expanded his consciousness to encompass the entire Xuantian Sword Sect, and visions began to unfold before him. Before the mountain gate, the great saint of the underworld sat cross-legged in the void, faithfully guarding the entrance. At the sect master peak, Xian Wujin was meditating in his cave, his aura indicating a potential breakthrough to the realm of inquiry. On Xian Peak, Wang Lai leisurely savored tea in the courtyard, appearing utterly enraptured. The tea, imbued with the essence of the Tao, was none other than the comprehension tea Yi Changsheng had previously gifted him. Nearby, Yanxi stood dejectedly, sporting a bruised visage and a sizable shoe print behind him, clearly having just endured a thorough beating. Beneath the star-picking peak, numerous disciples were diligently cultivating, each making rapid progress in their cultivation levels. Excellent. It appears everything within the sect is proceeding smoothly. Yi Changsheng nodded with satisfaction as he retracted his consciousness. Although he had traversed from another realm, he felt a profound sense of belonging to the Xuantian Sword Sect after all this time. Suddenly, two waves of energy emanated from star-picking peak. Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly, only to be soon replaced by a flicker of delight. Haha, it seems after a period of seclusion, they have finally refined the blood of the semi-emperor. He sensed that Duo Bao and the ancestor had emerged from their retreats. Moments later, two figures appeared from different directions. One was rotund, radiating an aura of treasure, while the other, clad in green, had the appearance of an elder. Upon spotting Yi Changsheng, both approached with expressions of joy. Haha, Changsheng, I have broken through. The ancestor's voice boomed before he even arrived, his excitement palpable. Greetings, master. Duo Bao approached and respectfully bowed to Yi Changsheng. Very well. Yi Changsheng nodded, his gaze resting upon the two with a hint of satisfaction. The ancestor has reached the 6th heaven of the Sage Realm. Duo Bao has attained the 9th heaven of the Sage Realm. Both had ascended several minor realms, evidently having reaped immense benefits from the semi-emperor's blood. We owe much to the precious blood bestowed by Master, Duo Bao expressed with reverence. The ancestor's eyes were also filled with gratitude. Without the few drops of semi-emperor blood gifted by Yi Changsheng, they would not have achieved their current realms. Just some trifles. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit. Now that the ancestor had exited seclusion, it was the perfect opportunity to inform him of his impending departure. Ancestor, I have something to discuss with you. Oh, speak freely, Changsheng. There is no need for formality with me, the ancestor replied with a wave of his hand. Yi Changsheng regarded the ancestor, contemplating briefly before stating, I am leaving. The ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Leaving? Where to? Are you embarking on a journey across the continent? Haha, it would do you good to explore. After all, with your cultivation, nothing in the wilds poses a threat to you. At this moment, he believed Yi Changsheng's departure meant leaving the Xuantian Sword Sect to traverse the wild continent. I am leaving the wild continent. Yi Changsheng's gaze turned toward the horizon as he spoke softly. What? The ancestor's body trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he truly heard correctly? Even Duo Bao could not remain still, staring at his master in astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. Leaving the wild continent? What does that mean? Yi Changsheng, observing the confusion on their faces, proceeded to share the information he had received from the middle-aged man in black. His departure would undoubtedly result in the opening of the passage deep within the endless sea. Henceforth, should anyone from the Xuantian Sword Sect attain the status of emperor, they would be able to venture forth and explore the world beyond. Changsheng, are you suggesting that there exists a higher realm beyond the wild continent? The ancestor and Duo Bao were both taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief as they looked at Yi Changsheng. The vast wild continent they inhabited was merely a prison? After a moment of shock, Duo Bao's face revealed a hesitant expression, his eyes fixed on Yi Changsheng, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but holding back. If master departs, what shall I do? Yi Changsheng glanced at him. As my disciple, you have the freedom to choose. You may remain here to assist in managing the wild, or you may choose to continue accompanying me. I wish to follow master. Without a hint of hesitation, Duo Bao responded immediately. He too yearned to witness the world that lay beyond the wild continent. On the other hand, the ancestor displayed a look of envy, yet he remained silent. Even if Yi Changsheng invited him to accompany them, he would not choose that path. He intended to stay and guard the Xuantian Sword Sect. Yi Changsheng had no further comments regarding Duo Bao's decision. He had nurtured an inner world within which living beings could thrive, allowing Duo Bao to cultivate therein. Perhaps one day, as his inner world expanded further, it might even accommodate the entire Xuantian Sword Sect. Chapter 91. Departing from the Wilds. Time flew by, and several months had elapsed since Yi Changsheng's conversation with the ancestor. During this interval, he had taken the time to establish a formidable grand formation for the Xuantian Sword Sect, integrating both defense and offensive capabilities. This formation would automatically absorb energy from the heavens and earth, ready to unleash its might should the sect come under attack, ensuring that even an emperor would face dire consequences. Additionally, teleportation arrays had been constructed between the four major domains, allowing disciples of the Xuantian Sword Sect to venture to any location on the continent for training. Naturally, where they went would depend on their own capabilities. Otherwise, if they perished outside, the sect would not intervene in cases of ordinary death. Now, with nearly all matters arranged, it was evident that the sect was progressing in a positive direction. On this day, Yi Changsheng looked upward at the celestial expanse and murmured to himself, "It is time to depart." A subtle ripple emanated from him, and in the next moment, a shadowy figure emerged from within his being. A spectral figure materialized within the expanse, swiftly solidifying into a form identical to his own. This was the avatar he had conjured. He sensed that departing in this manner lacked security. It was prudent to leave a manifestation behind to guard this place. Though it was merely an avatar, it possessed half of his cultivation, its strength approximately equivalent to the 5th level of the true immortal realm. The avatar cast a glance at the original before striding towards the ancient fire pear tree. With each step, its form gradually faded until it ultimately merged completely with the tree's essence. Yi Changsheng observed this scene with a nod. He had also embedded a wisp of divine consciousness within the avatar. This fragment of consciousness would typically slumber alongside the avatar, only awakening during moments of crisis in the sect to suppress intruders. Having completed these tasks, he dispersed his consciousness to locate the Grand Ancestor and Duo Bao. "Come to me swiftly." A voice echoed in the ears of both individuals. Moments later, two figures approached from the distance. "We pay our respects to Master," they greeted. Yi Changsheng regarded them closely and, after a brief silence, addressed the Grand Ancestor. "Everything within the sect is stable. I plan to depart today." With that, he produced two items from his hand and extended them toward the Grand Ancestor. One was a jade vial, the size of an arm, containing the life spring water he had retrieved from the inner world. The other was a crimson chelin, emanating a subtle imperial might. It was an imperial weapon of the demon god sect, and the deity within had already submitted to him, now to be left as a foundation for the sect. This. Changsheng, the Grand Ancestor, gazed at the two items in Yi Changsheng's hands, momentarily hesitant to accept them. Although he had never encountered the imperial weapon of the demon god sect, he could sense the imperial aura radiating from it. Even a fool would recognize its significance. As for the vial, it was evident that it was not an ordinary item to be gifted alongside an imperial weapon. "Please accept them. They hold no great value," Yi Changsheng urged, noticing the Grand Ancestor's reluctance, and he firmly placed the two items into his hands. "Of little worth?" While it was somewhat inappropriate, the Grand Ancestor could not suppress the twitching of his lips. Clutching the imperial weapon, he felt as if he could sense an immense weight of power within it. His expression turned serious, and he bowed deeply to Yi Changsheng. "I express my gratitude on behalf of the sect, Elder Changsheng." His voice was low, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. Yi Changsheng remained silent, shifting his gaze to Duo Bao. "Do you have any unfinished business?" Returning to Master. "All my worldly matters are resolved. I wish to ascend with you." Duo Bao replied respectfully. "Ascend? A splendid notion." The Grand Ancestor regarded him strangely. Yi Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. If one had nothing to say, it was better to remain silent. Shaking his head, he subtly stirred his spirit, opening a portal to the inner world, from which a rich aura of spiritual and life energy emanated. "You may enter my inner world first." Duo Bao peered through the entrance, astonished by the verdant realm within. Is this an inner world? Is it akin to our own? Yet, what was this vibrant life force? Their inner worlds could not harbor living beings, let alone sustain life. Was this a world crafted by Master through divine prowess? With his mind racing, Duo Bao did not hesitate and swiftly entered the inner world. Once Duo Bao had entered, Yi Changsheng extended his hand, drawing forth the small courtyard atop the peak, along with its foundation and the meditative figure of Mou, into the inner world. After completing this, the entrance to the inner world closed. The Grand Ancestor observed all of this with a look of astonishment. Clearly, he was awed by the scenes within the inner world. Yi Changsheng's inner realm was indeed vast and capable of sustaining life. Could it be that upon reaching the Emperor realm, one's inner world undergoes a transformation? Grand Ancestor, after I depart, please declare to the outside world that I am in seclusion. Yi Changsheng cast one last glance at the Xianxia peak. a hint of sentiment reflected in his expression. Then, he stepped forward, his figure gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Old man, he has gone. Behind him, Qing Huang waved at the Grand Ancestor, her form also dissolving. The Grand Ancestor gazed at the dissipating figures, opening his mouth, yet uttering no sound. He sat silently beneath the fire pear tree, on the stone bench where Yi Changsheng often meditated, his gaze lost in the distant sky. At that moment, a somewhat excited voice echoed. Grand Ancestor, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Haha, look, I have broken through and am now a sage. Hee hee. Xuanhe Laozu sprang forth from afar, flaunting his achievements before the Grand Ancestor. As he spoke, he intentionally released a hint of sage might to substantiate his claims. He had been traversing the 4 domains, engaging with those sacred grounds and managing the resources he had acquired, only to return just now. To his surprise, upon his return, he discovered that his Grand Ancestor had emerged from seclusion. How could he resist the urge to boast? However, the Grand Ancestor was already perturbed by Yi Changsheng's departure. And now, seeing this individual flaunting his cultivation level before him, his irritation intensified. A mere first-level sage, what is there to boast about? The Grand Ancestor's expression darkened as he looked at the still grinning Xuanhe Laozu. In the next moment, a more terrifying aura erupted from him, pressing down upon Xuanhe Laozu. Hee hee ha! Xuanhe Laozu's laughter abruptly ceased, staring in disbelief at his Grand Ancestor. He found himself immobilized, unable to move. What kind of terrifying pressure was this? Even with a breakthrough, it should not be this fearsome. Hee, little Xuanhe, it has been a while since we last sparred. Since you have also attained sagehood, let us have a match. The Grand Ancestor grinned ominously, rolling up his sleeves, and delivered a punch toward the immobilized Xuanhe. Old man, you lack martial ethics. Don't hit my face. Oh no. Soon, the cries of Xuanhe Laozu echoed across Xianxiang Peak. It was not until an entire hour later that the wails ceased. Xuanhe Laozu lay on the ground, battered and bruised, marked with large footprints. The Grand Ancestor shook his slightly sore arm, exhaling a long breath. The gloom lingering from Yi Changsheng's departure had lifted considerably. He then retrieved the life spring water gifted by Yi Changsheng, portioning out half into a jade vial, which he extended to Xuanhe Laozu. Changsheng has entered seclusion. This was his gift to the Grand Ancestor. Consider yourself fortunate. Hiss, is this life spring water? Xuanhe Laozu snatched the vial, cradling it carefully in his hands. He quickly sprang to his feet, his resentment toward the Grand Ancestor for the earlier beating evaporating instantly. If a beating could yield a vial of life spring water, he thought to himself, perhaps he should ask for another. The Grand Ancestor paid him no further mind, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. What could the outside world possibly be like now? Meanwhile, deep within the boundless sea, before the misty forbidden zone, 2 figures gradually solidified. According to the memories obtained, the passageway for departure lay within. Chapter 92, Another Starry Sky. Yi Changsheng gazed at the vast expanse of mist ahead, a glimmer of brilliance shining in his eyes. The mists could effectively sever the divine awareness of even the most exalted saints, yet they posed no hindrance to him. His gaze pierced through the fabric of space, revealing the situation within with utmost clarity. Within the vast expanse of the ocean, numerous formidable beings resided, including powerful entities surpassing the saintly realm. Moreover, the interior space was chaotic, littered with various formations, including remnants of imperial arrays. It was no wonder this place was deemed a forbidden zone. Yi Changsheng sighed. In such an environment, even a great saint could find themselves in peril with a single misstep. Master, shall we proceed? Qing Huang inquired, her eyes alight with urgency. Ever since she learned they were to leave the wilderness continent, her heart had brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness the world beyond. Let us go, Yi Changsheng declared, stepping forward into the mist-laden confines. He navigated the residual formations with ease. Meanwhile, the creatures inhabiting the ocean's depths had retreated, hiding away and daring not to emit even the faintest hint of their presence. Before long, the two found themselves deep within the forbidden zone, in the very void where the cloaked middle-aged man had once appeared. Behind them, the formations and mists through which they had passed dissipated, revealing a long corridor extending from the outside world to the heart of the forbidden zone. The surrounding mists roiled, attempting to fill the void, yet a mysterious force repelled them, preventing any infiltration. This is the place. Yi Changsheng's gaze fixed on a point in the void where subtle spatial fluctuations emanated. He extended his hand, using his finger as a sword, and unleashed a beam of sword light. With a tearing sound, the sword light cleaved through space, creating a fissure spanning 100 feet. Beyond it, a desolate starry expanse lay revealed, with countless shattered celestial fragments floating aimlessly. Just as they were about to step into the spatial passage, a multitude of runes materialized from the void, resembling an immense net that enveloped the entire rift. Severing the pathway. A seal? Humph. Yi Changsheng observed the runes obstructing the passage, his gaze turning frigid. It was astonishing that those from the outside world had managed to seal the entire wilderness continent, an utterly ruthless act. They were intent on cutting off everyone's path forward. His palm began to glow faintly as he prepared to tear apart the seal. "Master, allow me," Xinguang interjected, stepping forward eagerly. Without waiting for Yi Changsheng's response, she acted decisively. Extending her hand, she reached towards the healing passage. A massive azure claw emerged from the void, exuding an aura of immense dread. Resonating with a thunderous sound, the azure claw plunged into the space, grasping the runes and tearing them away. Boom! The runes shattered, and the severed passage reappeared, revealing the desolate star field once more. "Master, it's done," Xinguang exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she beheld the unobstructed spatial corridor. "Well done. You have proven worthy of your master's efforts in nurturing you," Yi Changsheng praised, giving her a gentle pat on the head before stepping into the passage. "Hee," Xinguang grinned, reveling in the compliment as she followed closely behind. One step forward, and they traversed into another world. The figures of Yi Changsheng and Xinguang gradually materialized amidst the desolate and fragmented starry sky. Casting a glance back at the wilderness continent, they noted that the grand runic array shrouding the entire land was gradually dissipating from the breach they had created. Had this place once been the battleground of a terrifying conflict? Gazing upon the ruined and barren star field, Yi Changsheng was reminded of the memories of the Spirit Emperor. Those great emperors must have also yearned to escape the wilderness continent, engaging in a fierce battle with beings from the outside world. Yet, he pondered, had they succeeded in their exodus, or had they perished? Suddenly, Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he turned to Xinguang. "Little Qing, extract that little mouse." At his words, Xinguang trembled with excitement. "Hee, do not worry, master. I have already detected that black mouse." With that, her gaze fixed upon a fragment of a star in the starry sky, her expression turning fierce. She extended her hand, flicking her fingers, and a beam of sword light sliced through the starry expanse towards the fragment. This was her simplified attack using the Qingling Dao sword, possessing formidable power. Just as the sword light was about to strike the star fragment, another beam of sword light erupted from the stars, clashing with Xinguang's. Boom! Both beams shattered simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying storm of sword energy that swept in all directions, obliterating every star it encountered. Xinguang dismissed the encroaching sword energy storm with a wave of her hand, her gaze fixed on the position of the formerly shattered star. There, a figure clad in black stood, its aura somewhat disheveled. "Little mouse, you've been drawn out," she remarked. The middle-aged man in black regarded Xinguang and Yi Changsheng with a face that bore a profound grimace, tinged with a hint of panic. He had been lying in wait in the starry void, intending to ambush the defier when they appeared. However, he had not anticipated their strength to exceed his expectations. When Xinguang had unleashed her power to tear the seal, he had sensed her aura, which was undoubtedly above his own. Hence, he had concealed himself, suppressing his presence within the stars, yet he had still been discovered. Yi Changsheng regarded the middle-aged man in black, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Fifth stage of true immortal realm, and it's your true body. Have you been lurking in the starry expanse all this time, or were you specifically waiting for us? How foolish. Little Qing, take care of him." Chapter 93. Suppressing the black-clad middle-aged man's true body. Upon hearing her master's command, Xinguang was enveloped in a fierce aura. Fixing her icy gaze on the middle-aged man in black, she remained calm and composed as she extended her palm towards him, pressing downward into the void. In the next moment, a massive azure claw emerged in the starry sky, overshadowing the entire expanse. "Demon, do you dare?" the black-clad man bellowed, his heart quaking at the sight of the descending claw. Yet, he would not remain idle. A white celestial sword materialized in his hand, a terrifying aura emanating from it. This was his life-bound weapon, a genuine celestial artifact, unlike the illusions he conjured on the wilderness continent. Although it was merely of the lowest grade, it far surpassed the imperial weapons found on the wilderness. The moment the celestial sword appeared, even Xinguang felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she fixated on the sword. "What a splendid sword! Return my celestial sword at once, you little thief," she cried out, the power of her azure claw surging with renewed vigor. Having been unable to keep pace with her own cultivation, she had left her previous imperial weapon, the blood jade Qilin, with the Xuantian Sword Sect upon departing the wilderness. She was now in need of a worthy weapon, and unexpectedly, one had come to her doorstep. "Demon, you seek death." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. This was undeniably his celestial sword, yet it had been turned against him. This was nothing short of a blatant robbery. The celestial sword erupted with blinding light, swinging upward in a counterattack, the overwhelming sword light colliding with the descending claw. Boom. In the instant of contact, the sword light shattered, the massive claw disintegrated, and a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the starry sky. The middle-aged man in black was forced down by the backlash, plunging into the void. In contrast, Qingyuan merely trembled slightly, then resumed her composure as if nothing had transpired. The brilliance in her eyes intensified. That fellow was merely at the 5th level of true immortal. Yet he had managed to withstand an attack from her 8th level of true immortal with that celestial sword. What an exceptional weapon. Without granting her opponent a moment to react, her figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the middle-aged man in black. She raised her palm and struck down towards his head. With a resounding clap, the middle-aged man was sent soaring, his celestial body fracturing under the impact, hurtling into the depths of the starry sky. This was still thanks to him using his celestial sword to block at a critical moment. Otherwise, that strike would have completely shattered his skull. Qingyuan's gaze followed him into the vastness of the cosmos as she pursued him in a blink. Soon after, thunderous roars reverberated from the depths of the starry sky, indicating that a fierce battle had erupted. Intense waves of energy swept through the area, with celestial light and sword energy emanating a terrifying killing intent that rent the very fabric of the starry expanse, leaving it in tatters. Occasionally, furious howls could be heard. "Freak, do not go too far. Allow me to leave, and we can put this matter to rest, otherwise." The voice of the middle-aged man dripped with a hint of bravado, masking his trepidation. "Otherwise what?" Qingyuan replied dismissively, her movements unrelenting as she increased the force of her strikes by a third. Effortlessly, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the middle-aged man. "Are you not afraid of the reckoning that will come from those behind me if you kill me?" The middle-aged man desperately wielded his celestial sword in a futile attempt to fend her off, each blow causing further devastation to his already crumbling celestial body. He was being thoroughly pressed against the starry sky, utterly outmatched. At the realm of true immortals, the disparity of 3 minor realms was insurmountable, even with a celestial sword in hand. "Your allies are formidable. My esteemed master has my back. I fear no one," Qingyuan proclaimed, her assault unceasing as she continued to batter the middle-aged man. In the distance, Changsheng listened to the cacophony, his expression remaining remarkably placid. That the middle-aged man had allies did not surprise him. This was evident from the information he had previously gathered. They must be the so-called higher-ups of his clan. However, he was curious to see what the ancestors of the wild continent had done to incur such wrath, warranting the confinement of the entire continent for millions of years. As he pondered, the tumult of battle in the depths of the starry sky began to wane. Moments later, Qingyuan returned from the cosmos, exuding a fierce and savage aura, dragging a figure resembling a lifeless dog behind her. It was the middle-aged man, captured at last. With a thud, she hurled him into the void before her. "Master, I have caught him." The ferocity emanating from her dissipated as she looked at Changsheng, her previously cold demeanor transforming into one of triumph. "Excellent, well done." Changsheng offered a brief commendation. "Hee, just a basic operation," Qingyuan humbly replied for once, then turned her attention away, preoccupied with playing with the celestial sword in her hand, occasionally breaking into silly giggles. It was evident that she had taken quite a liking to the sword. Changsheng shook his head in resignation, pondering where this personality trait had originated. His gaze shifted to the middle-aged man, now sprawled like a puddle of mud in the void. The sight of his pitiful condition sent a chill through him. TSK, his celestial bones have been utterly crushed, and he has been subjected to restrictions that render his celestial body incapable of self-repair. Casting a sidelong glance at Qingyuan, he mused, "This little one can be quite brutal when she unleashes her strength." Recalling how she had once proclaimed her intent to suppress him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of caution, though Qingyuan was fiercely loyal to him. The occasional rebellious streak she displayed made it conceivable that she might unexpectedly pummel him. Coughing lightly, he admonished himself for overthinking the matter. "You sinners, even if you escape that prison, you will not fare well. The upper realm cannot accommodate your kind." The middle-aged man, bound and enduring the agony of shattered bones, suddenly erupted into a sickly laugh as he regarded Changsheng. "You need not worry about my fate. Regardless of how it concludes, you shall not witness it. Your continued existence serves only to provide me with information." Changsheng remained unfazed by the middle-aged man's demeanor. He was merely a dying man. "Humph, deluded fool. Do not expect to glean a morsel of information about the upper realm from me." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with scorn. He was well aware of his impending demise and would not beg for mercy. Yet, he relished the thought of Changsheng's futile attempts to extract knowledge of the upper realm from him, envisioning the moment when his opponent would be forced to confront the truth of his ignorance upon arriving there, only to be swiftly exterminated. The very thought filled him with exhilaration. Yi Changsheng's gaze remained fixed on the middle-aged man, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I had no intention of extracting anything from you. Such matters are best discovered through one's own endeavors. With that, his expression grew cold, and he extended a massive hand towards the middle-aged man, pressing down. What? The middle-aged man gasped in horror, his eyes wide as he looked at Yi Changsheng. But all he saw was the descending hand. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated as the man's body was crushed into a mist of blood. A fleeting, ethereal figure struggled as Yi Changsheng seized it. It was the man's celestial soul. Chapter 94, The Celestial Realm. What do you intend to do? The middle-aged man's celestial soul writhed violently in Yi Changsheng's grasp, his expression one of sheer terror, devoid of the earlier bravado. When a person dies, their celestial soul endures, carrying their true spiritual imprint into reincarnation. Perhaps, in another life, they might even awaken their memories and continue their cultivation. However, if the celestial soul were to be destroyed, it would mean total obliteration, a complete vanishing without a trace. Yi Changsheng disregarded his pleas. His soul, at the 8th level of true immortal, burst forth, transforming into a massive hand that savagely assaulted the middle-aged man's celestial soul until it was on the brink of collapse. At which point he began to probe for information within it. In the next moment, a grand tapestry unfurled in his mind. It depicted an immense and boundless world, vastly larger than the wild continent. The celestial realm, where the essence of immortality flowed like the spiritual energy of the wild, permeating every inch of space. Countless spiritual herbs and celestial medicines existed, capable of producing innumerable powerful beings and immortals. The hierarchy was delineated as follows: transcendent immortal, mortal immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, immortal monarch, immortal king, quasi-immortal emperor, and supreme immortal emperor. The transcendent immortal realm corresponded to those beneath the great emperors of the wild. In that world, the great emperors of the wild were merely equivalent to mortal immortals, essentially the lowest tier. However, in the celestial realm, even a mortal immortal possessed a lifespan measured in millions of years, whereas those of the same rank in the wild continent could only expect a meager 100,000 years, a staggering tenfold disparity in longevity. Upon realizing this, Yi Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Such longevity indeed. Yet moments later, his brow furrowed. Why was there no mention of the wild continent? Why were they referred to as the blood sinners? Suddenly, he discovered several illusory symbols hidden in a corner of the celestial soul's consciousness. Symbols within the celestial soul? Seals? He attempted to release a wisp of his celestial awareness to touch those symbols. However, just as the moment of contact was about to occur, those intricate runes suddenly erupted with an exceedingly terrifying force. The middle-aged celestial spirit emitted a heart-wrenching wail, but in the next instant, it abruptly ceased, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated from Yi Changsheng's grasp. Damn it! Another restriction, truly malicious. It even kills its own kind when provoked. Yi Changsheng's countenance darkened slightly, as the information he yearned for remained elusive. Master, you have slain him, Qing Huang remarked casually, twirling the celestial sword in her hand. Yi Changsheng chose to ignore her, waving his palm to collect the celestial blood that had scattered in the void, refining it into the purest energy to nourish his inner world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of subduing the middle-aged man in black. Reward: Celestial Artifact, 7 Absolutes Time Tower. Reward: Absolute Celestial Sword. As the host has reached the true celestial realm, the 4 swords of extermination and the formation map have been upgraded to true celestial artifacts. 7 Absolutes Time Tower. After absorbing sufficient energy, it can accelerate the flow of time, 10-fold on the first level, 50-fold on the second level, and 100-fold on the third level. The host, now at the true celestial cultivation level, can unlock the second level. A system task? The sudden voice of the system momentarily bewildered him, but after a moment's reflection, he recalled that this was the task issued when the middle-aged man in black had descended into the wilderness. At that time, the system had promised unexpected rewards, and indeed, the rewards were beyond his imagination. Not only had he acquired the final killing sword, but the system had also thoughtfully upgraded them to the level of celestial artifacts. Moreover, this so-called 7 Absolutes Time Tower, capable of speeding up the flow of time, was also a remarkable treasure. Yet, he pondered, could it be utilized within the inner world? With a flick of his right hand, 2 items materialized, floating in the void. A 7-tiered, glazed treasure tower, and a celestial sword. The glazed tower emanated an enigmatic aura, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. The celestial sword was none other than the final sword of extermination, the absolute celestial sword. Now elevated to the status of a celestial artifact, its exterior betrayed no hint of its former lethal nature, instead exuding a spirit of ethereal divinity. Yet Yi Changsheng was confident that, once unleashed, it would unleash cataclysmic devastation. System, you are becoming increasingly perceptive. Ding. Host, remain composed. This is merely standard procedure. Chuckling softly, Yi Changsheng stored the two treasures within his inner world. The four swords of extermination hovered above the firmament, while the seven absolutes time tower transformed into a towering edifice, descending towards the earth. Boom. The resounding crash startled Duobao and Mayo within the confines of their world. What happened? Has someone breached in? The two swiftly exited their small courtyard, suspecting an intruder had entered their inner world. Yet, in the next moment, they stood frozen, their eyes wide in astonishment at the sight of the suddenly manifested colossal tower. Do not be alarmed. Simply continue your cultivation within my inner world. Yi Changsheng's calm voice resonated in their ears. Yes, master. The two responded respectfully, bowing towards the heavens above. After a brief silence, Duobao turned to Mayo. Brother, shall we return to our training? He had been diligently instructing his junior brother in the art of cultivation, eager for his companion to elevate his realm swiftly. After all, with a powerful ally, the development of his two primary endeavors would be significantly more secure. All right, Mayo nodded in agreement, having been thoroughly influenced by Duobao during this period, and also eager to grow stronger to accompany his junior brother in pursuit of wealth. Together, they made their way back to the small courtyard. In the outer world, Yi Changsheng sealed the entrance to the inner realm. He had yet to activate the time tower, for he realized that the energy within the inner world was insufficient to meet the activation requirements. Perhaps only upon reaching the celestial realm and absorbing celestial essence could he unlock its potential. His gaze pierced through countless spaces, fixating on the horizon of the starry expanse. Celestial realm, I am coming. The celestial realm is divided into 10 great celestial domains, each housing numerous colossal cities, governing vast expanses of territory. At this moment, within one of the 10 celestial domains, the Celestial Ascension Domain, in the heart of the grand city of Xianlin, stood a white ascension platform. Two elderly men sat cross-legged atop the platform, their faces marred by expressions of despondency. It's been tens of thousands of years since anyone from the lower realms has broken through the shackles and set foot in our Xianlin city, grumbled the elder clad in gray, gazing at the desolate platform. I wonder what the city lord is thinking, insisting we guard this wretched platform. Brother, cease your lamentations. The lower realms are as numerous as grains of sand. Countless will inevitably break through the shackles, yet none have arrived at our Xianlin city, retorted the man in black, displaying a face full of exasperation. The two were brothers, one named Lu Yidao and the other Lu Yishou. They had guarded this ascension platform for tens of thousands of years, having not seen even a shadow of a visitor. In the lower realms, cultivators who break through the shackles and reach the mortal celestial realm may ascend to the celestial realm, appearing randomly in one of the celestial cities across the 10 domains. Yet, it seemed that Xianlin City was cursed. Not a single mortal celestial had emerged from the ascension platform in tens of thousands of years. Even with the vastness of the celestial realm and countless celestial cities within the 10 domains, it was hard to fathom that not a single soul would arrive in all that time. This led the city lord to suspect that something was amiss with the ascension platform itself. Alas, tens of thousands of years, not even a shadow in sight. The title of Cursed City is inescapable, Lu Yishou sighed, retrieving a celestial fruit and taking a hearty bite. Silence. Do not utter those 4 words again. Have you forgotten what happened recently? Also, how dare you eat during work hours? Lu Yidao's expression shifted, scolding him sharply. Yet, in the next moment, he added, give me one of those fruits. Immediately, Lu Yishou fell silent, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He recalled that not long ago, the city lord of the neighboring celestial city had uttered the words Cursed City, which somehow reached their own city lord's ears. Consequently, their city lord had stormed over, and a fierce confrontation ensued between the two city lords. If the city lord were to hear his earlier words, would he not be in for a beating? Would he not be left bruised and battered? Haha, brother, I didn't say anything just now, did I? Lu Yishou chuckled, hastily producing several celestial fruits and offering them to his brother. Lu Yidao accepted the celestial fruits, wearing a puzzled expression. What? Did you just say something? Lu Yishou blinked in surprise before quickly responding. No, I said nothing, haha. Just as the two brothers prepared to savor the celestial fruits, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The long-dormant ascension platform erupted with a brilliant light, a powerful aura sending the two brothers reeling. In midair, the Lu brothers steadied themselves, gazing at the radiant ascension platform in disbelief. Passers-by nearby also halted in their tracks, astonished by the luminous altar. Lu Yishou, pointing at the ascension platform, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate a single word. Incredible. The curse of the city of misfortune has been shattered. It turns out the ascension platform is intact. In an instant, A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Calm down, Isho. As the herald of this ascension platform, I must maintain my composure and not lose face before those about to ascend. Beside him, his elder brother Louis Dao looked disdainfully at his younger sibling's lack of composure. Yet, seeing his brother's flushed face, the excitement was unmistakable. Ahem, you're right. Big brother. We must uphold our dignity. Louis Isho coughed twice, his expression swiftly regaining serenity. With his robe billowing, he clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head slightly, striking a pose reminiscent of an unparalleled celestial being. Indeed, splendid, Isho. That's the spirit. Louis Dao exclaimed, praising his brother. Although it sounded somewhat off, he was genuinely complimenting him. Subsequently, he mimicked Isho's pose. As the radiance of the ascension platform intensified, moments later, the light dissipated, revealing two figures at the center of the altar. Changsheng scanned the surroundings, his aura concealed, yet vigilant for any unforeseen occurrences. He and Qing Huang had entered a luminous portal at the edge of the starry sky, which had transported them here. Before him lay a completely unfamiliar world, suffused with pure celestial energy. Such pristine power. Is this the celestial realm? Changsheng's voice carried a hint of astonishment. The energy permeating this space was leagues above that of the spiritual crystals in the wilderness. A single breath revitalized the spirit. No wonder the inhabitants of the celestial realm enjoy such longevity. The abundant celestial energy here is a significant contributor. Master, Qing Huang tugged at Changsheng's sleeve, pointing toward the Liu brothers who were still posing. Changsheng glanced at the pair, assessing their energy fluctuations, which seemed to correspond to the fifth layer of the mortal celestial realm. They are mere mortals. Yet, something felt amiss. He closed his eyes and reopened them. Name, Louis Dao. Cultivation, surface-level mortal celestial fifth layer, concealing celestial techniques. Actual cultivation true celestial sixth layer. Name, Louis Shou. Cultivation, surface-level mortal celestial fourth layer, concealing celestial techniques. Actual true celestial seventh layer. Goodness, they are indeed hiding their true powers, a full realm difference. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Changsheng's eyes. This method of concealing one's cultivation is quite impressive, nearly fooling even his own true celestial eighth layer. If they were to incur any enmity, would others truly believe them to be mere mortals, leading to their demise? Furthermore, their names are quite distinctive. Louis Dao, Louis Isho. How creative. Forget them, let us proceed. Shaking his head slightly, Changsheng took Qing Huang's hand and prepared to leave. The two brothers, still posing, grew increasingly anxious as Changsheng continued to ignore them. Now witnessing their imminent departure, they could no longer maintain their facade of dignity. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Louis Shou suddenly appeared in front of Changsheng, blocking his path. Changsheng regarded the gray-clad elder before him, glancing at the other brother behind him, frowning. Is there something you need? Fellow Taoist, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. Louis Shou laughed heartily, addressing Changsheng. We are the ones responsible for guiding ascendants from the lower realms to this celestial city. As an ascendant from the lower realms, you must register your identity at the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, navigating the celestial realm will be exceedingly difficult. Identity registration? Changsheng paused, recalling that the black-clad man's memories contained no such information. However, he quickly came to terms with it. This was likely akin to a population registration from his previous life, akin to receiving a celestial ID card. Without such an ID, one might be regarded as a non-entity. Fellow Taoist, please? Seeing Changsheng unresponsive, Louis Shou gestured invitingly. Then, taking the lead, he walked toward a direction within the celestial city. Very well. Changsheng nodded, following closely behind with Qing Huang. Meanwhile, Louis Dao, dressed in black, observed their retreating figures. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He could not comprehend their cultivation levels. The arrival of ascendants in the celestial city after tens of thousands of years was certainly no ordinary occurrence. Chapter 96. The City Lord of the Celestial City. Following Louis Shou, Changsheng and Qing Huang eventually arrived before a grand mansion. The three large characters inscribed above the entrance radiated a profound aura. City Lord's mansion. Two guards, their expressions impassive, stood at the entrance, their cold gazes sweeping over the throngs of passers-by. Changsheng cast a glance at the two guards, his heart sinking in astonishment. Mortal celestial third layer. In the wilderness, they would be considered apex beings, capable of reigning over the world for eons. Yet here in the celestial realm, they were merely stationed at the gates? What a disparity. At that moment, Louis Shou produced a white jade token, flashing it before the guards, disregarding whether others had seen it clearly, and strode into the city lord's mansion. City Lord, we have ascended. As Changsheng followed into the mansion, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. That statement carried quite the double entendre. Even Louis Dao, trailing behind, wore a dark expression. Such audacity. Yelling in the city lord's mansion. What a disgrace. A commanding voice reverberated in their ears, followed by the appearance of a tall figure. This figure was a middle-aged man of imposing stature, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was the ruler of the celestial city. The city lord. Greetings, city lord. The Liu brothers hurriedly bowed, addressing him with utmost respect. Changsheng regarded the suddenly appearing city lord with a calm gaze, merely offering a slight nod without uttering a word. As for Qinhuang, she didn't spare him a glance. Having been captivated by her curiosity about the surroundings since entering the city lord's mansion, the city lord paid no heed to the Liu brothers but turned his attention to Changsheng and Qinhuang. In the next moment, his brow furrowed slightly, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Given that no ascendants had graced the celestial city for tens of thousands of years, he had explicitly instructed the Liu brothers to inform him immediately upon their arrival. Yet now, as he beheld Changsheng and Qinhuang, doubt crept into his heart. As the city lord of the celestial city, possessing cultivation at the profound celestial realm, he could instantly discern Changsheng's level of cultivation, true celestial 8th layer. This revelation left him utterly astounded. How could this be? Even in the higher echelons of the lower realms, where a sliver of celestial energy might be absorbed, it would at most elevate one to the pinnacle of mortal celestial. Achieving true celestial status while still in the lower realms was an exceedingly rare occurrence, and reaching true celestial 8th layer was an unattainable dream. Are you the cultivators who have ascended from the lower realms? The city lord's voice remained calm, yet his gaze bore into Changsheng with a weighty pressure. Indeed, Changsheng spoke softly, his gaze directed towards the lord of Xianlin city, effortlessly discerning the latter's cultivation level. At the 3rd tier of the profound immortal realm, he surpassed Yi by a significant margin. The lord of Xianlin, upon hearing this, remained silent, instead shifting his attention to the oft-overlooked Liu brothers. Understanding the unspoken message from their lord, the Liu brothers promptly replied, "We report to you, Lord, that these two friends indeed emerged from the ascension platform." After a brief moment of contemplation, the lord of Xianlin had already come to believe this in his heart. He merely sought confirmation from the Liu brothers. With this assurance, a smile rapidly spread across his face, and he boomed, "Ha ha! Congratulations, friends, on breaking the shackles and successfully ascending. Liu heir, please assist these two friends in making a record and registering their names." "Yes, my lord." Liu Yishou nodded, then beckoned Changsheng and his companion to follow him to a small pavilion. Once the trio had departed, the usually taciturn Liu Yidao suddenly spoke, "My lord, do you harbor doubts regarding these two?" The lord of Xianlin shook his head, choosing silence, his gaze lingering on the direction in which Changsheng and the others had vanished, lost in thought. Inside the small pavilion, Liu Yidao pointed to a stone tablet, saying, "Friends, simply infuse a wisp of your aura into this immortal soul tablet." The tablet stood 3 zhang tall, its surface as pure and white as jade. Though referred to as a tablet, it resembled a colossal piece of jade. Changsheng extended his immortal consciousness to scan the immortal soul tablet, discerning that it was merely a simple artifact for recording auras. Once assured of its safety, he infused a wisp of his essence into it. In the next moment, the tablet shimmered with light, and a jade token emerged, inscribed with the characters Xianlin. Similarly, Qinhuang followed suit and received her own jade token, having recorded their auras. The 3 exited once more. "My lord, now that matters are settled, we shall take our leave," Changsheng said, cupping his hands respectfully towards the lord of Xianlin, preparing to depart with Qinhuang. "Friends, please wait. As you are new to the heavenly realm, you surely lack accommodations. If you do not mind, you may stay at the city lord's residence for the time being." The lord of Xianlin extended an invitation, his tone laden with goodwill. Changsheng paused, turning to regard the lord, understanding the underlying intent of camaraderie in his words. After a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. "Then, I shall trouble the lord." Having just arrived in the heavenly realm, he indeed had no place to rest. As for potential dangers in residing at the city lord's estate, he was not overly concerned. Seeing Changsheng's acceptance, a glimmer of delight flashed in the lord's eyes as he instructed the Liu brothers, "You two shall escort these friends to the Lincian courtyard. Furthermore, you need not remain on duty at the ascension platform. Temporarily stay by their side and await their commands." The Liu brothers exchanged glances, astonished. Staying in the Lincian courtyard? That was the finest accommodation in Xianlin city. Previously, even the lords of other immortal cities were unable to secure lodging there. And now, the lord was allowing these newly ascended cultivators to reside there. Moreover, they were commanded to heed his orders. Though shocked, the 2 brothers dutifully led Changsheng and Qinhuang away. Once everyone had departed, The Lord of Xianlin could no longer contain his exuberance. A prodigious genius who had cultivated to the 8th tier of true immortal in the lower realm. If he recommended this individual to the higher celestial sects, it would yield an immense bounty of resources. With such resources, Xianlin City could swiftly rise and grow even more formidable. Chapter 97. The Lord of Xianlin's Ambitions. The Savage Wilderness Immortal Sect? Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away, another colossal celestial city stood, Xiantai City. My lord. The individual dispatched to guard that area in the lower realm has suddenly perished. In the grand hall of the city lord's residence, a figure clad in black knelt, his voice chillingly cold. Bowing his head, he held a shattered soul token in his hands. Seated upon the high throne was a gaunt middle-aged man, the ruler of Xiantai City, scrutinizing the black-clad figure below. After a long silence, he reached out, drawing the shattered soul token to him, his voice indifferent as he uttered, "I am aware. You may withdraw." "Yes, my lord." The black-clad figure complied and exited the hall. Once the figure had departed, the expression of the Lord of Xiantai darkened ominously. With a sudden crash, he clenched his fist, reducing the fragmented soul token to powder that cascaded through his fingers. The task of guarding that small world was a directive from the esteemed members of the celestial sect. He could not afford any misstep. Should he dispatch another powerful being to the lower realm? This thought flickered through the Lord's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Though ascending was a simple feat, for those of the heavenly realm, to breach the barriers into the lower realm was far from easy. The higher the cultivation, the greater the cost required to breach that boundary, with a significant risk of perishing. Merely sending a true immortal to the lower realm had exacted a considerable toll on Xiantai City, a fact that still caused him pain even after countless years. After some contemplation, he vanished from the grand hall, making his way to the depths of the city lord's estate. Here, a white jade altar stood. Gazing upon the altar, the Lord of Xiantai hesitated for a moment before ultimately performing a hand seal towards it. Buzz! The white jade altar emitted a blinding radiance. And in the next instant, a hazy phantom coalesced, gazing down at the middle-aged man below. Subordinate pays respects to the immortal lord. The Lord of Xiantai quickly bowed, his demeanor exceptionally deferential. "What business do you seek with me?" The dispassionate voice of the phantom echoed. "Reporting to you, my lord. Some minor issues have arisen in the lower realm. The individual dispatched to guard that small world has perished." The Lord of Xiantai spoke, casting cautious glances at the elusive figure above, his heart racing with trepidation. "Perished? Dead?" The phantom swayed slightly, and after a lengthy pause, it finally responded, its tone still devoid of emotion. "This matter may have attracted the attention of powerful beings. You need not concern yourself further. I shall handle it." "Yes, my lord." The Lord of Xiantai breathed a sigh of relief within. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as he was not held accountable, he would be satisfied. "The 10,000 city trial is soon to commence. How are your preparations?" The phantom's voice echoed once more, inquiring. "Reporting to you, my lord, as per your instructions. Everything is ready. Once the trial begins, I shall undoubtedly eliminate those disobedient individuals." The Lord of Xiantai replied respectfully, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Very well." The phantom nodded approvingly, then fell silent, dissipating above the altar. Once the phantom had completely vanished, the Lord of Xiantai dared to rise fully. A glint of cold light and murderous intent flickered in his gaze. "You brash one from Xianlin City, on the day the trial commences. I shall settle the score with you." Xiantai City and Xianlin City were neighboring giants, each harboring animosity towards the other, both yearning to consume the other. Not long ago, the Lord of Xianlin had inexplicably come to confront him, resulting in a skirmish. Had it not been for his fear of jeopardizing the interests of his superiors, he would have led the city's powerful cultivators to annihilate the opposing force. However, despite having missed that opportunity, the opening would present itself once again when the 10,000 city trial commenced. Moreover, eliminating the opponent would be considerably simpler then. Xianlin City, Lincian Courtyard. Though it is referred to as a small courtyard, its expanse is quite considerable, and it has been arranged with exquisite craftsmanship, complete with quaint bridges, flowing waters, and humble abodes. Furthermore, this locale is renowned as the most concentrated area of celestial essence in Xianlin City, aside from the city lord's secluded cultivation chamber. At this moment, Yi Changsheng and the Lord of Xianlin City sat facing each other. On the table between them lay a pot of celestial brew and several plates of heavenly fruits, releasing a rich aura of celestial essence and an enticing fragrance. Yi Changsheng had resided here for nearly a month, during which he had become well acquainted with the city lord. The city lord took a sip of the celestial brew and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "My friend Yi, are you satisfied with your stay here? The celestial essence is indeed abundant here, making it an excellent dwelling." "I must extend my gratitude to the city lord for your hospitality," Yi Changsheng replied, lifting his own cup of celestial brew and savoring a sip. It was sweet upon entry, leaving a lingering aftertaste, as a pure wave of celestial essence erupted within him, swiftly being absorbed. It was delicious and beneficial for cultivation. This was Yi Changsheng's assessment. Of course, for him, it was simply delightful. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a peculiar sound interrupted him. Gurgle, plop, plop. Turning his head, he noticed Qing Huang at another table, holding a bottle of celestial brew in her left hand and a heavenly fruit in her right, indulging unabashedly. The corners of Yi Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of regret for bringing this character along. The city lord smiled faintly, unfazed. To him, those heavenly fruits, though precious, paled in comparison to these two prodigious talents. He gazed at Yi Changsheng, contemplating for a moment before asking, as you have just arrived in the celestial realm, do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Yi Changsheng paused in thought. It seemed he had not truly considered this. His departure from the wild continent was merely born from discomfort due to oppression. If he had to say, he was somewhat curious about why the wild continent had been sealed off, but he felt no urgency. Thus, in truth, he had no concrete plans. To be frank with the city lord, I currently have no intentions other than to wander and experience the beauty of the celestial realm, Yi Changsheng replied with a smile, taking another sip of the celestial brew. Upon hearing this, the city lord's eyes glimmered with delight. No plans. This was fortuitous for his own designs. For if a certain ancestor roamed the celestial realm, it would leave a trace for the descendants of that small world to ascend and seek out his faction. In that case, recommending someone to join his sect would become exceedingly difficult. With this in mind, a grave expression crossed his face as he said, My friend Yi, as you are new to the celestial realm, you may not be aware of its perils. Navigating the celestial realm without a backing is fraught with danger. Although you possess exceptional talent, you have yet to mature. Should you venture out recklessly, you may not survive more than a few months. Oh, if I may ask, what would you suggest, city lord? Yi Changsheng replied with a smirk, recognizing the ulterior motives behind the city lord's friendliness. However, sensing no malice, he chose to remain. Feeling somewhat bashful under Yi Changsheng's gaze, the city lord hesitated before confessing. To be candid, I do have a personal interest in keeping you here, but I harbor no ill intentions. Given your remarkable talents in reaching true immortality in the lower realm, I wish to recommend you to my sect. Recommend me to join a sect? Yi Changsheng was taken aback, as he had assumed the city lord desired him to join Xianlin City. Indeed, the sect affiliated with Xianlin City, the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect, is one of the 10 great sects of the celestial domain, ruling over countless territories, the city lord declared. Pride evident on his face. The Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect? A spark of interest flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Chapter 98. Joining the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect? Yi Changsheng fixed his gaze on the city lord, astonished by the city lord's previous statements. The mention of the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect piqued his curiosity. Indeed, have you heard of the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect's renown upon your arrival in the celestial realm? The city lord asked, somewhat surprised that its fame had reached the lower realms. Yi Changsheng regarded the city lord, bemused by his pride. He had not heard of any such sect, but found the term barbarian vaguely familiar. Nonetheless, he now genuinely harbored interest in the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect. With no immediate destination in mind, joining this sect might indeed be a prudent choice. Having made his decision, Yi Changsheng remarked nonchalantly, I presume that recommending a genius to the Immortal Sect would yield considerable rewards for you? Upon hearing this, the city lord chuckled, no longer hiding his intentions. Indeed, recommending a genius to the sect would indeed result in certain resources being granted. If it were a prodigy like you, the rewards would be even more substantial. At this point, he looked directly at Yi Changsheng, shifting the conversation. However, I am willing to offer all of these resources to you, with the sole request that, should you ascend to the pinnacle of power in the future, you would lend a hand to Xianlin City. The sincerity in the city lord's words was palpable, a spontaneous thought that had just struck him. The resources bestowed by the sect could indeed bolster both himself and Xianlin City. But he believed that securing a powerful ally for the future was far more advantageous. With Yi Changsheng's innate talent, he was destined to become an immortal monarch, and potentially even ascend to the throne of an immortal king, given the right opportunities. At that time, even a slight favor from Yi Changsheng would be worth far more than all the resources combined. Yi Changsheng regarded the city lord with surprise. Was this truly an investment in himself? How refreshingly candid. It seemed the city lord had grand aspirations. If Xianlin City were to face challenges in the future, aiding them would pose no difficulty, especially since he had resided here for quite some time. Feel free to recommend me. I am just uncertain whether my talents will suffice for entry, Yi Changsheng said casually. He was indeed at the 8th level of true immortality. Regarded by the city lord as an extraordinary genius, Yet he was fully aware that this level of cultivation had not been genuinely attained. His original self appeared rather mediocre in terms of talent. Should a qualification test arise, and he were to fail, it would be quite the embarrassment. Although he was indifferent to joining the so-called barbarian wilderness immortal sect, the prospect of disgrace was something he did care about. Be assured, host, with me around, you have nothing to fear. The system, having seemingly overheard Changsheng's thoughts, chimed in with an air of confidence, instilling a sense of invincibility. System, you're impressive. Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, then silently applauded the system in his mind. He deemed the system to be the strongest. My friend, you jest. If your talents cannot gain entry into the immortal sect, then who in the celestial realm could? The city lord interjected, his tone imbued with earnestness. Changsheng merely smiled, choosing not to dwell on that topic. In the near future, the celestial domain will host the 10,000 cities trial, during which esteemed individuals from the barbarian wilderness immortal sect will descend. At that time, I shall recommend you to the sect, the city lord stated. Since Changsheng has already consented, the lord of Xianlin City decisively confirmed this matter with a firm resolution. Rising from his seat, he cupped his hands in salute to Changsheng, saying, fellow Taoist, please take your rest for now. Once the trial commences, I shall return to summon you. With that, he turned and strode out of the courtyard, casting a glance at the Liu brothers stationed at the gate. A faint voice reached their ears, you two guard diligently. No one is to disturb fellow Taoist Yi. Yes, lord of the city. The two responded with respectful acknowledgement. The lord of Xianlin nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Big brother, the lord of the city truly values this Yi Taoist, Liu Yisho remarked, watching the departing figure of the lord with a sense of awe. Of course, if he didn't value him, would he allow him to reside in this humble abode? Liu Yidao retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Big brother, are you hungry? I noticed some mid-grade immortal fruits in the courtyard, Liu Yisho said slyly, sneaking a glance at the table within the courtyard. Although they no longer required sustenance at their level, mid-grade immortal fruits were indeed extraordinary. Enough with the eating. It's all you think about. Do you wish to sneak in and steal some fruits? Liu Yidao was nearly horrified, slapping the back of Liu Yisho's head. Sometimes he genuinely wished to crack open his companion's skull to see what was inside. Thousands of years prior, their insatiable craving had led them into this courtyard to pluck a few fruits, resulting in their capture and subsequent punishment of guarding the ascension platform for millennia. Now, here Liu Yisho was, repeating the same folly. Did he wish to return to guard the ascension platform? Just kidding, Liu Yisho chuckled sheepishly, though his eyes still darted toward the interior. The mid-grade immortal fruit. He had savored it once thousands of years ago and had long forgotten its taste. Sighing, he pulled a low-grade immortal fruit from his spatial pouch and began to nibble on it. Give me one, came a hand reaching out from beside him. Months had passed since their last conversation with the lord of the city. During this time, apart from occasional strolls into the city, Changsheng and his companion remained in the humble abode. On this day, Changsheng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, a fissure appearing above his head, the entrance to his inner world. An overwhelming force of absorption emanated, drawing forth the celestial spiritual energy from the surrounding realm, which was swiftly consumed by his inner world. The inner world expanded at a visibly rapid pace. After several hours, the fissure sealed, and Changsheng opened his eyes. The celestial spiritual energy, indeed a superior form of energy, had significantly enhanced his inner world, now extending to a radius of 500,000 miles after mere months of absorption. During this time, he had frequently opened the world's entrance to absorb the surrounding celestial spiritual energy to nurture his inner world, and the results were evidently rewarding. At that moment, an unusual wave of energy rippled through the heavens. Changsheng furrowed his brow, his gaze instantly locking onto the sky. There, a colossal portal was gradually forming. The trial of all cities was about to commence, permitting the lords of each city to lead their strongest to the designated location. Chapter 99, The Land of Demon Suppression. Above Xianlin City, a grand portal manifested, visible to all within the city. A thunderous voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, reverberated throughout the immense city. The trial of all cities has begun. Changsheng gazed at the portal, murmuring to himself. The lord of Xianlin had mentioned that once the trial commenced, representatives from the savage immortal sect would descend to recommend them. It appeared they also needed to proceed to a specified location, the site of the trial. At that moment, a figure materialized outside the courtyard. It was the lord of Xianlin, no longer clad in his previous flowing robes, but now adorned in a set of dark battle armor, splattered with remnants of blood, likely from past battles. Even before he approached, a fierce aura washed over them. He stepped into the courtyard, his gaze fixed on Changsheng. A hint of gravity in his expression. Fellow Taoist Yi, the trial has commenced. It is time for us to depart. Changsheng rose, meeting the Lord's serious eyes with surprise. It seemed this so-called trial of all cities was no trivial matter. "After you, my lord," he said softly, gesturing for the Lord of Xianlin to lead the way, as he was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of this trial, having only gleaned a few details from their prior conversations about some form of hunt. The Lord of Xianlin nodded and stepped ahead toward the exit. "Little Qing, let us go," Yi Changsheng called to his companion, Qing Huang, before following suit. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the city lord's residence, where a throng of cultivators already stood ready, each donned in battle armor, emanating formidable auras. It appeared they too were preparing to embark on the trial. Yi Changsheng scanned the crowd. There were no fewer than 100 individuals, the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of true immortals. Among them, 2 were even at the Xian immortal realm. Given the circumstances, it seemed most of the formidable beings in Xianlin City were gathered here. Not a single mortal immortal in sight. This was clearly a high-stakes endeavor. "Greetings, Lord of the City." Upon the Lord's arrival, the crowd hastily bowed, their voices booming, echoing throughout the city lord's residence. A middle-aged man of the first level of the Xian immortal realm stepped forward and addressed the Lord of Xianlin. "Lord, all the strong cultivators in the city have been gathered. We can depart now." "Excellent." The Lord of Xianlin nodded, then turned to Yi Changsheng, "Fellow Taoist Yi, let us set forth. Beyond that portal lies the assembly point for the trial." "Indeed." Yi Changsheng nodded in agreement. The Lord of Xianlin cast a sweeping glance over the gathered cultivators and soared toward the portal in the void above. Below, the multitude of cultivators followed closely, casting furtive glances at Yi Changsheng as they departed, their minds filled with astonishment. It was their first time witnessing the Lord of the City treating someone with such courtesy, particularly the middle-aged man in the Xian immortal realm, who discerned that Yi Changsheng was merely at the 8th level of true immortal. How could someone of such cultivation warrant such respectful treatment from the Lord of the City? Was he perhaps a disciple of some major power or sect? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Yi Changsheng followed behind them, soaring into the sky and stepping through the portal. In an instant, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him, as if time and space had reversed, traversing an immeasurable distance. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar terrain, barren and desolate. Before them lay an expanse of dark brown earth, with the celestial spiritual energy in the air remarkably thin, nearly imperceptible. Compared to Xianlin City, this was a wasteland. "Ding! The system has detected the host's arrival in the land of demon suppression and issues a task. Hunt down evil beasts to strengthen the small world." The voice of the system echoed suddenly. "Land of demon suppression?" Yi Changsheng queried with some confusion. "What does that mean?" "The system has detected a connection to the outer realms here, where countless formidable evil entities exist. The host merely needs to hunt them. Their blood and flesh will expedite the growth of the inner world. Once the inner world reaches a certain threshold, the host will gain the enhancement of world power, significantly increasing combat prowess. In the future, even when besieged by numerous opponents of equal cultivation, the host will be able to vanquish them all without triggering any passive effects. World power, such incredible potential? Yi Changsheng was taken aback, his heart brimming with anticipation. If what the system claims is true, once he acquires the power of the world, he would indeed traverse with unparalleled dominance, unrivaled within the same realm, and those of a higher realm would be effortlessly crushed beneath his might when his passive abilities are triggered. The temptation is overwhelming. However, a question lingers in his heart. If I solely rely on absorbing celestial spiritual energy to attain the level of possessing world power, how long would it take? Based on the host's absorption rate over the past few months, it would require a continuous absorption period of 10,000 years to reach that level. Hiss. 10,000 years. Yi Changsheng gasped upon hearing this. His 2 lifetimes combined had not even spanned 200 years. To cultivate an inner world would take 10,000 years? That is far too long for him. If, as you say, I were to nurture it using the flesh and blood of an alien monstrosity, how long would that take? The flesh and blood of alien monstrosities can be refined into purer energy. The more flesh there is, the shorter the time required. The more, the shorter? This transaction seems highly advantageous. I am in. By the way, where's the passage? Yi Changsheng pondered. Resolute in his decision to venture into this alien realm, no one could deter him. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a 3-dimensional map materialized within his consciousness. It depicted an immensely vast ancient city, at the center of which stood a pitch-black altar, from which spatial fluctuations emanated faintly. The passage lies within this ancient city. Then the red dot outside the city must indicate my current location. As Yi Changsheng scrutinized the map in his mind, observing the ancient city and the red dot beyond it, he murmured to himself, "This ancient city seems to be quite nearby. Yi, my friend, over here." The Lord of Xianlin City called out upon noticing Yi Changsheng in a daze, then led the group in a specific direction. His familiarity with the surroundings suggested that this was not his first participation in such trials. As they followed him, after a short flight, a colossal ancient city appeared at the horizon. An ancient city? Yi Changsheng gazed at the city emerging in the distance and checked the map in his mind again. A glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. Could this be the same location as the so-called Trial of 10,000 Cities? Soon, propelled by the group's speed, they traversed the remaining distance and arrived at the base of the city walls. Instantly, an ancient and profound aura enveloped him. This ancient city dwarfed Xianlin City by hundreds, if not thousands, of times, with walls soaring toward the heavens, marred by countless deep claw marks. At the city gate, 2 squads of armored cultivators stood guard. The Lord of Xianlin City stepped forward and produced a token, handing it to the leading individual. The cultivator merely glanced at it before granting passage, allowing the group to proceed. Just as the Lord of Xianlin City was about to enter the city, a peculiar voice, tinged with mockery, echoed from behind. "Oh, aren't these the esteemed ones from Xianlin City? What brings you here so early? Are you eager to meet your demise?" Chapter 100. The Trial of 1,000,000 True Immortals. A highly provocative voice rang out as a group of cultivators descended from the air, landing beside the others. Leading them was a lean, middle-aged man exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura, rivaling that of the Lord of Xianlin City. The Lord of Xianlin City regarded the newcomer with a flicker of coldness in his gaze. Lin Yan from Xiantai City. Xiantai City was the nearest major city to his own, and Lin Yan was its lord. Due to their proximity, disputes over resources frequently erupted, small skirmishes in March and larger conflicts in May. Thus, casualties among powerful figures were not uncommon, making them bitter rivals. Lin City Lord, you arrived early as well. Rest assured, once you're dead, I shall ensure that Xiantai City is well managed in your absence. The Lord of Xianlin City retorted coldly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Not long ago, he had feigned a solo assault on Xiantai City, intending to ambush Lin Yan with all the forces of Xianlin City lying in wait. However, for reasons unknown, the trap had failed to ensnare the enemy. Reflecting on it now, it felt like a missed opportunity. Fool. I hope you tread carefully during this trial and do not fall victim to the dangers within. Lin Yan scoffed, leading the strong cultivators of Xiantai City into the city. As he passed by Yi Changsheng, he paused briefly, casting a glance that seemed to convey a flicker of doubt. Yi Changsheng noticed the gaze, but paid it little mind. We shall proceed as well, the Lord of Xianlin City declared, his expression darkening, and he led the group into the city. Upon entering the ancient city, they were greeted by a myriad of residences and courtyards, each emanating powerful auras. The streets, however, were eerily deserted, with few souls wandering about. Before long, under the guidance of the Lord of Xianlin City, they arrived at a mansion situated deep within the city. This was Xianlin City's temporary residence here. Yi, my friend, the trial site will not open for another 3 days. In the meantime, please rest here. The city lord escorted Yi Changsheng and his companions to a small courtyard. Just as he was about to depart, Yi Changsheng suddenly called out to him. City lord, could you enlighten me about this trial? The trial? The Lord of Xianlin City paused, turning with a puzzled expression towards Yi Changsheng. He had brought him here merely to recommend him to the Wilderness Immortal Sect, and had no intention of involving him in any trials. Indeed, I find myself quite intrigued by this trial, Yi Changsheng replied with a faint smile. The Lord of Xianlin City scrutinized him, his brow furrowing slightly. Intrigued? That place is far from welcoming. Yet, since Yi Changsheng expressed a desire to know, he decided to share, recognizing that it was not a closely guarded secret. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, the so-called Trial of 10,000 Cities is essentially a vast slaughterhouse. The trial site is located in a space beyond the celestial realm, inhabited by countless alien monstrosities. These beasts possess no intellect and exhibit terrifying strength, launching periodic assaults on the celestial realm. Thus, the trial entails eradicating these threats. As the Lord of Xianlin City spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. He was no stranger to this trial. They had participated before, suffering significant losses each time. However, Yi Changsheng felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Did the 10 great immortal sects lack top-tier powerhouses? Could they not simply dispatch one to eliminate the source of the problem? After all, even the Xian Immortal Realm cultivators could survive there, suggesting that the alien beasts could not be excessively formidable. Sensing Yi Changsheng's thoughts, the Lord of Xianlin City continued. It is said that a supreme being from the 10 great immortal sects once ventured there and obliterated the alien beasts, yet mysteriously, they would reappear in greater numbers after a short while. After this cycle repeated multiple times without resolution, the trial of 10,000 cities was instituted, serving both to cleanse those beasts and to temper oneself. Moreover, those beasts carry numerous treasures. Now it makes sense. Yi Changsheng understood that the trial involved clearing out those beasts. This aligned perfectly with his own objectives. Looking at the Lord of Xianlin City, he stated, "City Lord, I wish to join the expedition of Xianlin City to hunt the alien beasts. You wish to partake in the trial, Yi Dao friend?" The Lord of Xianlin City knitted his brow, somewhat reluctant. He had merely speculated, not expecting Yi Changsheng to genuinely desire to venture into the trial site. He was well aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Even he could not guarantee his own survival. If Yi Changsheng were to perish there, how could he ever recommend him to the immortal sect? Has one's own calculations come to naught? Indeed, Yi is in need of a grand battle to test himself. We, as cultivators, must not shy away from peril, possessing an indomitable spirit. Yi Changsheng spoke with fervor, as if articulating the very thoughts that resided within his heart. Beside him, Qing Huang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though she could not fully grasp the words, she felt an undeniable resonance with their wisdom. The Lord of Xianlin City was equally moved, gazing at Yi Changsheng with a newfound respect. Truly, those who attain the realm of true immortal in the lower realms are no ordinary beings. Such a mindset is beyond his reach. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate, and one must possess a fearless heart. Fellow cultivator Yi is indeed a prodigious talent. This mindset commands my admiration. If that is the case, then let us proceed together in 3 days' time. The Lord of Xianlin City agreed, thinking it would suffice to look after him then. Thus, I thank the Lord. Yi Changsheng clasped his hands in gratitude. Very well, then, please rest for now. The passage will open in 3 days, and we shall depart. The Lord of Xianlin City concluded, turning to leave. Yi Changsheng watched him depart before turning back to the small courtyard. Time passed swiftly. For those engaged in cultivation, 3 days was but a fleeting moment. Ding! On this day, a bell resonating with the essence of the Tao sounded, instantly reverberating throughout the vast city. In the courtyard, Yi Changsheng opened his eyes, gazing beyond the walls before rising to step outside. At the entrance, the Lord of Xianlin City awaited with a throng of followers, having been there for some time. After exchanging greetings, they proceeded towards the heart of the city, the location of the spatial passage. Along the way, numerous formidable figures emerged from the houses lining the streets. Yi Changsheng cast a glance. Most were above the true immortal realm, with only a few being mere celestial immortals. Soon, they reached the city center, where a multitude of no less than 100,000 gathered, a sea of black. Such a congregation of powerhouses emanated a terrifying aura that rippled through the void. This is an assembly of true immortals. Yi Changsheng was astounded as he beheld the seemingly endless crowd. This is merely one of the entrance locations. There are 9 more such ancient cities elsewhere. The Lord of Xianlin City chuckled casually. 9 more? Yi Changsheng's eyes widened. Could it be that the combined true immortal population of these 10 colossal cities neared 1 million? Good heavens. Chapter 101. The trial begins. To think that a single trial would attract 1 million true immortals. It was indeed an astonishing spectacle upon his arrival in the celestial realm. At that moment, a figure appeared above the altar. A middle-aged man clad in black, with black hair and an appearance that could only be described as ordinary, yet exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. One man's presence overshadowed the multitude of the ancient city. The previously bustling scene fell silent as all eyes turned upward in reverence. Fellow cultivator Yi, behold, this is the esteemed elder from the Wild's immortal sect I spoke of. He is a core elder of the sect, reportedly on the brink of ascending to the immortal Lord realm. The Lord of Xianlin City spoke with respect, introducing Yi Changsheng to the figure above. Yi Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. He could discern the elder's information. Name, Lin Yi, core elder of the Wild's immortal sect. Cultivation level, peak Xian immortal. A peak Xian immortal, on the verge of reaching the immortal Lord realm. Such cultivation merely qualifies him as an elder within the Wild's immortal sect, one of the 10 great sections. Yi felt a twinge of astonishment. In comparison, Xianlin City appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. In the void above, the elder surveyed the crowd below with a neutral gaze, his calm voice resonating. I am an elder of the Wild's immortal sect, and one of the overseers of the 10 ancient cities. During this trial, all resources acquired from eliminating the vile beasts will belong to you, and those who excel shall receive rewards from the sect. Moreover, there is even the opportunity to enter the sect for further cultivation. As the elder's words spread, the eyes of all present gleamed with fervor. Their eagerness to participate in this trial stemmed from the chance to obtain the sect's rewards. Indeed, to be granted entry into the sect for cultivation would be a monumental stroke of fortune, a legacy of virtue spanning generations, as the resources and treasures available within the sect are beyond imagination. Now, I shall open the passage to the trial grounds. The elder wasted no time. After speaking, he directed his gaze toward the altar below. An even more terrifying aura emanated from him as he extended both hands, causing countless runes to manifest in the air. Swirling around him, After a brief inspection of the runes, the elder brought his palms down, and all the runes transformed into beams of light, merging into the altar below. Open! With a thunderous shout, the entire altar erupted in blinding light, and the next moment, boom! A pillar of light shot into the heavens, piercing the sky. A massive black vortex appeared in the firmament, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, eager to devour. The passage is now open. All of you, swiftly enter. The elder glanced at the black vortex, then bellowed to the crowd below. Yes, below, the multitude of cultivators responded in unison, taking flight toward the vortex in the sky. A swarm of figures akin to locusts. In no time, a significant portion vanished into the swirling abyss. Among them were the individuals from Xiantai City whom he had encountered earlier. The lord of Xiantai City cast a cold glance this way as he entered the vortex. Fellow cultivator Yi, let us proceed as well, the lord of Xianlin City remarked, leading all his followers towards the vortex. Yi Changsheng exchanged a glance with the vortex above, then stepped forward, accompanied by Qing Huang, approaching the edge of the vortex without hesitation, following the throng into its depths. A brilliant light enveloped him, reminiscent of the prior teleportation from Xianlin City to the gathering point. However, this time, the duration was longer, indicating a greater distance. After what felt like an eternity, the light faded, revealing a dim world before his eyes. Before him lay desolate mountains, the earth dark and barren, devoid of life, and the air thick with an aura of malevolence and brutality. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed, as countless colossal figures loomed in the distance, their blood-red eyes filled with a cruel hunger as they gazed at the newly arrived cultivators. It seemed they yearned to consume all, turning them into sustenance to enhance their own power. However, a vast barrier prevented them from approaching the gathered crowd. These are the vile beasts trapped here, powerful yet lacking the necessary intellect, mere brutal killers. They are the targets of this expedition. A colossal light shield enveloped the newly arrived cultivators, ensuring they did not fall prey to the beasts the moment they materialized. Simultaneously, this shield served as the sole sanctuary within the trial grounds. Once they stepped beyond it, they would face relentless slaughter. Esteemed cultivators, the slaughter begins. The figure from the Wild's immortal sect materialized in midair, surveying everyone before taking a step forward, exiting the light shield. Roar! Instantly, the ferocious roars of beasts reverberated through the heavens, as countless massive figures lunged forward, intent on tearing him apart. Upon witnessing this, the elder merely extended his hand nonchalantly and struck outward. Boom! The approaching malevolent beast was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, clearing a vast expanse of several thousand feet in radius. The elder in black continued his stride, stepping forth into the depths of this world. Along the way, all nearby malevolent creatures were eradicated, forming a wide vacuum zone beneath his feet. Surrounding this luminous barrier were primarily lower-ranked beasts, most akin to the mortal celestial realm. With scarcely any true celestial beings present, he sought to delve deeper in pursuit of more formidable adversaries. Let us proceed. Slay. As the esteemed figure of the celestial sect took the initiative, the fervor surged among those within the barrier. A voice rang out, inciting a wave of restlessness throughout the luminous enclosure. Groups of powerful cultivators, organized by city units, formed formidable battle arrays, stepping out of their sanctuary to wield their blades against the encroaching malevolent beasts. In mere moments, the surrounding malevolent creatures were entirely vanquished, and these squads each selected a direction, dispersing in all quarters. Let us move. The lord of Xianlin City, observing that most had departed, called out to the crowd. Yes, city lord. 100 strong men from Xianlin City answered in unison, swiftly assembling into 10 smaller battle formations. These 10 formations then coalesced into a single grand array. Positioned at the forefront, the city lord, as the strongest, glanced at the cleared space where Yi Changsheng and his companion stood, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing again. Friend Yi, I must trouble you to oversee the center of the battle formation. Should any danger arise, please lend your assistance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others from Xianlin City subtly shifted. Particularly, the two beyond the city lord's rank in the profound celestial realm exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Those of lower realms could not discern the implications, but they recognized that Yi Changsheng and his companion were merely at the 8th level of the true celestial realm. This level of cultivation, while relatively high among their ranks, was hardly sufficient to serve as the linchpin in the center of the formation during a critical moment. The city lord's intentions were evidently to safeguard these two, and in an instant, Yi Changsheng and his companion were branded in the minds of the others as liabilities. Their gazes toward him bore an undercurrent of disdain. After all, facing an unending tide of malevolent beasts was perilous enough. Now they were to shoulder the burden of 2 encumbrances, which could very well lead to their collective demise. Yet, given the city lord's directive, they dared not voice their objections. I appreciate the city lord's goodwill, but I prefer to rely on my own abilities. Only then can I truly hone myself. Yi Changsheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. He was well aware of the city lord's intentions. Perhaps a fear of his demise spurred this offer of protection. Although well-meaning, such assistance would only serve to hinder him and disrupt his plans. City lord, I shall take my leave first. We shall meet again once the trial concludes. With that, Yi Changsheng stepped forth, exiting the luminous barrier and venturing into the abyss. Master, wait for me. Chapter 102. The Feast of Carnage in the Barrier. The countenance of the powerful figures from Xianlin City darkened as they beheld the departing Yi Changsheng and his companion. Although they harbored dissatisfaction at having an encumbrance among them, the forthright refusal from the two instilled a sense of being looked down upon. Humph, a mere 8th level true celestial. I wager it won't be long before he becomes a meal for the malevolent beasts. A cultivator at the 1st level of the profound celestial realm scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. Even with his own profound celestial cultivation, he would not dare to act alone without the protection of a battle formation. Despite the surrounding malevolent beasts being relatively weak, primarily of the mortal celestial realm, any one of them could easily be crushed. However, as they ventured deeper into this world, the beasts encountered would only grow more formidable, potentially even yielding terrifying entities at the celestial monarch level. At that point, even their battle formation would struggle to prevent casualties, let alone mere individuals. He's doomed. The profound celestial cultivator shook his head, an inexplicable sense of relief washing over him. Such a fool remaining here could very well endanger everyone. Let us move, follow him. The city lord of Xianlin furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before uttering this command. This sudden declaration left the others in Xianlin City somewhat unsettled. The individual had declared an intention to go alone, and yet the city lord wished to pursue. City lord, one of the profound celestial cultivators displayed a pained expression, attempting to reason with their leader. Enough. We must hasten. The city lord interrupted, his tone resolute and authoritative. With that, he set off in pursuit of Yi Changsheng. Behind him, the powerful figures could only sigh in resignation, reluctantly following. Yet their hearts burned with resentment toward Yi Changsheng. They now faced not only the task of hunting malevolent beasts, but also the added burden of protection. A group of them exited their refuge, advancing in the direction Yi Changsheng had taken. However, after pursuing for some distance, they found no trace of the two. Roar, howl. Beneath the dim sky, they could only see countless colossal beast shadows charging toward them. Damn it! The city lord of Xianlin stood suspended in the void, his expression grim. Without his presence to safeguard them, he doubted Yi Changsheng could survive in this hellish arena. City lord, let us first eliminate these malevolent beasts. Those two might already be in the belly of one of them. The profound celestial cultivator spoke up, clearly disinterested in searching for the two encumbrances. Moreover, if they did not commence their hunt soon, they would fall behind other celestial cities, jeopardizing the rewards bestowed by the celestial sect. Each of them carried jade talismans inscribed with the marks of malevolent beasts' true spirits, which would be used to tally their achievements once the trial concluded, should they survive. If they squandered more time, they would be fortunate to avoid coming in last. Slay. The city lord of Xianlin barked, his expression darkening as he charged toward the oncoming beasts. In an instant, the area transformed into a slaughterhouse, with blood mist swirling and terrifying energy waves radiating in all directions, illuminated by celestial light. The roars of the beasts mingled with the shouts of the cultivators, resonating throughout the realm. Meanwhile, in another direction, Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang navigated the shadowy skies, hunting malevolent beasts while delving deeper. Above Yi Changsheng, a portal to the inner world opened, devouring the slain beasts. As soon as they entered the world, they were refined by a terrifying power, merging into the fabric of the cosmos. The territory rapidly expanded, revealing more mountains and lands within this realm. Even rivers and lakes began to take shape, as the inner world grew at an astonishing pace. In the center, two divine trees radiated a rich luminescence, fervently absorbing the essence that wafted through the air. Their cultivation also ascended gradually. As their cultivation rose, the life-giving tree emitted an even more vibrant vitality, encouraging the growth of lush greenery that adorned the newly expanded earth. The world tree grew ever more colossal, resembling a celestial pillar that upheld the entire inner world, stabilizing the space within. Roar, roar. A colossal swarm of monstrous figures surged towards the two individuals, a dense mass of ferocity. These malevolent beasts bore a striking resemblance to the feral creatures of the wilderness. Yet their aura radiated an incomprehensible strength, each one surpassing the realms of mere immortals. As the duo ventured deeper, the lesser beasts of the mortal realm vanished from sight, replaced by entities of true immortal caliber. Confronted by this formidable horde, Changsheng remained unperturbed. These beings were merely low-tier true immortals, easily within his grasp. Calmly, he extended his hand, fingers splayed, unleashing a torrent of fearsome sword energy. Countless strands of lethal sword chi wove together to form a vast net, ensnaring the oncoming fiends. In an instant, those behemoths were rent asunder, their flesh and blood raining down from the sky, consumed by the inner world. "Look, master," Qinghuang giggled, her back illuminated by a cerulean glow, as 100 feathered swords coalesced behind her, swiftly dispatching numerous malevolent creatures. Changsheng, unceremoniously, commanded his inner world to collect the fallen remains. After merely 2 strikes, the area surrounding them was cleared of hundreds of beasts. Yet, it seemed this world was teeming with endless fiends, as more figures approached from the distance. Low-tier true immortals were but fodder for slaughter. Changsheng felt no fear as they continued their relentless path into the depths. As they delved deeper, the strength of the fiends intensified. Suddenly, a resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, as even more terrifying figures shattered the void, advancing towards them. "Here they come." Changsheng's expression tightened at the terrifying roars echoing around them. This was no longer the low-tier true immortals they had previously faced. These were at least mid-tier, or even higher. A flicker of delight danced in his eyes. The more powerful the fiends, the greater the essence they would provide, hastening the growth of his small world. With the ground shaking, a dreadful aura pressed upon them, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. In the next moment, numerous gigantic figures emerged from all directions, their gaping maws dripping with malice, claws poised to strike. Instantly, countless shadowy claws materialized in the air, descending upon the two, threatening to crush them into oblivion. However, observing the approaching fiends, Changsheng's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. He realized that the highest cultivation among these beasts was merely at the 6th level of true immortality, with none surpassing the 8th. Nonetheless, since they had presented themselves, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. "Xiaoqing, take care of them." He gestured to Qinghuang, and with a flick of his finger, he slashed through the air. A massive beam of sword light tore through the advancing fiends, reducing them to countless pieces that were swallowed by the inner world. On the other side, Qinghuang unleashed a barrage of her own, with feathered swords and azure flames cutting down many powerful fiends. While those felled by the feathered swords left behind corpses, those touched by the azure flames were utterly consumed, reduced to ash despite their desperate attempts to extinguish the flames. Even as some fiends collided with their fellow creatures in their struggle, the azure flames would spread, incinerating them as well. In the face of their thunderous assault, the fiends momentarily hesitated to advance, especially upon witnessing their kin succumb to the flames, their anguished cries evoking a primal fear even in those devoid of intelligence. "Xiaoqing, you reckless child, refrain from burning them. Do you not realize your master needs these remains?" Changsheng remarked, exasperated, as he observed the majority of the fiends reduced to cinders. This little creature truly lacked awareness. If they were all turned to ash, his efforts would be in vain. "Oh, I shall be more mindful next time," Qinghuang replied, her expression downtrodden, having intended to seek her master's praise but instead received a reprimand. Changsheng nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the remaining fiends, his gaze cold and sharp. The fiends, lacking in intelligence, quickly shed their fleeting fear, allowing their primal instincts for slaughter and brutality to resurface as they roared and charged at the two. An even more savage and crimson aura enveloped the heavens, casting the world into deeper darkness, as if all remaining light was to be devoured. Ultimately, these mindless creatures, despite their immense power, were oblivious to the concept of death. Changsheng's eyes glinted with frost as he surveyed the sea of approaching fiends. There were certainly hundreds, if not thousands, of them. What manner of world was this, to harbor such an abundance of malevolent beasts? Given the current situation, even 1,000,000 true immortals would merely create ripples in this trial ground. Perhaps the 10 great immortal sects had other hidden strategies, he mused to himself. "Master, allow me to annihilate them," Qinghuang offered, her body radiating intense azure light as she prepared to transform and eradicate the fiends. "Your method is too slow, let me show you a trick." Changsheng held her head firmly, preventing her transformation. His gaze shifted forward, and with a wave of his hand, a colossal formation materialized out of thin air. Shrouding the entire sky, countless runes descended, sealing the space and cutting off their escape. For killing swords stood at the cardinal points, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter that permeated the very fabric of existence. The immortal slaying sword formation, this unparalleled killing formation, granted as a reward by the system, had been upgraded to an immortal-grade array following his ascension to the ranks of true immortals. Until now, he had found no opportunity to employ it. But faced with this multitude of fiends, it was the perfect time to test its might. After all, slaying so many beasts would be a cumbersome task, especially considering that they were all true immortals of mid-tier strength. Despite his superior cultivation, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. This is, Qinghuang gazed at the formation that engulfed the sky, her eyes wide with astonishment. The overwhelming aura of annihilation sent shivers down her spine, raising the hairs on her body. She had witnessed the immortal slaying sword before, and she was familiar with the formation. But she never expected that both would now be elevated to the status of immortal artifacts, capable of forming such a fearsome array. Master is truly extraordinary. His methods are boundless. Qinghuang thought to herself, recalling how she had once rejoiced over acquiring a single immortal sword, believing she could finally surpass her master. Unaware of Qinghuang's inner thoughts, Changsheng focused intently on the grand formation above, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he slowly tightened his hand. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, as the malevolent aura surged violently, the runes igniting, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword chi. Within the formation, the encircled fiends roared in alarm, sensing the imminent threat. They unleashed their most potent powers, a dark aura rising to the heavens. Countless claws, entwined with ominous runes, struck towards the formation. Some of the more formidable beings, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, charged towards Changsheng, intent on devouring him even as they approached. In response, Changsheng exhibited not the slightest hint of fear, remaining utterly still as he observed the approaching entity. A sound akin to tearing fabric echoed through the air, as the malevolent beasts charging towards him were instantaneously cleaved apart by the sword chi emanating from the boundaries of the grand formation, their forms disintegrating into a mist of blood. Within the confines of the formation, a scene reminiscent of a hellish battleground unfolded, confronted with Changsheng. A true immortal of the 8th level, and the upgraded extermination sword formation, these wicked beasts, whose highest cultivation barely reached the 6th level of true immortality, stood no chance of resistance. They could only thrash about chaotically within the slaughter array, their frenzied roars reverberating through the air. After a brief interval, the cacophony of cries gradually subsided, leaving behind a landscape devoid of life, filled only with a thick, sanguine aroma and piles of flesh strewn across the ground. Changsheng raised his hand, summoning the slaughter array, which promptly contracted and transformed into a streak of light that returned to his internal world. The fluctuations of his aura revealed the toll of sustaining such a colossal formation, which demanded an immense reserve of celestial energy. The extermination sword formation, indeed formidable. Observing the annihilated beasts, a satisfied expression graced his countenance. The initial deployment of this array had not disappointed him. It would serve as a potent weapon against large numbers of foes in the future. Its expansive lethal range, capable of encompassing the entire sky, was noteworthy, though it came at a significant cost to the user, which was understandable. Stepping forward, he prepared to utilize his internal world to collect the remnants of flesh. However, at that moment, an untimely voice pierced the air. "Esteemed friend, the formation you employed just now is quite impressive. I would like to borrow it for a moment. Would you be so kind?" As the voice faded, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens above, its weighty presence causing the ground beneath to collapse, forming a gaping chasm. Chapter 104. The Peak of the Profound Immortal Realm, S. Malevolent Beasts. Feeling the pressure descending from above, Changsheng's expression darkened. He and Qinghuang Ling stood above the chasm, gazing up at an enormous artifact resembling a mountain that bore down upon them. The terrifying aura emanating from it signaled that its wielder was intent on death. A thought flashed through his mind. They aimed to kill and seize treasures. Before Changsheng could articulate a response, Qinghuang emitted a cold snort, her formidable celestial spiritual power manifesting as a gigantic azure claw that struck towards the descending mountain. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the massive claw shattered, sending the mountain hurtling back towards the sky. A voice of astonishment emerged as several figures appeared in the void above. One among them extended a hand, causing the displaced mountain to shrink rapidly into a large seal that landed in his grasp. This young man, handsome with a somewhat sharp expression accentuated by thin lips, was flanked by 9 other figures. Changsheng's keen eye noted their respective cultivation levels. Among the 10, 4 were true immortals of the 8th level, and 6 were of the 7th, suggesting they were a small team from a celestial city. A glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes. He had encountered them previously at the gates of the ancient city. They were from Xiantai City. Yet, he found it perplexing that only 10 individuals had separated from their group. Had the others perished, or were they merely scattered? In the void, the handsome youth regarded Changsheng and Qinghuang Ling with a glint of recognition, a look of delight spreading across his face. The city lord had instructed them to disperse in search of isolated teams from rival celestial cities, and he had not anticipated encountering these two so soon. It was known that their mission in this trial ground was not solely to eradicate malevolent beasts, but also to seize the opportunity to hunt down enemy teams. Capturing these two would likely yield information about the location of the Xianlin City team, presenting an opportunity to annihilate them, thereby reaping all the beast seals they had collected and absorbing Xianlin City into their ranks. Although the formation Yi Changsheng had just wielded was formidable, the youth felt no fear. He believed that with their 10-person formation, capturing the two would be a trivial task. Furthermore, given that the opponent had just orchestrated a grand array, it was reasonable to assume their combat prowess had waned significantly. With this thought, a ruthless expression crossed the handsome youth's face as he waved his hand and commanded, "Seize them." As his command echoed, an eruption of celestial light enveloped the 10. Mysterious runes coalescing around them as their energies merged. In the next moment, an aura transcending that of a true immortal of the 8th level surged forth, and a massive hand emerged from the celestial light, reaching down towards the two below. Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes, extending a finger as he activated the extermination sword formation once more. This time, the formation was only 100 feet in size, yet its power was exponentially greater. The 4 swords of slaughter merged with the array, enveloped in a crimson aura of death, colliding with the descending hand. With a resounding crash, a delicate tearing sound pierced the air as the formation penetrated the hand, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that obliterated it into nothingness. The array surged upward, clashing with the collective celestial light of the 10. Boom! The celestial light shattered, and clouds of blood mist erupted like crimson fireworks, dispersing across the void. For figures were sent reeling backward, barely stabilizing themselves after being propelled 1,000 miles away. They regrouped, eyes filled with terror as they gazed towards Yi Changsheng. No, it cannot be. How could this formation be so terrifying? The handsome youth's aura wavered, his body marred with wounds as disbelief painted his features, murmuring to himself. Just a single clash from the slaughter array had dismantled their 10-person formation and resulted in the deaths of 6. Yet, as he looked at Yi Changsheng, the latter's aura appeared even more stable than before, devoid of any signs of fatigue from deploying the grand array. Little did they know, Yi Changsheng possessed an internal world, though he had yet to cultivate the power of a world. He could draw upon the refined blood of the malevolent beasts within to replenish his energy. Not wishing to grant the remaining 4 any chance, he formed hand seals, manipulating the array to obliterate them. In an instant, the formation erupted with a terrifying aura of slaughter, enveloping the 4. This is bad. Quick! Retreat and inform the city lord. The 4, witnessing the descending formation, were gripped by dread. They simultaneously discarded a true immortal artifact, unhesitatingly detonating it to harness the destructive force of the celestial tool to repel the extermination array. Subsequently, they scattered in all directions, fleeing. Yi Changsheng retracted the extermination sword formation, his gaze sweeping towards the heavens. "Master, I shall pursue." Qing Huang's eyes glinted with cold light, fixating on the handsome youth, her body poised to take flight. "Do not." Yi Changsheng grasped her arm, his brow furrowed as he observed the direction in which the 4 had fled. He sensed an impending terror approaching. In the void above, the 4, believing themselves safe now that Yi Changsheng was not in pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, just as they felt secure, an unexpected change transpired. A terrifying, enormous maw materialized from the void, lunging towards them. Although they had dispersed in 4 directions, beneath that colossal mouth, they were inexplicably drawn together in an instant. "No, please, no." The 4 gazed into the abyssal maw, their eyes filled with boundless terror as they let out piercing cries. In the next instant, the colossal maw snapped shut, and the 4 individuals vanished from sight, leaving only the echo of a chilling scream lingering in the air. As they were consumed, a monstrous figure towering 1,000 feet emerged from the void, its enormous eyes casting a disdainful gaze upon Yi Changsheng and his companion. A chaotic aura, brimming with bloodlust and savagery, enveloped the realm. This beast resembled a dog, its fur a deep obsidian, adorned with 2 heads, and its crimson orbs akin to 2 blood moons. A creature at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm? Yi Changsheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he regarded this terrifying entity, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. Chapter 105. The Pinnacle of the Celestial Monarch's Cultivation. Yi Changsheng observed the beast before him. Its horrifying presence sent tremors through his celestial soul, perhaps due to the differing laws of the world. Although the fiends of the celestial realm possessed greater strength than those of the savage continent, they were notably smaller in stature. Even this malevolent beast, despite its peak Xianxian cultivation, stood merely 1,000 feet tall. The dread he had sensed earlier undoubtedly stemmed from this creature. Yi Changsheng murmured softly, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. "Master, I cannot contend with this behemoth. It is best you take over." Xinghuang's expression was grave, retreating behind Yi Changsheng. Although she could not discern the beast's realm, as a fellow fiend, she could feel the oppressive pressure emanating from it. It was akin to a mortal standing beneath a divine mountain, overwhelmed by a profound sense of insignificance. "Just a peek, Xianxian. Watch how I handle it." Yi Changsheng chuckled, taking a step forward, his gaze brimming with provocation as he locked eyes with the colossal beast. Roar! The beast's blood-red pupils seethed with fury as it unleashed a terrifying roar, a fetid storm of wind rushing toward the two. How dare these insignificant ants challenge it? Without hesitation, it raised its pillar-like leg, preparing to stomp down upon Yi Changsheng and his companion. In an instant, a formidable and terrifying force bound the two, rendering them immobile, helplessly witnessing the descent of the pillar. "It's here." Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened, silently affirming to himself. "Ding, it's here." The system detects that the host is encountering an attack surpassing their cultivation, triggering a passive response. The attacker is at the peak of the Xianxian realm. The host acquires the cultivation of a celestial monarch at its pinnacle. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming celestial light erupted from Yi Changsheng, shattering the bindings that had ensnared him. The void twisted beneath this newfound power, fracturing into countless dark fissures that spread into the distance. The descending black paw halted midair, suspended by an unseen force, unable to descend further. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the beast's crimson eyes, which fixed intently upon Yi Changsheng. It was baffled. How could a being that had just moments ago seemed as insignificant as an ant suddenly radiate such terror? Yet its instincts screamed of the danger this being posed. Roar! The beast bellowed once more, though this time its voice bore a hint of trepidation. Driven by instinct, it swiftly adjusted its form and turned to flee into the distance. In mere moments, it had vanished into the horizon. Yi Changsheng watched the fleeing monstrosity without immediate action. Instead, he clenched his fists, savoring the formidable power coursing through him. The cultivation of a celestial monarch at its zenith made him feel immensely powerful. Even a simple fist clench warped the surrounding space. In the next moment, he lifted his gaze towards the distant black that was the beast, extending his palm to grasp at the void. "To let you escape would be a disservice to my current prowess." His voice resonated softly, and as he reached downward, the very fabric of reality began to shift ominously. Roar! From the horizon, the beast's terrified wails echoed. The diminutive dark shape rapidly enlarged as it was inexorably drawn toward Yi Changsheng by an irresistible force. It struggled desperately, emitting a blinding grayish-black light, countless runes imbued with malevolence coalescing in the void, the sheer power shaking the very space around it. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not break free. Soon, the immense body of the beast returned to its previous position, ensnared within the confines of the void. Yi Changsheng regarded the still struggling creature with intense focus, a solidified strand of celestial consciousness penetrating into its mind, seeking to glean any information about this trial ground. He was curious as to why even the mighty celestial kings could not eradicate the fiends that dwelled here. As his celestial consciousness delved into the beast's mind, he was met with a blood-red expanse, teeming with a violent desire for annihilation. These murderous thoughts surged toward him upon sensing his presence. Humph! Yi Changsheng's celestial consciousness transformed into his true form, disdainfully dismissing the oncoming waves of murderous intent. His gaze swept across the vast ocean of souls, revealing nothing but endless annihilation and slaughter, devoid of even a trace of sentience, let alone any memories of this trial ground. Not even a trace of intelligence in a peak Xianxian? Yi Changsheng frowned slightly, having anticipated that this malevolent beast would possess at least a fragment of awareness. To his surprise, even a Xianxian fiend was merely a mindless engine of destruction. Shaking his head, he withdrew his celestial consciousness from the ocean of souls, returning to his true form. What a peculiar place, he mused, observing the beast still writhing and roaring. Suddenly, he clenched his palm tightly. Boom! The roar was abruptly silenced. A cloud of blood mist exploding, only to be consumed by a rift that appeared from thin air before it could disperse. Within the inner world, Duo Bao and Mou stood in the courtyard, gazing in astonishment at the continuous downpour of blood and flesh essence. "Master, what on earth is happening outside? Why is there so much blood and flesh essence?" Duo Bao murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. Since earlier, the small world had been inundated with a vast influx of blood and flesh essence, and standing in the courtyard felt akin to bathing in an ocean of it. "I don't know, but it seems Master has gone on a killing spree," Mou replied, shaking his head, his expression equally astonished. As he spoke, he cautiously absorbed the essence dissipating in the air. However, these essences, derived from fiends of the true immortal realm and above, contained immense energy. And after just a couple of breaths, his complexion reddened, prompting him to sit cross-legged and begin refining the energy. "Brother is truly diligent," Duo Bao exclaimed. Also sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, commencing his absorption of the essence in the air to cultivate. He was eager to grow stronger quickly, so he could venture into that new world and further develop his expertise. As the two began their cultivation, the 7-story Linglong pagoda at the center of the small world emitted a faint glow, also absorbing the essence from the surroundings. A mysterious wave emanated from the tower, causing strange changes in the spatial fabric of this realm. Meanwhile, outside, Changsheng sealed the passage to the inner world, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had been keenly observing the transformations occurring within. Nurtured by the abundant blood and essence of myriad malevolent beasts, the miniature world burgeoned at an astonishing rate, expanding to over 800,000 miles in mere moments. Compared to its previous size in Xianlin City, it had increased by a full 300,000 miles. Simultaneously, the 7 Absolute Temporal Tower, feasting on this vast reservoir of vitality, had unlocked its 3rd level, where time flowed 100 times faster than in the outside world. After a brief contemplation, he cast the 2 individuals currently in cultivation into the tower's 1st level, imparting the functionalities of the tower into their minds. The 1st level allowed time to flow 10 times faster than the outside world, greatly enhancing their cultivation. The rationale for not sending them to the 3rd level to enjoy the 100-fold speed was primarily to allow them to acclimatize. Plunging them directly into such accelerated time might lead them to become disoriented. Having completed this, Changsheng turned his gaze to Qing Huang. "Master," she exclaimed with a charming smile, eagerly seeking her master's approval. Changsheng chuckled helplessly, internally invoking the system. "System, activate the companion function and facilitate Qing Huang's ascension." "Ding, understood," the system replied succinctly. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a powerful aura erupted from Qing Huang. As Changsheng assisted her in her elevation, deep within the trial grounds, the dark crimson earth, seemingly nourished by blood, was marred by a terrifying abyss that cleaved through the land. The view was engulfed in darkness, as if it connected to another realm, with countless sinister auras rising from its depths. On the edge of the abyss, a multitude of gigantic figures gathered, an assembly of fearsome, malevolent beasts. Suddenly, several silhouettes enveloped in celestial light descended. Upon their arrival, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted. Chapter 106, Claws Emerging from the Abyss. The dreadful presence weighed heavily, causing the ground at the abyss's edge to fracture, with enormous cracks spreading like a spider's web. 10 figures materialized in the void, comprising men, women, and the elderly, all exuding an aura of terror. If Changsheng were present, he would recognize one of them as the black-clad elder from the Savage Wilderness Immortal Sect, possessing peak Xian immortal cultivation. The remaining 9 were leaders from the other 9 major immortal sects, all having entered the trial grounds together, now converging at the deepest point to eradicate the Xian immortal realm malevolent beasts. After all, most of those participating in the trial were true immortals, with only a handful at the Xian immortal level. Clearing the outer and middle regions of malevolent entities was manageable. Relying on them to exterminate creatures of at least the Xian immortal realm would be tantamount to courting death. "Since all esteemed friends have gathered, let us commence." An elderly man spoke indifferently. The others nodded in agreement, refraining from further discourse as they unleashed their formidable attacks. Massive beams of sword light tore through the fabric of space, while thunderous flames rained down, and chains of orders sealed the void. As these lethal strikes rained down upon the beast horde, blood and flesh were scattered, saturating the air with a heavy scent of blood. Roar! Below, the throngs of malevolent beasts howled, exuding dark auras, their mountainous claws reaching towards the 10 figures in the sky. Fearsome black flames consumed the void, surging upwards. However, despite their overwhelming numbers and the presence of high-level Xian immortals among them, the combined might of the 10 peak Xian immortals swiftly decimated the majority of the beasts. As the slaughter continued, the space gradually filled with a crimson hue, the thick scent of blood drawing the middle-tier malevolent beasts closer. Yet those beasts, merely at the 2nd or 3rd level of Xian immortal cultivation, were swiftly subdued before they could grasp the situation. Just as the 10 were reveling in their carnage, 2 figures appeared on the distant horizon, advancing into the depths. They seemed to walk ordinarily, yet they covered the distance in mere steps. Along their path, all nearby malevolent beasts inexplicably exploded, vanishing into thin air. These 2 were Changsheng and Qing Huang. After assisting Qing Huang's ascension, he sensed the fierce battle erupting in the depths. Fearing that the high-level malevolent beasts might be completely eradicated, he hastened to the depths immediately after Qing Huang's successful elevation. Observing the brutal scene unfolding before him, Yi Changsheng refrained from intervening and instead settled upon a large boulder in meditation. Yet, in the midst of the battlefield, a spatial portal emerged, swallowing the corpses of the slain beasts. Henceforth, any malevolent beast that fell would instantly vanish from sight. Ah, how delightful! Yi Changsheng sighed, relishing the sensation of effortless gain. He cast a fleeting glance at Qingyuan beside him, sighing again. After nurturing her for so long, he wondered when she would be able to enjoy such comforts herself. Noticing her master's gaze, Qingyuan paused momentarily, then comprehended. It was merely that her master's enemies were too formidable, rendering her presence seemingly insignificant. Displaying a hint of disappointment, she rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Master, they are too slow. I shall eliminate them all. Now, stay put. You will have your chance to act soon." Yi Changsheng replied, pulling Qingyuan back. After all, why not make use of free labor? Qingyuan looked at her master in confusion, for she was now at the pinnacle of the Xianjun realm and could effortlessly annihilate those malevolent entities. Yi Changsheng offered no explanation, his gaze drifting to a particular void, revealing a trace of inexplicable emotion. Qingyuan turned her head, following his line of sight. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled as she mirrored Yi Changsheng's actions, settling down on a nearby boulder. Meanwhile, the 10 individuals engaged in the elimination of the malevolent beasts noticed Yi Changsheng and Qingyuan, their expressions revealing astonishment. They realized, to their bewilderment, that they could not discern the realm of these two. Could they be figures of the Xianjun realm? The 10 were internally astounded, as peak Xian immortals. They stood on the brink of Xianjun, yet they could not penetrate the depths of these two's cultivation, leading them to suspect that they were indeed Xianjun realm powerhouses. Moreover, they noted the vanishing corpses of the malevolent beasts, further solidifying their belief that these were two formidable Xianjun realm experts. Only beings of that caliber could nonchalantly retrieve corpses from under their very noses. Nonetheless, they felt little trepidation. After all, Xianjun was merely a title, and their 10 sects boasted many such figures. As for the audacity of taking the corpses they had hunted, they would not hesitate to demand an explanation later. The 10 averted their gazes, returning to the task of clearing the amassed malevolent beasts, with their even more horrifying methods of slaughter. The malevolent beasts in this region were swiftly eradicated. Just as the last beast fell, a ferocious roar erupted from the depths of the abyss. Roar! A terrifying aura surged forth as a pitch-black claw emerged from the abyss, reaching out menacingly towards the 10 figures in the void. Chapter 107. An evil dragon comparable to the 6th level of Xianjun. What? This is bad. The 10 figures in the void gasped in horror, their hairs standing on end. Flee! One shouted, and all erupted with formidable energy, invoking their divine abilities in an attempt to escape the impending grasp. Yet, in the next moment, they realized the surrounding space was akin to quicksand. No matter how fiercely they struggled, escape remained elusive. As death loomed near, a cold, sharp voice resonated through the space. "Beasts, do not be so audacious." As the sound reverberated, a golden hand emerged from the void, colliding with the claw from the abyss. Boom! The golden hand shattered instantly, a muted groan echoing through the air, accompanied by the dripping of celestial blood. Although the claw was marred with cracks, it relentlessly reached for the 10 figures suspended in the air. At this critical juncture, a sharp aura flickered through the void, and a flash of sword light appeared, dispersing the claw. Subsequently, 2 figures manifested in midair, their expressions tinged with gravity as they gazed down into the abyss. One was a youthful man, his features strikingly handsome, exuding a profound aura of swordsmanship. The other was an elderly man, his countenance cold and distant, radiating an air of unapproachability. Is this the Grand Elder? Salutations to the Grand Elder. Observing these 2 individuals, the black-clad elder from the barbaric immortal sect, and another bystander among the 10 recently rescued individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, promptly stepping forward to offer their respects. The 2 who appeared were indeed the Grand Elders of the barbaric immortal sect and the Xuantian immortal sect, both superlative beings of the celestial sovereign realm. The youthful figure turned his gaze toward the elder, his tone grave as he instructed, "You all should retreat. Allow me to first deal with the malevolent entity lurking beneath the abyss." The elderly man merely fixed his indifferent gaze upon the abyss, remaining silent. "Yes, Grand Elder." The formidable members of the barbaric immortal sect bowed in response, subsequently surveying their surroundings before swiftly making their way toward Yi Changsheng's position. Sensing an instinctive feeling that safety lay closer to him, finding a sizable rock, he positioned himself atop it, once again casting his gaze toward the celestial sovereign Grand Elders above. Noticing the solemn expression on the Grand Elder's face, an internal shock overwhelmed him. With the Grand Elder's celestial sovereign cultivation, renowned throughout the heavenly realm, even he appeared apprehensive about the malevolent entity in the abyss, What kind of terrifying creature could possibly dwell within? Simultaneously, the other 9 individuals hastily gathered around the formidable figure of the barbaric immortal sect, standing steadfast at his side. In an instant, only the 2 celestial sovereigns remained in the void. Changsheng maintained a serene demeanor, casting a cursory glance at the 10 before redirecting his attention to the 2 celestial sovereigns above, absorbing their information with clarity. The handsome youth was the Grand Elder of the barbaric immortal sect, known as Sword Spirit Sovereign, with a cultivation level of the 4th tier of the celestial sovereign realm. The indifferent elder was the Grand Elder of the Hountian immortal sect, known as Crimson Sun Sovereign, also at the 4th tier of the celestial sovereign realm. 2 formidable celestial sovereigns at the 4th tier were perhaps still insufficient. With a light chuckle, he stretched lazily, feeling somewhat bored. Above, the 2 celestial sovereign figures focused their gaze on the abyss, their auras rising sharply. Through the brief exchange moments earlier, it was evident that the malevolent entity lurking beneath the abyss was no ordinary foe. Roar! At this moment, a fearsome roar erupted, and a terrifying aura surged forth. A colossal shadow erupted from the abyss, engulfing the 2 figures. "You beast, seeking death!" They both shouted in unison, unleashing their techniques toward the depths below. The Sword Spirit Sovereign, clad in flowing green, executed a downward slash with one hand, the terrifying sword light cleaving through the darkness, aimed directly at the abyss. Meanwhile, Crimson Sun Sovereign formed seals with both hands, conjuring a great sun to strike down upon the shadow within the abyss. Boom! The sound of an explosion resonated. A cataclysmic storm sweeping outward, and the already vast abyss transformed into a colossal pit under the shockwave. Outside the battlefield, the 10 individuals who had distanced themselves from the fray summoned their own artifacts, shielding themselves in a desperate attempt to withstand the destructive tempest. In stark contrast, Changsheng and his companion remained unfazed by the encroaching storm. The tempest dissipated eerily just before reaching them, not even ruffling a single strand of hair. This is the Celestial Sovereign, undoubtedly a personage of great stature in the Celestial Sovereign realm. The onlookers, struggling to withstand the chaos, widened their eyes in disbelief. Observing the composed and unflustered Changsheng, a realization struck them. His cultivation might not be inferior to that of the 2 above. The black-clad elder of the barbaric immortal sect subtly shifted closer to Changsheng, hoping to seek refuge should unforeseen circumstances arise. Above in the heavens, the 2 grand elders of the sect retreated step by step, fracturing the void with their weight. They had yet to launch an attack. Yet the backlash alone was sufficient to propel them backward. As the storm subsided, a serpentine silhouette of immense proportions emerged from the abyss. It was a black dragon, a dark WIRM. Its ebony scales shimmered with a metallic gleam, and its gigantic, blood-red eyes brimmed with ferocity, fixating intently on the 2 celestial sovereign figures. As they beheld this monstrous beast, the expressions of the 2 celestial sovereigns turned grim. Crimson Sun Sovereign, with a darkened countenance, murmured, "How can this be? It is a malevolent beast comparable to the 6th tier of the celestial sovereign realm. For millions of years, no malevolent beast of the mid-tier celestial sovereign realm had ever surfaced. How could this happen now?" Beside him, the Sword Spirit Sovereign also wore a grave expression. Each time the trial grounds opened, the 10 great immortal sects dispatched 2 celestial sovereign experts to eradicate any potential malevolent beasts of the celestial sovereign realm. Yet, in the past million years, the most formidable malevolent creature encountered here had only been equivalent to the 3rd tier of the celestial sovereign realm. This time, they had come with 2 4th-tier celestial sovereigns, believing it to be a secure measure, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances. Exchanging a glance, both men perceived the uncertainty in each other's eyes. Roar! The malevolent WIRM would not idly wait, unleashing a deafening roar as it lunged toward them. Its colossal claws descended, casting a vast shadow upon the ground, while a torrent of dark dragon breath erupted forth, tearing through space and engulfing the 2. The oppressive aura rendering them acutely aware of the danger before them. Beast! The Sword Spirit Sovereign brandished a brilliant azure sword, its blade inscribed with intricate runes, emanating an aura of annihilation. Raising the sword, a colossal phantom of a sword materialized behind him, towering into the heavens. Flash! He commanded, the sword descending with immense force, cleaving the space in 2 as it aimed to sever the descending claw. Crimson Sun Sovereign wielded a golden mace, enveloped in golden celestial flames, striking fiercely against the dragon's breath. Boom! The clash resounded as the sword light shattered, the golden mace rebounding, and the claw and dragon breath collided with the 2 celestial sovereigns. In a critical moment, a faint glow enveloped the 2, shielding them from disaster. However, even so, they were sent hurtling through the air, their bodies cracking, spilling copious amounts of celestial blood. How could this be? The two esteemed figures were so easily sent flying. What realm of existence does this malevolent WIRM belong to? Observers at a distance gazed on in horror and disbelief. They had not been strangers to this trial. They had never witnessed such a formidable malevolent entity arise in this realm. Two celestial sovereigns, unable to withstand even a single strike from this beast and appearing grievously injured. Could the sword spirit Grand Elder possibly be all right? Concern etched across the face of the black-clad elder from the barbaric immortal sect. At the same time, he cast a subtle glance toward Changsheng, seated upon the large rock. This individual was also a powerful presence in the celestial sovereign realm. If he were to intervene, perhaps the three could stand against the malevolent WIRM together. Chapter 108. Collecting Protection Fees. The black-clad elder regarded Changsheng, a conflicted expression crossing his features. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from speaking. It was not yet a time of desperation. If he were to rashly solicit aid from an outsider, it might displease the Grand Elder. After all, who among those who have ascended to the status of immortal monarch lacks a modicum of arrogance in their heart? They would never concede defeat until they reach a point of no return. Moreover, he was aware that his esteemed elder had other means at his disposal, perhaps capable of vanquishing the sinister dragon. As the elder in black pondered, two figures re-emerged in the distant heavens. The sword spirit immortal monarch and his companion had returned to the battlefield, standing amidst the void. It was evident that their aura had become somewhat ethereal, clearly indicating they had sustained injuries. Fellow Taoist Qiyang, do reveal any hidden trump cards you possess. Otherwise, we may be doomed to remain here. The sword spirit immortal monarch remarked, his gaze fixed coldly upon the ominous dragon coiling in the void. Humph, just ensure you do not withhold any secrets, my friend, replied Qiyang immortal monarch with a huff, seemingly dissatisfied with the sword spirit immortal monarch's demeanor. Heh, the sword spirit immortal monarch chuckled lightly, his expression swiftly transforming into one of icy severity. Countless runes surged from his being, the essence of swordsmanship enveloping him, and a sword imprint illuminated at his brow. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from him escalated at a terrifying pace. He reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of immortal monarch, then the 5th, and finally, just barely stepping into the 6th level before halting. Beside him, Qiyang immortal monarch retrieved a golden elixir inscribed with Tao patterns, consuming it, and his own aura surged intensely, quickly surpassing his previous realm. However, he did not ascend to the 6th level of immortal monarch, but remained at the pinnacle of the 5th. His countenance darkened slightly as he glanced at the imposing aura of the sword spirit immortal monarch, a flicker of jealousy briefly crossing his features. Yet, he quickly concealed it, saying lightly, "You possess impressive means, and you are not lacking either." The sword spirit immortal monarch replied calmly, though internally, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. That sword imprint, painstakingly cultivated over countless years, would now require a considerable amount of time to replenish its power. What a predicament! Upon returning, he must seek reimbursement from the sect. He would not feel satisfied without a substantial allocation of resources. Suppressing his emotions, he directed his gaze towards the sinister dragon, coldly stating, "Fellow Taoist Qiyang, let us eliminate this malevolent creature first to prevent further complications." Agreed, Qiyang immortal monarch responded. The two, one employing secret arts and the other consuming pills, knew their augmented strength would be fleeting. If they did not swiftly slay this beast, they would find themselves in dire straits once their cultivation diminished. Exchanging glances, they surged forth, their auras erupting to their fullest potential. The sword spirit immortal monarch wielded his enchanted sword, an infinite array of sword principles manifesting as an even more formidable beam of sword light descended, nearly engulfing the sinister dragon entirely. Qiyang immortal monarch's golden mace ascended, transforming into an ancient celestial mountain that bore down upon the dragon. In an instant, the heavens erupted, the void fracturing with countless colossal cracks, an overwhelming aura permeating the entire trial area. Roar! The sinister dragon howled, a thick black mist rising from its body, exuding an intensely malevolent presence. It extended a massive claw, shrouded in swirling darkness, clawing at the sword light and the ancient celestial mountain. Boom! Crack! Amidst the terrifying din, the chains of order shattered, resplendent celestial light and black mist boiling together. In the brilliance, the ancient celestial mountain formed from the golden mace splintered, hurtling back towards the heavens, reverting to its original form, the light dimming slightly. The sword spirit immortal monarch was sent reeling, tearing through the void, his aura fluctuating erratically. The sinister dragon emitted a mournful wail, its gigantic claw shattering, pitch-black blood and scales raining down to the ground, creating numerous large craters. Roar! The sinister dragon bellowed, heedless of its own injuries, its colossal form darting through the void, aiming to pounce upon Qiyang Immortal Monarch, who was positioned behind the sword spirit Immortal Monarch. Its gaping maw opened wide, resembling a black hole as it lunged towards him. Despite lacking intelligence, its instincts told it that this was a soft target, easily manipulated. Beast, dare you to offend me? Qiyang Immortal Monarch's anger flared, smoke seemingly rising from his head. This wretched creature bypassed the one in front of it to attack him, clearly underestimating his lower realm. Today, I shall slay you. As the gaping maw approached, he bellowed, producing a jade talisman inscribed with intricate Dao patterns, casting it forward. A pained expression flickered across his face. This forbidden artifact was a trump card he had acquired at great cost. Such waste. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Explode." Boom. The talisman detonated, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that caused the void to collapse instantaneously. Black lightning flashing as the destructive force enveloped the sinister dragon. Roar. The dragon howled in agony, thrashing in the void, its immense form shattering the very fabric of space. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the beast was reeling, the sword spirit Immortal Monarch, a seasoned practitioner with over 1,000,000 years of cultivation, wielded his celestial sword, channeling the principles of swordsmanship to deliver a decisive blow. As the dragon's aura dissipated completely and its corpse plummeted to the earth, both of them let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, the falling corpse vanished into thin air, as if snatched away by an unseen force. Above in the void, the two who had just relaxed instantly tensed up. Soon after, their gazes shifted to Changsheng, who sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder. With their current cultivation, they could vaguely sense his involvement. Yet, both frowned. They had been so focused on the sinister dragon that they had failed to notice his presence until now. Moreover, they could not discern his cultivation level. Was he employing some artifact to conceal his power, or? However, aside from the two of them, it seemed impossible for another immortal monarch to appear here, especially one with a realm superior to theirs. Nevertheless, even if his cultivation truly surpassed theirs, to so brazenly seize their spoils was an affront to their dignity. They were aware that the treasures possessed by this sinister dragon were of great utility to them. Qiyang Immortal Monarch's expression darkened. Having expended 2 significant resources to slay the dragon, he could not tolerate this affront. With a scowl, he remarked, "Is this behavior of yours truly appropriate, fellow Taoist? Do you not regard the 10 great immortal sects with any respect?" He was still somewhat apprehensive, wary of being too harsh in his words, and invoked the name of the 10 great immortal sects. After all, no one in the entire celestial domain dared to disregard their authority. In response to Qiyang Immortal Monarch's inquiry, Changsheng merely smiled lightly, appearing utterly unconcerned. "It is but the corpse of a dragon. Consider it your protection fee." As his voice resonated, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Chapter 109. The Phoenix's Intervention, Astonishing All. What? Protection fee? They must have misheard. In an instant, the atmosphere grew still, everyone staring blankly at Changsheng. In the celestial domain, it was always the 10 great immortal sects that collected protection fees from others. When had it become their turn to pay? What do you mean, fellow Taoist? If you do not clarify, do not blame me for being impolite. Qiyang Immortal Monarch's expression turned utterly grim. As the esteemed elder of the Xuantian Immortal Sect, he was accustomed to reverence. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? Now, to have protection fees levied upon him? Beside him, the previously calm sword spirit Immortal Monarch also bore a frosty expression. Protection fees? The sword spirit Immortal Monarch, a prodigy who had slain a 6th-level Immortal Monarch dragon, required protection? Unfazed by their emotions, Changsheng casually shrugged. "The corpse of a sinister dragon is worth your lives, is it not? What did you say? You dare?" The Lord of the Crimson Sun, enraged by the words, felt the energy within him roiling ominously. A series of terrifying roars echoed, interrupting the Lord's subsequent remarks. As the energy in the void surged violently, an aura of malevolence rising once more from the abyss. Finally, they have arrived. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Changsheng's eyes as he gazed into the pitch-black chasm. Beneath the seemingly endless abyss, monstrous figures materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the earth. What is that sound? Nearby, 10 Xian immortals trembled, a chill creeping over them as they perceived the roars, sensing an impending calamity. Meanwhile, the 2 immortal lords, who had just been consumed by anger and sought to confront Changsheng, suddenly fixed their gazes upon the abyss, their expressions turning grave. Instinctively, they began to retreat. In their perception, terrifying, malevolent entities were approaching from the depths, their presence significantly more potent than the sinister dragon they had just vanquished. Moreover, this aura was not singular, but multiple. How could this be? Such powerful malevolent beasts dwell beneath the abyss. As the murderous aura drew closer, the two's countenances darkened further. a tremendous sense of peril enveloping their hearts. With a roar, no less than 5 colossal figures emerged from the abyss, filling the heavens with their terrifying presence. Like the previous sinister dragon, these 5 massive forms were also black dragons, yet the aura they exuded was far more formidable. Their bodies were immense, stretching several thousand zhang in length. As the 5 sinister dragons emerged, one extended its claw towards the 2 figures hovering in the sky. This is bad. A shadow of death loomed nearer, and the 2 were horrified, unleashing their full power as brilliant celestial light formed a protective barrier around them. Every defensive measure was activated in an instant. Boom. Crack. Yet, even so, against the oncoming black claw, their defenses appeared inadequate. With a resounding crack, the celestial barrier shattered. Celestial blood spilled, and 2 bloodied bodies plummeted from the sky. The dragon's claw had breached their defenses, inflicting severe injury upon them. As they lost their ability to resist, the claw descended further, intent on completely annihilating them. It's over. Gazing at the ever-enlarging claw, despair washed over their faces. The newly emerged dragons were likely all above the 7th level of immortal lords. After the previous strike, they had already sustained grave injuries. Now, they could not even maintain flight, let alone mount a counteroffensive. It seems this time, we are truly doomed. The blood-red pupils of the sinister dragon glinted with a thirst for blood, intensifying its terrifying descent. However, just as the claw was about to make contact, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. An even larger azure claw materialized out of nowhere, shattering the dragon's claw with a single blow, then scooping up the 2 immortal lords and retreating into the void. Beside Yi Changsheng, Qing Huang retracted her hand, holding the 2 figures, now weak and disoriented. With a casual flick, she tossed them onto the ground. Great Elder. The 2 elders from the Savage Immortal Sect and the Xuantian Immortal Sect, alarmed, rushed forward to assist the 2. Cough, cough. The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord coughed twice, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His expression one of shock as he looked at Qing Huang. It was she who had just saved him. Recalling the terrifying azure claw sent a tremor through his heart. With a mere flick, she had shattered the dragon's claw. What level of cultivation is this? 8th level of Immortal Lord? Or perhaps the pinnacle of the 9th? I thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed friend. The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord bowed deeply to Qing Huang, speaking earnestly. Beside him, the Lord of the Crimson Sun was equally astonished, gazing at Qing Huang, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Grateful that he had merely exchanged words and not actions, lest he find himself unable to stand here now. Qing Huang, disregarding the 2, turned her gaze toward her master, her eyes glinting with an eager light. Go. Slay those malevolent creatures. Remember to leave their corpses. Yi Changsheng spoke calmly. Only one of the 5 sinister dragons was at the 8th level of Immortal Lord. The rest were at the 7th level, easily manageable by Qing Huang. Yes, master. A look of excitement sparkled in Qing Huang's eyes as she rolled up her sleeves, directing her gaze toward the sinister dragons perched above the abyss. With a single step, she vanished from her spot. The next moment, a tremendous roar erupted above the abyss, accompanied by the sinister dragon's howls. A terrifying energy storm swept through, dissipating mere yards before the crowd. The onlookers beheld the nearly one-sided battle, then turned their gaze toward Yi Changsheng, a hint of awe flickering in their eyes. What had they just heard? Master. That formidable female immortal lord was undoubtedly at least at the 8th level. Yet such a powerful being, capable of overwhelming 5 sinister dragons, referred to the individual before them as master? Surely this was no jest, to have such an extraordinary immortal lord as a subordinate. What level of cultivation must this individual possess? An immortal king? A colossal figure? Gasp. In an instant, all present inhaled sharply. Strangely, they instinctively took a step back. If this truly were an immortal king, how could they dare to stand beside him? A careless offense could lead to their demise without recourse. The Lord of the Crimson Sun felt his legs weaken. Had he not been supported, he might have collapsed. What had he just done? Confront a being potentially of immortal king stature? Wasn't he that akin to inviting death? The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord, observing his terrified demeanor, could not help but feel pity. How fortunate he was not to have spoken out earlier. My friend, no, esteemed senior, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving intervention. What I said earlier. I hope you will not take offense. The Lord of the Crimson Sun, steeling himself, approached Yi Changsheng with a hint of respect. Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with the title, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you now see the worth of the protection fee you paid? Indeed. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The Lord of the Crimson Sun nodded vigorously. In comparison to his own name, a mere sinister dragon's corpse was insignificant. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Everyone present echoed in reverence, especially the 10 Xian immortals, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng nodded, stating, Since I have accepted your life payment, I shall naturally safeguard your lives. Master, an immortal lord's realm? The Lord of the Crimson Sun and others were momentarily taken aback. Then disbelief flickered in their eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To have subdued that female immortal lord, how could he merely be at the immortal lord realm? Even at the pinnacle of the immortal lord realm, it was implausible. It was just a title. The esteemed senior could be called whatever he wished. But they could not genuinely believe he was merely at the immortal lord level. The Lord of the Crimson Sun quickly came to his senses, firmly rejecting the notion that the individual was merely at the immortal lord realm. Changsheng, unaware of the Lord of the Crimson Sun's musings, had already turned his attention back to the battlefield above the abyss. There, the somewhat petite figure of Qing Huang unleashed an overwhelming celestial might, fiercely battling the 5 sinister dragons. Chapter 110, The Seal Beneath the Abyss. Roar. In the skies above the abyssal battlefield, 5 sinister serpents let out menacing roars, their crimson eyes resembling 2 blood moons, brimming with a ferocious demeanor. A pitch-black aura emanated from their forms as the malevolent serpents traversed the void, lunging towards the Qing Huang. With colossal claws, they descended with the intent to strike. Qing Huang's expression was frigid, and an overwhelming celestial might erupted from her being. Behind her, a massive ethereal projection of her true form coalesced, fierce beastly eyes fixated on the advancing 5 serpents. She extended her palm, grasping forward, and 2 azure claws materialized in the void, seizing 2 of the serpents within her grip. In the next instant, with a powerful swing of her arms, she wielded the captured serpents like weapons, smashing them against their brethren. Boom! Bang! A feral howl echoed. In an instant, the black scales shattered, accompanied by splattering blood and dismembered flesh. The 2 serpents, each thousands of feet long, were rendered mere playthings in her hands, effortlessly tossed about as they sent the remaining 3 serpents flying. After a few exchanges, the unfortunate weapons she wielded had become tattered and bloodied, barely clinging to life. Crack! Qing Huang cast a casual glance, her expression serene as she crushed their skulls. Subsequently, with a wave of her arm, she discarded the lifeless bodies. The immense carcasses of the serpents traced a graceful arc in the air before plummeting towards Changsheng. Nearby, the members of the 10 great celestial sects watched in horror as such massive remains descended, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them. How long had they been fighting? At least 2 serpents, equivalent to the 7th stage of the celestial sovereign realm, had perished, and in such a gruesome manner. As the carcasses fell, they vanished into thin air, devoured by Changsheng's inner world. Qing Huang, this little girl, can be quite violent when she gets to work. Changsheng mused as he observed the battle unfolding. The nearby members of the 10 great celestial sects silently agreed. Indeed, it was quite brutal. On the battlefield, facing the remaining 3 serpents, Qing Huang, with her peak celestial sovereign cultivation, exerted an overwhelming dominance. Even the lone 8th stage celestial sovereign among them could do nothing but endure her onslaught. They roared, unleashing terrifying power. The dark aura emanating from their bodies merged, coalescing in the air into an enormous shadow of a black serpent. An aura surpassing that of the 8th stage celestial sovereign surged forth, hurtling towards Qing Huang. In an instant, the space collapsed, revealing a terrifying black hole, powerful energy surging across the heavens and the earth. It was time to end this. The lady no longer wished to play. Qing Huang extended her palm, slicing through the void, as the vast projection of her true form transformed into a formidable blade of light, cleaving forward, rending. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the shadow of the black serpent, along with the 3 remaining serpents, was instantaneously bisected. The shadow dissipated, and the severed serpents plummeted downwards. That single strike not only cleaved them in 2, but also extinguished their beastly souls, leaving behind only lifeless husks. Effortlessly handled, the 6 segments of the serpent corpses were gathered by her spatial powers, reduced to a foot in length, floating in her palm. Following this, her figure vanished from the void, reappearing beside Changsheng. As Qing Huang materialized, the members of the 10 great celestial sects quietly retreated a distance, intimidated by her earlier display of violence, hesitant to approach too closely. Master, it's done. Qing Huang disregarded the onlookers. The serpent remains levitating before Changsheng. Well done. Changsheng commended, waving his hand to collect the serpent corpses. Rising from the massive stone, he turned his gaze towards Qing Huang, speaking lightly. You wait here. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for her response, his figure vanished, reappearing above the vast abyss. The abyss, shrouded in darkness, resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, entering the abyss. Meanwhile, the onlookers were filled with bewilderment as they gazed at Changsheng's vanishing form. Could there be something lurking beneath the abyss? The two sword spirit celestial sovereigns were particularly shaken, recalling that their sect had once mentioned the abyss as the source of these malevolent beasts. The celestial sect's powerful figures had already laid down measures to ensure they did not descend lightly. Below the abyss, Changsheng stood within a vast expanse, surrounded by an intensely concentrated dark aura, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence. Any cultivator below the celestial immortal realm would likely succumb to madness within moments of exposure. A massive spatial rift spanned the air, adorned with numerous celestial light runes, entwined by chains of order, forming a seal that confined the rift. An aura of suppression emanated from it, inducing a sense of oppression even in him. Yet perhaps due to the passage of time or the influence of corruption, the seal had developed a breach, thick black mist surging forth from the gap. Those malevolent beings must have emerged from this spatial rift. Changsheng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the open breach, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. In the next moment, he formed seals with his hands, dense celestial light radiating from him. As runes materialized in the void, entwining the breach with chains of order. Soon, a small seal formed upon the breach, resembling a patch that sealed it. However, in the next moment, crack, crack, boom, the sound of shattering echoed, as the small seal failed to endure even for a moment, exploding before Changsheng's astonished gaze. A seal laid by a peak celestial sovereign was so easily shattered. What lay beyond the rift? Chapter 111. The seal is the means of the celestial king. The predicament of Xianlin City. The shattered seal transformed into specks of celestial brilliance, dissipating into the air, as the thick black mist once more surged from the breach. Changsheng reached out to catch a wisp of celestial brilliance, his gaze fixed upon the spatial rift, seemingly penetrating the fabric of space to glimpse the world beyond. A seal laid by a celestial king. What manner of place could perpetually spawn these malevolent beasts? He could only imagine that the realm behind this spatial rift was far from ordinary. After all, if even a seal set by a celestial king could be eroded and destroyed, it certainly could not be a simple location. System, can you discern what lies beyond? He inquired with a mindset of curiosity. Ding. Host will find out if you go take a look. A splendid response. I shan't inquire again. Changsheng fell silent. Venture forth? Setting aside the barrier of the seal, even if he could pass through, such an idea was far from appealing. Just observing the surging black mist made it evident that the other side was likely not a pleasant place. It could very well be a desolate wasteland. A treacherous corner of the world, nowhere near the celestial realms of ethereal beings. What if he ventured forth and could not return? That would be disastrous. Forget it. Forget it. No more pondering these things. Shaking his head, he dismissed those thoughts from his mind and redirected his gaze towards the breach. Time gradually passed, as Changsheng vigilantly observed the spatial rift for quite some time. He noted that aside from the emanating black mist, there were no other changes. Nor did he witness any malevolent beasts emerging. The seal set by the celestial king was better left for them to repair. With his current cultivation, he still fell short. After casting a deep glance at the spatial rift, Changsheng turned, his form gradually fading as he departed from the scene. Since it proves unmanageable, remaining here would merely squander time. Moreover, given that the celestial king has cast a seal, he undoubtedly possesses contingency measures. It is reasonable to assume he has sensed the disruption of the seal and may soon appear to restore it. In the outside world, above the abyss, the members of the 10 great celestial sects fixated their gaze upon the yawning chasm, occasionally betraying expressions of anxiety and trepidation. The esteemed elder had descended for quite some time. Why had he not yet resurfaced? Furthermore, there was no sign of activity from beneath the abyss. Was there truly a great terror lurking, or might something have befallen the elder? A flurry of chaotic thoughts coursed through their minds, and they grew increasingly agitated. Fellow cultivator, the elder. The sword spirit celestial monarch's face bore a look of uncertainty as he turned to Qing Huang for insight. There is no need for concern. My master possesses unparalleled prowess and cannot possibly encounter misfortune. He is likely delayed by some matter and will return shortly. Qing Huang interjected confidently, her faith in her master unwavering. In fact, deep within her heart, she harbored a desire for her master to encounter challenges, perhaps a formidable adversary. Just as her words faded, a figure gradually materialized before them. Changsheng had returned, casting a reassuring glance at Qing Huang. Well done, little girl. Unwavering faith in one's master is paramount. Elder. The members of the 10 great celestial sects, relieved to see Changsheng's return, hurriedly approached to pay their respects. No need for such formalities. He waved dismissively, before turning his gaze towards the 2 celestial monarchs. I have trivial matters to attend to. You may stay or leave as you wish. With that, he nodded at Qing Huang, and the two ascended into the sky. In the next moment, they conjured celestial techniques. and two gigantic ethereal manifestations emerged in the heavens, surveying the entire trial ground. The colossal forms extended their hands, reaching for the malevolent beasts lingering at the edge of the abyss, regardless of whether they were of the profound celestial or true celestial realm. Any detected would be seized and subdued, serving as nourishment for the growth of the inner world. What is the elder doing? The members of the 10 great celestial sects below were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend Changsheng's actions of ruthlessly capturing and subduing those low-tier malevolent beasts. Surely, any one of their peak experts could accomplish the task, yet they had never implemented such measures, instead opting to initiate this so-called myriad city trial, transforming the area into a testing ground. The rationale was twofold. Firstly, sending peak experts into battle was deemed excessive, and secondly, it allowed cultivators from the celestial domain to hone their skills, enabling the 10 great celestial sects to observe promising talents and potential prodigies for future recruitment. Yet now, what was this elder up to? If he captured all the beasts, what would be left for their trials? Despite these thoughts, none dared to approach him to offer warnings or objections. They could only watch helplessly. In the skies above, Changsheng remained oblivious to their concerns. And even if he were aware, he would pay them no heed. The inner world was on the verge of significant growth. Consuming the malevolent beasts of the entire trial ground might even yield the birth of world power. Once he possessed such power, he would not fear even the onslaught of many adversaries of the same realm, easily dispatching them one by one. As he contemplated, a smile crept upon his lips, and his pace quickened. The void trembled with the eruption of terrifying energy, as the ethereal manifestations relentlessly extended their hands, subduing and consuming waves of malevolent beasts. In the midst of the chaos, the teams of the celestial cities, previously engaged in fierce battles against the malevolent beasts, suddenly found themselves silenced as a colossal hand descended from the heavens, capturing all the malevolent creatures within a vast radius. The cacophony of roars and battle cries swiftly faded, leaving behind bewildered teams standing in the empty expanse, their faces etched with shock and confusion. As the battle raged on, some teams faced overwhelming numbers of malevolent beasts, seemingly on the verge of being torn to shreds. Yet, in a moment of salvation, a massive hand appeared, subduing all the beasts and instantly alleviating their crisis. Thank you, esteemed elder. The rescued teams of the celestial cities bowed deeply in gratitude towards the direction from which the hand had emerged, expressing their heartfelt appreciation for the mysterious elder's timely intervention. Meanwhile, in a more secluded area of the trial ground, a multitude of malevolent beasts congregated, numbering perhaps in the hundreds, with several of them being of the profound celestial realm. Thunderous roars echoed through the region. Amidst the throng of beasts, a group of dozens found themselves besieged in the center, bloodied and unstable, their expressions grim as they stared at the massive horde surrounding them. This was the team from the celestial Lin City, which, after parting ways with Changsheng, had engaged in a bloody path under the command of their city lord, now having ventured deep into the inner regions. However, the original 100-member team now numbered less than 80, clearly suffering significant losses along the way. The city lord of celestial Lin, his gaze piercing through the beast horde, fixated on a mountain far off in the distance, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. Upon the mountain stood a group of figures, their expressions filled with amusement as they watched the celestial Lin team ensnared by the beast horde. Celestial Tai City. The city lord of celestial Tai laughed heartily, his voice echoing with mockery. How careless of you, celestial Lin City lord, to be ensnared by such a vast horde of beasts. Would you like me to lend a hand? The city lord of celestial Lin's expression hardened, his gaze fixed upon the arrogant figures atop the mountain, a chill emanating from him. The very reason they found themselves encircled by such a multitude of beasts was due to the machinations of celestial Tai City. Humph. Do you truly believe these vile creatures can extinguish me? He scoffed, realizing that the strongest among the beasts were merely at the first or second level of the profound celestial realm. Though numerous, he believed his strength could withstand them. What truly concerned him were the people from celestial Tai City. If his side suffered losses in combating the beasts, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to annihilate him. Shall we find out? The city lord of celestial Tai chuckled, raising a hand and unleashing a devastating strike that erupted amidst the beast horde. Boom! The beasts erupted, unleashing ferocious roars as they surged towards the celestial Lin City members. Damn it, kill them! As the horde of malevolent beasts charged forward, the city lord of celestial Lin bellowed, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. In the next moment, the nearly 80 members formed a formidable battle array. Vibrant celestial light illuminating the skies as a colossal sword of slaughter took shape overhead. With a clang, the sword descended, its terrifying might eliminating a straight line of malevolent beasts, scattering their remnants, and sending crimson blood mists swirling into the air. Despite their dwindling number, the battle array empowered them to contend against the nearly 1,000 malevolent creatures. The beasts at the forefront were merely at the true celestial realm, lacking the ability to resist, and were swiftly cut down in droves. Amidst the onslaught, even some of the lower-tier profound celestial beasts could not withstand the power, falling to the ground in defeat. Before long, the besieged malevolent beasts were largely eradicated, and the landscape around them became increasingly expansive. The wretched minions of Xiantai City still harbored the delusion that these vile creatures could lead to our demise. Such folly. Indeed, with the presence of the esteemed city lord, a formidable figure of the third realm of the profound immortal stage, alongside two other powerful beings of the same caliber, augmented by the battle formation. These insignificant fiends were destined to be no match. As the number of these sinister beasts dwindled to less than half, a cacophony of sounds resonated within the battle formation of Xianlin City. Only by swiftly eliminating the remaining fiends could they hope to escape this dire predicament. However, just as they were nearing the completion of their task, a thunderous roar shattered the air. Roar. Instantly, the inhabitants of Xianlin City found themselves shrouded in a colossal shadow as a mountain-like, obsidian claw manifested in the void above, descending ominously upon them. A terrifying aura enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of dread. An even more powerful malevolent beast of the profound immortal stage had emerged. Boom. The monstrous claw collided with the battle formation, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble and fissures to appear. With a sickening crunch, the overwhelming force sent the crowd crashing to the ground, while those of slightly lower cultivation, the true immortal realm, spewed forth blood, their vitality waning. A fiend of the fourth realm of the profound immortal stage? The city lord of Xianlin's countenance darkened as he gazed toward the front of the beast horde. How had he failed to notice the presence of such a mid-tier malevolent beast? This was a grave predicament. Cursed be the city lord of Xiantai. What manner of trickery had he employed to summon forth such a formidable fiend? There, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 feet high, burst through the throng of beasts. This creature resembled a gargantuan, dark bear, its massive form akin to an impenetrable wall of flesh, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Roar. Before they could stabilize their formation, the bear-like fiend unleashed another thunderous roar, raising its claw once more, preparing to strike down upon the battle array. An onslaught of dark energy surged forth, the void cracking under the weight of its presence. The already weakened true immortal cultivators struggled to maintain their footing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bang! The battle formation shattered as all present, including the city lord of Xianlin, were sent reeling, blood gushing from their mouths. Indeed, numerous individuals were obliterated mid-air, transforming into clouds of sanguine mist. Once the trial concludes and I return to the heavenly immortal domain, it shall be the end of Xianlin City. 1,000 miles away, the city lord of Xiantai cackled maniacally at the sight before him. He had no intention of engaging directly, but had instead expended considerable resources to summon a fiend nearing the fourth, almost fifth realm of the profound immortal stage. He intended to use this malevolent beast to annihilate the elite forces of Xianlin City within this trial realm. Thus, once the trial was done, he could effortlessly obliterate Xianlin City and seize all its resources. Clearly, his plan was on the verge of fruition. Meanwhile, the bear-like fiend, having shattered the battle formation, extended its obsidian claw once more, reaching for the airborne individuals. Cursed be this fate. The city lord of Xianlin turned pale, his eyes betraying a glimmer of despair as he beheld the descending claw. Though Xianlin City had faced losses in past trials, this time felt different. If fate did not intervene, total annihilation seemed inevitable. Yet, just as all believed their doom was sealed, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The heavens above parted, revealing a colossal hand that descended from the obscured expanse, striking down upon the bear fiend with cataclysmic force. In the midst of their astonishment, this hand swiftly swept away all remnants of the malevolent beasts, including their lifeless forms, vanishing them into the void. What on earth was happening? The people of Xianlin City were utterly bewildered. Moments ago, they had expected death, but this sudden appearance of a giant hand had miraculously saved them. Furthermore, it had removed every last beast. However, regardless of the circumstances, they had survived. The city lord of Xianlin was the first to recover, promptly bowing deeply toward the heavens above. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. Upon hearing this, the others quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. In stark contrast, 1,000 miles away, the city lord of Xiantai observed the desolate land before him, now devoid of life, and the fortunate survivors of Xianlin City, his expression darkening considerably. To possess the ability to strike from afar, Extinguishing a creature close to the fifth realm of the profound immortal stage was beyond his capabilities. Yet, in the next moment, he began to laugh maniacally. The mysterious hand had only slain the fiend, but had not taken the people of Xianlin City, indicating that it likely bore no connection to them. Therefore, he reasoned that he could similarly strike down the inhabitants of Xianlin City without consequence. With that thought, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand. Kill them. Chapter 113. The trial concludes early. The voice of the city lord of Xiantai was laced with malice, and as his command echoed, an astonishing bloodlust erupted from him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, instantly traversing the 1,000 miles to stand before the people of Xianlin City. Yes, my lord, came the fervent response from the powerful figures behind him, all equally filled with murderous intent, charging toward the beleaguered inhabitants of Xianlin City. Their faces gleamed with excitement and satisfaction, gazing upon the people of Xianlin as though they were mere prey. The enmity between the two cities had festered for ages, each constantly plotting the other's downfall. But it seemed that victory was now within the grasp of Xiantai City. Die, Xianlin City. I shall manage your affairs with care. The city lord of Xiantai's eyes blazed with murderous light as he fully unleashed his aura of the third realm of the profound immortal stage, slowly raising his hand. The next moment, boom, a blinding radiance of celestial light flashed across the heavens, shattering the dark space above, as a massive hand descended from the void. Just as it had before. What? No. Please, esteemed elder, spare us. The city lord of Xiantai's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the descending hand. His voice filled with panic. The chilling aura of death enveloped him, rendering him ice cold. The other cultivators of Xiantai stood frozen in shock, astonished by the familiar sight of the great hand that had just earlier vanquished a fiend close to the fifth realm of the profound immortal stage and removed all the malevolent beasts. But how could it still be present? Hadn't it departed? How could Xianlin City possibly be connected to such a powerful entity? Unfortunately, they had no time for further contemplation, as the enormous hand descended, carrying with it an overwhelming aura and pressure. Boom! A plume of blood mist erupted, and a massive handprint marred the ground, exuding a sickening scent of iron. The entire populace of Xiantai City vanished without a trace, utterly erased as if they had never existed. After obliterating the denizens of Xiantai City, the hand turned to grasp the inhabitants of Xianlin City. There, the people of Xianlin, witnessing the fate of their longtime adversaries, had yet to comprehend the situation when they saw the hand reaching for them, and a singular thought surged through their minds. It was over. All closed their eyes in despair. Yet, unexpectedly, the hand did not annihilate them but instead enveloped them, withdrawing back into the heavens, above the abyssal region. As Yi Changsheng and his companion continued their relentless efforts, the malevolent beasts of the trial realm were nearly all eradicated, leaving only a few scattered beings of the mortal-immortal realm drifting through the desolate expanse. At that moment, the void split open, and a group of figures was drawn forth from the fabric of space, landing beside Yi Changsheng. The inhabitants of Xianlin City steadied themselves in the void, their expressions vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. They had been seized by a mysterious hand and were yet unaware of its intentions. However, in the next moment, their attention was drawn to Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang, who stood not far from them. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the city lord of Xianlin, which soon transformed into joy as he gazed at Yi Changsheng and exclaimed, "Friend Yi, how wonderful it is to see you unscathed." To be candid, since parting ways with Yi Changsheng, he had lost hope, fearing the worst for him. Yet, unexpectedly, they were reunited, and not only was Yi alive, but he seemed to be thriving, certainly in a better state than himself. "I am quite well. Thank you for your concern, city lord," Yi Changsheng replied. "However, it appears you have suffered considerable losses." He glanced at the remnants of the 100 who had entered the trial, noting that only around 60 remained, a significant portion having perished. The survivors appeared weak, their bodies stained with blood, their battle armor tattered and nearly rendered useless. Had he not been observant and acted decisively, they might have all faced annihilation. Upon hearing Ye's words, the city lord's expression darkened slightly, evidently recalling the despicable tactics employed by Xiantai City to lure the fiendish beasts to attack them. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself. All from Xiantai City had been subdued by that very hand. Suddenly, he turned to Yi Changsheng, asking, "By the way, friend Yi, were you also seized by that hand?" "That hand? Seized?" Yi Changsheng looked at him, smiling subtly as he shook his head, choosing not to respond. After all, he was the master of that hand. Was it not obvious? The city lord's mind was flooded with questions, perplexed by the implications. "Let us descend," Yi Changsheng declared, scanning the area and noticing that the members of the 10 great immortal sects remained in place, gazing longingly at the sky above. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped everyone and vanished into the void. In the next moment, They materialized beside the members of the 10 great immortal sects. This is terrifying. The city lord of Xianlin stared at Yi Changsheng, astonishment evident on his face. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly powerless against Ye's will. Senior. The members of the 10 great immortal sects, including 2 immortal lords, bowed respectfully to Yi Changsheng. Enough with the formalities. Yi Changsheng waved his hand and addressed the 2 immortal lords. Now that the fiendish beasts in this trial area have been eradicated, may we conclude the trial? Indeed, Senior. We can now proceed to the location of the spatial passage. Once the teams that came for the trial have gathered, we can return to the heavenly realm. The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord promptly affirmed, then turned to his companion, the Qiang Immortal Lord. Farewell, Qiang friend. Each of the 10 great immortal sects was responsible for a gathering point, and they were required to return to the same point from which they had departed. Otherwise, upon returning to the heavenly realm, they might waste considerable time trying to reach their respective sects or cities. After all, the celestial immortal domain was vast, with the 10 great immortal sects scattered across distant regions. Even immortal lords like themselves would require time to traverse it, let alone the true immortals. The Qiang Immortal Lord's gaze flickered, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. He then addressed Yi Changsheng with respect, saying, I cannot repay the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me, Senior. Should you find yourself free in the future, please do visit the Xuantian Immortal Sect, and we shall offer you a grand gift. With that, he departed without hesitation, accompanied by a powerful figure from his sect who was at the Xian Immortal level. The prospect of aligning with someone who might be a potential immortal king was undoubtedly advantageous for their sect. The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord watched the departing figures with a scoff of disdain. Surely, he could see through their motives. However, in the matter of alliances, the barbaric immortal sect had already gained the upper hand. He had learned from his own Xian Immortal Elder that this esteemed figure had arrived from the gathering point controlled by the barbaric immortal sect. This was an opportunity for them to forge a connection. As for the other immortal sects, the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord's gaze turned cold as he swept it over the remaining sect members. Senior, we take our leave. Encountering the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord's piercing gaze, the mere Xian Immortal level elders of the other sects felt a chill run down their spines. They hastily bowed to Yi Changsheng, excusing themselves and departing without daring to utter an invitation, fearing the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord's ire. The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord observed their hasty retreat with satisfaction, then turned to Yi Changsheng and said, Senior, we should also be on our way. Indeed. Yi Changsheng regarded him with a meaningful glance and nodded lightly. He then stepped forward, vanishing from sight as he departed. Seeing this, the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord waved his hand to envelop the Xian Immortal Elder, while Qing Wang gathered the people of Xianlin City, and together they disappeared from the scene. Chapter 114. Return to the Heavenly Realm. Within the secure area of the trial site, behind the protective barrier, everyone had returned to the very spot where they had initially entered the trial. Yi Changsheng's expression remained calm as he found a place to sit cross-legged, while Qing Wang stayed close by his side. A short distance away, the people of Xianlin City stood in a group at the edge of the barrier, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Yi Changsheng, filled with profound astonishment. What had they just witnessed? The dignitaries from the immortal sects had shown such reverence toward friend Yi, even referring to him as Senior. Moreover, they spoke of a life-saving grace. Most importantly, they had heard Yi Changsheng refer to himself as this lord. Wasn't this friend Yi merely an 8th-level true immortal? How had he transformed into an immortal lord? The term this lord was a self-reference reserved for beings of the immortal lord level. Anyone beneath that who dared to invoke it would be committing a grave faux pas. If exposed, they would become the laughingstock of the heavenly realm, or worse, could incite the wrath of a genuine immortal lord and face immediate retribution. The city lord of Xianlin was equally perplexed, as he distinctly remembered having assessed Ye's cultivation level, confirming him to be a genuine 8th-level true immortal. Had he concealed his true power while accompanying him? Was he, in fact, a figure of immortal lord caliber? No, that couldn't be. If he were truly an immortal lord, he would never have coexisted so amicably with someone like himself for several months. The immortal lords he knew were lofty figures, indifferent to everything, and would not be as approachable as Yi Changsheng. In a moment of confusion, the city lord felt compelled to approach Yi Changsheng for clarification, but found himself unable to move his feet. Just as his thoughts became muddled, a figure suddenly appeared before him, a calm voice breaking through. Are you acquainted with the Senior? The city lord looked up to see the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord and was taken aback. Sword Spirit Lord? Sword Spirit Lord, I am familiar with friend Yi. No? With Senior Yi, but I cannot claim to be close, he stammered. Friend Yi? The Sword Spirit Immortal Lord's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized the city lord. A mere 3rd-level Xian immortal dared to address a figure who might be an immortal king as friend? This surely indicated a bond that surpassed mere acquaintance. How could one be so bold without a significant relationship? He regarded the city lord and inquired again, "Which city do you govern?" Replying to Sword Spirit Lord, "I am the city lord of Xianlin City," came the honest response from the city lord. "Xianlin City? I have not heard of it," the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord remarked, directing his gaze toward the black-clad elder beside him. The esteemed elder of the sect, the small town of Xianlin, situated on the periphery of the sect's territory, is subordinate to the sect's influence. The elder clad in black hastily elucidated, each of the 10 great immortal sects encompasses thousands of celestial cities within their dominions. And it is only we, the elders responsible for external affairs, who can distinctly recall every name and location. As an immortal monarch, your daily pursuits revolve around cultivation. Aside from a few formidable affiliated forces that may linger in your thoughts, who would remember a minor place like Xianlin? The Sword Spirit Immortal Monarch nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed the Lord of Xianlin. "You have done well. In the future, should there be any promising talents in your city, encourage them to come to our sect for training." "Indeed, thank you, esteemed Sword Spirit." The Lord of Xianlin's face illuminated with joy as he bowed in gratitude. He understood that he had made a favorable impression on the great ones of the sect, which could potentially lead to increased resources for Xianlin. His gaze instinctively fell upon the meditative figure of Yi Changsheng, his heart filled with gratitude. Recognizing that this was all due to the esteemed Elder Yi, the elder in black glanced at the Lord of Xianlin, a hint of envy evident in his eyes. Regardless of the depth of their relationship, merely being acquainted with such a senior figure could serve as a significant protective charm in the celestial domain, if not the entire celestial realm. An immortal king stands at the pinnacle of the heavens. Even their savage immortal sect must treat such a figure with utmost caution. Establishing a connection with such a powerful being is indeed a tremendous opportunity. It seemed prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with Xianlin henceforth, offering assistance within his means. The elder mused, his eyes glinting with ambition. Meanwhile, during this period of anticipation, the teams from various celestial cities participating in the trials gradually returned. They had all received messages indicating that the trials would conclude prematurely, and they were to return to the celestial realm. As they appeared, a palpable aura of ferocity enveloped them, clearly a byproduct of prolonged battles. Their armor was tattered, and their celestial bodies stained with blood, reflecting their current state. After a brief interval, no further teams emerged. The elder in black retrieved a jade token, probing it with his divine sense, confirming that all who were meant to return had done so, while those absent would remain forever on the battlefield. He turned his gaze to the Sword Spirit Immortal Monarch and inquired, "Elder, everyone has assembled. Shall we now open the passage back to the celestial realm?" "Indeed. Let us commence the opening of the passage." The Sword Spirit Immortal Monarch nodded in affirmation. He then approached Yi Changsheng and said, "Elder, we may return to the celestial realm now." Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng opened his eyes and nodded subtly. The returning teams from the celestial cities observed this peculiar scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. Who is this person? Even the esteemed ones of the sect show him such reverence. However, before they could ponder further, the elder in black had already formed seals to open the spatial passage to the celestial realm. In an instant, a colossal beam of light shot skyward, a dark vortex materializing above, emanating a potent spatial force. The passage was now open, yet no one dared to move, all eyes fixated on Yi Changsheng. With the elder still present, they felt it inappropriate to proceed first. "Elder, please." The Sword Spirit Immortal Monarch extended his hand, gesturing for Yi Changsheng to go ahead. "Very well." Yi Changsheng did not delay, casting a glance at the passage above before stepping in alongside Qing Wang. The Sword Spirit Immortal Monarch followed closely behind, followed lastly by the Elder in Black and the members of the celestial cities. Once all had departed, the passage closed, leaving the trial grounds in utter silence. After a considerable time, faint roars echoed from the abyss below once more. Chapter 115. Journey to the Savage Immortal Sect in the center of the celestial domain. Within a massive city of congregation, a great vortex formed above the altar, rich in spatial energy. Shortly thereafter, Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang emerged from within, landing in the grand city. Following them were the Sword Spirit Immortal Monarch, the Elder in Black, and a multitude of cultivators, all descending into the city. Standing within the immense city, Yi Changsheng observed the continuous influx of cultivators emerging from the vortex, taking a deep breath. As wisps of celestial spiritual energy flowed into his body, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, the celestial realm is indeed splendid." Even in this desolate land, the air was imbued with a trace of celestial essence, in stark contrast to the trial grounds, which were shrouded in malevolent energy. The oppressive atmosphere of the dim sky weighing heavily on one's spirit. Beside him, Qing Huang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the freshness of the air compared to the trial grounds. At that moment, a figure landed nearby and gently called out, "Elder." Yi Changsheng turned to face the newcomer, responding in a calm voice, "Do you have something to discuss, friend?" The sword spirit immortal monarch felt a twinge of surprise at the informal address, wondering if the elder was truly so approachable. However, he quickly composed himself and replied with a degree of solemnity, "You may simply call me sword spirit, elder. If you are not preoccupied, I would like to invite you to the Savage Immortal Sect, so that our sect may express our gratitude for your assistance during the trials." "Oh, an invitation to the Savage Immortal Sect?" Yi Changsheng regarded the sword spirit immortal monarch thoughtfully, without immediately responding. It seemed he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship, claiming gratitude as a mere pretext. However, Yi Changsheng had indeed contemplated visiting the Savage Immortal Sect, making this request quite fortuitous. After a moment of reflection, he accepted, stating in an even tone, "I have been in secluded cultivation at Ling Mountain for some time, only recently emerging, and have little in the way of mundane affairs." "That is splendid. Should the sect learn of your visit, they will undoubtedly be overjoyed," the sword spirit immortal monarch replied, a smile gracing his countenance as he finalized the arrangements for Yi Changsheng's visit to the sect. Yi Changsheng smiled slightly, eager to witness the true strength of one of the 10 great immortal sects. He cast his gaze toward the members of Xianlin, who had been observing from a distance, and called out, "Lord of the city, take care. I shall not return to Xianlin with you this time." The Lord of Xianlin, startled by the sudden address, quickly composed himself and bowed deeply in response. "Yes, elder, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention during the trials." He now comprehended that the master of the enormous hand they encountered in the trial grounds was none other than Yi Changsheng. He had saved their city, and it appeared that there was no need for him to recommend anyone to the Savage Immortal Sect, as he no longer held that privilege. Nevertheless, he recognized the immense fortune he had received. Indeed, Yi Changsheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had spent some time in Xianlin, and his assistance in saving their lives was, in a sense, a blessing for them. "Then, elder, shall we proceed to the Savage Immortal Sect?" the sword spirit immortal monarch inquired, sensing that Yi Changsheng had concluded his farewells. "Very well," Yi Changsheng affirmed with a nod. The sword spirit immortal monarch, upon receiving confirmation, turned and gestured towards the void with his hand, instantly manifesting a spatial passage. The passage began to revolve gently, leading to their intended destination. "Elder." The sword spirit immortal monarch looked back at Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng remained silent, confirming that this was a legitimate spatial passage before stepping forward, instantly appearing at the edge of the passage before entering. Following closely behind were Qing Huang, the sword spirit immortal monarch, and the elder in black. Moments later, the passage closed, and the group departed for the Savage Immortal Sect. The Lord of Xianlin watched as they left, feeling a sense of wistfulness wash over him. However, he soon found solace in the realization that forging a connection with such a prominent figure was a remarkable stroke of fortune. It was inconceivable for one to remain ensconced in their modest surroundings. The celestial realm, one of the 10 great states, was home to the wild state. At the heart of the wild state stood a colossal celestial mountain, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering it indistinct yet hinting at an immense portal that reached towards the heavens, exuding an air of mystery. At that moment, a spatial passage in the void outside the celestial mountain opened, and 4 figures emerged from within. "Senior, we have arrived. Ahead lies the abode of the wild celestial sect," declared the sword spirit celestial lord, gesturing towards the celestial mountain as he spoke to Yi Changsheng. The wild celestial sect. Yi Changsheng's gaze was drawn forward. His heart stirred with an unusual sensation. The imposing portal atop the celestial mountain emanated an aura of both enigma and majesty. Just then, 2 figures descended from the celestial mountain, appearing before the group. They were 2 middle-aged men clad entirely in black, their expressions devoid of emotion. However, upon recognizing the sword spirit celestial lord, their faces rapidly transformed into a mask of respect as they bowed. "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." "No need for formality. You may leave." The sword spirit celestial lord waved his hand, dismissing the 2 mountain guards. "Yes, Grand Elder." The guards bowed once more and retreated below the celestial mountain. As they departed, their eyes discreetly flickered towards Yi Changsheng, filled with astonishment. Though they were merely guards, they recognized the sword spirit celestial lord and understood that the Grand Elder was an unparalleled force at the celestial lord level. The fact that this individual could stand alongside the Grand Elder indicated that he was at least of the same caliber. Yi Changsheng observed the departing figures, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Mountain guards at the 8th level of true immortal realm. This indicates the strength of the wild celestial sect. Following closely behind the sword spirit celestial lord, They rapidly ascended the celestial mountain, reaching the pinnacle where the towering portal awaited. The sword spirit celestial lord regarded the portal, forming a hand seal, and conjured several mysterious runes that fused into it. In the next moment, the portal opened, revealing a passage through which a denser aura of celestial energy surged forth. Through the portal, one could behold a scene reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Countless islands and palatial structures, buoyed by an unseen force, floated in midair. Radiant hues illuminated the surroundings, and the rich celestial energy fell like a gentle rain. While flocks of spirit birds and celestial cranes danced amidst the mountains, their melodious calls resonating through the air. Elder Yu, please escort our esteemed guest to rest. I shall summon the sect master. The sword spirit celestial lord instructed the black-clad elder beside him. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Yi Changsheng, esteemed guest. Please follow me. With that, he led the way ahead. Yi Changsheng, without further contemplation, followed closely behind with Qing Huang. Behind them, the sword spirit celestial lord watched their receding figures, his gaze flickering with intent. Moments later, he turned and departed in another direction, vanishing from sight. Chapter 116. The minor completion of the inner world and the power of the world. Within a grand hall of the wild celestial sect, a formidable middle-aged man with an austere demeanor sat upon the dais, his gaze piercing downwards, emanating a formidable pressure. Sword Spirit Grand Elder. Are you implying that a malevolent entity of mid-tier celestial lord level has emerged from that place? Indeed. It is at least at the 7th level of the celestial lord realm, the sword spirit celestial lord affirmed, meeting the sect master's gaze resolutely. Impossible. If a malevolent entity of such caliber truly existed, how could you have returned unscathed? The sect master rose, his eyes boring into the sword spirit celestial lord as a potent aura radiated from him. The sword spirit celestial lord felt a slight shift in his expression, involuntarily taking half a step back, but fortunately, this overwhelming aura dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. Sect master, the situation is as I have described. It is thanks to the intervention of a senior that we were able to return safely, the sword spirit celestial lord hastily clarified, recounting the events that transpired in the trial grounds in detail. Even now, he felt a twinge of gratitude, had it not been for the senior's assistance. His return would have been improbable. A suspected celestial king-level figure? Is this truly the case? Upon hearing the sword spirit celestial lord's account, the sect master could no longer remain composed. He instantly appeared before the sword spirit celestial lord, gripping his shoulders with a grave expression. Indeed, the sword spirit celestial lord subtly retreated, freeing himself from the sect master's grasp. Given the sect master's cultivation, his earlier fervor nearly crushed the sword spirit celestial lord's shoulder. The sect master then realized his lapse in decorum and released his hold. This news was of paramount importance, perhaps even critical for the current state of the wild celestial sect. Lead me to the location, the sect master commanded, regaining his composure yet betraying a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A celestial king-level figure, if of unblemished character, must be courted by the wild celestial sect. At the very least, they should establish a favorable relationship. In a splendid courtyard, Yi Changsheng sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. At this moment, a portion of his consciousness was immersed within the inner world. Just moments ago, the black-clad elder had arranged for him to rest in this location. And shortly after the elder's departure, the system delivered auspicious news. The inner world had absorbed a considerable amount of malevolent beast blood and was poised to reach a stage where it could manifest the power of the world. Within the inner world, an avatar comprised of celestial thought materialized. The avatar surveyed the surroundings, and after a brief moment of sensing, a smile gradually adorned his face. In his perception, the inner world had undergone a transformation compared to before, expanding to an astonishing radius of nearly 10 million miles. The atmosphere was saturated with rich celestial energy, featuring majestic mountains and expansive lakes. The land was adorned with lush forests, towering trees reaching for the heavens, creating a scene teeming with vitality. At the center, a treasure pagoda loomed, flanked by 2 divine trees that soared skyward, emanating a potent aura of world power and life force. Suddenly, he gasped softly, his figure vanishing from his original spot and reappearing before the 2 divine trees. Your Majesty? The divine trees exclaimed, startled by Yi Changsheng's sudden appearance, their faces quickly transforming into expressions of reverence. Your cultivation has improved. Splendid. Furthermore, you may address me as master henceforth, Yi Changsheng remarked, a hint of mirth gracing his features as he regarded the 2 divine trees. Perhaps due to the essence of the malevolent beasts he had previously slain, both divine trees had ascended to the emperor level, categorically equivalent to the ordinary immortal realm in the celestial hierarchy. World divine tree, ordinary immortal realm, 3rd level. Life divine tree, Ordinary immortal realm, second level. Yes, master. The two divine trees simultaneously replied, their gazes fixed upon Yi Changsheng, while tumultuous waves of emotion surged within them. The aura of their master had become overwhelmingly formidable, a transformation that rendered their prior selves pale in comparison. Despite their own elevation and cultivation, they felt insignificantly small in the presence of their master. Is this merely a misconception? No, it is not. The master has indeed grown exponentially stronger, making them feel dwarfed in comparison. In that fleeting moment, their eyes were filled with boundless reverence as they gazed at Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng smiled, raising his hand to emit a beam of celestial light that penetrated into their beings, imparting knowledge regarding the realms of cultivation within the celestial domain. As soon as he completed his tasks, a faint, almost ethereal humming resonated within his heart. Subsequently, he keenly perceived that this realm had transformed. A curious sound emerged from the ground beside him, and upon directing his gaze, he beheld a small creature resembling a puppy emerging from the thicket. It was no larger than a palm, its fur gleaming white and plump, exuding an undeniable charm. The little creature circled around his feet, emitting a series of joyful sounds. Seemingly elated, Yi Changsheng crouched down, cradling the creature in his hands. As he gazed at the tiny bundle nestled within his palms, an inexplicable thought surfaced in his mind. If this little creature were in my previous life, it would undoubtedly be a heartthrob for young maidens. Indeed, it would fetch a handsome price in the pet market. Alas, this is the celestial realm, a world where strength reigns supreme. This little beast, being merely a mundane creature, would likely be deemed unworthy of consumption by others. Nevertheless, the appearance of this small beast held profound significance for him, indicating that his inner world had achieved a minor completion and birthed an animal life. Henceforth, you shall be named Little White. By some whimsical chance, Yi Changsheng bestowed upon it a name. He set the creature down, allowing it to frolic on the ground. With the inner world reaching a minor completion, should it not give rise to the power of the world? Yi Changsheng extended his palm, gradually clenching it, and in an instant, a peculiar force surged forth. It was encompassing, substantial, brimming with infinite possibilities. This was the first impression the power of the world imparted to him. Yet, when the world meets its demise, it can unleash an incomprehensibly terrifying force of destruction. Excellent, quite splendid. Nodding in satisfaction, the possession of the power of the world would place him in an invincible position even among peers of the same realm, enabling him to face multiple adversaries simultaneously without fear. Suddenly, the brow of this incarnation furrowed, and in the next moment, it dissipated. In the external world, Yi Changsheng's true form opened his eyes, gazing towards the sky beyond the courtyard. There, two figures stood suspended in the air, also observing him. His gaze lingered on the leader of the wild sect, and he murmured to himself, the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm. The two figures in the air flickered and descended into the courtyard. The leader of the wild sect regarded Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang, his brow slightly furrowing. He discerned that these two individuals were merely at the immortal monarch realm, not the colossal immortal kings as described by the sword spirit immortal monarch. However, he refrained from voicing this observation, for he could sense a formidable aura emanating from Yi Changsheng. He understood that even if they were in the same realm, he would not be a match for him. Elder, this is our sect leader, the sword spirit immortal monarch introduced Yi Changsheng, then turned to the sect leader. This is the elder I mentioned. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and the leader of the wild sect was the first to display a smile. The matter of the trial grounds has been relayed to me by Elder Sword Spirit. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, it was merely a casual act, no need for thanks. The two took their seats in the courtyard. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leader of the wild sect's expression shifted to one of gravity as he inquired of Yi Changsheng. I have heard that you have ventured into the depths of the abyss. Might you have encountered that seal? Chapter 117. Enemies exist in the celestial realm, powerful alien races. The seal? Yi Changsheng's heart trembled slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the leader of the wild sect. He had not anticipated such a direct inquiry regarding the seal beneath the abyss. However, since the other party was aware of its existence, it seemed to be the handiwork of the 10 great immortal kings of the sections. Thus, he saw no reason to conceal the truth, and, after pondering briefly, replied candidly, indeed, I encountered a seal beneath the abyss, and there is a breach that has been opened. Upon finishing, he focused intently on the leader's reaction. To his surprise, the leader of the wild sect did not exhibit excessive astonishment upon hearing of the seal's breach. Instead, he bore an expression of as expected. Clearly, he had harbored suspicions before posing the question. Observing this, Yi Changsheng continued, I attempted to mend the breach, but alas, my cultivation is insufficient. and I was unable to succeed. The leader of the wild sect's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this, as he scrutinized Yi Changsheng. Then a smile graced his face as he reassured him. There is no need for you to belittle yourself. That seal was set by the higher echelons of our clans, and only a colossal immortal king could engage with it. It is perfectly reasonable that you could not repair it. Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, noting the 4 words the leader had chosen. Higher echelons of clans? Previously, he had assumed the seal was established by the powerful figures of the 10 great immortal sects. Now, it seemed there was more to the story. Could it be that there exists an even more formidable organization beyond the 10 great immortal sects? A clan? Could it mean the entirety of the human race? A flicker of curiosity crossed the leader of the wild sect's eyes as he seemingly asked casually, "Are you unaware of the clans?" Yi Changsheng recognized that the leader might be questioning his origins. However, he was unperturbed, maintaining unwavering eye contact as he candidly revealed his background. To speak frankly, I have concealed myself in the deep mountains and vast marshes since ascending from the lower realms, living in seclusion to cultivate. It was only recently, having attained a degree of cultivation sufficient for self-preservation, that I emerged from my secluded retreat. Thus, I possess limited knowledge of the affairs of the celestial realm. Oh, so that is the case. You truly are a remarkable talent, the leader of the wild sect praised. Whether he genuinely believed this was known only to him. He then addressed Yi Changsheng. In that case, today our sect shall discuss the matters concerning the celestial realm. If the sect leader is willing to share, I shall attentively listen. Yi Changsheng nodded, aware that most of his knowledge regarding the celestial realm stemmed from his initial arrival in the Wilds continent, gleaned from that enigmatic figure in black amid the starry skies. He only possessed a general understanding of the celestial realm's layout, lacking any further specifics. However, after a moment's contemplation, the leader of the wild sect unexpectedly posed an ambiguous question. What is your opinion of the celestial realm? This perplexing inquiry momentarily stunned Yi Changsheng. How long had he even been in the celestial realm? He had only spent time in Xianlin City and the trial grounds, and this wild sect was merely the 3rd location he had visited. How could he ascertain the overall state of the celestial realm? Nevertheless, after a moment's thought, he responded, the celestial realm is vast beyond measure, divided into 10 great celestial domains, teeming with countless celestial herbs and potent beings. After delivering this rather vague response, he turned his gaze back to the leader. To his surprise, the leader of the wild sect nodded in agreement, raising his head to gaze towards the heavens, and with a hint of nostalgia remarked, indeed, the celestial realm is prosperous and expansive, capable of birthing innumerable celestial treasures. Yet, it is precisely because of this that it has drawn the covetous eyes of alien races. Countless powerful beings from foreign races lurk with predatory intent, seeking to invade the celestial realm and transform it into their own domain. As he spoke, his tone shifted from a calm demeanor to one filled with an ominous fervor. By the end, a formidable aura surged from him, conjuring a terrifying storm within the courtyard. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, suppressing the raging tempest, his gaze flickering with unease, revealing the turmoil within his heart. Although he was still unfamiliar with the celestial realm, he instinctively felt it should be immensely powerful. Just the leader of the wild sect alone was at the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm, suggesting there were likely immortal kings and even supreme beings at the quasi-immortal emperor level hidden within the wild sect. This was merely one of the 10 great immortal sects in the celestial domain. How many formidable beings would there be across all 10 great celestial domains? The mere thought was enough to send chills down one's spine. However, the other party now claims that a foreign race covets the celestial realm, seeking to invade this place? It seems implausible. If such a foreign race truly exists, how formidable could they be to instill fear even in the terrifying celestial realm? Is it not shocking? The Lord of the Wilderness calmed himself. Gazing at Yi Changsheng with a hint of self-deprecation, he remarked, "Dear friend, when I first ascended to the realm of a mortal monarch and learned of this matter, I was just as astonished as you. The celestial realm, resplendent and thriving, teeming with powerful beings under the suppression of supreme entities, how could it possibly suffer an incursion? It is indeed unfathomable." Yi Changsheng nodded, acknowledging the absurdity of it all. What race could possess such strength? At that moment, he recalled the malevolent beasts from the trial grounds and the seal beneath the abyss. Turning his gaze toward the Lord of the Wilderness, he inquired, "Is it possible that those malevolent beasts are connected?" "Yes, but also no." The Lord of the Wilderness understood Yi Changsheng's implication, but shook his head in response. Yes and yet no. Yi Changsheng found himself perplexed, his expression one of confusion. The spatial rift beneath the trial grounds connects to the world of the foreign race. Those malevolent beasts emerged from there. However, these beasts are not true representatives of that foreign race. They are mere battle beasts bred by the foreign entities, devoid of intelligence, driven solely by a thirst for slaughter. If this is a passage to the foreign world, why not obliterate it entirely instead of merely sealing it? Changsheng queried, bewildered. Let us not speak of destruction. If the immortal kings cannot accomplish it, do you think the semi-immortal emperors can? The Lord of the Wilderness shook his head. The higher-ups of our clan chose to seal rather than completely destroy it to retain it as a training ground. Even the gap in the seal was intentionally left to allow weaker malevolent beasts to traverse and serve as training targets in the trial grounds. However, it appears that this gap has been besieged, now enlarged to permit the passage of mid-tier malevolent beasts at the immortal monarch level. Changsheng understood. So it was indeed a training ground? This revelation made sense. Yet, he still found himself pondering. Could this so-called foreign race truly be so powerful that even the celestial realm cannot contend with them? He gazed at the Lord of the Wilderness and posed the question, has the celestial realm never considered completely eradicating this foreign race? Are they merely on the defensive? The Lord of the Wilderness suddenly fell silent, his gaze drifting to a distant part of the sect, lost in thought. It seemed he recalled some unpleasant memory, his expression darkening. Millennia ago, the celestial realm acted upon this very notion, but the outcome was devastating. In Chapter 118, during the cataclysmic war of millennia past, even semi-immortal emperors fell. The Lord of the Wilderness stared into the depths of the sect, his gaze lingering before he finally spoke again, a sigh escaping his lips. Laden with gravity, long ago, a peerless semi-immortal emperor, at the pinnacle of his strength, led 100 immortal kings along with countless immortal monarchs and mystic immortals into the foreign world, but the result was. What was the outcome? Changsheng felt a tremor within him, the tone and expression of the Lord suggesting something ominous. Yet, it seemed impossible. A peak semi-immortal emperor, 100 immortal kings, and countless cultivators beneath the immortal monarch level. What a terrifying force. How could they possibly be outmatched by those foreign entities? The Lord of the Wilderness inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. They perished. All of them perished. Not a single one of the 100 immortal kings or the countless immortal monarchs returned. Boom. As his words fell, a dreadful thunderous roar echoed through the void, dark bolts of destructive lightning flashing across the sky. Gasp. Changsheng inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. They all perished? But what of that peak semi-immortal emperor? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the Lord of the Wilderness resonated again, tinged with sorrow. In that battle, countless strong beings ventured forth, and the only one who returned was that semi-immortal emperor. Yet even he bore horrific wounds, nearly extinguished. A century after returning to the celestial realm, he ultimately succumbed. The semi-immortal emperor is dead? Changsheng was genuinely shocked. A semi-immortal emperor, apart from someone like himself? A player with extraordinary luck, how many could ascend to such heights? Perhaps only a handful among the billions in the celestial realm could achieve such a pinnacle of strength. Yet even he succumbed? What terror did they encounter in the foreign world? Could it be that the foreign realm harbors supreme immortal emperors? Did that semi-immortal emperor leave no information regarding the foreign world? Changsheng asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Perhaps some exists, but I am unaware. Only the true higher-ups within the clan may know, the Lord of the Wilderness replied, a trace of regret on his face. Whether for the fall of that semi-immortal emperor or for the lack of knowledge about the foreign world remained unclear. In the next moment, as if recalling something, he looked at Changsheng earnestly. Ah, by the way, with your cultivation, you will likely soon receive an invitation from the Elder Council to visit the border. Elder Council? Changsheng queried, puzzled by the sudden mention of this council. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are not yet familiar with the structure of our celestial realm's higher echelons. The Lord of the Wilderness chuckled sheepishly before explaining. The Elder Council is the highest authority within the human alliance of the celestial realm, established to oversee all forces and combat the foreign races. Every elder within is a pinnacle powerhouse, with only semi-immortal emperors permitted to join and become a member of the council. Goodness. So the Elder Council comprises semi-immortal emperors? Changsheng felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed the celestial realm still possessed formidable strength, explaining their ability to contend with the foreign entities. Yet, as he currently stood at the peak of the immortal monarch realm, what could they possibly want from him? Had they foreseen his extraordinary potential? That seemed highly unlikely. Beep. Host, do not entertain such impossible notions. No one has yet discerned the existence of this system. What of the trust between the host and this system? After a prolonged silence, the system interjected, its tone imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction. My apologies, my apologies. Please do not eavesdrop on my thoughts, Changsheng replied, slightly embarrassed, attempting to divert the topic. Beep. Noticing Changsheng's prolonged silence, the Lord of the Wilderness assumed he was still reeling from the weight of his previous statements and offered reassurance. There is no need for concern, dear friend. Every cultivator who reaches the immortal monarch realm in the celestial realm is required to visit the border at least once, merely to familiarize ourselves with the foreign races. He regarded Yi Changsheng without mockery. After all, as he had mentioned, even semi-immortal emperors had perished, making Yi Changsheng's apprehension entirely reasonable. However, should another race war erupt, immortal monarchs would be crucial combatants. Thus, understanding the foreign entities beforehand is indeed necessary. You jest, my lord. I am equally curious to see what those foreign races look like, Yi Changsheng replied with a smile, having inadvertently led the lord to believe he was fearful due to his recent dialogue with the system. It mattered little, misunderstandings happen. Through this exchange, he had developed a newfound interest in that border city. There are also other races. He is quite curious to see what kind of race is so formidable. Haha. Very well. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may stay here. The Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect welcomes you. The sect master of the Barbarian Wilderness laughed heartily, then looked at Yi Changsheng with a serious expression. The intention to forge a connection was unmistakable. Then I shall impose upon the sect master. Yi Changsheng did not decline and readily agreed. In truth, it mattered little to him where he resided. Moreover, the environment at the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect was rather pleasant, even though he did not need to cultivate like ordinary people. Living in a place rich in spiritual energy was undeniably comforting. You are too kind, my friend. A smile graced the face of the sect master, as Yi Changsheng's willingness to stay indicated his acceptance of the sect master's goodwill. Regardless, it established a connection between them. Given the other party's cultivation, it seemed he was on the verge of stepping into the realm of the immortal king. At that point, the Barbarian Wilderness Immortal Sect would gain another ally among the immortal kings, which would surely improve their status within the community. Contemplating the situation of his sect in the heavenly realm, a flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes. You may rest here. However, I have some trivial matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The sect master concealed his emotions and bid farewell to Yi Changsheng. Very well, sect master, travel safely. Yi Changsheng nodded. The sect master inclined his head and turned to exit the courtyard, striding towards the void, leaving the sword spirit immortal monarch to entertain Yi Changsheng and his companion alone. After the sect master departed, he did not return to the grand hall, but instead veered off towards the deeper recesses of the sect. Soon, he passed through numerous restrictions and arrived at the entrance of a forbidden area deep within the sect. This was a place shrouded in mist, where the spiritual energy was so dense that it transformed into liquid, gently cascading from above. He stood outside the forbidden area, gazing at it with a hint of reverence in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully called out to the interior, "Ancestor, a celestial monarch has arrived at our sect. I have already tested him and confirmed that he is not a spy from an alien race. Thus, I wish to forge a bond with him and tie him to our sect." Chapter 119. The Woman in Green. Within the forbidden area, elders arrive. Outside the forbidden area, the sect master of the Barbarian Wilderness gazed inside with a demeanor slightly apprehensive, awaiting the ancestor's response. However, as time passed, there was only silence from within the forbidden area, with not a single sound emerging. The sect master did not display any impatience. He simply stood quietly without uttering another word. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and after half an hour, he remained as still as a statue. Could it be that the ancestor disapproves of forming an alliance? After such a lengthy silence, even with his calm temperament, he felt a stir of anxiety. He could not help but wonder if the ancestor was displeased with his approach, which was why he was being ignored. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to speak again, a cool voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the forbidden area. "This matter, I am already aware. If he possesses a good disposition, he is worth courting and befriending." The tone was neutral, devoid of excessive emotion, yet to the sect master, it sounded like heavenly music, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "Yes, ancestor, I understand." The sect master swiftly bowed respectfully, feeling a quiet sigh of relief within. It was a comfort that the ancestor was not displeased with him. After waiting a while longer and hearing no further response, he bowed once more and softly said, "I take my leave." With that, he slowly retreated from the area. At this moment, within the mist-shrouded forbidden area, in a humble wooden cabin, a woman clad in green sat cross-legged upon a jade platform. Her features were stunningly beautiful, with her long green hair cascading down her back. The green robes accentuated her figure, and even while seated, her slender form was evident. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the forbidden area, traversing through layers of space to fixate on the courtyard where Yi Changsheng resided. A flicker of memory danced in her eyes, and she murmured softly to herself, "The people of my homeland have finally emerged from that cage." Her voice was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of helplessness. In the courtyard, as the woman in green directed her gaze towards this place, a voice simultaneously echoed in Yi Changsheng's mind. "Ding, the system has detected that the host is being spied upon. Do you wish to conceal this realm?" Spied upon, Changsheng felt a sense of awareness, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the barbarian wilderness immortal sect's forbidden area. The abilities granted by the system allowed him to penetrate the layers of restrictions, reaching deep into the forbidden area. In an instant, a pair of cool, piercing eyes appeared before him, as if their gazes met, and a soft gasp was heard. The next moment, the figure within the forbidden area waved her sleeve and vanished from sight. What a beautiful person! Changsheng withdrew his gaze. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he was still struck by the enchanting figure. The fact that she was able to spy without being detected suggested that she was a significant figure within the barbarian wilderness immortal sect. As he had suspected, a prominent immortal sect would not allow him to enter without some form of defense. Indeed, there was a terrifying entity overseeing the sect, which provided them with a sense of security. However, the thought that such a beautiful woman was an ancient being who had lived for countless years stirred an odd sensation within him. System, quickly conceal this realm and sever all forms of surveillance. Understood, host. As the system's voice faded, an unusual wave of energy spread forth. In an instant, the small courtyard was enveloped in a layer of mist, forming its own realm, such that even the thoughts of an immortal king could not penetrate it. Elder, what is the matter? Beside him, the sword spirit immortal monarch's expression shifted slightly. He had not sensed the probing gaze, but suddenly felt the realm being isolated, which stirred his curiosity and a hint of caution. What could this elder be attempting by suddenly severing this realm? He scanned the surroundings, realizing that only the celestial senses were isolated, and there was no restriction on entering or exiting the physical body, which relieved him somewhat. It's nothing. Changsheng shook his head lightly, indicating that there was no issue, offering no further explanation. Although the sword spirit immortal monarch was puzzled, he did not press for more information. From then on, Changsheng and Qing Huang resided in this courtyard. They did not have to toil like ordinary cultivators. Instead, they enjoyed ample leisure time each day. With nothing much to do, they sipped tea brewed from the life spring water and savored celestial fruits, leading an exceedingly comfortable life. It must be said that the barbarian wilderness immortal sect excelled in hospitality. At the very least, they provided an abundance of celestial fruits, all of superior quality. In such leisurely days, nearly a month passed swiftly. During this time, the sect master frequently visited the courtyard, engaging in discussions with Changsheng on various topics, including the current situation of the heavenly realm. Naturally, most of the discourse was led by the sect master, while Changsheng primarily listened. As for Qing Huang, she had little interest in such matters. All she needed to know was whom her master wanted her to deal with, and she would simply act upon it, without hesitation. On one particular day, the sect master was once again in the courtyard discussing principles with Changsheng, while Qing Huang munched on celestial fruits nearby. At the entrance of the courtyard, two youthful disciples stood guard, having been specifically assigned by the sword spirit immortal monarch to attend to Changsheng. Both were at the Xian immortal level, elite core disciples of the barbarian wilderness immortal sect. Senior brother, who exactly is this esteemed elder? How is it that even the sect master frequently comes to engage in discussions with him? One of the disciples asked in a low voice, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Junior brother, do not speak recklessly. Our duty is to remain on standby and await the instructions of our esteemed elder. The youth, referred to as senior brother, bore a solemn expression, vividly recalling the admonition imparted by the sword spirit's grand elder upon their arrival, urging them to heed the directives of this venerable figure. Completing this task would grant them substantial resources, perhaps even the opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm to enhance their cultivation. Countless disciples had clamored for this chance. Yet it was only through sheer determination that the two of them had emerged victorious and secured this assignment. Should they falter, not only would the sword spirit elder not spare them, but they would also find it impossible to forgive themselves. Your words ring true, senior brother. It was indeed my folly, the junior brother conceded, nodding repeatedly, his curiosity replaced by a grave demeanor. In the courtyard, Changsheng wore a faint smile, attentively listening to the exchange between the two at the entrance. Ah, my dear friend Yi, how amusing, chuckled the lord of the barbarian wilderness. Changsheng merely shook his head, choosing silence as a pensive sentiment stirred within him. It seemed that with great power, even in inactivity, one could inspire a sense of awe in others. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, and he lifted his head to peer beyond the courtyard. There, in the void, a figure materialized, approaching the courtyard. It was the sword spirit immortal lord. As he passed the entrance, the two disciples bowed and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the grand elder." The sword spirit immortal lord waved his hand dismissively, striding directly into the courtyard. Upon entering, he addressed the two, "Lord, esteemed elder, a delegation from the elder council has arrived." Both Changsheng and the lord of the barbarian wilderness turned their attention to the sword spirit immortal lord. their expressions laden with intrigue. A delegation from the Elder Council? The Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness remained calm after emerging from the sect's forbidden area. He had reported Yi Changsheng's situation to the Elder Council. Calculating the time, it was precisely a month now, an opportune moment for the Elder Council to send someone, likely to escort Yi Changsheng to the border city. Yi Changsheng, on the other hand, felt a flicker of anticipation, having surmised what was to come. After all, the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness had previously informed him that soon, someone from the Elder Council would arrive to escort him to the border. The prospect of encountering an alien race was indeed intriguing. "Where's the Sword Spirit Elder?" the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness inquired first. "A combat steward has arrived and is currently awaiting in the council hall," the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord promptly replied. "Very well, our sect acknowledges this." The Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness nodded, then turned to Yi Changsheng, saying, "Friend Yi, let us proceed together. They have likely come specifically for you." Indeed. Yi Changsheng nodded in agreement. The four of them then exited the courtyard, their figures vanishing in an instant. Moments later, they arrived before a grand and magnificent hall. The structure was entirely hewn from an unknown celestial material, exuding a light gray hue, adorned with countless inscriptions that imparted an extraordinary sense of fortitude. Upon seeing the group, two disciples promptly bowed in greeting. "Lord." The Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness acknowledged them with a nod and led the group directly into the hall. Once inside, Yi Changsheng's gaze swiftly fixed upon several figures within. There were 10 individuals in total, 1 at the 5th level of the Immortal Lord realm, 2 at the 2nd level, and 7 at the pinnacle of the profound Immortal realm. His attention settled on the middle-aged man at the 5th level of the Immortal Lord realm, understanding instantly that this must be the combat steward mentioned by the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord. "Greetings, Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness," the middle-aged Immortal Lord exclaimed as he approached, his eyes gleaming with a spark of recognition before a smile spread across his face. "Steward, you are too kind," the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness responded with a smile. This middle-aged steward was not visiting the Barbarian Wilderness sect for the first time, and he did not underestimate the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness due to his 5th-level Immortal Lord status. As the combat steward of the border region, he wielded considerable authority, with the 9 individuals behind him comprising his combat team. Moreover, he was backed by the Elder Council, the highest authority in the celestial realm. Though the elders typically refrained from interfering in the affairs of various factions, a sense of reverence remained essential. "Lord, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. May I inquire, which of you is Lord Yi?" the middle-aged steward asked, his eyes already shifting toward Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang. Among the four, he recognized the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness and discerned that the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord was at the 4th level of the Immortal Lord realm. Only the remaining 2 individuals were inscrutable in their cultivation levels, yet the aura emanating from them was even more formidable than that of the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness looked toward Yi Changsheng, confirming his earlier surmise. Yi Changsheng met their gazes and calmly nodded. "I am indeed he. Greetings, Lord Yi," the middle-aged steward exclaimed, hastily bowing, a flicker of astonishment coursing through him. He was aware that the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness was at the pinnacle of the Immortal Lord realm, yet upon discerning the aura radiating from Yi Changsheng, he realized that this esteemed individual was even more powerful. Surely, he was on the cusp of entering the realm of immortal kings. "You honor me with your courtesy," Yi Changsheng acknowledged with a nod. "And this esteemed individual is?" the middle-aged steward inquired, lifting his gaze to Qing Huang. He had been informed that there were 2 notable figures accompanying him, and the energy exuding from this young lady was on par with that of the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness. She must be the other esteemed individual. "Qing Huang," she replied casually, then pointed to Yi Changsheng, stating, "This is my master." "Well, what?" The middle-aged steward was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he stammered, "You mean to say, Lord Yi is your master? Is there a problem?" Qing Huang asked, her expression unperturbed as she regarded the steward. "And no problem," the middle-aged steward hastily replied, but he could not shake the profound shock rising within him. A peak Immortal Lord, reduced to the status of a servant? It seemed that Lord Yi was indeed perilously close to the threshold of immortal kingship. In that moment, his respect for Yi Changsheng escalated further. Beside him, the Lord of the Barbarian Wilderness was equally taken aback. Though he had learned of this from the Sword Spirit Immortal Lord, hearing it again was still shocking. In his view, anyone who could achieve the status of Immortal Lord possessed a proud spirit. How could they willingly become a servant to another? Especially one who was a peak Immortal Lord. Yet the evidence stood before him, compelling belief. At this juncture, the middle-aged steward spoke again, regaining his composure. Addressing Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang with utmost seriousness, he stated, "Esteemed lords, the Elder Council has issued a decree, summoning us to escort you to the border." Yi Changsheng nodded, turning to the steward and inquiring, "Very well, when shall we depart? If the esteemed lord has no further matters to attend to, we may set off immediately," the steward responded, eager to complete the task at hand. Changsheng glanced at the lord of the barbarian wilderness, seeking to ascertain if he had any additional remarks. The lord of the barbarian wilderness slightly shook his head and turned to the sword spirit immortal lord, saying, "Sword spirit elder, as this is Lord Ye's first journey to the border, he may be unfamiliar with many matters there. It would be prudent for you to accompany him." As he spoke, a voice echoed in the sword spirit immortal lord's mind. Once at the border, please pay a visit to the elder station there and request his support for Lord Ye. He felt a sense of vigilance, concerned that Changsheng, a potential ally, might encounter unforeseen troubles. The sword spirit immortal lord's expression grew serious as he regarded the lord of the barbarian wilderness and nodded slightly. Changsheng cast a peculiar glance at the two individuals, having intercepted their whispered communication. Nonetheless, he chose to remain silent, recognizing their good intentions. With that, it was time to depart towards the border. The steward uttered a brief remark and led his small team outward. He exhibited no reaction to the presence of the sword spirit immortal sovereign accompanying them, for any cultivator who attained the sovereign realm could traverse to the border at will, or even take up residence there. Although a significant war had not erupted with the alien tribes, skirmishes persisted, necessitating a considerable number of cultivators to fend off the intruders. As they exited the Grand Hall, the group made their way directly towards the mountain gate. Upon leaving the barbaric immortal sect, they would be able to access the spatial passage leading to the border. Along the way, the members of the steward's team instinctively distanced themselves from Changsheng, occasionally casting glances his way that shimmered with profound reverence. A being on the brink of ascending to the immortal king realm commanded respect. Chapter 121, The Heavily Guarded Border. Outside the barbaric immortal sect, a group of over 10 individuals stood suspended in the air above the colossal immortal mountain. The middle-aged steward gestured with his hand, summoning a small black stone platform, which he then tossed skyward. With a resounding explosion, the platform shattered in midair, revealing a vast array of magical formations. Intricate lines of mysterious symbols pulsating with profound energies. Changsheng discerned at once that this was a disposable large-scale teleportation array, and it appeared the distance of transportation would be considerable. "My lords, it is time to set forth," the middle-aged steward announced as the formation manifested, addressing Changsheng and his companion. As for the sword spirit immortal sovereign, whose cultivation was not yet as advanced, there was no need for excessive courtesy. Changsheng regarded the steward with a deep gaze before stepping into the teleportation array. Behind him, Xinhuang shot a similar glare at the steward before following her master. Set forth? The phrase carried an uncomfortable connotation, as if they were being sent to reincarnation. Even the members of the opposing combat team twitched at the corners of their mouths, rendered speechless by their superior's demeanor. Once the entire group had entered the teleportation array, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, an immense celestial body floated amidst the cosmos. Gazing upon it, one could see countless structures of various sizes built upon its surface, with squads of armored cultivators patrolling diligently. Additionally, in the starry void surrounding this great star, cultivators occasionally streaked by, their eyes sharp and vigilant, their formidable spiritual senses interwoven, surveying every corner of the cosmos. Suddenly, a grand magical array materialized in the starry sky, its brilliant light illuminating the void as the group emerged from within. However, no sooner had they appeared and taken in their surroundings than a thunderous voice boomed in their ears. "Who goes there?" The voice rang out, and with a flash of light, a squad of armored cultivators materialized, their fierce aura surging towards the newcomers. Changsheng furrowed his brow as he regarded the armored figures before him. The squad comprised 10 members, led by a first-realm sovereign, while the remaining 9 were Xian immortals, ranging from the 8th to the 9th realm. The leader of the armored cultivators surveyed the newly arrived party, his expression grave, sensing an immense pressure emanating from them. "Please present your alliance pass," he commanded sharply, maintaining a demeanor of sternness despite acknowledging their formidable power. The middle-aged steward produced a black token from his hand and presented it to the leader. This token had been bestowed upon him by higher-ups before embarking on his mission, granting passage through various regions of the border. Under ordinary circumstances, he could simply display his battle steward insignia to gain entry. However, as it was Changsheng and his companion's first visit, and lacking the alliance insignia, the higher-ups had granted him this token, which contained a trace of their authority. The leader accepted the token, probing its essence with his thoughts. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing shock in his eyes. He returned the token with both hands, addressing the group with an unusually respectful tone. "Esteemed lords, you have traveled far. The steward accepted the token with a nod, then proceeded to bypass the squad of cultivators, leading his companions onward towards the celestial body ahead. Along the way, Changsheng sensed numerous powerful thoughts sweeping past, seemingly probing the identities of the group. The atmosphere was laden with vigilance. This place exuded such an aura. Moreover, his gaze drifted towards a stone house situated at the center of the celestial body, where he sensed an exceptionally terrifying presence. An immortal king powerhouse. Is this the border? Confusion flickered in his eyes. Although this celestial body was home to numerous cultivators, resembling a military force and guarded by an immortal king, it appeared trivial in comparison to the entirety of the heavenly realm. Such forces were inadequate to fend off the alien tribes. It must merely serve as an outpost. Changsheng pondered silently. In the next moment, the middle-aged steward's words affirmed his suspicions. My lord, this is merely a lookout station near the heavenly realm. To reach the actual border, we must utilize the interstellar teleportation array here. Despite their sovereign-level cultivation, they could spend time traversing the cosmos to reach the border, but nothing compared to the comfort of using the teleportation array. Moreover, traveling without coordinates could easily lead one astray in the endless expanse of stars. Changsheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, the group continued their journey using the great array of this lookout station. After passing through several dozen outposts, they finally arrived at the forefront of the border. As they emerged from the teleportation array, their vision was immediately dominated by an enormous and boundless void island. While referred to as an island, it resembled a colossal continent, vastly larger than any outpost they had previously encountered, dotted with immense military camps. Surrounding this continent in the starry sky were numerous celestial bodies, each similarly hosting military camps, with countless cultivators stationed therein. Squads of battle soldiers soared through the sky, their formidable thoughts intermingling, creating an impenetrable defense over the entire starry expanse. A chilling atmosphere of oppression enveloped the continent, instantly filling the hearts of the gathered individuals with a heavy sense of foreboding. Here lay the true border, the foremost wall safeguarding against the alien tribes. After undergoing a thorough inspection, the group passed through the outer celestial bodies and landed upon the central continent. Esteemed lords, this way. The middle-aged steward began to lead the way, directing them towards the largest military camp within. At that moment, a voice chimed in. Ah, Wang Manzi. It's been a few days. I heard you were off on a mission. A squad of 10 suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The leader, a lean middle-aged man, spoke with a hint of jest, his gaze flickering toward Changsheng and Qing Wang. Though he couldn't discern their cultivation levels, he sensed a heavy pressure emanating from them. Humph. Li Gui, I am preoccupied with my mission and have no time for your idle banter. Step aside. The steward's expression turned icy upon seeing the newcomer, his reprimand devoid of any courtesy, revealing a palpable animosity between the two. The lean middle-aged man, known as Li Gui, visibly darkened in countenance, his eyes turning steely. He and the steward had previously clashed over the spoils of an alien hunt, leading to lingering tensions. Upon this encounter, the initial intention was merely to deliver a few jibes. However, the impetuous Wang Manzi unexpectedly reprimanded him publicly. He contemplated retaliating. Yet a glance at Changsheng and his companions stirred a sense of trepidation within him, compelling him to step aside with a countenance marred by displeasure. Humph. Wang Zhisher, observing this, emitted a cold snort, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he led the group through the passage vacated by the other. Previously, during a hunt against alien entities, his squad had nearly succeeded in their endeavor, only to have their achievements usurped by the interference of the opposing side. He had always been unable to swallow this grievance, as their realms were closely matched, leaving him with no opportunity to reclaim his honor. Now, leveraging the presence of Lord Yi to apply some pressure on the adversary was a small measure of vindication. With no incidents along the way, the group soon arrived at the military encampment. At that moment, within the heart of this vast camp, stood a grand stone hall. Several towering figures were seated within, their eyes closed, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from them. Suddenly, one figure opened his eyes, terrifying celestial light bursting forth from his gaze as he turned his attention to the exterior of the stone hall. They have arrived. Within the imposing stone hall, 5 formidable figures sat cross-legged above. Upon the utterance of one voice, the remaining 4 simultaneously opened their eyes. They were the celestial kings stationed on this border continent, hailing from various celestial sects of the heavenly realm. Typically, they governed the diverse factions and dispatched cultivators to defend against alien incursions. The elders of the Elder Council, being quasi-immortal emperors, remained secluded in the depths of the unknown starry sky, indifferent to such mundane affairs. They would only descend during times of war against the alien races. At this juncture, one notably handsome youth among the 5, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, addressed the speaker. Old Man Mangu. Could it be that the quasi-immortal king reported by the Wild Wilderness Sect is a formidable talent secretly nurtured by your sect? Had it merely been an ordinary celestial lord arriving at the border, it would not have warranted the attention of these celestial kings. However, this time was different. A being surpassing the pinnacle of celestial lords, on the brink of entering the realm of celestial kings, had come. The quasi-immortal king signified that the adversary could potentially transcend to become a true celestial king, on par with the five of them. Naturally, they were intrigued to witness this development, as idleness bred curiosity. The figure referred to as Mangu was a robust elder, muscles rippling, towering over the others even while seated. He turned his gaze to the youth and replied in a deep voice, Jian. You must understand that this seat has guarded the border for 1,000,000 years without ever departing. How could I possibly know what talents my sect has cultivated? Mangu feigned ignorance, yet a subtle gravity clouded his thoughts. Jian chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment further on Mangu's words. Just then, a cold snort echoed from the side, plunging the stone hall into an abrupt silence. Both Jian and Mangu frowned simultaneously, directing their attention toward the source. There, a youth with an impassive expression sat cross-legged, emanating an aura of extreme coldness. The chilling snort had originated from him. Jian's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam as he surveyed the youth and Mangu. Mangu's expression darkened at the sight of the youth, yet he remained silent. This youth, known as He Yuan, was also a celestial king guarding the border, an ancient being who feigned youthfulness. He and Mangu had long been at odds, despite his lesser strength. He Yuan's master was one of the elders of the Elder Council, a revered celestial emperor, one of the most powerful beings in the heavenly realm. For reasons unknown, the celestial emperor had always harbored a disdain for Mangu's Wild Wilderness Sect, had it not been for the restraint of the other elders. The Wild Wilderness Sect might have been obliterated long ago or relegated to the front lines as fodder against the alien menace. At this moment, Yi Changsheng and his entourage had also arrived outside the stone hall. Wang Zhishir bowed respectfully and announced, Steward Wang Yang has come to report. As his voice faded, the space around them shimmered, and in the next instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing within the stone hall. Wang Zhishir and the others gazed at the five figures seated above, promptly bowing in respect. Steward Wang Yang pays his respects to the esteemed commanders. The five nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to step aside. There were 10 commanders defending the border, all at the late stage of Celestial King. The 5 present were stationed at the main base, while the other 5 were dispersed among the outer sentry posts. Yi Changsheng stood unmoved within the hall, his gaze fixed upon the imposing elder, his brow furrowing gradually. There was an oddly familiar aura about him. Simultaneously, he recalled the green-clad woman he had encountered in the Wild Wilderness Sect, who bore a similar essence. Above, Mangu and He Yuan also fixed their eyes upon Yi Changsheng, both sensing an unusual aura emanating from him. Mangu felt a surge of excitement within. A month prior, he had received word from his sect sister that someone from his homeland had emerged, breaking free from that confinement, and he was to assist them within his means. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng, he almost instantly recognized him as the one from his homeland, a long-buried name resurfacing in his mind, the Wild Wilderness Continent. This small world, once punished and sealed off, had finally produced someone who had defeated the Guardians and escaped. In contrast to Mangu's elation, He Yuan's expression darkened ominously. His master had once sought to annihilate that small world, but faced opposition from the other elders. After a stalemate, they had ultimately dispatched personnel to guard the Ascension Passage, severing the connection for anyone from that world to reach the heavenly realm. For millions of years, nothing transpired, and now someone had actually emerged from that small world? Fools. A swell of indignation rose within He Yuan. The Elder Council had agreed that if anyone managed to traverse the passage, they could not seal that world again. As he regarded Yi Changsheng below, feeling the powerful aura surpassing that of a celestial lord, his anger intensified. Yi Changsheng sensed a peculiar hostility directed at him, his gaze instantly locking onto the youth above, his brow furrowing. The 7th level of the Celestial King realm. He scrutinized the figure, puzzled as to why a being of such stature harbored animosity towards him without cause. Apart from Mangu, the other 3 Celestial Kings regarded He Yuan with bewilderment, sensing the sudden shift in his demeanor, unsure of what had transpired. Mangu rose to his feet, casting a dispassionate glance at He Yuan, an implicit warning evident in his gaze. Old Man Mangu, since this individual hails from your Wild Wilderness Sect, you shall arrange for them to proceed to the battlefield. Jian remarked lightly, then his form dissipated. Vanishing from the stone hall, he had merely come to observe, unwilling to entangle himself in any disputes. With Jian's departure, the other 2 Celestial Kings followed suit, leaving without uttering a word, though they cast lingering glances at Yi Changsheng as they exited. What now, Mangu? Do you wish to engage in combat with me? He Yuan confronted Mangu's gaze, his expression impassive. Chapter 123, Tianzuan, a name once heard. The gaze of the ancient barbarian immortal king was strikingly indifferent as he fixed his eyes upon the black abyss immortal king across from him, remaining silent for an extended period. Within the interplay of their glances, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere began to pervade the stone hall. Below, the steward Wang and the sword spirit immortal lord wore expressions of anxiety, their eyes glued to the two figures above, feeling somewhat at a loss. What had transpired to transform the situation so drastically? Given the current ambience, could a confrontation truly be imminent? Particularly for Steward Wang, fear gripped his heart. As merely an ordinary immortal lord, he harbored no desire to become a casualty in the struggle among higher-ups. In stark contrast, Yi Changsheng merely observed the two above with a calm demeanor. He felt no trepidation regarding the potential fallout from their conflict. Instead, he pondered why the youthful immortal king harbored animosity towards him. Regrettably, after much reflection, he arrived at no conclusion, considering they had never crossed paths before. Nor could there be any enmity between them. Best not to provoke me, he murmured to himself, withdrawing his gaze and disregarding the two above. For he understood that a confrontation between them was highly improbable. Black Abyss, I caution you, it would be wise to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. The ancient barbarian declared coldly to the Black Abyss immortal king before gesturing with his sleeve, whisking away the crowd below, vanishing from the stone hall. The Elders' Council had explicitly forbidden conflicts among the higher echelons, and he had no desire to contravene this directive, especially given the precarious situation of the barbarian immortal sect. Once the ancient barbarian immortal king departed with the gathered individuals, the stone hall was left desolate, with only the Black Abyss immortal king remaining. He gazed at the empty hall, a cold smirk suddenly gracing his lips. Ancient barbarian, do you truly believe that merely adding another immortal king could alter the status quo of the barbarian immortal sect? How laughable! As long as my master remains, you shall never see a day of resurgence. Moreover, a mere prospective immortal king, as long as he does not step beyond that threshold, cannot be considered a true immortal king. His voice echoed within the stone hall, and his figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. On the other side of the military camp, the ancient barbarian immortal king emerged from the void, landing in an ordinary manner. The manner lacked the grandeur of the previous stone hall, but did not evoke a sense of oppression. Upon touching down, the ancient barbarian swiftly dismissed Steward Wang and the others, leaving only Yi Changsheng behind. Even the phoenix was instructed to vacate the vicinity and not approach. He waved a hand to isolate the space, scrutinizing Yi Changsheng from head to toe without speaking at once. Yi Changsheng mirrored this, maintaining his gaze upon the ancient barbarian. Sensing a faint familiarity in the other's aura, he had already formed a conjecture, though it remained unconfirmed. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of surprise appeared in the ancient barbarian's eyes. A mere pinnacle immortal lord, one who had not yet crossed that threshold, was able to meet his gaze without betraying a hint of fear. Intriguing, quite intriguing. He curiously inquired, "Are you not afraid of me?" "Afraid? Why should I be?" Yi Changsheng retorted, his expression serene. He felt no malice emanating from the other, and even if there were, he held no fear. After all, it was merely a matter of differing cultivation levels. Oh, the ancient barbarian immortal king's brows lifted in surprise, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha. You are indeed someone who has broken free from that cage. Your courage is commendable, quite admirable. He patted Yi Changsheng's shoulder with enthusiasm, clearly impressed. Cage. Yi Changsheng keenly seized upon the term, his eyes suddenly alight with insight. Was the cage a reference to the barbarian continent? As if to validate his suspicion, the ancient barbarian continued, "How fares your homeland, the barbarian continent?" Yi Changsheng's gaze flickered, locking onto the ancient barbarian. What had he just said? Homeland, the barbarian continent? Indeed, this immortal king of the human race had emerged from the barbarian continent. This revelation astonished him. Someone from the barbarian continent had actually attained the rank of immortal king? However, if the individual was indeed from the barbarian continent and held a high position among humans, why was that land still sealed off? In an instant, a flurry of questions coursed through his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The barbarian continent is well enough, merely sealed for several million years. However, before I departed for the heavenly realm, I had already slain the guardian stationed there." Yi Changsheng's tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed the ancient barbarian's eyes. The sealing of their homeland was intricately linked to their actions. "I wish to know the reasons that led to the sealing of the barbarian continent, which severed the path forward," Yi Changsheng inquired calmly. "This matter pertains to agreements among the higher echelons of our clans. You do not need to concern yourself with it for now. Once you ascend to the immortal king realm, Should you still wish to know, all the preceding details will be disclosed to you. Since someone has already breached the seal, the path forward has been restored. In the future, as long as individuals from the barbarian continent reach the requisite cultivation level, they shall be able to ascend to the heavenly realm without obstruction. The ancient barbarian's gaze returned to tranquility, his countenance exhibiting a facade of calm. Changsheng regarded him silently, refraining from further inquiry. Agreements among the higher-ups? It appeared to align with his previous suspicions that the earliest individuals to emerge from the barbarian continent had stirred up trouble in the heavenly realm, thereby implicating the barbarian continent in the aftermath. Very well, as this is your first visit to the border, rest here for a few days. Subsequently, I shall arrange for you to be accompanied to the combat zone to slay a couple of alien beings. After witnessing the aliens, you may return to the heavenly realm. The ancient barbarian waved his hand, lifting the restrictions, then turned to leave the manor directly. Outside the manor, Qing Huang, who had been eavesdropping, was startled by the sudden appearance of the ancient barbarian immortal king and hurriedly retreated into the courtyard. Changsheng observed the departing figure, inexplicably feeling a tinge of helpless loneliness. What had transpired? The grand barbarian immortal sect, boasting at least 2 immortal kings, could not safeguard a single barbarian continent. The agreements among the upper echelons seemed to also involve the Elder Council's prospective immortal emperor. The title of Heavenly Sovereign flashed through his mind, reminiscent of the name uttered by that black-robed remnant emperor in the life-forbidden zone. Could it be connected to him? Changsheng sensed he was on the brink of uncovering the truth. The immortal king realm, he would attain it soon. Master, what did that old man say to you? It seemed rather mysterious. Qing Huang suddenly appeared, inching closer to Changsheng, her curiosity evident. Matters of adults should not concern children. Changsheng gently pushed her head away from his side, coldly dismissing her inquiry. Humph, if you won't speak, I shan't pry. I am no gossip monger, Qing Huang pouted, adopting a demeanor of indifference. At that moment, Steward Wang and the sword spirit immortal lord approached from outside. Steward Wang regarded Changsheng with a respectful expression, stating, Lord Yi, the commander has decreed that in 3 days, I shall accompany you to the war zone to familiarize you with the hunt for alien beings. Chapter 124. The situation of the barbarian immortal sect, preparing to head to the war zone. To the combat zone in 3 days? That is rather swift. I have only just arrived and am entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances at the border. Is the urgency to expedite my departure? Changsheng scrutinized Steward Wang, his brows gradually furrowing. Lord Yi, is there a problem? Upon observing Changsheng's silence, Steward Wang cautiously inquired, Is everything all right? There's no need for concern. You may withdraw for now. Return to me 3 days hence when we embark, Changsheng replied, shaking his head and gesturing for him to depart. Yes, my lord. Steward Wang clasped his hands respectfully before turning to leave. As he stepped outside the estate, a grave expression enveloped his countenance. The members of his combat team, upon noticing his demeanor, quickly surrounded him. Boss, what are we to do? Are we truly going to the war zone with them? It's far too perilous. Voices clamored around him, painting a picture of distress that darkened Wang's features. Enough. Silence. He barked, commanding attention. Instantly, the area fell into a hush. As the captain, his authority still commanded some respect, yet this time it seemed insufficient. Barely had the silence settled when another voice broke through. This one from a striking middle-aged woman, one of the other celestial lords in the team. Her brow furrowed, her expression laden with concern as she addressed Wang. Boss, the entire border knows that whenever someone from the barbaric immortal sect appears in the war zone, it invariably attracts even more formidable foes, leading to unforeseen calamities. This Lord Yi also hails from the barbaric immortal sect. The risks of this mission are exceedingly high, and one misstep could mean never returning. As she spoke, fear flickered across her face. Each time newcomers arrived, they typically chose to join the combat teams within the military camps to venture into the war zone and hunt the alien races. This was, after all, a customary practice. Given their unfamiliarity with the alien races, joining a border combat team was the most prudent choice. However, over time, it became evident that any presence from the heavenly realm's barbaric immortal sect in the war zone would soon summon even more powerful alien entities. These entities were relentless and merciless, often disregarding other border teams in their quest for annihilation. The most terrifying incident occurred a millennium ago when a peak celestial lord trained by the barbaric immortal sect ventured to hone their skills, seeking enlightenment through combat with the alien races. Yet, scarcely had this celestial lord set foot in the war zone when an alien king emerged, ruthlessly slaying them on the spot. This incident ignited a fierce battle between the borders and the alien races, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. Steward Wang's expression was somber. He was acutely aware of this history. However, the orders came directly from the commander, and he dared not defy them. Moreover, The rewards for this mission were extraordinarily generous, amounting to tenfold the usual accolades. With such merits, they could exchange for greater resources to enhance their cultivation. He relayed these thoughts to his team members, stating, "If any of you wish to withdraw from this mission, you are free to do so. The commander has stipulated that as long as someone accompanies me, there is no requirement for numbers." He understood the peril involved in this mission and did not wish for his comrades to risk their lives alongside him. Upon hearing this, several members of the team exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Ultimately, it was the female celestial lord who spoke first. "Boss Wang, what are you saying? We've been through thick and thin together for so many years. When have we ever abandoned one another?" As she spoke, her gaze swept over the others, her eyes reflecting both trepidation and unwavering determination. "Indeed, Boss Wang, do you hold us in such low regard? When have we ever hinted at withdrawing? That's right. We live and die together. I'm all in. Completing this mission will grant me enough merits to exchange for celestial treasures to help me break through to the celestial lord stage." The team members voiced their resolve, each one affirming their commitment. "Very well, if that is the case, let us seize this opportunity together." Steward Wang surveyed the group, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Though this mission was fraught with danger, the potential rewards were equally substantial. Furthermore, following the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, both factions had agreed that Celestial King-level combatants should not easily manifest in the war zone, lest they ignite another conflict. Now that the strengths of both factions were closely matched, unless the alien races were prepared for another war, they wouldn't dare to deploy their Celestial King-level warriors. Furthermore, with the Celestial Kings remaining absent, given Lord Ye's quasi-Celestial King prowess, the likelihood of danger seemed minimal, unless, of course, they encountered a multitude of alien quasi-celestial kings. Within the estate, Yi Changsheng listened intently to the conversation outside, his expression contemplative. It appeared that life within the barbaric immortal sect was indeed fraught with challenges. Why did it feel as though he was surrounded by adversaries on all sides? In light of this, it became clear that the urgency with which the ancient ancestor wished to send him away was, in fact, a protective measure. "Yi, there are still 3 days remaining. Would you like to familiarize yourself with the border military camp?" The Sword Spirit Celestial Lord suddenly suggested, looking at Yi Changsheng. He had initially intended to ask the ancient ancestor from the barbaric immortal sect to look after Yi Changsheng, but it seemed the ancient ancestor had already received directives from the sect. Thus, the mission assigned by the sect leader was effectively accomplished. Now that there were 3 days before they ventured to the war zone, it would be an opportune moment for Yi Changsheng to become acquainted with the military camp. After all, once he ascended to the Celestial King realm, any future conflicts with the alien races would place him in a position of high-level combat power. If he were unfamiliar with the military camp at that point, it would be quite the embarrassment. "Very well." Yi Changsheng nodded, not declining the offer. Consequently, the three of them stepped out of the estate. Outside, Steward Wang and his team had already departed, and they did not cross paths with Yi Changsheng and his companions. As the trio traversed the vast Void War Island, the Sword Spirit Celestial Lord provided insights along the way. As they walked, Yi Changsheng observed that the military camp differed somewhat from his expectations. It not only housed specialized training chambers capable of regulating the flow of time, up to 100-fold, but also featured taverns serving delicacies from the high-ranking corrupted beasts they had hunted, which, after purification, could be consumed for a substantial boost in vitality. Upon further exploration, Yi Changsheng discovered that the camp was replete with various amenities, training chambers, taverns, debating halls, and even a marketplace. At that moment, they arrived before a colossal 9-story pagoda. The pagoda emanated a rich, radiant glow, with cultivators frequently entering and exiting, all sporting expressions of delight. What is this place called the Merit Tower?" Yi Changsheng inquired, gazing at the impressive structure. "Esteemed Yi, the Merit Tower is indeed a remarkable place. Within, countless celestial treasures and rare artifacts await discovery, including some celestial treasures not found in the heavenly realm. The merits gained from slaying alien foes can be exchanged here for these treasures. I have even heard rumors that Celestial King and Quasi-Celestial Emperor-grade artifacts can be acquired here, provided one possesses sufficient merits," the Sword Spirit Celestial Lord replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he regarded the Merit Tower. Hearing this, Yi Changsheng narrowed his eyes, understanding the implications. This was likely a scheme devised by the higher-ups to incentivize cultivators to hunt the alien races. Undeniably, such a system would effectively galvanize the zeal of cultivators to pursue the annihilation of the alien foes. Just the prospect of acquiring a quasi-celestial emperor-grade artifact was enough to drive one to madness. However, it stood to reason that in addition to merits, there might be other restrictions for obtaining such artifacts. Regrettably, he currently possessed no merits. Otherwise, he would have liked to explore inside. 3 days hence, time flew swiftly, and before long, The day to venture into the war zone arrived. On this day, Yi Changsheng was leisurely seated within the manor when a sudden voice echoed from outside. "Master Yi, it is time to set forth for the war zone." The deep voice penetrated the manor, prompting Yi Changsheng to sit upright, his gaze sharpening as he looked outside. It was the voice of Steward Wang. The appointed hour had come. Retracting his gaze, he turned to the side where Qing Huang was nibbling on fresh fruit. "Little Qing, cease your indulgence. We have serious matters to attend to." "Oh, very well." Qing Huang lifted her head and glanced at Yi Changsheng, then with a decisive bite, swallowed the entire celestial fruit. Wiping her mouth, she stood up, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she asked, "Master, shall we depart now?" Ever since she learned about the War Merit Tower 3 days prior, she had been eagerly awaiting this day. She longed to hunt the alien races, earn merit points to exchange for treasures, and, of course, delectable food. She had grown weary of the celestial fruits she had been consuming daily. Yi Changsheng refrained from further conversation, rising directly to head outside. "Wait for me." Qing Huang hurriedly followed suit, and together they exited the manor. As for the sword spirit immortal lord, he was not present in the manor and did not require accompaniment. Outside, Steward Wang and a contingent of 10 individuals, clad in battle armor, awaited respectfully. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng emerge, he clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Yi." "Indeed." Yi Changsheng nodded, regarding Steward Wang without further ado. "Kindly lead the way. We shall proceed to the war zone." "You flatter me, master. We shall set forth at once. However, the war zone is perilous. Your formidable prowess is greatly admired, and we hope you will look after us," Steward Wang stated, shaking his head repeatedly, subtly implying that they would require assistance in the war zone. "Certainly." Yi Changsheng did not decline, readily agreeing. Based on the information he had received previously, this journey was unlikely to be entirely tranquil. Should they encounter powerful adversaries, he would naturally not abandon them if it were within his capacity to assist. "Thank you, master." The expressions of Steward Wang and his team members brightened, and they collectively expressed their gratitude. With such assurances, their safety felt somewhat more secured. Although Yi Changsheng's promise was merely verbal, it provided them with an increased sense of confidence. After some conversation, they proceeded toward the vast void battle island. Upon reaching the island's edge, they beheld a multitude of warships docked, resembling a void port, with countless cultivators entering and exiting. Simultaneously, numerous personnel were engaged in recording activities. At this moment, Steward Wang spoke. "Master, please hold for a moment while I record the details of this mission." He then approached the recording personnel for documentation. In the borderlands, whether it be a small team or an entire army, missions or hunts against alien races necessitated formal recording, including the number of participants, their ranks, and the mission objectives. Small combat teams required only to register here, but if an entire army was to mobilize, they would need to report to their commander and obtain permission before departing. After all, these armies consisted of elite human cultivators, and they could not be dispatched lightly. Excessive losses could lead to punitive actions against the commanding general. Soon, Steward Wang completed the registration, and the group smoothly exited the void battle island. In the next moment, with a flick of his right hand, a small black ship materialized in his palm. He tossed the ship into the starry expanse, and it swiftly transformed into a warship nearly 100 feet long, hovering in the cosmos. "Master, please." After preparing everything, he turned to Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng gazed at the warship, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Though the 100-foot vessel seemed modest, it exuded a fierce aura. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, forming various offensive and defensive arrays. He discerned that the entire warship was indeed a celestial artifact, one of the caliber befitting an immortal lord. Once everyone boarded the warship, it illuminated, and a massive protective shield enveloped the entire vessel. As Steward Wang formed a hand seal, the warship transformed into a streak of light, sailing into the depths of the cosmos. Just as they departed, a combat team emerged from the rear of the void battle island. Their gazes fixated on the direction of the departing warship, revealing a glint of malicious glee. The leader, a lean middle-aged man, was none other than Li Gui, who harbored grudges against Steward Wang. "Captain, shall we follow them and seize an opportunity to eliminate them?" one of the team members suggested, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Li Gui's countenance shifted slightly as he turned to the speaker, rebuking sharply. "Have you lost your senses in your training? Do you not comprehend who is aboard that vessel?" He felt a sense of frustration. Did this fool not realize that 2 formidable experts accompanied the opposing team? Attempting to take them down would likely result in their own demise. Even the other team members regarded the speaker with incredulous expressions. Li Gui disregarded the foolish comment, his gaze returning to the depths of the cosmos, where a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He had received word that the 2 additional individuals in the opposing team hailed from the savage, immortal sect of the celestial realm. The presence of the savage immortal sect in the front line signified something he understood all too well. Wang Manzi, huh? There will no longer be a place for you at the border. He sneered, leading his team away from the battle island, also venturing into the depths of the void. However, their trajectory was precisely opposite to that of Yi Changsheng and his companions. He had no desire to encounter them and be embroiled in their troubles. Meanwhile, in another direction on the battle island, a pair of eyes were fixated on the departing figures of Yi Changsheng and his entourage. Shortly thereafter, a warship several feet in length sliced through the starry expanse, pursuing them in that direction. Inside the warship, Yi Changsheng stood before the window, gazing through the transparent pane at the fleeting stars outside. Enormous celestial bodies flashed by in the distance, each presenting a unique vista. Master Yi, at this speed, we shall reach the combat zone within several days. During this time, you may rest assured, Steward Wang appeared beside him, cupping his hands in respect. This warship was an exchange from the War Merit Tower, having cost him a significant amount of merit points. By filling it with sufficient celestial crystals, it could be activated, requiring only a sliver of mental focus for operation. With this warship, they could travel while resting, maintaining optimal readiness for the battles that lay ahead. Thus, it was customary for nearly everyone traversing the cosmos to utilize warships for transportation. Yi Changsheng nodded, his gaze fixed upon the twinkling starlit void. The speed of this warship had already reached that of a high-level immortal lord, making it an excellent means of travel. In the ensuing days, the group rested aboard the ship, diligently adjusting their states in preparation for the potential grand conflict ahead. Naturally, this did not include Yi Changsheng. He felt no anxiety regarding the impending battles, but rather a subtle sense of anticipation. The warship continued to traverse the cosmos as time flowed on. One day, a desolate starfield emerged before them. Countless massive stars had been shattered, reduced to colossal fragments of meteors. Additionally, remnants of warships and vessels floated in the void, presenting a visage of a battlefield ravaged by conflict. Occasionally, tiny fissures in the void could be seen, lingering in the space, incapable of healing. As the terrifying forces of the void pulverized nearby meteors into dust, Steward Wang opened his previously closed eyes, surveying the shattered cosmos outside the warship, a grave expression settling upon his features. We have arrived at the combat zone. Next, they would soon encounter aliens. The members of the battle team also gathered at the window, extending their thoughts into the starry expanse, cautiously scanning and remaining vigilant for any traces of the extraterrestrial beings. Yi Changsheng's gaze flickered as he too surveyed the outer space. Just then, a long-forgotten voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected in a conflict zone. System automatically searches for nearby alien life forms. 50,000 miles to the left, alien beings detected. Chapter 126. First encounter with aliens. Hearing the voice in his mind surprised Yi Changsheng. He had not anticipated that the system would automatically assist him in searching for extraterrestrials. Nevertheless, this certainly alleviated a considerable amount of trouble for him. Well done, system. Ding! Host should not rejoice too early. This system only assists during the host's initial entry into a battle zone. Moreover, the system will only search within a radius of 100,000 miles. As the system's voice faded, a map materialized in Yi Changsheng's mind, clearly marking the location of the aliens. Ah, I see. Yi Changsheng was speechless. It turned out to be a one-time feature. However, it was better than nothing. He turned to Steward Wang beside him and said, Steward Wang, there are traces of aliens 50,000 miles to the left. Upon hearing this, Steward Wang turned to Yi Changsheng with an expression of disbelief. Had they already discovered aliens? So quickly? And at a distance of 50,000 miles? It was well known that this starry sky was often embroiled in fierce battles, resulting in a chaotic spatial environment where the range of one's spiritual sense was significantly reduced. He could only extend his thoughts within a radius of 50 miles. Beyond that, it was impossible. Now, to hear that the aliens were detected at a distance of 50,000 miles seemed rather absurd. However, considering the strength of the other party, it seemed somewhat acceptable. Immediately, he maneuvered the battleship, propelling it swiftly toward the indicated direction. Although the distance of 50,000 miles exceeded their reach through thought, the battleship was unaffected in this region and quickly approached the target. As they drew nearer, Steward Wang's spiritual sense detected an anomaly. In the dim starry sky, a gray battleship of similar size slowly traversed. An aura distinct from the others emanated from it, exuding an unsettling and sinister quality. That was their target, the alien battleship. My lord, we've located the alien vessel. Steward Wang turned to Yi Changsheng, astonishment evident in his eyes. What he had said was indeed true. Aliens were genuinely present. Handle it yourselves. Yi Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor. Through his sensing, he discerned that the highest cultivation within the alien battleship was merely at the 4th level of the immortal monarch realm, which failed to pique his interest. Understood, my lord. Steward Wang acknowledged, then focused his gaze through the battleship to lock onto the target. He formed a hand seal, causing the ship to tremble as radiant symbols illuminated. And the stored immortal crystals within the vessel ignited violently, gathering immense energy waves. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying beam of light coalesced before the battleship, hurtling towards the alien vessel tens of thousands of miles away. Not good. We have enemies. A panicked voice erupted from within the alien battleship. Among them, the strongest was only at the 4th level of the immortal monarch realm, and their thoughts could only extend 40,000 miles in this desolate starry expanse. Meanwhile, Steward Wang and his companions had positioned their battleship just outside that range. Thus, they did not detect the presence of enemies until the attack was imminent. It was already too late to defend. 10 aliens unleashed a formidable aura, hastily fleeing into the starry sky beyond the battleship. Boom. The alien vessel was struck by the energy beam, instantly reduced to fragments. And the terrifying explosion engulfed the 10 aliens who had just managed to escape but were still within range. Cries of agony echoed, blood mist erupted. And some aliens were instantly annihilated by the explosive force. Kill. Without waiting for the energy aftershocks to subside, Steward Wang, accompanied by 2 members of the immortal monarch realm from the team, surged out of the battleship, charging into the void. Their actions were fluid and decisive, prompting Changsheng to nod in approval. Truly, they were cultivators accustomed to life on the border. He extended his thoughts to encompass the battlefield, discovering that only 2 aliens remained, besieged by Steward Wang and the other 3 immortal monarchs at the center. These aliens bore a resemblance to humans, albeit significantly larger. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, their skin was pallid and reminiscent of the dead, evoking discomfort. Furthermore, Changsheng noticed a vertical scar on their foreheads, resembling a closed eye. The 2 aliens, surrounded, let out deafening roars, their powerful auras surging as the vertical eyes on their foreheads seemed poised to open. Humph, suppress them. Steward Wang snorted coldly. And the 3 of them struck simultaneously, denying the aliens the chance to unveil their vertical eyes, unleashing a series of terrifying attacks. With radiant patterns flashing, their divine abilities manifested, and the 2 aliens were obliterated in an instant. As the 2 aliens fell, a mark illuminated on the palms of the 3, absorbing the essence of the fallen aliens. This was their alliance mark, representing their identities while also recording the information of the slain aliens to earn corresponding merit points. Observing the glowing mark, a smile crept onto Steward Wang's face. Their recent actions had resulted in the deaths of 10 aliens. One of the 4th-level immortal monarchs was worth 4 million merit points. One of the 1st-level immortal monarchs was worth 1 million. The remaining 3 9th-level celestial immortals were worth 270,000, and 5 8th-level celestial immortals were worth 400,000. In total, they had accrued 5,670,000 merit points. Based on their contributions, he would receive at least 2 million. This was enough to exchange for a slightly inferior immortal monarch weapon at the merit tower. Haha, boss, who would have thought we'd strike it rich right after setting out? The female immortal monarch beamed with joy. In the past, they had always ventured out with great caution, fearing encounters with stronger alien teams that could turn them into the enemy's merits. Sometimes, months could pass without encountering a team of such lowly immortal monarchs. This time, accompanied by Master Yi, and thanks to his extraordinarily far-reaching detection range, they might indeed prosper in one fell swoop. After all, these insignificant minions that Master Yi deemed unworthy were a considerable fortune to them, just as the 3 of them reveled in the prospect of an easy windfall. Changsheng's expression shifted slightly. He turned to the side and said to Qing Huang, "Little Qing, the fisherman has arrived. It is your turn to act." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an abrupt shift occurred in the starry expanse ahead. A colossal hand materialized out of thin air, descending upon Steward Wang and the other 2. Chapter 127, Alien Battleship, a 1,000-man squad. The ghastly white hand obscured half the starry sky, bearing down with an oppressive and terrifying weight, seemingly intent on reducing the 3 to ashes with a single blow. This was the aura of a high-level immortal monarch. Not good, a formidable enemy. Damn it, my life is over. The 3 stared helplessly as the hand descended, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it. Their hearts racing with dread, momentarily forgetting to flee. By the time they regained their composure, it was too late. The hand was about to fall, and their bodies felt immobilized. Despair washed over them as they stood in the starry void, awaiting the inevitable shroud of death. Aboard the warship, the remaining members of the combat team wore expressions of sheer astonishment, for their cultivation level was merely at the Xianxian realm, and they had not ventured outside with the others. Now, witnessing the imminent demise of their strongest trio, they turned their anxious gazes toward Changsheng, for only this esteemed individual could possibly save them. Just as their eyes fell upon him, the obedient Qing Huang, having received her master's command, sprang into action. Calmly, she extended her right palm forward, and with a subtle wave, an incredibly solid azure claw manifested in the starry sky, effortlessly shattering the oppressive pale hand that loomed over them. She then retrieved the three who had resigned themselves to death, pulling them back into the confines of the warship. "Boss, are you all unharmed?" As soon as the trio reappeared within the cabin, several Xianxian realm team members rushed forward, their eyes filled with concern. What was happening? The three, startled by the voices, opened their eyes and, upon surveying their surroundings, began to frantically search their bodies. Moments later, after confirming that they were indeed alive and intact, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. We're alive, and all our parts are intact," murmured Wang Zhishur, his expression grave as he approached Yi Changsheng and the others, bowing deeply. "Thank you, my lord, for your timely rescue." The other two celestial lords quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your intervention." Yi Changsheng nodded slightly, replying with an air of nonchalance. "It was merely a trifling matter. But this is not the end. The real spectacle is yet to unfold." With that, he directed his gaze towards Qing Wang. "Hee, rest assured, master. Just watch me," Qing Wang chuckled, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She then lifted her foot and stepped out of the warship, appearing amidst the starry expanse. Wang Zhishur and the others exchanged puzzled glances, looking up at Yi Changsheng and then back at Qing Wang, who stood in the void of space, wondering what her intentions might be. A spectacle? Had Yi Changsheng already discerned the presence of other foes? As this thought crossed their minds, the starry sky outside erupted in a tremendous upheaval. Thousands of miles away, a colossal warship, measuring several thousand zhang in length, materialized in the heavens, crushing countless meteors in its wake, arriving before them in an instant. The warship cast a vast shadow, enveloping their small vessel. Instantaneously, a heavy, oppressive sensation weighed upon the hearts of Wang Zhishur and his 10 companions. Is that an alien warship? Damn it, how could a warship appear? The members of the combat team stared wide-eyed, their faces awash with terror. The capacity to manifest a warship in this celestial realm was clearly beyond the means of their combat team. Typically, only battalions numbering over 100 would employ such vessels. After all, while these ships were indeed sturdier and more formidable than small boats, their energy consumption was staggering, rendering them untenable for ordinary squads. The enormous warship before them likely housed no fewer than 1,000 aliens. In other words, this was a formidable contingent of 1,000 aliens. "Boss, we must flee quickly," cried a female celestial lord, tugging at Wang Zhishur's sleeve, her voice trembling. Faced with 1,000-strong alien battalion, they were utterly outmatched. It was likely that they would be torn to shreds without even a chance for a confrontation. "Calm down, everyone. Why the panic?" In contrast to his team's frenzy, Wang Zhishur maintained a semblance of composure. After an initial moment of alarm, he quickly regained his calm. His gaze turned to Yi Changsheng, whose demeanor remained serene and unperturbed, as if the presence of the massive alien warship stirred not a ripple within him. Tentatively, he called out, "Lord Yi?" Yi Changsheng glanced at him and replied coolly, "No need to worry, just a minor inconvenience. Qing Wang will handle it." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhishur's gaze shifted to the petite figure outside the warship, his mouth opening as if to voice his concerns, but ultimately falling silent. Given the scale of the alien warship, it was unlikely to lack powerful celestial lords, perhaps even peak celestial lords. Could Qing Wang truly manage it alone? Nonetheless, he chose to keep his doubts unspoken, reassured by the presence of Yi Changsheng, who would undoubtedly intervene if necessary. With this thought, Wang Zhishur found solace. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly, discerning the apprehensions within Wang Zhishur's heart. In his perception, there were indeed over 1,000 aliens aboard that warship, including a peak celestial lord. Yet, he had faith in Qing Wang's capabilities. He also surmised that the previous alien team had been nothing more than bait deployed by this warship to lure human teams. Once a combat team took the bait, the warship would suddenly appear to execute a slaughter. This was, without a doubt, a clever tactic. It seemed these aliens were well versed in the art of fishing. However, they perhaps underestimated that their bait had been consumed almost instantaneously by Wang Zhishur. With the main force now arriving, they might be in for an even greater downfall. He retracted his aura, preparing to quietly witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, within the alien warship, an alien sat imposingly on an expansive seat, his towering form exuding an overwhelming pressure. Before him flickered an image of Yi Changsheng's warship, alongside Qing Wang standing in the void. The commander's gaze fixated on Qing Wang, sensing her formidable aura, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A peak celestial lord? No wonder the bait team was annihilated so swiftly. Activate the warship's offensive capabilities and annihilate them all. He believed that the recent destruction of the bait team was the handiwork of Qing Wang. As for the small warship behind her, He regarded it with disdain, deeming it insignificant. "Yes, my lord," replied a similarly towering alien behind him, and soon, intricate runes glowed on his body, merging with the warship. In the next instant, the immense vessel trembled as terrifying energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive blade in the starry sky. Buzz! The blade vibrated, radiating an aura capable of cleaving the heavens, descending toward Qingwang. "How delightful!" Qingwang snorted coldly, her hands weaving intricate gestures as myriad Dao patterns emerged, igniting a blaze of azure flames in the void. With her hands forming seals, the azure flames fused with the Dao patterns, crystallizing into a massive azure divine bird, hurtling toward the descending blade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a cataclysmic shockwave sent Qingwang hurtling backward toward the warship. In the distance, the colossal alien warship also recoiled, colliding with and shattering a multitude of celestial fragments. "Ha ha! How exhilarating!" Qingwang stabilized herself, bursting into laughter, her eyes alight with excitement. Previously, her encounters had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Seldom had she faced an opponent of equal strength. Now, she could finally unleash her full might in a grand battle. Yet, in the next moment, her excitement waned, replaced by a fierce and brutal glint. She stepped into the void, launching herself toward the higher reaches of the starry sky, a brilliant azure light flashing as a fierce screech resounded. Caw! Within the radiance, an enormous divine bird, towering 10,000 zhong, eclipsed the entire celestial expanse. Chapter 128. A single strike to render the warship inoperative. In the dim void, the divine bird was enveloped in azure flames, resembling a colossal azure sun that illuminated the entire dark expanse of starry sky. Its wings, akin to celestial appendages, stirred the air with a mere flutter, conjuring a tempest within the void. She transformed into her true form, her beastly eyes, akin to a round moon, fixating upon the alien battleship below. At this moment, the massive extraterrestrial vessel, stretching thousands of feet, appeared diminutive in her gaze, completely engulfed by her shadow. "That previous strike was quite commendable. Now it is your turn to experience the might of my formidable sword." The Phoenix of Azure exhaled sharply, her piercing voice reverberating through the emptiness. In the next breath, her entire being radiated a brilliant azure light, as a multitude of feathers fell from her wings, transforming midair into hundreds of celestial swords, emanating an aura of dread. Yet this was not the end. Amidst the intense azure glow, the 100 swords collided, merging before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, evolving into a colossal sword that reached for the heavens. Instantly, a formidable aura of destruction permeated the surroundings, tearing apart the very fabric of space with terrifying fissures. Flash! The Phoenix of Azure bellowed, as azure flames surged upon the heavenly sword, descending upon the alien battleship below. Rather than merely slashing, it was more akin to a crushing blow, for the sword was nearly the size of half the battleship itself. Inside the alien vessel, the pinnacle leader of the alien race, witnessing this spectacle, stood in shock, his countenance paling further than the pallor of death. "Quickly, raise all defensive shields," he shouted, as a terrifying energy emanated from him, coalescing into a massive hand that surged forth from the ship, aiming to strike the descending sword. Simultaneously, the battleship trembled with powerful energy, a gigantic light shield rising to envelop the entire vessel. The shield rapidly solidified, adorned with countless symbols that seemed to sketch a mysterious defensive formation. Just as this protective barrier was formed, the heavenly sword descended with irrevocable force. With a resounding tear, the sword clashed with the alien leader's massive hand, which was rent asunder in a crisp sound, cleaving it in two. The sword dimmed slightly, but momentarily paused before continuing its descent toward the battleship. With a thunderous roar, the solidified shield around the alien vessel endured for but a fleeting moment before shattering like fragile foam. Having lost 2 layers of protection, the battleship lay entirely exposed beneath the heavenly sword, meeting its fate with a resounding strike. Boom! Crack, crack! Flames erupted. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the air was punctuated by the unmistakable sound of cracking. The alien battleship disintegrated, nearly cleaved in twain, succumbing to an overwhelming force that thrust it down into the depths of the starry void. Though not entirely severed, it appeared utterly incapacitated. The Phoenix of Azure surveyed this scene, her expression revealing little surprise. Each sword conjured by her divine power represented a full-force strike, and after several augmentations, they could amalgamate to unleash a power that surpassed her own capabilities. Having achieved her aim, she did not relent, sensing life still lingering within the battleship. She let out a piercing cry, conjuring a substantial mass of azure flames, ready to incinerate the entire vessel along with its alien occupants into ashes. Yet, just as the flames were about to burst forth, She seemed to recall something, closing her mouth and swallowing the flames back. These aliens were not to be burned. They would serve a greater purpose later. A flicker of remorse crossed her features. She had nearly committed a grave error. Turning her gaze back to the descending battleship, fierce determination ignited within her beastly eyes. All that was needed was to leave behind their corpses. In the next moment, her immense wings unfurled, summoning a powerful tempest within the void, as countless sword shadows coalesced to form a net that ensnared the battleship. Under the weight of her formidable presence, the void was cleaved into disarray. Below, a throng of aliens erupted from the vessel, a stark white mass against the starry backdrop. A glance revealed fewer than 100 had escaped. The remainder had likely perished within the ship. The moment these aliens emerged, they immediately noticed the encroaching sword net above. Damn the beast, it has gone too far. Kill her. The leading pinnacle commander of the alien race exclaimed with a grave expression, brandishing a massive black axe that quickly became enshrouded in ominous patterns, its terrifying aura surging skyward. Open a path for me, he commanded, lifting the axe high and cleaving upwards with a force that seemed to part the heavens. Boom. The space shattered rapidly, as the terrifying axe light surged towards the sword net, obliterating everything in its wake. Stars, fragments of the battleship, all reduced to dust. The space appeared like tattered fabric, ripped open by the tremendous force. Observing this, the remaining alien warriors sprang into action as well, unleashing a wave of dark energies. Various runes and divine powers hurtling towards the sword net above. Many among them were also pinnacle beings, though at the mid-tier level. Their attacks, while not as potent as the Commander-S, were still formidable. In the next instant, the sword net and axe light collided. Boom. The void trembled, the sword net being torn asunder, as the axe light surged upward, aimed at the Phoenix of Azure. Following closely behind, the myriad attacks from the alien warriors fully dismantled the shattered sword net, scattering countless jagged sword energies throughout the void. Humph, arrogant fools. Do you truly believe that a mere beast can contend with us? They scoffed. Indeed, let us vanquish it and avenge our kin. The aliens, witnessing the ease with which the sword net was destroyed, felt their anxiety dissipate considerably. Convinced that the Phoenix had fallen into a state of weakness following her earlier display of power. Otherwise, how could the sword net have been so easily obliterated? In contrast to their dwindling trepidation, the Commander-S expression remained solemn, his gaze fixed intently upon the colossal beast above. As a pinnacle being himself, he found the creature's might to exceed his expectations. He had encountered creatures from the human realm before, but never one of such overwhelming strength. Could this beast be an unparalleled prodigy? A glimmer of determination sparked within the alien leader's eyes. As a subordinate of the alien race, if he could slay a prodigious beast, he would undoubtedly earn immense rewards from his kin. Chapter 129, Annihilation. Above the starry expanse, the Phoenix of Azure remained oblivious to her status as prey, unaware of the Commander-S thoughts. If she were to hear his intentions, one might speculate she would reduce him to ashes with her innate azure flames. Alas, she could not perceive the depths of his heart. Her focus was instead drawn to a massive axe light cleaving toward her. Humph. With a disdainful grunt, she extended a claw, effortlessly crushing the axe light that had already expended much of its power. Turning her gaze downward, she met the defiant stares of the alien warriors, a clear mockery glinting in her enormous beastly eyes. Did they truly believe her techniques were so simplistic? Her colossal form began to radiate light, her pupils reflecting two mysterious runes. Suddenly, the void was filled with the faint sound of swords humming. The previously scattered sword energies, adrift in the void, reformed into innumerable smaller sword shadows, descending upon the alien warriors with overwhelming force. What? The situation had escalated unexpectedly, and the countenance of the peak immortal Lord Commander shifted dramatically, overtaken by a surge of fury and alarm. Initially, after witnessing the effortless shattering of his axe light by Qing Huang, an ominous premonition had crept into his mind. Yet, before he could ponder further, Qing Huang launched into her next flurry of attacks, which came with alarming intensity. He had no time to indulge in his wrath. Raising his hand, he conjured several colossal palm imprints, shattering the majority of the sword shadows. He dared not form a protective shield to safeguard everyone, for he perceived Qing Huang's combat prowess to surpass his own. Should he attempt to absorb this strike alone, it could potentially inflict harm upon him. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, he understood that it was wiser to ensure his own survival rather than sacrifice himself for others. At that moment, the remaining alien powerhouses also regained their composure, coalescing their strongest attacks to counter the onslaught of sword shadows. A few astute individuals retrieved their defensive artifacts, shielding themselves in haste. The next instant, screams erupted. Ah! Squelch! Those of lower realms were instantaneously cleaved in twain, their soul seas obliterated, leaving only lifeless husks behind. Xinhuang meticulously controlled the potency of her sword shadows, ensuring they did not reduce her foes to mere blood mist. After the deluge of sword rain, fewer than 10 alien beings remained in the arena. These were the mid-tier entities of the Immortal Lord realm, having survived by clustering around their commander, thus avoiding the brunt of the assault. Xinhuang's gaze fell upon the few remaining aliens, a peculiar glint flickering in her eyes. These individuals represented valuable resources. Transporting their corpses back would surely please her master. In comparison, the earlier slain aliens seemed inconsequential, their vital essence far too meager. Resolving not to prolong the engagement, she extended a formidable claw, aiming directly at the few below, encompassing even the peak Immortal Lord among them. "Kill it!" the alien commander bellowed, brandishing his great axe as he soared into the air. At that moment, his entire being was enveloped by dark, arcane patterns, emanating a sinister aura, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. Below, the alien Immortal Lords observed the commander's silhouette, hesitating momentarily before ultimately charging forth, weapons in hand. They recognized that even an attempt to flee would be futile. Given their speed, evading a peak Immortal Lord beast was simply impossible, especially when the creature excelled in swiftness. Their only chance of survival lay in vanquishing this formidable foe. Soon, chaos erupted anew. Myriad arcane laws interwove, and a terrifying tempest swept across the void. Xinhuang, facing numerous adversaries, stood undaunted, even managing to dominate the exchange against the nearly 10 Immortal Lords. Though the aliens were numerous, only the commander could engage her directly, while the others, at most at the 6th tier of the Immortal Lord realm, could only harass her from a distance with ranged assaults, too fearful to approach, lest they unwittingly present her with an opportunity for their demise. Yet, as time passed, the alien commander found himself retreating under Xinhuang's relentless assault, signaling an impending defeat. This commander was merely an ordinary peak Immortal Lord, lacking the prowess of a prodigy, and thus no match for her. The prolonged confrontation was a result of Xinhuang's desire to preserve his corpse. She refrained from unleashing her full might, fearing it would turn him to blood mist. Otherwise, he might have already been subdued. The battle at the Immortal Lord level was grandiose, the very fabric of space seething as massive fissures appeared and subsequently self-repaired. "A few insignificant ants, truly bothersome," Xinhuang remarked, crushing the incoming spiritual attacks with a swipe of her claw, her gaze narrowing upon the mid-tier alien Immortal Lords lingering at a distance, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within her. Although their attacks would hardly inflict significant damage upon her, their incessant interruptions had become irksome. Boom! With a powerful flap of her enormous wings, she sent the alien commander hurtling away. In an instant, a verdant radiance enveloped her, her colossal form shrinking to a mere 10 zhong, vanishing in a blink. The next moment, she traversed a spatial distance, reappearing before the remaining aliens, her wings slicing through the air like blades. Rending sounds echoed as dark gray blood spilled forth. 2 aliens were cleaved in half, the horrifying aura penetrating their minds, shattering their soul seas. "Not good. Flee." The surviving aliens, witnessing the carnage, were instantly gripped by terror, their cries echoing as they scattered in a desperate bid for survival. However, given their speed, evading Xinhuang was an impossibility. Amidst subtle fluctuations in space, her figure vanished once more. Before the alien Immortal Lords could react, they found themselves ensconced in shadows. A colossal claw gently grasped their heads. Crack! Boom! The sound of explosion resounded as headless corpses plummeted into the void. In the blink of an eye, 4 aliens were annihilated, leaving the remaining 3 in a frantic flight, even attempting to tear through space to escape. One of them fled directly towards the warship where Changsheng resided. As this alien beheld the warship looming in the starry expanse, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed a strike as he approached. Die! Within the cabin, Steward Wang and the others observed the descending hand from outside, devoid of any panic, instead casting a look of pity towards the alien. Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, extending his hand to effortlessly crush the unfortunate creature. Boom! A mist of blood erupted, subsequently devoured by the inner world. As Changsheng dispatched this alien, Xinhuang efficiently dealt with the remaining 2. Thus, the only adversary still standing was the peak Immortal Lord Commander. This commander, witnessing Xinhuang slaughtering his kin, was consumed by rage and shock. Just as he prepared to charge anew, he caught sight of Changsheng effortlessly eliminating the hapless alien. In that instant, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the small vessel, a presence far more formidable than that of the beast. A quasi-immortal king? Or perhaps, the true immortal king? A wave of icy dread washed over him. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted into the depths of the starry sky. No longer did he harbor ambitions of vanquishing Qing Huang for glory. His sole desire was to escape with his life. Humph! Qing Huang snorted coldly, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a powerful flap of her wings, a tempest erupted in the void as her figure vanished. The next moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the cosmos, signaling the outbreak of another fierce battle. The sinister aura clashed with Qing Huang's azure sword light, accompanied by the alien's furious roars and Qing Huang's shrieks, as waves of spatial storms surged forth. However, it was not long before the roars began to diminish, and the tempest gradually subsided. Moments later, a figure emerged from the depths, dragging a mangled corpse, its grayish-white shell devoid of any trace of life. Chapter 130, The Human Race's Spy. Qing Huang emerged, hoisting the corpse of the alien commander, her eyes still glinting with ferocity as a chilling aura enveloped the entire void. She traversed the area of the previous battle, collecting the alien corpses floating in the abyss, then swiftly vanished into the warship. Upon her arrival, the icy aura instantly permeated the cabin, startling Steward Wang and the others into retreat. Boom! With a flick of her right hand, the lifeless bodies, including that of the alien leader, crashed onto the floor, creating a thunderous sound. Master, Qing Huang gazed at Yi Changsheng, her eyes reflecting a hint of inexplicable anticipation. Yi Changsheng observed Qing Huang for a prolonged moment. Realizing that this little creature had gained an understanding of her surroundings, she recognized his need for the alien corpses and had deliberately preserved them for him. A smile suddenly graced his face as he reached out to ruffle her hair, exclaiming, "Well done, splendid work." With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the alien bodies into the inner world, transforming them into nourishment for her growth. Hee. Upon hearing Yi Changsheng's praise, the icy demeanor on Qing Huang's face melted away instantly, and she broke into a gleeful laugh. The chill that had pervaded the cabin dissipated in an instant. Wang Zhi and the others stood nearby, utterly astonished by the rapid transformation of her expression. "Master, look, I have accrued a great deal of battle merit," Qing Huang proclaimed after her laughter subsided, extending her palm to reveal a glowing runic mark on the back of her hand. She gazed at Yi Changsheng, her face radiant with pride and triumph. Of the entire alien crew aboard that warship, aside from the one Yi Changsheng had crushed, she had dispatched the rest herself. A pinnacle leader of the Celestial Realm would yield millions in battle merit, and the other mid-level Celestial Realm foes combined would amount to over 30 million. Additionally, there were several hundred below the Mystic Immortal level, which would surely add up to 40 or 50 million. Altogether, she had become a little heiress. Beside her, the 10 attendants of Wang Zhi stared at the glowing mark on her hand, their eyes nearly popping out in sheer envy. Indeed, the speed at which the powerful amassed wealth was astonishing. They had fought along the borders for half a lifetime, yet their accumulated rewards paled in comparison to her single victory. Observing Qing Huang's triumphant demeanor, Yi Changsheng chuckled softly, a peculiar glint flickering in his gaze as he said, "Little Qing, you are still young. Come, give your battle merits to your master. I will keep them safe for you. When you grow older, I shall return them." Qing Huang's expression shifted immediately, retreating a few steps with a wary glance at her master. "No," she declared decisively, her refusal succinct yet resolute. Yi Changsheng was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he were being accused of deceit over her battle merits. Alas, there was truly a lack of trust between master and servant. The fragile boat of friendship could capsize at any moment. At this very moment, while Yi Changsheng and his party were annihilating the alien fleet, in a distant expanse of starry sky, this realm was shrouded in an endless black mist, suffused with a thick and malevolent aura. Those with fragile minds would likely succumb to mental erosion and be reduced to mindless, bloodthirsty entities. Vessels of various sizes, including enormous warships, occasionally emerged from the black fog. At the very heart of this shroud, a colossal star hung in the void, surrounded by countless formidable and terrifying presences. Fierce alien cultivators traversed the void, surveying each territory. A warship, several meters in size, approached from afar and docked on a fragment of a star, miles away. In the next instant, the ship vanished, and a figure cloaked in a pitch-black cape appeared. The cloaked figure's gaze pierced through the void, fixating on the alien encampment miles away, his expression betraying a hint of gravity. Meanwhile, within a grand hall at the center of the alien encampment, a terrifying figure seated upon a throne suddenly opened his eyes. Humph! The alien let out a cold snort, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he extended a withered, pale hand into the void. In the next moment, a colossal hand descended from the space above the fragment of the star, effortlessly grasping the cloaked figure before shattering the space and vanishing. In the alien hall, the alien king retracted his hand from the void, slamming a dark figure onto the floor of the grand hall. The cloaked figure let out a muffled grunt. a trace of blood imbued with celestial energy seeping from beneath the obscured visage. Sensing the faint celestial energy emanating from the space surrounding him, the alien king revealed a flicker of disdain in his eyes, unabashedly so. Human race, huh? Such despicable beings. Speak. What brings you to my domain this time? As he concluded, the alien king abruptly stood from his throne, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon the figure below. Boom. It was as if the heavens were collapsing, an overwhelming pressure cascading down, rending the void with immense cracks, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The stationed alien warriors outside felt this aura as well, turning their gazes toward this direction, filled with shock and awe. Inside the hall, the cloaked figure, the primary target of this oppressive force, remained unscathed. As the pressure bore down upon him, the cloak shimmered with countless runes, and a vague phantasm emerged, waving its hand to disperse the descending force. This phantasm lacked any autonomous consciousness, seemingly activating only in the face of lethal danger. After dissipating the opponent's momentum, it remained still, locking its gaze on the alien king. Humph. Upon seeing the indistinct figure, the alien king's expression shifted slightly, and he coldly retracted his own aura. He sought to unveil the true identity of the cloaked figure, yet his probing thoughts were obstructed by the dark cloak. The presence of that vague shadow instilled a sense of wariness within him. Cough, cough. The cloaked figure coughed twice and slowly rose from the ground, a hint of darkness flashing in the depths of his eyes as they peered through the cloak at the towering figure above. Even in the presence of one at the celestial king level, he felt little reverence. This cloak had been bestowed upon him by a superior, imbued with his own defenses. How could a newly ascended celestial king from the alien race possibly penetrate it? After a moment, his deep, raspy voice emerged from beneath the cloak. I have come to inform you that a prodigy from the wild celestial sect has entered the war zone. You should know what to do. With that, he waved his hand beneath the cloak, and a clear image materialized in midair. It depicted none other than Changsheng and Qingwang. Chapter 131. The Alien at the Celestial King Level. A prodigy from the wild celestial sect? The alien celestial king regarded the image suspended in the air, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Among their kind, the prodigies of the wild celestial sect were deemed far more valuable than other human cultivators. Slaying a cultivator from the wild celestial sect would yield double the battle merit of one of the same realm, and if it were a prodigy, the value in battle merit would escalate even further. His ascent to the current celestial king level had been significantly bolstered by these prodigies from the wild celestial sect, who had provided him with ample battle merit. Although he was uncertain why individuals from the wild celestial sect carried such worth. What realm? He scrutinized the cloaked figure below, asking with a dispassionate tone. Quasi-celestial king. The cloaked figure replied in a gravelly voice. Quasi-celestial king? A glint of excitement flickered in the alien celestial king's eyes, tinged with a hint of joy. A prodigy from the wild celestial sect at the quasi-celestial king level would yield battle merits equivalent to those of a true celestial king at the first level. And he himself had only just stepped into the first level of celestial king. This is not our first collaboration. I hope you will personally intervene this time and eradicate them directly. The cloaked figure's voice resonated with chilling severity. Upon hearing this, the alien celestial king scrutinized the cloaked figure, an unusual expression crossing his face. I am quite curious, as fellow humans, why do you wish to eliminate the wild celestial sect? Should the elders of your faction catch wind of this, I imagine they would not spare you. His voice was not loud, but the cloaked figure's countenance shifted dramatically at his words. His frigid gaze pierced the heavens above, unflinching even in the presence of the celestial king. In a cold tone, he declared, "What does not concern you, do not meddle. I provide information. You execute the deed. Such is the simplicity of our arrangement. Should you wish to withdraw from this collaboration, I am entirely capable of seeking another." He believed that within this vast battlefield, finding another sovereign to take action would pose no challenge. The alien celestial king, upon hearing such impudent words, darkened in countenance, a flicker of fury igniting within his eyes. Were it not for the ominous specter lurking beneath the opponent's cloak, he would have smote this insolent wretch with a mere slap. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his ire and replied, "A mere quasi-celestial king can be effortlessly obliterated by me." Upon hearing this affirmation, a smirk graced the lips of the cloaked figure. "Very well. Now, I would kindly request you to facilitate my departure." With the matter clearly stated and agreement reached, there was no longer any need for him to remain in this space, which was suffused with an unsettling aura that vexed him greatly. The alien celestial king, without further ado, conjured a passageway to the starry expanse beyond. The cloaked figure did not tarry. He cast forth a wisp of sealed energy towards the alien celestial king, and then stepped into the portal, vanishing from the grand hall. Outside, a great distance from the alien encampment, the cloaked figure emerged from a ripple in the void. He cast a glance towards the distant encampment and internally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although shielded by his superior's might, the prolonged confrontation with the Celestial King had left him exceedingly tense. With the Celestial King's intervention, he surmised his demise was imminent, much like that of a millennia past. Cackling ominously, he mused, "It is indeed your association with the savage Celestial Sect that has brought about this misfortune." His chilling laughter echoed through the void as he vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, once the cloaked figure had departed, the alien Celestial King resumed his position upon the throne, a contemplative expression adorning his visage. He grasped a tendril of energy, precisely that which the cloaked figure had left behind, and with it, he could swiftly locate the two prodigies of the savage Celestial Sect. Though an agreement existed with the human race that Celestial-level combatants must not easily manifest upon the battlefield, as long as he executed his plans with discretion, it should pose no significant issue. Moreover, it was not imperative for him to take action personally. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to his feet and stepped forth, vanishing from the Grand Hall. In the desolate and dilapidated Star Domain, a dark warship darted through the void with remarkable speed. Within the cabin, Steward Wang and his two companions from the combat squad took turns extending their senses, diligently surveying every corner of the starry expanse outside. Months had elapsed since their entrance into this battleground, during which they had encountered numerous alien factions, both large and small. The most formidable of these encounters involved a fleet of 2,000, boasting 4 peak-level celestial beings among them. Even Lord Qing Huang had refrained from acting recklessly in their presence, leading them to believe their fates were sealed. Yet, it was this very alien fleet that unveiled the terrifying prowess of Lord Yi. With a strike of thunder, he had swiftly vanquished several peak-level celestial foes, ultimately exterminating the entire 2,000-strong alien contingent. Although the 10 of them had not engaged in combat, their shared affiliation entitled them to a portion of the accolades. Though modest, these rewards surpassed their previous earnings, sufficient to procure some fine items upon their return. At the center of the cabin, Yi Changsheng remained oblivious to his companion's thoughts. Seated in meditation with closed eyes as a fragment of his consciousness immersed itself in the realm of his internal world, his celestial perception manifested as an avatar within this inner realm. Instantly, a rich essence enveloped him, the result of his conquests against the aliens, yet to be fully absorbed by his inner world. After a brief assessment, a smile graced his face. Over the past months, he had dispatched nearly 10,000 aliens, their remains now nourishing his inner world. The total area of this realm had expanded to approximately 30 million miles, and this was without having fully assimilated all the essence. He believed that once all the essence was absorbed, it could potentially expand to 40 million miles. Furthermore, numerous creatures had begun to emerge within this inner world, creating a landscape akin to that of the real world. Yi Changsheng extended his hand, and a vast force of world energy coalesced within his grasp, evoking a sense of awe even within him. This power, he mused, could likely obliterate a peak-level celestial with but a single strike. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. From the depths of the inner world, a white figure lunged toward him. What is this? Yi Changsheng regarded the approaching white figure with a hint of surprise. He remained motionless, allowing the white entity to close the distance, making no effort to intervene. As it neared, the white figure came to a halt and gradually approached him, emitting soft whimpers. It nuzzled against Yi Changsheng, radiating evident joy. Little by? Yi Changsheng observed the creature before him, now the size of a calf, resembling an oversized dog, yet vaguely familiar. Was this not the very first being birthed from his inner world? The diminutive creature, once merely the size of a palm, had suddenly grown so large. Moreover, he discerned that it had attained a level of cultivation, an ordinary celestial realm. How could this be? Had he misjudged? While the abundance of celestial energy within his inner world certainly made it an ideal environment for cultivation, it seemed improbable that it could reach such heights so swiftly. With renewed scrutiny, Yi Changsheng meticulously examined the large dog before him, enveloping it within his expansive celestial perception, leaving no detail unexamined. As he probed, a peculiar expression emerged in his eyes. He discovered that within it resided an extraordinarily pure essence, untainted and reminiscent of a newborn babe. Retracting his celestial perception, he gazed at Little Bai with astonishment. The creature birthed from his inner world contained a hint of innate energy? Ding, host need not be astonished. This is the first being born from the inner world, imbued with a trace of innate essence. As the inner world flourishes, its strength will likewise enhance. Upon achieving perfection, there exists the potential for it to transform into a true innate being. How remarkable! Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Changsheng looked back at Little Bai, his eyes alight with excitement. It appeared that his inner world had indeed produced a treasure. Little Bai nuzzled against Yi Changsheng, wagging its tail incessantly, its eyes brimming with affection. Having been born from the inner world, to it, Yi Changsheng was akin to family, the role of a paternal figure. Chuckling softly, Yi Changsheng reached out to stroke its furry head. The soft and silky coat was a delight to the touch, immensely comforting. He wondered what the inner world would manifest once it reached perfection. His thoughts enveloped the entirety of the inner realm, observing its continuous growth. A gentle anticipation swelling within him. Would he then be regarded as a creator of worlds? Master, there's a situation, a grand opportunity has arrived. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced through his thoughts, drawing him back. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow. It was the voice of Qing Wang. In the next moment, his ethereal form dissipated, and his corporeal body in the ship's cabin opened its eyes. A colossal thought seamlessly expanded outward, enveloping an area of nearly 500,000 miles. Instantly, a grand tableau of confrontation materialized before him. Beneath the dimly lit starry sky, countless figures loomed in the void, engaged in a tense standoff. A remarkably oppressive atmosphere pervading the scene. It was a clash between the alien races and the human cultivators, and a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Judging by the numbers, the humans were clearly at a disadvantage. The human side possessed merely 6 warships, with a scanty count of fewer than 8,000 individuals. In stark contrast, the alien faction boasted 10 warships, with over 10,000 aliens glaring at the humans with cruel expressions. Reining in his thoughts, he turned his gaze to Wang the steward, who appeared utterly oblivious, and said, "Steward Wang, there are aliens approximately 400,000 miles ahead. Accelerate our speed." Aliens ahead. Wang the steward's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and the other members of the squad also appeared invigorated. They had encountered such situations numerous times over the past few months. And each time Lord Yi discovered aliens, they were rewarded with significant military merit points. "Yes, Lord Yi," Wang the steward responded loudly, then raised his hand to cast a seal, maneuvering the warship at maximum speed toward the destination. Military merit points. They were on their way. Meanwhile, at the distant battlefield, the powerful figures from both camps slightly altered their expressions, sensing a thought sweep past them. Not good. It's human reinforcements. Attack. Eliminate them first. An alien leader in the center of the alien faction shouted. They sensed that the owner of that thought was a human cultivator and feared that the opposition might have reinforcements, prompting them to preemptively annihilate the human forces before them. The 10 aliens were all pinnacle celestial lords, collectively commanding the 10,000-strong army. Since this was not a true race war, celestial kings would not appear on the battlefield. Thus, the pinnacle celestial lords naturally became the leaders of the forces. Hearing the leader's command, the other 9 aliens did not dissent, each revealing a bloodthirsty expression. "Everyone kill." The 10 pinnacle celestial lords of the alien faction shouted in unison. As their voices fell, enormous energy coalesced atop the 10 warships, unleashing terrifying beams of light toward the human ranks. Instantly, screams erupted, and a mist of blood enveloped the area. "Kill. Haha, just a bunch of remnants. Once slain, we shall earn considerable military merit. Die. The merit is mine." Over 10,000 aliens glowed ominously, black patterns crawling across their grayish-white bodies, emanating a heavy, sinister aura as they charged forward. On the human side, faced with the overwhelming alien onslaught, they showed no signs of retreat. The 6 warships radiated light as terrifying energies surged into the alien ranks, exploding and instantly clearing a swath. "Kill for me, let us butcher these alien scum." One powerful figure shouted, leading the charge against the aliens. Terrifying patterns of celestial techniques coalesced in his hands, and with a mighty strike, he obliterated several aliens in an instant. Among them were even celestial lords, who were likewise no match for his single strike. "Follow the leader, kill, kill, kill." The humans roared in unison, surging toward the aliens. In the face of the alien threat, every one of them wore an expression filled with unparalleled murderous intent. This was a battle for survival. There would be no mercy. It was a matter of life and death, with only these 2 outcomes. However, despite their fervor, the numbers were against them, and within moments, the humans began to falter. With fewer than 8,000 troops, the pinnacle celestial lords numbered only 6, utterly unable to contend with the 10 alien leaders. Damn it, how unfortunate to encounter an alien army of 10,000. A heavily built pinnacle celestial lord grimaced, wielding a celestial iron staff as he fought 2 alien leaders in a fierce struggle. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to shatter rapidly, and no one dared to approach within 10,000 miles. Similar battlegrounds existed in 5 other locations, where 3 were like his. With a single human celestial lord pitted against 2 alien leaders, clearly at a disadvantage, they exchanged attacks while consciously distancing themselves from the lower-ranked celestial lords beneath them, as both sides feared the errant energy might affect those of lower cultivation. The heavily built man scanned the battlefield, his expression growing darker. Their 8,000-strong army had set out to hunt, using only 6,000-man warships, intending to play the role of the unsuspecting prey, only to find that the aliens were even more cunning, luring them in with 3 warships. Given the current situation, unless an unexpected miracle occurred, their prospects were grim. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the sensed reinforcements from earlier. If it were a full army, they might turn the tide. Together, they could potentially annihilate all the aliens. Chapter 133. Yi Changsheng takes action. A strong presence approaches from the depths of the starry sky. Being distracted in battle is not a wise habit. Perish at my hands. Just as the heavily built man was distracted by surveying the battlefield, the alien leader opposite him glimmered with a cold light in his eyes, brandishing his weapon down upon him. The man barely had time to raise his celestial iron staff in defense. Bang! A terrifying shockwave resounded, causing the man's complexion to pale as he was sent flying. Die! Another alien leader, witnessing the scene, flashed forward, weapon poised to strike. The shadow of death loomed over the man, whose countenance shifted dramatically. He could not believe that a moment's distraction could summon death so prematurely. Yet in the next moment, a cruel smile crept upon his lips, and a fierce aura surged in his eyes. You shall accompany me to the cycle of reincarnation. As his voice fell, the man's aura erupted, seemingly preparing to self-destruct and take his opponent with him into reincarnation. However, faced with the man's volatile energy, the alien leader remained unfazed, even revealing a hint of mockery in his gaze. The vertical eye on his forehead opened, emitting a silver light that instantly penetrated the man's mind. In an instant, the man's eyes glazed over, his awareness dulled, and the self-destructive energy within him subsided. The next moment, the weapon descended. Bang! The void trembled violently. Yet the anticipated scene of dismemberment and celestial blood splattering did not materialize. A green claw emerged from the void, intercepting the descending weapon. Qing Wang stepped forth from the void, raising her hand to deliver a swift slap, sending the dazed alien leader flying, half of his body exploding into blood mist. Simultaneously, in another battlefield, 2 alien leaders suddenly erupted without warning. Yi Changsheng emerged from the spatial rift, waving his hand to absorb the dispersing blood mist. Upon sensing the clash between the 2 factions, he had abandoned the warship, taking Qing Huang through the starry sky, arriving here ahead of time. Originally, given his speed, he could traverse the hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, he had encountered 2 alien warships also heading this way, delaying him momentarily. The fall of the 2 pinnacle celestial lords of the alien faction left the observing cultivators in shock. They ceased their assault, swiftly retreating while gazing in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the 2 figures. Particularly the human leader beside Yi Changsheng, who felt the most profound impact, was left somewhat bewildered. He could sense that the other party also stood at the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign realm. Yet it was precisely this realization that left him even more astounded. An immortal sovereign at the peak, effortlessly crushing 2 adversaries of the same realm? How utterly terrifying. The term invincible among equals surfaced in his mind. He gazed at Yi Changsheng, his eyes gradually revealing a look of reverence. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your timely intervention. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. It was but a trifling matter. Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. His gaze swept across the battlefield, beneath them. The clashes below the profound immortal realm continued unabated. 8,000 against 10,000, with casualties on both sides, although the human side found itself at a disadvantage. A rout was unlikely in the near term. You all handle those minor underlings. I shall take care of the alien leaders here, Yi Changsheng declared, casting a glance at the alien leaders who appeared to be on high alert. His voice, though not loud, rang clearly in the ears of the 6 human leaders. Are you certain of this, fellow Taoist? Inquired the rescued powerhouse, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Although the figure before him possessed overwhelming strength, there were still 8 leaders on the opposing side. Could they truly manage it alone? Yi Changsheng offered no response, instead stepping forward decisively toward the alien leaders. The battle erupted once more, as terrifying celestial techniques and sinister alien powers intertwined, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble violently. Quickly, hurry. You wouldn't want your kin in the profound immortal realm to be slaughtered, would you? Qing Huang remarked, witnessing her master's decisive action. With that, she surged toward the 2 alien leaders, leaving the human leaders in a state of shock. The formidable beings exchanged glances, and one of them finally spoke. Let us go. We can trust that these 2 fellows are not arrogant individuals. They may very well be unrivaled prodigies of their realm. With that, the powerful figure vanished into the void, instantaneously arriving on the battlefield of the profound immortal realm to commence his slaughter. Among the remaining 5, 2 followed suit to the battlefield, leaving 3 behind. The trio of peak immortal sovereigns was more than capable of eradicating all the aliens there in a short time. The three who remained could keep watch for any signs of trouble from their two companions. However, moments later, the three realized their presence seemed superfluous. In the two peak battlefields, not only was Qing Huang keeping two alien leaders at bay, but Yi Changsheng was also effortlessly contending against 6 peak immortal sovereigns, causing the void to shatter with his casual strikes, countless fissures spreading into the depths of the starry sky. Damn it, where did this prodigy come from? How terrifying. The 6 alien leaders shouted in unison, their bodies adorned with dark runes, a more potent aura emanating from them. In the next instant, they simultaneously opened the vertical eyes on their foreheads, terrifying and malevolent silver light shooting forth, instantly piercing into Yi Changsheng's mind. The speed was so astonishing it seemed to disregard the distance of space, leaving him unable to react in time. Haha, you've fallen victim to our clan's soul technique. Even if you are a prodigy, an invincible being of the same realm, you shall still meet your end. The aliens laughed gleefully, their expressions brimming with excitement and relief as they witnessed their foe struck down. This was their race's innate ability, seldom used lightly, but whenever deployed, it could annihilate enemies on the spot. Having just endured a fierce battle, their Dao hearts were on the verge of collapse, and now, watching their opponent poised to perish before them, how could they not feel elated? Yet, at that moment, the figure of Yi Changsheng, whom they believed to be on the brink of death, remained unaffected, calmly observing the aliens before him, a mocking smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. The soul attacks that might have proven effective against others were utterly futile against him, as his soul sea was suppressed by an inner world, rendering him impervious to harm. Fixing his gaze upon the aliens, he slowly raised his palm and pointed. A colossal sword lotus bloomed in the void, enveloping the aliens within its embrace amidst their panicked gazes. The terrifying rules of the sword path began to constrict around them. In an instant, blood was spilt. No, this is impossible. He remains unscathed? The aliens' faces were filled with horror as they realized that not only had their technique failed to harm him, but his counterattack was also ferociously overwhelming, swiftly slaying one of their own. Faced with the endless rules of the sword path strangling them from within the sword lotus, fear etched itself upon their faces. Yi Changsheng regarded the ensnared aliens with a placid expression. Although the green lotus sword cannon was not of the highest caliber, wielded with his current cultivation, it was still tremendously fearsome. Yet, in the next moment, his expression subtly shifted as his piercing gaze suddenly turned toward the depths of the starry sky. Boldly, how dare you slaughter my divine kin so ruthlessly? A voice echoed, reverberating throughout the entire starry river. Chapter 134. The Celestial King Takes Action. From the depths of the starry sky, a towering figure strode forth, leaving faint footprints in the void. His grayish-white skin, the tightly shut vertical eye on his forehead, and the palpable aura of sinister energy unmistakably marked him as an alien. This was precisely the alien sovereign who had come seeking the source of the disturbance after receiving word from the cloaked individual. An immensely terrifying aura radiated from him, and with each step he took, the void began to shatter, colossal rifts spreading from the depths of the starry expanse toward the battlefield. His gaze swept the entire scene, instantaneously locking onto Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. The prodigy of the wild immortal sect has been located. In the starry sky, the expressions of several human leaders turned pale as they beheld the advancing alien. Such a terrifying aura could only belong to an alien of the Celestial King realm. How could this be? An alien of the Celestial King realm on the battlefield? Despair flickered in their eyes. Against a Celestial King realm alien, they were utterly powerless. Even if they all combined their strength, they might not withstand a single blow. Below, in the battlefield of the profound immortal realm, 3 leaders had already eliminated all the lower-tier aliens. They waved their hands to gather all the human cultivators, their figures flickering as they approached Yi Changsheng, all appearing as though they were facing a grave threat. The 6 human leaders clustered around Yi Changsheng, their expressions fraught with alarm, one of them stammering, "Fellow Taoist, we must flee, we must escape. Flee. Ha ha ha, how absurd. Do you truly believe there is any chance of escape when facing our clan's Celestial King Sovereign?" Before Yi Changsheng could respond, the alien leaders mocked him first. They struggled to fend off the onslaught of the Sword Lotus, their faces alight with exhilaration. Now that their clan's sovereign had arrived, they no longer had to fear for their lives. Silence. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow, his icy gaze fixated on the aliens. Did they honestly believe that the arrival of the Celestial King would guarantee their survival? Extending his hand toward the front, he clenched it fiercely, causing the enormous azure Sword Lotus in the void to suddenly contract, unleashing even more terrifying rules of the sword path. Ah no, stop. Blood mist erupted as 2 more were swiftly annihilated, their forms reduced to souls beneath the sword, leaving only a rich essence of blood and flesh to linger in the air. The remaining aliens within the sword lotus were struck with sheer panic, their earlier excitement and taunts evaporating. Their faces turned ashen, terror consuming their hearts as they unleashed all their cultivation to defend themselves, while simultaneously calling out to the approaching sovereign in the starry sky, "Great One, save us." Humph. The alien celestial king snorted coldly, a predatory glint flashing in his eyes as he took a step, shattering the void beneath him, his figure appearing before the aliens in an instant. With a sweep of his palm, the sword lotus shattered, revealing 3 commanders, their breaths weak and their bodies marred with blood from grave injuries. Upon witnessing this, Changsheng merely observed with a detached demeanor, refraining from intervention. Ultimately, their fates would converge to the same outcome. The alien king's gaze shifted towards Changsheng, his expression manifesting a profound indifference as he spoke. "You possess remarkable courage to stand before me without fleeing, even after slaying 2 of my kin." "Huh. I simply deemed it unnecessary," Changsheng replied with a light-hearted chuckle, his countenance devoid of fear. In stark contrast, the expressions of the human commanders behind him had turned ashen, their eyes wide with dread as they beheld the alien king. The alien king regarded Changsheng's demeanor with a flicker of surprise. Was he unafraid of death, or did he possess some hidden assurance? A terrifying thought coursed through his mind, rapidly expanding to envelop every inch of the starry expanse, even causing the imperceptible dust to resonate vividly in his consciousness. Yet, beneath this celestial canopy, there were no other figures to be found, let alone hidden powerhouses. "Are you trying to deceive me? Damn it." A glimmer of anger flickered in his eyes. As a mighty king of the celestial realm, he was astonished to be unsettled by mere words. "It seems you are prepared to embrace death. Very well, I shall grant you that." Having concluded his speech, he wasted no further time. His palm slowly ascended, and in an instant, darkness spread, enveloping all human cultivators, including Changsheng. An aura of terror began to permeate the air before the palm descended. An oppressive force weighed heavily upon them, rendering them breathless. "It's over." The commanders of the human race closed their eyes in despair, feeling the specter of death closing in, as if their ancestors were beckoning them. Yet, Changsheng, observing the encroaching darkness, displayed not a hint of fear, but rather a subtle anticipation. He stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of everyone. With a resounding thud, his footfall echoed in the void, prompting the commanders to open their eyes in astonishment, only to find a magnificent figure standing before them. At that moment, the sight of the white-clad figure consumed their vision. "Comrade Yu, what a noble sacrifice," they thought, filled with admiration. They never expected that this individual would previously aid them in their plight. Now, facing the alien king, he stood resolutely in front, willing to shield them from calamity. Truly, he was a paragon of humanity. They exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening as they lifted their feet to position themselves before Changsheng. With such a display of righteousness, how could they remain behind? However, before they could take another step, a hand reached out from the side, grasping them all firmly. "Enough! Enough! Everyone, stand down," Qing Wang said, her voice laced with exasperation. She had been observing closely and understood that these individuals intended to confront the alien king's attack. "Don't create chaos. I know what my master is capable of. Your interference would only turn you into cannon fodder and jeopardize his plans." "Comrade, what are you doing?" the commanders asked, confusion etched on their faces as they looked at Qing Wang. "I'm doing nothing. Just stay put," she replied nonchalantly, her gaze fixed intently on the figure ahead, her eyes reflecting a similar expectation. The commanders, witnessing her demeanor, found themselves at a loss. Had they misjudged her? Why did it seem as though she was devoid of panic, instead exhibiting anticipation? Meanwhile, the alien king observed this scene with a deepening scowl, feeling his authority challenged. Were humans so audacious now, rushing towards their demise? If that was the case, then perish they shall. Without hesitation, he brought his raised hand down. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as a colossal hand appeared from thin air, imbued with a devastating aura of death, descending upon the group. The surrounding space bore immense pressure, imprisoning all within its grasp, leaving no avenue for escape. "It's coming." Changsheng's smile widened. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! As the voice sounded, an unfathomable power surged within him, a force potent enough to collapse this very star river. Chapter 135. The Threshold of the Semi-Emperor Realm. Ding! System detects that the host is under attack. The assailant's cultivation exceeds that of the host, triggering passive response. Detected enemy at the first level of the Celestial King realm. Host acquires cultivation at the first level of the Semi-Emperor realm. The system's voice, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Before its words had fully echoed, Changsheng had already assimilated the power of the semi-emperor realm. At that instant, the immense hand finally descended. He merely cast a glance and waved his hand carelessly. Whoosh whoosh. It seemed as if a wind had stirred in the starry sky. The colossal hand inexplicably halted in midair, and before the astonished gazes of all, it began to disintegrate. Like a wisp of smoke, it dissipated into the void. Hiss! What? What just transpired? Be it alien or human, all present inhaled sharply. Disbelief etched across their faces. They widened their eyes, their gazes converging on Changsheng. If they were not mistaken, he had merely waved his hand. And that massive hand had vanished. How could this be? That was the technique of a celestial king. How could it be so effortlessly nullified? Especially the alien king, whose expression was one of profound incredulity. As a sovereign of the celestial realm, he was intimately familiar with his own capabilities, though he hadn't used his full strength. Even those of the same realm, or perhaps 1 or 2 levels higher, would not easily dissipate such a hand, unless it was by a higher-tier celestial king. Or, impossible. He had previously scanned the area, and the opponent was merely a peak celestial lord of the human race. As doubt began to seed in his mind, he glanced once more at Changsheng, only to be met with a sensation of dread. He could not see through him. How was this possible? At that moment, the thought of retreat took root in his heart, urging him to flee. Meanwhile, Changsheng meticulously acclimated to the power of the semi-emperor within him. Terrifying, unfathomably terrifying. He felt as though he could obliterate the celestial king realm with a mere thought. What an empowering sensation. As he reveled in his unparalleled cultivation, he stretched his arms, lazily arching his back. Boom! The void erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a widespread collapse that heralded a cataclysmic destruction. It seemed that his overwhelming strength rendered this starry expanse incapable of containing his form. Yet, Changsheng understood that this was merely a sign of his incomplete adaptation to this newfound power. In due time, he would not experience such phenomena. Hiss, how terrifying! This awe-inspiring spectacle rendered all present speechless, confirming the alien king's suspicions. This individual was an unimaginable terror. Flee! Without a trace of hesitation, he turned and vanished into the void, racing back in the direction he had come. The few surviving alien commanders, their earlier excitement at the imminent arrival of their king now extinguished, looked on in panic as their sovereign retreated, shouting frantically, "A monster! He is a monster! Run!" As the words faded, several individuals swiftly employed secret techniques, shattering the void as they pursued the direction in which the immortal king had departed. Humph! Now you wish to flee? It is too late. You shall all remain here. He extended a hand, reaching into the void as if penetrating into another realm. In the next moment, a terrifying wave emanated from the depths of the starry sky. The alien immortal king, who had long escaped to a distant location, was crushed into a fine mist of blood by an enormous hand that appeared out of thin air, only to be devoured by a sudden spatial rift. A faint trace of true spirit was seized by the colossal hand. As for the few alien leaders who fled behind, they too could not escape the clutches of death. With merely a glance, Changsheng extinguished their souls with his formidable will. Their hollow shells plummeted from the starry sky, consumed by the inner world. In the blink of an eye, all the arrogant aliens, including the immortal king, were annihilated. Master, you are magnificent. With the alien forces obliterated, Qing Huang was the first to step forward, her tone tinged with deference. Her gaze brimmed with anticipation as she observed her master, envious of his earlier display of power that effortlessly vanquished the alien leaders with just a glance. Even the immortal king, who had long vanished into the depths of the cosmos, had not escaped his wrath. Aware of her thoughts, Changsheng regarded Qing Huang's expression but knew that the time for her promotion had yet to arrive. He had other matters to attend to first. He shifted his attention to the stunned human leaders. Under his piercing gaze, the leaders shuddered, quickly recovering and bowing deeply. "We pay our respects, my lord. Thank you for your timely rescue." They furtively cast glances at Changsheng, their eyes shimmering with profound reverence. To so easily subdue an alien immortal king, this esteemed figure before them was undoubtedly at least a high-tier existence within the immortal king realm. The recollection of their previous address to him as fellow Taoists made them break into a cold sweat. They could only hope that he would not hold their previous insolence against them. Changsheng observed the kneeling leaders, furrowing his brow before speaking with a calm demeanor. "Rise. The alien threat has been quelled. You are free to decide whether to return to the border war island for recuperation or to remain here." He had other matters to attend to and could not take them along. "Yes, my lord, we shall return to the camp to recuperate," the leaders responded with utmost reverence. Though they had not sustained significant injuries, they indeed required time to recover after such a harrowing ordeal. "Very well, I have a few companions who need to accompany you." Changsheng nodded, not surprised by their choice. With that, he reached out towards a certain point in the starry sky. In the next moment, 10 figures were summoned from the depths of the cosmos. The 10 members of the Wang's stewardship bore expressions of slight panic, which settled into calmness upon seeing Yi Changsheng before them. Yet, their eyes retained an undeniable glimmer of profound respect. In unison, they clasped their hands and bowed. "We pay our respects, my lord." In truth, they had already arrived nearby and witnessed the fierce battle between the two armies. However, before they could join the fray, tremendous changes had unfolded. First, Yi Changsheng subdued the alien leader. Then the alien immortal king descended, followed by Yi Changsheng's sudden eruption of power, swiftly annihilating the immortal king. Such rapid transformations left them momentarily dazed. Yi Changsheng nodded, addressing them. "I have important matters to attend to shortly. Please follow these leaders back to the camp." Upon hearing this, the Wang stewardship's expressions flickered with regret, but they still replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." "Then, you shall set forth." Yi Changsheng's gaze swept over the leaders. "Understood." The 6 leaders replied in unison before escorting the Wang stewardship and others back towards the border war island. After watching them depart, Yi Changsheng retracted his gaze and turned towards a specific direction in the starry sky. It was time to address certain other matters. However, just as he prepared to move, a sudden anomaly emerged in the cosmos. Countless forces of order coalesced in the void, forming a colossal and indistinct human face that loomed above, surveying the starry river below. Chapter 136. Elder, Supreme of the 9 Extremes. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a massive, indistinct human visage hovered in the void, seemingly gazing down upon the galaxy. Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply as he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from that face. A quasi-immortal emperor-level supreme? This was a projection of a supreme, descending from a vast distance to this location. Humph, how theatrical. His expression darkened as he stepped forward, the void resounding with a terrifying roar. Behind him, an unfathomably immense and fearsome phantom materialized, filling the entire starry river. Yi Changsheng summoned the form of a quasi-immortal emperor behind him, confronting the indistinct face. A dreadful aura permeated the starry expanse, disrupting the chains of order as elemental forces surged forth from the rifts in space. At the far side of the starry sky, the Wang stewardship and others, who had already distanced themselves from this area, turned in shock, sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from afar, their hearts filled with astonishment. What on earth had transpired? Was this the result of the esteemed figure's actions? Could it be that an equally fearsome entity from the alien race had descended? Worry flickered in their eyes, for the opposing auras were too terrifying. They even questioned whether, if they were truly beneath that starry sky, they would be instantly obliterated. Qing Huang stood behind Yi Changsheng, observing the two opposing forces and the collapsing void around them, her eyes betraying a hint of horror. A quasi-immortal emperor was indeed terrifying. Merely in a standoff without any actual engagement had already produced such a dreadful spectacle. If a true battle were to erupt, would this starry sky, or even the entire star domain, face utter devastation? Yi Changsheng fixed his gaze upon the colossal visage in the void, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes as he instinctively deduced the identity of the entity. A human, of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. It must be a member of the highest echelon within the clan, a member of the Elder Council. Yet, he could not discern the purpose of this entity's descent. At that moment, the human face in the void spoke, its voice ancient and calm. "There is no need for such hostility, my friend. I bear no ill intent." As the words fell, the immense visage dissipated, revealing an elder with gray hair, who descended before Yi Changsheng. The elder scrutinized Yi Changsheng, a flicker of brilliance dancing in his eyes, hinting at his concealed delight. "I am the clan elder, supreme of the 9 extremes. You may call me Elder Jiuji," he stated casually, seemingly unperturbed by the formidable phantom towering behind Yi Changsheng. Indeed, Yi Changsheng silently affirmed within, recognizing that the elder was precisely as he had surmised. A member of the Elder Council, he relaxed his brow, allowing the colossal phantom behind him to dissipate. The elder bore no malice, suggesting he was not here to cause trouble. With this thought in mind, Yi Changsheng refrained from idle chatter and directly inquired, "So it is Elder Jiuji. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" The arrival of a quasi-immortal Emperor Supreme undoubtedly signified a significant matter, especially at this juncture when he had just ascended to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. I merely sensed the presence of a quasi-immortal Emperor in the combat zone, prompting me to investigate. I did not expect that a new quasi-immortal Emperor would emerge among our human clan," the Elder replied. The Supreme of 9 Extremes displayed a smile, unmistakably filled with genuine delight. For countless years, the foreign races, with their immense power, have persistently sought to invade the heavenly realm, placing the human race under constant and tremendous pressure. The emergence of a newly ascended quasi-immortal emperor undoubtedly serves as a significant boon for humanity, akin to the arrival of fresh reinforcements at the pinnacle of their hierarchy. This would also alleviate some of the burdens upon the elders of their council. Is my esteemed friend available at present? The Supreme inquired directly. Shall we return to the border together? In doing so, we can inform the rest of our clan's higher-ups that another Supreme has joined our ranks. In previous times, upon the emergence of a new Supreme within the clan, he might have opted to conceal the individual's information, reserving it as a strategic advantage for the moment when true conflict with the foreign races ensued. However, with the overwhelming aura this individual had unleashed in the battlefield, it was clear that the foreign races had already taken notice. Concealment was no longer feasible. Therefore, it would be far more prudent to openly announce this news to the entire clan. Not only would this uplift the morale and aspirations of the clan as cultivators, especially considering it had been over 10 million years since the last quasi-immortal emperor was born, but it would also serve to instill a sense of trepidation among the foreign races. Changsheng regarded the Supreme, discerning his thoughts. He found himself in agreement with this notion. Yet he had matters to attend to and could not return to the border at this moment. After a brief contemplation, he said gravely, I have affairs to attend to. I cannot accompany you back to the border camp at this time. Oh, the Supreme of 9 Extremes furrowed his brow slightly at those words, only to relax it again. In that case, this matter may be postponed. I shall await you at the border war island. I hope you will arrive in due time. With that, his avatar gradually faded, vanishing into the starry expanse. As the avatar dissipated in a distant corner of the cosmos, within a hidden cave, the true form of the Supreme of 9 Extremes opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance emanating from them. In an instant, the void before him began to collapse and disintegrate, only to swiftly heal once more. A faint smile graced his visage as he disappeared from within the cave. Meanwhile, in the endless cosmos, in regions beyond comprehension, mysterious entities began to awaken, directing their gaze toward the star domain where Changsheng resided. Observing the fading avatar of the Supreme, Changsheng fell into a slight reverie. It seemed that with his ascension to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, he was soon to become part of the highest echelon of the human race. Master, where shall we go now? At that moment, the voice of Qing Huang rang out, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed upon her master. She yearned for him to expedite the resolution of his affairs so that she too might ascend. Watching her master confront the Supreme had ignited a sense of envy within her, particularly at the sight of the starry skies fracturing merely from their imposing presence. Changsheng cast her a glance, then with a swift motion of his sleeve, enveloped her, vanishing from the starry expanse. In the next moment, their figures traversed countless star domains, appearing in a dim void. Standing upon the void, Changsheng's gaze fell upon a region shrouded in black mist, thousands of miles away. The dense aura of malevolence was palpable even from that distance. That was a small encampment of the foreign races. He had gleaned this location from the foreign race as Celestial King he had previously subdued, and it was the only one he had acquired. As for other foreign encampments, not a trace of information could be found within their souls, as if even they were oblivious to the locations of their other strongholds. In addition to the location of this encampment, he had uncovered an unexpected piece of information from the foreign race. A figure cloaked entirely in black, a human, had first appeared in the very space beneath his feet. Contemplating this, Changsheng's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. No wonder the disciples of the barbarian wilderness immortal sect attracted the attention of numerous formidable foreign races whenever they ventured into the battlefield. Even in his current situation, there were individuals colluding with the foreign races. It seemed that treachery lurked within his own home. With a cold glint in his eyes, he extended his hand toward the void. In the depths of fate, a strange essence was intercepted from the river of time and space. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands, sweeping it across the void ahead. Instantly, a vivid image materialized before him. Within the vision, a small black vessel, several feet in length, sailed through the starry sky, its cabin housing a figure cloaked in shadows. Chapter 137. The cloaked figure is silenced. The foreign encampment is erased. Changsheng observed the image that had manifested before him, his expression growing increasingly frigid. It was indeed this individual. He had revealed Changsheng's presence in the battlefield to the foreign races, seeking to employ them to eliminate him. Though he had emerged unscathed and even attained a higher realm, this figure could not be spared. He raised his hand, intending to summon the cloaked individual across the vast starry expanse. Yet, just as he was about to take action, an unexpected scene unfolded. Within the vision, the cloaked figure suddenly erupted in a bizarre explosion, transforming into a mist of blood. Following this, the surrounding space began to collapse, as if a mysterious power had descended. obliterating the black vessel along with the remnants of the cloaked figure's presence. Moments later, tranquility returned to the space, and no trace of the cloaked figure's essence could be felt. Yi Changsheng's expression darkened. He stared at the now tranquil image before him, his gaze flickering. Silenced. What a decisive maneuver. It seemed that a more powerful figure stood behind this cloaked individual. Furthermore, the ability to erase all traces from such a distance indicated that this person possessed formidable strength. Could it be an elder from the clan? He harbored a vague suspicion. Yet with the individual dead and all traces expunged, he found himself unable to investigate further. Without evidence, who would believe that there were higher-ups in the clan colluding with the foreign races? Shaking his head, he set this matter aside for the moment. His gaze turned once more to the area engulfed in black mist, his expression hardening anew. At that moment, within the foreign encampment, numerous warships, large and small, continued to navigate the area, with powerful auras lingering amongst them, blissfully unaware that death was imminent. Slowly raising his right hand, he grasped toward the fore. Boom! A deep, resonating rumble echoed as the void 1,000 miles ahead twisted violently. A colossal hand enveloped the entire foreign encampment, with countless runes cascading from it, sealing off the entire space. As Yi Changsheng's hand gradually clenched, the massive hand in the void also contracted instantaneously, grasping the entirety of the foreign encampment within its grip. Crack! Bang! A tremendous explosion resounded, accompanied by countless screams, as the entire encampment of foreign races, along with the very star it resided upon, was reduced to ashes. With a mere gesture, the enemy was turned to dust. After dealing with these foreign races, Yi Changsheng's gaze shifted deeper into the starry expanse. Therein lay a realm still shrouded in darkness, a world under the dominion of the foreign races. Entering there might require some time, but he believed he could uncover additional foreign encampments. However, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to defer this pursuit. It was not fear of danger that halted him, but rather a sense that retaining the existence of these foreign races might serve a purpose. From his experiences across 2 lives, he understood that the human race, when confronted with formidable external threats, would set aside internal grievances and unite against the common foe. Yet, once the external threat dissipated, the potential for internal strife would likely emerge. In such cases, the toll of internal conflict could be far greater. At present, the presence of the alien race serves merely as a means of tempering one's skills. Moreover, should a full-scale racial conflict truly erupt, there will be ample opportunity to take action. With this thought in mind, he retracted his gaze, preparing to depart from this place. Master. At that moment, Qing Huang suddenly grasped Yi Changsheng's sleeve, hesitating and appearing somewhat bashful as she looked at him. Yi Changsheng turned to her, a questioning expression evident in his eyes. Master, have you perhaps forgotten something? Qing Huang's demeanor shifted to one of discontent, recalling their prior agreement to assist her in her ascension once the matters were settled. Yi Changsheng paused, then quickly realized, responding with a hint of exasperation. All right. I understand. He had intended to wait until they returned to the border camp to facilitate this little one's advancement, not anticipating her urgency. However, with no pressing matters at hand, lingering here for a while would pose no issue. System, could you please step forward for a moment? Beep. Host, I am here. System, activate the companion function and assist Qing Huang in ascending to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, Yi Changsheng instructed succinctly. Beep. Understood, host. As the system's voice resonated, a vibrant azure radiance erupted from Qing Huang, coalescing into the form of an enormous azure divine bird behind her. Countless threads of order within the surrounding space frayed, and a terrifying force of regulation began to gather, exuding an overwhelmingly fearsome aura that threatened to ascend to the heavens. Observing this, Yi Changsheng extended his palm, exerting a powerful force that surged forth, binding her quasi-immortal emperor aura within her vicinity, preventing it from leaking even the slightest hint. After a considerable time had passed, as the phenomena in the void dissipated and Qing Huang's aura gradually stabilized, he retracted his world force. Looking at Qing Huang, while her exterior showed no apparent change, one could distinctly sense the terrifying power nestled within her being, a force capable of annihilating foes with but a mere flick of her wrist. Quasi-immortal Emperor, first level. I have also grown formidable. Qing Huang clenched her fists, reveling in the formidable power coursing through her, unable to suppress her laughter. Her expression transformed into one of arrogance, even contemplating a spar with her master to test her newfound strength. However, no sooner had this thought surfaced than she received a sharp rap on the back of her head. Thud! The crisp sound echoed as Yi Changsheng slowly withdrew his fist, his expression remarkably placid, as if he had not just struck her. All right, the task is complete. It is time to return to the border war island. Upon finishing his statement, he stepped forward, vanishing from his location. Humph. Behind him, Qing Huang huffed, rubbing her head as she followed suit. In an instant, the starry sky regained its tranquility, as if no one had ever been there. Only the remnants of the obliterated alien stronghold could attest to the events that had transpired. Yet, amidst this calm, a peculiar transformation occurred in the depths of the starry expanse, shrouded in black mist. In the darkness, it seemed as though a pair of colossal eyes were opening. Instantly, a terrifying tempest roared through the void. At this moment, within the border war island, astonishing news spread throughout the territory. A new quasi-immortal emperor had emerged among the clans. This revelation swept across the entire border in a single day, even reaching the celestial realm far behind. In an instant, all factions took heed, hastening to this border locale. Chapter 138. The turmoil caused by the new sovereign. The border. Ever since the announcement of a new sovereign's emergence, the entire border erupted into fervor. Atop the vast and imposing void war island, throngs of figures congregated. In the starry sky outside, countless warships and vessels traversed, with more individuals arriving from the celestial realm. They were all aware that the newly ascended sovereign would soon grace the border war island, eager to catch a glimpse of the sovereign's true visage. From the 10 great celestial domains, forces of all sizes, be it sect leaders or ancestral figures, were present on the war island. The number of cultivators at the border surged dramatically, rendering the expansive void war island remarkably crowded. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed as though preparations were underway for war against the alien race. At this moment, before a 9-tiered pagoda on the war island, numerous cultivators entered and exited, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions. Finally, our human race has birthed a new sovereign. I wonder if those alien brats will dare to be so arrogant now. Indeed, when the next great war erupts, we shall undoubtedly overpower the alien race. A quasi-immortal emperor sovereign. After countless millennia, our clan has once again given rise to such a supreme powerhouse. I'm curious when that esteemed elder will arrive so we may pay our respects. The news cannot be mistaken. The elder will surely descend. Or else the celestial realm would not have sent so many here. Such discussions echoed frequently, brimming with reverence for the enigmatic elder sovereign. Standing nearby, a group of 10 individuals lingered at the entrance, listening to the speculations of the passing crowd, their expressions revealing a distinct unease. They were none other than Wang Zhishur and his comrades, who had just returned from the front lines. Having earned a substantial number of merit points alongside Changsheng in the conflict, they hurried to the War Merit Tower upon returning to the Void War Island's encampment, eager to exchange their points for necessary treasures. Listening to the fervent discussions around them, they too felt a jolt of astonishment, never expecting such a monumental event to unfold within their clan. Unbidden, a figure materialized in Wang Zhishur's mind, clad in white like snow, radiating an imposing presence that seemed capable of collapsing the heavens merely by standing. The sovereign? Could it possibly be? Wang Zhishur shivered involuntarily, hastily extinguishing the thought that arose in his mind. Hey, did you hear? That esteemed sovereign can't possibly be. At that moment, a teammate tugged at Wang Zhishur, his face aglow with a peculiar excitement, evidently harboring similar conjectures. Silence. Wang Zhishur turned sharply, his voice low and grave. Regardless of whether the speculation held truth, such matters were beyond their purview to discuss. When the sovereign descends, the truth shall be unveiled. To speculate now, should they err, could result in grave consequences for offending the true sovereign. The teammate's expression shifted, and realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly sealed his lips, fear glimmering in his eyes. His moment of impulsiveness nearly brought him disaster. Seeing his teammate's realization, Wang Zhishur chose not to pursue the matter further. Casting a glance at the rest, he stepped into the Merit Tower. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice intruded from the side. Wang Manzi, you lot are still alive. The voice was abrupt, laced with incredulity. Wang Zhishur's brow furrowed instantly as he turned to locate the source of the sound. In the next moment, his expression darkened. Li Gui. A low growl escaped his lips as he glared at the group approaching him, led by a lean middle-aged man, none other than Li Gui, with whom he bore a grudge. Li Gui regarded Wang Zhishur, astonishment written across his face. This fellow returned alive. Moreover, it appeared his entire squad was intact, without a single casualty. Wait, where are those 2 from the wild immortal sect? A thought flickered through his mind, and he taunted, Heh, Wang Manzi. You truly possess a remarkable fate. You appeared in the war zone alongside those from the wild immortal sect, and managed to return unscathed. Surely, you are not afraid of death and have seized the opportunity to abandon those 2 unfortunate souls, only to return here? As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of Elder Wang and the others shifted slightly. Impudent. Li Gui, how dare you slander me? Elder Wang bellowed, stepping forward towards Li Gui and his companions. Several team members followed suit, their presence radiating an undeniable aura. This was nothing short of defamation. If they had truly abandoned Lord Yi, they would likely have perished in the frontline combat zone. It was precisely due to Lord Ye's presence that they had returned unscathed, reaping significant military achievements. The audacity of their adversary to accuse them of abandoning their comrades? Should outsiders believe such fabrications, who would dare to associate with him in the future? With Elder Wang's roar, a profound silence enveloped the area surrounding the military merit tower, all eyes casting curious glances in their direction. Was there a spectacle to behold? Taken aback by the shout, Li Gui soon revealed a provocative glint in his eyes, retorting, "What is the matter? Wang the brute, have you been struck where it hurts? Enraged and itching to fight here? You ought to consider where you are." His voice sharpened with the final words. Just as he finished speaking, a commanding voice echoed from afar. "No disturbances allowed before the military merit tower. Disperse at once." The moment the voice faded, a squad of cultivators clad in black armor appeared out of thin air. Their dark armor emanated a chilling aura, their gazes impassive as they scrutinized the crowd. "Ah, disperse. Disperse." Observers, upon witnessing the arrival of the armored figures, exchanged uneasy glances before instinctively retreating. This was the law enforcement team stationed on the border island, tasked with maintaining order within the territory. Furthermore, as the border was inhabited by powerful cultivators, the members of this enforcement team were, at the very least, peak profound immortals, with a third of them being formidable celestial lords. Elder Wang, seeing the law enforcement team, reined in his anger and took a small step back. He had no intention of escalating the conflict, and with the enforcement team present, any further actions were out of the question. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to imprison him for several months. Noticing Elder Wang's retreat, the law enforcement cultivators ceased their remarks and withdrew, casting him a glance filled with clear warning. Humph. As he watched the enforcement team leave, Elder Wang snorted dismissively, choosing to disregard his rival Li Gui. He turned to lead his team into the military merit tower. However, just as they took a few steps, Li Gui's mocking voice rang out again. "Wang the brute, weren't you quite formidable just now? Why didn't you make a move earlier? What did you say?" Elder Wang spun around, his expression darkening as he fixed his glare on Li Gui. Was this fellow relentless, taking advantage of his inability to act here to continue provoking him? "What's wrong? Are you afraid to strike?" Li Gui stepped forward, a mocking expression adorning his face. At this point, even bystanders could no longer tolerate the spectacle. After all, he was a celestial lord. This was quite a disgrace. Simultaneously, curiosity stirred among the crowd about the nature of the enmity that compelled a celestial lord to endure humiliation just to vex another. Observing Elder Wang's silence, Li Gui's eyes gleamed with triumph as he prepared to unleash further taunts. "You." Just as his voice escaped, a massive hand suddenly reached in from the side. Smack. Boom. A crisp and explosive sound echoed as Li Gui was sent flying, vanishing swiftly from everyone's sight. Chapter 139. 3 approaching semi-celestial emperors, dozens of celestial kings. To the onlookers, Li Gui had been struck and promptly disappeared before their eyes. Gasp. How ruthless. The gathered crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Setting aside the question of whether Li Gui would sustain physical injuries, the psychological blow would undoubtedly be significant. After all, he was a celestial lord, a well-known figure at the border. Enduring such a humiliation could make him hesitant to show his face again. As they turned to gaze in the direction from which the hand had emerged, 6 powerful figures appeared, advancing towards Elder Wang. They were doomed. The surrounding crowd, having reassembled, began to retreat, their eyes filled with sympathy for Elder Wang. It seemed they had offended a significant figure after witnessing Li Gui being struck down. How could the other party fare any better? As the 6 approached Elder Wang, one towering figure over 2 meters tall extended his hand, descending upon him. Thud. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated confrontation did not unfold. The massive hand merely rested lightly on Elder Wang's shoulder. "Haha, Brother Wang, what a stroke of fate. Who would have imagined we would meet again so soon after parting?" The giant laughed heartily, exuding a sense of familiarity. "I must thank you, my friend, for aiding me just now." A smile illuminated Elder Wang's face as he clasped his hands in gratitude. The 6 newcomers were none other than the captains he had encountered at the front line. They had parted ways upon returning to the battle island, and to his surprise, they crossed paths once more at the military merit tower, even assisting him in driving away that scoundrel Li Gui. "You are too kind, my brother." It was merely a casual act, the giant waved dismissively. For them, administering a reprimand was a trivial matter. As long as no fatalities occurred, there would be no repercussions. Moreover, this esteemed brother Wang had connections with that eminent figure. Fostering a good rapport would be advantageous, even if it meant facing a few months in confinement by the enforcement team. Just close your eyes, and time will pass. Meanwhile, in the distance. Several law enforcers clad in black armor were observing the scene, yet ultimately decided against intervening, retreating moments later. They had witnessed Li Gui's provocation and recognized that he had brought this upon himself. The giant captain's slap had been a source of amusement for them as well. Back here, Elder Wang regarded the giant captain with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. However, he also understood that their actions were likely motivated by their connection to Lord Yi. They believed a relationship with him would be beneficial. Despite grasping the underlying reason, he chose not to voice it, and the group proceeded into the military merit tower. This time, no one dared to instigate trouble. The scene was left with a throng of astonished cultivators, watching as they entered. Outside the battle island's confines, two figures materialized from the ethereal realm. Appearing amidst the starry sky, Yi Changsheng's gaze settled upon the vast battle island floating ahead, a glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes. From his perception, the aura beneath the starry expanse had multiplied several-fold since his departure. Could a major conflict be unfolding? He pondered silently. Unbeknownst to him, under the directive of the Nine Extremes sovereign, the entire border, and even the heavenly realm, were now aware of the emergence of a new semi-celestial emperor among the human race. Of course, the identity of this sovereign remained unknown to all. With a hint of suspicion lingering in his heart, he elevated his foot and advanced towards the ethereal battle island. As he drew near, the patrolling cultivators in the starry sky did not approach to inquire. It was as if they were completely unaware of the two figures. Yi Changsheng was not surprised. He had intentionally distorted space to render himself invisible to them. The moment his foot touched the ethereal battle island, an ancient voice resonated in his ear. "I await your arrival at the central hall, esteemed friend." Yi Changsheng's eyes gleamed with a penetrating light as he recognized the voice of the supreme of the Nine Extremes. The central great hall, he murmured to himself, casting his gaze across the expanse to the heart of the battle island, where the grand hall he had previously visited stood. In the next moment, the figures of the two vanished from their original location, reappearing within the great hall. At that moment, the hall was filled with numerous formidable presences, their auras palpable, numbering around 50 or 60 individuals. As soon as the two arrived, every pair of eyes opened simultaneously, their gazes fixated upon Yi Changsheng and his companion. Maintaining an expression of calm indifference, Yi Changsheng readily accepted the scrutiny. His attention shifted to the front of the hall, where three formidable figures sat. Their auras so powerful that the surrounding space seemed to warp slightly. The central figure was none other than the supreme of the Nine Extremes. To his left sat a detached woman clad in dark robes, and to his right was a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor. Supreme of the Abyss, supreme of the monster race, his true form being a variant black dragon. Cultivation, quasi-immortal emperor, 5th level. Supreme of the Nine Extremes, human race. Cultivation, quasi-immortal emperor, 6th level. Supreme of leisure, human race. Cultivation, quasi-immortal emperor, 3rd level. 3 supremes at the quasi-immortal emperor level. Yi Changsheng observed the information regarding the three, nodding inwardly. His gaze lingered particularly on the woman in dark robes. To his surprise, among the elders was a member of the monster race, a revelation he had not anticipated. It appeared that the strength of the monster race within this celestial realm was not to be underestimated. Pondering this, he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Qing Huang beside him. After all, this fellow had also risen to become a monster sovereign. At that moment, everyone in the hall stood in unison, and the supreme of the Nine Extremes directed his gaze towards the two below, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, specifically directed at Qing Huang. The young girl he had previously encountered at the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm now emanated an aura of a quasi-immortal emperor. How could this be? Had his eyes deceived him due to age? Suppressing his curiosity, he waved his hand, and two thrones materialized above the hall. Addressing Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang with solemnity, he declared, "Esteemed friends, please take your seats." Yi Changsheng, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. He ascended the steps to the throne, with Qing Huang closely following. Upon reaching the throne, he seated himself without a moment's pause. Qing Huang hesitated briefly, glancing at her master, but upon receiving a slight nod from him, her face lit up with a smile as she took her seat. No sooner had they settled than the formidable figures of the immortal kings on both sides clasped their hands and proclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to the Supreme. Long live the human race." A resounding wave of sound erupted within the hall, reverberating through the void, its echoes spreading across the entire battle island. Accompanying this proclamation, infinite golden light manifested in the void outside the battle island, projecting a colossal image of those gathered in the hall above. Within this image, every face was distinctly visible, their authoritative gazes seemingly capable of surveying the entire island, instilling an overwhelming pressure upon all cultivators present. As they gazed upon the image projected in the void, An expression of profound reverence washed over the cultivators. Particularly, the 5 figures seated prominently above exuded an aura that ignited fervor within them. Although most had never laid eyes upon the Supremes personally, some of the immortal kings commanding the assembly had indeed encountered them. The fact that even the immortal kings were relegated to the sides only confirmed that the 5 figures above were undoubtedly the quasi-immortal Emperor Supremes. We bow before the Supremes. Long live the human race. Countless cultivators bowed deeply, their voices rising in a tumultuous chorus that echoed throughout the expanse, reaching even into the depths of the starry skies. However, amidst the throngs of cultivators, a few groups exhibited expressions markedly different from the rest. Their countenances not only filled with reverence, but also tinged with profound shock. Li Gui, the steward Wang, and the 6 peak immortal monarch commanders widened their eyes in astonishment as they stared at Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang, their pupils dilating. The reactions of Wang and the commanders were somewhat tempered. Though astonished, they found it within the realm of expectation. After all, they had witnessed Yi Changsheng's prowess before, initially perceiving him as a high-tier immortal king. Now, while there was some disparity, it was within the bounds of acceptability. Li Gui, however, was in a different predicament. Gazing at Yi Changsheng's image, turmoil surged within him. Isn't that the duo of unfortunate souls from the wild immortal sect? They have ascended to become new supremes? His heart sank in despair as he recalled his previous provocations, particularly directed at Yi Changsheng, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Although he had only antagonized Wang Manzi, it could still provoke the Supreme's ire. Though he was still alive, his future now appeared bleak. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, he collapsed to the ground, drawing curious glances from those around him. In the Grand Hall, Yi Changsheng regarded the 2 rows of immortal kings with an approving nod. The assembly of 50 to 60 immortal kings, combined with 3 quasi-immortal Emperor Supremes, indeed constituted a formidable force. Yet, he was certain this did not represent the entirety of the human race's high-level combat power. Having half of it was already commendable. Moreover, as he scanned the room, he noted the absence of that mysterious celestial lord. Everyone, please take your seats. The supreme of the 9 extremes intoned, surveying the gathered immortal kings with a calm demeanor. Once all had settled, he delivered a speech filled with leadership rhetoric, commencing with compliments directed at Yi Changsheng and Qing Huang, announcing their induction into the Council of Elders. He urged the immortal kings to take them as models, striving to cultivate and aspire to add 1 or 2 more supremes to their ranks. He continued with a lengthy discourse, leaving Yi Changsheng somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated encountering such quintessential leadership rhetoric in this alternate realm, nearly leading him to believe he had returned to his previous world. The immortal kings, however, displayed expressions of numbness, evidently accustomed to such proclamations. A few, however, exhibited unusual expressions, occasionally stealing glances in Yi Changsheng's direction. These were the commanders who had previously met with Yi Changsheng. Their eyes brimmed with incredulity. They had seen him and Qing Huang at the peak of the immortal monarch realm not long ago, yet now they had transformed into quasi-immortal emperors. Was it possible they had concealed their true levels? This seemed to be the only explanation. Particularly, the expressions of the man ancient immortal king and the black abyss immortal king diverged dramatically. The former, amidst his shock, was predominantly filled with joy. After all, these 2 had connections to his wild immortal sect. The higher their cultivation, the better. A little favor would surely enhance the future of the wild immortal sect. Conversely, the black abyss immortal king revealed a flicker of panic, quickly suppressing it, even the astonishment on his face gradually giving way to respect. At that moment, after delivering words of encouragement, the supreme of the 9 extremes tone shifted, becoming serious and piercing. He cast a scrutinizing gaze over the immortal kings once more, his voice low yet commanding. In gathering everyone here to celebrate the ascension of our 2 esteemed elders, there is yet another matter to address. Upon the decision of the Elder Council, it was resolved to seize this opportunity to deploy troops against the foreign races and reclaim the territories lost by our kin. The moment these words were uttered, all the celestial kings below fixed their gazes upon the esteemed 9 extremities elder. Yi Changsheng, too, felt a wave of astonishment. Troops were to be dispatched against the foreign entities? Having only recently joined the Elder Council, he was unaware of this matter. Yet he could discern from the serene expressions of the other 2 elders that they were already privy to the information. It appeared that this decision had been made prior to his return. One must commend the swiftness of the Elder Council. They were already contemplating a military expedition upon learning of the emergence of a new supreme being. Ye Elder, this decision was made rather hastily by the council, and you were not informed in time. I hope you can understand, resonated the voice of the 9 extremities elder in Yi Changsheng's mind. Yi Changsheng merely shook his head, unperturbed. Meanwhile, the countenances of all the celestial kings were grave, for they understood that this military action was far from a trivial skirmish. It would entail a genuine large-scale conflict, involving no less than millions of cultivators. Moreover, the lowest among these practitioners would be of the profound celestial realm, with those of the true celestial realm deemed unworthy to participate. Historically, such battles resulted in the deaths of at least several tens of thousands of cultivators. Despite this grim reality, none of the celestial kings voiced any dissent. For matters decided by the Elder Council, even they, as celestial kings, held no right to oppose. Furthermore, they shared a common desire to strike against the foreign races and reclaim the territories that had been occupied. For countless years, faced with the incursions of foreign entities, the lands controlled by humanity had been steadily diminishing, overtaken by these outsiders. Particularly, 10 million years ago, the race suffered a catastrophic loss of formidable warriors, which the foreign races exploited to invade countless star domains, resulting in a territory reduction of a full quarter. Now, with the rise of two quasi-immortal emperors, there was a glimmer of hope that some ground could indeed be recaptured. By the decree of our esteemed elders, we shall march against the foreign races. Slay. The celestial kings echoed in unison, their voices imbued with a terrifying killing intent. The atmosphere thickened with a murderous aura akin to a tempest, nearly toppling the grand hall. Excellent. From this day forth, we shall organize the army and warships. We depart in 10 days, the Nine Extremities Supreme proclaimed, his expression austere. After offering a few final reminders, he gestured for the assembly to disperse. 10 days for preparation should suffice, especially for the mobilization of the army and the summoning of those wandering in the war zones. I must take my leave to prepare, the carefree Supreme stated, offering Changsheng a smile before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Following suit, the Black Nether Supreme departed silently, casting a lingering glance at Qing Huang as she exited. After watching the two leave, Changsheng turned his gaze to the Nine Extremities Supreme and remarked, "If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." This brief meeting had reached its conclusion, and he found little reason to linger, preferring instead to return for a cup of tea. The Nine Extremities Supreme chuckled at his words. "Ah, do not be in such haste, ye elder. The two still need to accompany me to a certain location." Where might that be? Changsheng queried, his expression one of perplexity. Observing the confusion etched on Changsheng's face, the Nine Extremities Supreme elucidated, according to our clan's regulations, those who reach the Celestial King or Quasi-Immortal Emperor realms may visit the treasury to select an appropriate treasure. Weapons, celestial rarities, and wondrous artifacts are all permissible. Chapter 141, Selecting Battle Armor. To be granted a free battle weapon upon reaching the Celestial King or Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. Changsheng regarded the Nine Extremities Supreme with astonishment, never having anticipated such a benefit existed. Beside him, Qing Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had intended to exchange for some fine items at the Merit's Tower, but now, a complimentary opportunity was even more enticing. The Nine Extremities Supreme, noting their expressions, smiled and remarked, "This is, in fact, a form of assistance from the clan. It aims to bolster our combat prowess, providing us top-tier warriors with greater opportunities to triumph over the foreign races and survive." Changsheng nodded in understanding. Indeed, the emergence of a top-tier warrior within the clan was a rare occurrence. Both the Celestial Kings and Quasi-Immortal Emperors represented the pinnacle of the clan's combat strength. Particularly, a Quasi-Immortal Emperor could often determine the outcome of a great battle. Losing one would be a significant setback. "Shall we proceed to the treasury now?" The Nine Extremities Supreme suggested with a smile. He held a profound respect for these two newly ascended Supremes, treating them as equals despite their comparatively lesser cultivation. "Very well. We appreciate your guidance, Nine Extremities Elder," Changsheng replied, eager to discover the treasures housed within the treasury. Without further ado, the Nine Extremities Supreme gestured, and a void passageway materialized before them. Through this portal, a majestic 9-tiered treasure tower could be seen. The Merit Tower. Is this treasury the Merit Tower? At that moment, the Nine Extremities Supreme stepped through the spatial passage. Changsheng, without hesitation, followed closely behind. As the three emerged from the spatial passage, they found themselves before a grand portal. Changsheng surveyed the surroundings, surmising that they must be within the internal space of the Merit Tower. This was the 9th level of the Merit Tower, where the clan's most precious treasures resided. The Nine Extremities Supreme explained briefly before producing a golden token, which he pressed against the portal. With a resonant hum, the entire portal burst forth with golden light, intricate patterns emanating from it, and a formidable aura enveloped the space. Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he observed the ominous array seemingly woven by those patterns, a sense of astonishment flooding his heart. A powerful pressure emanated from above. This portal was undoubtedly a treasure. "Ah, ye elder need not be astonished. This merit tower itself is a pinnacle quasi-immortal artifact, a testament to our clan's foundation. The Nine Extremities Supreme stated with a smile. As his words fell, a swirling vortex appeared within the portal. The three stepped into the vortex, truly entering the treasury. In an instant, a rich and vibrant light filled their vision, and waves of formidable energy surged within the space. Changsheng scanned the area, noting that the ninth-level treasury was not particularly large, approximately 100 feet in circumference. Within the treasury, there were no shelves. Instead, hundreds of luminous orbs floated in midair. Through their radiance, Changsheng could discern that they predominantly contained weapons and armor. Among them, a dozen or so orbs were significantly larger than the rest, with no other orbs daring to approach them. The aura emanating from those larger orbs was the most potent. Quasi-immortal grade treasures. Changsheng disregarded the other orbs. His focus fixated on those. Elder possesses a keen eye. You may select one from among them. This is your sole opportunity. I advise you to choose wisely. The Nine Extremities Supreme remarked with a smile. He then stood quietly to the side, waiting for the two to make their selections. This complimentary opportunity was a singular event. Should they wish to return for treasures in the future, they would require substantial merit points. Hence he refrained from rushing them. Changsheng considered the floating orbs before him, his brow furrowing slightly. There were a total of 16 items, 11 weapons, and 5 pieces of armor. To speak candidly, he did not place much significance on these matters, as they had little impact on his combat prowess. His gaze swept across the array, ultimately resting upon a suit of armor. The silver-white armor gleamed with a brilliant light, adorned with intricate patterns that faintly depicted a soaring white dragon, exuding an aura of indomitability. This shall suffice. With a gesture, the silver armor floated effortlessly into his grasp. Having made his selection, he turned his attention to Qinghuang. At that moment, Qinghuang gazed at the floating treasures, her eyes wide with indecision. Each item was a priceless treasure. She desired them all. Alas, she could only choose one. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately selected a cerulean sword. Judging by its aura, this sword was among the more formidable of the 11 weapons, and it was perfectly suited for her. With both elders having made their choices, let us depart. The Supreme of the Nine Extremes spoke as he observed their selections. Indeed, Changsheng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the Supreme of the Nine Extremes opened yet another passage, and the three of them exited the treasury. In a realm of foreign beings, this was a dimly lit continent, devoid of sunlight or moonlight, saturated with a dense, malevolent essence. Countless towering figures of alien races traversed this land, with a foreboding gray-white palace rising ominously at the center of the continent. Within the palace, several alien beings manifested, seated in midair. These beings were not particularly tall, comparable in stature to humans, and their skin lacked the pallor characteristic of other alien races. At this moment, one of the aliens spoke. Esteemed colleagues, you must have sensed it as well. A few days ago, an unfamiliar supreme aura appeared in the war zone. One of our outposts has been obliterated. The alien's tone was remarkably devoid of emotion, even when mentioning the destruction of the outpost, revealing not a hint of concern for the fallen kin. I suspect it is the emergence of a new supreme powerhouse among the human race, seeking to establish dominance over our kind. Another alien, seemingly female, interjected with an equally frigid tone. After a brief pause, she continued, Our clan leader is on the verge of awakening, and at that time, the war between our races will surely reignite. We must prepare in advance and take this opportunity to dispatch a formidable force to probe the extent of the human race's recovery over the millennia. Chapter 142, The Azure Celestial Maiden. Let us send troops against the humans. As the female alien's words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the hall, soon followed by another voice. I concur. With our clan leader's imminent return, we must make preparations. After nearly 10 million years of peace, our strength has been restored, even surpassing our previous might. It is time to reignite the flames of war. Following this declaration, another voice chimed in. Indeed, had it not been for the sudden emergence of a peak supreme among the humans 10 million years ago, which disrupted our plans and wounded our clan leader, we could have invaded the heavenly realm long ago. Now that our power has been reinstated and the human race lacks a pinnacle supreme, they will undoubtedly be unable to withstand our onslaught. As this alien spoke, a fervent excitement illuminated their visage, as if envisioning their invasion of the heavenly realm and the plundering of countless celestial treasures. The others present nodded in agreement, albeit a flicker of trepidation crossed their eyes at the mention of events from 10 million years past. It seemed they were reminded of some grim memories. 10 million years ago, that terrifying man led powerful beings into their world, causing their clan to suffer a loss of nearly 1/3 of their strength, nearly pushing them to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in slaying him. Although they did not strike the fatal blow, the man had indeed perished. With that, we shall march against the humans in 3 days' time. However, let us refrain from sending too many low-tier clan members. We shall unleash those beasts instead. Having nurtured those creatures for so long, it is time they prove their worth. After a moment of silence, the first alien spoke solemnly, concluding the matter. Following this, their figure gradually dissipated, departing the palace. The others did not find his abrupt exit inappropriate. In a world where strength reigns supreme, he, as their clan's second strongest, holding the pinnacle of the 8th level of the quasi-immortal emperor, had the right to do so. After exchanging glances, the remaining few also vanished from the hall. Moments later, a powerful aura surged throughout the alien world, accompanied by the savage roars of countless strong beings soaring through the void. Days later, numerous warships ascended from the alien realm. As spatial portals materialized, engulfing the vessels and transporting them to unknown destinations. In the human domain, the floating battle island was still in a state of tense preparation, consolidating its forces to launch an assault on the alien race, entirely unaware that the aliens were already en route, moving with greater swiftness. After leaving the War Merit Tower, Changsheng and his companion returned to the courtyard previously arranged by the ancient immortal king. As he had yet to secure a formal residence at the border, he opted to temporarily stay here. Moreover, given his current status, he believed the ancient immortal king would be quite pleased to have him remain. At this moment, seated cross-legged in the courtyard, a foot above the ground, a suit of silver-white armor floated before him. Gazing at the armor, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes as he raised his hand to form a series of intricate seals. A vast power enveloped the armor, coursing through it and cleansing it thoroughly to ensure that no foreign energies lingered within. Congeal. A soft command resonated as a thread of soul consciousness emerged from the depths of his soul sea. With the formation of his hand seals, this strand of consciousness swiftly twisted and morphed into a soul imprint, embedding itself within the armor before him. In an instant, the armor erupted with a resplendent silver light. Intricate patterns swirling across its surface. A faint dragon's roar echoed, and the armor transformed into a colossal white dragon, soaring skyward before spiraling for a moment and then crashing down toward Yi Changsheng. Unfazed by the approaching dragon, Yi Changsheng remained seated, his expression tranquil. As the dragon neared, it rapidly diminished in size, ultimately merging into his very being. In the next moment, the silver-white armor adorned his form, adapting perfectly to his physique, its patterns shimmering like silver light, rendering him akin to an unparalleled war god. Yi Changsheng moved his body slightly, feeling no discomfort or hindrance. He attempted to channel celestial energy into the armor, and immediately, a radiant glow erupted as a massive white dragon phantom emerged from the armor, coiling around him protectively. Upon retracting his celestial energy, the spiraling white dragon phantom dissipated, and a faint smile graced his face. White Dragon, a splendid name. After the refining process, he discerned the armor's name, White Dragon, which was indeed fitting for its appearance. With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoing drew his attention. Turning his gaze, he witnessed a colossal sword shadow materializing above Qing Huang, the fierce and terrifying sword principles resonating around her, causing fissures to ripple through the void. Moments later, the phenomenon dissipated, and a cerulean celestial sword descended from above, firmly grasped in her hand. A magnificent sword. Qing Huang caressed the celestial sword, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Subsequently, as she rushed towards her master, intending to utter a few words, Yi Changsheng's gaze shifted towards the courtyard's periphery. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Elder Yi. Mangu has come to pay his respects. Mangu, the immortal king? A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Changsheng's face, yet he still called out, "Come in." As his words fell, two figures swiftly entered the courtyard, one of whom was indeed Mangu, the immortal king. Yi Changsheng's eyes briefly passed over him, alighting on the individual beside him, his gaze sharpening. Her exquisite features and lithe form belonged to the ethereal woman he had previously encountered at the barbarian wilderness immortal sect. Sensing her profound cultivation, he was further astonished. During their last fleeting glance, he had failed to discern her true prowess, only to now realize she was a pinnacle immortal king. The pinnacle of immortal kings, merely a step away from transcending into the realm of quasi-immortal emperors, destined to become a supreme being. It seemed the barbarian wilderness immortal sect held considerable strength. Xianxing has met the supreme. The Xianxing celestial maiden regarded Yi Changsheng with a slight bow, her eyes shimmering with both reverence and humility. Previously, at the barbarian wilderness immortal sect, she had surreptitiously observed him. It was clear now that her cultivation level at that time had not escaped his notice. He had merely chosen not to pursue the matter further. Mangu, the immortal king, stood silently beside her, refraining from interjecting. He and the Xianxing celestial maiden were the two most formidable figures within their sect, having come solely to seek a powerful ally for their faction, despite Xianxing being a pinnacle immortal king, poised to ascend to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. That leap required immense fortuity. When the opportunity arose, perhaps a moment of enlightenment could facilitate the breakthrough. Yet, without it, one might languish in this realm for eons. Otherwise, humanity would not be limited to merely a handful of quasi-immortal emperors. Please, take a seat. After a moment of scrutiny, Yi Changsheng gestured towards the stone chairs in the courtyard. Thank you, Supreme. Both acknowledged him with gratitude, following him towards the stone seats. Once they were settled, Yi Changsheng took the initiative to inquire, what brings you both here today? They exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, Xianxing's expression grew solemn as she replied, Supreme Yi, we have come to share a secret with you. She refrained from revealing their purpose immediately, instead wishing to convey a secret that dated back millions of years. Chapter 143. The reason behind the sealing of the barbarian wilderness continent. A secret? A peculiar gleam flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes as he observed the gravity etched upon their faces, instantly piquing his interest. What could this secret be that warranted such caution from two immortal kings? Sensing Yi Changsheng's gaze upon her, Xianxing did not continue speaking right away but scanned the surrounding space. Noting her demeanor, Yi Changsheng's curiosity intensified. Such caution was indeed intriguing. However, he did not hesitate, swiftly isolating the entire courtyard from the outside world, creating a realm of their own. Upon witnessing his actions, the expressions of the two figures across from him relaxed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxing spoke again. Surely you have heard of the great event that transpired in the heavenly realm millions of years ago? The cataclysmic battle from ages past, the upheaval. As she spoke, Yi Changsheng nodded slightly. He had indeed heard of this event. During his time at the barbarian wilderness immortal sect when the sect leader had shared the tale with him. That battle, which occurred millions of years ago, had claimed countless powerful lives, including that of even the pinnacle quasi-immortal emperor. Could this so-called secret be connected to that battle? Or perhaps, the truth of that battle was not as simple as it appeared? As he pondered, Xianxing's voice resonated again. Carrying a note of melancholic sorrow, the fallen quasi-immortal emperor was my father, the founding patriarch of the barbarian wilderness immortal sect. What? Yi Changsheng's pupils constricted as he regarded Xianxing with earnest intent. Her revelation indeed startled him. He had speculated about a connection between the barbarian wilderness immortal sect and that battle, yet he had not anticipated such a profound relationship. The fallen pinnacle powerhouse was, astonishingly, the sect's patriarch. A dawning realization began to form within him, hinting that the current plight of the barbarian wilderness immortal sect within their kin was inextricably linked to that ancient conflict. Sensing his thoughts, Xianxing continued, at that time, my father had reached the pinnacle of quasi-immortal emperor, the mightiest among our kin, and all believed he could ascend to the status of an immortal emperor, vanquishing the alien races. However, one day, he approached me and declared that he could no longer achieve the rank of immortal emperor. Time was no longer on his side. The strongest of the alien races was about to awaken, and he needed to confront them before they fully revived, ensuring the battlefield remained in their realm and did not spill over into the human territories. The next day, disregarding the opposition of the other elders, he led 100 immortal kings and countless powerful beings beneath the immortal kings into the realm of the alien races. It was not until a century later that he returned, and he was the sole survivor, appearing in a state of near death. Before passing, he revealed a shocking truth to all the high-ranking members. He had battled a fractured immortal emperor for 100 years, yet ultimately, he had been defeated, barely escaping back to the heavenly realm in a crippled state. However, that fractured immortal emperor had not fared well either, suffering catastrophic injuries that would require millions of years to heal. As her words unfolded, an imposing figure seemed to materialize before Yi Changsheng's mind, leading powerful beings into the alien realm, engaging in a century-long struggle against a fractured immortal emperor, only to ultimately succumb and depart in despair. Yet, a lingering question remained in his heart. If that were the case, then the barbarian wilderness immortal sect should be regarded as heroes of the heavenly realm, not relegated to their current state of oppression. Turning to Xianxing, he posed his query. If your father had rendered such service to the heavenly realm, how then does the barbarian wilderness immortal sect find itself so consistently suppressed? And what of the barbarian wilderness continent? Why has it been sealed by those of the upper realm, with its inhabitants branded as sinful blood? Sinful blood? Xianxing scoffed, a fierce chill flashing in her eyes. Observing her demeanor, Yi Changsheng noted the complexity of the matter at hand. Xianxing reined in the frost in her gaze, but maintained her icy tone as she responded. Sinful blood is merely a designation attributed by a singular heavenly sovereign. The heavenly sovereign, Yi Changsheng mused, recognizing the connection. He had long suspected the sealing of the barbarian wilderness continent was indeed tied to the heavenly sovereign. In the life-restricting land, that cloaked figure had uttered this very name before meeting his demise. It was puzzling how someone of that caliber had knowledge of the heavenly sovereign. Xianxing regarded Yi Changsheng with a hint of surprise, taken aback that he was aware of the heavenly sovereign's existence. However, she did not dwell on it. After all, Yi Changsheng was now at the quasi-immortal emperor level, making his knowledge of the heavenly sovereign seem less extraordinary. She continued, after my father's demise, the heavenly sovereign succeeded him as the strongest among our kin. But at that time, the barbarian wilderness immortal sect held tremendous prestige within our race. To maintain his position, he resorted to suppressing the sect. He even used the fallen 100 immortal kings from that battle as a pretext to launch attacks, claiming that my father was responsible for their deaths. Despite vehement opposition from the Elder Council, it was all in vain. The end result was that the resources the barbarian wilderness immortal sect could extract from our kin were drastically reduced, and our homeland, the barbarian wilderness continent, was sealed off. As Xianxing concluded, her voice turned icy once more. For countless eons, she has endured relentless oppression, rendering her incapable of truly focusing on her cultivation. Otherwise, given her innate talents, she might not have remained ensnared at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm for millions of years, unable to advance. As for the actions of the celestial sovereign, while the other members of the Elder Council expressed their dissatisfaction, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Given the terrifying might of the celestial sovereign, for the stability of their clan, compromise was their only option. Fortunately, those elders still offered some assistance to the wild immortal sect, or else it would have been difficult to ascertain whether the sect would have survived through these countless years. Yi Changsheng listened quietly, refraining from voicing any opinions. Deep within, he harbored an inkling that the celestial sovereign's suppression of the wild immortal sect might not solely be a matter of maintaining power, but rather stem from a deeper, more complex reason. Yet, this reason might elude Xianxing Tian. Noticing Yi Changsheng's silence, Xianxing Tian remarked pointedly, Lord Yi, though your cultivation is formidable, you have emerged from the wild continent. Thus, you must exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng cast a glance at Xianxing Tian, an unusual gleam flickering in his eyes. Caution. Caution against the celestial sovereign's oppression? He was not particularly concerned about that. Nevertheless, he replied, rest assured, this sovereign shall remain vigilant. However, what intrigued him far more was Xianxing Tian's assertion that the celestial sovereign possessed such formidable strength, being the foremost champion of the human race. At least at the pinnacle of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. With such prowess, would one truly resort to suppressing a faction merely for the sake of status? At such heights, most would prioritize breaking through to the immortal emperor realm above all else. After all, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. With sufficient power, all else would naturally follow. Observing Yi Changsheng's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Xianxing Tian hesitated, as if contemplating whether to say more, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, no matter how one viewed it, the individual before her was also at the quasi-immortal emperor realm, albeit newly ascended. The celestial sovereign would hardly pose a threat to him. At most, he might face some minor inconveniences. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly at her expression, just as he was about to speak further. His brow suddenly furrowed as he waved his hand, dispelling the restrictions of the courtyard. In the next moment, a series of resonant, ominous chimes filled the air, echoing with a chilling aura of slaughter. Dong, dong, dong. 9 swift and thunderous tolls reverberated through the void, resonating in the ears of all near the border. In the courtyard, both Xianxing Tian and the wild ancient immortal king changed countenance, rising abruptly to gaze into the void. What is happening? Yi Changsheng's face revealed a hint of perplexity. He was uncertain of the significance of these chimes, but observing the expressions of the two, he surmised that something momentous was afoot, an invasion by foreign races. The tolls signified the incursion of foreign entities into the border front, and the 9 chimes indicated the possible presence of quasi-immortal emperors among them, explained the wild ancient immortal king, his face grave with concern. He had not anticipated that the foreign races would arrive at their doorstep before they could mobilize. Moreover, the presence of quasi-immortal emperors signified that this was not a mere skirmish. It was a genuine, large-scale conflict, one in which even immortal kings could fall. The thought of a major invasion by foreign entities caused Yi Changsheng's brow to tighten. Such timing was uncanny. Just as they were preparing to launch an offensive against the foreign races, they were met with an unexpected assault. Suddenly, a ripple in the void heralded the appearance of the 9 extremities sovereign. Upon seeing him, Xianxing Tian and the others hastily bowed. We greet the 9 extremities sovereign. Yi Changsheng nodded to the 9 extremities sovereign, already suspecting the purpose of his visit. Indeed, The Nine Extremities sovereign first inclined his head to the wild, ancient, immortal king before addressing Yi Changsheng. The foreign races are invading. We require your assistance to suppress them. As the extent of the foreign incursion remained unclear, it was fortuitous to involve Yi Changsheng and his company. Without hesitation, Yi Changsheng replied, "Very well. Given the urgency of the situation, we shall depart at once." With that, he stepped forward, vanishing into the void. Below, the Nine Extremities sovereign and his companions promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, at the front lines, countless massive spatial portals materialized, through which numerous foreign warships emerged. Although the number of warships was not overwhelming, approximately 1,000, their terrifying silhouettes, brimming with an aura of savagery and slaughter, spread across the starry expanse. Roars of ferocity echoed throughout the heavens as these foreign entities emerged, and with their arrival, a dense black mist, imbued with a malign essence, began to suffuse the starry sky. In another sector of the cosmos, a colossal star stood sentinel before the foreign fleet. This was a human outpost, the closest to the frontline battlefield. A middle-aged commander stood in the void, his normally stoic visage now contorted with distress at the sight of the immense fleet that had suddenly materialized. As the commander tasked with guarding this outpost and possessing high-tier immortal king strength, he bellowed, "Gather all forces. The foreign races have arrived." At this point, his call was unnecessary. The appearance of such a massive fleet had already alerted everyone in the outpost. In an instant, formidable auras surged from various locations within the outpost. Moments later, 8 figures flashed into being beside the middle-aged commander. By their auras, it was clear that these were all prominent figures at the Immortal King realm. Given that this was the outpost closest to the front line, there were 9 Immortal Kings stationed here. Yet now, gazing at the distant foreign fleet, the expressions of these Immortal Kings were grim. Such a colossal fleet signified a full-scale invasion by the foreign races. Just days prior, they had received orders from the Elder Council to attack the foreign entities, and now, they found themselves preempted. This could spell trouble. The flames of war were likely to spread into the territories under their control. Among the foreign fleet, on the foremost warship of Immortal King caliber, nearly 10 towering foreign beings gathered, their gazes piercing through the void towards the distant outpost. Before the human race has a chance to react, let us eliminate some of the outer outposts, one of the foreign Immortal Kings declared, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Indeed, the others concurred eagerly. With this decision made, dozens of foreign warships ignited with a brilliant glow, channeling a terrifying energy. In the next moment, boom, devastating attacks erupted from the starry sky, hurtling towards the distant human outpost. The energy beams, akin to the scythes of death, aimed to reap all life within their path. "Damn it, clear the way for me." The middle-aged commander, witnessing the incoming assaults, roared with fury, conjuring a colossal ethereal avatar behind him, and unleashed a powerful punch forward. The massive fist collided with the incoming attacks, countering the foreign warships. Simultaneously, several nearby Immortal Kings joined forces, channeling their most potent Tao patterns and laws alongside the middle-aged commander in a concerted effort. In an instant, the starry sky trembled with cataclysmic energy. Boom. The void seemed to collapse like fragile paper, with countless web-like fissures radiating outward. A terrifying storm erupted from the epicenter of the explosion, sweeping across the cosmos in its wake. Aside from the middle-aged commander, the others simultaneously emitted a muffled groan, retreating in the void, their auras slightly disordered. Yet they swiftly regained their composure. Their realms were all beneath the mid-stage Immortal King, and the combined assault of dozens of Immortal King-class warships was indeed a formidable blow, even if they managed to endure it. Observing this, the commander's expression darkened, his gaze inadvertently flicking towards the rear, where a flicker of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Since the emergence of the alien race, he had already transmitted a message back to the Boundary War Island through secret methods. Why had no powerful figures yet arrived? If they did not come soon, it was likely that this outpost would meet its doom. Including himself, all would perish. Just as he was consumed by urgency, another wave of terrifying energy emanated from the alien ranks. In the expanse above, a monstrous hand materialized from thin air, descending upon the planet housing their station. As the oppressive aura of the hand enveloped him, the commander's face contorted with horror and despair. He exclaimed, "The Sovereign, an alien of quasi-immortal Emperor caliber, truly has made a move against us." In his prior message, he had merely hinted at the potential appearance of a quasi-immortal emperor. But now it was undeniably real. Chapter 145, Arrival of the Strong, the Onset of Battle. Witnessing the colossal hand descending from the starry sky, despair etched itself upon the commander's features. In the face of a sovereign, even he, an advanced Immortal King, found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, in the next moment, the despair in his eyes morphed into a fierce determination as he bellowed, "Even if I cannot succeed, I shall act. After all, death awaits regardless. With that declaration, a more formidable aura surged from his being, and the avatar behind him solidified, resembling a true corporeal form. Just as he prepared to charge toward the descending hand for a desperate gamble, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the void behind him, a black claw emerged, soaring above their heads, reaching for the colossal hand. Bang! The enormous hand shattered with a single strike, dispersing into countless particles of energy. After a brief pause, the black claw continued its advance toward the alien fleet. This spectacle left the human immortal kings momentarily dumbfounded, but they quickly regained their senses, joy illuminating their faces. Their quasi-immortal emperor had arrived. Humph! From the alien fleet, a disdainful scoff reverberated through the void, followed by another hand emerging from the space, shattering the black claw. Subsequently, amidst the fluctuations of the void, 6 immensely terrifying figures materialized. As they appeared, the surrounding space seemed to warp subtly, and a palpable pressure engulfed the starry sky, unreservedly sweeping toward the human outpost. Sovereigns, 6 quasi-immortal emperors. Above the outpost, the expressions of several immortal kings were filled with horror as they realized that the aliens were intent on inciting a full-scale war between their races. At that moment, a woman clad in black, her expression impassive, materialized above them, effortlessly dispelling the encroaching pressure. The Black Abyss sovereign stood in the void, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the 6 alien sovereigns opposite her. Ah, Black Abyss, it seems you have come alone. It appears you shall not escape this time. One of the alien sovereigns, a strikingly beautiful woman with an exquisite figure, spoke, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. However, the pale, almost corpse-like hue of her skin added a macabre twist to her beauty. As she spoke, her gaze swept the surrounding void, seeking confirmation that indeed only the Black Abyss sovereign stood before her. Both were the sole female sovereigns of their respective factions and had been rivals for ages. Yet their equal realms had prevented a decisive victor from emerging until now. Upon hearing this, the Black Abyss sovereign smirked coldly, undeterred by her old adversary. However, the presence of the other sovereigns beside her opponent posed a significant challenge. Among the 6 sovereigns, the strongest was a quasi-immortal emperor of the 6th level. She felt confident in holding her own for a moment, as long as her allies, the 9 Extremities sovereign and others, arrived in time. It's time to fight. 9 Extremities, do hurry. The Black Abyss sovereign silently urged herself, her gaze turning frigid. Black Abyss, since you are alone, prepare to meet your demise. The alien female sovereign wasted no time, recognizing this moment as an opportune chance to eliminate her rival. She stepped forward, her figure flickering as she swiftly approached the Black Abyss sovereign, wielding a pitch-black dagger poised to strike down. Why you effing sovereign? Do you think you can defeat me? The Black Abyss sovereign scoffed. She raised her right hand, her slender fingers transforming in an instant into a metallic claw, grasping at the descending dagger. Clang! Boom! The clash of metal resonated, a shower of sparks igniting in the void, followed by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. After the initial exchange, both combatants were forced to retreat, only to collide once more. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the starry expanse as they fought, deliberately distancing themselves from the vicinity. As the female sovereign engaged, the leader of the remaining alien figures calmly declared, I shall join YUFing sovereign to swiftly subdue this black dragon. You all eliminate these human beings. With the combined might of a 6th-level quasi-immortal emperor and YUFing sovereign, they anticipated quickly overpowering the Black Abyss sovereign. Before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, a more dreadful battle aura erupted from the depths of the starry sky. Accompanied by a muffled groan, someone appeared to have been injured. A mere handful of immortal kings, easily dispatched with a wave. Among the 4 remaining alien sovereigns, one's eyes glinted with a cruel light as he raised his hand, grasping at the void. A sinister aura coalesced into a terrifying hand, enveloping several human immortal kings along with the massive star beneath them. As the hand descended, poised to obliterate the star, a blinding flash of sword light erupted from the void, illuminating the darkened expanse. The sword light sliced through, unleashing a torrent of sword rules that cleaved the giant hand in twain. In the aftermath, a ripple coursed through the void as several figures emerged, standing resolutely in the air. For figures, hastily arriving from the Boundary War Island, were none other than Changsheng and his companions. Behind them, numerous transport portals materialized, from which countless warships surged forth. The human army had arrived. Casting a grave glance at their adversaries, the 9 Extremities sovereign stated, I shall head into the depths of the battlefield. You all remain here to deal with these foes. With that, the 9 Extremities sovereign vanished in an instant, departing for the deeper battlefield. The expressions of the alien sovereigns darkened as they had not anticipated the human swift arrival. Yet even so, they dared not act to obstruct them. The 9 Extreme Supreme stands at the 6th level of the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, while among those who remain, the strongest is merely at the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal Emperor. To intervene would be tantamount to courting death. They even hope that their opponents will hastily depart. As the disparity in combat power is glaring, should the adversaries linger, it would only result in their own torment. As the 9 Extreme Supreme departs, the atmosphere in this void becomes instantly tense. Everyone's breathing grows heavy, for they all understand that a great battle is imminent. Chapter 146, The Terrifying Battle. The two factions stand on edge, their members, countless cultivators, awaiting orders. In this moment, even the slightest movement from either side could ignite the flames of war. Changsheng gazes at the alien beings opposite, his brow slightly furrowed. 4 alien supremes stand before him, 1 at the 3rd level, and 3 at the 1st level. They outnumber his side by 1. The remaining 4 quasi-immortal emperors among the aliens leave his side with only 3. It seems he must bear the weight of the battle alone. With a slight sigh within, his gaze sharpens. Beside him, the carefree supreme also studies the 4 alien supremes. His expression grave. He turns to Changsheng and speaks solemnly. Elder Yi, I will hold back the 1 at the 3rd level and 1 at the 1st level of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. The other 2 shall be left to you and Elder Qinhuang. He too is at the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. And facing 1 at the 3rd and 1 at the 1st should not pose a significant problem. Though he cannot guarantee victory, he believes he can at least delay them. This course of action is unavoidable. In his view, Changsheng and his companion have only just stepped into the quasi-immortal emperor realm, and their combat prowess should not be too formidable. They might manage against 1 opponent of the same realm, but to face 2 could spell disaster. Changsheng observes the carefree supreme and quickly comprehends the latter's concerns. However, 2 beings of the same realm should prove manageable for him. Thus, he declines the offer with gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Carefree, but 2 opponents of the same realm are within my capabilities. You need only focus on the 3rd level alien. Hearing this, the carefree supreme furrows his brow, his gaze fixed on Changsheng, hesitant. After a moment, he states, Elder Yi, this is no jest. Are you certain you can handle 2 opponents of the same realm simultaneously? Rest assured, Elder Carefree, I would not jest with my own safety. 2 opponents of the same realm are no trouble for me. Changsheng replies with a smile, affirming his stance. The carefree supreme scrutinizes Changsheng with seriousness, observing the unwavering confidence in his eyes. Finally, he nods. If Elder Yi is confident, then it shall be entrusted to him. His underlying thought is that should he find Changsheng in peril, he could always extend his assistance. In stark contrast, the alien faction is considerably more relaxed, for they enjoy a numerical advantage, lacking the same concerns as the carefree supreme. The alien at the 3rd level of the quasi-immortal emperor realm, after a brief contemplation, lays out their battle plan. I shall engage the carefree supreme. The 3 of you swiftly eliminate the 2 first-level human beings. Upon finishing his words, he strides forward and calls out, Carefree Supreme, let us battle in the depths of the starry sky. Hearing this, the Carefree Supreme glances at Changsheng before stepping forward as well. Fight! In unison, the 2 vanish, and shortly thereafter, terrifying roars reverberate through the depths of the cosmos. The rules of the sword tear through the void, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy. Changsheng turns his gaze towards the 3 remaining alien supremes. His expression calm as he states, Now, it is just us left. Let us proceed to the depths of the starry sky for battle. With that, he and Qinhuang step forward, departing from this void to the depths. Humph, since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige, the 3 alien supremes scoff, their forms dissipating from their original positions. With all the supremes having departed, only those beneath the realm of the immortal kings remain in this region. Kill! Kill! A simultaneous roar filled with the essence of slaughter erupts from both camps. Following the sound, the void explodes into chaos. Countless warships from both sides unleash terrifying waves of energy, beams of energy coalescing and mercilessly striking at their enemies. Boom! In an instant, the void shatters, and a violent storm rages forth, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries as numerous powerful beings plummet from the void, some reduced to ash. Both sides have yet to truly engage, yet many strong cultivators have already fallen, including several immortal kings. Moreover, some unfortunate lower-tier immortal kings, caught off guard, are struck directly by an immortal king-class warship, suffering grievous injuries. After the first wave of bombardment, the warships begin to gather energy once more. Simultaneously, during this brief lull, all cultivators from both sides surge towards one another. In an instant, the human side radiates with overwhelming celestial laws, the essence of celestial spirits emanating a brilliant white light, resembling a moving world of light. Yet, Within this blinding brilliance lies an unfathomable intent to kill. Conversely, the alien side is engulfed in darkness and endless, terrifying black mist sweeping towards the humans. The next moment, the two realms collide. Boom. A tremendous roar echoes, and the stench of blood fills the void. Roar. From behind the aliens, countless massive fiends charge onto the battlefield, mindless creatures driven solely by bloodlust, their power formidable. A single swipe from their claws reduces numerous human cultivators to mere mist. One voracious bite clears the surrounding area, even leading to the accidental slaughter of nearby aliens. Humph. Some thoughtless aberrations. Today, I shall eradicate you. In the human camp, many strong cultivators cast disdainful glances at the rampaging fiends. They either shake off their adversaries or decisively crush them, then soar upwards. Roar. Amidst the savage roars, these powerful beings transform into their true demon forms. Their colossal figures dominating the void as they engage in fierce combat against the fiends. In an instant, a rain of blood falls, enacting a primal slaughter. Occasionally, these demon cultivators seize the opportunity, utilizing their immense size to crush the aliens beneath them. Meanwhile, in the depths of the starry sky, Changsheng and Qinhuang stand side by side, their gazes cold and resolute. In the next moment, the void before them ripples, and three figures gradually materialize. Upon witnessing this, both of their eyes gleam with a flash of brilliance. Before the three aliens can react, both of them strike simultaneously. Changsheng points a finger, and a massive azure sword lotus blossoms in the void, enveloping the three aliens. As they appear, still disoriented, the three alien supremes are instantaneously ensnared within. The terrifying rules of the sword launch an assault against them. But that is not the end. Qinhuang follows suit, her 5 fingers outstretched, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that collapses the surrounding void, transforming it into a fearsome black hole, swallowing the sword lotus and the 3 alien supremes alike. Subsequently, the black hole closes. Changsheng observes as the 3 alien supremes vanish from sight, yet he does not relax. His gaze remains fixed on the void. Such an attack cannot obliterate 3 supremes in an instant. At most, it will leave him a bit disheveled, but they will soon return to strike again. Indeed, as this thought crosses his mind, the void erupts with a terrifying surge of energy, tearing apart amidst furious roars. Damn those humans, you seek death. 3 supreme beings of the alien race emerged once more from the void, their auras slightly chaotic, their murderous gazes fixed intently upon Changsheng and his companion. Chapter 147, a lone battle against 2 alien supremes. Faced with the fierce stares of the 3 alien supremes, Changsheng remained unfazed, gazing at them as one might look at a fool. How absurd. They were enemies now. Was there any reason to hold back? The principle of striking first to gain the advantage was one he had long understood. Without uttering a word, he charged forward. In a mere instant, he was upon them, raising his right hand, palm slicing down like a heavenly blade. Behind him, Qinhuang swiftly followed suit, wielding a cerulean quasi-immortal weapon. Her eyes filled with ferocity as she targeted the 3 alien beings. Both unleashed their full might, cleaving through the fabric of space. Their fierce assault enveloping the trio of alien supremes. Arrogance. The 3 alien supremes bellowed in fury. How dare they, with only 2 combatants, take the initiative against 3 of their kind? Such audacity felt like an affront. They perceived it as a blatant disrespect. An overwhelming force erupted from their bodies. The once grayish-white skin now covered in countless dark patterns. A sinister aura emanated from them, akin to the source of all malevolence. Weapons materialized in their hands, and a furious clash ensued with Changsheng and his companion. The 5 combatants engaged in a rapid exchange, their movements too swift for the naked eye to discern. Yet the thunderous roars echoing through the void attested to the ferocity of their battle. As the skirmish evolved, they gradually separated into 2 distinct battlefields. Qinhuang clashed further away with 1 alien, while Changsheng found himself alone against the 2 supremes. Both sides were acutely aware that their adversaries aimed to divide and conquer, but Changsheng felt no fear. He was more than capable of contending with 2 supreme beings. His white dragon battle armor radiated a brilliant light, encircled by the power of the world itself. With each clash, he exerted his utmost strength. And rather than faltering under the relentless assault of the 2 alien supremes, he pressed the attack. Boom. In a cataclysmic roar, one of the alien supremes was sent flying, hurtling deeper into the starry expanse. Along the way, every obstacle was obliterated, reduced to mere dust. A series of explosive sounds erupted in the space around them as the 2 alien supremes struggled to regain their footing, stamping down on the void, leaving immense fissures in their wake. Their auras now somewhat diminished, they regarded Changsheng with astonishment. Despite being seasoned quasi-immortal warriors, having attained their rank for hundreds of thousands of years, They had never managed to break through to the second tier. Yet now, even united, they were unable to best a mere junior who had recently entered the quasi-immortal realm. Particularly unsettling was the strange force emanating from him, heavy, grand, and encompassing. Each encounter inflicted a terrifying suppression upon them. Meanwhile, Changsheng paid no heed to their shock. With a single step, he appeared before them. A flash of brilliance enveloped him as the white dragon battle armor detached from his form, transforming into a colossal sword that materialized in his grasp. This hidden function was discovered after he refined the armor. It could morph according to its master's will. The great sword, imbued with overwhelming sword principles, descended upon the two aliens. Simultaneously, a vast power of the world surged forth, enveloping them. Damn it! The two alien supremes shouted in anger. One produced a white bone shield to defend against the impending strike. Countless runes ignited upon the shield, and a massive phantom creature manifested, shielding the two within its embrace. Meanwhile, the other summoned a bronze ancient seal, which rapidly expanded to the size of a grinding mill, hurtling towards Changsheng with terrifying momentum. Humph! Changsheng snorted coldly, his left hand free, palm like divine gold radiating boundless light as he pressed down against the incoming ancient seal. Boom! The clash between the great sword and the shield, as well as the palm and the ancient seal, unleashed a cataclysmic force. The void collapsed with a series of cracking sounds, and colossal fissures spread in all directions. Changsheng staggered back a step, the tremendous backlash reverberating through the void, creating a gaping hole in space. The two alien supremes were directly forced down into the void. Plummeting below, their shield and ancient seal flew from their grasp, hurtling into the distance. Damn it, what a terrifying human. The expressions of the two alien supremes turned grim. Already sustaining injuries, their previously grayish faces now paling. Observing their retreat, Changsheng wasted no time, his figure darting forward to appear before one of them. With both hands raised high, he brought down the great sword with the might to split heaven and earth. The alien supreme's eyes widened, a flicker of dread flashing across his gaze. There was no time to summon back the shield. In a panic, he could only conjure a wall of runes before him. Boom! The great sword struck down, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the starry expanse. The rune wall was instantly shattered, and a beam of sword light cleaved through the alien supreme's form, splitting the space beneath him in twain. A terrified scream erupted as the supreme's body was torn asunder, split in half. In the next moment, one half exploded into a mist of blood, while the other fled in a desperate retreat, swiftly covering miles. He halted a distance away, shouting towards the other supreme, "Save me." At the same time, this half of a body writhed and reformed into a complete figure, albeit with an aura now alarmingly feeble. Seeking to survive? You shall perish instead. Changsheng's expression was cold as he vanished from his position, reappearing before the fleeing figure. You dare! Meanwhile, the alien who had heard his companion's cries roared in fury, rushing over. He wielded the bronze seal, aiming to force Changsheng to retreat. Ignoring the impending strike from behind, Changsheng raised his great sword, prepared to reap the alien before him. As suddenly, a peculiar sinister laugh echoed in the space around them, the alien supreme's lips curling into a chilling smile. In the next instant, an eye opened upon his forehead, a silver-gray light flashing before vanishing into Changsheng's mind. Seeing this, the alien supreme's face lit up with joy, unable to restrain his laughter. Ha ha ha, damned human. What does it matter if you are stronger than I? You shall still fall before me. The eye on his forehead was a unique ability of their race, harboring a terrifying soul attack. Unless one was significantly stronger or possessed a protective treasure, being struck by it meant certain death. To ensure a lethal blow, he had infused a trace of his own wicked soul into the attack, convinced that this human would have no chance of survival. In stark contrast to his elation, the approaching alien supreme's face contorted in horror as he shouted, "Watch out from behind." From behind? The alien was puzzled, wondering what could be there. However, before he could turn, a chilling voice echoed from behind, freezing him in place. What are you laughing at? Chapter 148, Suppression and Execution. The cold voice resonated from behind, rendering the alien supreme rigid, his mind blank. That was the voice of that human. However, how could this be possible? The opponent was clearly in front of him. How could they appear behind him? Meanwhile, in his eyes, the soul attack that should have struck the opponent passed straight through their head, vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. The figure that was supposedly hit began to fade, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. It was merely a deceptive illusion. Impossible. The alien supreme let out a roar, struggling to accept this reality. He abruptly turned to glance behind him. A figure clad in white stood calmly in the void, their expression indifferent as they regarded him. The moment he pivoted, a great sword descended, and a thunderous explosion ensued. transforming his once intact body into a massive cloud of blood mist, while the soul concealed within was utterly shattered by the terrifying sword principles. This time, he died completely, with no chance of reincarnation remaining. Yi Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as he waved a hand to collect the supreme essence that lingered in the space. The opponent's physical form, along with half of their malevolent soul, had been severed by him earlier, although they had reformed their body. The lost half of the malevolent soul could not be restored. Otherwise, they would have discerned that it was merely a false body. Having accomplished this, he raised his gaze towards another approaching alien supreme in the distance. One supreme had already fallen. The remaining one would be much easier to deal with. You killed him? The remaining alien supreme in the void had a grim countenance, dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. Even more startling was the unmistakable panic in his eyes. He and his deceased companion were of similar realms. If they could be so easily vanquished in tandem, how could he possibly stand a chance alone? In an instant, he felt the urge to retreat, casting a discreet glance around. At this level, no one wished to face death. Kill him. You must have seen it clearly. Yi Changsheng's expression was frigid as he stepped forward, his voice turning icy as he declared, "Do not keep him waiting. I shall send you to reunite with him now." Before his words faded, his figure vanished, reappearing before the alien supreme in the next moment. Exterminate the malevolence. With the great sword raised high, boundless sword principles surged forth, faintly coalescing into a sword lotus that sliced through the void. Do not underestimate this seat. The alien supreme roared, fury evident in his eyes as he suppressed his fear, summoning a bronze seal. Countless patterns flickered across the disc-sized bronze seal, seemingly outlining the visage of a fierce deity, emanating an astonishing aura of malevolence. He wielded the great seal, crashing it down upon the descending great sword. Clang! Boom! The clash of metal resonated, and centered around the two figures, the void instantaneously collapsed, a terrifying storm sweeping forth and transforming the area into a vast black hole. The bronze seal was cleaved, sending both it and the alien supreme hurtling deeper into the abyss. Not good. The alien supreme was struck with terror as a formidable backlash surged from the bronze seal, shattering his arm that held it. Gray blood seeping forth and scattering across the starry expanse. Seizing the moment, Yi Changsheng followed closely behind, intent on taking his life while he was vulnerable. Soon, the depths of the void reverberated once more with the tumult of battle, accompanied by the alien supreme's enraged roars. Above, in the deeper layers of the void, two figures stood 1,000 miles apart, locked in confrontation. On the left stood a stoic and valiant young man, while on the right was another youth, equally indifferent, but with a singular vertical eye upon his forehead and skin of a pale gray hue. An alien. Their gazes pierced through the void, catching sight of Yi Changsheng subduing the alien supreme below. A hint of a smile graced the valiant young man's face as he addressed the alien beside him. Infeng Supreme, it seems this battle is won by my human race. He observed the depths of the starry sky, where Yi Changsheng was overpowering the alien supreme, his eyes revealing an unusual glint. Humph! Infeng Supreme scoffed, his expression darkening. He too surveyed the ongoing struggle between Yi Changsheng and the other, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Instantly, a tempest of void energy erupted, sweeping in all directions. Heavenly Sovereign, do not rejoice too soon. For countless years, your human race has been suppressed by my divine race, and this time shall be no different. This is but a momentary setback. Soon, calamity shall befall you. Infeng Supreme's gaze fell upon the youth opposite him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Humph! The Heavenly Sovereign scoffed derisively, his face a mask of mockery as he retorted, "You, who are clearly steeped in malevolence, dare to don the mantle of the divine race. Truly shameless." Upon hearing this, Infeng Supreme's countenance shifted dramatically, a surge of fury swelling within him as he shouted, "Presumptuous! Do you dare insult my clan?" Taking a step forward, the void around them dimmed, an astonishing storm swirling toward the Heavenly Sovereign. "What? Unable to contain yourself, desiring to engage with me?" The Heavenly Sovereign spoke calmly, showing no fear in the face of the enraged Infeng Supreme. In fact, there was a hint of disdain in his demeanor. The storm that approached him dissipated eerily as it came within 100 yards of his form, not even stirring the hem of his garment. Witnessing this, Infeng Supreme's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After millions of years, the Heavenly Sovereign's cultivation had undeniably grown more formidable. Even he felt a tremendous pressure. With his peak cultivation at the 8th level of the quasi-immortal Emperor, the tempest generated by his full effort should not have failed to disturb even a single thread of the opponent's clothing. Could it be that he had already broken through to the 9th level? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of apprehension surfaced in Infeng Supreme's eyes. "What? Weren't you eager to engage?" The heavenly sovereign observed the pondering expression on Yin Feng Supreme's face, a mocking smile forming. Do you think this seat fears you? Come and fight. Enraged, Yin Feng Supreme disregarded his caution, extending a palm imbued with terrifying might toward the heavenly sovereign. Simultaneously, his figure vanished from his original position, appearing instantaneously before the heavenly sovereign, wielding a massive white bone club that radiated a dreadful aura, collapsing the ages. Yet, in the face of this immensely terrifying attack, the heavenly sovereign remained unfazed, his expression still placid. He merely extended a hand, lightly slapping down upon the descending bone club. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and the void was instantly obliterated, all that existed turning to nothingness. With a gentle motion, Yin Feng Supreme was sent flying, crashing through countless dimensions. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body was riddled with cracks, as though it would shatter into countless pieces at any moment. To be grievously injured by a single strike despite being at the peak of the 8th level of the quasi-immortal Emperor's realm. How was this possible? A profound shock filled his eyes. Even if the opponent had truly stepped into the 9th level of the quasi-immortal Emperor, it should not have been possible to inflict such a severe wound with one blow. Yin Feng Supreme, filled with incredulity, was propelled backward for a considerable distance before gradually coming to a halt. In the deeper void, the heavenly sovereign observed with a flicker of something unusual in his gaze. Watching as Yin Feng Supreme was sent flying, but he did not pursue. He simply stood quietly in the void, whether by intent or happenstance. The trajectory of Yin Feng Supreme's flight led directly toward Changsheng. Chapter 149, The Supreme Immortal Emperor. In the boundless starry sky, Changsheng and the alien Supreme were locked in a fearsome battle. Yet, more accurately, it could be said that Changsheng was the one dominating the confrontation. Nevertheless, the fluctuations generated by their clash were still astonishingly formidable. After all, as a supreme being, his cultivation was inherently terrifying. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the power he unleashed was astonishing. Boom! Following a cataclysmic explosion, the void shattered innumerable times, and a violent storm raged, casting the figure of the alien supreme into the starry abyss. Blood streamed from his body, and horrifying fissures spread across his form, as if he were on the verge of disintegration. Cough! Cough! 1,000 miles away, the alien supreme barely steadied himself after a couple of coughs. He expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning an even more ashen hue. His aura was exceedingly weak, clearly indicating he had suffered grievous injuries. And the panic in his eyes as he gazed at Changsheng intensified. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? As a first-level quasi-immortal emperor, his combat prowess was unexpectedly terrifying. He finally understood the feelings of his fallen comrades, the profound sense of helplessness, as no matter how fiercely he fought, it seemed the opponent always had the upper hand. The fissures on his body twitched slightly, attempting to mend the injuries and heal his damaged form. Clang! Clang! A resounding melody of swords echoed as an astonishing aura of swordsmanship suddenly enveloped the fissures, with countless terrifying sword laws intertwining within, thwarting his attempts at healing. Humph! The alien supreme grunted, his expression growing increasingly difficult to bear. He bellowed, "Begone!" Instantly, a dense, inky aura surged from him, malevolent and chilling, warping and fracturing the surrounding space. As the dark aura swept through, the powers of the sword laws on his fissures were swiftly eradicated. With the interference of the sword laws removed, his body healed in an instant. Even the blood that had spilled began to flow back into him. However, although his body had mended, his aura significantly weakened in that moment. Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, as soon as his body healed, the alien supreme's figure vanished into thin air, escaping into the unknown void. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, he would soon meet the same fate as his fallen companions, being crushed by the opponent here. Huh? Can one truly escape after sustaining such a grievous injury? Changsheng chuckled coldly, his figure splitting the void to disappear. Moments later, he had already positioned himself directly in front of the fleeing figure, thrusting a palm forward with unyielding force. Boom! Like the collision of ancient celestial mountains, the void before him collapsed instantaneously, and the alien supreme's body erupted into a vast mist of blood, nearly obliterated by the single strike. It is over, Changsheng uttered calmly, his palm continuing its descent, poised to utterly annihilate his opponent. Yet, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The void ahead of the two was breached, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura flooding the entire starry expanse. The instant the figure appeared, it waved its hand, summoning the alien supreme, who had been before Changsheng, away. The master of shadow winds. The first-level quasi-immortal emperor of the alien race looked upon the newcomer with a gleam of surprise. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The master of shadow winds exuded a chaotic aura, evidently having sustained injuries as well. How is this possible? He was greatly shaken. The Master of Shadow Winds was the second strongest in their clan, possessing peak 8th level quasi-immortal emperor cultivation, yet he had been wounded. Could it be that the human race harbors a terrifying existence at the 9th level of quasi-immortal emperor? The Master of Shadow Winds paid no heed to the alien's astonishment, relentlessly tearing through space to carry the alien supreme away. However, before departing, he cast a cold glance at Changsheng, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. In the next moment, he raised his hand and struck down, obliterating the void, as everything surrounding that hand was rendered into nothingness. The Master of Shadow Winds did not even glance back at the outcome, but directly dove into the spatial passage to escape. In his mind, with his peak 8th level quasi-immortal emperor cultivation, a full-force strike against a mere 1st level quasi-immortal emperor should result in complete annihilation. Xuantian? Throughout this, the figure of the celestial sovereign, standing in a deeper layer of space, observed everything with clarity but refrained from intervening. He allowed the Master of Shadow Winds to act against Changsheng, even permitting the other to depart unscathed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed impassively at the terrifying palm descending through the void, embodying an attitude of detachment. Similarly, Changsheng regarded the looming hand with an expression of remarkable calm. Dang, detected host has endured an attack from a peak 8th level quasi-immortal emperor, triggering the passive condition of the system. Passive triggered, host acquires peak 8th level quasi-immortal emperor cultivation. The system's voice resonated, causing Changsheng's body to tremble slightly. In the next moment, an aura of the Tao surged from him, and he gently waved his hand towards the descending palm. The aura was not terrifying, yet it possessed an intent that commanded everything. Whoosh! A gentle sound echoed as the monstrous hand abruptly halted in midair, then gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing. Throughout the entire process, no terrifying aura erupted, as if it were mere smoke dissipating with the wind, appearing exceedingly natural. What is this? In the deeper void, the celestial sovereign's eyes widened, watching the scene in disbelief. How could this be? That was an attack from a peak 8th level quasi-immortal emperor. How could it be dispelled by a 1st level quasi-immortal emperor? Moreover, so effortlessly, with just a wave of the hand. Even he himself, while capable of dispelling it, could not achieve such ease. He fixated his gaze on Changsheng, his brow suddenly knitting. No, something is amiss, his cultivation. The celestial sovereign realized he could no longer see through the other's cultivation. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The other had clearly been just a 1st level quasi-immortal emperor. How could it be that he could no longer discern it? Sensing that scrutinizing gaze, Changsheng slightly raised his head, and in the next moment, their eyes met across countless spaces. Boom! The celestial sovereign's face displayed a look of horror, feeling a terrifying will surge through that gaze, as if his head were struck violently, resounding with a tremendous echo. Peak quasi-immortal emperor, celestial sovereign. A glint of surprise flashed in Changsheng's eyes. He had always wished to encounter this celestial sovereign and unexpectedly met him under such circumstances. Even more astonishing was the fact that the other was at the peak of quasi-immortal emperor cultivation. If he had not been mistaken, that alien at the 8th level quasi-immortal emperor seemed to have been sent flying from that direction. However, now was not the time to engage with the other. He cast a meaningful glance and waved his hand, tearing open a space before him, pursuing the two aliens who had just fled. At this moment, in a distant starfield, two somewhat ragged figures had just emerged from the spatial passage. The Master of Shadow Winds glanced back, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Yet, upon recalling the terrifying cultivation of the celestial sovereign, his expression darkened once more. 1,000,000 years ago, he had been evenly matched against the celestial sovereign. Yet now he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow. Was it his own stagnation, or had the other progressed too swiftly? Nevertheless, this time, the other did not pursue. They were safe for the moment. However, those of their kin who remained on the battlefield would likely never return. Chapter 150. The Fall of the Master of Shadow Winds. In the boundless starry sky, two figures stood, gazing intently toward the edge of the cosmos, as if trying to peer through the distant expanse to glimpse their enemies behind. The 1st level quasi-immortal emperor of the alien race turned to the Master of Shadow Winds, his expression grave as he inquired, "Master of Shadow Winds, what shall we do now?" Their clan had come in great force, yet unexpectedly, just as the battle had begun. They now faced imminent defeat. This was a true rout, with even quasi-immortal emperors falling. Even if the two of them were to return alive, it is unlikely that the clan leader would show them any mercy upon awakening. Upon hearing this, the Supreme of Wind furrowed his brow, momentarily thrown into disarray despite his steadfast resolve, unable to maintain tranquility in the face of such calamity. He cast a deep glance backward, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Let us return to the clan and await the clan leader's awakening. With that, he turned and prepared to return to the great world of the evil clan. Now that the situation had turned against them, they had no choice but to concede. Insisting on remaining might very well cost them their lives. As for the powerful figures still lingering on the battlefield, they could only hope for the best. Perhaps fortune would favor them, allowing a few to escape with their lives. The alien being at the first level of the quasi-immortal emperor nodded in agreement, having no objections. From the sudden appearance of the Supreme of Wind moments ago, he had surmised that the latter must have encountered a formidable enemy. If even the Supreme of Wind was not a match for this foe, staying behind would surely lead to their demise. The Supreme of Wind waved his hand, and once again, a spatial passage materialized before him. The obsidian corridor spun slowly, emanating a potent force of space, leading into the unknown. However, just as the two were about to step into the passage, a faint voice rang out ahead, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Since you have arrived, you might as well stay. Upon the utterance of these words, the Supreme of Wind was horrified to find that the spatial passage he had opened had vanished, erased by an enigmatic force. Subsequently, a figure clad in white appeared before them seemingly out of thin air. It's you. The Supreme of Wind's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with astonishment. The individual before him was none other than the quasi-immortal emperor of the human race, the very one he had nearly slain before departing. Had that fellow, the heavenly sovereign, intervened to save him, allowing them to pursue him together? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through the Supreme of Wind's mind. A terrifying aura enveloped a radius of 1,000,000 miles, as if probing for something. The heavenly sovereign is not here. After a brief moment, an unusual glint appeared in the Supreme of Wind's eyes. The absence of the heavenly sovereign meant that only this quasi-immortal emperor had pursued him. Soon after, he turned his gaze toward Changsheng, a fierce killing intent surging within him. Regardless of how the opponent had escaped his previous attack, the audacity to confront him alone was tantamount to seeking death. Perfectly, having suffered humiliation at the hands of the heavenly sovereign, exacting revenge on this human would serve to alleviate his frustrations. With your mere quasi-immortal emperor level of cultivation, you dare to stand against me alone? You are truly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Die! The Supreme of Wind bellowed, his figure instantly appearing before Changsheng. Wielding a war hammer aimed to crush him into a pulp, Changsheng regarded him coolly, extending a finger to flick at him. Bang! A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted, sending the Supreme of Wind flying, his war hammer shattering into countless fragments with a cacophony of cracking sounds. As he watched the Supreme of Wind crash through the fabric of space, Changsheng uttered a single word: bind. In an instant, the void seemed to freeze, the shattered space unable to mend itself, and the Supreme of Wind was suspended midair. Even the quasi-immortal emperor of the alien race, who had remained silent beside him, was likewise immobilized. Both of them gazed at Changsheng, their eyes brimming with unending terror, especially the Supreme of Wind, whose pupils quaked in disbelief. How could this be possible? A peak quasi-immortal emperor of the 8th level was being restrained by a mere quasi-immortal emperor of the 1st level? Even now, he had not taken the time to reassess Changsheng's cultivation, his understanding still anchored at the earlier level of quasi-immortal emperor. After all, who could have imagined that such a system existed in this world, capable of instantaneously altering and elevating one's cultivation? Changsheng disregarded their astonished gazes, stepping calmly through the void toward the Supreme of Wind. What do you intend to do? The Supreme of Wind could still speak despite being immobilized, and as he observed Changsheng advancing toward him, his fear intensified. Sometimes, death itself is not frightening. Rather, it is the waiting for death that is truly terrifying. He found himself in such a predicament now. Nothing much. I simply wish to glean some information from you, Changsheng stated casually as he halted before the Supreme of Wind. The reason he did not immediately execute them was that he had suddenly recalled certain information that could be acquired from this encounter. Information? What information? A flicker of confusion passed through the Supreme of Wind's eyes, but before he could ponder further, a fingertip pressed against his forehead. In the next moment, a terrifying thought surged into his soul sea, wreaking havoc within. He attempted to resist, and the evil souls within his soul sea manifested, unleashing a fearsome soul attack in an effort to obliterate Changsheng's invading thought. However, this was in vain. Even if Changsheng had merely projected a fragment of his consciousness, it still embodied the will of an immortal emperor. The evil souls disintegrated upon contact, instantly scattering into pure soul energy. An excruciating pain surged through him, and the Supreme of Wind could not suppress a horrifying scream. Although his mental fortitude was as unyielding as divine gold, Having his soul shattered in an instant rendered him incapable of stifling his cries. Simultaneously, dark blood began to ooze from the eye on his forehead, and the energy and rules of the quasi-immortal emperor at the 8th level within him surged violently. Unable to endure the humiliation, he contemplated self-detonation to take Yi Changsheng down with him. In the face of the supreme of Wind's wails and self-destructive maneuvers, Yi Changsheng remained unperturbed, merely projecting a thought to suppress the tumultuous rules. The predicament of life and death perfectly encapsulated the supreme of Wind's current reality. Without Yi Changsheng's consent, even the desire for death would be a challenge. Within the soul sea, the figure formed from Yi Changsheng's thought extended a hand, extracting a vast array of informational images. Countless scenes flashed rapidly before him, ultimately crystallizing upon a hazy silhouette. Found it. In the external world, a bright gleam flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes. According to the memories of the supreme of Wind, this indistinct figure represented the strongest being in the evil god Great World, the incomplete immortal emperor referred to by the celestial maiden Xuantian. Simultaneously, the images of the cataclysmic battle from millennia ago vividly materialized before him. Retracting his thought, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Moments later, he regained his focus and casually dispatched the two immobilized individuals. Having acquired the desired information, there was no longer any need to spare their lives. It was a pity for the supreme of Wind, who stood at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the quasi-immortal emperor. He had merely sought to test the strength of the human race, and ended up losing his own life. Evil god Great World, Yi Changsheng murmured to himself as his figure gradually faded, vanishing into the void. Chapter 151, Arrival at the Evil God Great World, Capturing 3 Supremes. The Evil God Great World. Beneath the gray sky, the entire realm lay shrouded in a faint black mist, devoid of sun or moon, as if gloom were the sole theme of this place. Even the ancient trees and mountains blanketing the land bore this somber hue. Dark wisps of ominous gas rose incessantly from the ground, dispersing throughout the air and emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. At this moment, within the grand hall at the center of the world, 3 figures sat in meditation. Each exuded a terrifying presence, rivaling that of the 2 alien supremes who had previously battled Yi Changsheng. It was evident that they all stood at the threshold of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Yet, despite their formidable power, their expressions were grave, even tinged with panic. An intensely oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hall. The first to break the silence was a tall, slender alien. His demeanor somber. The supreme of Wind has fallen. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more suffocating, causing the other 2 to tremble involuntarily. Just moments ago, the life lamp left by the supreme of Wind within the clan extinguished, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Furthermore, 2 other life lamps of quasi-immortal emperor level also snuffed out simultaneously. This meant that they too had perished. 3 quasi-immortal emperors, including the peak of the 8th level, the supreme of Wind. Such a catastrophic loss had not been witnessed even in the Great War of 10,000 years ago. Had they not gone forth to attack the human race? How could this be? Could it be that a terrifying powerhouse among the humans had annihilated them? Should we not go forth? Amid the heavy silence, one attempted to voice a suggestion. Unlike the other 2 aliens, this individual bore no third eye upon his forehead, but instead sported a small silver horn atop his head. No sooner had he spoken than the previously tall, slender alien retorted sharply, his tone brusque. Beast Sovereign, do you wish to court death? Do you think you can measure up to the supreme of Wind? If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. The Beast Sovereign's countenance darkened at this rebuke, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. Indeed, if even the supreme of Wind had been subdued, then they, merely quasi-immortal emperors of the 1st and 2nd levels, would be courting death should they encounter that horrific existence. At this juncture, the previously silent alien spoke, his voice laden with gravity. Our clan leader has yet to emerge from seclusion. To be prudent, we must withdraw from the evil god Great World for the time being. Once the clan leader returns, we shall strike at the humans together. As he concluded, his voice brimmed with a fierce malice. Who could have imagined that a dignified quasi-immortal emperor would one day be compelled to abandon his own realm? After a moment of silence, the Beast Sovereign and the other alien nodded in agreement. The fact that their adversary could vanquish the supreme of Wind indicated that they were at least of the 9th level. Should they come knocking, the 3 of them would be utterly outmatched. Temporarily retreating from the evil god Great World appeared to be their sole option. Just as the 3 deliberated their escape, a white figure gradually materialized within the starry expanse beyond the evil god Great World. Yi Changsheng's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the vast, somber world before him, which radiated an astonishingly sinister energy. It felt less like a world and more akin to a slumbering giant. Without hesitation, a wave of terrifying thoughts surged through his mind, enveloping the expansive world ahead. Despite the immense scale of the evil god Great World, comparable to the celestial realm, his current cultivation level allowed a single thought to encompass it entirely. As his consciousness expanded, everything within the evil god Great World unfolded before his mind's eye. Simultaneously, he gleaned the conversation among the three aliens. Two were of the quasi-immortal emperor realm, while one appeared to be a transformed evil beast. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Changsheng's eyes. He found no fault in the presence of quasi-immortal emperors guarding the evil god Great World. After all, a stronghold could hardly exist without its protectors. However, the presence of a transformed evil beast among them was indeed unexpected. The species of evil beasts, known for their innate savagery and lack of intelligence, would require an extraordinary stroke of fortune to ascend to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Yet, he furrowed his brow upon realizing he could not sense the presence of the incomplete immortal emperor beyond these three. Not here. Or had he fled? After a moment's contemplation, he extended a hand toward the evil god Great World. In the next instant, a terrifying hand coalesced in the starry expanse, shattering the spatial barrier of the evil god Great World as it reached for the grand hall at the heart of the world. Meanwhile, within the hall, the three aliens, having just resolved to leave, suddenly felt an overwhelming, terrifying presence, their expressions transforming in horror. In an instant, the three figures appeared above the hall, gazing in shock at the colossal hand descending upon them. "Damn it, it is a peerless powerhouse of the human race," they exclaimed in astonishment and fury, unable to fathom the swiftness of their opponent's arrival and the immediate aggression that left them no chance to escape. A dense aura of divine law enveloped them as each sought to invoke their powers to evade the hand's grasp. They scattered in different directions, their spatial dimensions contracting beneath their feet, allowing them to traverse billions of miles in a single step, the divine rainbow piercing through heaven and earth. However, they had long since been locked onto by Yi Changsheng's terrifying thoughts, no matter how swift their speed or how cunning their abilities. As they looked up, that great hand remained steadfastly behind them, an inescapable fate. Countless other powerful beings within the vast world stood paralyzed in fear, gazing up at the immense hand reaching down from the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the hand descended, producing an ominous cacophony that sent tremors throughout the entire evil god Great World, triggering violent earthquakes. At the world's center, the once even terrain was forcibly excavated, creating a chasm that seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. The three alien supremes vanished without a trace, snatched away by the hand. In the starry expanse beyond, Yi Changsheng retracted his hand, the spatial power within his grasp swirling as it encased a small segment of land, along with the three alien supremes. He deftly transported them into his inner world, confining them to a corner. Having completed this, his gaze returned to the evil god Great World, where he refrained from further action against the remaining powerful beings below the immortal king level, choosing instead to reserve them as training targets for those at the borders. His primary objective for coming here had been to locate the incomplete immortal emperor, yet he had not anticipated that the individual would not be present. "Let me see for myself where you are hiding," Yi Changsheng thought, his eyes narrowing as he formed a seal with his hands, emanating an overwhelming aura of the great Tao, retracing time and space. In the next moment, an image began to materialize within the void before him, revealing a hazy figure seated in meditation. Chapter 152, Traces of the Incomplete Immortal Emperor, the Mysterious Black Sea. The void before him radiated a rich temporal and spatial energy, and a vague silhouette began to come into focus. Yi Changsheng's brow instinctively furrowed. "Strange," he murmured, as an even more potent aura of the great Tao surged around him, his hands conjuring intricate seals that merged into the image. In an instant, the blurry figure sharpened, until ultimately a distinct, aloof visage emerged. It was a young man, his appearance nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, save for the singular eye upon his forehead, the incomplete immortal emperor of the alien race. This was a chaotic space, within a sea of gray and black, where the incomplete immortal emperor sat aloft, seemingly absorbing and refining a certain type of energy. Yi Changsheng's eyes narrowed as he extended his hand, seeking to extract the location information from within. However, the moment he did so, the black sea within the image surged violently, unleashing towering waves and propelling forth a torrent of some terrifying, mysterious energy. Boom. The image before him began to dim and blur, ultimately shattering into fragments. Yi Changsheng's gaze sharpened suddenly, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. He remained oblivious to the information regarding that location, severed by an enigmatic force. As he recalled the dark ocean within, a contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. sensing a resemblance between that power and his own dominion over the world. However, since he could not locate it, he resolved not to dwell further. At this juncture, apart from a few still embroiled in battle, the quasi-immortal emperors of the alien races had largely perished. He believed that once the enemy became aware, they would inevitably seek out the human race. All he needed to do was wait at the border, or perhaps in the heavenly realm, for them to reveal themselves. His expansive thoughts once again scoured the abyss of the evil god's great world, confirming that nothing remained before he turned and departed from the void, leaving this place behind. Meanwhile, the surviving alien kings within the evil god's great world, upon sensing the terrifying aura from beyond vanish, all collapsed to the ground, their eyes reflecting an inescapable terror as their bodies trembled. At the front line of the border, the vast battlefield had transformed into a veritable purgatory. An indescribable stench of blood saturating the air, the dreadful roars of the abyssal beasts, the relentless storms of the void, and the thunderous booms all spoke of the brutality of war. Deep within the starry expanse, the battle between the quasi-immortal emperors continued, each clash causing the void to fracture and the rules to reverse. Yet, a palpable panic was evident among the alien supremes who fought while retreating. With the deaths of the three supreme beings of the Yin Wind, their suddenly absent presence sent waves of alarm through them. At this moment, they had lost the will to continue the fight. Their singular thought was to escape their adversaries and flee this place. In the depths of the cosmos, the Azure Phoenix had vanquished her opponent. She stood above the void, her gaze piercing through the starry skies to survey the battlefield. Moments later, she vanished from her spot. Rather than intervening in other supreme battles, she descended into the fray beneath the immortal kings. Upon her arrival, an exceedingly terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield, causing some nearby aliens to explode from the sheer pressure. As the atmosphere thickened with this malevolent energy, an eerie calm descended upon the battlefield. Both factions of cultivators halted, their eyes fixated upon the Azure Phoenix. However, their expressions were a study in extremes. The humans displayed excitement and fervor, while the aliens were marked by sheer dread. It's a quasi-immortal emperor. How could a quasi-immortal emperor appear on this battlefield? One alien king stammered, his voice trembling. No sooner had he spoken than the Azure Phoenix's fierce gaze turned towards him. In the next instant, a deafening explosion rang out, and the alien king was obliterated without so much as a whimper. This horrifying scene left all present, including the human cultivators, utterly stunned, their excitement tinged with a newfound reverence. Indeed, the might of a quasi-immortal emperor was terrifying. An alien of the immortal king realm had been effortlessly slain with a mere glance. The Azure Phoenix paid them no heed, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, her terrifying intent swiftly encompassing all alien immortal kings. With her fingers splayed, innumerable horrific sword shadows coalesced in the void, striking down upon the targeted alien kings. Each slash resonated with a chilling sound as those marked were instantaneously annihilated, dissolving into clouds of blood mist. Those nearby trembled, helplessly watching as their kin fell. The thick scent of death enveloped them all. After executing this grim task, the Azure Phoenix refrained from further violence. The remaining aliens, mostly at the immortal monarch level, no longer warranted her direct intervention. Her gaze turned to the human cultivators, her eyes icy as she uttered a single word: kill. The command resonated clearly in the ears of every human cultivator. In an instant, a tremendous bloodlust surged from them. Kill. These are our merits. The spawn of the alien races shall not escape. They roared, charging towards their foes, particularly the immortal kings. Each strike they unleashed claimed swathes of lives. Thanks to the Azure Phoenix's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly shifted in favor of the humans, transforming what had been an evenly matched conflict into a one-sided massacre. The instigator, the Azure Phoenix, stood calmly in the void, her gaze directed towards the farthest reaches of the starry sky. There, the two supreme beings of the nine extremes were locked in combat with two aliens, their faces alight with excitement as they unleashed power that surpassed their limits. The terrifying laws of the immortal Tao surged through the void, momentarily suppressing the two aliens. Old man of the nine extremes, do not be so arrogant. One alien supreme seethed, gathering formidable power in his hands to clash against the nine extremes supreme. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Black Nether Supreme, being of the demon race, exhibited formidable strength. Although she had sustained some injuries from battling two opponents earlier, she now erupted with terrifying might, each strike forcing her adversaries back. You have already lost. This time, I shall ensure your capture. The Nine Extreme Supreme declared coldly, his attacks relentless. All he needed to do was hold them off until the Heavenly Sovereign arrived, and then he could annihilate them. In his mind, with the absence of the Yin Wind Supreme's restraint, the Heavenly Sovereign would surely arrive soon. At that time, none of these aliens would escape. Humph, you think you can keep me here? Delusional, bellowed the alien supreme at the 6th level of quasi-immortal emperor, suddenly erupting with an even more terrifying aura that forced the 9 extreme supreme back. Without hesitation, he turned to flee towards the evil god's great world, fully aware that he could no longer afford to delay. If the heavenly sovereign arrived, escape would be impossible. The 9 extreme supreme steadied himself, preparing to pursue. But the next moment he froze, his eyes widening in shock. From the direction the alien supreme had fled, a rift in space materialized, and a figure clad in white emerged from within. Chapter 153. The battle concludes, humanity triumphant. Changsheng stepped forth from the spatial passage, his gaze calm as he observed the fleeing alien supreme. He had not anticipated that, having merely chosen a random coordinate to return to the battlefield, he would find someone delivering themselves to him so readily. Seal. He raised his hand, immediately binding the void, and then opened his inner world to absorb the alien. After executing these actions, he surveyed the battlefield, taking in the entirety of the scene. The grand conflict had reached its conclusion. Across from him, the 9 extreme supreme stood frozen, his eyes wide. He regarded Changsheng with disbelief, astonishment flooding his features. If he had not been mistaken, Sovereign had just confined that alien at the 6th level of quasi-immortal emperor? Yet, wasn't he Sovereign at the 1st level of quasi-immortal emperor? What in the world? Even in another part of the battlefield, the Black Nether Supreme was similarly shaken, almost losing control of the energy of laws, threatening to obliterate the surrounding void. Her opponent, the Netherwind Supreme, wore a face of horror, suffused with an overwhelming dread. If even a 6th level quasi-immortal emperor could be subdued with a mere wave, how could she hope to escape? Meanwhile, Changsheng's gaze swept over the 9 extreme supreme, who remained dazed in the void, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Uncertain of the other's predicament, he pondered why they did not seize the moment to subdue the foreign foe, wondering if he would be compelled to intervene once more. The supreme of the 9 extremes sensed Changsheng's gaze and quickly came to his senses. Now was not the time for idle contemplation. He turned his attention to the other side of the starry expanse, where the foreign supreme was still engaged in combat, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Stepping forward, he instantaneously appeared on the battlefield, without uttering a word, channeling the celestial laws to strike at his adversary. Boom! A more terrifying battle erupted. As the void shattered in countless places, with the supreme of the ethereal wind swiftly finding herself at an absolute disadvantage. Though she had previously held her own against the supreme of the dark nether, the emergence of the higher-tier supreme of the 9 extremes turned the tide against her, resulting in her being obliterated in mere moments. In the distance, she reformed her body, her expression grim as she glared at the 2 supremes before her. A flicker of despair surged within her as she caught a glimpse of Changsheng, realizing that escape was no longer an option. A sinister glint surfaced in her eyes. If she could not flee, then she would take one down with her. Die with me, the supreme of the ethereal wind roared. A thick black mist enveloping her as an extremely terrifying aura emanated from her being. Violent, chaotic, and filled with annihilation, she darted towards the supreme of the 9 extremes. Self-detonation? The supreme of the 9 extremes' expression turned grave. The self-detonation of a 5th-level quasi-immortal emperor would unleash a horror of a magnitude that even he would not emerge unscathed from. Even if he survived, it would leave him with grievous wounds. Get away from me, he bellowed, raising his hand to summon a formidable law, striking towards her while simultaneously erecting numerous spatial barriers to mitigate the explosion's damage. The supreme of the ethereal wind watched as the hand descended. A peculiar smile curling at her lips, she did not dodge, allowing the strike to land upon her. In the next moment, torrents of blood mist erupted from her body, her form fracturing like porcelain as she hurtled towards the distant void, right towards the supreme of the dark nether. Not good. The supreme of the 9 extremes' countenance shifted dramatically as he recognized her intentions. Her charge towards him had been a ruse. Her true target was the supreme of the dark nether. Meanwhile, the supreme of the dark nether also paled, having relaxed her vigilance upon seeing the charge towards the supreme of the 9 extremes, only to discover that her opponent employed such a cunning tactic. Dark nether. After countless years of conflict, let us embark on this journey together. The supreme of the ethereal wind cackled madly, her eyes glinting with madness as she beheld the horrified expression of her rival. In her final moments, to take down this adversary alongside her was a satisfaction beyond measure. In the next heartbeat, her flying form appeared 100 zhang before the supreme of the dark nether, and the chaotic energy within her erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated across the starry sky, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, as the destructive energy surged forth, collapsing the celestial realm into a vast black hole. Yet, just as this wave of annihilation threatened to expand, A transparent dome manifested, encasing the destructive energy within, preventing its escape. In the blink of an eye, the dome contracted to the size of a fist, enveloping the destructive force within Yi Changsheng's grasp. He casually glanced at it, then clenched his hand, causing the dome and the contained destructive energy to vanish without a trace, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Meanwhile, the Supreme of the Dark Nether regained her composure. Her gaze fixated upon Yi Changsheng, a profound astonishment shining in her eyes. Compared to his earlier feat of restraining a 6th-level quasi-immortal emperor, this effortless dissolution of a self-detonation left her utterly shaken. Was this truly the same Yi Supreme, the one who was once a mere 1st-level quasi-immortal? After a brief moment, she quelled her astonishment, approaching Yi Changsheng alongside the Supreme of the 9 Extremes. The two clasped their hands in gratitude, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Yi Supreme, for your intervention." Yi Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, it was but a trivial effort. Indeed, for him at this moment, it was merely a trifling task. The two Supremes regarded Yi Changsheng, their expressions betraying a desire to inquire further about his cultivation level, yet they hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to breach the subject. Based on the previous displays of power, he was undoubtedly a high-ranking quasi-immortal, perhaps even at the pinnacle of that realm. Noticing their curiosity, Yi Changsheng chose not to elaborate, deeming it unnecessary. After a brief pause, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Let us depart from here. This war is due to conclude." Indeed, it was time for it to end. The two nodded in agreement, their gazes revealing a glimmer of cold determination. The foreign race had sustained significant losses. With several quasi-immortal emperors fallen, it was likely that their foundation had been severely weakened, allowing them to reclaim many territories. Unfortunately, the foreign race still possessed a fractured immortal emperor. Otherwise, they could have launched an offensive into the foreign realm, completely annihilating this long-standing adversary. At that moment, they remained unaware that the vast foreign realm had already been swept clean by Yi Changsheng, leaving only a handful of immortal kings behind. Moreover, the fractured immortal emperor was not within that realm. The three figures manifested on the battlefield beneath the immortal king's domain, where the conflict had also reached its conclusion. With all foreign entities and vile beasts subdued, a pungent scent of blood lingered in the starry expanse. Yi Changsheng surveyed the scene, noting some losses among the immortal kings. Though not severe, fortunately, all quasi-immortal emperors had survived. However, one individual was conspicuously absent: the Celestial Sovereign. The Celestial Sovereign was not among them. Chapter 154. The Celestial Sovereign's Disappearance. The Emergence of the Fractured Immortal Emperor. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow, unleashing a colossal, terrifying thought that spread across a vast expanse. Yet, he could not detect any trace of the Celestial Sovereign. Nearby, the Supreme of the 9 Extremes and others exhibited subtle changes in expression. They too sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Changsheng, feeling a mixture of shock and suspicion. Could there still be an enemy lurking? "Yi Supreme, what troubles you?" The Supreme of the 9 Extremes inquired cautiously. "Nothing of concern," Yi Changsheng replied, retracting his thoughts. The Supreme of the Carefree observed, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He discerned a hint of respect in the eyes of the Supreme of the 9 Extremes, which he found hard to believe. The Supreme of the 9 Extremes was a 6th-level quasi-immortal emperor. How could he regard Yi Supreme with such reverence? Given the distance of the battlefield, he had not witnessed Yi Changsheng's earlier actions, leading to his bewilderment. At this juncture, Yi Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and addressed the group with a serene demeanor. "Esteemed ones, now that the great conflict has concluded, I shall take my leave." With the battle at an end, there was no further purpose for him to remain, and thus he sought to depart. Upon finishing his words, he tore open the fabric of the void, vanishing alongside Qing Wang. The Supreme of the 9 Extremes gazed at their departing figures, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Yi Supreme is truly a remarkable individual. With him present, our human race has achieved this great victory. Beside him, the Supreme of the Dark Nether nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with Yi Supreme among them, they finally possessed the confidence to confront the foreign race. Perhaps, they could replicate the feats of millennia past and penetrate the realm of the vile gods. However, the memory of that man from 1,000 years ago dimmed the Supreme of the Dark Nether sighs. If it were not for him, a barely audible sigh escaped her lips as her figure faded into the void. The Supreme of the Carefree stood by, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the words exchanged between the Supremes. What did they mean by "with Yi Supreme present, we can achieve victory"? Was this triumph truly attributable to Yi Supreme? It seemed implausible. The esteemed Xianxiao, a figure of unparalleled prowess, single-handedly vanquished a formidable enemy from the alien races, a being at the 3rd tier of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Such a monumental achievement hardly warranted boasting. Could there truly be any merit greater than his own? especially when considering that Yi Zun, a mere first-tier quasi-immortal emperor, might have only managed to slay a single first-tier enemy. Even if the opponent were exceedingly powerful, their greatest feat would be the demise of a first-tier adversary. Xianxiao had triumphed over one of a far superior rank. With a mind full of questions, he promptly inquired of the venerable Jujing, "Old Jujing, what is the situation? I find myself bewildered by your previous statements." Having been friends with Jujing for several million years, he felt no need to temper his tone. Jujing, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at him. As a longtime companion, he instantly grasped the thoughts swirling within Xianxiao's mind. Though Xianxiao typically exuded an aura of detachment and carefree existence, his competitive spirit was unmatched. Normally, Jujing might have teased him, but considering Yi Changsheng's terrifying strength, he adopted a serious demeanor and advised, "Xianxiao, when you next encounter Yi Zun, it would be wise to temper your disposition and adopt a more solemn demeanor." "What do you mean by that?" Xianxiao replied, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Observing his expression, Jujing recounted how Yi Changsheng had captured a sixth-tier quasi-immortal emperor from the alien races and had effortlessly neutralized the self-detonation of a fifth-tier quasi-immortal emperor. "What?" Xianxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of shock. "Is this truly the case? Old man, you are not deceiving me, are you?" If Jujing's words bore truth, then Yi Changsheng must possess an extraordinary cultivation level of at least a ninth-tier quasi-immortal emperor. The revelation was utterly astonishing and unexpected. Jujing scoffed. "When have I ever lied to you?" After a moment's silence, Xianxiao finally accepted the reality, aware that Jujing would not jest about such matters. "Very well. Once you have settled affairs here, return to the secret realm to cultivate," Jujing remarked lightly before gradually fading from view. With the defeat of the alien forces, they would need to arrange for the human army to reclaim this starry expanse, recovering territories lost in the past. However, this would merely entail regaining previous lands. They dared not approach the realm of the evil god, for despite their victory, the alien races still retained a fragmented immortal emperor to guard their domain. As long as this formidable entity existed, they would not dare to encroach upon the evil god's world. Meanwhile, as they cleared the battlefield and gathered spoils, in a distant and mysterious space within the evil god continent, a young man sat cross-legged above a black sea, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, the black sea roiled, summoning towering waves. The young man's gaze remained tranquil as he glanced at the tumultuous waters, and in the blink of an eye, the sea eerily calmed, devoid of even the slightest ripple. He extended a hand, revealing a strand of enigmatic energy that lacked form and color, yet radiated an unmistakable aura of terror. It appeared to be the origin of all things, encompassing myriad possibilities, destruction, rebirth. The essence of the evil god realm had finally merged with his being. Once he absorbed the essence of the heavenly realm, he would reclaim his status as an immortal emperor and, perhaps, even unlock the chaotic passage to the void of chaos. "Ha ha ha," the young man chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. He was indeed the fragmented immortal emperor of the evil god realm, and this space was the origin of that realm. Yi Changsheng's prior attempts to investigate failed precisely due to the barriers of this origin space. Countless years ago, during the cataclysmic tides of chaos, he had sought refuge in this vast world. Although he survived, his foundational path suffered grievous wounds, requiring years of recuperation to regain even a fraction of his strength. He could have consumed the essence of the evil god realm millennia ago, but unexpectedly, a brazen youth at the peak of the quasi-immortal emperor realm had arrived, challenging him to a life-and-death battle. Ultimately, he emerged victorious while the youth perished. However, this conflict inflicted further damage, causing his foundational path to collapse anew, forcing him into a prolonged slumber until he awoke nearly 1,000,000 years later. He then spent another 1,000,000 years rehabilitating and devouring the essence of the world. Now that the essence of the evil god realm had finally fused with him, his foundational path was significantly restored. Once he consumed the essence of the heavenly realm, he could fully mend his foundational path, becoming a complete immortal emperor with the potential to advance even further. The fragmented immortal emperor quelled his laughter, surveying the dark sea before vanishing from this space. In the next moment, he appeared high above the evil god realm. However, his expression soon morphed into one of alarm. What is happening? He sensed that there was not a single quasi-immortal emperor remaining in the evil god realm. Those of the immortal king level were in a state of panic. Additionally, at the heart of the realm lay a terrifying abyss, as if a portion had been forcibly extracted. Recalling the previous tumult he felt while refining the essence of the world, he realized that the realm had experienced violent tremors during that time. However, he had been too engrossed in his own refining to pay it much heed. Now, he surmised that it must have been during that moment that the upheaval occurred. Was it the humans? Murmuring to himself, the fragmented immortal emperor emanated a terrifying intent that enveloped the entire realm. Soon, he gleaned the events that had transpired during this period. The Inwind sovereign had led an army to invade the humans, while a formidable presence from the human faction had arrived, capturing the 3 remaining quasi-mortal emperors left behind. Humans. It seems that after all these millennia, you have once again produced a peak quasi-immortal emperor. The fragmented immortal emperor sneered, aware that he was no longer the same as he was eons ago. Yet, to confirm his suspicions, he employed a method to trace the flow of time. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before him in the void. It began with the conversation among the 3 sovereigns in the Grand Hall and culminated in a colossal hand descending from the heavens, seizing the 3 individuals. However, when he attempted to discern the appearance and aura of the one who struck, an ominous cold snort echoed through the void. In an instant, the scene before him shattered, and a wave of terrifying power surged from the void, crashing toward the fragmented immortal emperor. Boom! A mist of blood erupted as the fragmented immortal emperor's form was instantly obliterated, only to coalesce once more in the distance. Meanwhile, on the distant human border, Changsheng, seated in his courtyard, opened his eyes and gazed up at the starry sky. Chapter 155, Evil Emperor, Heavenly Sovereign. In the courtyard, Changsheng opened his eyes. Moments ago, he had sensed a force sweeping through the ether, seemingly attempting to intercept his essence. His gaze pierced through the void, following that mysterious presence to a distant location. In an instant, a figure materialized in his mind, a young man standing amidst the cosmos. It was him. Changsheng's focus sharpened as he recognized this young man as the fragmented immortal emperor he had previously detected outside the evil god realm. Little did he expect that shortly after returning to the border, this individual would appear. Had he discovered the abduction of several quasi-immortal emperors and sought to track his whereabouts? Observing the young man's grim expression, Changsheng surmised part of the situation. "I await your arrival," he murmured softly before closing his eyes once more, immersing himself in his inner world. In the expanse of the cosmos, the fragmented immortal emperor surveyed the endless void with a solemn expression. However, at this moment, he found himself enveloped in utter darkness. The terrifying power that had just resonated through the void sent a shiver down his spine. An unparalleled immortal emperor? Impossible. He murmured this to himself, only to immediately dismiss it. Throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos, an immortal emperor had never been born. During his slumber, the pinnacle of cultivation in this universe was merely that of an 8th-tier quasi-immortal emperor. How could an immortal emperor emerge in such a brief span? Even he himself had merely drifted from the chaos, existing as a mere fragment of an immortal emperor. After a brief moment of contemplation, the young man concealed his aura and vanished into the starry sky. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, within a mysterious space, the figure of the celestial sovereign sat cross-legged above a boundless ocean. This realm bore a striking resemblance to the one where the fragmented immortal emperor resided, suffused with a rich, enigmatic atmosphere. However, unlike before, the waters of this ocean exhibited an eerie white hue, contrasting starkly with the black seas of the evil god's world. The celestial sovereign sat aloft, as immense whirlwinds of white water rose, brimming with countless arcane and terrifying energies flowing into his body. His form seemed akin to an abyss, consuming all energy in its wake. As he continued to absorb, his figure gradually became more indistinct, as if he were merging with the very essence of this space. Likewise, as time elapsed, his aura steadily intensified, poised to transcend the chasm and attain the status of an immortal emperor. The power of the world's origin, once fully refined, would undoubtedly shatter the confines and elevate him to the supreme. The celestial sovereign opened his eyes, a glimmer of immense ambition igniting within. Even though he was aware that devouring the entirety of the world's origin would inflict irreversible damage upon the celestial realm, potentially leading to its decline and destruction, he remained unfazed. Millions of years prior, during the demise of the pinnacle quasi-immortal emperor of the savage immortal sect, he had been informed that the evil emperor of the evil goddess world was consuming the world's origin, and he was urged to seize the opportunity to vanquish him while he was weakened. With his concealed cultivation level newly entered into the 9th tier of quasi-immortal emperor, he could potentially defeat the evil emperor at any cost. He indeed ventured into the evil god's world, yet ultimately refrained from striking, merely because the evil emperor had uttered a single phrase to him: "Devour the world's origin, and one may become an emperor." Furthermore, he revealed that beyond this realm, there existed the chaos, a true haven for the mighty. Yet, only the evil emperor knew the path to chaos. Desire is inherent in all beings, and the ambitions of powerful cultivators are particularly formidable. After countless years of arduous cultivation, he had reached the 9th tier of quasi-immortal emperor. and ascending to the realm of the supreme immortal emperor was his ultimate pursuit. Additionally, the chaos spoken of by the evil emperor ignited a curiosity within him. Thus, the two reached an unspoken agreement, and he refrained from attacking the severely wounded evil emperor at that time. Perhaps it was arrogance, or perhaps an overwhelming confidence, that led him to believe he would surpass the evil emperor in reaching the immortal emperor realm first. Originally, he intended to gradually absorb and refine the origin of the celestial realm, believing this approach would mitigate the damage inflicted upon it. He thought that before the origin ran dry, he would have already broken through, thereby preserving some of the origin for the celestial realm. However, the emergence of Yi Changsheng instilled a sense of crisis within him. Though he could not discern the other's cultivation level, the ease with which he had deflected the attack from the Wind sovereign and subsequently subdued him indicated that his prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. In fact, he suspected that the other might very well be a genuine immortal emperor. Such matters, beyond his control, left him profoundly uneasy. Thus, without waiting for the battle to conclude, he arrived at this origin space, determined to consume the origin of the celestial realm at any cost. At that moment, thoughts of the celestial realm's decline and destruction were cast aside. Suddenly, the celestial sovereign seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly as his figure flickered and vanished from the origin space. The next moment, he materialized outside the starry expanse of the celestial realm, without pausing, and waved his hand to tear open a spatial passage, stepping into it. At this time, beyond the front lines of the borders, within a concealed space, a seated figure suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying brilliance within. He gazed ahead, where a figure gradually became solidified. The evil emperor, the true self, has arrived. The celestial sovereign regarded him with indifference, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the void. The evil emperor stepped forth from the small space, approaching the celestial sovereign. Celestial sovereign, it has been millions of years since we last met. I trust you have been well. He observed the celestial sovereign's figure, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. The aura emanating from the latter subtly surpassed that of a pinnacle quasi-immortal emperor. Although he had yet to attain that supreme realm, he could no longer be considered an ordinary pinnacle quasi-immortal emperor. Meanwhile, having absorbed the origin of the evil goddess world, he had utilized most of it to heal his foundational injuries, leaving him unable to suppress the adversary. The celestial sovereign gazed at the emerging evil emperor, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Judging by the aura surrounding the latter, he too had surpassed the pinnacle of quasi-immortal emperor, yet had not yet achieved the supreme. Evil emperor, it seems you have not made much progress throughout these countless years. Do you not fear that I shall suppress you here, daring to appear at the borders of my realm? As he spoke the final words, his voice turned increasingly frigid, and the laws of the great Tao began to rise around him, as if he were genuinely prepared to take action and subdue the evil emperor. Humph. The evil emperor regarded the celestial sovereign's demeanor with a cold snort, replying icily, Celestial sovereign, you are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Despite his words, a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a deeply concealed killing intent. This celestial sovereign was far too monstrous. He had initially believed that the latter's absorption of the origin power would only elevate him to the pinnacle of quasi-immortal emperor. At that juncture, he believed his own strength would still be able to suppress him. Little did he expect that the celestial sovereign had already surpassed that pinnacle tier, advancing towards the supreme. It is well known that reaching the pinnacle of quasi-immortal emperor is comparatively easier. However, crossing that threshold is exceedingly arduous, even with the world's origin at one's disposal. It requires a protracted period for assimilation and comprehension. Yet, it was evident that the celestial sovereign had already fused with a substantial portion of the origin and gained considerable insight. If this trend continued, it was entirely possible that he would step into the immortal emperor realm before the evil emperor. What if he were to take advantage of this opportunity and eliminate him? As this thought crossed his mind, the hidden killing intent within the evil emperor surged forth. Chapter 156, A Million-Year Scheme. The evil emperor fixed his gaze upon the celestial sovereign, weighing the pros and cons within his heart. The latter's growth had surpassed his expectations. In the mere span of a few million years, during which he had been in seclusion, the celestial sovereign had developed to a point where he could rival him. If given more time, he might not remain the evil emperor's equal. The thought of having devoted countless years to absorbing the entire origin of the evil goddess world, just to barely mend the wounds inflicted during the battle a million years prior, ignited a surge of fury within him. Humph, it's all that damned savage sovereign's fault. The evil emperor scoffed, his heart brimming with rage. Had it not been for that wretched figure attacking him while he was still recuperating, he would not have suffered further injuries, thus granting the celestial sovereign the opportunity to grow stronger. As the evil emperor fell into silence, hesitating in his thoughts, the The celestial sovereign opposite him gradually narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, he had sensed a faint trace of killing intent emanating from the evil emperor. Fixing his gaze upon him, a chill flickered in his eyes as he spoke indifferently. Evil emperor, you wouldn't be contemplating how to slay me, would you? What is it? Is that unacceptable? The evil emperor took a step forward, a terrifying aura gradually rising from his being. He gazed directly at the celestial sovereign and said indifferently, our two clans have always been archenemies. Even if I were to slay you today, it would merely serve to eliminate a formidable foe for my people. His voice was devoid of emotion, and his gaze was laced with a hint of murderous intent. Is that so? Are you certain you can kill me? The celestial sovereign responded with a cold laugh, dismissing the evil emperor's words without a second thought. This was not the past. He had significantly advanced in his cultivation and now possessed the strength to contend with his adversary. The evil emperor regarded the celestial sovereign with a serious expression, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. However, he refrained from making a move, seemingly harboring reservations. The celestial sovereign was correct. Although he had healed the wounds of his past, his cultivation had yet to fully restore to the level of a celestial emperor. A real confrontation would not be straightforward. Even if he could unleash some celestial emperor techniques and win at any cost, there was still a mysterious powerful entity to consider, making the endeavor not worth the risk. Moreover, he had ulterior motives for this meeting. It was not merely to determine life and death. With this in mind, he dissipated his menacing aura, his gaze softening as he spoke calmly. Celestial Sovereign, do not forget our agreement. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, my cultivation is fully restored, and soon I shall journey to the chaos. I hope you can manage your clan's affairs. I do not wish for a third party to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, neither of us shall escape this vast universe unscathed. Upon concluding his statement, he fixed his gaze intently on the Celestial Sovereign, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. Meanwhile, the Celestial Sovereign scoffed inwardly. Fully restored cultivation? Nonsense. He did not believe a word of it. If the evil emperor had truly mended his foundation, he would not be so composed. He would have suppressed him the moment he appeared. However, the mention of a third party caused him to frown. Almost instantly, the image of Yi Changsheng materialized in his mind. The latter had effortlessly subdued the supreme of the Yin winds, leaving him profoundly unsettled. As he was at least on par with that individual, perhaps this could indeed affect his absorption of the world's essence. If Yi Changsheng were to discover the existence of the world's essence, he would undoubtedly come to contest it. After all, that was a tremendous opportunity for achieving the rank of Celestial Emperor. Who wouldn't desire it? His decision to return to the source space before the great battle concluded was driven by a desire to consume the essence swiftly, fearing that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Contemplating this, a grave expression flickered across the Celestial Sovereign's face. He regarded the evil emperor coolly, stating, "Rest assured, I shall handle matters myself. You need not concern yourself." As he spoke of the chaos, his voice turned icy. Were it not for the allure of the place he mentioned, he would not hesitate to sever ties with him right then. However, if that place truly existed, suitable for cultivation at the Celestial Emperor level, enabling one to further augment their supreme cultivation, then all of this would be worthwhile. In pursuit of the ultimate Tao, he would even be willing to sacrifice the entirety of the human race in the celestial realm. After uttering these words, the Celestial Sovereign cast one last penetrating glance at the evil emperor, then gradually faded from sight, vanishing into the starry expanse. The evil emperor, watching the Celestial Sovereign's retreating figure, felt his expression darken to an extreme. How dare he reprimand me? Damn it, I will eventually refine you. A chilling voice escaped his lips as he too vanished from his location. However, he did not return to the realm of the evil gods, but instead concealed his presence and retreated towards the human clan's controlled area. The essence of the evil god realm had already been consumed by him. It would soon decay and transform into a barren wasteland. He planned to lurk within the human territory, waiting for the Celestial Sovereign and that mysterious powerful entity to clash, seizing the opportunity like a hidden bird. At that point, once he consumed the essence of the celestial realm, he could fully restore himself and reclaim his status as a supreme existence at the Celestial Emperor level. After both had departed, a colossal eye emerged in the starry sky, surveying the void, its pupils revealing a hint of mockery. In the border courtyard, Yi Changsheng retracted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Through the dialogue between the two, he had surmised the intricate causal web woven over countless years. No wonder he had been unable to ascertain their precise locations earlier. They were likely within the source space at that time. The source space isolated everything, thus evading his detection. Ah, what grand ambitions, scheming for millennia. Alas, it is destined to be in vain. He shook his head lightly, his form vanishing from the courtyard. Now that he was aware of the Celestial Sovereign's machinations, He could not allow him to continue consuming the essence of the celestial realm. After all, once the celestial realm lost its essence, it would inevitably face decay, resulting in the human race losing its habitat. In the next moment, his figure appeared above the celestial realm. His gaze swept across the surroundings before settling on the void at the very center of the celestial realm, where a faint aura was dissipating. Celestial Sovereign, I have found you. Changsheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. When the celestial sovereign and the evil emperor had their meeting, he had quietly left a trace of his mark on the ladder. This was his means to follow them to the entrance of the source space. Now, he sensed that the mark he had left was vanishing precisely at the center of the celestial realm. Without hesitation, he stepped forth to the location where the mark had disappeared, extending his palm towards the seemingly empty void. Chapter 157. The Tremor of the Celestial Realm. Above the void at the center of the celestial realm, as Changsheng's hand descended, a tempest of change erupted. Boom! A terrifying shockwave reverberated forth. For what was once an empty void suddenly exploded with the force of ancient celestial mountains colliding. The great Tao roared, and the void shattered into countless fragments. Massive fissures stretching towards the horizon. What is happening? What has transpired? Which esteemed elder is this? What does he intend to do? Such a terrifying aura. The heavens have split. Across the celestial realm, numerous powerful cultivators looked up, stunned by the sudden upheaval. The terrifying fissures that spread across the realm made it appear as if it were on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, in that very instant, formidable beings from the depths of the top-tier celestial sects opened their eyes to the outside world. The next moment, they emerged from the confines of their sect's sanctuaries, their gazes all directed toward the center of the celestial realm above. They were giants at the celestial king level, safeguarding their sects within the celestial realm. Yet now, a sense of dread surged within them. A formidable aura emanated from that location, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, as if a mere thought could annihilate them. This aura was far more terrifying than any quasi-celestial emperor they had encountered. Where did such a powerful being originate? How could such terror manifest within the celestial realm? Could it be a celestial emperor? Has some elder from our clan broken through to the supreme celestial emperor level? In an instant, a mixture of shock and elation filled the hearts of these celestial king giants. If a supreme existence at the celestial emperor level truly emerged from their clan, they could decisively triumph over the foreign races and put an end to this long-standing enmity. The celestial king giants carefully sensed the aura permeating the space, striving to discern which elder it belonged to. However, the presence above the heavens resembled a colossal sun, their divine consciousness utterly incapable of approaching, instantly reduced to nothingness. A chilling sensation pervaded the air, as if stepping even slightly closer would summon unfathomable terror. Instantly, every celestial king turned pale, their minds beset by a paralyzing fear of disrespect. At that moment, several formidable figures materialized from a distance of 1,000,000 miles. Their gazes pierced through the void. Fixated upon the white silhouette at the heart of the celestial realm, their expressions equally filled with astonishment. These were the esteemed elders of the human race, who, sensing this overwhelming aura, had arrived in an instant. Unlike others, they were supreme beings at the brink of celestial emperor status, their formidable cultivation allowing them to clearly discern the identity of that distant figure. Yet, this only deepened their astonishment. Yizun, what is he doing? Such a terrifying presence extinguishes any thought of resistance. The elders murmured, their minds shaken. Even though they had witnessed Changsheng's fearsome prowess on the battlefield, they had assumed he was merely at the pinnacle of the quasi-celestial emperor level. Now, it was evident that this aura transcended that realm, reaching an echelon they had never dared to aspire to. At that moment, the celestial kings below sensed the presence of the elders and tore through space to arrive beside them. Elder Joji, this is? A cool voice emerged as the Xianxia princess stepped forward, her eyes still brimming with shock, her astonishment surpassing that of the other celestial kings. Millennia ago, her father had reached the pinnacle of quasi-celestial emperor cultivation, yet the aura emanating from the figure at the celestial realm's center was infinitely more terrifying. A celestial emperor. The Xianxia princess could practically affirm that this was an unparalleled celestial emperor. As for who it was, she remained uncertain. In response to her inquiry, the Joji Supreme did not answer directly, but regarded her intently before finally saying, "Dear niece Xianxia, the opportunity for your barbaric immortal sect has arrived." With that, he fell silent, redirecting his gaze forward, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotion. Although they understood what Yizun was doing, that seemed inconsequential. What truly mattered was that a celestial emperor had emerged from their lineage, the implications of which were abundantly clear. The long-standing conflict with the alien races was nearing its end. Meanwhile, the other quasi-celestial emperors also turned their eyes toward the Xianxia princess, their expressions revealing an unusual intensity. The barbaric immortal sect was poised for prosperity. Even a tenuous connection to a celestial emperor would yield boundless benefits. Surely, even if the heavenly sovereign harbored dissatisfaction with the barbaric immortal sect, they would hesitate to act against it now. Simultaneously, they reflected on the possibility that had that powerful figure from millennia ago survived, they too might have attained the status of a celestial emperor. Nearby, the Changsheng princess was left bewildered by Elder Jiuji's words. The opportunity for the barbaric immortal sect? Was he referring to that mysterious celestial emperor? Did he have ties to the barbaric immortal sect? Yet, she could not recall any connection between her sect and such an extraordinary being. With this perplexity in mind, the Xuantian princess gazed into the distant void, attempting to unveil the true identity of that enigmatic celestial emperor. Over there, Changsheng had long been aware of their presence, but chose to disregard them, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the void before him. He extended his hand, feeling an astonishing pressure on his arm as his palm vanished, seemingly probing into another realm. He was unaware of how the heavenly sovereign had entered or the correct method to do so, but that was of little consequence. With his current strength, he could force his way in. Humph! A primordial space dares to obstruct my entrance? With a cold snort, the laws of the celestial emperor surged forth, intricate patterns swirling as he forcefully tore apart the space. The sound of rending echoed. A fissure dozens of feet wide was brutally torn open. Within that space, the vast primordial sea surged with towering waves, a terrifying aura instantaneously rushing forth. Endless laws of the great Tao permeated the air, clearly visible. This is the essence of the primordial. Is it the essence of the celestial realm? A million miles away, the Jiuji Supreme and the others gazed at the crack from which the clear laws of the Tao emanated, their faces filled with astonishment. The intensity of that rule-laden aura stirred their long-stagnant realms, awakening a fervent desire deep within them to enter that fissure and cultivate therein. However, upon seeing the white-clad figure before the crack, they wisely dismissed the thought. That was a celestial emperor. Approaching recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Concurrently, another question arose in their minds. Why had Yizun forcibly opened the primordial space of the celestial realm? Did he intend to absorb the essence within? Just as this notion took root, a voice resonated throughout the heavens, leaving all present in shock. For this voice emanated from within the primordial space itself, its authoritative tone reverberating throughout the celestial realm. Who disturbs my tranquil meditation? Chapter 158. Yi Changsheng's terrifying power, the heavenly sovereign's dismay. Who disturbs my tranquil meditation? The authoritative voice echoed from the primordial space, resounding throughout the celestial realm and leaving all who heard it astounded. They turned their gazes towards the direction of the primordial space, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? There was actually someone inside. Among the myriad powerful beings, a celestial king could not help but murmur in shock, his voice tinged with astonishment. As their minds reeled, a flicker of unusual emotion danced in their eyes. To be present within the primordial space suggested that this mysterious individual had been cultivating therein all along. Nearby, Elder Jiuji and the others shuddered slightly, recognizing the owner of that voice. The heavenly sovereign. The heavenly sovereign was actually within the primordial space. What could he possibly be doing? Did he truly intend to refine the essence of the celestial realm? Realizing this, their expressions grew grave, fully aware of the implications of losing the primordial essence. If that were indeed the case, it would spell disaster for all cultivators in the celestial realm. On the other hand, Yi Changsheng remained unfazed, his expression calm as he surveyed the tumultuous primordial sea within the fissure. As long as the primordial sea had not run dry, there was still hope. At that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the primordial space, standing upon the surface of the sea, confronting Yi Changsheng across the fissure. The heavenly sovereign regarded the figure beyond the crack, his countenance darkening. He could hardly fathom that the other party would discover the primordial space, and moreover, forcefully create an entrance, exposing it to the gaze of all cultivators in the celestial realm. Initially, he had planned to refine all the primordial power before addressing this issue. But now the other party had come knocking. Yet, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the figure before him, he felt a tremor of trepidation. A celestial emperor. The heavenly sovereign's expression darkened further, tinged with a hint of fear. Initially, he believed that he and the other party were on the same level, not giving it much thought. However, now, in this close proximity, the terrifying aura of oppression clearly revealed to him that the other was not merely a peak quasi-immortal emperor, but a true, unparalleled immortal emperor. This being was the first immortal emperor to emerge from the celestial realm in countless years, capable of commanding billions of lives. In contrast, he had only refined a significant portion of the world's essence and had yet to fully cross that threshold, rendering him utterly incapable of being a rival. Damn it! Why did he have to appear at this moment? If only he were granted another century, he would undoubtedly succeed in refining the world's essence. Could it truly end in failure? He roared within, his eyes filled with unwillingness. After plotting for millions of years, with just another 100 years, he could defy the heavens and step into the realm of the immortal emperor. Now, it seemed all would be for naught. How could he accept such a fate? Changsheng regarded the other with an expression devoid of turbulence. He met his gaze and calmly stated, "Heavenly Sovereign, you are but a step away from entering the realm of the unparalleled immortal emperor. I have heard your name since my days in the wild continent. Yet I see you only now. However, it appears you have committed a grave misdeed." The calmness of his voice reached the ears of the Heavenly Sovereign, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. From this statement, he discerned that the other was aware of the confinement of the wild continent, which was indeed his doing. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. In comparison to refining the essence of the celestial realm, that matter seemed trivial. He studied Changsheng for a long moment before stepping forward. His voice low and grave. "What do you intend to do?" Given the circumstances, escape was no longer an option. He merely wished to understand the other's intentions. In response, Changsheng looked directly at him and articulated each word with clarity. "The essence of the celestial realm ought not to be refined. You have taken what does not belong to you." His voice bore no trace of concealment, resonating clearly in the ears of the celestial realm's many powerhouses. In an instant, all were shaken. Even the few quasi-immortal elder cultivators who had already harbored suspicions now felt an undeniable shock upon hearing it confirmed. The Heavenly Sovereign was indeed refining the essence of the celestial realm. How could this be? Did he intend to destroy the celestial realm? In the essence space, the Heavenly Sovereign wore a mocking smile. The path of cultivation is, at its core, a pursuit of plunder, plundering from heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. Opportunities, fortunes, all that exists can be seized if one possesses sufficient strength. As the supreme being, does the immortal emperor not understand this principle? His words were blunt and unapologetic. Likewise, Changsheng did not dispute them. He recognized the truth in what was said. The cultivation world is indeed a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Power is the ultimate truth, and only the mighty may claim greater opportunities. He gazed at the Heavenly Sovereign and replied with a measured calmness, "You speak rightly. However, in this place, I am the supreme being. I decree that you shall not refine it." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Sovereign's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze upon Changsheng, silent for a prolonged moment. After a brief silence, his eyes suddenly sharpened, a fierce glint illuminating them. The sovereign was unwilling and sought to test the methods of the immortal emperor. With that, he stepped forward, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. Boom! The essence sea behind him surged violently, as if it would burst forth from the essence space and crush Changsheng. The Heavenly Sovereign extended his arms wide. Countless strands of law power surged forth, transforming into patterns that spread across the entire essence sea. "Rise and suppress the immortal emperor." With a furious shout, the essence sea roared, the towering waves coalescing into a colossal hand that reached through the spatial rift toward Changsheng. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire celestial realm, a manifestation of the essence's might that represented both destruction and rebirth, imbued with endless terror. It felt as if heaven and earth were turned upside down. All beings within the celestial realm trembled at the sight of that hand, as if the entirety of the celestial realm was descending upon them. Changsheng regarded the descending hand with a hint of surprise. In his perception, the aura emanating from this hand was already comparable to that of a newly ascended immortal emperor. However, considering the essence of the world contained within, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, this power was insufficient to subdue him. "Stay!" With a gentle reprimand, he raised his palm and pressed forward. An invisible and terrifying immortal emperor's law coalescing out of thin air, binding the descending hand within the void. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the colossal hand was instantly shattered and fell back into the essence space, transforming once more into a vast sea. The Heavenly Sovereign watched in horror as his all-out strike was so effortlessly dispelled. He pointed at Changsheng, trembling as he stammered, "You, how could this be? You are not a newly ascended immortal emperor?" Chapter 159, The Arrival of Annihilating Divine Punishment. The Heavenly Sovereign gazed at Changsheng, his astonishment beyond words. He understood better than anyone that the colossal hand just conjured had gathered the remaining essence power of the celestial realm. Its might sufficient to rival that of a first-level immortal emperor. Yet, despite this, it was easily diffused by the other as if swatting away a mere insect. What level of cultivation had the other truly attained? Far away, several quasi-immortal elder cultivators were wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock. The terrifying aura of the hand that had emerged from the space was potent enough to obliterate them all in an instant. likely wielding the power of an immortal emperor. Yet, such a fearsome attack was effortlessly countered by Yi Changsheng. This incredulity was beyond their comprehension. Yi Changsheng paid no heed to the astonishment of the onlookers. He stepped forward, crossing the rift into the essence space. The rift then sealed itself instantaneously, as if it had never existed, leaving the denizens of the celestial realm in stunned silence. Among the quasi-immortal beings, the celestial sovereign revealed a trace of worry and hesitated before saying, "What shall we do now?" Although he had often disapproved of the heavenly sovereign's actions, the latter was, after all, the pinnacle of celestial power, having long served to intimidate foreign races and contribute greatly to the celestial realm. The Nine Extremes sovereign cast a deep glance at the closed rift before turning to the celestial sovereign, his expression grave. "This matter is beyond our intervention. We must focus on ourselves to avoid igniting a conflagration that could consume us." After speaking, he surveyed all present, the warning in his gaze unmistakable. In that moment, the demeanor of all those who met his gaze grew solemn. Yi Changsheng hailed from the wild continent and bore a connection to the heavenly sovereign. Now that the sovereign sought to refine the essence of the celestial realm, he had surely transgressed a taboo. The outcome would likely not bode well. It was even possible that he might meet his demise. Yet among them, one person's countenance was filled with dread and apprehension. The Black Abyss Immortal King, the disciple of the heavenly sovereign. His eyes were fixed intently on the direction from which the rift had vanished, a tempest of turmoil raging within him. He could not fathom that his master would attempt to refine the essence of the celestial realm and seek its destruction. Now, he faced a life-and-death crisis that could very well lead to his downfall. Should his master perish, his own future would be bleak. After all, under his master's influence, he had consistently suppressed the wild immortal sect over the years. Without this formidable backing, retribution from the sect would be inevitable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he glanced toward the other side where two figures stood, one male and one female, the celestial maiden and the immortal king of the wild. As his gaze fell upon them, the two individuals simultaneously turned their eyes in his direction, leading to a moment of six eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. The celestial maiden of Xianxing exhibited a demeanor of cold indifference, her expression devoid of any emotion. In contrast, the savage wilderness immortal king revealed a flicker of unusual sentiment in his eyes, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude and an undercurrent of malevolence. For countless millennia, he and the Black Abyss Immortal King had been stationed at the border war island, enduring endless provocations and troubles from the latter. In the interests of maintaining the stability of their sect, he had long suppressed his mounting grievances, but now, it seemed an opportunity had arisen to vent his pent-up frustration. At that moment, within the primordial space, Yi Changsheng stood facing the celestial sovereign, his presence unadorned by any overt display of formidable power. Resembling an ordinary person suspended in the air, he regarded the celestial sovereign and remarked nonchalantly, "Was that truly your most potent technique? It seems rather unimpressive." The celestial sovereign's countenance darkened, yet he found himself unable to retort, for the strength of his opponent instilled a deep-seated dread within him. Yi Changsheng cast a cursory glance at the nearly desiccated primordial sea, his brow slightly furrowing, before taking a step forward, advancing toward the celestial sovereign. In an instant, his previously unassuming form erupted into a blinding radiance that was difficult to behold, with boundless immortal emperor laws swirling around him, resembling a divine being. "Since you have exhausted your means, I shall now refine you," returning to the source. His authoritative voice resonated, and before the celestial sovereign could utter a word, he raised his hand and reached out toward him. In the void, a cage formed entirely of laws materialized, enveloping the celestial sovereign. The latter had already fused the majority of the world's primordial essence with his being. Thus, only through complete refinement and a return to the source could the celestial realm's essence be restored to its former integrity. Otherwise, even though a small portion of the primordial essence remained, it would be wholly insufficient to sustain the countless cultivators above. Moreover, as time passed, it would gradually wither away, ultimately leading to annihilation. As the cage descended to suppress him, the celestial sovereign's eyes widened in fury, brimming with resentment and a fierce determination. He bellowed at Yi Changsheng, "I refuse to concede. What of your status as an immortal emperor? I too shall ascend to the pinnacle of immortal emperorhood." With his declaration, an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from him, causing the entire primordial space to tremble violently. This aura transcended the threshold of a quasi-immortal emperor, seemingly striving to breach barriers and ascend to a new domain. Boom! With the rise of this formidable aura, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the primordial space, causing fissures of pitch black to tear through the fabric of reality, while innumerable lightning serpents manifested, painting a scene of apocalyptic destruction. The changes within the primordial space rippled outward, affecting the very heavens and earth beyond. The vast celestial realm quaked, the sky darkening in an instant, with massive cracks appearing as if a mirror on the verge of shattering. On the ground, unseen abysses emerged, swallowing even some of the mightiest sects whole. What is happening? Such a terrifying aura. Could it herald the end of the world? Is the celestial realm doomed to destruction? An overwhelming terror enveloped the entire celestial realm, prompting the protective formations of countless sects and ancient clans across the 10 celestial domains to activate simultaneously. Those of lower cultivation were crushed under the oppressive weight, unable to stand, while only those above the rank of a mortal monarch could barely remain upright, their bodies trembling as they gazed at the heavens, their expressions filled with dread. At this moment, the sky had coalesced into a terrifying storm cloud, its vastness nearly obscuring half of the celestial realm. Countless dark lightning serpents writhed and intertwined, with palatial structures flickering within as a cataclysmic force descended. Is this divine retribution? Could it truly be divine retribution? How is this possible? In the void, the 9 extremities sovereign and others bore looks of alarm. They were all too familiar with the ominous aura of calamity. Someone was ascending in their cultivation. But it was not the usual tribulation. It was a cataclysmic divine punishment. Flee! The 9 extremities sovereign shouted, signaling everyone to hastily retreat. He had already formed a conjecture regarding whose calamity it was, and given the extent of the storm cloud, if they did not withdraw, they would surely be caught in its wake. With that command, all the immortal kings tore through the void, escaping the reach of the storm cloud. In an instant, only the 9 extremities sovereign and a few quasi-immortal emperors remained. They exchanged glances, not immediately fleeing, but instead making their way toward the heart of the storm cloud. Chapter 160, Suppressing the Celestial Sovereign. The 3 quasi-immortal emperor-level beings swiftly arrived at the center of the divine punishment, casting their powers to gather all cultivators within their reach. Meanwhile, the immortal kings who had departed earlier mostly returned to their own sects, leading their disciples to safety. The might of divine punishment was beyond what they could withstand. Those of lower cultivation caught in its wake faced certain death. At that moment, those trapped within the storm cloud, their faces filled with despair, looked on as powerful figures came to lead them away, their eyes reigniting with a fierce glimmer of hope. Wonderful! Our clan has not abandoned us. Strong warriors have come to rescue us. They rejoiced. Ha ha ha, I won't die after all. Countless cultivators erupted in cheers, particularly those at the center who had resigned themselves to death, now finding a glimmer of salvation, an emotional ascent from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. As the quasi-immortal emperors and numerous immortal kings exerted their powers, swathes of cultivators were drawn into their spatial domains. However, the celestial realm was vast, and despite their utmost efforts, it was impossible to rescue everyone in such a short span. Just then, a deafening rumble echoed, a deep, resonant thunderclap reverberated throughout the celestial realm, followed by an overwhelming pressure pouring down. Under this pressure, space itself felt as though it had thickened, impeding the movements of the 9 extremities sovereign and his companions, rendering them sluggish. He halted, gazing upward at the storm clouds, his expression grave. The heavy storm clouds shrouded the sky, and within them, palatial structures had become ominously solidified. Moreover, indistinct figures began to coalesce, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction. He understood that divine punishment was about to descend, and if they did not leave soon, they would likely be caught in the ensuing calamity, reduced to ash. Casting a glance at the others still striving to rescue cultivators, he sighed. There is no time left. We must depart. With that, he disregarded the remaining cultivators, turning to vanish into the void, seeking refuge among the stars, far from this place of catastrophe. The other immortal kings and quasi-mortal emperors trembled slightly, their gazes sweeping across the vast regions still shrouded by storm clouds, where countless cultivators remained. Though reluctant, they could feel the increasingly formidable divine might looming above, compelling them to retreat. Should they delay even a moment longer, the divine punishment would descend, and they too would meet their demise here. Meanwhile, in the 10 celestial domains below, countless cultivators awaited the higher-ups to lead them to safety, only to witness these leaders vanishing into the void. Why? No, don't leave us. Save us, they cried out in desperation. Without the intervention of these immortal kings and quasi-mortal emperors, they had no hope of escaping before the divine punishment struck. However, some cultivators on the periphery of the storm cloud were expending every ounce of their energy, unleashing unprecedented power in a desperate bid to escape. Positioned at the edge, they had a chance to flee to safety on their own. As chaos engulfed the external realm, within the primordial space, the celestial sovereign gazed upward into the void, seemingly able to pierce through the layers of space to behold the dense storm clouds of divine punishment above. Damn it! How could it be divine punishment? Sensing the overwhelming terror emanating from the void, his gaze grew exceedingly grave, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Typically, when cultivators ascend, they merely face heavenly tribulations rather than divine retribution. Though the terms heavenly tribulation and divine punishment seem to differ by but a single word, the implications they carry are as disparate as heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation serves as a test imposed by the cosmos upon cultivators, offering a slender thread of hope. Should they endure, they may continue to traverse the realms and seek enlightenment at higher echelons. Conversely, only those cultivators who have committed grievous transgressions, deemed intolerable by the universe, are subjected to divine punishment, leading to their utter annihilation. Such self-destruction. Yi Changsheng regarded the celestial lord, shaking his head slightly. Even without intervening, this individual was doomed. Given his current state and having refined a significant portion of the world's essence, a forced ascension to the realm of the immortal emperor was not entirely impossible. Alas, it was perhaps precisely because he had assimilated the world's essence that the tribulation he faced morphed into divine punishment. The latter, in comparison to heavenly tribulation, existed on an entirely different plane. The prospect of survival was dim, if not entirely absent. However, he could not allow the celestial lord to weather this divine punishment. Should he inadvertently harm the remaining essence of the celestial realm, it would spell disaster. His palm descended with increased urgency, the massive cage enveloping the celestial lord entirely. If he could confine the individual and sever all traces of his aura before the divine punishment struck, all would be well. Once the divine punishment dissipated, he could refine the essence and restore it to the celestial realm. To annihilate the true body, how could that be as you wish? The celestial lord discerned Yi Changsheng's intentions and roared in fury. A faint, ethereal flame ignited upon him, and the culmination of countless years of cultivation began to blaze forth. Transforming into an overwhelming force, he unleashed a punch, causing the sea of essence beneath him to surge anew. Countless rules coalesced into a colossal fist shadow, entwined with the essence's power, crashing toward the cage above. Humph! Yi Changsheng scoffed, choosing to disregard the fist shadow entirely. A quasi-immortal emperor, yet to ascend, even with the explosive force of the world's essence, could only muster strength equivalent to a nascent immortal emperor at best. For someone of his current prowess, such strength posed no threat whatsoever. In the next moment, the fist shadow collided with the cage. Boom! Amidst the terrifying roar, as anticipated, the fist shadow was dissipated by the rebound force, while the cage merely paused slightly before continuing its descent, thoroughly imprisoning the celestial lord within. Yi Changsheng was not surprised by this outcome. He did not linger, forming seals with his hands as countless runes erupted from his being, inscribing themselves upon the cage, completely suppressing the celestial lord's aura and restoring tranquility. Inside the cage, the celestial lord stood wide-eyed and stupefied, disbelief etched across his face. That punch had encapsulated countless years of his cultivation, yet it had failed to shake the cage, instead being scattered by the rebound force. Only at this moment did he fully comprehend the terror of Yi Changsheng. Even if he were to step into the realm of the immortal emperor, he could never hope to rival him. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly as he transported the cage containing the celestial lord from the realm of essence to the outside world. Upon his arrival, his gaze turned skyward, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Logically, after suppressing the celestial lord's aura, the divine punishment should have dissipated. Yet now, the heavy tribulation clouds above not only persisted, but had transformed into a more terrifying form. Moreover, an ominous sensation of being targeted enveloped him, as though the divine punishment had shifted its focus onto him. Truly, what a lack of foresight. The true body had saved you, and now you turn against it. Anger surged within Yi Changsheng, nearly compelling him to unleash a torrent of curses. He had suppressed the celestial lord, sparing the celestial realm from decline, only to find that the focus of the divine punishment had swiftly turned upon himself. At that moment, the divine punishment seemed to have reached its zenith. Boom! A colossal pillar of black lightning, akin to a divine column, descended directly toward Yi Changsheng below. In an instant, order shattered, laws unraveled, and an aura of utter annihilation permeated the cosmos. Chapter 161. The Anomaly of Divine Punishment, 2 Yi Changshengs. The terrifying thunder cascaded down, carrying with it the breath of destruction. Humph! Yi Changsheng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the descending thunder, letting out a snort. He then raised his hand, extending a finger. In an instant, a massive finger materialized in the void, colliding directly with the thunder. This immense finger, forged entirely from the laws of the universe, bore no resemblance to the lightning. It appeared almost human, its fingerprints discernible with clarity. With a mere thought from Yi Changsheng, the colossal finger surged forth, crashing into the descending thunder. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the void of the celestial realm. Countless rules disintegrated, and the space itself was rent asunder, creating terrifying fissures akin to gaping abysses that fragmented the celestial realm into thousands upon thousands of pieces. A tempest swept downward, instantly reducing countless celestial mountains and grand peaks to dust, and the earth collapsed into gaping chasms. Fortunately, the cultivators at the epicenter had been previously evacuated by the likes of the 9 Extremes Sovereign. Otherwise, rivers of blood would have surely flowed. Changsheng glanced at the raging storm, his brow furrowing as he exerted a gentle downward pressure with his palm, suppressing and calming the tumult. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion of his hand, all cultivators within a billion-mile radius, including those from various celestial sects, were transported into his inner world. His inner realm had flourished immensely during this time. Though accommodating these individuals might render it somewhat crowded, it was far from problematic. Having completed this, he turned his gaze toward the tumultuous tribulation clouds above. At this moment, the clouds were swirling violently, appearing even darker than before, resembling thick ink. A cold light flickered in Changsheng's eyes. He sought not to dwell on anything else, leaving faint imprints in the void as he slowly ascended step by step toward the ominous clouds. To be honest, he had never experienced the tribulation of ascension at his current level. His elevation had been facilitated directly by the system, untouched by the will of the heavens. Now was the perfect opportunity to witness just how formidable this so-called divine punishment truly was. Host, you must have faith in this system. It is merely the will of a grand world, easily manageable with your current strength. The system chimed in, seemingly sensing Changsheng's thoughts, its voice booming with confidence. Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. This entity had a penchant for appearing with self-satisfaction. However, he chose to ignore the system and continued his ascent toward the heavens. Meanwhile, beyond the stars, the retreating celestial kings and quasi-mortal emperors observed Changsheng's approach toward the divine punishment with expressions of shock. Indeed, the immortal emperor exuded unparalleled majesty. The 9 Extremes Sovereign peered through the void at the imposing figure, his eyes revealing a deep envy. Only an existence as supreme as an immortal emperor could confront such terrifying divine punishment with such audacity. Were it he in that position, he would have likely been reduced to ashes beneath the first bolt of thunder. As Changsheng pressed onward, the tumultuous thunderclouds above surged with even greater intensity. And from within the inky darkness, myriad golden rays burst forth. In the next instant, a colossal palace descended from the thunderclouds, aiming to suppress Changsheng. The palace glistened with golden hues, adorned with intricate patterns of the Tao, while 9 massive, fearsome thunder dragons coiled about it, emanating an aura of unimaginable dread. Roar! As the palace descended, the 9 thunder dragons let out a unified roar, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of annihilating thunder. Changsheng uttered a cold command, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the palace shattered, and the thunder dragon was reduced to dust. Amidst the cascading luminescence, Changsheng traversed with serenity, leaving behind but a faint imprint in the void, continuing his ascent toward the clouds of heavenly tribulation. With each step, the ominous clouds above transformed once more, showering down myriad golden rays. A spectral figure emerged from within, its emotionless gaze descending upon Changsheng. Is this the remnant imprint of a powerful being from the river of time and space? Changsheng stared at the apparition, momentarily taken aback, as he sensed an unusual aura emanating from it, one that did not belong to this realm of existence. He was astounded that the altered heavenly punishment could manifest such a formidable will imprint. At this juncture, the specter withdrew its gaze from Changsheng and shifted its attention to the heavy clouds of calamity. In the next instant, it opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption, devouring the entire storm of calamity. In a mere instant, the heavenly punishment clouds that had shrouded half of the celestial realm dissipated entirely, consumed to oblivion. After devouring the calamity clouds, the specter solidified, indistinguishable from a living being, radiating an aura of unfathomable might. This is outrageous. Changsheng gazed at the figure, caught off guard, and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of traditional essence. Clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence yet exuding an overwhelming authority. The most striking aspect was that the visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Is this some form of role-playing? Or perhaps it is my very own will imprint, usurped by the heavenly Tao, now wielded to enact my own punishment? The spectral embodiment fixed its unfeeling gaze upon Changsheng, devoid of emotion, embodying only annihilation. After consuming the calamity clouds, its aura surged in potency, and it conjured a battle spear, launching an assault downward. Changsheng's expression sharpened. The nonchalance he once held gave way to a newfound seriousness, for the foe's aura had now become alarmingly comparable to his own. Yet, as he regarded this embodiment of will, an unusual thought flickered in his mind. A smile gradually curved upon his lips as he lifted his foot to meet the approaching figure. Soon, the two clashed in fierce combat. The spectral embodiment wielded its spear with overwhelming force, while Changsheng confronted it unarmed, his palms akin to celestial gold. With every clash, the entire celestial realm trembled violently. On the brink of collapse, the terrifying forces of law shattered and scattered, causing the void to convulse with dread, regardless of one's nature. To strike against the true sovereign invites a preparedness for suppression. Changsheng bellowed, his hands radiating celestial light, as the formidable laws of the celestial emperor encircled him, forcing the spectral will backward, even shattering the spear it wielded. He cared not whether this was his own imprint. As it stood as an adversary, it warranted suppression. Moreover, even if it were his own, he would not hesitate to strike. After all, this was merely a will imprint. Though it had temporarily gained the strength to contend with him through the might of heavenly punishment, it was ultimately no match and was soon subdued. However, he did not rush to obliterate it, but rather opted to gradually deplete its strength. The overwhelming aura of their battle left all beings within the celestial realm trembling in fear, even from afar. They could feel the chilling essence that sent shivers down their spines. In the starry sky, the likes of the Supreme of the Nine Extremes and others observed the two figures in combat, their eyes reflecting a peculiar hue. After all, these were two identical Changshengs, even their auras indistinguishable. As the battle progressed, they could not discern which was the true celestial sovereign. Chapter 162, Suppressing the Will Imprint. Boom. Crack. The cataclysmic battle continued above the heavens, the boundless forces of law surging mightily. Each casual gesture from either combatant unleashed terrifying divine abilities, transforming the very fabric of the void into a tapestry of devastation. Although Changsheng endeavored to control the energy waves produced by the conflict, numerous stray forces of law floated down from the void, cascading onto the earth below. Even a mere trace of law, imbued with such terrifying energy, could instantaneously obliterate any object it encountered, reducing it to nothingness without a sound. In an instant, the celestial earth lay shattered and lifeless. Such a horrifying spectacle left all the powerful beings in the starry expanse awestruck. They sensed that even they, should they encounter those errant forces of law, might meet a fate akin to that of the celestial earth, obliterated in an instant. Which one truly is ye sovereign? If this continues, the celestial realm itself may sink. In the starry expanse, the Supreme of Leisure furrowed his brow, anxiety flickering in his gaze. Fear not, the celestial realm shall not sink. Beside him, the Supreme of the Nine Extremes' eyes glimmered with insight. Though he too could not discern the true entity, he understood that the climactic battle was nearing its conclusion. In his perception, one figure had gained absolute dominance, pushing the opponent back relentlessly. He surmised that the one with the upper hand was indeed the genuine sovereign. Meanwhile, in the battlefield, under the strain of continued conflict, the aura of the will imprint had clearly weakened, its form no longer as solid as before. It is time to end this. Changsheng gathered a formidable celestial technique, conjuring countless laws into either great seals or war hammers, all directed toward the opposing will imprint. Under the tempestuous aura, space collapsed in an instant, revealing a chaotic spectrum, as turbulent currents threatened to surge forth, only to be restrained by the overwhelming momentum. Roar. The will imprint emitted a howl unlike that of any mortal, its body erupting with a terrifying aura as it formed seals with its hands and pressed downwards, manifesting endless divine abilities. Amidst the overwhelming celestial might, a colossal sword emerged from the void, descending upon Changsheng. The sword, as dark as ink, bore countless contorted patterns, exuding an essence of annihilation. Boom. The two attacks clashed, erupting into a thunderous cacophony, causing the space to collapse even more violently. From within the chaotic expanse, the faint sound of tidal waves echoed, undeterred by the tumultuous roars of battle. In the next moment, the sword of destruction shattered, and a figure was blasted out of the celestial realm, hurtling deep into the starry void. Changsheng took a slight step back, his gaze sweeping over the collapsing space, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. He sensed a destructive energy emanating from within, a force far superior to the celestial spiritual energy. Yet, before he could delve deeper, the collapsing space swiftly began to mend, returning to its former state in a matter of moments, leaving only a chaotic storm of spatial turbulence in its wake. Seeing this, he shook his head and chose to ignore it, vanishing from his original position to reappear amidst the stars. Ahead, a figure appeared dim and devoid of light, its aura faltering, covered in countless minute fissures, as if on the verge of disintegration. Changsheng regarded the form of the will imprint, sensing its waning essence. His eyes glinting with clarity, recognizing that the entity was now incapable of resistance, teetering on the brink of dissolution, he hesitated no longer, instantly appearing before it. His right hand raised with fingers splayed. The chains of order coalesced at his fingertips, entwining and extending toward the specter. A howl erupted from the will imprint, as it seemed to sense the impending doom, its aura becoming exceedingly unstable, as though it might explode. Humph! Even at this juncture, it seeks to struggle? Changsheng snorted, extending another hand to press down, as an overwhelming aura descended upon the entity. In an instant, the roar ceased abruptly, and the imprint of will dimmed further, as if it would dissipate into nothingness at any moment. With the struggle of the opponent having waned, the divine chain of order efficiently bound and suppressed it. Moreover, from the chain emanated wisps of peculiar aura, ensuring that while the imprint of will was subdued, it would not vanish due to severe injury. Once tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Changsheng gazed at the now quiet imprint of will, observing its resemblance to his own visage, and an odd sensation stirred within him. I have indeed suppressed myself. With a self-deprecating sigh, he waved his hand, drawing the imprint of will into his inner world. At that moment, a gentle ripple spread across the starry sky, and several figures emerged. They were the supreme beings of the 9 extremes, who had previously been spectating the battle from afar. Only upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities did they dare approach Changsheng. As for the immortal kings, they remained in the distant expanse of the cosmos, watching from afar, hesitant to draw near. The supreme beings regarded Changsheng with eyes filled with reverence. Although he did not deliberately exude any aura, the subtle pressure emanating from him was palpable, instilling a sense of unease in them. Approaching him respectfully, they clasped their hands and addressed him, Supreme One, Changsheng acknowledged with a nod, observing their somewhat restrained demeanor. A gentle smile graced his lips as he encouraged, there is no need for such formality. Feel free to act as usual. Yes, Supreme One, they replied in unison, though their reverence remained undiminished. In this world where strength reigned supreme, a natural sense of awe towards an existence they could not hope to attain was inevitable. While he might feign indifference, they could not afford to take it lightly. Changsheng chose not to elaborate further, allowing them their sentiments. After a brief moment, the supreme being of the 9 extremes hesitated before asking, Supreme One, about the celestial sovereign. His words trailed off, yet he trusted Changsheng understood his meaning. He was curious about how Changsheng would handle the celestial sovereign, who sought to refine the essence of the heavenly realm, a grave transgression, yet had safeguarded their lineage for countless years. Moreover, as a peak, quasi-immortal emperor, it seemed a pity to dispose of him so easily. The others gazed at Changsheng, well aware that the celestial sovereign lay subdued, with his fate hanging by a thread in Changsheng's hands. The celestial sovereign? Changsheng's gaze swept over the quasi-immortal emperor elders, his brow slightly furrowing. Were they suggesting he spare the celestial sovereign? What a jest! Observing Changsheng's furrowed brow, the supreme being of the 9 extremes felt a jolt of anxiety. As quasi-immortal emperors, they found themselves sweating slightly. Could it be that their previous remarks had displeased the Supreme One? Changsheng remained silent, extending his palm to sweep through the void. In the next moment, a vivid image materialized. Within the scene, 2 figures stood amidst the stars, engaged in conversation. The supreme being of freedom, upon seeing one of the figures, could not help but exclaim, the celestial sovereign? The supreme being of the 9 extremes, however, fixated on the other figure, his expression sharpening. A deep voice escaped his lips, an alien race. The supreme being of the 9 extremes stared intently at the other figure, who, despite resembling a human, bore a distinctive vertical eye on his forehead, revealing his alien heritage. He understood that the higher the cultivation of an alien being, the more they would physically resemble humans. Thus, it seemed likely that the alien in the image was indeed the remnant of an immortal emperor. As this realization dawned, shock flooded his eyes, mirrored by the expressions of the others who simultaneously grasped the implication, their faces reflecting astonishment. An alien immortal emperor had emerged unbeknownst to them. Furthermore, it appeared he had previously traversed areas controlled by their lineage. Sweat trickled down their backs as they contemplated the implications. It seemed the celestial sovereign had indeed saved them. Had they encountered this alien immortal emperor, they would undoubtedly have been ensnared in dire straits. Watching the confrontation unfold in the image, they exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of Changsheng's intentions in revealing this. However, as their gratitude towards the celestial sovereign blossomed, a voice suddenly resonated from the image, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Celestial sovereign, do not forget our agreement. Now that this emperor has emerged from seclusion, my cultivation is fully restored. Soon, I shall venture into the chaos. I hope you manage affairs within your lineage well. I would prefer no third party interferes, lest neither of us escape this vast universe unscathed. I shall handle it. Your concerns are unnecessary, the calm voices of the alien immortal emperor and the celestial sovereign echoed, leaving the supreme being of the nine extremes and his companions frozen in disbelief. How could this be? The celestial sovereign was entangled with an alien? Though they did not fully comprehend the implications of the alien immortal emperor's words regarding chaos and third parties, they could surmise that the celestial sovereign's desire to refine the essence of the heavenly realm stemmed from this very agreement. Was the celestial sovereign willing to forsake his lineage for the sake of this pact with the alien, even if it meant the destruction of the heavenly realm? This revelation was a bitter pill to swallow, and they cast their gazes upon Changsheng, seemingly seeking confirmation. What? Are you questioning me? Do you believe I am deceiving you? Changsheng's brow furrowed as his oppressive gaze swept over them. We dare not. Feeling the displeasure in Changsheng's eyes, they hastily lowered their heads, refraining from meeting his gaze. After all, the figure before them was an unparalleled existence at the immortal emperor level. How could he possibly deceive them? Seeing their response, Changsheng chose to say no more, dismissing the image from the void with a wave of his hand. His intent was merely to enlighten them regarding the celestial sovereign's actions, and whether they chose to believe it mattered little to him. At that moment, the supreme being of the nine extremes cautiously glanced at Changsheng again, hesitating to inquire, Supreme One, given the damage to the essence of the heavenly realm, is there a solution? The essence of the heavenly realm had been compromised, especially after Changsheng had torn asunder the source space. They could sense the traces of the Tao within the world rapidly diminishing. At this rate, the entire heavenly realm might decline within 10,000 years, becoming unsuitable for cultivation above the immortal king level. Furthermore, even those of lower realms would find breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, I shall handle this matter shortly. As for now, I have another pressing issue to attend to. With that, he shifted his gaze, peering through the void at a distant expanse of stars where a figure was frantically fleeing. After observing for so long, did they think it was too late to escape? A peculiar smile graced Changsheng's lips as he tore through space and stepped into it. Moments later, the void healed, and his figure vanished from the starry expanse. Left behind, the supreme beings of the nine extremes exchanged bewildered glances. Soon after, they recalled his final words and realized the truth. It was likely that there were still enemies lurking in the shadows, and Changsheng had discovered them. His departure must be to address this intruder. Could it be the alien immortal emperor? The eyes of the supreme being of the nine extremes sparkled with insight. To have detected a presence here and only be discovered by Changsheng, it could only be the remnant of the alien immortal emperor. Surely, the Supreme One would be able to subdue him. Murmuring to himself, he turned his attention elsewhere. In his estimation, that foreign being was merely a fractured celestial emperor, and upon encountering the true supreme celestial emperor, Yijizuan, it would undoubtedly meet its demise. Withdrawing his gaze, he vanished from his position and ascended towards the celestial realm. Behind him, the likes of Xianxiaaudiobooks and others followed suit, preparing to await Changsheng's return in the heavenly domain. Meanwhile, in the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the evil emperor was desperately fleeing, continually tearing through space as he leapt into deeper layers of dimensional rifts. Occasionally, he would glance back, his eyes filled with sheer panic. A celestial emperor. Indeed, it was a celestial emperor. How could this be? How could such a flawed universe give rise to a celestial emperor? Damn it! Where did this being even emerge from? After expending countless years, he was on the verge of restoring his Tao foundation to escape this place, only for such a calamity to unfold. The evil emperor screamed internally, his million-year scheme unraveling in an instant, now faced with the imminent threat of death, pushing him to the brink of madness. Yet, he dared not linger even for a moment. As a former celestial emperor, he was more acutely aware of the terror such an existence embodied than anyone else. He was certain that the human celestial emperor had already detected his presence and was likely in pursuit. Continuing to flee offered a slim chance of survival, but halting would surely mean his demise. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret venturing into the human domain, unwittingly prying into that great battle. Initially, he had merely sought to gauge the strength of that human powerhouse through the Tianzuan, but the outcome had proven utterly unacceptable. A being surpassing the quasi-celestial emperor, on the cusp of celestial emperorhood, had been effortlessly suppressed by the opponent. Moreover, even the terrifying heavenly punishment, which had once instilled fear within him, was rendered ineffective and easily extinguished. Just as he continued to tear through space in his escape, he suddenly spotted a figure materializing in the starry sky ahead, wearing an expression of mockery directed at him. You The evil emperor halted, standing amidst the cosmos, his face a mask of shock as he beheld the figure before him. An uncontrollable flicker of panic surged within his eyes. What is this? No longer fleeing? I haven't even sought you out. And yet you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep, Yi Changsheng remarked coolly, having sensed this foe while suppressing the Tianzuan. He felt no reluctance in dealing with an enemy who had so conveniently presented himself. What do you intend to do? The evil emperor feigned composure, though his voice betrayed a tremor. What do you think? Yi Changsheng chuckled, eschewing further pleasantries as he raised his hand, reaching toward the air before him. Instantly, the starry expanse darkened as a colossal hand inscribed with runes coalesced from thin air, descending upon the evil emperor. Chapter 164, Suppression. The terrifying rune-etched hand descended, bearing the weight of an ancient collapse, bearing down upon the evil emperor. As he gazed up at the impending hand, feeling the overwhelming aura it exuded, his face turned ashen. Such power surpassed even his prime, let alone his current state, having suffered damage to his Tao foundation and fallen from Celestial Emperor standing. He never anticipated that his opponent would act so decisively, opting to suppress him outright without further discourse. However, in the next moment, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes, and he bellowed in a fit of desperation. I was once an unparalleled being at the Celestial Emperor level. If you wish to kill me, you shall pay the price. With that declaration, the evil emperor stepped forward, a multitude of streaks emanating from his body, intertwining in the void like a writhing dragon. An extremely terrifying aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to shatter instantaneously, transforming into a black hole. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated across the infinite cosmos. Celestial Emperor S. Tao, coalesce. Amidst the reverberating cry that shook the starry sky, countless streaks converged into a small figure of black and gold. This diminutive figure, only the size of a palm, contained the essence of the Tao, exuding an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of collapsing the very river of stars. Beholding the black gold figure suspended in the void, the evil emperor's eyes gleamed with madness as he shouted, "Even if this Tao is erased, I shall ensure you pay the price." As his words fell, the black gold figure sprang into action. It took a step forward, rapidly enlarging within the starry expanse until it transformed into a colossal giant. With the river of stars encircling its waist, it looked down upon Yi Changsheng, extending a hand to grasp the descending rune-etched hand. A fallen emperor dares to demand a price from me? Yi Changsheng's eyes brimmed with disdain. Though the giant birth from the opponent's Tao appeared fearsome, he could discern the countless invisible fissures marring its form. It was evident that it bore the brunt of the original's influence, rendering its Tao incomplete. With a slight tremor of his palm, the descending rune-etched hand became even more formidable, crashing down upon the giant birth from the evil emperor's Tao. Boom! Within the harrowing shockwave, chaos erupted, the space collapsing instantaneously as vast swathes of the river of stars shattered into dust. In the blink of an eye, the once resplendent river of stars vanished entirely. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a series of faint cracking sounds echoed, clear even amidst the tumultuous cosmos, ringing in the ears of both combatants. The evil emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the giant formed from his Tao. At that moment, terrifying fissures began to mar the giant's arms, spreading ominously across its body. In mere moments, the giant appeared as if it were fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering, riddled with abyss-like cracks, from which the essence of the Tao seeped forth. Furthermore, the aura it emitted diminished drastically in an instant. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of the evil emperor, the towering giant birth from his Tao crumbled, disintegrating into countless shards of the Tao. No, this is impossible. This was the Celestial Emperor's Tao that I labored over for countless years. It cannot just shatter like this. The evil emperor's countenance turned frenzied as he flailed in the void, desperately attempting to gather the shattered Tao fragments. Yet, someone was swifter. Yi Changsheng inverted the rune-etched hand, collecting all the Tao fragments. Stop! How dare you! The evil emperor's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a palm strike toward Yi Changsheng, intent on halting his collection of the Tao fragments. However, before this attack could approach, it was dispersed by the overwhelming aura radiating from Yi Changsheng. Having lost the Tao principles he had painstakingly cultivated over countless years, he was now inferior to even a standard quasi-celestial emperor, rendering any attempt to harm Yi Changsheng utterly futile. Yi Changsheng cast a glance at him, calmly gathering all the fragments of the Tao. While he had no use for these remnants, they represented a fortuitous opportunity for anyone below the quasi-celestial emperor level. Ordinary quasi-celestial emperors could utilize them for comprehension, potentially accelerating their own Tao progression, and perhaps even touching upon the threshold of celestial emperorhood. though the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. The evil emperor watched helplessly as Yi Changsheng collected all the Tao fragments, and in his rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened body, having lost the celestial emperor's Tao, was further exacerbated, causing him to stagger backward in the void. Though he had prepared for the dissolution of his Tao by coalescing all his principles, witnessing Yi Changsheng emerge unscathed was unbearable. He had intended to inflict damage on his opponent at the cost of his own celestial emperor Tao, but the outcome had been entirely contrary to his expectations. Indeed, his Tao had dissipated, yet the enemy remained unscathed, instead reaping a significant boon from the shattered remnants of his own Tao. Now, what other means do you possess? Yi Changsheng cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the evil emperor. The latter had sought to probe his strength using the heavenly sovereign. Had he been feeble, the outcome would likely have been most dire. Sensing the chill in Yi Changsheng's eyes, the evil emperor's heart sank, and in a state of panic, he exclaimed, "You, spare this emperor's life, and I shall grant you a tremendous opportunity." In that moment, a renewed desire to survive flared within him. "Oh, a tremendous opportunity?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Yi Changsheng's face as he replied, "Do tell." The evil emperor hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately divulged. "The universe you inhabit is merely a small cosmos beneath the chaos. Attaining the status of a celestial emperor marks the pinnacle of your cultivation. To advance further, one must venture into the chaos. I possess the knowledge of how to enter the chaos. If you swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, vowing to grant me my life, I shall reveal the method to you immediately." His gaze fixed intently on Yi Changsheng, knowing this was his most valuable bargaining chip. Achieving the celestial emperor rank indicated that Yi Changsheng had an insatiable thirst for enlightenment. He could hardly believe the latter would refuse such an enticing offer. However, upon hearing the proposal, disappointment flickered in Yi Changsheng's eyes, and his interest waned. He had expected something far more significant. Instead, it was merely this. Truth be told, while he held a fascination for this so-called chaos, he could hardly fathom using it as a means of survival. It was out of the question. Moreover, he suspected he already knew the method of entering the chaos. Although he was uncertain if his knowledge aligned with that of the evil emperor, it mattered little to him. "Regrettably, what you have to offer holds no allure for me," he declared. "Therefore, you may as well perish." With that, he slowly extended his palm. Boom. The massive runic hand that had previously vanished reemerged, bearing an aura of annihilation as it descended upon the evil emperor. "No, how could you possibly not wish to know? Within the chaos lie opportunities to ascend beyond the celestial emperor." The evil emperor could not fathom such a turn of events. As he beheld the approaching runic hand, terror enveloped him, and despite his unwillingness to accept his fate, the outcome had long been predetermined. With a resounding explosion, the void was suffused with a crimson mist. Chapter 165. The mysterious powerhouse. The thick blood mist wafted through the starry expanse, and the fabric of space seemed unable to withstand the energy of the blood. Fracturing into numerous inky rifts, a spectral figure emerged from the blood mist, vanishing into the ether once more. "Humph, still attempting to escape?" Yi Changsheng scoffed coldly, his eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance as a formidable will surged forth from his soul sea, pressing forward. Rumbling, a deep, resonant tremor reverberated through the space, followed by anguished cries. "Ah, you are truly ruthless, stripping this emperor of even the slightest chance of reincarnation." In the void, the evil emperor's celestial soul howled, his gaze a mix of despair and malice. With his physical form obliterated and his celestial soul reduced to a mere wisp, he had hoped to escape and perhaps one day restore himself through this remnant of his soul. Yet Yi Changsheng's decisiveness left him no opportunity for rebirth. Soon, the cries in the void ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. Yi Changsheng withdrew his gaze, no longer paying heed to the now tranquil space. The last vestiges of the evil emperor's soul had been extinguished. He was irrevocably dead. As for the accusation of ruthlessness, it held no weight for Yi Changsheng. Having witnessed countless deaths since arriving in this world, his heart had long since shed any semblance of mercy towards his foes. Death was the ultimate destination for enemies. His eyes turned towards the drifting blood mist in the void, which shimmered with a peculiar hue. The blood mist, now taking on a golden hue, seemed almost animated, swirling and coalescing toward the center as if seeking to reconstitute itself into a new form. Indeed, the remnants of a former celestial emperor's body retained vestiges of its past power. Even in death, its corporeal form could instinctively strive to coalesce once more. Yi Changsheng was not surprised. After all, the evil emperor had once been a celestial emperor. Although his foundation had been damaged, his physical form still bore traces of celestial might. Having attained the celestial emperor realm, his body had been sanctified by supreme laws, each inch imbued with a formidable will. Even without a celestial soul, The instinct to reform a corporeal vessel remained. Alas, even if given the chance to reconstitute, it would merely be an empty shell devoid of spirit. He extended his hand with a flourish, drawing all the blood mist together, transforming it into a substantial mass of blood before him. Celestial Emperor's blood, perfect for nourishing 2 divine trees. The results should be most commendable. A slight smile graced Yi Changsheng's lips as he dissipated the celestial pressure within the blood, subsequently stowing it within his inner world. A thought materialized in his inner realm, transforming a portion of the golden celestial blood into a river that nourished the roots of the 2 divine trees. In an instant, the trees radiated a blinding brilliance, their energy skyrocketing. What is this? Such terrifying energy. I feel as if I might burst. The 2 divine trees, now manifesting faces, gazed in awe at the golden blood river encircling their roots. They could sense the immense, pure energy contained within, and even without actively absorbing it, it relentlessly seeped into their forms. Within mere moments, their cultivation levels surged. At this juncture, Yi Changsheng's voice resonated through the space, deep and thunderous, yet imbued with authority. This is a grand opportunity. Cultivate diligently and do not squander it. Upon hearing this, the divine tree's ancient visages transformed, revealing expressions of profound reverence. Thank you, esteemed master. For this opportunity, we shall not fail you. In the outer realm, Yi Changsheng withdrew his consciousness from the inner world, a smile gracing his features. For him at present, the cultivation levels of the 2 divine trees were too low. They lagged behind the expansion of his inner world. With this celestial blood nourishing them, he anticipated a significant enhancement in their power within a short span. Had he not feared they might be overwhelmed, he would have gladly bestowed even more celestial blood upon them. After scanning the surrounding void to ensure no remnants lingered, his form gradually grew ethereal before ultimately vanishing into the starry expanse. As he departed, the starry realm fell into silence. The once resplendent cosmos was now shrouded in darkness. Shortly thereafter, beneath the darkened sky, a faint ripple stirred. A formidable will swept through, capturing a trace of residual energy before disappearing into the void. In a distant part of the cosmos, Yi Changsheng suddenly materialized from the fabric of space, halting mid-motion as he cast a glance behind him, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had sensed the arrival of a terrifying will. Yet, the instant he sought to investigate, that presence vanished. Could there be an even greater power in this universe? The thought emerged unbidden as he recalled the formidable will he had sensed. Its might eclipsed his own. And deep within, a notion arose. In terms of cultivation, that entity could easily overpower him. Of course, this assumption excluded the capabilities of his system. Retracting his gaze, he melded back into the void. Moments later, he returned to the heavenly realm, materializing in the center of the void, at the entrance to the source space. Here, the supreme of the 9 extremes and the others had long awaited, and upon seeing Yi Changsheng, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. We greet the supreme. After the formalities, the supreme of the 9 extremes cautiously inquired, Supreme, have you indeed vanquished the external foes? Yi Changsheng cast a glance at the group, slightly nodding as he replied, Indeed. Is it truly so? At these words, joy illuminated the faces of the others. Although they had largely anticipated this outcome, the confirmation from Yi Changsheng himself stirred immense delight within them. That alien emperor had indeed been obliterated. The colossal shadow that had loomed over the myriad races of the heavenly realm had finally dissipated. For countless years, these venerable figures had been ensnared in a web of immense pressure, and now they could finally breathe freely. They could devote themselves to cultivation without fear of their clans being annihilated by formidable adversaries. Exchanging glances, the group suddenly knelt in the void, collectively exclaiming, We thank the Supreme for eliminating the great enemy of our clan. You need not be so formal. I am also of the human race. Yi Changsheng said with a gentle smile, raising his right hand to lift them up. Your contributions to our clan are monumental. We must establish a sect and build a temple in your honor, allowing the myriad races of the heavenly realm to worship you for generations. They reiterated in unison after being raised. Yi Changsheng merely smiled at their fervor, indifferent to their sentiments. Such matters can be discussed later. For now, the source of the heavenly realm is compromised, and I must first address this latent threat. With that, he reached into the void, grasping a prison cage from the fabric of space, within which was the previously confined celestial sovereign. Gazing at the figure within, Yi Changsheng's face bore no trace of emotion. The next step was to refine the source of the world that the celestial sovereign had absorbed and return it to the heavenly realm. However, recalling the heavenly punishment that had previously been imposed upon him, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 166, The Desire to Merge with the Heavenly Realm. In the void above, upon witnessing Yi Changsheng retrieve the prison cage, The expressions of the Supreme of the Nine Extremes and his companions grew solemn. After a moment of silence, the Supreme of the Nine Extremes fixed his gaze upon the celestial sovereign within the cage, demanding, "Celestial sovereign, what pact have you forged with the alien races that led you to forsake your own kin?" Within the cage, the celestial sovereign remained impassive, regarding his former companions with no hint of remorse. His gaze swept over them as he replied coolly, "Why should I disclose my actions to you? You, humph, remain unrepentant. As an elder of your race, you have disregarded your kin for personal gain. You shall become a pariah for eternity, reviled in every generation." The Supreme of the Nine Extremes, incensed, could scarcely believe that the celestial sovereign remained so obstinate at such a juncture. Repentance? Huh. It is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. If one does not act for oneself, they invite annihilation. Should I attain the supreme throne, who would dare to question my actions? The celestial sovereign's countenance was one of disdain. Even in captivity, he refused to acknowledge any fault. If there was an error to be found, perhaps it lay in his earlier compassion. Had he devoted himself fully to consuming the source of the heavenly realm from the outset, he might have already achieved the pinnacle of celestial sovereignty. At this juncture, further discourse seemed futile. His gaze turned toward Yi Changsheng, who maintained an expression of indifference. It was this man who had suppressed him, rendering his millennia-long schemes utterly futile. If his conjecture held true, the malevolent emperor must have already reincarnated before him. As the celestial sovereign uttered these words, his expression remained calm, yet his tone was laced with certainty. He had sensed a presence lurking beyond the heavenly realm during the descent of heavenly punishment, one that belonged to the malevolent emperor. He understood that the latter was undoubtedly peering through his own actions to gauge the celestial emperor before him. Even in confinement, he could surmise that the malevolent emperor would not escape unscathed. Reincarnation? That seemed unlikely. Yi Changsheng glanced at the celestial sovereign, his expression devoid of sympathy. At these words, the celestial sovereign trembled slightly, then composed himself, falling silent. From Yi Changsheng's words, he discerned that the malevolent emperor had perished utterly, his soul extinguished. Surely, he was destined for the same fate. Murmuring to himself, the celestial sovereign's gaze suddenly settled into tranquility. It appeared he had come to terms with everything. Failing to ascend was akin to death. Yi Changsheng observed the celestial sovereign's sudden calmness with mild surprise. Had he grown unafraid of death? Yet, the prior remarks of the celestial sovereign had stirred something within him. Indeed, had his own unexpected emergence not occurred, perhaps the celestial sovereign might have ascended to become an emperor. In such a scenario, even if the heavenly realm were to fall, few would dare to speak ill of him. Alas, fate is unpredictable, and encountering him had sealed the celestial sovereign's failure. Casting a final glance at those present, Yi Changsheng ceased to linger, raising his hand to tear open a rift leading to the source space. Through the fissure, the vast sea of origin was visible. Grasping the prison that contained the celestial sovereign, he stepped forward into the depths within. Behind him, the Supreme of the Nine Extremes and the others gazed at the enticing sea of origin before them, a flicker of longing in their eyes, their hearts yearning to follow. However, reason cautioned them to remain outside. That realm held treasures beyond their reach. As they hesitated, the rift gradually closed, ultimately vanishing from sight. Watching the rift disappear, an inexplicable relief washed over them, as if a weight had been lifted. With the source space sealed, Yi Changsheng's gaze flickered as he sensed their presence, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he arrived at the center of the sea of origin, without unnecessary actions, simply casting the prison high into the air. Before it could descend, he raised his hand in a decisive grip. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the entire prison erupted in blinding celestial radiance, shattering without warning, leaving only the silhouette of the celestial sovereign suspended in the void. Yi Changsheng continued to form hand seals, conjuring intricate runes that coalesced in the air, transforming into a grand furnace that enveloped the celestial sovereign. Within the furnace, boundless laws converged into flames of the great path, encasing the celestial sovereign. Within the furnace, the celestial sovereign's visage contorted in agony as his piercing screams echoed. As the flames of the great path refined him, streams of origin began to be extracted from his being, flowing downward into the sea of origin. As these sources were drawn forth, his form grew increasingly withered, his appearance aging visibly. Yi Changsheng stood resolute upon the surface of the sea, his gaze cold and unyielding as he observed the scene, his hands unceasingly weaving runes to feed into the furnace above. Beneath him, the sea of origin absorbed the refined essence, gradually swelling with celestial brilliance. The previously lost origin was slowly being restored. Time passed, and the celestial sovereign's cries began to subside, his aura dissipating gradually. In the end, his essence vanished completely, and no further origin flowed from the furnace. Observing this, Yi Changsheng waved his hand, dispersing the grand furnace. Within, the celestial sovereign had been utterly annihilated. His gaze swept over the sea of origin below. Although he had refined the celestial sovereign and returned some essence, the world's origin had yet to fully recover. Suddenly, an unusual glimmer sparked in his eyes as his inner world began to unfurl. Boom! It was as though two worlds had collided, and within the primordial space, a thunderous roar erupted instantaneously, accompanied by dark fissures flashing within the fabric of space. The once tranquil sea of origin surged with towering waves. Crack, crack! At that moment, a crisp sound of shattering echoed, jolting Yi Changsheng's spirit, prompting him to swiftly retract his inner world. As the inner world was withdrawn, the surrounding space gradually settled into calmness. Alas, his inner world still lacked sufficient strength. Yi Changsheng sighed, realizing that the earlier cracking noise had originated from his inner realm. He sensed that his inner world's barriers had developed subtle cracks. Had he delayed any longer in retracting it, complete collapse would have been inevitable. Just moments prior, a sudden thought struck him. He desired to integrate the entire celestial realm into his inner world. After all, his inner world was indeed a true great world, possessing its own source of reality. If he could amalgamate the celestial realm, transforming it into the landscape of his inner world, it would be a monumental leap forward. Moreover, this would have little impact on the cultivators residing within the celestial realm. It would merely mean that there was an additional master. Regrettably, his inner world was not yet potent enough. Even in its weakened state, the celestial realm could not be forcibly devoured. Perhaps, once his inner world grew stronger, he could gradually consume the celestial realm and eventually merge it. At that time, his inner world would become another celestial realm. With this thought, a glimmer of inspiration flickered within Yi Changsheng's mind. The celestial realm may be temporarily unfeasible, but there existed another world. Chapter 167, Establishing a Sect and Building a Temple. The evil god's great world. Yi Changsheng murmured to himself, his gaze shimmering with intrigue. Previously, when he had subdued the evil emperor, he had sensed the presence of the world's origin within him. It was now the essence of the evil god's great world. If his conjecture was correct, the source of that world should have completely dissipated by now. A glance at the now tranquil primordial space reminded him that had he not returned some of the origin just now, perhaps waiting a while longer would have allowed for a successful integration once the celestial realm weakened. Fortunately, even if the celestial realm had received the return of its origin, its recovery would require time, and that time was sufficient for him to merge with the evil god's great world. First, he would integrate the evil god's great world, allowing his inner world to expand, and later merging with the celestial realm would become significantly easier. With this thought, his gaze settled into tranquility. Since the decline of the evil god's great world was inevitable, it would be wiser to utilize it to nourish his inner world. He aimed to merge three worlds, crafting an unparalleled celestial realm, and he would be the sole sovereign of this celestial domain. Outside, several months had passed since Yi Changsheng entered the primordial space, and the 9 Extremes sovereign and the others remained steadfastly waiting without departing an inch. The sovereign had been inside for an extended duration. Surely, there would be no issues. The carefree sovereign gazed at the serene space before him. A hint of worry reflected in his eyes. After all, the survival of the celestial realm was intricately linked to their futures, which left him no room for indifference. Although, even if the celestial realm fell into decline or was destroyed, they could continue to survive amidst the stars. The path of cultivation would become exponentially more arduous. Carefree, you are too restless. Since the sovereign has assured us of his recovery, there is no cause for concern, the 9 Extremes sovereign stated calmly, his demeanor reflecting unwavering confidence in Yi Changsheng. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, an unmistakable urgency flickered in his eyes. The time the immortal emperor had spent within was indeed considerable. Just then, a passageway opened in the void ahead, and wisps of primordial essence instantly enveloped the space. In the next moment, a figure emerged from within. Sovereign, we pay our respects to the sovereign. Upon seeing this figure, joy illuminated the faces of the group, who promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Yi Changsheng nodded, then turned his gaze to the others. Speaking in a measured tone, the origin of the celestial realm is currently recovering, so there is no need for alarm. Has it truly succeeded? The joy in their eyes intensified upon hearing his words, and they bowed once more, exclaiming, Sovereign, enough. Yi Changsheng raised his hand to interrupt. Speaking in a calm voice, I have urgent matters to attend to. Ensure the well-being of your clans. Having spoken, he did not wait for their response. Lifting his foot as his figure seamlessly melded into the void, vanishing from sight, leaving the several quasi-immortal emperors exchanging glances in bewilderment. What could be so pressing? The 9 Extremes sovereign mused, his expression revealing a sense of curiosity. It must be something significant for an immortal emperor to act with such urgency, scarcely uttering a word. Moments later, he collected his thoughts and addressed the others with a serious demeanor. Now that the threat from foreign races has been eradicated, we should indeed focus on properly securing our clans. With the few of us here, there will be no disorder, the carefree sovereign added nonchalantly. He understood that once news of the foreign threat's removal spread, the various immortal sects would likely turn to internal strife for territory. Now that they no longer faced an external enemy, however, with their presence as quasi-mortal emperors to suppress the chaos, as long as it did not escalate too far, it was of little concern. After all, healthy competition was beneficial for growth. In the name of the Elders' Council, decree that no cultivators above the immortal king realm may act recklessly. Ultimately, it was the 9 Extremes sovereign who made the decision, establishing a rule in the name of the Elders' Council. The others did not oppose this regulation, recognizing it as a prudent idea. Moreover, since the origin of the celestial realm had not yet fully recovered, a large-scale conflict among immortal kings could have unforeseen repercussions. Elder 9 Extremes, you have overlooked an important matter. The establishment of a sect and temple for the sovereign must also proceed simultaneously. At that moment, the previously silent Black Een sovereign suddenly interjected, his tone as indifferent as ever. Upon hearing this, seriousness washed over the faces of the 9 Extremes sovereign and the others, who nodded in unison. The immortal emperor had shown immense grace to the celestial realm and deserved to be venerated by countless beings. The establishment of a sect and temple to honor the immortal emperor, receiving reverence from the myriad souls of the celestial realm, was indeed a supreme honor. Even they, as quasi-mortal emperors who had guarded the borders for countless years, had not been afforded such treatment. However, given the immortal emperor's deeds, eliminating great threats to the celestial realm and subduing the celestial sovereign to prevent its decline, he rightfully warranted devotion from billions of beings. In that case, let orders be dispatched, the 9 Extremes sovereign declared. However, the statue and temple for the immortal emperor shall be constructed personally by us. The 9 Extremes sovereign stated solemnly before departing first. Following suit, the carefree sovereign and Black Een sovereign also melded into the void. Days later, the entire celestial realm erupted in a frenzy as astonishing news spread throughout the vast expanse. The foreign races had been vanquished. The celestial realm had birthed an unparalleled being at the immortal emperor level. A sect and temple would be established for the immortal emperor. Each piece of news was enough to send shockwaves through the celestial realm, leaving all who heard it in disbelief, only to erupt into resounding cheers once confirmed. The celestial realm had given rise to a supreme being, freeing them from the cursed threat of foreign races. The Savage Wilderness Immortal Sect offered to donate the Savage Divine Stones to honor the immortal emperor. The Xuantian Immortal Sect pledged to contribute the Heavenly Pool's immortal gold for the immortal emperor's temple. The Greenwood Immortal Sect vowed to present the trunk of the world tree to establish a temple for the immortal emperor. The Demon Sect declared they would donate the spirit bone of the ancestral dragon for the immortal emperor's temple. A series of authoritative voices resounded across the skies of the celestial realm as the various immortal sects and great factions successively expressed their willingness to contribute their long-cherished immortal materials to honor the immortal emperor. In the celestial realm, the expressions of all present once again trembled with astonishment, captivated by the grand gestures of these immortal sections. The barbaric divine stone, the heavenly pool celestial gold, the divine tree of creation, and even the ancestor dragon's sacred bone. Each of these treasures, if presented individually, could incite a cataclysmic war within the celestial domain, representing the most cherished resources of the various immortal sections. Yet, astonishingly, they willingly offered them up to construct a temple for the celestial emperor. Upon reflection, however, such an act seems entirely reasonable. After all, it is the celestial emperor. Alas, were it not for the sect's lack of worthy celestial treasures to contribute, I too would have made a donation. Some lesser sects' powerful figures sighed, their eyes gleaming with deep envy as they listened to the sounds echoing through the void. To merely associate with the celestial emperor, what significance could mere celestial treasures hold? At this moment, on the other side of the boundless cosmos, Changsheng emerged from the fabric of space, his gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of the great world of the evil god. As soon as he materialized, he sensed an aura of decay, as if the very Tao was lamenting. Indeed, the Tao is withering, and the world has begun its decline. However, this suits him well. Shaking his head, he took a step forward, transcending space to enter the great world. Chapter 168. The arrival in the great world of the evil god, the fear of foreign races. Beneath the dim sky, Changsheng strode through the great world of the evil god, even passing by various foreign races and sinister beasts, who remained utterly oblivious to his presence. It appeared as though they were not even existing within the same temporal realm. The source dissipated, the Tao withered, and even the will of heaven and earth seemed to be fading. Changsheng murmured to himself, his gaze tranquil. During his previous visit to the great world of the evil god, he had not truly entered, yet he could still feel a strong sense of repulsion emanating from the world towards him. Now, however, that sensation of rejection had diminished to nearly nothing. Within the great world of the evil god, he could acutely perceive the aura of decay, as if he could hear the world's mournful cries. A terrifying will emanated, enveloping the entire world, and in an instant, all the scenes of this place were etched into his mind. Ah, they have not yet departed? Changsheng chuckled softly, sensing that this realm still harbored dozens, if not hundreds, of immortal kings, which took him by surprise. The last time he visited, he had only suppressed those quasi-celestial emperor-level foreign beings, without confronting the immortal kings. In hindsight, he had expected those immortal kings to flee in fear, instilling a sense of urgency within the human race to prevent complacency. Yet now, he discovered that those foreign immortal kings remained in this great world, contrary to his assumptions. Perhaps they still believed that the evil emperor could subdue the human race. Little did they know, the evil emperor had already been vanquished. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Since they chose to stay, they could be nurtured, serving as targets for future generations to hone their skills and strength. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he did not forget the purpose of his visit, his strides unwavering as he traversed millions of miles toward a specific location. Soon, Changsheng arrived at the heart of this world, revealing his form as he sat cross-legged in the void. Humans? How could humans appear here? Within the grand hall at the center of the world, the faces of a dozen figures suddenly shifted, as Changsheng's presence radiated like a blazing sun, unmistakably apparent. Almost the instant he revealed himself, the immortal kings within the great world detected this intruder. The foreign immortal kings in the hall exchanged grave glances, their expressions turning exceedingly serious. They were situated in the very center of the world, sensing that the human was directly above them, which filled their hearts with dread. To realize that the opponent had arrived right above them left them alarmed. Should the intruder wish to launch a surprise attack, it would be a guaranteed success. Without hesitation, the dozen immortal kings vanished from the hall, reappearing thousands of miles away before Changsheng. Their icy, serious gazes bore down upon him. At that moment, even more foreign immortal kings continued to arrive, and within a brief span, over 100 had gathered, standing in the void. This multitude of immortal kings emanated a terrifying aura, stirring the fabric of space and unleashing violent storms in all directions. Yet, as they gazed at Changsheng, none dared to speak first. Although Changsheng did not intentionally project an aura, they still sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. In an instant, the void, despite the raging storms, fell into an eerie silence. What is happening? What are the elders doing? Why do they not eliminate that human? On the ground below, countless foreign beings below the rank of immortal lord looked skyward, their expressions filled with confusion. To them, the assembly of several hundred immortal kings, among whom were peak immortal kings, should easily overpower a mere human, especially one lacking any formidable aura. However, these beings failed to realize that their lower cultivation levels prevented them from sensing Changsheng's terrifying strength, only observing their immortal kings gathering in the void, opposing the human. After a prolonged silence, it was a peak immortal king of the foreign races who finally spoke, his cold gaze fixed on Changsheng. Human, you possess great audacity to dare intrude upon the great world of the evil god. Do you not fear perishing here? As he spoke, vast thoughts emanated from him, probing the surrounding void for millions of miles. Yet, this exploration only deepened his frown. Within the vast expanse, besides the figure before him, there was no other human presence. Rather than providing reassurance, this discovery heightened his anxiety. The audacity to enter alone was either a sign of foolishness or an indication of formidable support. He did not believe the intruder was a fool, leading him to conclude that the individual must be powerful enough to disregard them, or even the entirety of the great world of the evil god. Hiss! The thought caused the peak immortal king to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Changsheng's brow slightly furrowed, but he did not respond to the foreign king's words. Instead, he closed his eyes, unleashing a torrent of terrifying thoughts that surged through the great world of the evil god, probing for the existence of the world's source space. He needed to ascertain whether the source of this realm had truly been exhausted. Meanwhile, the foreign immortal king, witnessing Changsheng's disregard, felt his expression darken. Yet, he clearly harbored reservations and did not dare to act against Changsheng, resulting in a moment of stalemate. As he stood awkwardly, a higher-ranked immortal king behind him shouted, "Impudence! A mere human! Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Everyone, attack together. I do not believe he can withstand us all." With that declaration, the high-ranking immortal king took the initiative, extending his arms as two colossal hands coalesced in the void, striking out toward Yi Changsheng in a pincer attack. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted in the void, shattering the surrounding space. Indeed, just a mere human, and yet we have 100 immortal kings. How could the tides possibly turn? Several foreign immortal kings echoed in agreement, unleashing a barrage of devastating attacks toward Yi Changsheng. However, a greater number of immortal kings stood back, seemingly inclined to let their companions test Yi Changsheng first. As the impending assaults were about to strike Yi Changsheng, the expressions of the celestial kings shifted to one of palpable tension. Just as the myriad attacks were poised to engulf him, an unusual breeze swept through the void. In the next instant, all assaults mysteriously halted mid-air, dissipating into nothingness. How could this be possible? The alien celestial kings were struck with horror, as a wave of immense dread surged within them. Although fewer than 10 celestial kings had launched their attacks, their combined might was formidable. While an ordinary quasi-immortal emperor might withstand such power, they could not comprehend the means by which their attacks had vanished without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. As their hearts raced with fear, a series of explosive sounds erupted, followed by a dense mist of blood enveloping the void. The sudden explosions resonated like thunder in the minds of the alien celestial kings, the pungent scent of blood heightening their senses. They struggled to turn their heads toward the source of the blasts, their pupils constricting in disbelief. The celestial kings who had just attacked Yi Changsheng were dead. There was no warning, as if crushed by an invisible hand. This individual was terrifying. In an instant, the alien celestial kings felt their hairs stand on end, the shadow of death looming over them. Should they flee or unite against this threat? Such thoughts crept into their minds. However, in the next moment, their faces contorted in sheer terror. They found themselves unable to move. The entire expanse had become utterly solidified, suffused with a terrifying power that bound them, rendering them immobile. It was over. An uncontrollable sense of despair surged within them. Only then did they truly grasp the horror of Yi Changsheng. He was beyond their comprehension. With but a single thought, he could extinguish them all. At that moment, Yi Changsheng slightly opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with will sweeping over the multitude of celestial kings before him. Boom! With a sound akin to that of a divine weapon striking, the celestial kings trembled violently, a horrific fissure appearing on their foreheads, blood seeping forth. They coughed up mouthfuls of vital essence, their faces paling to an ashen hue. A mere glance from him had severely wounded their celestial souls, nearly leading to their demise. This is impossible. How could a human possess such terrifying power? Slaying several celestial kings without making any overt move? Below, the lower-ranked aliens watched in horror, their voices rising in a cacophony of panic. The celestial kings of their tribe were so easily vanquished, it was an unbearable truth. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable wave of fear surged within them. To these emotions, Yi Changsheng remained unfazed, his expression calm and untroubled. To him, these celestial kings were but a thought away from being subdued, requiring no effort on his part. Nevertheless, he merely cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing not to pursue further action. They still held some utility. Dispatching those who had attacked him sufficed to instill a sense of dread. His gaze shifted to a location tens of thousands of miles away, where the source space of the evil god's great world resided. Without lingering, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing at the entrance of the source space. The void was left with nearly 100 alien celestial kings ensnared in their immobility. At the entrance of the source space, Yi Changsheng maintained a tranquil demeanor, extending his hand to tear through the fabric of space. Rip! A massive rift in space materialized, revealing the once magnificent source sea now rendered desiccated. Yi Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise mixed with expectation crossing his features. The source sea, which should have been vast and infused with a terrifying aura, lay utterly barren, devoid of any essence. He stepped through the entrance, sitting cross-legged upon the parched ocean, as his inner world gradually unfurled. Boom! As his inner world opened, a cataclysmic roar reverberated through the space, the void fracturing into countless dark fissures. The collision of two great worlds resulted in a catastrophic annihilation within the evil god's great world. Outside, the landscape underwent a terrifying transformation, the earth crumbling into vast abysses and celestial mountains collapsing into ruins. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of destruction. Countless lower-ranked aliens and evil beasts were consumed by the chasms, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Above, the ensnared celestial kings beheld the chaos unfolding on the continent, their expressions filled with dread. What was happening? Was the world truly collapsing? Was it that human? What had he done? Did he intend to annihilate the evil god's great world? Some celestial kings could not help but murmur, fearing they too would perish alongside this cataclysm. Sadly, they were trapped. Even if they wished to flee, they could not, merely watching helplessly as they prayed for survival. Within the source space, Yi Changsheng continued to expand his inner world, seemingly oblivious to the impending collapse of the source space. As long as his inner world began to merge, absorbing the essence of this realm, the annihilation would cease. Now, with the evil god's great world drained of its essence, it could not possibly withstand the devouring of his inner world. Above him, a colossal phantom of a world materialized, interweaving with the rift in the source space. The convergence proceeding with steady determination. As the devouring and merging continued, Yi Changsheng's inner world expanded at a terrifying pace. While he consumed and integrated the evil god's great world, in another realm of chaos, a hazy figure stood upon the chaotic tide, a terrifying phantom towering behind it. The chaotic tide surged, exuding a dreadful force of annihilation, an aura so extreme that even celestial emperors would hesitate to disregard it. Yet, this figure merely stood still, the tidal wave beneath its feet descending into an eerie calm. It seemed as though this figure was the sovereign of chaos. The evil god was dead. A voice devoid of any emotion rang out, causing the previously tranquil chaotic tides to erupt violently, surging outward in all directions. The terrifying aura was lethal to any being beneath the celestial emperor level, annihilating them with a mere brush. It had been many years since its slumber. It was unexpected that upon awakening, it would find the evil god dead. The sovereign of chaos took a step forward, the space before it parting to create a passage, into which it entered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, outside the starry expanse housing the evil god's great world, a rift in space suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura pouring forth from within. Boom. Instantly, the starry sky was engulfed in a catastrophic obliteration, even the distant evil god's great world trembling violently. What was happening? What was occurring again? Within the great world, the lower-ranked aliens trembled, witnessing the ground that had just settled quake once more, their faces etched with terror. Some lower beings, too close to that direction, inexplicably exploded, showering the area with blood mist. Above the heavens, the trapped celestial kings, too, were filled with dread, their hearts trembling in response to the sudden emergence of this aura. It was far more terrifying than the previous human. A palpable aura of sheer terror permeated the entirety of the abyssal deity's realm, from the exalted celestial kings down to the mortal immortals. Every sentient being's gaze was filled with dread. Within the primordial space, Yi Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze cutting through the void, fixating on the expanse beyond the stars. The sudden emergence of this familiar presence stirred something within him. Chapter 170, Subjugation, A New World. It bore an essence akin to that of the evil emperor. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Yi Changsheng's eyes. He sensed the same essence emanating from the figure in the starry sky as he did from the evil emperor. It was not merely an aura of cultivation, but a fundamental essence. Both shared a similar primordial essence. Was this the smaller one calling forth the elder? Slowly rising to his feet, he waved his hand, tearing apart the space before him, preparing to depart from the primordial realm. The apparition's presence disrupted his potential to further merge with the abyssal deity's realm. Remaining here would serve no purpose. Furthermore, he had surmised that the other was likely seeking him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once he dealt with this individual, the speed of his world integration would accelerate. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept across his face as he stepped into the rift in space before him. At this moment, in the expanse beyond the stars, the Lord of Chaos gazed indifferently at the vast world below, attuned to Yi Changsheng's essence. Even with the barrier of the primordial space, it could not obscure his perception. Without hesitation, he extended his palm, descending slowly upon the abyssal deity's realm. Instantly, the space ahead imploded, revealing a hand more colossal and terrifying than the abyssal deity's realm itself, enveloping the entire domain. A surge of chaotic power erupted, rendering space fragile, and in an instant, it shattered into a black hole. Throughout the starry expanse, every tangible entity, save for the abyssal deity's realm, was reduced to mere dust within a heartbeat. Even the vast abyssal deity's realm, under this force, trembled perilously, the rules within it collapsing, on the verge of disintegration. Boom. Just as the abyssal deity's realm was on the brink of destruction, a similarly colossal hand emerged from within the realm, shattering the Lord's grasp on the void. Subsequently, a white figure stepped forth from the tempest of chaos, exuding an aura that sent tremors through the starry sky. This essence rapidly spread, enveloping the entire cosmos in mere moments. As the figure manifested, countless golden lotuses of law materialized in the starry expanse, only to gradually dissipate. Life and death. An endless cycle. Meanwhile, In a distant celestial realm of another starry expanse, several quasi-immortal emperors were erecting a grand ancestral temple. The edifice sprawled over an immense area of 100,000 miles, with countless phantoms of divine phoenixes soaring above, surrounded by radiant runes that imbued the atmosphere with a sacred aura. Within the temple, a towering figure sat cross-legged, resembling a deity. Though the visage was obscured, it was discernible that he was a man clad in white, radiating an awe-inspiring presence that evoked a sense of reverence among the quasi-immortal emperors. This was the temple constructed in honor of Changsheng, the immortal emperor of longevity. As they gazed upon the towering figure within the temple, the quasi-immortal emperors could not suppress their feelings of veneration. The ethereal manifestation of the immortal emperor was not born from their own efforts, but appeared spontaneously upon the temple's completion. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the expanse of the cosmos, carrying with it the energy of annihilation. Simultaneously, the towering figure within the temple erupted with blinding radiance. An overwhelming pressure radiating forth, instantly saturating the temple and sweeping across the entire celestial realm. The quasi-immortal emperors looked up in horror, their expressions mirroring a shared dread. Such a terrifying presence. Could it be an immortal emperor? The Nine Extremities' sovereign-esque countenance grew grave as he murmured to himself. He sensed a familiar essence, yet hesitated to confirm it. This aura was far more potent than what he remembered. In the abyssal deity's realm, beyond the starry expanse, a cataclysmic tempest raged, violently shaking the vast abyssal deity's realm. Changsheng emerged from the storm, waving his hand. In an instant, the tempest dissipated, restoring stability to the tumultuous abyssal deity's realm. He regarded the Lord of Chaos with an indifferent gaze, as the emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has endured an attack from a sovereign realm. Cultivation level ascended to the pinnacle of the great sovereign. As the system's voice resonated, a message concurrently materialized in his consciousness. Sovereign realm, a transcendental level above the immortal emperor, the supreme sovereign of the Chaos Sea. A sovereign, indeed powerful. Changsheng murmured to himself. At this moment, a terrifying force surged within him, the essence of countless laws and order coursing through his flesh and soul. This power eclipsed that of an immortal emperor, seemingly capable of obliterating the entire world with but a thought. Opposite him, the Lord of Chaos widened his eyes in astonishment as he beheld Changsheng emerging from the storm, his expression fraught with disbelief. How could this be possible? He struggled to comprehend that his attack had been so effortlessly thwarted, though he had merely unleashed a casual strike. Its power was sufficient to reduce an immortal emperor to ash. Even a peak immortal emperor could not survive, yet now, someone had managed to deflect it with such ease. The Lord of Chaos's eyes revealed signs of suspicion. Could it be that this individual before him was of the same caliber? Indeed, he felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Changsheng. However, upon his arrival, he had sensed that the man was merely at the 8th level of immortal emperor cultivation. Such a being, while capable of dominating this world, was but a plaything to him. Meanwhile, Changsheng was oblivious to the multitude of thoughts swirling in the Lord of Chaos's mind. He was instead keenly attuned to the power coursing through him. The two faced each other in the starry expanse, one choosing to observe with an air of suspicion, while the other silently familiarized himself with the newfound strength. For a time, the starry sky was enveloped in an eerie stillness. After a considerable pause, Changsheng gradually acclimated to his current cultivation level and raised his gaze toward the figure opposite him, speaking calmly. Are you here for these foreign beings? The Lord of Chaos, upon hearing this, cast a fleeting glance at the abyssal deity's realm behind Changsheng, revealing a look of indifference in his eyes. Those ants are hardly worth my attention. However, you have slain my descendant, and that is a grave offense. His tone grew noticeably more intense as he spoke. Despite having lived for countless years, any semblance of familial affection had long since faded. Yet the vehement anger that surged within him at the thought of his sole descendant being slain was undeniable. His purpose in coming was to exact retribution, to bring the perpetrator to justice for his descendant's demise. Oh, Changsheng paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that the Lord referred to the evil emperor as his descendant. Initially, he had assumed the other had come due to the numerous foreign quasi-immortal emperors he had slain. Now it seemed that those lower-tier beings were inconsequential in the Lord's eyes. Yet it mattered little. Regardless of the reason for the confrontation, the other was an adversary. Since he was an enemy, then, Changsheng ceased his idle chatter, raising his right hand, his index finger pointed directly at the Lord of Chaos. If he were an enemy, then he must be eliminated. Boom. A terrifying roar reverberated through the starry expanse, as the endless laws of chaos emanated a dazzling radiance, coalescing into a resplendent finger of jade, imbued with the essence of annihilation. hurtling towards the Chaos Sovereign. Upon witnessing this, the Chaos Sovereign's countenance darkened. Though uncertain of his adversary's cultivation, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Yet, as the supreme being who ruled over all spirits in the chaos, when had he ever been subjected to such affront? Outrageous! A thunderous bellow erupted from his lips as his fingers extended wide, and waves of chaotic laws surged forth from his hands, compressing the boundless cosmos. In an instant, a similarly resplendent finger materialized amidst the starry void. The next moment, the two fingers collided with a resounding crash. Contrary to expectations of cataclysmic destruction, the finger conjured by the Chaos Sovereign shattered instantly, fading into silence and oblivion. The crystalline finger, forged by Changsheng, continued its relentless advance towards the now-stunned Chaos Sovereign without a moment's pause. No, it cannot be. The Chaos Sovereign's eyes bulged in disbelief as he beheld the approaching finger, his gaze filled with sheer horror. This was a power of an entirely different echelon. His own painstakingly gathered attack was rendered not beneath this finger, akin to a mere jest. What a terrifying level of cultivation this was. Ha! How absurd it was for him to seek out confrontation, intending to obliterate his foe to appease his descendants. Yet, before he could enact any further measures, the glistening finger descended like a hammer, vast swathes of the starry expanse evaporating into nothingness, along with the Chaos Sovereign himself. A being of unparalleled might, transcending even the celestial emperors, thus met a hasty demise within this celestial realm. Changsheng gazed upon the silent void where stars once shimmered, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. Even he was momentarily awed by such overwhelming power. Sovereign, such strength truly does command dominion over all. With a sweep of his hand, chaotic energy manifested in the void, mending the shattered cosmos in an instant, restoring it to its former glory. Having accomplished this, he turned to stride towards the realm of the evil deities behind him. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. At this juncture, within this vast universe, the realms of the evil deities and the celestial realm had long since vanished, replaced by a world of even grander scale. This new realm encompassed all that was once the celestial realm and the evil deity world, with the laws of the great Tao manifesting in a more refined and pronounced manner. The Changsheng Great World. This was the world birth from Changsheng's assimilation of the evil deity world and the celestial realm. In this realm, he stood as the sole sovereign, the cycle of life and death for all beings resting solely within his thoughts. However, he chose not to interfere with the natural order of this world, allowing all creatures to propagate freely. Invincible, indeed, is a lonely existence. Beneath a fire pear tree in a small world, a white figure seated in meditation raised his gaze to the heavens, murmuring softly to himself.